The realm of bizarre tales has descended upon Blue Star, where each nation will select a chosen one to engage in a struggle within this world of strange narratives. The demise of a contestant results in a decline of national fortune, heralding calamity. Conversely, successful navigation through the challenges elevates the nation's luck, bestowing rewards upon its populace. By chance, Chen has been selected, thrust into the terrifying zoo narrative, a derivative work, originally conceived by 16 Coconut. 1. Should you encounter an elephant that appears markedly different from your preconceived notions, remain calm and remind yourself that seeing is believing. 2. This establishment features an aquarium. If any staff offer you tickets to the aquarium, accept them. There exists an alternative exit. 3. The safety measures here are infallible. There is no possibility of animal escape, particularly among the small herbivores, all securely confined in untouchable enclosures. Hence, if you witness a rabbit fleeing, kindly comfort it and hand it over to the staff. The rabbit could provide solace. At that moment, Chen awakened to the rule analysis system, where deciphering the rules of this world would yield rewards. Beep, congratulations, host. You have received the Death Rewind reward. From that moment forth, the tone of the bizarre world shifted dramatically. Chen, what should I do if I've transformed the zoo into a resort? Urgent, I need assistance. Climbing paths, psychiatric hospital school narrative. Please, do not approach. Dragon Nation. Chen is truly a blessing for our Dragon Nation. Listening to the distant mechanical sound echoing from the heavens, Chen wore a perplexed expression. What's happening? Where am I? He murmured. Before he could finish, a torrent of information surged into his mind. After a considerable time, the confusion in his eyes was gradually replaced by panic and astonishment. This was an absurd world of bizarre tales. Each nation randomly selects one citizen, designated as the chosen one, to enter this realm. Unfortunately, upon his arrival in Blue Star, Chen was selected by the rules to become the chosen one of Dragon Nation. In this bizarre world, if a chosen one perishes, their nation suffers a decline in fortune, leading to disaster in reality. Conversely, if the chosen one successfully completes their tasks, their nation reaps immense benefits. Furthermore, every action of the chosen one is broadcast live to the citizens of their nation. At that moment, viewers in the Dragon Nation's live stream gazed at the dazed Chen on the screen, their hearts sinking. Why does Chen look so vacant and motionless, appearing rather dim-witted? I see it too. Let's hope our Dragon Nation hasn't drawn a fool again. Last time, our contestant was betrayed by the chosen ones from Pickled Cabbage Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation, leading to rivers drying up for half a month, leaving our national fortune at a mere 70 points. If another mishap occurs, the disaster will only worsen. Those wretched little Westerners. I hope Chen can muster some strength. I'm worried Chen seems utterly unreliable. I hope the National Department can expedite their research on the correct narrative rules and send them to Chen. Numerous netizens could not help but voice their concerns. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's Department of Bizarre Tales, in the highest conference room, a bespectacled young man handed a dossier to an elder seated at the head of the table. The elder took it, shifting his gaze from the screen displaying Chen, lowering his eyes to the document in hand. As he perused it, his expression grew increasingly grim. The young man adjusted his glasses and sighed. Elder Chen is merely a dropout from a third-rate university, currently unemployed, and most importantly, his teachers report that he is somewhat slow-witted. Given this, it appears our Dragon Nation is once again in peril. The young man's voice was laden with disappointment. Elder Chen, upon hearing this, sighed as well. Yet, in the next moment, a resolute glimmer ignited in his murky eyes. He patted the young man's shoulder and said firmly, regardless of his circumstances, Chen is fighting for our country. We must provide unwavering support. Inform the comrades to intensify their efforts as long as we can swiftly decode all the rules and relay them to Chen. We still possess hope. Reinvigorated by Elder Chen's determination, the young man nodded and promptly exited the conference room. In the realm of bizarre tales, having just digested the influx of information, Chen was suddenly greeted by a celestial mechanical voice. Beep, the rule analysis system is being activated. System binding in progress. System binding complete. As long as the host deciphers the correct rules within the narrative instance, rewards will be granted upon completion. The amount of points earned correlates with the number of rules deciphered. Points can be used for lotteries or to purchase goods in the system store. Beep, the beginner's gift package has arrived. Would the host like to claim it now? As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a smile gradually emerged on Chen's face. As a member of the transmigration cohort, how could he be unaware of systems? This was undeniably an essential tool for showcasing prowess. Claim, Chen eagerly proclaimed. Beep, congratulations, host. You have received a one-time death rewind experience ticket. The host may summon the system at any time to bind a save point. Upon hearing this reward, Chen's pupils dilated. Though it was merely a one-time experience ticket, its functionality was immensely powerful. As the name suggests, death rewind. By binding a save point in advance, upon death, the host will be transported back to the moment of the save. This was akin to gaining an extra life. Understanding this, Chen hastily instructed in his mind, System, bind this moment as a save point. Received, one experience ticket consumed, save point bound. Hearing the cold system voice, Chen felt a warmth in his heart. With a means of safeguarding his life in place, he faced the narrative rules with newfound courage. At that instant, Chen's vision blurred, and he was once again transported to a new world. Once he regained his composure, a massive zoo materialized before all the chosen ones, each clutching a map of the zoo. Chen glanced down at the map. At a cursory glance, it appeared to encompass dozens of animal zones. In the lower right corner, near the entrance, a sizable dashed area was marked, albeit with few animal varieties: a rabbit zone, a white lion zone, a monkey zone, and an elephant zone, which struck him as rather peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Chen found this odd. He then turned the map over. Visitor guidelines for the zoo came into view. Chapter 2, Visitor Rules. What's the deal with the blue text? Dear visitors, welcome to the largest zoo in the city. We have gathered most of the world's animals and ensured that each one is housed in an environment tailored to its needs. We hope you enjoy your visit. During your tour, it is imperative that all visitors adhere to the following rules to ensure your safety. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. 1. If you're headstrong and stubborn, feel free to disregard these guidelines and enjoy your visit to the fullest. 2. The safety measures here are infallible. There is no possibility of animal escape, particularly among the small herbivores, all securely confined in untouchable enclosures. Hence, if you witness a rabbit fleeing, kindly comfort it and hand it over to the staff. The rabbit could provide solace. The latter part is in blue text. 3. The primate zone features only one street, showcasing only primate species. If you discover 2 streets and the primates are clad in black attire, please choose the left street and endeavor to conclude your visit to that zone as swiftly as possible. Point 4. Should you find the appearance of the elephants before you to differ from your own understanding, do not panic. Open your eyes wide and remind yourself that seeing is believing. 5. The beverage shop at the zoo does not offer rabbit's blood. If you happen upon it on the shelves, kindly disregard it and purchase other refreshments. 6. Refrain from lingering in the shade of the rabbit enclosure, but feel free to seek respite in the aquarium during the day. 7. This establishment boasts an aquarium. Should any staff member attempt to sell you tickets for the aquarium, acquiesce. There exists an alternative exit. 8. Rabbits do not emit laughter. If you hear the sound of a rabbit laughing, tear off the portion of the map marked with a dotted line and hold it firmly until you have completely exited the zoo. 9. If you violate any of the aforementioned rules, locate the nearest staff member in blue clothing within 15 minutes. They will escort you to the lion enclosure. Do not be afraid. The lions here will not attack you. Once all the white lions begin to roar, the staff will lead you away from the area. 10. There are only 4 white lions in this park. If you observe more than 4 roaring, do not exit the park. Inform the staff and wait until the number of white lions is restored to 4 before departing. 11. If you see individuals adorned with rabbit ear accessories following the crowd into the elephant enclosure, keep your eyes wide open to witness the spectacle, as this will ensure your safety. 12. The lion enclosure is secure. Should you encounter any dangerous situation that you cannot resolve or seek assistance for, immediately and by any means necessary, proceed to the lion enclosure. 13. It is permissible to purchase any animal-themed toys for children age 12 and under for those age 13 to 17. Animal plushies must be discarded within a month of purchase. Individuals aged 18 and above may only purchase rabbit toys. Having perused these rules, Chen felt an immediate buzzing in his mind. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Before his traversal, he had heard tales of zoo-related myths. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he understood that adhering to the dictates of such myths would ensure survival. Yet, trouble loomed ahead. Why were numerous rules emblazoned in blue? Furthermore, many of the black and blue text presented logical contradictions. For instance, the second rule stated that small herbivores are confined within untouchable enclosures. If the black text holds truth, Does that not imply that the unconfined rabbits are not herbivorous? What then is their sustenance? The blue text suggests caressing the rabbits. Could that not lead to demise? However, upon revisiting the blue text of the 5th and 7th rules, one points to the location of an alternative exit, while the other discourages the purchase of rabbit's blood. That rabbit's blood exudes a sinister aura, clearly not a good omen. Ignoring the rabbit's blood appears to be the prudent choice. Moreover, considering the first black rule, if you are willful and stubborn, you may disregard these regulations and enjoy your visit to your heart's content. What does it mean to disregard rules in the realm of mythical regulations? Is this atheist? Does one truly believe they possess a Gatling gun wreathed in blue flames? In this light, the probability that the blue text reflects the correct rules seems significantly higher. Chen's subconscious also leaned to Chapter 3, The Land of Kimchi, Old Grievances and New Hatreds. At this moment, the chatroom of the Dragon Nation was ablaze with fervent discussion. When they noticed Chen putting away the map, panic set in. Had Chen really believed the first rule after merely glancing at it? It seemed plausible, otherwise. How could he have memorized all the rules so swiftly? Brothers, it's over. Quick, check the social media. Someone has leaked Chen's personal information. This kid seems to have a screw loose. Damn it, don't mess with our Dragon Nation. If we select a fool as our chosen one, how can we proceed? Last time, our chosen one was sabotaged by Xiaoxi Ba and Xiaoba Jie, and now we are stuck with a simpleton. Is this fate conspiring against us? Why couldn't this idiot Chen just drop dead sooner? Why must he be chosen as the chosen one and drag me down with him? I truly wish to strike his ancestors' graves. Upstairs, this fool is an orphan. You won't even find his ancestors' graves. As the crowd examined Chen's leaked personal information, a collective wail of despair echoed through the room. As more people became aware of the news, many could not contain their anger. After all, despair often breeds fury. In the conference room of the Dragon Nation's paranormal department, Elder Chen stared intently at the rules displayed on the screen. Turning his back to the crowd, he inquired in a low voice, "What does the computer analysis yield regarding these rules? According to the logic of the rules, we can exclude the scenario where all blue text is incorrect, due to numerous events not yet triggered. The possibility of some black text being correct or some blue text being correct remains unquantifiable. Thus, we will compare and analyze based solely on the 3 most probable scenarios." The youth with glasses responded clearly. The computer analysis indicates a 41.77 probability that the blue text represents the correct rules, a 22.33 probability for the black text, and a 35.9 probability that both black and blue texts are correct. Upon hearing these figures, Elder Chen turned to face the crowd. "What are your thoughts? Based on previous difficulties and experiences, the blue markings are typically the correct options. It should be the same this time." An elderly man with graying hair replied first. "I concur. If the blue were false, then the rules would be rather sinister. It makes no sense for the difficulty to suddenly spike in this instance." "I feel the same way." A chorus of agreement followed. Elder Chen nodded silently, withholding further comment. At that juncture, the elderly man suggested, "Given Chen's demeanor, it appears he has accepted the first rule. Should we not remind him to trust the blue text?" Elder Chen furrowed his brow. He too believed the blue text to be the correct answer. As long as they adhered to the blue markings, they would surely succeed. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, particularly upon observing the clarity and depth in Chen's eyes, which did not align with the foolishness described in the investigation. A flicker of trust for Chen ignited within Elder Chen. "Let us hold off for now and wait for the intelligence department to gather more information." He declined the proposal. Meanwhile, the contestant from the land of Kimchi, Jin Shiba, smiled as he examined the rules in his hands. "These rules are quite intriguing, yet they pose no challenge for me. I have seen through them. Based on past experiences, the blue text is undoubtedly correct. Although the blue text may appear peculiar at first glance, its very oddity signifies its truth. The essence of the paranormal world is to instill fear, making us hesitant to act according to the correct rules. I am truly a genius." Jin Shiba analyzed this in his mind. As he pondered, he glanced around at the other chosen ones, noticing that most were still scratching their heads in confusion. He couldn't help but scoff at their foolishness. Suddenly, he noticed Chen from the Dragon Nation, who had put away the rules and was now curiously surveying the entrance of the zoo. After a moment's thought, Jin Shiba understood. This fool had evidently taken the first rule seriously. What a dimwit. Then, a clever idea sparked in his mind. He donned a friendly smile and approached Chen. "Greetings, chosen one of the Dragon Nation. I am Jin Shiba from the land of Kimchi. Firstly, I wish to express my condolences for the demise of your nation's previous chosen one. I also wish to take this opportunity to clarify to the viewers from your nation that your contestant's death was truly not my doing. As a neighboring nation, I am more than willing to assist you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can help your chosen one clear the challenges. I hear your nation's fortune has dwindled to just 70 points. Fear not, I will reveal to you the correct rules. With that, Jin Shiba patted Su Chen on the shoulder, adopting a big brotherly demeanor. Listening to these words, a memory flashed through Su Chen's mind. The last time the rules were unsettling was during the climbing scenario. The Dragon Nation's contestant had initially progressed smoothly, only to be approached at the last moment by Jin Shiba and Inuzuka Kin from the Sakura Nation, begging for help. The Dragon contestant, moved by compassion, revealed the hidden rules. Yet, after being saved, those two did not express gratitude but instead sabotaged the Dragon contestant's rope, leading to his demise. As these memories resurfaced, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within them. Chapter 4. A strange transformation? A bizarre scene, however, in the next moment. Su Chen once again displayed his endearing smile. My name is Su Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said, extending his hand to shake that of the other person, feigning delight. He continued, could you please enlighten me on the correct rules? I find these rules rather perplexing. Seeing this, Jin Shiba felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would be so easily deceived. Based on my experience, only the first rule holds truth. One should not trust anything else. Moreover, following the conventional narrative of supernatural tales, those who act first tend to be safer, while those who linger behind face greater peril. Therefore, I suggest you set off promptly, Jin Shiba said with a smile. All right, thank you, Su Chen replied with a grin, taking the lead and stepping through the entrance of the zoo. At that moment, the live stream from Longhua erupted in chaos. This Su Chen is utterly naive. How could he trust someone from Paokai country? I felt my blood pressure rising. Years of mental strain had seemingly been cured by Su Chen's folly. Heaven is forsaking Longhua. How could we have chosen such a fool as our champion? I was exasperated, betting that Su Chen wouldn't survive for 10 minutes. Otherwise, I would eat my phone. Soon after, furious netizens flooded into the Paokai country's live stream. How could Jin Shiba be so malicious, sabotaging our Longhua contestant? Do you have no conscience? What are you talking about? Our Jin contestant is simply upholding the friendship between neighboring nations by assisting you. Are you shamelessly lying? Is this what you call help? You Longhua people are truly uncouth. Last time, you accused our Jin contestant of harming your people, and now, despite our chosen one extending a helping hand, you choose to insult us. Truly disgraceful, you Easterners. What's wrong with tricking you? Is it not your Su Chen's foolishness to blame? If you disagree, why not use your one-time hint opportunity right away? Longhua dogs, hurry back to your own live stream. The netizens from Longhua were completely enraged, their collective blood pressure skyrocketing. The entire live stream was filled with furious nationalistic sentiments. At this moment, Su Chen strolled through the entrance of the zoo. As he stepped across the threshold, he attempted to retreat, only to find his way blocked by an invisible barrier. It seemed that one could not exit the zoo without completing the tour. However, Su Chen remained unperturbed, having saved his progress. He ventured along the path into the rabbit area. As he explored, he quickly noticed several rabbits appearing under the shade of the trees. Following his earlier conversation with Jin Shiba, he had determined that the other would act according to the blue text. With this control group established, Su Chen resolved to do the opposite, disregarding all the rules written in blue. Thus, when he spotted the rabbits beneath the trees, he chose to ignore them entirely and cross through the entire rabbit zone. Meanwhile, seeing Su Chen venture further, Jin Shiba also began to take action. After all, in the realm of supernatural narratives, the speed of clearing challenges would directly affect the final rewards. He had already established the rules and saw no reason to waste time. Jin Shiba strode confidently into the rabbit area, scanning his surroundings. Before long, he noticed a rabbit hidden under a secluded tree shade. A smile crept across his face. Fixating on the rabbit, he felt an exhilarating rush of inspiration. He sensed a surge of intelligence blossoming within him. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily analyzed the rules. The rabbit under the shade indicated that the second rule, stating that animals have no possibility of escaping, was erroneous. Furthermore, reflecting on the sixth rule, do not linger in the shade of the rabbit area, only confirmed that the black text was indeed false, while the blue text held the truth. Having pieced this together, he eagerly stepped beneath the shade. When the rabbit saw him approaching, it did not flee in fright. Jin Shiba's joy intensified, further affirming his analysis was correct. He knelt down and extended his right hand to stroke the rabbit. With each caress, his mind became increasingly exhilarated, an avalanche of thoughts flooding his consciousness. He fell into a trance-like state, only his right hand continuing to caress the rabbit. At that moment, The chosen ones from other nations watched from a distance, observing Jin Shiba in the rabbit area. While they, too, believed the blue text to be correct, they had no objection to watching Paukai country's contestant take the lead in this dangerous venture. After all, rankings and survival were priorities that did not compare. Just as Jin Shiba stroked the rabbit for the 10th time, an eerie child's laughter echoed from the shade in the rabbit area. The onlookers froze, their hair standing on end, cold sweat pouring down their backs. This was not the end. Jin Shiba remained oblivious, continuing to caress the rabbit, while his facial features began to contort grotesquely. To everyone's horror, a pair of eyes sprouted from his cheeks, and even more disturbingly, rabbit ears began to emerge from the top of his head. Panic ensued as everyone fled in terror. However, due to the narrowness of the path and the sheer number of people, many became trapped beneath the shade of the trees, and one by one, they began to crouch down to stroke the rabbits. At this moment, Lan Mu from Cho country was desperately fleeing, only to find the path blocked by Inazuka Ken from Inghua country. Enraged, he kicked the chosen one out of the way and shouted, "How dare you, son of a dog from Inghua country, obstruct my path? Beware, or your nation may find itself flattened by a nuclear strike." Inazuka Ken, taken by surprise, stumbled into the grass, nearly tumbling into the shade. Upon looking up, he saw the shade looming perilously close to him, sending a jolt of fear through him. He hastily scrambled to his feet and scurried back onto the path. Chapter 5. Rabbits are not herbivorous creatures. Once he regained his composure and reflected upon his recent experiences, Inazuka Kenichira's expression darkened. He cast a resentful glare at the distant figure of Ram, who had fled. The crowd was in disarray. Yet the true chaos emanated from the citizens of the chosen nations who had been tasked with capturing the rabbits. The live broadcast in the land of Kimchi was a complete shambles. Damn it, Jin Shiba truly deserves his fate for daring to be the first to test the rules. This is disastrous. Calamity and horror are about to befall our nation. I fervently pray that it does not descend upon Shoer City, capture his family, and eliminate them all. Let the suffering of our people be avenged. It serves you right. You Kimchi folk have ensnared our dragon nation, and now you face retribution. Meanwhile, the president of the land of Kimchi dialed a number. Arrest all of Jin Shiba's family. Ensure they do not escape. If necessary, we can unleash public outrage upon them. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. After hanging up, the president slammed his palm upon the table before him, bellowing, "Jin Shiba truly deserves to perish." In stark contrast to the fury of the land of Kimchi, the live stream from the Dragon Nation was filled with a sense of camaraderie and joy. It is often said that fools enjoy a peculiar kind of fortune, and the ancients have not misled me. Jin Shiba is indeed deserving of his fate. Not only did he inadvertently assist us, but he also signed his own death warrant. May the heavens bless the Dragon Nation. May they bless Su Chun. Go, Su Chun. Have faith that the black text is correct. You shall surely succeed. At that moment, Su Chun faintly heard the laughter of children drifting from the rabbit enclosure behind him. As the laughter persisted, he began to feel as though he was being watched. His mind grew increasingly muddled and chaotic. Suddenly, he recalled the 8th rule. If you hear the laughter of rabbits, tear off the dotted line from the map and hold it tightly until you have completely exited the zoo. He hastily retrieved the map and tore off the lower right section along the dotted line, gripping the piece of paper firmly in his hand. As he did so, the sensation of being watched began to dissipate. Su Chun exhaled deeply. It appeared that fortune smiled upon him after all. The black text was indeed correct. The crisis was temporarily averted. With the map's dotted section in hand, he strode forward. Before long, the sign marking the monkey enclosure came into view. After ensuring he remembered the relevant rules, he stepped into the monkey zone. Meanwhile, in the rabbit enclosure, panic reigned as people gazed fearfully at those attempting to capture the rabbits. A few quick-witted individuals, such as the contestants from Hanami and the Ugly Nation, had already realized that the blue text might be a trap. They swiftly followed the 8th rule, tearing off the dotted line portion of their maps and clutching it tightly. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jin Shiba of the land of Kimchi, his peculiar 4 eyes gradually returning to normal, approached a nearby black-clad staff member while cradling a rabbit. "I wish to surrender this rabbit," Jin Shiba stated, his voice stiff as he locked eyes with the staff member. The staff member took 2 steps back, trembling slightly as he replied, "Place the rabbit on the ground and give me your map." "Very well." Jin Shiba's voice returned to normal as he nodded and complied obediently. The staff member took the map and carefully tore off the dotted portion, then proceeded to feed it to the rabbit, which appeared ravenous. As soon as the paper was presented, the rabbit eagerly devoured it. Moments later, the eerie laughter returned, this time tinged with dissatisfaction and confusion. Simultaneously, the black-clad staff member no longer acknowledged Jin Shiba, and turned to flee towards the monkey enclosure. Jinshiba, bewildered by the staff member's abrupt departure, unconsciously scratched his head. Strangely, his hand passed through the rabbit ears atop his head, as if they were from an entirely different dimension. This scene left the onlookers in shock. Inazuka Kenichira, am I seeing things? Did you witness Jinshiba's actions? His hand seemed to pass right through the rabbit's ears. Ram, you are not imagining it. I saw that too. How can this be? Are these mere illusions meant to frighten us? It is possible. The challenge of this bizarre tale may indeed lie in the fact that following the blue text leads to exceptionally strange, yet harmless illusions, designed to intimidate us into making erroneous choices. Therefore, it seems the blue text may actually be correct. However, we can wait a little longer to observe the outcomes of others beneath the shade of the trees. You, son of a nation, are rather astute. Your reasoning holds merit. Let us indeed wait. With that, Ram chuckled heartily and patted Inazuka Kenichira on the back, causing him to stumble slightly. A glint of cold light intensified in Inazuka Kenichira's gaze. In the rabbit enclosure, the expressions of the remaining individuals gradually returned to normal. They all began to cradle the rabbits in front of them, searching for a staff member. However, the lone black-clad staff member nearby had already fled, leaving them unable to find anyone. With no other option, they could only carry the rabbits and proceed forward slowly, hoping to both explore and locate a staff member. Chapter 6. Do monkeys wear clothes? Meanwhile, Jinshiba had just taken out his phone to check the time. To his astonishment, the screen reflected his own visage. A pair of snow-white rabbit ears swayed atop his tawny hair, creating a striking spectacle. Startled, Jinshiba broke into a cold sweat, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. His left hand instinctively reached for the top of his head, only to find his hand passing through the rabbit ears as if they were mere illusions. Taken aback, he hurriedly attempted once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He then quickly assessed his physical condition and discovered no abnormalities. Confusion gripped him, but soon clarity dawned. A smile crept upon his face as he realized that he shared a similar perception with the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms. The blue text would elicit bizarre and terrifying illusions. Yet these phantoms would inflict no tangible harm, merely a fright. With this understanding, he swiftly concealed his smile, adopting a mask of panic as he rushed towards the onlookers. When he was about 10 meters away, he halted and shouted, "Do not touch the rabbit. The blue text is incorrect. I feel unwell. I believe I am transforming into a rabbit." Having uttered these words, Jinshiba did not await a response, but turned and fled down the path designated for tourists. Fools. The first prize is mine, he mused silently. Simultaneously, in the live broadcast room of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, spectators had noted Jinshiba's expression, which instantly morphed from despair to jubilation. Goodness, what is happening? Jinshiba has returned to normal. Observing his demeanor, one could deduce that the blue rule was merely a fade. In reality, it adhered to the true regulations. Such keen analysis. Jinshiba is indeed remarkably astute, truly the chosen one of our Pickled Vegetable Nation. While competitors from other nations are bewildered by our champion, we, the Pickled Vegetable Nation, rightfully stand as the epicenter of the universe. Just wait and see, Pickled Vegetable Nation. Our intelligence department in the ugly nation is surely aware of this matter. Prepare for your downfall. In the rabbit enclosure, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, most suspecting that the citizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation would not be so benevolent, given their competitive relationship. At that moment, many chosen ones from various countries received alerts from their respective nations. Without hesitation, they deployed their singular opportunity for external guidance. Based on expert analyses of microexpressions, it was concluded that the competitor from the Pickled Vegetable Nation was lying. The blue text must be correct. With newfound confidence, the crowd surged forward into the rabbit enclosure, searching for rabbits hidden beneath the shade of trees. The representatives from the ugly nation and the land of cherry blossoms, despite not receiving any notifications, confirmed their suspicions upon witnessing the actions of the crowd and swiftly joined the fray in pursuit of the rabbits. Elsewhere, Chen was exploring the monkey zone, where everything seemed remarkably calm and uneventful. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he spotted a staff member clad in black rushing towards him. Chen furrowed his brow, recalling that the personnel at the entrance wore blue uniforms. Why was this individual dressed in black? A sense of caution began to stir within him. As the black-clad figure approached, Chen instinctively stepped back to clear the path. The staff member brushed past him, racing ahead without acknowledging his presence, even stealing a glance. Puzzled, Chen watched the figure disappear into the distance, exuding an air of panic as if fleeing from something. What could possibly be pursuing him? Just then, Chen felt a strange distortion in front of him. A fork in the previously straight path appeared on the right, and without hesitation, the black-clad individual veered down that route. Chen was taken aback, recalling a crucial regulation. In the monkey enclosure, there is only one path showcasing primates. If you encounter two paths, and the monkeys are dressed in black, choose the left path and exit the enclosure as swiftly as possible. Remembering this, he quickly glanced at the monkeys atop the foam mountain to his right. A chill coursed through him as he noticed a monkey clad in a black uniform identical to that of the staff member who had just passed. Chen shuddered and turned to look down the forked path again, only to find it shrouded in thick white mist, obscuring any trace of the fleeing figure. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he resolved to adhere to the established rules and quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room in the Dragon Nation erupted into chaos. This is bad. I saw in other nations' broadcasts that those terrifying entities are merely illusions. It seems the blue text is the truth. Yet, Chen has been navigating safely by following the black text. Safe. Did you not see that the monkeys were wearing black clothing, and a fork in the path emerged? How can that be deemed safe? We're doomed. I fear Chen has been ensnared by the rules. What is our nation thinking? Why has anyone notified him? The audience from the Dragon Nation was nearly beside themselves with anxiety, wishing for immediate communication to warn Chen to turn back and seek the rabbits. Chapter 7. To the left or to the right? In the esteemed conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's Monster Tales Department, a divergence of opinions emerged among the attendees. Elder Chen, having assessed the performances of competitors from other nations alongside intelligence reports, unveiled the latest results from computer analysis. Due to insufficient samples, this analysis adhered to prior logic, offering a rough comparison based solely on three major criteria. The probability of the correct rule in blue text stood at 71-31, while the probability in black text was merely 23-63, with both colors indicating a correct rule at 5-0-6. Should we promptly inform Chen? Inquired a bespectacled youth. Gazing at Elder Chen's silhouette, Elder Chen remained silent, his murky eyes fixated on Chen's gaze, where he discerned something familiar, a look that could only be observed on the battlefield, resolute, courageous, yet possessing a cunning agility akin to that of a fox. How could Chen be a fool? He must have his own considerations. Elder Chen, it's time to make a decision. The youth pressed again, with a long exhale. Elder Chen turned, his voice resolute as he stated, "Let us wait a moment longer. Chen is extraordinary. Observe the map he clutches, indicating that he does not blindly trust Jin Shiba's words. He has already seen through the other's deceit. If that is the case, why does he not choose the blue rule? I believe he must have his reasons." Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, the attendees unconsciously shifted their gaze towards Chen's right hand. Previously, when Chen tore the map, the broadcast had switched to the scene from the pickled vegetable nation due to Jin Shiba's sudden transformation, so they had missed Chen's actions. It was only now, prompted by Elder Chen, that they noticed something amiss. Chen's right hand had remained clenched into a fist, and within the gaps of his fingers, traces of paper were indeed faintly visible, causing the group to gasp in astonishment. According to the investigation, Chen was a dropout with a dull intellect. Yet his current demeanor was clearly at odds with the information. Amidst the astonishment, Elder Chen continued, "Inform the brother departments to regulate the language used in the live stream. Discussions and analyses are permissible, but insults are not. Chen is fighting for our Dragon Kingdom. We cannot allow our hero to bleed and weep. Furthermore, open the firewall. No other nations are to be permitted to watch." Elder Chen squinted as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled youth promptly complied and exited the conference room. Shortly thereafter, an announcement appeared on the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Chen is a hero fighting for the nation. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom must refrain from casual insults. This fool Chen must have connections. Look, they are attempting to silence the masses, remarked a user from the northern continent. Can someone elaborate on this matter? The announcement is indeed correct. Regardless, he is fighting for this nation. What have you done aside from typing at your keyboard? Instead of venting your frustrations, why not apply your efforts to understanding the underlying logic of this world of monsters? It might even benefit the nation. Goodness, why has Chen chosen the left path? This is disastrous. Something is bound to happen. With this remark, all eyes shifted back to Chen, who resolutely walked toward the left path, quickly vanishing into the mist, leaving no trace behind. At the very moment Chen stepped into the left fork, the chosen ones from various nations arrived at the monkey zone. Among them, roughly half sported rabbit ears, cradling rabbits in their arms, clearly adhering to the blue rule. The other half lacked ears due to a shortage of rabbits. Among them, the most conspicuous were the individuals from the ugly country and the cherry blossom nation. Ram proudly held his rabbit aloft, while Yamashita Inuyama, beside him, sported a black eye and an empty head, casting envious glances at Ram's back. As the crowd advanced cautiously, they soon noticed the black-clad monkey atop the artificial hill, prompting surprise and hastening their pace to depart. However, mere steps into their retreat, the path ahead suddenly branched off. Confusion ensued, for the rules related to this matter were in black text, which they had come to perceive as false. Consequently, they were at a loss. At that moment, Jin Shiba stepped forward, smiling as he turned to enter the right fork. As his figure gradually faded into the fog, many of those with rabbit ears awakened from their stupor. If the black rule indicated a leftward path, then surely the opposite must be the correct answer. With this realization, those adorned with rabbit ears promptly set off toward the right passage. Yamashita Inuyama, observing Ram's retreating form, contemplated following, but suddenly felt a surge of caution. If the black text was indeed false, then the logical course of action would be to remain stationary. He halted abruptly, a smile creeping across his face as he gazed at Ram's back. Baka, what a fool. If you seek death, then so be it, he muttered softly. Chapter 8. New rules. Thus, the crowd adorned with rabbit ears, along with those lacking conviction, gravitated towards the right path. The remaining select few, akin to those from the Cherry Blossom Nation, discerned the pivotal information and consequently paused in their tracks. As time meandered on, approximately half an hour elapsed. Just as Inuzuka Kagami began to doubt his deductions, a staff member clad in blue work attire approached. The chosen ones, upon noticing, hurriedly converged, clamoring to recount the peculiar incident. The blue-clad worker's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing their accounts. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return promptly, he exclaimed, turning on his heel and sprinting back toward the entrance of the monkey zone. Soon, he emerged from the underbrush, brandishing a sign that he planted firmly in the center of the path. The inscription read, Monkey Zone temporarily closed. After attending to this matter, the blue-clad worker hastened back, his countenance fraught with alarm. Follow me, he urged, striding purposefully towards the left path. Observing this, Inuzuka Kagami's smile broadened. He realized he had been correct in his assumptions. While the tormentor, Lamb, had evidently made a grave error, that wretched individual was surely doomed. Delighted, he followed the worker's lead. Simultaneously, as Suchan felt he had wandered through the murk for a good 10 minutes, he finally emerged from the fog. In that instant, clarity enveloped him. He exhaled deeply and began to survey his surroundings. Almost immediately, a crumpled piece of paper at his feet caught his attention. Bending down to retrieve it, he unfurled the paper and discovered it was scrawled with a multitude of hasty notes. The edges bore the hastily written word escape, crossed out, and survive. 1. Rabbit blood does not exist. It is goat meat. This line was repeatedly inscribed and crossed out, rendering the final content illegible. 2. The goat zone is an elephant, accompanied by a crude drawing of an elephant sporting rabbit ears. 3. Rabbits will consume monkeys. This line was crossed out, with a question mark encircling the word monkey. One cannot converse with staff in the monkey zone, cannot exit, cannot feed the monkeys, nor enter when there is only one path. 4. Do not enter the aquarium when no one is present. 5. Only goat meat is permissible for consumption. 6. If the aquarium lights go out at night, do not stay overnight. 7. The first 4 white lions are monkeys, the 5th white lion is a goat. The rabbit is an elephant, and blue is black. This line was emphasized. 8. You are a whale, I am a goat. This line was inscribed in a hasty scrawl. 9. You are an elephant, I am a white lion. This line was notably well written. As Suchan regarded this note, his expression darkened considerably. The inexplicable yet profoundly alarming phrases left him feeling intensely uneasy. The notion of an elephant with rabbit ears and the idea that rabbits could consume monkeys struck him with tremendous force. However, Suchan possessed a virtue. If he could not comprehend something at the moment, he would not dwell on it, for to ponder excessively might lead to demise at the hands of some malevolent tale, or worse, to a complete psychological breakdown. Stowing the note away, Suchan resumed his examination of the surroundings. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the security room, not far from the shop and the elephant enclosure. He turned and approached the security room, intending to inquire about the situation. Soon, he stood at the door, raising his hand to knock a few times. To his dismay, no one responded. Undeterred, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was devoid of occupants, featuring only an old desk with a photograph of a security guard atop it, accompanied by a note plastered with hurried writing. Furrowing his brow, Suchan approached the desk, briefly glancing at the photograph. It depicted a middle-aged man nearing 40, with dark skin and a prominent scar along his left forearm, suggestive of a bite wound. Nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy. He shifted his gaze to the adjacent note, and in short order, he absorbed the contents. Shock registered on his face. To my shift replacement. Any chance visitor to the security room, or any newcomer who happens upon this note, greetings. During your tenure, please adhere strictly to the directives outlined herein. These are the cumulative experiences that have enabled me to maintain safety and mental stability. I wish not to lose another colleague nor endure any further inexplicable occurrences. I trust you share this sentiment. After reading this advice, pretend you have not seen it and carry on with your duties. 1. Always remember the color of your clothing. It can be any hue, red, blue, black. Do not alter the color of your attire. It is crucial to maintain a steadfast self-awareness. Do not let it perceive any doubt or hesitation in your external cognition. 2. Believe. Animals are worthy of your trust. Only animals are deserving. 3. Rabbits will consume humans. Those donning rabbit ear accessories will not. Shade from trees will consume humans. Those who prune the shade will not. Elephants will consume humans. Those who observe elephants will not, nor will those who do not. White lions will consume humans. Luminous jellyfish will not. In a childish scrawl, is it because jellyfish lack brains? 4. It will cry when hindered, and it will laugh when successful. Do not concern yourself with its nature. Once you recognize it, play joyfully together. There is no escaping it. 5. Any food that appears inexplicably on shelves is a test. Do not heed the labels on the food, nor concern yourself with others' nomenclature. Ignore it. If necessary, treat it as ordinary sustenance and consume it. Do not let it realize you are aware. Eat, for I cherish you. Once finished, we shall view the jellyfish together. 6. Humans possess 2 eyes. Arranged horizontally on either side of the nose, the rest are not human. If human appearance alters, it indicates you are being observed. Please strive to align your perception with its own, or at least refrain from indecision. In a childish scrawl, are humans monkeys? Upon reading the note from the security room, a whirlwind of thoughts surged through Chen's mind. The visitor rules, along with the contents of the paper he had found, continuously corroborated the note's assertions. In no time, he began to piece together a coherent chain of logic. Chapter 9. Analyzing rules and deciphering key information, beginning with the premise that black signifies correctness and blue denotes error. The first step is to discard the found note, as it lacks the blue font and thus offers no reference value. The first rule for visitors and the first note from the security room essentially convey the same message, a resolute understanding. This implies that it may manipulate the perceptions of visitors, potentially triggering subsequent hunting. The more volatile the perception, the more susceptible one becomes. Following this logic, we observe that the second rule from the security room likely advises to trust humanity, yet the note's blue text states to trust animals. Since the visitor rules are designed to assist guests in their escape, while the note aims to protect staff from cognitive pollution, why introduce such ambiguous blue regulations? At this moment, Chen recalled the 7th statement on the note. The first 4 white lions are monkeys, the 5th white lion is a goat. The rabbit is an elephant, and blue is black. This sentence is emphasized. The author of that note displayed a bewildering level of confusion, clearly indicating that their cognition had been compromised. Thus, it stands to reason that their understanding was gravitating closer to that of the entity. Consequently, the assertion that blue equates to black takes on new implications. One might boldly speculate that it could be incapable of distinguishing between blue and black. Given this premise, the blue font may serve as a covert warning to visitors that these are traps. Furthermore, this method of changing font colors would likely escape its notice. However, it also reveals a far more terrifying truth. It is nearing the dissolution of the constraints of the rules. It is distorting the regulations. This is precisely why the staff resorted to such desperate measures, marking problematic rules in blue during printing to prevent the entity from randomly distorting the text. As for the visitor regulations that lack blue font, Chen formulated some thoughts. For instance, regarding the rule about monkeys. The security label explicitly states that the rabbit consumes humans. Yet, the third point on the found note mentions that the rabbit consumes monkeys, with a question mark drawn near the monkeys. This indicates it cannot discern between monkeys and humans. Therefore, it did not choose to distort the rules related to monkeys. Regarding the rule about tearing down the map's dashed line, it is possible that, in its cognition, the zoo exists solely within that dashed area, while other regions of the map evoke discomfort. Thus, tearing down this section of the map aligns with its understanding, which is why this rule remains unaltered. The remaining undistorted rules are straightforward, as they all involve white lions. Clearly, it harbors a fear of white lions, and as a consequence, any rule involving them remains intact. Having unraveled these foundational logics, Chen turned his attention once more to the 5th and 6th points on the security note. Do not let it know that you have become aware of its presence. Eat. I like you all. Once you finish, let us go watch the jellyfish, depicted in blue. Humans possess 2 eyes, arranged horizontally on either side of the nose. The rest are not human. If a human's appearance alters, it indicates they are being observed by it. During this time, please strive to maintain a cognition that aligns with its own, or at least avoid significant fluctuations. These 2 points emphasize a crucial fact. To ensure self-preservation when under its scrutiny, one must strive to keep their cognition aligned with its own. At the very least, one's understanding should not fluctuate dramatically. This will prevent it from maintaining a sustained focus on you, lest it trigger horrific circumstances. Simultaneously, the latter point hints at another revelation. It may possess a cognitive distortion regarding eyes. Thus, whether it manifests as a human or targets an individual, the number and positioning of their eyes may exhibit peculiar alterations. This transformation can also serve as a form of warning. Having comprehended these intricacies, Chen was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. The complexities of this rule-based enigma were exceedingly high, as it transcended the boundaries of regulations and began distorting reality and rules, introducing an abundance of uncertainties. Currently, Chen had no effective strategies for this predicament. He placed the security note into his pocket, aware that there were still aspects of these rules he had yet to fully decipher and determined to explore them further when the opportunity arose. For now, he intended to wander elsewhere, perhaps to unearth additional valuable information. Through mutual corroboration, he might unravel the remaining mysteries. At this juncture, the audience in the Longwa live stream was utterly dumbfounded. Wow, folks, this rule has me completely baffled. Does anyone have a clever analysis? I can't make sense of it either, but did anyone notice Chen's change in expression? He seems to grasp something. I share the same sentiment. It appears Chen is not as foolish as the legends suggest. Could it be that he has been feigning ignorance all along? Regardless, it is a relief that Chen has uncovered 2 hidden rules, and thus far, all his actions have been unremarkable. This is the best news for us. Observing the present, the crowd gradually began to reassess their views on Chen, shifting from disdain to a subtle trust. After all, his journey thus far has been remarkably steady. Chapter 10. The onset of danger, triple assault on the other side. In the conference room of the Dragon Nation's Monster Tales Department, an enigmatic smile gradually spread across Elder Chen's face. What are your thoughts? He inquired, turning to his subordinates. There are many aspects that elude my understanding, one responded. I too find numerous elements perplexing, yet I have a nagging suspicion that the blue text resembles a trap. The analysis results from the computer should be forthcoming. Combined with data analysis, we might derive the correct conclusion. The others nodded in agreement. What of the chosen ones from other nations? Elder Chen continued to probe. They remain shrouded in mystery, yet to emerge. Once they do, we must promptly conduct comparative analysis and strive to relay the correct results to Chen. Our nation desperately needs this victory. Understood, replied the bespectacled youth. And what of the firewall? It has endured a substantial assault from foreign forces and is expected to hold for another half-hour. That will suffice, Elder Chen acknowledged, turning his gaze once more toward the screen displaying Chen. Are you, young man, concealing your true abilities? He silently pondered. Meanwhile, in the zoo, Chen approached a shop by the street. Unbeknownst to him, external discussions concerning him were rife, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. After all, these trivial matters paled in comparison to the fate of the Dragon Nation and his own life. At that moment, Chen contemplated the fact that since he possessed the ability to save himself, he must investigate this peculiar shop. According to the records within the rules, useful information was bound to be present. Resolute, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first sight that greeted him was a staff member clad in black. Engrossed in examining some items, he paused momentarily, recalling a recent encounter in the monkey area where a hurried staff member in black had passed by. Shortly before a black-clad monkey appeared atop Monkey Mountain, the eerie imagery had left a profound impact on him. Thus, upon discovering that the shopkeeper was also dressed in black, a tremor coursed through him. Nevertheless, Chen maintained an outward calm, revealing no signs of distress. His gaze wandered to the shelves, adopting the demeanor of a customer browsing for goods. However, upon inspecting the items, he felt a jolt of discomfort. On the beverage rack, a row of vibrant crimson drinks caught his eye. The transparent glass bottles bore the ominous label rabbit blood. The viscous, dark red liquid bore an uncanny resemblance to blood. A wave of nausea surged within him, prompting him to quickly divert his gaze. This diversion led him to a display of dolls, where among the assortment, a few rabbit dolls appeared particularly sinister. Their blood-red eyes seemed to fixate on him with an unsettling intensity. In the next instant, the world before Chen faded to darkness, leaving only the vision of a pristine white rabbit. In a daze, he sensed that the rabbit doll had opened its mouth, revealing a ghastly crimson. Its 3-part mouth slowly twisted into an exaggerated grin. Subsequently, the rabbit appeared to come to life, hopping down from the shelf and inching closer to Chen. Witnessing this, Chen felt an intense pressure behind his eyes, and an unbearable itch enveloped his scalp, as if something were attempting to burst forth from within. Amidst this chaos, echoes of children's laughter reverberated in his mind. Countless fragmented thoughts surged forth, making it increasingly challenging for Chen to concentrate on devising a strategy. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, a rule flickered in his subconscious. Akin to a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, he began to repeat in his mind, "I am human, I am human." At that moment, he could not fully comprehend the significance of his mantra. He merely sensed its potential utility and continued to recite it fervently. Meanwhile, the live broadcast in the Dragon Nation erupted in chaos. Did that rabbit doll just smile? Please tell me I'm imagining things. I saw it too. This is bad. Could Chen be in danger? Clearly, there's peril. Have you not noticed Chen's bloodshot eyes? He appears entranced, just like that fellow from Pickled Vegetable Nation. Good grief. Why did he even venture into this shop for snacks? Could he not survive without them? Now we're doomed. Hold on, don't panic. Look at Chen's eyes. The crimson hue is fading. Perhaps he is all right. The citizens of the Dragon Nation engaged in fervent discussion. Simultaneously, as Chen continued his internal repetition, he gradually regained sensation in his body. Control returned to him, and his mind cleared. Hastily, he closed his eyes and turned his body, isolating himself from the source of contamination. He resolutely fortified his self-awareness. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, now filled with determination. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on the severity of the cognitive pollution. It seemed designed to thwart any individual's success. Chen silently criticized the black-clad individuals, the rabbit blood, and the rabbit dolls, all positioned most conspicuously. Any visitor entering would inevitably take notice. This triple assault was nothing short of lethal. Were it not for Chen's discovery of a note in the security room, instilling a subconscious awareness of how to combat cognitive pollution, he would undoubtedly have succumbed. Fortunately, he had persevered. Regaining his composure, Chen completely removed the shells from his line of sight and turned his attention to the black-clad staff member. To his surprise, he found the individual observing him with keen interest. Chapter 11. Are you familiar with the aquarium? Is there something you wish to purchase? Our store has a newly arrived specialty drink called rabbit blood. I highly recommend you try it. The man in black noticed Chen looking his way and began to cheerfully promote his merchandise. I have no interest in that. Upon hearing the sales pitch, Chen felt an increased sense of caution and promptly declined. Then you might consider purchasing a lovely animal plush toy as a keepsake. For instance, that rabbit plush is quite delightful. As he spoke, the man in black gestured towards the toys on the opposite shelf. Chen frowned. This man in black was truly deceptive, persistently enticing him into a trap. I am not interested in that either. Chen reiterated his refusal. Noticing the other's gaze remained unwavering, the man in black's expression soured. What do you wish to buy? Choose quickly, and once you've made your purchase, please leave us to our work. The man in black spoke with a harsh tone. Observing the man's irritation, Chen felt a sense of relief. Understanding his adversary's intent put the power back in his hands. With a smile, Chen leaned closer to the man in black and quietly inquired, "Do you know about the aquarium?" Referring to Rules 6 and 7 for visitors, do not linger in the shade of the rabbit area, but feel free to cool off at the aquarium during the day. The latter part is highlighted in blue. Our facility includes an aquarium. If a staff member offers you tickets to the aquarium, accept them. There is an alternative exit there. The entire sentence is in blue. It was clear that the zoo did not possess an aquarium. Yet why had it conjured one from thin air? This had long puzzled Chen. Only moments ago, through subtle probing, he had discerned that the man in black seemed to be aiding this endeavor. If that were the case, perhaps this man might possess some information about the aquarium. Indeed, as Chen had surmised, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing his question. Of course, I know about it. You're fortunate. The aquarium is opening today, and I am responsible for ticket sales. Do you wish to go? I would love to go, but I lack the funds. Chen feigned disinterest, stretching his neck and leaning in closer, adopting a pleading demeanor. However, his eyes discreetly darted towards the booklet on the table, the very one the man had been perusing. The words employee guidelines leaped into Chen's view. Meanwhile, the man in black remained oblivious to Chen's covert glances at the manual. Hearing Chen express a desire to visit the aquarium, his smile broadened. That's not an issue. Since the aquarium just opened and is collaborating with the zoo, you can use the zoo map as well, the man in black said amiably. A sudden realization struck Chen. He understood the man's objective. He likely sought the dashed line section of the map. However, he had already torn that part away. With this in mind, he decided to test the waters. Chen handed over the remaining map, which the man accepted eagerly. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a corner was missing. The man's expression darkened once more. This map is damaged and unusable. His tone turned notably cold, and his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Observing this, Chen smiled faintly, having grasped the man's true intentions. Now, the man was at his mercy. All right. Enough of the charade. Let us discuss something substantial, Chen said with a grin. The man in black's expression shifted to one of wariness as he stepped back, suspicion filling his eyes. What are you playing at? What do you mean? I don't understand. He feigned ignorance. Chen sighed, exuding an air of helplessness. Must I spell it out for you? You are merely an impersonator of a staff member. Should I fetch a blue-uniformed employee right now? Upon hearing this, the man in black appeared flustered. With a quivering voice, he retorted, What makes you think I'm an imposter? Isn't it obvious? Your intentions are far too transparent. And what legitimate staff member reads the employee guidelines during work hours? That should be part of pre-employment training. After stating this, Chen shrugged and gazed at the man with keen interest, awaiting his response. The man in black's countenance grew even darker, glaring menacingly at Chen. What do you intend to do? Chen chuckled softly, patting the man's shoulder. Relax, I mean no harm. If I wish to do you ill, why would I announce it? I could simply contact a blue-uniformed employee, which would be far more efficient. After pondering Chen's explanation, the man in black recognized the validity of his words. What is your aim then? How about we strike a deal? What sort of deal? The man in black inquired, his expression laden with skepticism. Show me the employee guidelines in exchange for my promise of confidentiality and the assurance I'll help you lure in a visitor. As for whether you can obtain the dash line map, that depends on your own skills. A flicker of interest crossed the man's face. The conditions proposed were indeed his weaknesses. First, he needed to sell his goods here without being discovered by the blue-uniformed employees. Secondly, he desperately needed the dash portion of the map. Most importantly, he found himself trapped by Chen's proposition. Very well, I agree. Chapter 12. Employee Manual. The staff clad in black understood their precarious position as mere pawns on a chessboard. Lacking the means to negotiate with Chen, they resolved to make a favorable impression, hoping that the other party might adhere to their agreement and not renege on their word. With this thought, the black-clad individual presented the employee manual to Chen. Observing the other's compliance, Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Accepting the manual, he smiled at the black-clad figure before lowering his gaze to read intently. Employee Manual. Our establishment prides itself on exceptional employee benefits, offering tenfold overtime compensation and generous annual leave, along with comprehensive insurance for all staff. We hope that you will diligently adhere to the employee code while ensuring your safety. Life is precious and only granted once. Please protect yourself for the sake of your family by following these rules. 1. If you encounter an escaped rabbit, refrain from capturing it directly or approaching it. Instead, guide it towards the lion enclosure. The subsequent actions will be handled by the white lions. 2. The primate area consists of a single street. Should any visitor report the presence of 2 streets, escort the visitors who have entered the area to the left street and close the entrance. After all visitors have exited, seal off the primate enclosure for at least 10 minutes. 3. If, while inspecting the elephant exhibit, you observe an elephant that starkly contrasts with the image on the sign, cease your observation and repeatedly remind yourself that the true elephant is the one depicted on the sign, not the one before you. 4. Should you be employed at the beverage stand, check the shelves every hour. If you discover any inexplicable rabbit blood, promptly collect and store it properly. 5. Trim the bushes in the rabbit enclosure monthly, striving to eliminate any shaded areas. 6. Our establishment does not possess an aquarium. If a colleague insists on its existence, immediately terminate the conversation. This colleague is no longer the person you once knew. 7. If you see the aquarium, do not enter. Convince yourself of its non-existence and leave at once. 8. The interval for feeding the rabbits is once every 7 days. No other snacks beyond the designated food may be offered. 9. If you hear laughter that clearly does not belong to visitors in the rabbit enclosure, tear out the last page of the employee manual along the dotted line, hold it in your hand, and proceed to the elephant area to discard the page on the grass. Other staff members will comprehend what has transpired and will not reprimand you for littering. 10. If a visitor seeks your assistance, claiming a breach of visitor regulations, immediately escort them to the lion enclosure. During this time, you may encounter colleagues in black uniforms attempting to interfere with your duties. Reject and ignore them. They are not your colleagues. 11. There are only 4 white lions in the lion enclosure. If their number unexpectedly exceeds 4, present the rabbit blood to them and splatter it upon the first white lion that approaches. Following this, leave immediately. Do not linger to observe any additional white lions. 12. If you see someone adorned with rabbit earrings entering the elephant enclosure, Swiftly disperse nearby visitors and guard the entrance until you hear the sound of children screaming from within the exhibit. 13. Experiencing tinnitus, chest tightness, migraines, or red eyes within 5 minutes is normal. Do not be overly concerned. However, if these symptoms persist beyond 5 minutes, cease all work and make your way to the lion enclosure as swiftly as possible, employing any means necessary. 14. Treat the white lions with kindness. When their number is limited to 4, there is no need for excessive caution, as they have been trained since youth to be friendly towards humans. This section has been crossed out. If you should be unfortunate enough to be attacked by a white lion under normal circumstances but survive, Rules 6 and 7 become void. Do not rush to the hospital. You will not perish. Upon exiting the lion enclosure, proceed to the aquarium, and you will soon discover it. You will don a black uniform. After perusing these regulations, Chen was taken aback. The absence of any text in blue indicated two possibilities. The first suggested that employees possessed a method to resist the distortion of their rules. The second, however, was far more ominous. It implied indifference, an apathy towards the actions of the staff, possibly indicating that the entity had discovered loopholes in the regulations. Between these two scenarios, Chen leaned toward the first, for the implications of the latter were indeed terrifying. If the entity were unconcerned about the employee code, it would render this bizarre world an unsolvable enigma. Reflecting on this, Chen reined in his thoughts. Further contemplation of these scenarios would yield no definitive answers. It seemed prudent to thoroughly study the employee regulations first, and perhaps later, explore whether the staff possessed any means of resistance. Thus, Chen began to examine each rule meticulously. After a comprehensive review, he found that most rules held little of significance, merely reaffirming that the blue regulations were traps. Conversely, the final paragraph, which had been crossed out, proved to be rather intriguing. Chapter 13, Traps Everywhere. I buy rabbit blood. This segment confirms the existence of an aquarium here. One of the paths to discovering the aquarium is through an encounter with a white lion. The one must survive the attack. This also indicates that the lion enclosure is not entirely safe. Under certain conditions of cognitive pollution, the white lion poses a significant threat. Following this analysis and considering the encounter with the man in black earlier, Chen has begun to form some conjectures. Perhaps the aquarium truly offers a means of escape. And within this increasingly distorted zoo, it may be the only potential avenue for salvation. However, it is crucial to note that donning the black uniform will render one incapable of escaping. The note from the security office has also served as a reminder. Remember the color of your clothing and do not change outfits. This may very well be the key to survival. With these realizations, Chen felt a surge of optimism. He returned the employee manual to the man in black, smiled, and prepared to leave. At that moment, several rules flashed through his mind. The first was the 5th rule for visitors. The zoo's beverage shop does not offer rabbit blood. If you see it on the shelves, please ignore it and purchase other food. The blue rule suggests disregarding rabbit blood and opting for alternative sustenance. Initially, Chen had not paid much attention, simply intending to avoid making any purchases. However, he now sensed something amiss. Combining the security note with the insight that any food appearing inexplicably on shelves is a test. Do not heed the labels on the food or how others refer to it. Ignore it. If necessary, treat it as ordinary food and consume it. It dawned upon him that this implied the necessity to purchase rabbit blood. Failing to do so might draw attention to this test. He recalled the incident when he was overwhelmed by a rabbit plush toy, during which the staff member in black deliberately promoted both the rabbit blood and the plush toy, suggesting that they were of the same peculiar nature. Perhaps it was indeed essential to buy the rabbit blood. Thus, Chen halted, turned back towards the shelves, and fixed his gaze on the rabbit blood, daring not to glance at the other items. He picked up a bottle of rabbit blood and presented it to the man in black, stating calmly, "I would like to buy a bottle to try." The man in black was taken aback, scrutinizing Chen once more before hastily adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Accepting the rabbit blood, he scanned the barcode, indicating that Chen should proceed with payment. The change in the man's expression did not escape Chen's keen observation. At that moment, Chen felt a wave of relief, knowing he had surmised correctly. He promptly paid, took the rabbit blood, and exited the shop. As he pushed open the door, sunlight streamed into the store, and some things began to change under its brilliance. Meanwhile, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream was driven to madness by Chen's antics. "Brothers, I can't take it anymore. Chen has the intelligence of SC Chardinger's cat, sometimes present, sometimes absent. Just as I was about to commend him for outsmarting the man in black, he dares to buy rabbit blood? I'm about to develop high blood pressure here." Others chimed in. "Watching Chen's actions is like riding a roller coaster. My low blood pressure has been cured." Is there a possibility that Su Chen's actions carry deeper significance? Have we underestimated him? What deeper meaning could there be? Isn't this just a freebie? If there is meaning, I'll eat my phone. Let us stop arguing and look at the rabbit blood and the shelves in Su Chen's hand. With this reminder from the barrage of comments, everyone turned their attention to Su Chen's right hand. They noticed that the rabbit blood in his grasp was gradually losing its crimson hue in the sunlight, transforming into transparency. The eerie lettering on the bottle morphed into the words mineral water. The audience was left in stunned silence. Much like the viewers, Su Chen was taken aback. While he had suspected the rabbit blood was suspicious, he hadn't anticipated this transformation. Realizing this, he quickly turned to examine the shelves within the store. In the sunlight, the shelves had changed. The row that had held the rabbit blood was now entirely filled with mineral water, while the rest of the space was awash in crimson, brimming with rabbit blood. A shiver ran down Su Chen's spine. It became evident that within the store, his perception had been distorted. No, it seemed the entire shop was ensnared in a web of distortion. Its tactics were nearly inescapable. Fortunately, he had recalled the relevant rules and purchased the rabbit blood, which allowed him to see through this trap. Otherwise, he would inevitably have succumbed to its snares. After all, one cannot survive without food and drink. He might have succumbed to hunger and thirst before even being affected by the bizarre cognitive pollution. Having unraveled this trap, Su Chen felt a surge of elation. He cast a radiant smile at the man in black before making his way towards the elephant enclosure. Chapter 14. Are you human or primate? At this moment, within the Dragon Kingdom's Department of Strange Tales, everyone was exchanging glances except for Elder Chen, who had his back turned to the group. Eventually, an elderly man broke the silence. We underestimated Su Chen. This young man is quite remarkable. Tell me, who among you discerned this trap beforehand? The others shook their heads in unison. Elder Chen, did you foresee that Su Chen was concealing his true abilities? The elder inquired, directing his gaze toward the esteemed Chen. Elder Chen turned around, chuckling softly. Not at all. I simply chose to place my trust in Su Chen. After all, understanding a person through their profile is never as reliable as observing their actions firsthand. Moreover, what of being simple-minded? During our nation's most perilous times, countless simple-minded individuals performed astonishing miracles. Thus, comrades, let us set aside our biases and strive for objectivity to effectively support our cause. Upon hearing these words, many felt a flush of shame, their heads bowing in humility. However, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were not afraid to acknowledge their mistakes. Soon, their spirits reignited with fierce determination. Heroes were fighting for their lives, and they would certainly fulfill their supportive roles. The primary focus now was the aquarium, which might very well be the true exit. We must swiftly devise a viable plan. As Elder Chen's murky eyes swept over the crowd, those caught in his gaze straightened their backs, standing at attention. In unison, they responded affirmatively before delving back into the intricate data analysis process. Meanwhile, Su Chen was following the map towards the elephant zone. He soon spotted Jin Shiba from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, staring blankly at the elephant exhibit. As Su Chen examined the figure, he was momentarily taken aback by the strikingly white rabbit ears. It was evident to Su Chen that this individual had suffered severe cognitive distortion, and from their appearance, he could surmise some of their predatory tactics. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled that upon entering the world of strange tales earlier that day, Jin Shiba had attempted to deceive him by insisting he adhere strictly to the first rule. However, little did they know that the first rule was indeed the most accurate. A stubborn, obstinate individual was paradoxically the safest here, for their perception remained stable. He wondered what expression Jin Shiba would wear upon discovering the truth. With that thought, Su Chen's mind sparked. He vividly remembered the scene where the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom had been ambushed in the world of strange tales. In our nation, we are known for our etiquette and exceptional conduct. Perhaps it would be best to reveal the truth to you. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he donned a familiar, wholesome smile and briskly approached Jin Shiba. What are you looking at? Su Chen inquired, halting a meter away from him. Hearing the question, Jin Shiba turned, his expression vacant. He opened his mouth as if to respond, yet after a prolonged pause, no words emerged. Observing Jin Shiba's state, Su Chen understood the gravity of the situation. His cognition was clearly on the verge of collapse, making this an opportune moment. Jin Shiba, I have uncovered a hidden rule. The black text is true, while the blue rule is false, Su Chen whispered. Upon hearing this, Jin Shiba visibly trembled. His eyes fixated on Su Chen in disbelief, while his hands rose stiffly, as though seeking to grasp him. Noticing this, Su Chen retreated a step, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he tossed out a weighty question. Are you a rabbit or a human? Are you a human or a primate? This phrase, barely audible to the two of them, detonated within Jin Shiba's mind like a bomb. Oh. Jin Shiba's face contorted in agony, his hands curling into claws as he viciously scratched at his own face. As his nails scraped against his skin, crimson streaks appeared, followed by frantic yanks at his own hair, which flew wildly through the air. The bizarre scene escalated as his eyes turned increasingly red, as if they might bleed. Then a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The once otherworldly rabbit ears reached out to make contact with his hands. Witnessing this, Chen narrowed his eyes and turned away, making his way towards the elephant zone. He understood that Jin Shiba was beyond salvation. His cognition had already been tainted and was teetering on the edge. By revealing that the blue text was the erroneous option, regardless of Jin Shiba's belief, his perception would inevitably fluctuate once more. At this critical juncture, he posed the pivotal question: are you a rabbit or a human? Are you a human or a primate? With Jin Shiba's cognition already leaning towards the answer, he would find himself incapable of responding to such inquiries, for he could not distinguish between human and primate. Consequently, Jin Shiba's understanding would continue to oscillate violently until... Chapter 15. Embracing the artisan's spirit. Meanwhile, the officials from the land of pickled vegetables noticed something amiss with Jin Shiba. Although they were hindered by the great firewall of the Dragon Nation, preventing them from viewing the live streams of their competitors, they had their own network of spies who relayed information about Chen back to their homeland. Despite the considerable delay, this was certainly better than being left completely in the dark. Consequently, they became aware of the cryptic notes left by visitors and the hidden rules recorded in the security office's memos. With urgency, they managed to decipher some of the content. Just as they were preparing to utilize their one chance to provide Jin Shiba with a crucial hint, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chen approached, uttering a couple of phrases that sent Jin Shiba into a frenzy. Witnessing this scene, the officials from the land of pickled vegetables could no longer contain themselves. They hastily condensed the information they had gathered and sent it to Jin Shiba. Upon seeing the message box materialize on screen, Jin Shiba was momentarily stunned, halting his self-destructive behavior. The officials sighed in relief, grateful for having offered a lifeline at a critical moment. However, unbeknownst to them, at that very instant when Jin Shiba's perception began to crumble, what they believed to be a saving grace was, in fact, the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. After a brief moment of paralysis, Jin Shiba revealed a bizarre grin, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. He then dashed towards the rabbit enclosure. In an instant, he plunged into a patch of shade, which, at the moment he entered, opened wide like a gaping maw, revealing sharp, black teeth. In an instant, Jin Shiba vanished without a trace. From nearby shadows, a comically adorable rabbit emerged, followed by the sound of children's laughter resounding throughout the rabbit enclosure. Simultaneously, all the chosen ones, as well as those in the live stream, were presented with the following message: the chosen one from the land of pickled vegetables, Jin Shiba, has perished. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of the land of pickled vegetables is reduced by 20 points, leaving a total of 60 points. A drought has descended upon the land of pickled vegetables, lasting for 1 month. The officials, believing they had rendered significant assistance, had smiles still lingering on their faces. However, upon Jin Shiba's sudden disappearance and the subsequent death notification, their expressions froze in disbelief. The president of the land of pickled vegetables, his countenance darkening, bellowed, "That fool Jin Shiba. We clearly provided him with the correct answer. How could he still die? This infuriates me. Bring forth his family to appease the public's wrath." Hearing their leader's furious outburst, some members of the team exited the conference room to comply with the orders. They had previously captured Jin Shiba's entire family at the president's behest. Soon after, a live stream dedicated to channeling public outrage was initiated, drawing countless citizens of the land of pickled vegetables, bereft of direction following the chosen one's demise. Damn Jin Shiba. He had the correct rules and still met his end. This infuriates me. A month of drought across the nation, how many will perish because of this? It's all his fault. What a fool. How could he be the first to die? Even if he had to die, couldn't he at least have delayed it? Is he in such a hurry to be reborn? Let his family accompany him to the grave. He must pay. A multitude of enraged citizens, driven to madness, unleashed a torrent of curses in the live stream. Meanwhile, within the zoo, all the chosen ones were struck with trepidation, especially those who had emulated Jin Shiba, now thrown into a state of panic. Among them, one individual was completely paralyzed by fear, Yamashita Kenichiro. He had hidden himself, witnessing the entire sequence of events unfold. Chen had approached and whispered a few words to Jin Shiba, after which he spiraled into madness and vanished, followed by the death announcement appearing before all. It was worth noting that the last time a bizarre tale unfolded, it was he who conspired with Jin Shiba, betraying the chosen ones of the Dragon Nation. Now, with the other party having dispatched Jin Shiba with mere words, was he not next in line? Yamashita Kenichiro could not help but feel the weight of dread. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to embrace the artisan spirit, to admit fault, and shift the blame onto Jin Shiba in a bid to save his own life. Thus, Yamashita Kenichiro hurriedly sprinted towards Su-chan. As Su-chan turned to face him, Yamashita promptly knelt, slamming his head onto the floor. Su-jun, I confess my wrongdoing to you and the people of the Dragon Nation. It was my fault that we failed to rescue your chosen ones during the last bizarre tale. But all those abhorrent acts were the doing of Jin Shiba. I played no part in it. However, it is true that the benefactor perished before my eyes, which remains my fault. I beseech your forgiveness. With that, Yamashita Kenichiro began to bow repeatedly. This scene left Su-chan momentarily astounded. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this strange behavior was clearly a response to something he had witnessed, namely, the entire incident involving Jin Shiba's demise. It was evident that Yamashita Kenichiro had panicked and sought forgiveness from him. Understanding this, Su-chan nearly erupted into laughter. Yamashita Kenichiro, still devoid of rabbit ears, clearly had not yet been thoroughly tainted by his experiences. Even if Su-chan wished to eliminate him, he would find it challenging to do so. Yet, this individual had voluntarily presented himself before him, and to spare him would be an affront to the countless innocent citizens of the Dragon Nation who had perished due to the previous incident. Chapter 16. Please apologize to the parties involved. After a moment of contemplation, Su-chan devised a plan. He smiled gently as he helped Yamashita and Nuchi to his feet. Speaking softly, what are you doing? I am well aware of the eerie incident from last time. It was all the doing of Kenshiba, and it is not your fault, so there is no need for such self-reproach. Hearing that the other party did not intend to hold him accountable, Inuchi's eyes brightened. He quickly stood up with humility and replied in a low voice. The Dragon Kingdom has always been like an elder brother to our Cherry Blossom Nation. I am filled with remorse for failing to save my benefactor last time, so I specifically came to seek your forgiveness. Su-chan chuckled, choosing not to respond further. He turned as if preparing to leave. On the other side, Inuchi did not anticipate that he would so easily preserve his life. Observing Su-chan's intent to depart, his thoughts began to stir. This Su-chan had effortlessly spoken of Kenshiba's demise, indicating that he must have uncovered some hidden rules. Following him would surely provide greater safety. Moreover, if he could extract those rules, he would no longer need to fear him. With this thought, Yamashita and Nuchi hastened his pace to catch up with Su-chan, continually bowing and ingratiating himself. Su-jun, let us accompany each other. This way. Should there be any arduous tasks, I can assist you. Moreover, this would serve as proof of my sincere remorse. Seeing Inuchi's eagerness, Su-chan felt a surge of delight. You wish to follow me? Are you not concerned about the opportunity to rid yourself of me? Very well, he replied decisively. The two then proceeded towards the elephant park together. Along the way, Inuchi scratched his head, desperately pondering how to extract information. However, Su-chan observed all his actions keenly. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su-chan bluntly asked, Are you blushing because you wish to inquire about how Kenshiba met his end? Upon hearing this, Inuchi's expression shifted drastically. He hastily waved his hands in denial. No, I dare not ask. What is there to fear? Since we have become companions, I shall not withhold anything. The cause of his death was my manipulation of the hidden rules, which are located within the shop, Su-chan said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Inuchi halted in his tracks. Sensing the other party's intrigue, Su-chan seized the moment. Feel free to go. I shall wait for you at the elephant park. By the way, when you encounter the vendor in black attire, remember to mention that I sent you. He will divulge more secrets to you. Su-jun, I am profoundly grateful. Yamashita Inuchi bowed deeply before turning to dash towards the shop, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Baka, once I uncover the hidden rules, I shall surely eliminate you. For the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation, who held a strong sense of honor and moral righteousness, this was the case. Previously, in a bid to save his own life, he had bowed and apologized, even debasing himself. Such an affront was unbearable, and the only way to wash away this humiliation was to eliminate Su-chan. Thus, he vowed fiercely in his heart. As Su-chan watched Inuchi's retreating figure, a smile crept upon his lips. If you enjoy apologizing, then hasten to meet your end and apologize to everyone. Once Inuchi was out of sight, Su-chan turned and strolled leisurely towards the elephant park. Before long, just as he entered the park, Yamashita Inuchi returned, panting heavily, his mouth agape like an exhausted dog. Upon noticing the red stains on his lips, Su-chan understood that this fellow was doomed. So did he tell you anything? He did, and he even sold me tickets to the aquarium and provided me with a vial of holy water. Holy water? Su-chan inquired. I'm sorry, Su-jun, but the vendor said the holy water must be consumed hot and cannot be taken out, so I couldn't bring any for you. Inuchi feigned embarrassment, casually fabricating excuses. Upon hearing this, Chen reflected for a moment and quickly deduced the truth. Given the vivid redness around Inuchi's mouth, it was clear what he had consumed. No matter. I recommended it to you, and I certainly have partaken as well. Chen began to weave his own tale. Thus, the two harbored ulterior motives as they entered the elephant park. Meanwhile, the live stream in the Dragon Kingdom had descended into a frenzy. Ha ha, Chen is fantastic. He managed to eliminate Kenshiba with just 2 sentences. What a relief. Indeed, his eloquence could rival Zhuge Liang's infamous retort to Wang Lang. Who is it that called Chen foolish? Step forward and apologize. My brother Su's intellect surely surpasses yours. I'm sorry. I apologize. One brothers. Keep an eye on Yamashita Inuchi. I blindly suspect he won't last long. Do you even need to say that? Entering the death shop, and still hoping to survive? Dream on. On the other side, the leadership of the Kimchi nation gradually began to realize something was amiss. It was evident that Kenshiba had perished due to Chen's actions, which infuriated them to no end. They promptly issued a stern protest to the Dragon Kingdom, demanding an apology and compensation. Otherwise, they threatened to deploy the stupid defense system across their territory. In response to this ultimatum, the Dragon Kingdom simply replied, "Do not test the limits of the Dragon Kingdom. Consider this a warning." At this moment, within the zoo, Chen remained unaware of the uproar he had caused in the real world. He cautiously strolled through the elephant park, suspecting that great danger lurked there. According to the map, aside from the elephant area, only the white lion area remained, which clearly would not pose a significant threat. Thus, he reasoned that the danger would not be too great. Reflecting on his previous experiences, though somewhat fraught, he acknowledged that aside from the shop, there had not been many perilous encounters. Analyzing it this way, the elephant area must indeed harbor significant danger, far too much to allow tourists to pass through so easily. Chapter 17, Silent Hill? The inner and outer worlds having come to this realization, Chen proceeded with utmost caution, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead him into a trap. Beside him, Yamashita Inuchiro lacked such discernment. Whether it was due to his inherent foolishness or the effects of the genuine rabbit's blood he had consumed, his perception seemed compromised. He gazed about with a childlike curiosity, oblivious to the looming danger, as if he were merely at a zoo. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Look over there. Isn't that the aquarium?" Chen was taken aback by this proclamation and quickly turned to follow his companion's pointing finger. However, all he saw was an expanse of emptiness, leaving him bewildered. "Where?" he asked, confusion etched on his face. "There it is. Wait, where did it go?" Yamashita Inuichiro pointed towards the entrance, only to mirror Chen's astonishment. He rubbed his eyes and peered once more into the distance, yet still found nothing. "Chen, you must believe me. I truly saw the aquarium just now," he insisted earnestly. Observing the sincerity in Yamashita's demeanor, Chen surmised that he was not being deceived. Yet he could not comprehend how the aquarium had escaped his own sight. It was perplexing. In a moment of clarity, Chen considered a hypothesis. Perhaps only those whose perception had been tainted could discern the aquarium. If that were the case, then Yamashita, having consumed rabbit's blood and been misled by the men in black, had indeed suffered a distortion in his consciousness. His earlier lack of focus may have allowed him to perceive the aquarium, but now, as he engaged in conversation and concentrated, the cognitive pollution had faded, rendering it invisible once more. After a brief contemplation, Chen deemed this scenario plausible. However, his immediate concern was not the aquarium, although it might harbor an alternative exit. If he couldn't survive the elephant enclosure, considering future possibilities would be futile. Thus, he redirected his thoughts and focused his attention on the elephants to his right, meticulously observing for any anomalies. In the realm of reality, the firewall of the Dragon Nation crumbled under the assault led by the Ugly Nation, allowing a flood of foreign personnel to invade the Dragon Nation's live streaming rooms. These nations had, through espionage, grasped some of the hidden rules. But the employee manual remained elusive. Before they could systematically study this newfound knowledge, their chosen ones had already entered the elephant enclosure. Based on analyses from their national think tanks, it was clear that the elephant enclosure was fraught with peril. Hence, it was imperative for them to expedite the sharing of existing knowledge with their chosen ones. After all, if lives were lost, the opportunity for hints would be for naught, resulting in a tremendous loss. Consequently, nations still possessing hint opportunities hastily transmitted their previous analyses and the latest employee guidelines to their chosen ones. Among them, the Sakura nation found itself in the most desperate situation. Through video footage, they had witnessed the entirety of Chen's experience in the store, and the transforming rabbit's blood under the sunlight had left them astounded. Connecting the dots with Yamashita Inuichiro's experiences, They were driven to madness. He might have consumed rabbit's blood, they exclaimed. Consequently, they relayed this information to Yamashita Inuichiro. Soon after, Chen noticed that Yamashita had halted, staring blankly into space. He understood that a prompt from the Sakura nation had reached him. Before long, he observed Yamashita trembling, his eyes reddening, a clear sign of cognitive distortion. Chen was perplexed. What was happening? How could their hints lead to such a cognitive collapse? Even with his keen intellect, Chen could not fathom that the Sakura nation had disclosed all of his actions to Yamashita. Initially, Yamashita believed he had consumed holy water. Even if he had ingested rabbit's blood, he thought the impact would be negligible. However, the Sakura nation had unveiled the truth, and the realization that he had drunk a can of rabbit's blood nearly drove him to insanity. As his thoughts were shattered, the effects of the rabbit's blood began to take hold. Yamashita Inuichiro's perception wavered. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's data analysis reached a critical juncture. Yet time was of the essence. Chen had already entered the elephant enclosure. At that moment, a bespectacled youth experienced a flash of insight, as if a forgotten memory resurfaced. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought, his mind still shrouded in fog. Yes, fog. Silent Hill. In that instant, enlightenment illuminated his mind. The aquarium might be akin to Silent Hill, a manifestation of the inner and outer worlds. Realizing this, he hastened to report to Elder Chen. Elder Chen, I speculate that the aquarium may be connected to Silent Hill, serving as a key to the cognitive pollution that facilitates the transition between the two worlds. Elder Chen paused, contemplating the likelihood of this connection, briefly glancing at the progress bar on the computer. They were running out of time. Chen was in imminent danger within the elephant enclosure. The relevant information that had been deciphered could no longer be delayed. It must be relayed to him without hesitation. Chapter 18. The impending danger. Consolidate the existing information, including your speculations, and send it to Chen, making it clear that these are merely our conjectures. We will unconditionally support any decision he makes, so he should not feel pressured, Elder Chen resolutely replied. Upon hearing Elder Chen's directive, the bespectacled youth turned and exited the conference room to arrange the content of the message. Before long, Chen received the information. The initial section comprised an analysis of the current rules. After a glance, he noted it aligned closely with his own assessments, though there were minor discrepancies in some speculations. Nonetheless, these did not significantly alter the overall situation. Subsequently, the document proposed the Silent Hill theory, suggesting that the zoo might harbor an inner world, with the aquarium possibly situated within this realm, or even at the juncture of the inner and outer worlds. Furthermore, cognitive pollution could serve as the key to transitioning between worlds. Upon encountering this theory, Chen's pupils dilated in surprise. This was an avenue he had not anticipated. Previously, through the words and actions of Yamashita Inuichiro, he had speculated about certain connections, particularly regarding the aquarium's potential relation to cognitive pollution. Now, combined with the clues provided by the state, he had begun to conceive a plausible hypothesis. However, at this juncture, these matters were not of paramount importance and could be deferred for later consideration. He then turned his gaze downward to discover additional information acquired by competitors from other countries. It became clear to Chen what had transpired with Inuichiro. He had unexpectedly suffered a devastating blow from his own nation. A faint smile crept across Chen's face as he continued to peruse the information. The final note from the Dragon Kingdom read, Chen, the above is merely the state's suggestion. You may analyze it and act according to your own judgment. Rest assured, the state will raise no objections and will unconditionally support your actions. Furthermore, do not burden yourself with excessive psychological pressure, even in failure. You remain a hero of our Dragon Kingdom. We fear not the calamities of nature. We, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, are destined to overcome. Upon reading this concluding message, a smile illuminated Chen's face. The spirit of the Dragon Kingdom people, unwavering in the face of adversity, was evident. They exhibited a fierce resolve against enemies and obstacles, yet displayed tenderness towards their own. Foreigners could never comprehend how the Dragon Kingdom transformed from a fragmented, weak nation into a global frontrunner. This was the essence of their strength. A sense of national pride began to ignite within Chen. As long as I am here, the Dragon Kingdom shall not falter. I will elevate our nation to the pinnacle, he affirmed resolutely in his heart. He then closed the message window, shifted his gaze, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, Yamashita Inuichiro had remarkably endured, casting a venomous glare in his direction. However, upon noticing Chen's gaze, he quickly donned a facade of amicability. Observing this, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The cunning of this individual from Sakura country was quite pronounced. He managed to maintain composure, engaging in pretense even after grasping the truth. Thus, Chen chose not to expose him, continuing their conversation in a casual manner as they walked forward. Before long, a commotion erupted from the rear of the crowd, startling Chen, who feared it signaled the onset of hostilities. He swiftly turned to investigate. To his bewilderment, a group adorned with rabbit ears entered the elephant enclosure, prominently accompanied by competitors from the ugly country. Surrounding them were individuals whose bodies and faces were covered in dense fur, resembling gorillas. Upon sighting these figures, Chen instantly recalled the information relayed to him by the Dragon Kingdom. These must be the individuals who had taken the right path in the monkey section. It appeared that the right path was not only devoid of escape but also heavily contaminated. Aside from those already afflicted with rabbit ears, the rest were evidently undergoing transformation into simian-like beings. Chen sighed, realizing that these individuals were likely beyond salvation. At that moment, his heart raced. Rabbit ears. Rabbit ear accessories. He recognized he had overlooked certain rules, specifically, the visitor guidelines. If you observe individuals adorned with rabbit ear accessories following the crowd into the elephant enclosure, widen your eyes and enjoy the spectacle. This will ensure your safety. The latter part of the text is in blue. The employee manual stated, if you see someone with rabbit ear accessories entering the elephant enclosure, immediately disperse nearby tourists and guard the entrance until the sound of children screaming is heard from within the enclosure. Both directives underscored a singular truth. When individuals with rabbit ear accessories entered the elephant enclosure, a significant incident would inevitably transpire. Until this group ventured into the enclosure, Chen had remained oblivious to this connection. It was not the accessories that mattered, but rather the individuals with rabbit ears themselves. Simultaneously, a question arose in his mind. Why had he, despite having ingrained these rules, failed to consider such a straightforward matter? Was it due to contamination experienced in the shop, or had he been affected prior, yet remained unaware? Chen pondered deeply when suddenly his heart jolted once more. Cold sweat dripped down his back. At such a critical juncture, he was lost in thought rather than fleeing. Clearly, something was amiss. Fortunately, Chen had finally regained his clarity. He hastily pushed through the dazed crowd, desperately making his way toward the exit of the elephant enclosure. Meanwhile, he fervently chanted in his mind, I am human. Chapter 19, Paradox? A deadlock before Chen could run far. A sudden fog enveloped his mind. The scenes before his eyes began to twist and distort, even overlapping from multiple perspectives. Wait, multiple perspectives? Chen abruptly came to his senses. He hastily pulled out his phone to illuminate his own visage. The moment he glanced, a wave of panic surged through him. He discovered that an eye had sprouted from his right brow and another from behind his left ear. What the hell? Why is it fixating on me? Confused, Chen's mind raced. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be because I have not been observing the animals? Does this defy the behavioral logic of a visitor? This discrepancy with its perception may have led to being targeted. Chen pondered silently. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that this might indeed be the truth. In its understanding, a visitor is meant to explore the zoo, admiring various creatures. Chen's act of fleeing starkly contradicted this logic. Realizing this, Chen slowed his pace, feigning interest in the elephants as he gradually moved toward the exit. Not long after adopting this demeanor, he noticed that his vision had returned to normal. The overlapping perspectives had vanished. He understood that it had shifted its gaze. Clearly, this approach proved effective. Thus, Chen continued his careful progress, nearing the exit of the elephant enclosure. Unexpectedly, a shocking turn of events occurred. A pure white elephant materialized in the enclosure. Before Chen could comprehend the situation, he was astounded to see that this elephant possessed enormous rabbit ears. Its blood-red eyes were fixed intently upon him. The bizarre scene left Chen momentarily frozen. He recalled the image of the elephant sketched on the note he had found. Initially, he thought it was merely a distortion of a visitor's perception, a figment of imagination. Little did he know that such an elephant truly existed within this zoo. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen realized danger was imminent. To cope with this peril, he understood that he must fortify his own perception. He hurriedly reminded himself that an elephant is a colossal creature, with a long trunk and legs as thick as pillars, and the ears of an elephant should be. What should they be? Chen's thoughts faltered. He discovered that he had forgotten what an elephant's ears were supposed to resemble. Yes, there are real elephants in the enclosure. Observing them would provide clarity. Thus, Chen urgently searched for the authentic elephants. However, after scanning the area, he found that the genuine elephants had inexplicably vanished. Before he could express his astonishment, numerous elephants with rabbit ears reappeared in the empty space. These white elephants, with ears resembling those of rabbits and heads akin to their fluffy counterparts, relentlessly assaulted his perception. Chen understood that he was in grave danger. His cognition had been warped, rendering him incapable of recalling what a true elephant looked like. If this continued, he might squander this opportunity to save his progress. Realizing the urgency, Chen hurriedly prepared to escape the elephant enclosure. To his dismay, he found his legs unresponsive. Even worse, his eyelids felt uncontrollable, preventing him from closing his eyes. A disconcerting impulse to embody an elephant surged within him. In this moment of despair, he recalled the advice inscribed on the security guard's note. Thus, he concentrated intently, striving to reinforce his identity as a human. This strategy proved effective. After a minute, his eyelids obeyed, and he swiftly shut his eyes, isolating himself from the source of contamination. With the source now blocked, he finally found a breath of relief. The chaotic thoughts that had been flooding his mind began to settle. However, before he could rejoice, he was astonished to find that he could once again see. Moreover, not only could he see, but his vision was now multifaceted and panoramic. Damn, it has set its sights on me again. Chen recognized that he had once more defied its perception. Such beautiful elephants, and a visitor not watching them clearly defied its logic. Naturally, it fixated on Chen once more. As he gazed at the bizarre elephant, which appeared to be devoid of blind spots, a flicker of despair crept in. This is utterly incomprehensible. To comply with its perception, one must behave like a visitor and observe this strange source of contamination. Failure to conform would result in being targeted, leading to distorted vision and coercion to witness this uncanny source. Most crucially, due to the continuous pollution of his cognition, he could not recall what a true elephant looked like. How on earth can one navigate this predicament? This is a fatal deadlock, is it not? At this moment, live streams from various countries revealed a scene of shock. The chosen ones from other nations found themselves in even more dire circumstances than Chen. Particularly, those from the United States, sporting rabbit ears, wore smiles as they watched the white elephant joyfully prance about, their hands inadvertently brushing against their own ears, causing them to sway merrily. Chapter 20. The Elephant Zone, the Goat Zone? In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast. What on earth? Why does this elephant look like this? I'm terrified. This is utterly bizarre. I have goosebumps all over. And why is Chen just standing there? The exit is right in front of him. Why isn't he moving? It's over. We're going to crash. Chen seems to have been targeted. Just look at his face. It's covered in eyes. What a nightmare. At that moment, the live broadcast shifted, and Chen's face appeared on the screen. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom was horrified. His face was covered with an array of eyes. Except for his tightly shut eyes, the other eyes were rolling and shifting, fixated on the surrounding objects. The scene was utterly overwhelming. Many individuals with a fear of clusters fainted on the spot. What is happening? Is this directed at us in the Dragon Kingdom? Others may have 4 eyes when targeted, but we are afflicted with a face full of eyes. This is an unjust predicament. Clearly, this is the world of supernatural tales playing tricks on us. Chen has closed his eyes, yet he is forced to witness this nightmare. After a lengthy period of broadcasting, the viewers engaged in discussions and began to comprehend some of the underlying logic of this supernatural realm. Upon witnessing Chen's predicament, they realized the gravity of the situation. It was a truly inescapable dilemma. No matter the approach, they could not escape the contamination of their perception. Their only hope lay in Chen's unwavering resolve to withstand this wave of psychological pollution. What they did not know was that the initial contamination had struck Chen's memories of elephants. He could not maintain a firm grasp on his understanding. At that moment, Chen was desperately contemplating a solution. However, being under scrutiny rendered his thoughts sluggish, while bizarre ideas incessantly emerged, obstructing his reasoning. In this state, Chen reluctantly began to mechanically recite various rules, hoping that these memorized regulations would lead his confused mind to a glimmer of clarity and a potential escape. Soon, he recited the 4th rule for visitors. If you notice that the appearance of the elephant differs from your understanding, do not panic. Widen your eyes and remind yourself that seeing is believing. A shiver coursed through Chen's body, and a chill crept into his heart. This rule seemed to have originally documented the true appearance of elephants to bolster visitors' understanding and resist contamination. Yet, it had been twisted. Clearly, the entity was prepared, leaving him no avenue of escape. However, Chen was not one to resign himself to fate, especially with the assurance of his safe progress. He continued reciting. Soon, he reached the 3rd rule for employees. If you perceive that the elephant you are observing in the zoo is severely inconsistent with the image on the sign, cease your observation and repeatedly remind yourself that the true elephant is the one depicted on the sign, not the one you see. Upon reaching this point, Chen paused. His muddled mind finally grasped a lifeline. Yes, the sign. The sign contains the true image of the elephant. By relying on the sign for clarity, he could surely survive. With urgency, Chen opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a metallic sign that read Elephant Zone. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he focused on it. The next moment, however, he was struck with shock. A chill rushed from his head to his toes. The elephant depicted on the sign had a pair of rabbit ears. Seeing this left Chen utterly bewildered. Could he have misremembered? Did elephants truly look like this? Otherwise, why was such an elephant illustrated on the sign? Perhaps, just perhaps, this was the true form of an elephant, and he had been misled by the contamination. His perception gradually shifted towards the rabbit-eared elephant. Just then, he bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain briefly cleared his mind. No, this isn't right. It distorted the sign. This was also why the employee rules remained unchanged. It had ceased to care. Having realized this, despair washed over Chen. This supernatural world is treacherous, presenting an unsolvable predicament. While he couldn't recall the true appearance of an elephant, he could stubbornly refuse to accept the form before him. However, such defiance was clearly a challenge right under the entity's watchful gaze. When targeted, one must align their understanding with that of the entity to escape its grasp. Yet the disparity in their perceptions revolved around the elephant. If he submitted to the entity, Chen knew he would undoubtedly meet his doom. He would either become an elephant or a rabbit. Yet, resisting was not a viable option either. The entity continued to scrutinize him, and his perception would gradually succumb to pollution. Coupled with the bizarre thoughts flooding his mind, he could plunge into an irreversible state at any moment. This was truly disheartening. This was the last coherent thought Chen could muster. Following this, his mind grew increasingly chaotic, and his perception began to unravel. In the final moment before his complete confusion, he noticed the text on the distant sign changing. It transformed into Goat Zone. Wasn't there no Goat Zone on the map? Or had he glimpsed into another realm? Chen pondered in bewilderment within his mind, and then he succumbed to the chaos. Chapter 21. The Elephant and the Lion. At that moment, the staff and security finally arrived. A security guard, visibly marked by a prominent scar on his left arm, picked up a piece of paper from the lawn and tore off the last page of his employee manual. He affixed both pieces of paper to the sides of his cheeks. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The guard transformed into an elephant, a splendid creature with ears resembling fans. After a brief moment of confusion, the elephant began to follow the footsteps of the staff clad in blue, parading around the elephant enclosure. Many of the blue-uniformed personnel were shouting through loudspeakers, urging the crowd to awaken and gather at the exit. Accompanied by their calls and the occasional roar of a lion emanating from the loudspeakers, most individuals gradually regained their senses. Upon witnessing the real elephant before them, they seemed to awaken from a dream. They began to move towards the exit, following the staff's lead, and Chen was no exception. As the elephant passed before him, momentarily obstructing his view, a jolt coursed through his body. A flash of clarity surged through his muddled mind. The vivid image of the genuine elephant was indelibly etched in his heart, dispelling all his confusion. Soon, he discovered that he could control his own body. He hurried towards the exit as he was already quite close. Before long, he had escaped the elephant enclosure. In that fleeting moment of escape, he turned to glance back. The majestic elephant continued its ceaseless patrol around the enclosure, while the eerie white elephants, their eyes glowing red, charged towards this extraordinary creature. Then, due to the thronging crowd, Chen completely exited the elephant area and could no longer see what transpired next. Quickly, under the organization of the staff, all visitors were ushered out of the elephant enclosure. Several staff members, noting the situation, quickly erected a barrier, sealing off the entire area. At this time, many of the now awakened visitors sought to flee this perilous zone. The bizarre occurrences earlier had instilled a profound sense of panic in them. However, they were promptly restrained by the staff. Please hold on. We will accompany you to view the final lion enclosure shortly, a staff member politely stated. Many individuals disregarded the advice and insisted on leaving. Soon, they faced forceful suppression from the staff. With no other options, the crowd remained in place, awaiting their fate. Fortunately, the wait did not last long. Soon, the shrill screams of children echoed from the elephant area behind them. With the sound of the screams, the expressions of all staff members darkened. Many eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, the staff remained silent, forcing smiles as they led the gathered visitors towards the lion enclosure. Chen observed the unfolding scene, deep in thought. He had grasped the rules and, bolstered by the assurance of a saved state, felt no fear towards the lion enclosure. His curiosity lay with the origin of the real elephant and the evident secrets the staff concealed. He committed these thoughts to memory, preparing to investigate further. Before long, the crowd finally arrived at the lion enclosure. Under the staff's guidance, all visitors took refuge behind a faux rock formation. Subsequently, a staff member emerged from behind the structure and called out to the white lions. The lions, displaying an uncanny awareness, stood up. glancing at the staff member before turning their heads towards the faux rock. At this moment, Chen sensed something amiss. As the 4 white lions rose, he noticed an additional lion hidden among them. According to the recorded rules, only 4 white lions should exist, yet there were 5 before him. This indicated that something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, Chen prepared to evade according to the rules. Just then, the staff also recognized the anomaly and hurriedly instructed all visitors to turn away, refraining from observing the white lions. The blue-uniformed staff member at the forefront produced a vial of rabbit blood from his pocket. Upon the appearance of the rabbit blood, the central white lion lunged toward the staff member as if it had spotted prey. The staff member calmly twisted off the cap and decisively splashed the rabbit blood onto the white lion. The blood-soaked lion froze in place, foregoing its attack on the staff member and adopting a docile demeanor. Observing this, the staff member turned and walked back towards the faux rock, ignoring the lions behind him. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 white lions ferociously charged at the drenched lion. Their massive jaws snapped down simultaneously. Contrary to expectations, a gruesome scene did not unfold. Instead, a peculiar event occurred. The flesh of the initially targeted lion strangely vanished from their grasp, akin to a puzzle missing several pieces. The 4 lions, undeterred, continued their ferocious assault. Soon, the original white lion began to dissolve into nothingness, piece by piece, as if the image of a puzzle was being reversed. Ultimately, it completely disappeared. The victorious white lions raised their heads in a triumphant roar. As the sound reverberated through the air, Chen felt a lightness enveloping him, as if some unclean essence within him had been purified. Chapter 22. The exceptional bloodline of betrayal. Upon hearing the cries, the staff turned around, beginning to guide the visiting crowd from behind the artificial mountain towards the 4 majestic white lions in the center. Chen found himself at the tail end of the procession, casting his gaze towards the front where the foremost figures were the chosen ones from the rabbit-eared nation. They gradually approached the white lions, with Sang Loi from the rabbit-eared nation gazing at the lion before him with rapt fascination, even extending his hand to touch it. Decades ago, the lion had been the national beast of his homeland, and Sang Loi held it in great affection, accompanied by the staff's gestures of reassurance. He felt no fear as his hand neared the lion. The white lion, sensing the admiration, responded eagerly, but in a swift and shocking moment. It bit off Sang Luoi's head. Crimson blood splattered across the ground, even striking the staff in the face. The chosen one from the rabbit-eared nation, Sang Luoi, has perished. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of the rabbit-eared nation is reduced by 15 points, currently standing at 65 points. A flood descends upon the entirety of the rabbit-eared nation, lasting for 15 days. With the announcement of death echoing, the remaining 3 white lions surged forward, as if they had heard the charge, launching an assault on the rabbit-eared individuals in the front row. A torrent of blood erupted amidst the horrific screams, sending the chosen ones into a frenzy. Once they regained their senses, they scrambled towards the exit in a wild panic. Among them, Lan Mu from the ugly nation fled with remarkable speed, seizing the chosen one from the kangaroo nation beside him and flinging him towards the pursuing white lions. He then kicked over the chosen one from the Ingla Empire. The chosen one from the kangaroo nation has perished. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of the kangaroo nation is reduced by 15 points, currently standing at 60 points. The plague descends upon the entirety of the kangaroo nation, lasting for 15 days. The chosen one from the Ingla Empire has perished. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of the Ingla Empire is reduced by 15 points, currently standing at 70 points. Eternal night descends upon the entirety of the Ingla Empire, lasting for 15 days. The announcements of death continued to reverberate. With these individuals sacrificed, Lan Mu gradually evaded the pursuit of the white lions. Fools. All of them are fools. The counsel from the think tank was utterly misguided. The black font was certainly erroneous. This lion enclosure is far too perilous. Lan Mu raged as he ran. Meanwhile, the nations that had been wronged by Lan Mu felt a mix of anger and helplessness. After all, the ugly nation was still their dominant power, and they dared not voice their grievances. Thus, the outraged populace turned their ire towards their own think tanks and the Dragon Nation. My heavens, how utterly foolish. The black font was clearly erroneous, and yet our nation compelled the chosen ones to comply. Those who devised this strategy must bear full responsibility. They must pay with their lives. And as for the Dragon Nation, all this information originated from them. Those cunning Easterners must face retribution. We shall petition for a coalition of 16 nations to obliterate the Eastern Dragon Nation, demanding reparation for our fallen citizens. As the chosen ones perished, the live broadcasts from their nations gradually ceased with the countdown. Consequently, the enraged populace surged into the Dragon Nation. Wretched people of the Dragon Nation, This is your scheme. You fed us false information. Nonsense. It is you who have plagiarized us. Moreover, how is it that Chen remains unharmed? This is all you're doing. Don't get too smug, Dragon Nation. Soon, your chosen ones will meet the same fate. Your national fortune stands at merely 70 points, and another deduction will double your calamity. Return to your own broadcast rooms. Do not spew filth here. Oh, my apologies. I forgot your nation's participants are dead, leaving you without a broadcast room. The crowd erupted into chaos. Amidst the tumultuous lion enclosure, only Chen remained composed, observing the scene with a detached gaze. To him, those slain by the white lions were undoubtedly beyond salvation. Upon closer observation, the 4 white lions had consistently targeted those adorned with rabbit ears. Suddenly, a white lion, in pursuit of Lan Mu from the ugly nation, raced past Chen without a glance. Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, confirming his suspicion that his level of contamination was not fatal. Yet, the extent of his contamination would need to be verified once the white lions approached. As he waited, he decided to focus on the unfolding drama involving Lan Mu. He watched as Lan Mu dragged along the unfortunate souls, each death announcement echoing in the air, until he finally reached the entrance of the lion enclosure. Haha, I have escaped. I am truly the hero plucked from the depths of ugliness, he boasted as he sprinted towards the grand exit. However, a sudden turn of events unfolded as the heavy metal gates of the lion enclosure began to close. Just as Lan Mu was on the verge of freedom, the gates slammed shut right before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the true culprit, Yamashita Inuichiro from the Cherry Blossom Nation. The murderous glint in his eyes plunged Lan Mu into despair. Chapter 23. A new escape location. No. You worthless scum of the nation dare to betray me. Open the door, or we, the ugly nation, will surely impose sanctions upon you. Open. Ah. Help. Ah. Before Lamb could finish his threatening words, the white lion lunged at him. Accompanied by piercing screams, the death announcement resounded once more. Ugly nation, Lamb has died. Comprehensive assessment, 10 points deducted from the national fortune. Remaining points, 80. Extreme heat of 50 degrees has descended upon the ugly nation, lasting for 10 days. The populace of the ugly nation erupted in outrage. Has the Cherry Blossom Nation gone mad? How dare they stab us in the back? They clamored. When has our great ugly nation ever suffered such indignities? We must retaliate against the Cherry Blossom Nation. Indeed, let us strike down 10 of their weaklings. If it comes to that, I am willing to donate my entire year's salary. I can pledge 10 years. You scoundrels of the ugly nation dare to insult our magnificent Cherry Blossom Nation, and you speak of donations? Don't think I'm unaware of your zero salary schemes. You who shout are but empty vessels. As this barrage of comments erupted, many citizens of the ugly nation felt their toes stepped upon and retaliated with curses, the comments spiraling into chaos. Contrarily, the government of the Cherry Blossom Nation, unlike their defiant citizens, was thrown into a state of panic. That rascal Yamashita Inuichiro had actually trapped the great nation-s lamb. Was this a jest? If the opposing side truly retaliated, launching a few weaklings toward their minuscule territory, it would be utterly disastrous. Thus, they resolved to act swiftly, embracing the spirit of craftsmanship and commenced an apology. They even apprehended Yamashita Inuichiro's entire family, coercing them into a ritual of self-harm as an act of contrition. Coupled with a series of reparations, they finally quelled the anger of the ugly nation. Returning to the world of the strange tales, Chen was taken aback to see Lamb ensnared by Yamashita Inuichiro. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Cherry Blossom Nation had engaged in such antics before. He could only smile in amusement. He then began to survey the current situation within the Lion Park, noting that only a little over 20 individuals remained, all grievously wounded and bleeding profusely. At that moment, the most majestic of the white lions approached him. As the lion drew nearer, Chen sighed. He was acutely aware that his own contamination must be severe as well. Otherwise, according to the relevant regulations, merely hearing the roar of the white lion would suffice to purify his perception. There would be no need for the creature to approach him. Having come to this realization, Chen felt little despair, for he still had one opportunity left. He raised his left hand, unafraid, as the white lion opened its massive jaws and gently bit down on his arm. With a surge of agonizing pain, Chen felt as though his very soul was being rent asunder, as if a part of his essence was being stripped from his corporeal form. Soon, the white lion released its grip and turned away. Chen gazed at the wound on his arm, which had ceased bleeding and was beginning to heal, and he fell into deep contemplation. According to the employee manual, it was noted, this section has been crossed out. If you are unfortunate enough to be attacked by a white lion in a normal state but do not perish on the spot, the 6th and 7th rules become void. Do not rush to the hospital. You will not die. After leaving the lion park, head to the aquarium. You will soon discover it. You will don a black work uniform. Clearly, his next step was to seek clues for escape at the aquarium. Fortuitously, he had encountered the black-clad employees before. Those individuals were undoubtedly suspicious. Thus, Chen was resolute in his decision not to don the black uniform, as this could very well be a vital factor for his escape. With these thoughts settled, Chen wasted no time and boldly made his way toward the exit. The blue-clad staff did not impede him. They merely regarded him with expressionless stares, as if he were an anomaly. With a smile, he disregarded their gazes and forcefully pushed open the heavy iron door, stepping out of the lion park. In that moment, he beheld the aquarium. Where the zoo's exit should have been, a vast aquarium had materialized. Just as I suspected, to exit the zoo through the normal route is a fool's errand. I wonder what tricks await within the aquarium. Chen murmured softly. He then quickened his pace, preparing to approach the aquarium when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure. Pausing in his tracks, he turned and called out to the trees beside him, "Stop hiding. Come out." At his call, Yamashita Inuichiro emerged from behind a tree. "Your observation skills are indeed sharp. I must commend you." Inuichiro greeted with a friendly demeanor. "Since you all have escaped, why return? Is there something you wish to inquire?" "Indeed, I would like to ask how you managed to leave the lion park alive." Chen smiled, his words laden with implication. "Are you not concerned I might deceive you?" Inuichiro's face darkened momentarily, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet, he quickly donned a conciliatory smile. "I believe in your integrity, Chen. You would never mislead me." Inuichiro elevated Chen to a moral high ground, consumed with curiosity about how he had survived, feeling that this information was intricately linked to a successful escape. Thus, he resorted to playing the sycophant, seeking Chen's assistance. Chapter 24. The fatal blow at the foot of the mountain. Chen observed the obsequious expression on his opponent's face with a tinge of disdain. He discerned the underlying implication in the man's words, an attempt to morally coerce him. Regrettably for the man, his machinations were destined to fail. Engaging in a moral discourse with an adversary, especially one burdened by a blood feud, was nothing short of folly. Chen was evidently not one to be easily manipulated. After a moment's contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. It was quite simple. As long as humanity had not yet succumbed to animalistic transformation, they were safe from the white lions and could even aid in purging the taint upon them. He gestured towards the narrow gap in the iron door, stating that one need only look inside to see that the normal individuals were still alive. Yamashita Inuichiro's body trembled slightly. The narrow opening had previously obscured his view of the lion enclosure. Upon witnessing Chen emerge alone, he had assumed he was the sole survivor. However, the revelation of others still alive prompted him to hasten toward the entrance, cautiously peering inside. To his relief, he saw the surviving individuals moving toward the exit. Upon surveying the deceased, he found that, as Chen had stated, they were all individuals who had undergone mutations. The normal ones were unharmed. Inuichiro breathed a sigh of relief. His resilient nature and cautious demeanor had kept him from succumbing to transformation, as he had not recklessly ventured into dangerous areas. Seeing so many survivors bolstered his belief in Chen's words. Soon, the remaining survivors emerged one by one. Yamashita Inuichiro's eyes darted around as he discreetly inquired about the situation. Once everyone had exited, his faith was solidified. Without further delay, he prepared to re-enter the lion enclosure. Noticing this, Chen inquired with a smile, "Are you not afraid of being deceived again?" Inuichiro's countenance darkened as he recalled the earlier trickery. A shiver ran down his spine. Yet, upon reflection, he had already consulted numerous survivors, all of whom corroborated the same account, and the evidence was clear. They were alive. Why then, he pondered, should he suffer a different fate? Having reasoned this out, Inuichiro scoffed and refrained from responding to Chen, striding confidently into the lion enclosure. Making his way toward the 4 white lions at its center, he had evidently chosen to disregard any previous humility. Chen had anticipated this response from Inuichiro. Such individuals, whose sense of honor and judgment was skewed, would grovel when they sought something from you, but once they felt empowered, they would remember their previous humiliation and seek retribution. Having regained a sense of superiority, it was only natural for him to turn against Chen. However, as Chen observed Inuichiro's receding figure, his smile only grew brighter. When Inuichiro approached the white lions, Chen called out, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, if you've drunk rabbit's blood, you can't enter the lion enclosure. So you might as well await your demise." Inuichiro was taken aback by this revelation, spinning around in shock. Yet, all he saw was Chen's radiant smile gradually obscured by the heavy iron door. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Inuichiro's heart raced. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he recalled the protocol that stated, when the number of white lions suddenly exceeds 4, present the rabbit's blood to them and splash it on the first lion that approaches. After completing this, leave immediately. Do not linger to observe any additional lions. Baka, Chen, how dare you deceive me again? Yamashita Inuichiro roared in a fit of rage. He cursed vehemently while attempting to escape, but it was too late. As his heart raced and his mind began to spiral, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His eyes throbbed painfully, and a tingling sensation enveloped his head. In an instant, his anger dissipated, replaced by sheer panic. He felt as if he were a rabbit caught in a snare. It was over. He felt the transformation begin. Why now, amid such peril? Initially, he believed that despite consuming rabbit's blood, he had not yet undergone transformation, perhaps affording him a chance to evade fate. But now, in this dire circumstance, he was succumbing to mutation. Little did he understand that had he been less perceptive, or if he had known fewer rules, or perhaps been less anxious, he might have escaped unscathed. It was precisely because he had acquired too many regulations from governmental assistance, combined with his paranoid tendencies and propensity for conjecture, that he found himself in this predicament. Each conversation with Chen had been meticulously designed to provoke his doubts and fears. Thus, when Chen exclaimed that he had consumed rabbit's blood and should await his doom, Inuichiro quickly pieced together the associated rules and conjured dire consequences in his mind. His mental turmoil intensified, giving rise to suspicion regarding the rabbit's blood, which ultimately breached the established protocol. Do not heed the labels on food items, nor concern yourself with how others refer to them. Ignore them, and if necessary, treat them as ordinary food to be consumed. Do not let it know that you have perceived it. Consequently, Yamashita Inuichiro unwittingly detonated his own metaphorical time bomb in the most perilous of situations. In the following moment, as his eyes turned blood red, the most imposing of the white lions charged toward him, its maw wide open. With a sickening splatter, blood erupted, and Inuichiro's headless body slowly crumpled to the ground, as if confessing to the countless innocent lives he had betrayed. Simultaneously, the announcement of his demise echoed forth. Yamashita Inuichiro of Sakura Country has perished. Comprehensive assessment. Sakura Country's national fortune deducted by 10 points, leaving 70 points remaining. As this announcement reverberated, the populace of Sakura Country descended into utter despair, particularly those residing in proximity to Mount Fuji. They seized the opportunity to vent their ire while the broadcast was still live. Baka, Yamashita Inuichiro was too foolish to fall for the cunning schemes of the Dragon Kingdom. Even 1,000 deaths could not absolve this disgrace. Moreover, they condemned the Dragon Kingdom, labeling them as treacherous and devoid of morality, for their betrayal of a foreign ally chosen by destiny. The citizens conveniently overlooked Inuichiro's previous misdeeds in the world of supernatural tales, allowing their rage to flow freely. Indeed, our great Sakura Empire should seize this opportunity to reclaim our military might and deliver a resounding lesson to the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring they remember this. Agreed. Chapter 25. The return of the Wulong and Fengchu. In light of recent events, the nationalist forces of the Cherry Blossom Nation have begun to rise again. Even their leaders perceive this as a golden opportunity to reclaim their own armed forces. With the emergence of the world of strange tales, nations are preoccupied with their own troubles. Seizing this moment, the Cherry Blossom Nation has torn up the Treaty of Defeat, knowing that no other country would dare to impose sanctions upon them. They boldly reveal the military they have surreptitiously assembled over the years with the support of their formidable ally. Their intent is clear: to find a lucrative target to prey upon. By expanding their territorial bounds, they believe that even in the event of defeat in the world of strange tales, they will possess a greater margin for error. Additionally, they can sustain themselves through the exploitation of their colonies. In this manner, the Cherry Blossom Nation aspires to achieve greatness once more. Thus, they wasted no time in convening a meeting to formulate their future military objectives. I propose that we, the Cherry Blossom Nation, take advantage of the Dragon Nation's treachery and launch an offensive against them. Our army is unrivaled. Defeating the Dragon Nation will be as simple as slaughtering a dog. We can surely seize their vast territories, exclaimed one individual, his face flushed with excitement as he pounded the table. Fool, do you think our army stands a chance against the Dragon Nation? You cannot defeat them. Instead, heed my advice. Let us seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on our ally. Our navy is invincible. Taking down our ally will be as easy as killing a chicken, countered another, equally enthusiastic. The clash between these two factions ignited a fierce argument, soon drawing in other members from both the army and navy. The discord escalated, with insults flying and even physical altercations breaking out. Clearly, the Cherry Blossom Nation has inherited the fine tradition of discord between its navy and army, echoing the historical rift of decades past. However, there is a notable difference this time. The last military suggestion was to confront the Bear Nation, which ended in calamity for the army and disaster for the navy. In the meantime, the Dragon Nation's livestream was also in disarray. Citizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation flooded into the Dragon Nation's livestream, spewing vitriol. "You Dragon Nation's Chen is utterly vile, having betrayed a fellow nation's chosen one. You must make him and his family pay for their transgressions." One voice cried out. Indeed, the Dragon Nation is a despicable race, utterly ignorant of honor and integrity. Can the Cherry Blossom Dogs return to their own livestream? They speak of honor. Yet their own treachery against our chosen ones is conveniently forgotten. Another voice retorted. The Cherry Blossom Nation's people were truly insufferable, devoid of any sense of justice. They expect an apology while refusing to accept any criticism, and when others retaliate, they wish for the annihilation of entire families. Such a nation would undoubtedly pollute the sea with their waste. It is no surprise. Chen's actions were commendable. This served as a means of avenging the innocent lives lost in recent disasters, a much-needed release of pent-up frustration. Go, Chen. Let your triumphs infuriate them. In the Dragon Nation's livestream, viewers swiftly rallied against the provocations from the Cherry Blossom Nation, launching a counterattack that overwhelmed their adversaries. Victory in this verbal skirmish was swiftly claimed. Meanwhile, in the zoo, Chen glanced at the death report that had appeared before him, a radiant smile breaking across his face. He then set off towards the aquarium, having exacted his revenge. Now, he needed to meticulously study how to escape. He refused to believe that this zoo held no solutions. The aquarium ahead might very well be his only hope. Upon reaching the entrance of the aquarium, he noticed a crowd of survivors from earlier congregating to the right, seemingly fixated on something. Curious, Chen pushed his way through the throng, leveraging his decent physique to secure a spot near the front. Soon, an announcement caught his eye. If you are fortunate enough to see this notice, please do not make it known. It is taboo for others to discover that you can see it. You may deduce from the map's regulations that this zoo is neither safe nor ordinary. We are an undercover government organization dedicated to protecting innocent visitors. Please adhere to the following guidelines to ensure your safety, as this is your only means of escaping the zoo. 1. Upon entering the aquarium, you will find no one there. Collect a black uniform at the entrance and wear it. This is the sole method of signaling our staff that you require rescue. As you walk outside, our personnel will notice your attire. Do not worry, the zoo's official employees will ignore you. 2. Do not enter the lion enclosure. 3. Ensure that you are in proximity to any rabbits, escaping rabbits, toys around rabbits, individuals adorned with rabbit ears, or rabbit blood from the beverage stand. Rabbits serve as our symbol of safety and protection. 4. Do not visit the elephant enclosure. 5. Do not trust any slogans on the map, nor follow them. If you engage in any of them or suspect any discrepancies in your perception, immediately check the map provided at the zoo entrance, which each person receives. The map features a dashed line. Tear it along this line. Proceed to the rabbit enclosure and discreetly feed this paper to the rabbits. Remain there until you hear laughter distinct from that of the visitors, then you may leave the area. Afterward, proceed to the primate area. The safe exit is at the end of the right-hand street. Chen stared at the announcement in silence. Though the text was entirely black, he sensed numerous inconsistencies within. At the very least, he was certain that the first and fifth points contained errors. He had witnessed a staff member in black clothing darting into the right-hand path in the primate area, shortly before a monkey donned in black uniform appeared atop Monkey Mountain. It was evident that the staff member had transformed into a monkey. As for the black uniforms, he had encountered individuals wearing such attire in the shops, narrowly avoiding being deceived by them. Through conversation and cunning exchanges, he discerned that the black-clad individuals were serving a different agenda. Thus, the first and fifth points were undoubtedly flawed. Turning his attention to the second and fourth points, warnings against entering the lion and elephant enclosures arose. Could it be that wearing the black uniform would incite an attack from the righteous white lions? If so, this would further corroborate that the black-clad individuals were in league with the lions, assisting them in their nefarious deeds. As for the prohibition against the elephant enclosure, it might suggest that one could suffer severe cognitive contamination, and having already endured the white lion's treatment, they risk losing their grasp on certain mysteries. Their resistance could diminish, and the strangeness of the elephant enclosure could shatter their mental state, plunging them into irrevocable despair. If these assumptions held merit, then the third directive, to approach the rabbits, appeared to be a death trap. Rabbits could indeed taint one's perception, and given the fragmented nature of the black-clad individuals, prolonged exposure would certainly lead to a transformation. This was tantamount to orchestrating his demise. Wait, a revelation struck Chen as he seized upon this critical insight. Yes, It was a scheme to lead the black-clad individuals to their doom. Chapter 26. Entering the aquarium. New discoveries following this line of reasoning. The first step is to introduce the figure in black to the rabbit area, thereby diminishing the likelihood of visitors being attacked by the rabbits. Given the nature of the black-clad staff, their perception is prone to fluctuations. This will undoubtedly capture the creature's attention more effectively, ensuring greater safety for the tourists. As the figure in black begins to falter and their cognition collapses, they will resort to their last action, tearing the dotted line to feed the rabbits. Such behavior, which contradicts their understanding, will surely attract the creature's focus. Consequently, the black-clad staff can lead it towards the right pathway of the monkey area, which may serve as one of the passages to the inner world. Once lured inside, it could become ensnared for a time before returning to the surface world, during which the tourists remain safe. However, the black-clad staff will be left to sacrifice themselves, transforming into a monkey. As Chen pondered this, he involuntarily gasped. He had an inkling that he was onto something significant. With this realization, he let out a quiet sigh. Although this plan appeared ingeniously crafted, the underlying implication was unmistakably grim. The black-clad staff was evidently destined to become a casualty. Chen hesitated to judge the morality of such an approach. Yet it was clear he had no intention of becoming a victim himself. Turning around, Chen once again maneuvered through the crowd and made his way towards the entrance of the aquarium. Observers, witnessing his actions, felt compelled to follow in his footsteps. To them, Chen's demeanor throughout the day had been remarkably steady. Coupled with the hints provided by their country, they deemed Chen the most likely candidate to escape this terrifying zoo. Thus, they believed that by closely aligning their actions with his, they too would enhance their chances of evasion. As a result, they eagerly followed Chen through the aquarium's grand entrance. The moment they stepped inside, the world dimmed momentarily, only to be illuminated by an exceedingly bright hall that greeted their eyes. The crowd began to survey their surroundings and soon discovered a counter on their right, piled high with neatly stacked black uniforms. A few individuals, noticing this, rushed to seize the uniforms, their minds racing. The external announcement had indicated the necessity of changing into these uniforms upon entry as a means of signaling for rescue. Although the uniforms appeared plentiful, they realized that with so many people present, there would not be enough to go around. Fearing that they might miss their chance, they acted swiftly. The remaining individuals were not oblivious either. Those who had survived thus far were generally cautious and observant. They noted that while Chen had glanced at the uniforms, he had not approached to change. This detail heightened their wariness. At that moment, the few who had hastily grabbed the uniforms returned, their hearts racing as they observed the behavior of the others. They realized their grave oversight. What if these garments were indeed problematic? Why else would Chen refrain from changing? In a flurry of panic, they hastily unfastened their buttons, preparing to remove the attire. Yet, just then, Chen spoke up. If you wish to avoid an immediate demise, I advise you not to remove your clothing, he said, his voice devoid of warmth. This statement caused the individuals to freeze, their movements stalling. Why? A female chosen one stammered, her voice trembling. Chen frowned slightly and continued coldly, no comment. Believe it or not, that is entirely your prerogative. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their attempts to undress, hastily redoing their buttons. In truth, Chen's words were merely a ruse. He was uncertain whether removing the uniforms would lead to death. However, he was aware that frequent changes of clothing would attract the creature's attention. A rule noted in the securities memo. Currently, most of the survivors had been gnawed upon by the white lion, losing a part of themselves, while the others remained in peril, having not been bitten, their bodies still tainted. In such circumstances, should these individuals change their clothing and lure the creature, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Chen was determined not to fall victim to such a fate. Fortunately, his deception had successfully persuaded them. With the immediate threat averted, Chen began to search for clues. Before long, he discovered an announcement on the glass at the entrance. This notice directly contradicted the one on the exterior of the aquarium. It was easy for someone not paying close attention to mistake it for a mere reflection of the outside announcement. Sensing something amiss, Chen quickly approached it, prompting the others to follow suit. As they read the contents of the notice, their expressions grew grave. This announcement applies to visitors who have entered the aquarium without timely assistance, having failed to notice the announcement at the entrance. 1. Do not enter the aquarium while others are present. If you are welcomed by a staff member upon entry, please find an excuse to leave immediately after reading this notice. 2. If you have not encountered any staff by the time you read this notice, you may remain to explore and rest. All food here is provided free of charge. But do not consume goat meat. Please ignore any food with such labeling on the shelves. 3. If you enter before 1600 hours, your stay in the aquarium must not exceed half an hour. 4. If you enter after 1601, You must remain inside for no less than 4 hours. 5. This is an aquarium, and it only houses marine life. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale section, do not shout or react ostentatiously. It is a 3D projection for amusement. Treat it as though it were a whale. 6. The aquarium can be used for overnight stays. To the left of the jellyfish area, there are temporary rooms available for the homeless or traveling visitors. If necessary, please switch off the jellyfish night light before sleeping. 7. Our staff wears red uniforms and conducts daily cleaning inspections after 12:30 at night. If you encounter someone in a black uniform claiming to be aquarium staff, you may converse with them or allow them to act as a temporary guide, but do not hand over your map, especially the portion along the dotted line. 8. Failure to adhere to these regulations will result in consequences for your safety. 9. The aquarium exists independently and does not serve any organizations. Chen narrowed his eyes. This aquarium was fraught with traps at every turn. Chapter 27. The crisis approaches. No code of conduct. The opening lines of this notice are undeniably perplexing. Are they intended for visitors who have not seen the sign outside the aquarium? This is utterly nonsensical. From his perspective, the placement of the notice itself exudes an air of mystery. If a visitor were to notice the sign on the exterior, their immediate instinct upon entering would surely be to change into the black work uniform, thereby disregarding this notice altogether. Moreover, the two notices are merely separated by a pane of glass. When viewed against the light, one might subconsciously perceive this as merely the reverse of the external notice, leading them to overlook it entirely. Only a specific type of individual could possibly see it, those who have not encountered the external sign. When these visitors find themselves in an unfamiliar environment, their instinct is to seek out clues or relevant rules. They would inevitably stumble upon this notice. However, this raises a troubling issue. Which notice a visitor sees first is entirely random. Is this not akin to drawing lots? Those who see the external notice face doom, while those who do not may live. This is simply absurd. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Chen. Perhaps the aquarium truly exists, as the Dragon Kingdom suggested, in a realm between worlds. Thus, only those tainted but not fully corrupted who linger between these realms, or those who have lost a part of themselves to the jaws of a lion, could perceive it. Could it be that this notice exploits such a principle? Perhaps only those severely tainted can see the external notice, while both notices are visible to everyone else. In this way, the two notices would form an entirely automated filtering mechanism. The more Chen contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. He couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. If this were the case, he too belonged to that high-risk group. To think he could escape the zoo under such circumstances was nothing short of a delusion. Fortunately, he had saved his progress, so he felt little despair. Instead, he began to meticulously study the rules. These regulations might indeed serve as his true means of escape in the future. Before long, Chen had thoroughly examined the rules. Some still eluded his understanding. Take the first rule, for example. Do not enter when there are people present. Could that person be it? Chen could draw no definitive conclusions regarding this. Then there was the sixth rule. Turn off the jellyfish nightlight before bed. What was the meaning of this? Isn't the nightlight meant to aid sleep? Could the light attract it? This too remained a mystery. As for the other rules, their meanings were straightforward, leaving no room for doubt in Chen's mind. At that moment, Chen suddenly froze. He recalled an important detail. Upon entering the aquarium, he had neglected to check the time. He quickly pulled out his phone. Upon seeing the time, a chill ran down his spine. It was now 15:59. This rule set Chen on high alert. Why must one enter before 1600 hours and remain inside for no longer than half an hour? Was this the time frame during which it was most likely to manifest within the aquarium? And was half an hour the duration required for it to completely taint a person? Chen dared not dwell on these speculations any further. What mattered most was to leave this place as swiftly as possible. The aquarium was far too perilous. With determination, Chen pushed through the crowd toward the exit. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from the hall. Visitors, do you need a guide? I can take you to see the whales. Upon hearing this voice, Chen's scalp prickled with fear. Truly, what one fears most often comes to pass. Who else could possibly be present in the aquarium at this hour? The intent of the individual was evident. It could no longer restrain itself from personally hunting them down. Panic began to swell within Chen. Yet, despite his terror, his footsteps did not falter as he continued to charge toward the exit. If only he could escape through that door, he would be safe. Chen silently repeated this mantra to himself. However, as he reached the entrance, despair washed over him as he realized he was facing away from the hall. It could see everything within it. An eye appeared on the back of his head. He had been marked. The eye twisted grotesquely. Chen understood he was in trouble. His act of ignoring the guide and desperately fleeing had drawn attention. Moreover, he knew his current physical state could not withstand the strain of confrontation. It was best to comply with its perception. Otherwise, he might face dire consequences. With a resigned sigh, Chen turned around, adopting a demeanor of compliance as he faced it. Before him stood a black-clad staff member with a crooked gaze, slightly cross-eyed. He recognized this as its transformed form. As Chen turned to face the threat and ceased his resistance, the oppressive feeling of being hunted gradually receded like the tide, and his vision returned to normal. Quietly, Chen observed the other chosen ones. Most were trembling in fear, while a small fraction appeared unnaturally calm, those who had previously donned the black work uniforms. Yet their composure was peculiar, even emotionless. These individuals had positioned themselves behind it, resembling loyal subordinates. It seemed that, up close, it could exert some form of control over the black-clad staff. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, chaos ensued. Initially believing that Chen could navigate through the challenges of the Elephant Zone with his intelligence, the audience was now aghast at the sight of it personally entering the fray. The world of bizarre tales was proving to be a treacherous trap. Was this not a devilishly difficult scenario? What happened to reason? The indescribable entity had transformed into a human to hunt them down. What madness was this? The audience lamented the seemingly insurmountable difficulty of this quest, feeling a sense of loss for Chen. If only he had participated in a different challenge, he would surely have triumphed. Alas, it was disheartening to ponder that such a talented individual might perish here. Brothers, does anyone know Chen? Could you share his hometown address? I would like to pay my respects in the future. 1. May Chen's memory endure. Come now, can we not speak positively? Chen is not dead yet. Perhaps he can still turn the tide. In alignment with the sentiments of the audience, the staff of the Dragon Kingdom's Bizarre Tales department shared in the despair. Their familiarity with the rules surpassed that of ordinary viewers, allowing them to grasp the imminent danger more acutely. With the entity's direct involvement, what could Chen, a mere mortal, do to resist? It seemed an inescapable doom. Old Chen, perhaps you should refrain from watching any longer. You haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. It might be wise to rest. The Dragon Kingdom will need you moving forward, suggested the bespectacled Xiaoli gently. He wished to spare Old Chen the sight of Chen's demise. Given Old Chen's age and emotional disposition, he feared the toll of witnessing another failure might be too much for him to bear. However, Old Chen waved his hand dismissively, not even turning his head. His cloudy eyes remained fixed on Chen's face. Chen has not given up. I can see his determination. There is still hope for us, Old Chen rasped. Xiaoli shook his head and stepped forward to grasp Old Chen's hand. Old Chen, in this situation, even divine intervention would struggle to save him. Our foremost priority now is to preserve our invaluable existence and prepare for the upcoming horror tale instance. We bear the profound responsibility for the safety of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoli's voice quivered with emotion. Yet, Old Chen remained unmoved by these words. He continued to fixate intently on the screen, squeezing out a few words. Until the final moment, we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, shall never yield. Keep your eyes wide open. His hoarse voice conveyed an undeniable resolve. The others, witnessing this, refrained from further comment, standing silently behind Old Chen, united in watching the hero's tragic fate. Chapter 28. The elephant drowned in the whale zone within the confines of the aquarium. Chen's mind raced as he contemplated methods to extricate himself from his predicament. At first glance, donning a black work uniform appeared to offer a temporary reprieve. However, this would render him susceptible to manipulation, relegating him to the status of a subordinate. More importantly, he feared that once clad in the black attire, escape from the zoo would become an impossibility. Thus, this strategy would remain a last resort, to be employed only in dire circumstances. He surmised that the key to his liberation might lie in a shift in perception. Yet, this could not simply be a matter of unwavering conviction. Engaging in a battle of wits before his captors would surely spell disaster. He needed to delve deeper, to identify a breakthrough, and then solidify his understanding. However, he was still grappling with how to advance. At that moment, a staff member with a sidelong gaze spoke up. Since no one seems inclined to speak, I shall take that as acquiescence. Come, let us view the whales. With that, he turned and made his way into the depths of the aquarium. The others, unwilling to defy him, followed suit. Recognizing the futility of escape, Chen resolved to join them. As he passed the counter where the black work uniforms were stored, he casually grabbed one and draped it over his arm. This would serve as a precaution, a means of self-preservation. The individuals behind him took note of his action, their eyes lighting up as they mimicked his behavior, each taking a uniform for themselves. Soon, they arrived at the whale zone. The staff member halted, gesturing animatedly towards the glass enclosure. Look, aren't the whales magnificent? The group, too intimidated to resist, followed the direction of his finger. The next instant, they were struck dumb with horror. Floating within the whale zone was the lifeless form of an elephant. Su Chen's body tensed at the sight, although he had been forewarned. Witnessing such an eerie spectacle sent chills down his spine. The elephant's limbs were contorted, its elongated trunk desperately reaching skyward, a haunting image of drowning. Ultimately, that trunk failed to breach the surface, never finding the air it so desperately sought. The sight evoked an indescribable sorrow within him. A strange sensation gripped Su Chen. He felt a pang of sympathy, as though he shared some deep connection with the deceased creature. With this sentiment in mind, he scrutinized the elephant more closely. It soon became evident that its body bore numerous scars, reminiscent of wounds inflicted during battles with its own kind. As he lowered his gaze, a prominent scar on the elephant's left foreleg caught his attention. After a prolonged examination, he found the scar unsettlingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, a photograph flashed in his mind, a snapshot seen in the security office, depicting a guard at work, bearing an identical scar on his left arm. A chilling realization gripped him. If visitors could transform into animals within this zoo, what of the staff? Was it possible that this elephant was once the security guard? As this thought took root, Su Chen's hair stood on end. He recalled his own experience in the elephant enclosure, where a seemingly normal elephant had appeared before him at his most desperate moment, blocking his view and reinforcing his resolve. It was no coincidence. He now remembered that the elephant bore a similar scar on its left foreleg. Connecting the dots, he recalled the sorrowful expressions displayed by the blue-uniformed staff after the others had been saved. He began piecing together the truth. The guard had transformed into an elephant, aiding trapped visitors in solidifying their resolve to escape. This act, however, had evidently angered the creature, leading to the guard's subsequent attack by the herd of elephants, and, ultimately, his confinement within the aquarium. At that moment, Su Chen felt a stirring within him. He gazed once more at the elephant drifting in the whale zone. His eyes filled with admiration. This security guard embodied the essence of humanity. He was a true hero. Well, aren't the whales magnificent? Do you all love whales? The sidelong staff member inquired of the chosen ones. The few individuals in the front row, closest to him, exchanged alarmed glances, unsure of how to respond. As the silence stretched on and the staff member's irritation grew, Su Chen finally spoke up. Indeed, we love whales. Whales cherish humanity, and we, in turn, cherish whales. Upon hearing a response, the staff member's face brightened with a childlike glee. He clapped his hands delightedly and continued, "But I do not like whales. They are rather foolish. They always beach themselves, and it takes a tremendous effort to return them to the water." Taking a deep breath, Su Chen met the staff member's gaze with unwavering resolve. "You need not concern yourself with them. Perhaps they prefer life on land. That is impossible. Whales belong in the water. You are not a whale. How could you know they do not enjoy life on land? But you are not a whale either," Su Chen countered with a smile, exclaiming, "Perhaps, in the future, I too shall become a whale. We are all whales." The staff member pouted like a child wronged, muttering, "I don't like whales." His expression shifted once more, and he beamed brightly. "After viewing the whales, let us go see the jellyfish. I adore jellyfish." Without waiting for a response, he strode ahead. The group, resigned to their fate, followed him once more toward the jellyfish exhibit. As they proceeded, Su Chen paused beside the floating elephant, bowing deeply in respect. Heroes deserve reverence, especially those who have saved lives. Yet, in that moment of homage, he noticed a small crumpled piece of paper in the corner. Surveying the onlookers, he realized they were all fixated on him, clearly intrigued by his unusual gesture of respect towards the elephant. With everyone else's eyes upon him, Su Chen boldly picked up the paper and unfolded it before the gathered crowd. Chapter 29, Jellyfish, the remaining luster of humanity as the crumpled paper unfurled. A multitude of densely packed words flooded his vision. The beginning and edges of the sheet were scribbled with frantic pleas. "I am so scared. I want to live and escape. Do not believe, believe. It's all a mess. Must remember," should have written a title, but instead, the section meant for it is heavily scrawled over with black ink. "If I don't do this, I will never get out." 1. The monkeys and the white lion can see it. The jellyfish and the rabbit can comfort it. The elephant and the goat are its toys. 2. Trust the white lion. It bites those who can be saved. It bites those who cannot. Its roar is both a warning bell and a dirge for the deceased. 3. Changing clothes will lead to discovery. Do not change clothes. 4. The security in the elephant zone is trustworthy, but they leave work at 1 a.m. daily. Seek help before that time. 5. It is drawn to light, especially at night. It despises confined spaces and must rest in dark, enclosed rooms. 6. Damn. The goat meat is indeed raw. This line is more hastily written than the others. A subsequent, slightly neater annotation reads, "I can't believe I can eat this." 7. Standing with the monkeys will prevent detection. 8. Do not engage with the tourists who are smiling and wandering. They have noticed nothing. Seek out those who are frightened like me. They are trustworthy and already aware. 9. Thank the desiccated jellyfish and drowned elephants. Remember they died to protect humanity. A scrawled and frenzied note remarks, unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. 10. There is an exit, not in the monkey area. But the path beyond the monkey area is unknown. 11. Always remember you are human, not an animal. Chen read these words several times. After ensuring he had committed them to memory, he casually tossed the paper to a companion nearby, since everyone had seen it. He would not hoard the information to avoid unnecessary complications. The contestant from Tibak took the paper and awkwardly thanked Chen in Chinese. In this bizarre world of strange tales, due to some force of rules, all chosen ones spoke in their native tongues, yet others naturally understood the meaning. The Tibak contestant's choice to express gratitude in Chinese was unexpected for Chen. He smiled in response, signaling that no thanks were necessary. He then hastily began to analyze the rules in his mind. The 5th point served as a crucial clue. It indicated that it has a phototropic nature. Coupled with the visitor guidelines and references to shade, Chen quickly deduced that it would appear in the shadows. This clue was vital and would undoubtedly prove useful later. Having grasped this, Chen urgently considered the other rules. As he pondered, Chen realized these rules merely reinforced his hypotheses. For instance, not changing clothes. The inability to distinguish monkeys, the right road of the monkey area not being an exit, and the functions of the white lion, among other insights. Among these revelations, the 9th point drew Chen's attention most. The desiccated jellyfish and drowned elephants died to protect humanity? He could comprehend the elephant's sacrifice, but what of the jellyfish? After a moment of contemplation, an audacious hypothesis took shape in Chen's mind. On the security note, it had once left a remark, is it because jellyfish lack brains? From this statement, combined with the conjecture that animals might be transformed humans, he speculated that those bitten to death by the white lion, retaining a glimmer of humanity, might become jellyfish. Chen had previously sensed a part of himself lost after being bitten by the white lion. However, matter cannot simply appear or vanish. Thus, a portion of his body must have descended into the inner world. This also explained why he could perceive the existence of the aquarium after the bite. Those who perished at the jaws of the white lion were deeply polluted in their cognition. Consequently, their corporeal forms were more likely to plunge into the inner world. Perhaps only remnants of humanity lingered in the outer world. Hence, to him, jellyfish were indeed devoid of intellect. After this line of reasoning, Chen gradually clarified his thoughts. First, it possesses a phototropic nature. Secondly, jellyfish retain the luster of humanity. Therefore, at certain moments, jellyfish may serve as a source of light, guiding it away. This aligns with the paper's assertion that the desiccated jellyfish died to protect humanity. Just as Chen was deep in thought, the group came to a halt. They had reached their destination. Surveying his surroundings, Chen noticed a glass partition to his right, behind which countless jellyfish danced gracefully. As their faint bioluminescence illuminated him, he felt as if his body was being purified, restored. Chen was taken aback. This jellyfish possessed such an effect. Was it gifting him the remnants of its humanity? He felt a surge of emotion. After all, it was already deceased. This jellyfish was merely a vestige, devoid of thought. Even in such a state, it continued to aid and protect humanity. This spirit reminded Chen of the words on the note. Unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. Undoubtedly, both the jellyfish and the elephant embodied this principle. Chapter 30. You are a jellyfish. Suddenly, Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Something seemed amiss. Why would it benevolently bring visitors to witness the jellyfish, remedying the imperfections in their bodies? There must be a conspiracy at play. Chen fixed his gaze upon the cross-eyed staff member. That individual was intently focused on the jellyfish, a look of obsession etched on his face. The jellyfish were indeed magnificent, yet Chen felt there were not enough of them. He continued to stare at the jellyfish, addressing the others with a sideways glance. Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow. As expected, this individual was up to no good. In the next moment, the cross-eyed staff member turned towards the nearest contestant from the inn and whispered, "You are also a jellyfish." No sooner had the words left his lips than the contestant's body vanished, only to reappear amidst the throng of jellyfish. Terrified, he flailed and struggled. Yet the more he fought, the more jellyfish he came into contact with, resulting in severe poisoning. Before long, the chosen one ceased to move, drowning among them. His lifeless body floated amidst the jellyfish, a faint glow illuminating his contorted visage, rendering the scene particularly eerie. Yet, contrary to the staff member's assertion, he did not transform into a jellyfish. Why haven't you become a jellyfish yet? The man shouted at the corpse, his voice sharp and childlike in its unreasonable demand. It must be your fault. I shall try another. With that, he turned his gaze to the remaining chosen ones. The others were now thoroughly alarmed. The sudden demise of their comrade had left them momentarily stunned, but the implication of the man's words, that he intended to kill more, snapped them back to reality. They erupted into a panicked frenzy, desperately fleeing in all directions. At this moment, no one was concerned about the implications of their actions. The man had disregarded all rules in his murderous intent. However, just as they began to escape, they despaired at the realization that their feet no longer obeyed them. Those who defied the staff member's perception were marked for his attention. This rule remained in effect, plunging everyone into utter hopelessness. Amidst the chaos, Chen stood among the crowd, refusing to flee. Though he too was shocked, he recognized the futility of escape. He pondered the underlying logic of the situation. The staff member could not simply kill at will. If that were the case, this world would not be known as a realm of rules. If rules were being cast aside, it was no laughing matter. Meanwhile, the cross-eyed staff member remained indifferent to the crowd's panic, his brow furrowed in contemplation. With a flick of his arm, another chosen one from was abruptly transported to the jellyfish area. The same struggle ensued, followed by another tragic drowning. The floating corpses chilled the hearts of the onlookers. Glaring at the two lifeless bodies, the staff member's frown deepened. Why won't you transform into jellyfish? He exclaimed in a fit of rage. It must be your fault. Remember, you are jellyfish. As he shouted, a thought began to resonate in the minds of all present, incessantly suggesting that they were jellyfish. The man grew increasingly frantic, waving his arms. 5 chosen ones were simultaneously cast into the water. The outcome was inevitable, they too perished. Their demise reported before the eyes of the survivors. A bead of sweat trickled down Chen's forehead. He felt he was on the verge of remembering something. Yet it eluded him. As time passed, more chosen ones succumbed, their bodies gradually obscuring the jellyfish's luminescence. At that moment, the cross-eyed staff member approached Chen. His gaze filled with fury. You are a jellyfish. You are a jellyfish. He snarled. Meanwhile, the audience in Long Country's live stream had descended into despair. To hell with this world of bizarre tales. It has become increasingly unreasonable. At least before there were rules. Now it feels like all bets are off. They lamented. If it continues like this, we might as well arm everyone with a Gatling gun spewing blue flames. Whoever is chosen can simply blow away the anomalies. They spoke with conviction. All fear stemmed from an insufficiency of firepower. What a disaster. Now it's Chen's turn. I've closed my eyes. Unwilling to witness this. I might just die from frustration. Yet, facing this madness, Chen refused to surrender. In that perilous moment, a spark ignited in his mind. He finally grasped the rationale behind why the staff member believed the chosen ones were jellyfish. Observing those who had drowned, he noted that all had been bitten by the white lion, while those untouched by its cleansing had survived. This was abnormal. Furthermore, when combined with his earlier hypothesis regarding the jellyfish, it became clear that only those who had perished from the white lion's bite would transform into jellyfish in the remnants of the world. It dawned on him that this mentally incomplete, childlike being might have misconstrued the concept. Being bitten by the white lion and subsequently dying would lead to a transformation into a jellyfish. It was well known that jellyfish, along with rabbits, provided it with comfort, and it held a fondness for jellyfish. However, its fear of the white lion meant it had never witnessed the process of jellyfish creation. Thus, it was highly likely that it had inadvertently received a textual message from the staff. Given its childlike understanding, it had completely misinterpreted the entire concept. At that moment, the staff member raised his hand, poised to plunge Chen into the water. Yet Chen finally spoke up. I am not a jellyfish, he declared decisively. Chapter 31. The escape. The opponent paused, anger flaring on their face. You are a jellyfish. Their voice became shrill, reminiscent of a petulant child. I am not. It is the one bitten to death by the white lion who is a jellyfish. Those who are bitten by the white lion and then drowned are not jellyfish. Chen stated calmly, fixing his gaze on his adversary's eyes. The adversary fell silent for a moment, their perception shaken. Nevertheless, within this scenario, they remained the strongest. In an instant, they regained composure, glaring at Chen and gritting their teeth. No, you are a jellyfish. At that moment, Chen smiled. He had finally seized the opportunity. No, I am a monkey, he proclaimed, deepening his own understanding. Humans evolved from monkeys. I am speaking the truth. He incessantly brainwashed himself with this thought. In that fleeting moment, his opponent was once again taken aback. In their understanding, it was indeed challenging to distinguish between humans and monkeys. Furthermore, the earlier theory regarding jellyfish had also left an impact. Most importantly, they could sense that Chen genuinely believed himself to be a monkey. As the opponent became increasingly bewildered, Su Chen raised his hand, displaying his black work uniform. Look, this is my attire. Those who wear this are all monkeys. With this statement, their confusion deepened, for indeed, the black-clad workers ultimately transformed into monkeys. Yet, that was not the end. Su Chen added, your eyes are askew. The correct eyes do not look like this. This remark once again provoked a tremor in their perception. Su Chen's chosen breakthrough was astute. He did not target the opponent's firmly held beliefs, but rather those aspects that were indistinguishable to them. This barrage of statements struck directly at the opponent's cognitive weaknesses, causing their mind to crash and plunge into contemplation. Observing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Realizing his strategy had succeeded, he dared not linger and, seizing the moment, swiftly turned and ran toward the aquarium's exit. The remaining survivors were equally perplexed, unsure how Su Chen had managed to befuddle such a terrifying opponent with just a few words. However, this did not deter them from fleeing. They hurriedly followed Su Chen outside. Soon, a throng of people burst into the lobby. Just as Su Chen pushed open the aquarium's door, a frantic scream erupted from within. Su Chen sensed trouble. He knew his adversary had regained consciousness. Simultaneously, he felt dizzy, short of breath, and his body began to stiffen, resisting his control. The opponent was attempting to seize control of him again. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen gritted his teeth and summoned the last of his strength to retract his front support leg. The next instant, his body became rigid. However, as he leaned forward while pushing open the door and lifted his front leg, he gradually toppled forward. With a resounding thud, Su Chen fell out of the aquarium. The instant he escaped, he felt his body return to normal. Facing the setting sun, he revealed a radiant smile, knowing he had survived. Without wasting a moment, he quickly scrambled to his feet and headed toward the lion enclosure. That was the only safe zone left. Meanwhile, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were taken aback by Su Chen's audacious maneuver, astonished that he had truly escaped. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the barrage of comments ceased. However, the next second, an explosion of comments flooded the screen. What just happened? A few words caused the bizarre entity to crash. Su Chen is invincible. Su Chen is too powerful. Incredible. Brothers, he actually managed to escape? Blessings upon the Dragon Kingdom and upon Su Chen. Those upstairs know nothing. This is what it means to defy destiny. Su Chen is truly formidable. I now believe he can conquer this scenario and succeed. I checked other countries' live streams. It was utterly tragic. The jellyfish area was full of corpses. I nearly vomited. Those who survived were also forced to wear black work uniforms. Our Dragon Kingdom might be the only country that can prevail. Su Chen is so handsome. I want to bear your children. I seriously suspect those upstairs have been contaminated and are about to turn into monkeys. After the harrowing escape, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was filled with laughter and joy, presenting a stark contrast to the wails from other nations. On the other side, the expressions of the members in the Dragon Kingdom's Paranormal Affairs Department were equally remarkable, particularly that of the bespectacled Shaoli. Previously, he had been certain that under such a hopeless situation, Su Chen would certainly perish. Thus he had urged Elder Chen to rest and not watch the aftermath. Yet, after witnessing Su Chen's actions, he had indeed escaped. Shaoli felt an overwhelming surge of joy, relieved that the Dragon Kingdom was saved. However, alongside this joy, a hint of shame surfaced within him. Ever since he had investigated Su Chen's personal information, he had held prejudices against him. In his mind, a student who hadn't graduated from a mediocre university must be inept. Though he had slightly revised his opinion after watching Su Chen navigate various dangers during the live broadcasts, he still believed there was a degree of luck involved. He even thought that had he been in Su Chen's position, he might have performed better. Until now. Su Chen had analyzed the critical information in a remarkably short span and faced the imminent danger of death with unwavering calmness, astutely identifying the opportunity to retaliate. In this regard, he had to admit to himself that he could never achieve such a feat at this moment. He was entirely won over by Su Chen's capabilities. Elder Chen, Su Chen truly is a blessing to our Dragon Kingdom, Shaoli exclaimed. Standing at the forefront, Elder Chen's body trembled slightly, and his left hand shook even more violently as he held the teacup. He lifted the cup to his lips, taking a sip in an effort to suppress his excitement. Elder Chen gazed at the large screen, his eyes glistening with tears. To him, every time the nation faced peril, countless heroic sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom would bravely step forward, risking their lives to support the nation. A century ago, there were his esteemed heroes from the past. Now, Su Chen had become the beacon of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. The image of Su Chen on the screen gradually merged with that of the esteemed leaders he revered in his mind. Elder Chen murmured with a trembling voice. I knew he could do it. I was right about Su Chen. With him, our Dragon Kingdom will surely overcome this crisis. His laughter grew louder. as if his conviction strengthened with each word. In the end, his joyous laughter echoed throughout the conference room, resonating endlessly. The others, influenced by his enthusiasm, wore smiles on their faces, their admiration for Chen growing ever more profound. Chapter 32. Strange Dreams. At this moment, within the confines of the zoo, Chen hastened to the entrance of the lion enclosure. Only now did the tension in his heart begin to ease. He plopped down on the grass beside the gate, gulping down nearly half a bottle of mineral water that he had previously stowed in his pocket. Then, he reclined on the lawn, breathing heavily for a while. The ordeal at the aquarium had proven to be far more perilous than his encounter in the elephant area. Confronted with immense pressure and the threat of an inexplicable attack, the impact on Chen was profound. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon a note left by a predecessor and, with a quick mind, pieced together crucial information. A touch of luck had also played a part in his successful escape. If Chen were to face that scenario again, he could not guarantee his survival. Thus, he lay on the grass, gazing at the azure sky until he finally regained his composure. Sitting up, he idly plucked a blade of grass, twirling it between his fingers as he pondered his next course of action. The experience at the aquarium had made it clear to him that the rules were beginning to unravel. New cognitions, such as the presence of jellyfish, indicated that the situation had grown increasingly perilous. The uncertainty was overwhelming. Who knew what other unrecorded forms of awareness might exist? If he were to unwittingly fall into another trap, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Chen understood that, from this point forward, he must avoid direct confrontation. His frail body lacked the means to contend with such threats. Thus, evasion was paramount. However, his analysis revealed that the aquarium was evidently the exit. If he wished to leave, he would have to venture back into the aquarium, a paradox indeed. Chen had no knowledge of its operational patterns. If he were to encounter danger within its confines once more, it would be in vain. A comprehensive plan was imperative. In that moment, Chen recalled the notice posted within the aquarium. Our staff wear red uniforms and conduct daily cleaning inspections only after 12:30 a.m. He had previously disregarded this information, but now it appeared to be pivotal. There were indeed staff members present in the aquarium. Yet, during his earlier visit, he had seen no one. This suggested that the staff had not yet begun their shift. Coupled with the rules stating that inspections commenced at 12:30 a.m., it indicated that the red-clad personnel likely worked only during the night. Such a schedule was peculiar for an establishment generally open during the day. A bold hypothesis emerged. Perhaps this timing was designed to protect the staff from harm. This meant that during this time frame, the threat would not be present in the aquarium. Chen squinted, sensing a breakthrough. It was worth the risk. With a plan in mind, his immediate focus shifted to recuperation. Since he could only act at midnight, he decided to take a brief rest. After all, he was currently in the lion enclosure, where his safety was assured. With this thought, Chen reclined once more. Having consumed only half a bottle of water throughout the day, coupled with the constant tension, fatigue had set in, finally afforded a moment of respite. He quickly drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself transformed into a majestic elephant, battling against several peculiar elephants adorned with rabbit ears. Undeterred by the overwhelming odds, he fought valiantly, ultimately vanquishing all his adversaries, sending the bizarre creatures scattering in panic, only to vanish into thin air. As the foes fled, he reverted to his human form. In that moment, Chen felt a warmth in his left arm. Upon inspection, he noticed a wound inflicted by the tusks of his opponents during the struggle. He paid little mind to the injury, deciding to tend to it later. Suddenly, his body jolted, and he felt an unsettling familiarity with the scar on his arm. Wasn't this the very scar of the security guard? Chen gasped in astonishment. Hastily, he retrieved his phone and activated the front camera. The reflection revealed the face of the security guard, causing him to reel in shock. Everything around him dimmed momentarily before brightening again. He found himself in a mist-laden realm, where visibility was limited to mere meters. Realizing his predicament, Chen turned on the flashlight of his phone and cautiously ventured forward. Gradually, through the haze, a metallic sign began to take shape. He quickened his pace, approaching the sign. As he drew nearer, the inscription became legible. Goat Area. Confusion washed over him. He distinctly remembered this area was absent from the map. As he pondered this, his body inexplicably moved towards the goat area. After walking for approximately 10 minutes along a narrow path, the mist began to thin. Seizing the opportunity, Chen surveyed his surroundings, only to be utterly astonished. Above him, the sky appeared as if made of glass, transparent. Beyond this glass ceiling lay the zoo itself, and directly above him was the ominous elephant area, where pure white elephants with rabbit ears grazed on the grass. Quickly averting his gaze to avoid the disconcerting sight, he shifted his attention eastward. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar aquarium embedded in the horizon. The upper half of the structure was situated within the zoo, while the lower half floated amidst the fog. This aquarium, reminiscent of a sky city, emanated an eerie aura. Chen was profoundly shaken. In an instant, it dawned on him that, based on his previous deductions, the aquarium existed between two worlds. Did this imply that he was now in the inner world? Yet, how had he arrived here? He could recall nothing. As he grappled with these thoughts, a ray of sunset pierced through the transparent canopy, casting a warm light upon him. He turned, contemplatively gazing at the sinking crimson sun in the outer world. The sunlight, distorted by the glass, offered no warmth. Instead, it seemed unsettling. Before long, the last remnants of daylight faded, and the sun disappeared below the horizon. The inner world appeared to grow darker. However, in the next moment, before Chen could shift his gaze, a pitch-black sun descended from the horizon of the outer world, crashing into the transparent dome of the inner realm. Chapter 33. The inner world. In the next moment, a crack appeared in the black sun, which seemed to open its eyes like a demon, gazing upon this world. With the emergence of the black sun, everything within the inner world became increasingly dark, even distorting reality itself. It appeared as though it emitted not sunlight, but an incessant shadow. Chen fixated on that black eye, his mind beginning to drift. Just then, a wind arose. Countless mists rolled like waves, surging forward. As the wind blew, Chen felt a chill against his already sweat-drenched back, snapping him back to reality. He hastily averted his gaze. At that moment, the multitude of goats quietly gnawing on grass roots beside him raised their heads in unison, staring ahead. At the end of the path, a black shadow gradually materialized. Upon closer inspection, the silhouette resembled that of an 8-year-old child, yet atop its head were a pair of enormous goat horns, creating a profoundly unsettling appearance. As the mist, darkened by the sun's influence, surged towards the shadow, it opened its arms wide, and the mist seamlessly merged into its form, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. With the influx of fog, the shadow appeared to solidify further. Chen, observing this scene, couldn't help but furrow his brow. This world was far too bizarre, and everything happening surpassed his understanding. After a considerable time, the mist gradually dissipated, making the atmosphere in the goat area seem more translucent. At this juncture, the shadow moved, extending its right hand to a nearby goat and gently patting its head. The goat, as if rewarded with something extraordinary, displayed an expression of excitement. Following this, it turned and trotted down the path towards Chen. As the goat approached, he could discern its devilish pupils, which mirrored his own anxious visage, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens. Chen snapped his eyes open, the vast expanse of stars flooding his vision. He scrambled to his feet, gasping for breath. The dream had felt so incredibly real that he found himself momentarily dazed. After a long while, he managed to calm his racing heart. Why did I have such a dream? Does it carry some meaning? He murmured softly. After contemplating for some time, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Based on the recorded rules, it exhibited phototropism and emerged from the shadows, possessing a temperament akin to that of a child. Thus, the black shadow with goat horns seen in the dream might very well represent its true form. Coupled with the scene of the shadow consuming the sun-darkened mist, it suggested that it could draw some mysterious power from the inner world. This explained why it was growing ever stronger, even beginning to warp the rules. Returning to the topic of the inner world, if the mist darkened by the black sun could augment its strength, it might imply that the inner world had existed far earlier and was not merely a realm it had created. It could have inadvertently fallen into the inner world, becoming tainted and assuming its current form. If this conjecture held true, the zoo would be all the more perilous, for he had unwittingly been drawn into the inner world through his dream. It seemed imperative to escape at once. Chen pulled out his phone to check the time. Realizing he still had a little while left, he decided to study the rules he had in hand to pass the time, primarily because he was too fearful to sleep again. What if he were drawn back into the inner world? Meanwhile, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were somewhat perplexed. After Chen's abrupt awakening, he appeared so frantic. Had he experienced a nightmare? Perhaps. But what intrigued them was that he seemed unfazed by the dangers he faced during the day. What could possibly have frightened him so? Did anyone catch what he murmured just now? There might be some hidden significance in his words. You Dragon Kingdom folks are so timid. Even a mere dream can send you into such a panic. Our people in the Cherry Blossom Nation would never be so cowardly, they teased. Indeed, you wouldn't. After all, your chosen ones have long since met their demise, leaving you with no opportunity to experience the unfolding narrative. The audience in the live stream remained unaware of the nature of Chen's dream. Had they seen that scene, they would undoubtedly not be so carefree. As night deepened in the zoo, a peculiar sound suddenly caught Su Chen's attention. From the distant, deserted path came a rhythmic clatter, reminiscent of hooves striking against cobblestones. A sense of dread washed over him as he recalled something, prompting him to turn around. He beheld a goat approaching from the inky darkness, a snow-white goat. Devoid of any blemish. Bathed in moonlight, the creature appeared somewhat sacred. Its elegant steps echoed crisply against the blue stones, yet to Su Chen, it sounded like a thunderous drum. Why is there truly a goat here? Could the dream have been real? He was utterly astonished. Soon, the goat approached him, raising its head to meet his gaze. In the depths of its eyes, he perceived a hint of mockery. Am I still dreaming? How could a goat possess such a playful gaze? Questions swirled in Su Chen's mind. Thus, the standoff between man and goat lingered for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, the goat turned and made its way into the lion enclosure. As it crossed the threshold, its body began to swell dramatically. In the next instant, it transformed into a white lion, proudly standing, radiating an air of authority. This sight left Su Chen utterly bewildered. The goat had morphed into a white lion. Suddenly, a crucial realization struck him. Based on his earlier experiences, when there were 5 white lions in the lion enclosure, it would lose its purifying effect. With the goat now transformed into a white lion, did this mean the lion enclosure had temporarily lost its potency? Goodness, its abilities are far too diverse. Su Chen was rendered speechless. However, despite his incredulity, he acted swiftly. Aware that this place was not safe for prolonged stay, he hurriedly made his way towards the aquarium. As he moved, he glanced at his phone. It read 12:29. Fortunately, he was right on time. The path was devoid of streetlights, enveloped in darkness. Su Chen could only navigate forward, stumbling along in the dim moonlight. Suddenly, he noticed shadows flitting through the trees ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were figures clad in work uniforms. The individual nearest to him bore a resemblance to the Chosen One from Iron Bar Nation. It seemed the Chosen Ones had not been entirely annihilated. Some had survived. However, they now donned black uniforms. Attempting to escape the zoo, though it appeared they had little chance of success. It's best not to draw their attention, Su Chen thought. He lowered his body and, using the cover of the nearby holly bushes, successfully navigated past the group without raising alarm. Moments later, he arrived at the aquarium. Checking the time again, he confirmed it had just passed 12:30. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Chapter 34, the red-clad staff member this time, unlike during the day. The aquarium was dimly lit, casting an air of mystery. At that moment, a staff member clad in a crimson uniform hurried towards Su Chen upon noticing his entry. Hello. How may I assist you? The individual greeted Su Chen cordially. Relieved, Su Chen felt a sense of reassurance. The presence of a seemingly normal staff member confirmed his suspicions. The aquarium was safe at this hour. I seem to have lost my way in the zoo and was hoping to stay here for the night. Would that be permissible? Su Chen inquired cautiously. The red-clad staff member furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of confusion. You must be mistaken, but we do offer accommodations. Allow me to escort you. He swiftly redirected the conversation. Before Su Chen could pose another question, the staff member began walking toward the jellyfish exhibit. Su Chen discerned that the individual preferred not to discuss the zoo, indicating he likely possessed knowledge of certain undisclosed regulations. It appeared he would need to devise another strategy to glean information. Quickening his pace, Su Chen followed the staff member closely. Are there any specific guidelines I should be aware of? He asked. Before 1:00 a.m., you must turn off the jellyfish night lights. And you should not leave the aquarium before 6:00 a.m. Aside from that, there are no other requirements, the staff member replied. Oh, have you ever encountered uncooperative visitors? For instance, those who refuse to turn off the lights, Su Chen probed further. Indeed, we have, the staff member chuckled. Typically, we attempt to persuade them, but if they... Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, hastily shifting the topic. Are you hungry? Allow me to fetch you something to eat. He made his way to a nearby storage unit. Su Chen sighed. Realizing that extracting further information from this individual would be futile, he would need to explore other avenues. Just then, the staff member's expression shifted dramatically. He grabbed a large bag of peculiar items off the shelf and turned to Su Chen. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. In the meantime, do not wander. Without allowing Su Chen to respond, he hurried toward the whale exhibit, clutching the bag. As they brushed past each other, Su Chen caught a glimpse of a few words. Goat meat. It appeared that the aquarium was not entirely safe during this time. How curious, Su Chen murmured to himself. After a lengthy wait with no sign of the staff member's return, boredom began to set in. He wandered forward aimlessly until the jellyfish exhibit came into view. Countless bioluminescent jellyfish floated in the water, mesmerizing in their ethereal glow. As the light enveloped him, Su Chen sensed a cleansing sensation, even feeling as though the holy radiance was mending the voids within his body. What had happened to the bodies that had previously suffered? Had the staff disposed of them, or had they truly transformed into jellyfish? Astonished, Chen recalled his earlier hypothesis, that such transformations were implausible. However, if the staff had indeed handled the bodies, how could they remain unperturbed by the sight of so many drowned victims? Furthermore, considering the timing, they had only just begun their shifts and would scarcely have had the opportunity to manage such a grim task. Was there, then, an alternative method of disposal? Chen found himself in a maze of perplexity. Suddenly, a sentence from a note he had discovered resurfaced in his mind. Damn. Goat meat is indeed raw flesh. This phrase was scribbled hastily, followed by a slightly clearer annotation. Unbelievably edible. Raw flesh. Bodies. Could the goat meat the staff member had taken be the remains of those unfortunate chosen ones? Chen shivered, hastily shaking his head as if to dispel the horrifying thought. Just then, the red-clad staff member returned, holding a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Evidently for Chen. How did you end up here? This is your food, he said, extending the items towards Chen. Thank you, Chen replied courteously, accepting the offering. After a long day without sustenance, he was indeed famished. The hourly room is nearly ready. Please follow me, but since it is past 1 a.m., we cannot turn on the lights, so it will be quite dark. Please be careful not to trip. That's perfectly fine, Chen assured him. As they walked, he cast a glance at the small booklet tucked in the staff member's pocket. If he was not mistaken, it must be their employee handbook, which he needed to acquire. Perhaps he could exploit the darkness of the room to his advantage. As they traversed the jellyfish exhibit and turned left into the rest area, the absence of light became palpable. Only the faint glow from the jellyfish provided illumination to navigate. The staff member, appearing to be an experienced employee, moved steadily through the dark. Before long, he halted and opened the door to a room. Here is your accommodation. I hope you enjoy your rest, he said from the threshold. Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that if the staff member did not step inside, it would be challenging to act. There was no way he could simply snatch it away. I have night blindness. Could you assist me inside? Chen feigned a lack of vision, extending his hand for support. Of course, no problem, the staff member readily agreed. He led the way, guiding Chen carefully forward. As they passed through the doorway, Chen recognized his opportunity. He deliberately tripped over the doorframe with his toe, colliding into the staff member's arms. Taken by surprise, the staff member momentarily lost his breath, but managed to steady Chen instead of both falling. Simultaneously, the bread and water tumbled to the floor. Seizing the moment, Chen deftly extracted the employee handbook from the staff member's pocket, concealing it behind him. My apologies. My night blindness is quite severe. Could you please help me retrieve the bread? Chen quickly regained his balance and stepped back a few paces. Just a moment, the staff member stammered, still recovering from the surprise. Not wasting time, he turned to search for the fallen food in the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Chen tucked the small booklet into the waistband at the back of his pants. Chapter 35. The discovery of an escape route before long. The individual retrieved the food and returned it to Chen. Amidst Chen's profuse expressions of gratitude, the staff member clutched their chest and departed. Chen pressed his ear against the door, attentively listening to the retreating footsteps. Once the sound had completely faded, he extracted the employee manual, leaned against the headboard, and began to read by the light of his phone. 1. The aquarium does not require work during the day. Your shift is from 12:30 a.m. to 6 a.m. the following day. You may arrive a bit late or leave early, but under no circumstances should you arrive early or work overtime. 2. The hourly rooms to the left of the jellyfish area are designated for nearby homeless individuals and tourists in need. Upon starting your shift, please ensure they turn off the jellyfish night lights by 1 a.m. If they do not comply, kindly remind them until they do. You have the authority to forcibly turn off the jellyfish night lights. Regardless, do not allow them to remain lit past 1:15 a.m. 3. The deceased elephant in the whale area is a 3D projection technology that is currently being tested. No matter how realistic it appears, simply ignore it. Do not investigate the switch's location, as there is no need to turn it off. 4. The surveillance equipment in the monitoring room is damaged and inconvenient to repair, so please patrol every hour. Sudden power outages and unexplained noises are normal. Do not worry about the safety of the fish. If you feel uneasy, you may rest in the jellyfish area, which has reliable power supply and will not experience outages. 5. It is normal for visiting tourists to hold zoo maps. Do not engage in discussions about the aquarium's location within the zoo. If they insist on questioning, you may leave immediately. 6. Remember to charge the jellyfish night lights before your shift ends on Sunday. Do not forget under any circumstances. 7. Change the food on the shelves once a day. If you discover unfamiliar food labeled as goat meat, please place it in the storage box for the whale area. Someone will handle it for you. 8. You may stroll anywhere within the aquarium during your shift, but do not leave the premises. If any guests attempt to leave before 6 o'clock a.m., try to dissuade them. If you cannot stop them, do not engage in physical conflict, nor follow them. Simply continue with your duties. 9. If a guest is wearing a similar but black uniform to yours, refuse them accommodation and use forceful means to evict them. Electric shock batons and tranquilizer guns are available at the jellyfish workstations. 10. If a guest possesses rabbit paraphernalia, steal it while they sleep and place it in the storage box for the whale area. The guest will not inquire about it upon waking. 11. If a guest attempts to engage you in conversation, you may converse as long as it does not delay turning off the lights. Do not mention the zoo. If they bring it up, swiftly change the subject. 12. The aquarium operates independently. There is no zoo outside. Keep this in mind. After thoroughly reading the rules and ensuring he had memorized them all, Chen switched off his phone's light. The rules repeatedly emphasized the necessity of turning off the lights before 1 o'clock a.m., even allowing staff to forcibly extinguish the nightlights. This indicated that having lights on during this period was evidently perilous. Although the rules did not explicitly mention mobile phone lights, Chen had no intention of carelessly testing the limits. In the darkness, Chen lay back on his bed. Among these rules, he had already surmised the essence of most. Several had also been corroborated. Only the first and 8th rules captured his attention. Staff work hours are from 12:30 a.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. You may arrive late or leave early, but do not arrive early or work overtime. If guests attempt to leave before 6 o'clock a.m., try to dissuade them. After reading the entire set of guidelines, Chen felt that the intersections between the aquarium staff and the bizarre occurrences were not overly extensive. From the nuances of these rules, he sensed they were intended for those unaware of the truth. Furthermore, comparing them to the guidelines for the blue-clad staff in the zoo, which prominently stated generous wages and benefits, he understood that generally, financial rewards often correlate with risk. This information suggested that the aquarium staff were merely ordinary individuals oblivious to the reality of their situation. Thus, a pivotal point emerged. The rules specifically highlighted the end of the work shift for these ordinary individuals. Did this imply that by the conclusion of their shift, they could return to the normal world? Another crucial point arose: the prohibition against leaving before 6 o'clock a.m. However, another rule permitted early departures. Was this not a contradiction? Chen pondered and realized that the term appropriate was evidently the key to unraveling this puzzle. Yet, he was uncertain of the exact duration that constituted appropriate. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. Though he lacked clarity, the staff certainly understood. Consequently, if he followed closely in the footsteps of the staff, could he not also successfully escape the zoo? As this thought crossed his mind, a smile graced Chen's face. After enduring numerous tribulations, he had finally discovered the endpoint of this zoo. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the door. Realizing that someone had likely returned to retrieve the lost employee manual, Chen casually tossed the manual toward the doorway. He then turned over, facing away from the entrance, feigning deep slumber. Soon, with a creak, the door opened. Chen remained unresponsive, maintaining his guise of sleep. He then heard the sound of the manual being picked up, followed by the creaking of the door as it closed. Gradually, the footsteps receded further away. Once the sounds had dissipated once more, Chen exhaled in relief, knowing he had successfully deceived the individual, who must have assumed the manual had been dropped in the chaos of his earlier fall. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's livestream, jubilation erupted. Some astute viewers had deciphered the critical information. Goodness, Chen is remarkable. He truly found a way to escape. Once he clears this, I must bow to him 3 times in gratitude for saving my life. Brothers, this is exhilarating. While other nations have faced calamity, our Dragon Nation has triumphed. What a moment of pride. Based on previous experiences, the first nation to clear the challenge would receive 15 points of national fortune. Thus, it appeared our Dragon Nation's fortune would soar to the top. What about those jubilant cherry blossom dogs? Come on, continue your cheers. Are you envious now? And to those shameless folks from the Kimchi Nation, did you see? Without our Dragon Nation's assistance, you are utterly insignificant. The entire populace of the Dragon Nation reveled in the euphoria. Chapter 36. The Zoo Director's Code of Conduct. As news of this matter spread, the citizens of the ugly nation soon became aware. Upon hearing that their country's ranking was in jeopardy, a multitude of them flocked to Longwa's livestream. I once thought the competitors from Longwa were formidable, yet they proved to be rather mediocre. Previously, at the aquarium, they thrived only at the expense of others. How shameful. Oh. But yes, they cannot compare to your esteemed Ram, who has caused the demise of numerous foreign competitors. only for those nations to express gratitude, truly a hallmark of the ugly nation. Humph. Your Chen from Longwa obtained crucial information by pilfering personal belongings from staff members. It seems the people of Longwa possess an inherent propensity for vice, all mere thieves. Ah, indeed, our perspective is limited, unable to rival your nation's zero-cost shopping. After this exchange, the citizens of the ugly nation were thoroughly outmatched by Longwa's masterful rhetoric. Consequently, they erupted in a torrent of invective. However, in the next moment, Longwa's officials swiftly banned those accounts that were spewing vitriol. Our Longwa is a land of etiquette. We kindly request that all participants maintain civilized discourse. An official announcement materialized at the top of the screen. This only served to further incite the ire of those from the ugly nation. Bowden, trash Longwa. You show no respect for freedom of speech. What a despicable nation. System prompt. Due to uncivil language, user Bowden has been banned. Bob, Sun Beach. You Longwa are fishing for violations. System prompt. Due to uncivil language, user Bob has been banned. As one ban after another appeared, the entire livestream fell into a profound silence. In the aquarium, within the hourly room, Chen abruptly arose, fearful that if he lay idle too long, he might inadvertently drift into slumber. At this moment, he dared not succumb to sleep. Firstly, he feared missing the opportunity to escape. Secondly, due to that haunting nightmare, he sensed something amiss and decided it prudent to remain awake. However, the long night stretched on, and finding ways to pass the time proved difficult. Thus, he resolved to rise and search the room in the dark for clues. Perhaps within this chamber lay other hints of information. In this bizarre zoo, an abundance of rules and messages could only be beneficial. With a piece of bread clenched between his teeth, Chen began rummaging through the bedside table. Suddenly, a small iron box caught his attention. He picked it up, running his fingers over its surface. Soon, his fingers detected a seam in the box. With a slight application of force along the seam, it sprang open with a soft click. He reached inside and, by touch, discerned that it was a piece of paper. Could it be that I have unearthed a new clue? Chen mused. Upon discovering the paper, he swiftly retrieved his phone, unlocked the screen, and directed the faint glow toward the paper within the box. The first few words boldly declared, the zoo director's code of conduct. Chen's pupils constricted. Logically, the zoo director would possess a deeper understanding of the zoo than anyone else. Thus, this code must harbor greater secrets about the zoo. He began to read the contents with utmost attention. 1. Accept any employee, regardless of the color of their attire. Although the zoo provides only blue uniforms, if someone appears in a matching black or red uniform, treat them equally as employees. 2. The sounds of children crying or laughing outside the office during times of solitude are normal. Ignore them and pretend not to hear. Do not exhibit any signs of unease or annoyance. 3. Employees are not permitted to bring pets into the zoo. Should anyone insist on violating this rule, no fines are necessary. Simply inform them that they will bear the consequences. 4. Inspect the number of white lions in the lion enclosure every 3 days and record any fluctuations in their numbers in the designated folder on the computer. Do not question what this refers to. Do not rename the file. Do not discuss this folder with anyone, including family. 5. Each map must contain a section that can be torn off along a dashed line. Maps must be produced by a specific manufacturer. The manufacturer's contact information is contained in a Word document in the folder. The office must always have at least 3 maps available for immediate use. 6. Regardless of the high turnover rate of security personnel in the elephant enclosure or their unreasonable demands for benefits, treat them kindly and attempt to accommodate their requests. They are not being unreasonable. However, it is best not to delve into the reasons behind their demands. 7. When inspecting employees at work, if you observe them capturing escaping rabbits, retrieving desiccated jellyfish, or dealing with rabbits that have been killed by white lions, this is a normal occurrence. Do not reprimand or question them. However, please ensure they have properly managed the situation. 8. The office must remain illuminated between 1:15 a.m. and 6 o'clock a.m., even if unoccupied. The power supply here is stronger than in any other enclosure. Power outages are abnormal. If one occurs, immediately tear off the section of the map on the right side of your desk along the dashed line, hold it in your hand, and inform the first employee you encounter about the situation, regardless of their attire or what they were doing. They will not refuse your request for assistance. 9. Do not investigate whether the aquarium exists. However, if you do encounter the aquarium, feel free to enter and explore. Adhere to the notices posted at the entrance and follow the internal notices within the aquarium. If there are conflicting notices, respect the one that aligns with your position when you read it. 10. The office sofa should only be adorned with monkey and white lion plush toys. If goat, rabbit, or elephant toys appear, there is no need to remain in the office today. Leave until notified by the monitoring staff that the excess toys have been removed. 11. Naps are permissible, but if you choose to work the night shift, regardless of the method, do not doze off. If you cannot ensure your alertness, do not take the night shift. 12. Monitors may occasionally malfunction. To determine if this is a normal failure, check the camera for animal hair. If present, do not repair the monitor for a month. If necessary, you may procure a mini camera as a substitute after informing the situation. The finance department will reimburse you for the camera expenses. 13. The presence of desiccated jellyfish in the trash bin is normal. Simply remind the janitor when they come to dispose of the waste. 14. If you violate any of the above rules, pretend as though nothing has occurred and spend 13 hours in the office. For meals, order takeout and request that an employee bring it to you. Do not leave the office. Do not make eye contact with the delivery person or employees, and do not look into mirrors. Constantly remind yourself that humans possess 2 eyes, and only 2 eyes. 15. Always remember that human life is more precious than that of animals. Sacrifice any animal when necessary. Do not be soft-hearted. You do not know whether they are indeed animals. Chapter 37. New discoveries. As Chen read through the rules, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of emotion. The information contained within these regulations was staggering. For instance, why could the map be fed to the rabbits? And why was it safe in the aquarium at night? These mysteries gradually unfolded in Chen's mind. Among these rules, the 8th one struck him the most. The office must remain lit from 1:15 a.m. to 6 o'clock a.m., even if unoccupied. Given its phototropic nature, such a directive seemed to provoke its ire intentionally. After several confrontations, Chen was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his opponent. The director's approach left him utterly astonished. Moreover, other regulations hinted at further dangers. For example, the 11th rule stated, napping is permitted. But if one chooses to work the night shift, no matter the method employed to stay alert, do not doze off. If you cannot ensure your mental state, do not take the night shift. This rule instantly conjured memories of that nightmare. Perhaps, serving in the director's office would make it easier to descend into that dreadful dream. In other words, a careless moment could plunge the director into the realm of nightmares, leading to a tainted consciousness. The dangers did not end there. The rules also indicated that animals could occasionally invade the director's office, causing havoc. A single misstep could lead one to be lured by those bizarre creatures. Yet, the most perilous scenario was a power outage. The regulation suggested that the power supply for the director's office was robust. Logically, a blackout should be impossible. If such an event were to occur under these circumstances, it could only imply one thing. The director's office had sunk into the realm of nightmares, or at least into the liminal space between worlds, akin to the aquarium. This bizarre situation could result in circuit misalignment, leading to a power failure. This was nothing short of playing with fire. Chen furrowed his brow. To him, these rules seemed designed solely to provide a false sense of security for others, ultimately leading the director to certain doom. However, this led Chen to a perplexing question. If the zoo was so perilous, why continue its operations? Wouldn't it be wiser to close its doors and allow it to self-destruct within? Why drag so many people along a precarious tightrope over an eerie chasm? After much contemplation, Chen remained baffled. Finally, he sighed, deciding to abandon the thought. There was little he could do to change the situation. His foremost priority was to escape safely. As for everything else, it was of no consequence to him. Once again, Chen illuminated his phone screen, intending to restore the papers and box to their rightful places. However, at that moment, his body suddenly stiffened. Having previously laid the papers on the bed, the back was obscured by an object, and the dim lighting had concealed any anomalies. Only now, as he lifted the paper to return it, did the absence of obstruction reveal some printed lines beneath the light. Hastily, he flipped the paper over, discovering a dense cluster of text on the reverse side. Curiosity piqued. He spread the paper on the bed once more and leaned in to examine it closely. The faint glow of his phone first illuminated the uppermost segments of text. Dear visitor, greetings. First and foremost, allow me to extend my sincere regards. Since you have discovered this letter during this particular time frame, it is evident that you are an astute, cautious, and courageous individual. Surely, your keen intellect has led you to notice the abnormality of this zoo. Indeed, this place is fraught with peril, and I shall soon unveil the entire truth behind it. Before proceeding, I must caution you that having the lights on during this period is an extremely dangerous act, potentially plunging you into peril. If you feel overwhelmed by fear, you may choose to cease reading. This will not hinder your escape from this bizarre zoo. At this point, Chen paused, promptly extinguishing his phone screen. He was torn. Since the letter claimed that the text would not impede his escape, was it truly necessary to continue reading? Surely, the primary objective was to exit the zoo unscathed. Meanwhile, the audience in Longwa was not as conflicted. Seeing Chen turn off his phone's light, they breathed a sigh of relief. I was so anxious. I feared Chen's curiosity would compel him to continue reading. Now that everything is in place, why take unnecessary risks? It would be far wiser to wait patiently until morning for a safe escape. Indeed, this reasoning held merit. Thankfully, Chen had switched off his phone screen, suggesting he had come to a realization. Curiosity killed the cat. Chen, please refrain from further reckless actions. Hey, everyone, did anyone manage to discern the text below? I'm quite curious. It's too dark to see anything, but I'm intrigued by the secrets this zoo conceals. Chen pondered in the darkness for quite some time. Ultimately, he disappointed the audience in Longhua. He turned his phone screen back on. Initially, he had intended to give up. Yet, as he stared into the abyss before him, the images of the security personnel and various staff members continually flickered in his mind. What secrets warranted such a sacrifice of life? The haunting visages ultimately swayed Chen. Having come this far, he felt compelled to uncover every hidden truth. After all, the more he deciphered the world of bizarre tales, the greater the rewards upon completion. Moreover, with a save file as a safety net, armed with the knowledge he had gained, he was confident in his ability to navigate this ordeal successfully on a second attempt. Chen ultimately persuaded himself. Utilizing the meager light, he shifted his gaze to the text behind the paper. Chapter 38, The Farewell Letter. The truth of the zoo. To return to the main subject, I shall recount the events surrounding the zoo from the very beginning. The origins of this matter trace back 8 years ago, when our organization received alarming news of a zoo that had mysteriously appeared in the suburbs. Numerous individuals who entered its gates never emerged again. The organization took this intelligence very seriously and dispatched 5 of us to investigate. At that time, the zoo was not as vast as it is now. It was approximately the size delineated by the dashed lines on a map, making it relatively easy to survey. Soon enough, we encountered it. Through a series of probing attempts, the astute old Chen quickly uncovered the truth. The zoo employed a form of meme contamination to transform unwitting humans into various animals. Moreover, we discovered that, if left unchecked, this zoo would gradually expand, potentially engulfing our city one day. Its power would also grow, risking the transformation of the entire world into its playground. Upon learning this information, we hastily contacted the organization and secured substantial funding. We resolved to eradicate this menace for the sake of humanity's future. Initially, it was old Chen who proposed a strategy. Given that the adversary's method was meme contamination, we decided to turn the tables. We would expand the zoo, introducing various animals to attract a multitude of visitors, hoping to deplete its energy through sheer numbers. However, ensuring the safety of the visitors became paramount. Should any visitor fall victim to contamination and transform into an animal, not only would this fail to weaken the foe, but it would also increase the ranks of its allies. Fortunately, after days of diligent observation, we thoroughly grasped its behavioral patterns and cognitive state. Based on this knowledge, we devised a remarkably safe set of visitor regulations. As long as visitors adhered to these guidelines, they could safely exit the zoo. Additionally, to mitigate unforeseen incidents, we recruited a large number of staff with generous benefits, establishing a dual layer of security through employee protocols to protect the visitors. As a result, for the initial 5 years, everything proceeded as we had anticipated. All visitors remained safe. Even those who encountered difficulties were rescued by staff and returned to normalcy without any lasting effects. However, this delicate balance was shattered in the 6th year. After 5 years of tireless efforts to weaken our adversary, we believed victory was within our grasp. Yet reality dealt us a harsh blow. Its strength had not diminished. It had, in fact, grown even more formidable. We could not fathom at which juncture we had faltered, nor why the situation had devolved into chaos. I shall forever remember July 23, 2015. On that fateful day, I witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. While patrolling the elephant enclosure with old Zhang, an extraordinary event transpired. A bizarre elephant materialized within the herd, drawing all attention. Its snow-white body, elongated rabbit ears, and crimson eyes struck me with overwhelming shock, nearly pushing my cognition to the brink of collapse. The other elephants, sensing the anomaly, panicked and scattered, as if the peculiar creature were a ferocious predator. The audience present was equally frozen in shock, oblivious to the stampede of frightened elephants charging toward them. In that critical moment, old Zhang snapped back to reality. Harnessing his abilities, he transformed into a colossal elephant and charged towards the panicked herd and the strange elephant. After a fierce struggle, old Chen emerged victorious, restoring calm to the elephants, while the bizarre creature vanished upon defeat. However, just as old Chen prepared to revert to his original form, a child's piercing scream shattered the air. In that instant, old Chen's body inexplicably disappeared. I was taken aback and promptly contacted old Chen and the others. They too were stunned by the news and quickly organized a search. Ultimately, we discovered old Zhang's lifeless body in the evening, still in the form of an elephant, floating in the whale exhibit. The condition of his remains indicated he had endured immense torment before his demise. Upon witnessing this scene, old Zhao could no longer contain his fury and erupted in anger. Accusing old Chen of causing old Zhang's death, he insisted that we should have heeded his advice to concentrate our forces and annihilate the enemy. If only we had followed his counsel, old Zhang would not have met such a tragic fate. This argument yielded no resolution, and old Zhao stormed out in a fit of rage. That night, the zoo echoed with the roars of lions. Yet old Zhao, too, failed to vanquish the threat. From that moment on, a new white lion section was established within the zoo, a territory it dared not tread. This became old Zhao's legacy to us. In the following days, I reported the situation to the organization, but they were stretched thin, facing increasing anomalies elsewhere. Upon receiving this news, we felt a profound despair, even teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Yet, in the end, old Chen stepped forward once more. He assumed full control, establishing the position of director and shouldering all responsibility alone. He began to reveal the truth to all the staff, understanding that our trio could not triumph over the adversary alone. Upon learning the truth, many employees chose to leave, but a greater number opted to stay. At that moment, I regained my confidence, realizing we were not alone. Regardless of the dangers we faced, humanity would always cling to hope and bravely sacrifice for one another. Unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. Thus, the situation gradually improved as we once again utilized regulations to restrain the adversary. Just as we prepared to celebrate our victory, reality delivered another harsh blow. We were naive, having underestimated our opponent's power yet again. We could not comprehend how, after years of weakening it, it had grown stronger. On July 23, 20XW, the same date as the previous year, it once more broke free of our constraints. Not only was it employing meme contamination, but it began to distort the rules themselves. The visitor regulations held by all guests were surreptitiously altered without their knowledge. That day, not a single visitor escaped the zoo. All perished. By the time we learned of this tragedy, it was already too late. All visitors had been transformed into animals. Old Chen succumbed to despair, years of pressure exploding forth. He felt solely responsible for the calamity. If he had heeded old Zhao's advice to concentrate our forces and confront the enemy decisively, perhaps the ensuing tragedy could have been averted. With red-rimmed eyes, old Chen entrusted me with the director's badge before exiting the office, followed by Old Li. As they departed, Old Li patted my shoulder and said, "Old Zhou, do not follow us. You are our last hope." I still believe old Chen's approach is sound. If we fail, you must strive to protect this zoo. I remained speechless, staring vacantly as their figures faded into the night. That night, the roar of lions shattered the silence. And within that furious cacophony, I discerned old Chen's unwillingness to concede. The following day, the lion enclosure welcomed 2 more white lions. We had failed once again. Chapter 39. After my departure, you shall all be me. When I first arrived, we were a quintet. Now, I stand alone. The weight of this immense responsibility has suddenly descended upon me, and I find it difficult to accept. In truth, my nature is exceedingly timid, and my inclusion in this 5-member team was solely due to the assistance of old Chen, coupled with the remarkable talents of my companions. I often found myself relegated to a mere ancillary role during our operations. This explains why, on that fateful night, neither old Chen nor old Li summoned me to accompany them. Their pretense of safeguarding the zoo was merely a comforting excuse from old Li. We all understood that the mission had utterly failed. We had lost. Given my limited capabilities, I could not possibly protect the zoo, which would soon breach its final constraints and begin to expand its territory. Yet, even in the face of this grim reality, they chose to leave me behind. And, out of my cowardice, I accepted this decision with a sense of relief. The following day, as the sun rose, my first thought was to escape the zoo, to flee to a distant place untouched by the strange incursion, and to end my waning existence. However, I could not bring myself to leave. At the entrance stood nearly 100 employees, united in their resolve to confront the threat, willing to sacrifice everything for a relentless struggle. In that moment, I wavered. From their determined faces, I glimpsed the reflections of old Chen and the others. Simultaneously, a majestic roar emanated from the lion enclosure behind me, jolting me from my stupor. Where could I escape to? Strange occurrences were manifesting everywhere. Even if I were to flee, what of the civilians in the city? What of the impoverished? And those employees who had toiled for lofty ideals over the years? If others within our organization shared my inclination to flee in times of adversity, what would become of this world? At that moment, I felt a profound shame, a deep-seated disgust for my prior conduct. Overwhelmed by remorse, I donned the director's badge and led those valiant employees back into the zoo. In the ensuing days, I organized all the staff, encouraging collaborative brainstorming to analyze our situation and devise strategies. I realized that courage alone was insufficient. We also required astute minds. How fortuitous it was that I made the decision to solicit collective input. As the great thinkers have proclaimed, the wisdom of the masses knows no bounds. Some deduced that it could not distinguish between primates and humans. Others noted its inability to comprehend blue from black. Additionally, a theory emerged regarding the delineation of a dotted map. Some even volunteered to inherit old Zhang's legacy. Thus, new regulations were established, and a fresh organizational structure was formed. Hope was rekindled. This time, victory was assured. For we, as humanity, are undaunted. July 23rd, 20XX, a day reminiscent of the previous transformations. On this cursed day, an unending stream of dire news unfolded. Today, the aquarium has sunk, a portion of it plunging into the underworld. Indeed, we had all miscalculated. Beneath the zoo lay a hidden realm. Consequently, the penguin and dolphin exhibits succumbed to its influence, becoming part of its territory. Fortunately, we managed to evacuate the visitors in time, averting any casualties. Alas, the unfortunate reality was that those untainted visitors would never again behold the aquarium. While the tainted visitors could still view it, they were easily lured by its minions into sealed areas. This rendered the aquarium, intended as an emergency exit, entirely ineffective. But the calamity did not cease there. On July 24th, the goat enclosure adjacent to the elephant area fell into the underworld. On July 25th, a pathway to the fallen section of the aquarium materialized in the primate area. On July 26th, part of the rabbit enclosure sank into the underworld, allowing the enclosed rabbits to escape their confines, leading many visitors to their doom. On July 27th, those unfortunate visitors who perished transformed into animals, becoming sustenance for the entity, while their remains turned into rabbit blood in the surface world and goat meat in the underworld. Many visitors unwittingly consumed these tainted offerings, resulting in further casualties. On July 28th, the security personnel met a gruesome fate, their demise reminiscent of old Zhang. Yet we could not promptly retrieve his body. For a multitude of visitors were watching, and we deceived them, claiming it was merely a 3D projection. On July 29th, an unexpected blackout occurred in the director's office, preventing us from luring the entity to a secure location, plunging the entire zoo into peril. Thankfully, the jellyfish intervened, guiding it back to the director's office. The spirits of the departed once more safeguarded humanity. We humans shall never surrender. By July 30th, through our relentless efforts over the past days, we had once again established the rules, and this time, we triumphed. I vowed I could see the dawn breaking. On July 31st, you would scarcely believe what I beheld. A sun as black as the eyes of a demon, swirling mists, a distorted environment, the fallen aquarium, and those compliant goats. I witnessed it, drawing energy from the underworld. We had been gravely mistaken from the very beginning. This world was not of its making. It was merely an anomaly that had inadvertently descended into the underworld. It was no wonder that, after enduring such years of depletion, it remained unyielding. Behind it lay an entire world, a far more bizarre realm. In that moment, having unearthed the complete truth of the zoo, I should have felt despair, given my previous disposition. After all, this was not something that human effort could alter. Yet, I did not, at that instant of revelation. What surged within me was not despair, but a fierce determination. Humanity's greatest fear lies in the unknown, but once the truth is laid bare, fear dissipates. I do not fear its confrontation. Rather, I dread its continued concealment, for once it reveals its blade, its vulnerabilities shall also emerge. From that moment forth, I could confront it with composure. I understood that, although I could not yet discern its weaknesses or solutions, there would surely be those among our successors who would devise a plan. The wisdom of humanity is boundless. Once the truth is known, a breakthrough shall inevitably be found. Victory shall belong to humanity. On August 1st, I arranged all duties aside from the appointment of the director. I refrained from passing on the director's mantle to them because we require successors, those who can transcend our cognitive limitations, those who are clever and objective, those who can observe from a distance. Only fresh blood can bring forth transformative power. Just like you, the one reading this letter. Are you willing to shoulder this burden? On August 2nd, today marks the end of my life. I must procure sufficient time for my successors. When that moment truly arrives, I do not feel the panic I anticipated. Instead, I experience an indescribable sense of release. Perhaps this is what the old adage means by being unburdened by office. Having cast off the weight I have carried for so long, I believe I shall emerge as majestic as old Chen, old Zhao, and old Li. No, I shall be even more magnificent than they. When the time comes, I shall rise as the Lion King among us. Now, the Lion King prepares for battle. Have you made your decision, successor? If you are willing to take on this mantle, please come to the director's office and seize the badge upon my desk. Do not keep us waiting too long. Lastly, do not mourn my passing. After I depart, you shall all become me. This letter, filled with densely packed text, concludes here. Chapter 40. To go or not to go? That is the question. After perusing the letter, Su Chen found his emotions in turmoil for an extended period. He had not anticipated that this peculiar zoo concealed such a plethora of stories. The 5 gallant investigators who sacrificed their lives, the numerous steadfast employees who followed in their wake, and the countless innocent civilians who met untimely ends. These figures incessantly surfaced in Su Chen's mind. Initially, he approached the letter merely to uncover more truths, hoping to exchange them for greater rewards from the system upon completing the quest. However, as he read halfway through, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The remarkable humanity exhibited by the staff in the face of relentless adversity was simply dazzling. Moreover, old Zhou transitioned from a timid individual to a competent zoo director. Especially towards the end, he remained calm, decisive, optimistic, and filled with hope. Perhaps it was these very qualities that enabled the zoo to endure after his demise, preventing its downfall. At this moment, Su Chen was suddenly struck by an unsettling realization. According to the letter, the number of employees in the zoo should be considerable. Yet, throughout the day, he had not encountered many staff members. Even after the anomaly occurred in the elephant area, the number of employees responding was quite limited, presenting a stark contrast to the figures mentioned in the letter. Was it a matter of time? Su Chen jolted with understanding. The notation of years in this realm differed from that of the real world. After reading the letter, he had subconsciously assumed it was penned by old Zhou recently. He quickly glanced at the date displayed on his phone, July 23, 20XC. To his astonishment, 2 whole years had elapsed since the letter was written. How could it have been so long? Had no one else encountered this letter in the interim? Furrowing his brow, he remained oblivious to the fact that during the first year, old Zhou had indeed displayed remarkable courage, but was tightly constrained. Consequently, that year, visitors were remarkably safe. However, this also meant that the guests were untainted, resulting in them not witnessing the aquarium. A year after old Zhou's passing, he once again transcended the limitations he had set. Advancing further in power, this time, it was not merely a matter of rules. Even reality began to distort. The crowd was caught off guard. Additionally, with the position of director vacant, the staff found themselves leaderless. This led to a near collapse of the zoo's safety measures, resulting in numerous casualties among visitors. This situation persisted, with countless employees risking their lives to patch up the breaches. Consequently, the number of staff dwindled even further. With fewer employees, more vulnerabilities emerged, leading to a higher toll on visitors. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued, and the protective measures of the entire zoo deteriorated. Naturally, it was unlikely that any visitor would discover this final letter, and Su Chen was the sole individual to have encountered it in the past 2 years. After a brief contemplation, Su Chen deduced the general trajectory of the zoo over the last 2 years. It seemed the establishment was teetering on the brink of collapse, and the remaining staff were woefully insufficient. He pondered this grim reality. At that moment, he once again noted the last few lines of the letter. Please do not make us wait too long. They had already waited far too long. The passage of 2 years had rendered everything unrecognizable. Su Chen could discern that the current employees lacked any spark in their eyes, their beings resembling mere automatons. This indicated a profound sense of hopelessness within them. They had ceased to harbor any aspirations, merely fulfilling their duties until the end of their lives. In that instant, a surge of impulse coursed through Su Chen, a desire to shoulder the burden and rescue these tragic heroes. Yet, simultaneously, reason urged him to remain composed. After all, they were merely NPCs within a game, not real individuals. There was no need to jeopardize his safety for them. In the real world, countless people awaited his success. Su Chen tightly shut his eyes, striving to convince himself to refrain from taking risks. The key to success lay tantalizingly close. He merely needed to endure a little longer to secure a stable completion. Why complicate matters? However, in the next moment, the image of the scarred security guard flashed through his mind. Had it not been for his sacrifice to save Su Chen, he might have faced dire consequences. And those employees, though their gazes were dim, still selflessly dedicated their lives. Su Chen could not deceive himself into believing they were merely cold NPCs. In his eyes, they were flesh and blood, even more human than some chosen ones. If you were in my position, what would you choose? Su Chen raised his head towards the sky and asked. Simultaneously, his inquiry echoed in the live stream of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this question, all viewers were momentarily taken aback. They too had read the final letter and were deeply moved by its contents. For a fleeting moment, a spark of resolve ignited within their hearts. Yet, when Su Chen posed his question, silence enveloped the crowd. After a prolonged pause, comments began to flood in. Reason tells me not to go. They are merely NPCs from a world of horror tales. Yet, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, my emotions compel me to recognize our humanity. It is truly a dilemma. On one side, the vast populace of our nation. On the other, the desperate heroes and innocent victims from that world. Can you truly convince yourself they are just cold NPCs? What if they are individuals from another realm? If it were me, I would choose to complete the quest, for I know my limitations. Even if I were to assume the role of director, I could achieve little. However, should Su Chen choose to take on that responsibility, I would unconditionally support him, for I have witnessed his actions and trust in him. Indeed, I believe in Su Chen's capabilities. With a touch of optimism, perhaps he could restore order to the entire zoo in no time. That seems plausible. Moreover, if Su Chen dares to take risks, I shall follow suit. They fight on the front lines without fear. Why should we shrink back? I wholeheartedly support Su Chen. Foolish citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, I hope your Su Chen hastens to his demise, thus bringing solace to the victims from our cherry blossom nation. Upon reading this comment, the crowd refrained from retaliating, as the officials acted swiftly, deleting and banning the user in a single motion. Chapter 41 Departure. At this moment, within the Department of Strange Tales of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiaoli and the others found themselves ensnared in a web of confusion. Su Chen's inquiries had struck at their vulnerabilities, leaving them utterly at a loss for words. Fortunately, the opportunity for hints from the Dragon Kingdom had been exhausted. Otherwise, they would have been even more bewildered in their responses. Amidst the silence, Elder Chen cheerfully turned around. Why is it so quiet? Relax and engage in conversation. If you were Su Chen, what would you choose? His gaze swept across the group, landing on Xiaoli's face. Xiaoli, you speak up. You and Su Chen are of similar age and might share comparable perspectives. Named, Xiaoli trembled slightly, opening his mouth, but finding himself momentarily speechless. Don't be nervous. Just speak freely as if you were chatting, Elder Chen encouraged, having discerned the unease within him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli steeled himself and articulated his thoughts candidly. I believe we should prioritize the Dragon Kingdom. A compassionate heart is unwarranted, especially considering that those people are likely NPCs. His face bore a resolute expression. Elder Chen nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, and turned his attention to the others. What are your thoughts? He continued to inquire. Elder Chen. We concur with Xiao Li's viewpoint. We are on the verge of clearing the game, and there is no need to complicate matters further. The zoo is perilous enough. Another voice chimed in. I share the same sentiment. Wagering the lives of the Dragon Kingdom's people is utterly unnecessary. I support Xiao Li. A compassionate heart is unwarranted. The group voiced their opinions in unison. After listening, Elder Chen lowered his head and took a sip of tea, his aged cheeks obscured by the large cup. You are correct. Yet what if those individuals are real people? Or, to take it a step further, what if they are also from the Dragon Kingdom? Elder Chen's words left everyone in stunned silence. That is preposterous, one remarked. The notion that people within the Strange Tales world are real is already absurd. Let alone that they could be from the Dragon Kingdom. Is there a parallel world? This cannot be possible, Elder Chen. Indeed, Elder Chen, you are overthinking this. How could our people possibly enter the Strange Tales world? The group expressed their disbelief. Have you not noticed that everyone in the Strange Tales world speaks Chinese? Elder Chen continued. Initially, I thought the language was adapted per country, but I observed other countries' live streams. He paused to sip his tea once more. In their live streams, the staff also spoke in Chinese. The mysterious powers of the Strange Tales world allow all viewers to understand it. Elder Chen inhaled deeply and continued. Moreover, all the rules are in Chinese, and the letters are also in Chinese. I have verified this in other live streams. The language is consistent. And the titles like Old Zhang and Old Chun, do they not sound familiar to you? His calm words stirred a tempest within the hearts of the group. After a moment of contemplation, a chilling hypothesis emerged. Xiaoli trembled as he spoke. If that is the Dragon Kingdom, and they are not NPCs, then how did the Dragon Kingdom fall into the realm of rules? Could it be a parallel world? Elder Chen shook his head. Perhaps, or it may be an even more terrifying scenario. Let us watch the live stream and see how Su Chen chooses. After uttering those words, Elder Chen fell silent, turning his gaze back to the screen. Unbeknownst to anyone, Elder Chen silently harbored a thought. I have a premonition that Su Chen will unravel all the mysteries. This mysterious intuition had saved him countless times on the battlefield, and he held great faith in it. Chen would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Meanwhile, in the aquarium's hourly room, Chen gritted his teeth, torn by inner conflict. The images of those who had sacrificed themselves lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. He felt deep down that heroes should not meet such fates. Moreover, he inexplicably sensed that if he did not assume the position of director, he would surely regret it in the future. Ultimately, Chen resolved to head to the director's office. He already had preliminary thoughts on how to transform this zoo. If he could successfully inherit the position, he would not mind engaging in a confrontation with it. It would merely be an adventurous game, after all. He still had his save files. In the worst-case scenario, he could reload and complete the game honestly. Having reconciled these thoughts, Chen rose from the bed, preparing to leave. Just then, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The handwriting on the letter had changed. Chen quickly focused his gaze. Before him, the densely packed characters began to twist and contort. The letters slowly shifted and reassembled. Ultimately, they formed a prominent line. "Come quickly, I can hardly wait." As he gazed at the text, a chill ran down Chen's spine. He understood that it was here, challenging him to battle. He took a deep breath, quickly calming his inner turmoil. In the face of this bizarre scene, he no longer felt fear as he had before. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. Perhaps, at my core, I am someone who craves excitement. A smile crept onto Chen's lips. Since the other party had extended an invitation, there was no need for hesitation. He promptly activated the jellyfish nightlight, returning the letter and other items to their original positions. Subsequently, he opened the door and strode towards the entrance of the aquarium. Chapter 42. Confronting the strange. As Chen prepared to push open the door and leave the aquarium, a familiar staff member clad in red rushed towards him, calling out anxiously, "Please remain calm. Do not leave the aquarium at this time. It is perilous." Upon hearing this voice, Chen turned to face him. "I am aware of the danger, but I have compelling reasons to go. Furthermore, I sincerely appreciate your diligence." The red-clad staff member was momentarily taken aback. Chen's words bore a cryptic quality, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Just then, Chen seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, do you know where the director's office is located?" Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a hint of fear. Trembling slightly, he replied, "You've discovered that letter?" "Yes," Chen responded, surprised to learn that the other was also aware of the letter. "You absolutely must not go to the director's office. The situation has changed. We have lost completely. To go there now is to court death." The man spoke in a voice filled with dread. "Perhaps a miracle might occur. Just tell me the location to spare me the search," Chen replied with a smile, his expression brimming with resolve. The staff member, sensing Chen's determination, sighed and finally said, "The director's office is located in the woods between the lion exhibit and the aquarium. Look for the light, and you will find it quickly. Thank you very much." With that, Chen pushed open the door. Suddenly, he paused, turned back, and said to the red-clad staff member, "By the way, thank you for your efforts. I believe old Joe would be very gratified." Without waiting for a response, Chen strode away. Hearing this, the staff member felt a pang in his heart, his eyes slightly reddening. Watching Chen's resolute figure, he momentarily saw a resemblance to the memory of old Joe. "Old Joe, it seems the person you awaited has arrived," he murmured, lifting his gaze toward the sky. At that moment, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were filled with mixed emotions. They were torn between the hope that Chen could turn the tide and the fear of his potential failure, wishing instead for his swift escape. This emotional turmoil left them unresponsive to the mocking taunts from other nations. "Ha ha ha, citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, what are your thoughts now? Your chosen one has lost his mind and is heading to his doom. It's hilarious. Didn't you see the strange entity personally inviting him? How dare he go? He must be eager for rebirth. Don't be so harsh. Perhaps he has been brainwashed by the strange entity, which is why he has made it this far. How exhilarating. I always wondered why only the Dragon Kingdom could succeed. It turns out this fellow was already mad. Now, in a secure situation, he is willingly throwing himself away. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, speak up. Don't be mute." However, despite their lack of enthusiasm, they were not averse to confronting anyone who continued to provoke them. Thus, a barrage of nationalistic comments flooded the screen. At this moment, viewers from other countries were astonished to find their accounts silenced. The reason cited was uncivilized speech. They gaped at the Dragon Kingdom's accounts, which were overflowing with national pride, yet remained unpunished, their faces darkening with indignation. Why can we express ourselves without repercussions, while a few words from others lead to immediate censorship? Is it truly this unreasonable? Consequently, they inundated customer service with complaints, asserting the unfairness of their bans. and even took screenshots of the Dragon Kingdom's comments, angrily accusing them of double standards. The response from the Dragon Kingdom's customer service was succinct. Calling someone a fool is not considered uncivilized language. Meanwhile, within the zoo, Chen had arrived at the wooded area indicated by the staff member. After a brief search, he soon spotted a faint light in the distance. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace towards it. Before long, a slightly dilapidated small house came into view. Above the precariously hanging door was a sign that read, Director's Office. Chen decisively pushed the door open. Since he had arrived, there was no need for delay. Whatever scheme awaited him, he was prepared to face it. As the door swung open, the bright light illuminated the room, revealing a scene of desolation. A dusty floor, cracked walls, and furniture draped in cobwebs, evoking a sense of abandonment. In the center of the room stood an office desk and a chair. Upon entering, Chen noticed that the desk was covered in an array of animal figurines, rabbits, goats, and elephants. Remarkably, as he stepped through the threshold, all the figurines simultaneously turned to face him, their countless blood-red eyes sending chills down his spine. At that moment, Chen failed to locate the badge the director had mentioned, likely obscured by the multitude of figurines. Thus, he shifted his gaze to the office chair, where the true danger lay. A twisted shadow sat there, as if it were the director, engaged in some sinister task. I've arrived. Shall we converse? Chen initiated. But as soon as he spoke, he burst into laughter. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. You're incapable of speech, only able to screech nonsensically. In response to his words, the shadow on the chair suddenly swelled, instantly filling the entire room, leaving only a small area illuminated by the overhead light. A scene reminiscent of a dark overlord's arrival. Enough of this display. No amount of posturing can alter the fact that you are merely a childish entity. Enraged, the shadow emitted a piercing scream. The sound waves reverberated off the walls, causing Chen's eardrums to nearly rupture. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he confidently approached the desk, disdainfully kicking the office chair aside. He then began rifling through the figurines on the desk, seeking the badge the director had spoken of. With each touch, a cacophony of animal sounds filled his mind, whispers and furious cries mingling together. The clamor grew louder than the shadow's screams, nearly overwhelming him. Nonetheless, he persisted. And at last, he discovered the badge, a bronze emblem depicting a lion roaring towards the sky. It rested atop a white lion figurine, which was buried beneath the other toys. Clearly, the shadow feared the white lion, for even though the badge symbolized an unresolved matter, it dared not retrieve or destroy it. Instead, it resorted to this clumsy tactic, using countless figurines to obscure the badge from view. With his right hand pressed against his throbbing head, Chen grasped the white lion figurine with his left. He then cast a defiant smile at the shadow, though the pain made his grin appear more sorrowful than triumphant. Yet, he knew the shadow would perceive his provocation. As anticipated, the massive shadow shrank abruptly, transforming into the silhouette of a child with horns, yet maintaining the stature of an 8-year-old. With a wave of its arm, the figurines on the wall spelled out a warning: destroy the badge, and you may leave the zoo, otherwise death. As the figurines formed the ominous words, the tumult in Chen's mind gradually subsided. He rubbed his temples and gazed at the characters before him. Then, a smile spread across his face. Indeed, the mischievous child was just that, a child, devoid of any cunning. Its true aim was the badge. As long as the badge existed, it would forever remain an unpredictable variable. Perhaps one day, someone like Chen would seize the badge, rally the forces, and stand in opposition to it. It did not wish to prolong the conflict. It aimed to achieve absolute dominion over the zoo. It required a companion to assist in obliterating the badge. Thus, it distorted the letter, crafting a phrase to summon Chen hastily. In truth, that phrase bore no hint of mockery. It was merely the impatient yearning of a mischievous child. With this realization, Chen felt emboldened. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze upon the inky darkness looming ahead. Chapter 43. The key to breaking the deadlock. Suddenly, Chen broke into a grin. He picked up the badge, preparing to pin it to his chest. At that moment, the shadow descended into utter madness. Its frantic screams echoed throughout the entire zoo. Chen was the first to be struck, blood streaming from his ears. As the crimson droplets fell, the world around him plunged into silence. His hearing was lost. Nonetheless, Chen did not hesitate. He opened the badge's clasp, attempting to provoke the other party into action. He could not comprehend why they would directly attempt to assassinate him, as it defied the very logic they operated under. Logically, they relied on cognitive pollution. Even if there were instances of direct murder, it did not contradict their own understanding. For example, when they attacked the security guard, They operated under the belief that an elephant was akin to a whale, destined for aquatic life. In the aquarium, they had slain numerous chosen ones using jellyfish-related cognition. Chen had escaped by shattering their perception through dialogue. Now, the fact that they threatened him directly was perplexing. He needed to understand this. After all, once he reset, he would truly have only one life left, so he needed to be cautious. Without at least a 90% certainty, he had no intention of risking his life. As the badge drew nearer to Chen's chest, the shadow became increasingly solidified. The blaring lights in the security room illuminated the shadow, causing the light to warp and vanish as if ensnared by a black hole. A bone-chilling cold radiated from the shadow, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Chen shivered, the hairs on his body standing on end, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. His instincts told him he sensed the intent to kill. Chen's fingers stiffened, and he halted his movements. Was it truly about to strike? This was not an empty threat. Chen frowned. This was vastly different from what he had anticipated. Could the other party possess a hidden trump card? After a moment of contemplation, he still could not fathom it. However, he dared not press further. Chen placed the badge into his pocket, smiling gently, presenting a warm demeanor. No need to be tense. I was merely jesting. Please, temper your strength. It's freezing in here. To his surprise, the shadow seemed to respond to his softening stance. The biting chill gradually dissipated, and the temperature in the security room returned to normal. Seeing the other party genuinely relent, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that they were quite fixated on the badge. This fact could be leveraged to pry open their lips. Well, I can assist with the badge, but before that, I have a question. Ask away. The wall-mounted puppet swiftly formed two characters. It seemed pleased with Chen's concession. Let me share my speculation. Logically, you shouldn't be able to kill without contradicting your own understanding. Why were you able to attempt my assassination earlier? According to your cognition, I am merely a monkey. Chen directly posed the inquiry. At this moment, the other party held absolute dominance, and he was unaware of his single remaining life. According to the typical mindset of a grand villain, when their scheme succeeded, they would surely want to flaunt it. After all, such a meticulously crafted perfect scenario deserved sharing. Did it not? Chen believed the other party would reveal their trump card, because once you don the badge, you become the white lion. The puppet on the wall quickly rearranged itself to display this line. As the words appeared, the shadow scratched its head, seemingly curious about why Chen would pose such a foolish question. Chen stared at the explanation, momentarily stunned. A wave of embarrassment washing over him as his face flushed slightly. Here he was, a lifetime of cleverness culminating in a moment of folly. Hadn't that letter documented everything? Old Zhou and the others had ultimately transformed into white lions to battle the other party. In their eyes, the director was simply another white lion. Faced with the threat of a white lion, resorting to murder seemed entirely rational. How foolish of him to have conducted such a lengthy probe, pushing the other party to the brink and suffering injury to his ears in the process. What a costly mistake. However, Chen quickly emerged from his embarrassment. As new questions began to surface, his brow furrowed. Although he understood the other party's logic for killing, he could not protect himself. Once he donned the badge, he would be perceived as a white lion, and they would strike with lethal intent. This was no jest. He lacked the special abilities of previous directors. Inheriting the director's position would merely amount to a death sentence. It was indeed a deadlock. As Chen pondered a strategy, he suddenly felt a wave of heat approaching from behind. Simultaneously, the shadow solidified once more, emanating waves of chilling air. The other party was preparing to strike again. What was happening? Why the sudden frenzy? Chen was bewildered. Soon, an idea struck him. Perhaps something was approaching from behind, and due to his ear injury, he had not heard it. Slowly, he turned his head. In the next moment, an enormous lion's head filled his vision. Chen gasped and quickly stepped back. How had this creature escaped from the lion enclosure? He then glanced behind the white lion and saw 3 more white lions emerging from the nearby woods, advancing towards him with an air of regality. As the 4 white lions approached, standing in opposition to the shadow, the dark clouds overhead miraculously parted. The pure white moonlight cascaded down upon the forest, illuminating the 4 lions in a sacred glow. The foremost lion, the most majestic of the group, stepped forward and lowered its proud head, nudging Chen's pocket where the director's badge rested. It was clear the lion wished for him to wear the badge and assume the director's role. The presence of all 4 lions was evidently a show of support, signaling that he need not fear the shadow, for they would safeguard Chen's safety. Chen exhaled deeply. It seemed he could finally break the impasse. At that moment, the live broadcast in Long Country was engulfed in a state of exhilaration. Unbelievable. Chen has summoned 4 white lions as his enforcers. I never saw that coming. We're safe now, brothers. With the dragons riding high, How could we lose? Given how terrified they were of the white lions. Chen has essentially taken dominion over the zoo. What a thrill. While other nations' chosen ones struggle for survival in the zoo, Chen reigns supreme. Let them continue to mock. It feels so gratifying. I demand a report. Yulong country folks are obviously cheating. Let the supreme rules of the world of strange tales punish you. Who is this lunatic? Your words are a blatant disrespect to the world of strange tales. I believe you should be the first to face punishment. A prominent announcement appeared on everyone's screen. Supreme rules of the world of strange tales. Your argument holds merit. This rule has condemned those who show contempt for it. Let it be reiterated. Do not provoke this rule. Chapter 44. All set. The audience watching the live broadcast was momentarily stunned. What on earth? We were just joking around, and yet the supreme rule has truly manifested? Moreover, it not only appeared but also directly obliterated someone. This is utterly ridiculous. At this moment, individuals from other countries mingling in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were horrified. What kind of background does the Dragon Kingdom have? They report others for cheating, yet nothing happens to them. But when the Dragon Kingdom reports, it results in immediate physical annihilation. Is the world of strange tales the Dragon Kingdom's domain? The people from other nations were left furious yet speechless. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream chat transformed into an extraordinarily positive vibe. Meanwhile, in the zoo, four white lions were confronting a mysterious shadow. Neither side made a move, seemingly waiting for Chen to make the final decision. However, Chen was in no rush, with the white lions backing him. The shadow dared not act against him. He could take this opportunity to refine his subsequent plans. Suddenly, a thought struck him, illuminating his mind with possibility. System. If I exchange the points I've earned from the dungeon for rewards now, and then reload the save, will the rewards disappear? Rest assured, host, the rewards will not vanish. Upon hearing the system's response in his mind, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This could very well be the key to breaking the deadlock. Can you tell me how many points I can exchange based on my current rule analysis? The host has currently analyzed 98 of the rules. Based on the completion rate and the dungeon's difficulty assessment, it is rated as S level, allowing for an exchange of 1,000 points. A smile spread across Chen's face. He opened the system store and continued his mental dialogue with the system. In the next moment, a screen appeared before him, visible only to him. His eyes swiftly scanned the system's offerings. He soon found himself dragging the scroll bar downwards in dismay. He anticipated that the system store's items would be rather expensive. While 1,000 points seemed substantial, the number of purchasable items was rather limited. As products scrolled past his view, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and halted the scrolling. This item before him, if utilized wisely, could prove to be quite advantageous. After some contemplation, Chen combined his previous ideas and devised a feasible blueprint. Now, only the final step remained. He closed the system interface and grinned at the shadow. Drawing out the metal from his pocket, he pinned it neatly to his chest. Upon completing this action, the shadow could no longer contain itself and emitted a piercing scream, launching itself directly at Chen. Simultaneously, the four white lions roared in unison and pounced on the shadow, intercepting it as chaos ensued. The ear-splitting screams and earth-shattering lion roars filled the air as fierce combat raged on, with large trees being uprooted and toppled. Watching the dust-filled battlefield, Chen felt a profound shock. Such a commotion seemed fit for a fantastical action film. At the same time, he felt a twinge of relief that his ears had been injured earlier. Otherwise, he might have been stunned by the roars. Seeing that neither side could gain the upper hand, Chen stepped into the inner office of the director. Soon, he discovered a dusty telephone directory within a cabinet. Shaking off the dust, he opened the first page, revealing the contact information he sought. Department of Operations, Minister, Zhang Heng, phone, 131. Department of Finance, Minister, Jiang Tian, phone, 182. Department of Coordination, Minister, Lin Fei, phone, 156. Chen took out his phone and composed a message. My name is Chen. I have now assumed the position of the zoo director and would like to inform the organization of my status. I would like to inquire about the available funds. Please respond as soon as possible. He then took a selfie with the medal and sent the message along with the photo to these individuals. The reason for not making a phone call was that Chen was currently unable to hear. Minutes passed, and after 10 minutes without a response, Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of anxiety. Could it be that the organization had fallen apart? His mind was filled with questions. Meanwhile, he glanced out the window at the ongoing battle. The clash remained intense, with large swathes of forest being flattened. Even the cobblestones of the path were hurled onto the director's office roof. At this moment, the shadow appeared somewhat dimmed, suggesting it had sustained injuries. However, the four white lions were not faring much better. each bearing numerous wounds, with one even having a broken foreleg. As the situation edged toward chaos, Chen grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. It was a call from Jiang Tian of the finance department. Chen quickly answered, and before the other party could speak, he interjected, "My ears are injured, and I cannot hear you. Please text me the amount of funds I can apply for." After finishing, he lowered the phone and glanced at the screen. Soon, the call was disconnected, indicating that the other party had understood him. Half a minute later, his phone buzzed again, and he received a text from Jiang Tian. "Regarding your assumption of the zoo director position, I have reported this to the organization, and a designated person will contact you shortly for identity verification. As for your inquiry, any expenses related to resolving the zoo's peculiarities will be fully reimbursed by the organization, regardless of the amount." Seeing this reply, Chen beamed. The organization was indeed generous. The lack of limits on reimbursement made him exceptionally pleased. However, he also understood that their words implied assistance in addressing his financial concerns rather than an unlimited supply of funds. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. With this financial support, combined with the system's items, he was confident he could successfully transform the zoo. After all, as the saying goes, money can make the world go round. With a smile, Chen exited the director's office and headed toward the battlefield. "Stop fighting. Let me say a few words," he shouted. Surprisingly, his words proved effective. The 4 white lions retreated a few steps, withdrawing from the fray. The shadow, too, seemed unwilling to continue fighting and ceased its pursuit. All eyes, for beasts and one shadow, turned towards Chen. Chapter 45. The escape. The fierce battle abruptly ceased. Chen met the questioning gazes and directed his attention towards the leading white lion. "I can resolve the issues of the zoo, but my methods may not be comprehensible or acceptable to you. Will you support all my actions?" He emphasized, "What I require is absolute trust." Chen's steadfast gaze remained locked onto the lion's eyes. The white lion regarded Chen in silence for a considerable time. Ultimately, as if sensing the determination in Chen's eyes, it nodded in agreement. "Very well, I hope for a pleasant collaboration," Chen replied with a smile. He then turned to the restless shadow lurking nearby. "Do not be hasty to act. I have accepted your conditions. I will help you retrieve the badge from the zoo. And in return, could you kindly open a door for me? I am rather impatient for dawn." Chen flashed a charming smile, presenting a tempting offer. No sooner had he spoken than the other 3 white lions grew anxious, their breaths quickening as they directed their murderous glares at Chen. Even the leading white lion cast a perplexed look in his direction. Nevertheless, it upheld the agreement and let out a low growl towards its brethren. Upon hearing this, the 3 lions emitted restrained roars. After several exchanges, the 3 white lions begrudgingly suppressed their anger and nodded in a human-like manner. Meanwhile, the shadow was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was the lion simply idle? It had refused to allow him to leave earlier, yet now, after a fight, it was acquiescing. Was this some sort of mockery? Who was truly the fool? The shadow felt a surge of indignation, but it recognized the gravity of the situation. The monkey was willing to take the badge out of the zoo, eliminating future threats, which was something it could never refuse. This was why it had noticed Chen the moment he received the letter. For the past 2 years, it had been keeping a close watch on that correspondence. Interestingly, it was even more eager than old Zhou for someone to discover that letter. With a swift motion, the shadow waved its arm, and a multitude of plush toys surged forth from the security room, forming a large phrase on the lawn, illuminated by the moonlight. The white toy spelled out a conspicuous message: "Deal. Go fetch a flashlight from the room and follow me. I shall escort you out." Seeing the other party's acceptance, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. After exhaling deeply, he re-entered the principal's office, rummaging through a dusty cabinet to retrieve a flashlight. "Will this even work?" he muttered, pressing the switch. In the next instant, a bright beam of light illuminated the wall. The quality seemed commendable. It appeared this organization had some merit. With that, he casually tossed the flashlight in his hand as he exited the room. Once outside, he cast a glance at the leading white lion. Its pitch-black eyes were filled with resolute emotion. The white lion seemed to understand and nodded, turning decisively to lead its reluctant companions back to the lion enclosure. With the white lion gone, Chen approached the shadow. "Let us not waste any more time. I presume you are also eager to proceed," Chen said with a hint of mischief. As they walked towards the entrance, now obstructed by the aquarium, he instructed, "Illuminate the shadows along the way." The plush toys on the lawn swiftly arranged themselves into another phrase. "Oh, I noticed you had no shadow when you were engaged with the white lion, nor did it seem to affect you." Chen seized the opportunity to inquire, hoping to extract more information. "I came up from below. I have no shadow," and it consumes a lot of energy, the childlike shadow replied without a hint of cunning. Su Chen's mind sparked with intrigue, committing this information to memory for potential future use. He then took the lead towards the entrance near the rabbit enclosure, adhering to the shadow's instructions while continually directing the flashlight's beam into the bordering woods. The shadows danced in tandem with Su Chen's steps. In the dead of night, with animals slumbering, an eerie shadow flitted through the dense forest, a scene that could only be described as terrifying. However, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were not frightened. Instead, they were bewildered by Su Chen's actions. Hadn't he vowed to inherit the principal's legacy and contend with the bizarre entities? How had he reached an accord with the uncanny so swiftly, even being escorted towards the exit? While it was a relief for the people of the Dragon Kingdom to see a smooth passage, they felt a tinge of disappointment at Su Chen's apparent compromise after his earlier declarations. Brothers, cheer up. Knowing Su Chen's character, I believe he has a master plan. Just watch. The bazaar will surely face consequences. Exactly. If he truly wished to avoid taking over the zoo, why would he risk entering the principal's office? He could simply wait until dawn for an easy exit. You Dragon Kingdom folks are deceiving yourselves. Your chosen one has clearly lost his nerve. It is shameful to watch the zoo staff await their doom while prioritizing his own life. If any of our candidates from Kimchi Nation were here, they would bravely stand up. Just look, when Su Chen volunteered for the principal's position, you all said he was foolish and courting death. Now that he is on the brink of exiting successfully, you all preach about righteousness. Why does your Kimchi Nation have so many grievances? Look over there. The Kimchi Nation's candidate is by that tree. This barrage of comments instantly captured the attention of numerous viewers. They turned their eyes to the live stream, where, beneath a tree in the rabbit enclosure, a dazed rabbit was standing upright, mechanically bumping into the tree in a repetitive motion. Many had witnessed the transformation of Jin Shiba into a rabbit during the day, based on the reference points in the footage. This indeed was the very spot where Jin Shiba had metamorphosed. Laughter erupted in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Wow, your Kimchi Nation's chosen one really stood up bravely. Indeed, no wonder it's your Kimchi Nation. Even those from Sakura Nation couldn't contain their laughter. Let us hear from the Kimchi Nation's audience for their acceptance speech. Brothers, why can't I see the rabbit's tools for mischief? Does anyone have a magnifying glass? As this comment appeared, the screen was filled with okay hand gestures. The citizens of Kimchi Nation were left utterly deflated, their spirits crushed by the onslaught of comments, and they swiftly exited the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Chapter 46. Claiming rewards on the other side. Within the confines of the zoo, Su Chen brushed past a rabbit engaged in a fervent display of energy. Oblivious to its exuberance, he hastened towards the entrance, taking a tentative step forward. It felt as though an invisible barrier of resilient air was impeding his progress. His lifted left foot seemed unable to descend. Indeed, without assistance, he realized that exiting required adherence to the established rules. The entrance was not a passage out. Well, it has been a pleasant collaboration. Please, open the door for me, Su Chen remarked with a cheerful smile directed at the shadow beside him. This time, the shadow did not respond with its usual cryptic gestures, but instead nodded in a more human-like manner. With a gentle motion of its arm, accompanied by a whisper of wind, Su Chen's obstructed left foot successfully stepped beyond the zoo's gates. Simultaneously, an ethereal mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the zoo horror story instance. The host has currently deciphered 98 of the rules. Based on completion and the difficulty assessment, the rating is classified as S level, with a total of 1,000 points awarded. In the next moment, a mechanical sound echoed from the heavens. This emanated from the supreme rules of the horror realm. Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Su Chen, has successfully cleared the zoo horror. Comprehensive evaluation. The fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom have increased by 10 points. Currently, 80 points remain. The lifespan of the Dragon Kingdom's populace has risen by 10, and a 10 buff for increased meat production will persist for 1 year. As the supreme rules of the horror realm proclaimed this, the scene before Su Chen began to warp. He understood that he was to be transported away, though he was uncertain whether it would be to the real world or back to the place he had been before entering the zoo. Seizing the moment before the transition, Su Chen turned to glance at the shadow within the zoo. Hey, no need to rush. We shall meet again soon, he called out joyfully. Upon hearing this, the shadow trembled slightly, about to inquire further, but Su Chen's figure flickered and vanished into thin air. A sense of foreboding flickered in the shadow's heart. Meanwhile, Su Chen's vision blurred and then brightened. Upon focusing, he discovered he had returned to the very scene of his initial arrival in the horror realm. Unlike before, when he was surrounded by numerous chosen ones from various nations, now he found himself alone. Before he could ponder too deeply, a voice echoed from the distant sky. Congratulations on clearing the zoo horror. The next initiation of the horror realm will occur in 3 days. You now have 3 days of rest. Would you prefer to return to the real world or remain in the horror realm? Should you choose to stay, we will offer you 5-star hotel accommodations. Upon hearing this, Chen made his decision without hesitation. At this moment, he merely needed some time to procure items from the system. The destination was inconsequential. After all, he would need to reload his safe shortly. Compared to being transported back to reality, remaining in the horror realm seemed more advantageous. Who could tell what the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom was? If he returned only to be besieged by citizens seeking his autograph, it would be a sheer waste of time. I choose to stay in the horror realm, Chen declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than he found himself materializing in a guest room, surveying his surroundings. It appeared to be the hotel mentioned by the horror realm. Exhausted, Chen flung himself onto the bed, opening the system marketplace. The unique screen visible only to him materialized before his eyes. With prior preparation, he quickly located the item he had previously selected, the subconscious amplification device. Ding. Purchase successful. A total of 500 points expended. Would the host like to claim it now? A small, tower-shaped device, roughly the size of a palm, appeared in the void before Chen. The metallic lines at its apex spun incessantly, exuding a sense of advanced technology. At first glance, it resembled a mind control device from a game he had played in a past life. Yet this device lacked the prowess of that controller. Its appearance was impressive, but its functionality was far from extraordinary. In comparison to the exorbitantly priced items in the system marketplace, this was merely a lesser offering. Essentially, this device could enhance subconscious retention of auditory information within its range, allowing for a certain degree of subconscious storage enhancement. In simpler terms, it could be understood as a device for reinforcing deep memory. While it might be most effective for studying, Chen gleaned inspiration from this device. If utilized properly, it could be a potent tool against the peculiarities of the zoo. Let us store it in the system space for now. Received. It has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. With the crucial item secured, Chen noted he still had 500 points remaining, pondering what else to purchase. Ultimately, he decided to try his luck with a draw, which conveniently required 500 points. After all, he could always farm points again after reloading his save. It would be a waste not to use them. As for why he didn't buy a death rollback experience ticket, it was simply beyond his means. System, initiate a draw. Acknowledged, drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3 mental strength. Character attribute panel unlocked. As the system voice resonated, an attribute panel materialized before Chen's eyes. Name Chen, age 19, physique 6, strength 5, agility 6, stamina 5, mental strength 10. Note, the maximum value for an ordinary person in any attribute is 10. Upon reviewing the attribute interface, Chen gained a renewed understanding of his situation. According to the system, the typical limit for an ordinary person is 10 points. It appeared that his mental strength had reached this threshold after the enhancement. This greatly bolstered his capabilities within the zoo, as his resistance to mimetic contamination would far exceed that of others. The remaining attributes appeared satisfactory, at least above average. They would certainly suffice within the zoo. Ding. Reminder to the host, the system recommends more draws. After 4 additional draws, the quality of the prize pool will significantly improve. Upon hearing this, Chen instinctively nodded. At first glance, it seemed that drawing was indeed more rewarding than purchasing items. He resolved to partake in more draws in the future. Having completed all preparatory tasks, Chen finally relaxed. He could return to the zoo at any moment. Suddenly, a yawn escaped him, and he felt his eyelids growing heavy. Considering he had scarcely rested throughout the day, coupled with the tension he had endured, it was no surprise that fatigue washed over him like a tide. Why not take a good nap? Chen mumbled, turning onto his side and swiftly succumbing to slumber. Chapter 47. The Rewind. At this moment, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was utterly bewildered. What was happening? They couldn't quite grasp the sequence of events. Wasn't the objective to save the zoo? How did they manage to clear the challenge so effortlessly and then drift into slumber? Were they being led astray by Chen? They had anticipated him to be a hero. Though they felt a tinge of joy at the successful clearance, there lingered an unresolved frustration, an unfulfilled sentiment gnawing at their minds. Could it be that this was part of Chen's grand design? Enough with the nonsense. The transfer has already occurred. What kind of plan could possibly be at play? If it were a plan, I'd perform a handstand and spray water. Hey, could someone share a livestream link? I find your show far more entertaining than Chen's. As the discussions meandered, the livestream from the Dragon Kingdom abruptly shut down. Now, apart from those reluctantly donned in black uniforms, all other national streams had completely ceased. With no more broadcasts to watch, The audience slowly dispersed, fatigue setting in after a day of high-intensity viewing. Soon, with a slight sense of regret, they succumbed to slumber. A few hours later, Chen awoke with a hint of bewilderment, staring at the ceiling, momentarily disoriented regarding his whereabouts. Stretching languidly in bed, he began to recollect the events of the previous day. Having rested well, he felt it was time to reclaim his position. Rising to stretch, he assessed his physical condition and found himself in excellent shape. He then proceeded to the bathroom. As the sound of running water filled the air, he mentally reviewed his plan once more. Once he ensured there were no oversights, a triumphant smile graced his face. "Today, I shall overturn your zoo and rid the world of this menace," he declared excitedly. Shortly thereafter, dressed and ready, Chen emerged from the bathroom. "System, load the save," he commanded, determination etched on his face. "Received, loading save, loading complete, reverting to previous state." As the system voice resonated in his mind, the scenery before him began to warp and blur, countless beams of light enveloping his form. In an instant, he found himself back in the waiting area of the Strange Tales world. Upon opening his eyes, he recognized the familiar faces of the Chosen Ones, who appeared alarmed and were scanning their surroundings, mirroring their demeanor from the previous day. Relieved, Chen noted that no glitches had occurred. These individuals bore no memory of yesterday's events. This would not impede his actions today, nor alter the time and place of their appearance, which was crucial for him. At that moment, the space before him began to twist and transform once more. He understood that this signified the teleportation within the Strange Tales world, transporting everyone to the zoo, leading him to remain calm unlike the other participants. Before long, all were standing before the familiar gates of the zoo. Simultaneously, all national live streams resumed. It is worth mentioning that the real world had not experienced a rewind, a fact unbeknownst to Chen. The official representatives from various nations were taken aback to see the live stream active again. "Didn't we agree to commence the next round in 3 days? Why is the Strange Tales live stream starting today?" they exclaimed in disbelief. As they processed the unfolding events, their astonishment escalated. "My God, what is happening? Why has everyone returned to life? God bless. This time our nation will surely succeed." Meanwhile, the Strange Tales department in the Dragon Kingdom was equally baffled. What is going on? Didn't Chen already clear the challenge? Why has he been transported back to the entrance of the zoo? In a fit of frustration, Elder Chen smashed the enamel tea jar that had accompanied him for years onto the floor. What is the meaning of this? Is this targeting our Dragon Kingdom? The surrounding individuals were equally perplexed, their comprehension stretched to its limits. Only Xiao Li remained somewhat collected. He retrieved the tea jar and placed it back on the table, gesturing to the staff outside to prepare another cup of tea for Elder Chen. At that moment, Elder Chen noticed something and his eyes widened in realization. "Wait, look at Chen's hair, it appears freshly washed. If my memory serves me right, didn't he look like this yesterday?" Upon hearing Elder Chen's observation, the crowd snapped back to reality. Looking at Chen's hair, they quickly sensed something was amiss. As the world fell into speculation, several announcements appeared in the live stream. These were sent by the highest authority of the Strange Tales world. In light of yesterday's unusually high difficulty in the Strange Tales instance, with only the Dragon Kingdom's Chosen One successfully clearing it, this rule grants all nations a final opportunity. The national fortunes of all countries have been reverted. Since the Dragon Kingdom's Chosen One has already cleared the challenge, as compensation for the rewind, they retain the national lifespan bonus. And the Chosen One retains all memories. Additionally, since this collective rewind is considered an extra reward, no nation will receive a hint opportunity. Upon reading the first announcement, the other nation's representatives initially displayed smiles. However, their expressions darkened upon reading the subsequent 2 announcements. What is this? Is this a benefit for all nations, or merely a boon for the Dragon Kingdom? Good grief, our Chosen One has gained an extra life. Considering the perilous nature of the zoo, this is practically a free pass. Conversely, the situation for the Dragon Kingdom was markedly different. Chen was already capable of clearing the challenge, and now he was allowed to retain his memories upon rewind. Was this not providing him with an opportunity to score even higher? We protest. The Lake Kingdom protests. This is unfair. The Lake Kingdom was the first to flood their live stream with protests. In light of the Lake Kingdom's opposition, the highest authority retracts the rewards granted to the Lake Kingdom. With this announcement, the Chosen One from the Lake Kingdom vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the drought that had plagued the Lake Kingdom the previous day returned ominously. We retract our protests. We were mistaken. This is fair, exceedingly fair. Please, highest authority, grant us another chance. The officials of the Lake Kingdom were in a frenzy, hastily apologizing. However, after flooding the screen with messages for quite some time, the supreme authority remained unresponsive. This led to widespread discontent among the populace of the Lake Kingdom. What kind of foolish leadership do we have? Protesting? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see that the Dragon Kingdom didn't oppose? How dare you stand against them? They are magnanimous and do not stoop to your level. Yet the highest authority of the Strange Tales world shows no leniency. As a result of the Lake Kingdom's leader's reckless decisions, the citizens could no longer bear the burden and began to rally against the regime. Chapter 48. Saving a good brother without delving into the chaos of Lake Country. Neighboring nations observed with a sense of relief as Lake Country faced the severe consequences of the supreme rules. They were fortunate to have a fool like Lake Country to test the waters. With this precedent established, they hastily pressed the delete key on their keyboards, erasing all previous dissenting remarks. Perhaps, without the opportunity for warnings, things might turn out better. This was the leader's thought, who had previously advised their own contestants that the blue rule was the correct one. If only they hadn't warned Jin Shiba, perhaps he would have survived. This was the sentiment among the people of Pickled Cabbage Country. After a day of reflection, they realized that their warnings had ultimately become the last straw that crushed Jin Shiba's understanding. By withholding warnings this time, perhaps their chosen one could still live. They continued to deceive themselves, thinking that without hints, Shanzhong Inuichiro would remain oblivious to the secrets of the rabbit's blood, and thus nothing would go awry. Sakura Country also willingly deluded itself. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the ordinary populace expressed their astonishment. What is happening? Why are we starting over again? Do they really think this is a game? A rollback? One voice from above reassured, don't panic. Haven't you seen the announcement from the Supreme Rules? Chen is rolling back with yesterday's memories. He will surely pass this time and perhaps even resolve the bizarre issues of the zoo, earning higher national fortune points. Wait, resolving the animal issues? A spark of inspiration struck one viewer. Is it possible that Chen knew he would roll back? The realization sent shivers down their spines. Reflecting on Chen's previous conversation with the white lion and his words after exiting the zoo, we will meet again soon. It dawned on them. Chen had already anticipated everything and meticulously planned for it. But then the question arose. How did Chen know there would be a rollback? As this thought spread through the comments, silence enveloped the audience. They had no idea. If only they could replace Chen. Who cares why? Just keep praising Chen is amazing. Indeed, Chen is remarkable. At that moment, near the entrance of the zoo, Chen watched the others around him with great interest. The sensation of having God's perspective, knowing the future course of events, was exhilarating. Jin Shiba, that fool, would be arriving shortly. Chen gazed into the distance at the grinning Jin Shiba and muttered to himself. Sure enough, the next moment, Jin Shiba approached. Following the exact same actions as the previous day, he forced a friendly smile and said, Greetings, chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom. I am Jin Shiba from Pickled Cabbage Country. First and foremost, I express my condolences for the demise of your nation's chosen one last time. As he spoke, he subtly turned to face the empty space beside him. Having previously cleared the ghost story dungeon, he understood that the camera would naturally shift to capture his face in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. At the same time, I want to clarify to the Dragon Kingdom audience that your contestant's death had nothing to do with me. As a neighboring country, I am more than willing to assist you. I can help your chosen one pass the dungeon. I heard that your national fortune has only 70 points left. Not to worry, I will reveal the correct rules to you. With that, Jin Shiba patted Chen on the shoulder, adopting an older brother demeanor. Get lost. Do you think I don't know the blue rule is the correct one? Do you really need to lecture me? If you don't leave, I'll give you a taste of my wrath. Chen retorted without holding back. He had matters to attend to and could not enter the zoo first. If he followed the previous script, it might arouse Jin Shiba's suspicions. Moreover, Jin Shiba was the catalyst for the previous zoo catastrophe. He could not be allowed to alter the entry sequence. Chen's arrogant and rude remarks left Jin Shiba momentarily stunned. A flicker of embarrassment and anger crossed his face. However, glancing at the height difference between himself and Chen, he ultimately decided against confronting him. This Dragon Kingdom contestant appeared foolish, yet he was surprisingly astute, immediately grasping the correct rules. Nevertheless, Jin Shiba recalled his previous loud proclamations. Knowing that many had heard his words, he could not let others take the lead. He must be the first to clear the dungeon. With that thought, he dared not delay any further. Without even issuing a parting shot, he turned and hurried toward the zoo entrance, as if fearing someone would snatch the opportunity from him. In the real world, the citizens of Pickled Cabbage Country wished they could dig a hole and bury themselves. Jin Shiba's antics, knowing the subsequent plot, seemed like a voluntary offering for punishment. Did he really think he could instruct Chen on the correct rules? They had completely fooled him. Watching Jin Shiba's short legs scurry away, the people of Pickled Cabbage Country were left in despair. This fool is going to his doom again. Meanwhile, the people of the Dragon Kingdom erupted into laughter. Witnessing their rival head towards certain death again was quite satisfying. You brought our chosen one to ruin before. Now you'll face your demise again. Ha ha ha. Su Chen is too cunning, spouting nonsense with such seriousness. It's hilarious. Is there a possibility that Jin Shiba, turning into a rabbit, is a reward for him? This comment silenced the Dragon Kingdom audience, as images of the rabbit incessantly hammering against the tree flashed in their minds. Damn, I've been mentally tainted. I feel dirty. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream was filled with a joyous atmosphere. On the other side, Su Chen felt relieved as Jin Shiba followed the script and entered the zoo first. He relaxed only after Jin Shiba had stepped through the gate and disappeared from view. Now, Su Chen began to execute his plan, approaching the chosen one from a country with good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. His first target was the contestant from Iron Bar country. He still vividly remembered the contestant's appreciative thank you in Chinese during their time at the aquarium. Thus, he naturally prioritized saving the contestant from Iron Bar country. Brother, I know what I'm about to say may be hard for you to believe, and I cannot prove or explain it well, but I still hope you will trust me. Please do not enter the zoo for now. Wait until I tell you to go in. Su Chen gazed earnestly into the other's eyes as he spoke. The contestant from Iron Bar country listened to Su Chen's words, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts. As the last contestant to survive entering the aquarium, he was not foolish. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that delaying his entry into the zoo wouldn't affect him much. After all, he wasn't concerned about his ranking as long as he could clear the dungeon. Moreover, Su Chen was a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, and he had been taught since childhood that the Dragon Kingdom was a friend to the Iron Bar people. Naturally, one should trust a friend. Friend, I trust you, he stammered in Chinese. Chapter 49. A reversal in international affairs. The straw in the wind strikes first. Su Chen smiled. Earning the trust of others was indeed a joyous affair. He patted the shoulder of his companion and continued, Brother, stand back a bit, away from the entrance, so as not to attract suspicion. I still need to reach out to a few more individuals. With that, Su Chen began to seek out other chosen ones from nations that maintained a favorable relationship with Longhua. In his view, now that he was aware of the critical information for passing through the ordeal, he would do his utmost to save those nations with whom relations were amicable. As for others, they could fend for themselves. After all, Su Chen was no saint, and it was already a mercy not to add to their misfortunes. Before long, a dozen competitors from nations such as Sevi, Lao, and Jianpu gathered around Su Chen. He led them from a distance, keeping a low profile in the crowd. It is worth noting that many from various countries believed Su Chen was merely deceiving them, unable to fathom the audacity of entering the zoo without hesitation. To such individuals, Su Chen could only lament. A good word cannot persuade a stubborn ghost. In the eyes of the world, Su Chen's actions were nothing short of astonishing, particularly those nations he had assisted. Their leaders promptly contacted the high-ranking officials of Longhua, weeping with gratitude. They made explicit declarations in the international arena, devoid of any diplomatic niceties, filled instead with raw emotion and fervor. We thank our elder brother Longhua for their support. Henceforth, whenever Longhua calls, we shall not hesitate to traverse mountains of knives and seas of flames, proclaimed one nation. We express our gratitude to Longhua and Su Chen. From this day forward, wherever Longhua directs its spear, we shall charge forth, declared a nation known for its reckless assaults. We warn the nations of Ugly Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Kimchi Country, Inging Country, Kangaroo Country, and others to be more courteous in their dealings with Longhua. Otherwise, we shall not show leniency, stated another rather foolish nation. The extremity of these nations' proclamations stemmed from the stark contrast in outcomes dependent on whether the monster tale ordeal was successfully completed. The rewards for success were great, while failure brought devastating calamities upon entire nations. For instance, last time, nations like Cherry Blossom were rewarded with agricultural enhancement buffs, while Longhua astonishingly increased the lifespan of its citizens by 10%, who would not desire a few more years of life. After all, why did so many emperors in ancient times seek immortality through alchemy? It was simply for the sake of living longer. Beyond these rewards, national fortune also held significant importance. This abstract concept wielded immense influence. For example, when a nation blessed with good fortune engages in conflict with one beset by misfortune, the latter might find its missiles misfiring upon themselves, while the former could easily seize an enemy stronghold, even if they merely misplaced a soldier. National fortune is indeed a peculiar and unpredictable force. Returning to Su Chen's maneuver, he essentially provided these nations with a cheat code for success. When their competitors successfully navigated the ordeal, their national fortunes would rise, and they would reap rewards. Conversely, other nations would see their fortunes decline and calamities befall them. The disparity in international standing would be akin to riding a rocket. Moreover, in the future, as long as they clung to Longwa's coattails with Su Chen's intellect, they could expect to navigate subsequent challenges with ease. Under such fortuitous circumstances, any failure to demonstrate a favorable attitude would be utterly ungrateful. On the other side, Western forces led by Ugly Country observed these declarations with dismay. Was it truly possible to make such statements on the international stage? Were they truly willing to grovel to Longwa without a shred of dignity? The most concerning aspect was that several nations genuinely appeared to be daft. Should an unexpected situation arise for Longwa, these barefoot nations might indeed take drastic action, especially when tensions ran high and rationality was abandoned. The nations that were once prepared to condemn Longwa for disregarding international camaraderie and failing to offer aid hastily withdrew their statements, no longer daring to voice their criticisms. However, the international landscape was not limited to two opposing camps. At this juncture, some astute nations began to sense the shifting tides, particularly a well-known fence-sitter, the country of Dali. Masters of opportunism, the leaders of Dali promptly reached out to Longwa's high ranks. We are willing to return all artifacts plundered from Longwa during the war and compensate at 5 times the international interest rate. Furthermore, we will serve as a transit hub for Longwa's trade in the future, hoping that Longwa will assist us in the next monster tail ordeal. Dali exhibited genuine intent, swiftly abandoning their previous stance. Encircling Longwa, imposing sanctions on Longwa, not a chance. As the most astute of fence-sitters, Dali had already discerned the underlying implications. Su Chen was undeniably favored by the world of monster tales, transforming peril into fortune, confronting the enigmatic white lion with courage, and even returning to the past with memories intact. Was he not the favored child of this realm? Or perhaps, he was the very ancestor of the monster tale world. Regardless, this indicated that Longwa's prospects were exceptionally bright. At such a moment, failing to seek an alliance would lead to future lamentations with nowhere to turn. Longwa received this news with astonishment, but after a brief contemplation, they grasped the intentions behind it. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials of Longwa began to praise Su Chen profusely. They had never anticipated that the conundrum of breaking through Western encirclement and sanctions, which had plagued them for years, would unravel so effortlessly in Su Chen's hands. Although only Dali had yielded thus far, it represented a monumental victory. Longwa could now use Dali as a stepping stone to break free from Western constraints. We are delighted that Dali has chosen to confront history and reflect on the past. Longwa adheres to the principles of unity and friendship. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, and we are eager to join hands with Dali in facing future challenges. Longwa accepted their proposal with grace and generosity, imposing few conditions. For Longwa, the chance to secure valuable alliances was invaluable at this juncture. The Western alliance would undoubtedly begin to fracture. The following day, Dali exhibited an unprecedented level of efficiency. All artifacts from Longwa were meticulously packed and dispatched to the mysterious eastern continent. The relics that had drifted abroad for years were finally returning home. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 50. Entering the Zoo. Assuming the role of director returning to the entrance of the zoo, aside from Su Chen and his companions, competitors from other nations had already stepped through the gates. Their eagerness to enter was not entirely voluntary. Rather, it was spurred by Jin Shiba from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, who was ostentatiously experimenting on their behalf. Not taking the opportunity to observe this would be a significant loss, especially as it could potentially influence their ability to navigate the challenges ahead. Observing the situation, the Sevian team had suggested that Su Chen take a look as well. However, Su Chen adamantly declined. After all, he was the sole champion who had successfully completed the challenge. Why would he need to watch others stumble? Moreover, it was likely that the mysterious entity had already been drawn to Jin Shiba's antics, and Su Chen had no desire to join the fray. Before long, the familiar sound of children's laughter reached his ears. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. Fortunately, it aligned with the moment he had heard the laughter previously. This time rewind had not caused significant ripples in the timeline. Nonetheless, while the overall trajectory remained unchanged, subtle details had indeed shifted. For instance, Jin Shiba's audacious maneuvers had left competitors from other nations utterly terrified. Under normal circumstances, these players would have received instructions from their respective countries to follow Jin Shiba's lead, adhering to the blue rules. Yet now, without their nation's misguided directives, they hesitated, reluctant to follow suit. This serendipitously resulted in many inadvertently escaping peril. However, this also ensured that the number of rabbits available was sufficient. Previously, due to an insufficient quantity, Yamashita Kenichiro had not only failed to seize any, but had also been pummeled by Lan Mu from the Ugly Nation. This time, however, Fortune smiled upon him as he snatched a rabbit. With remarkable dexterity, he unleashed his traditional skills, seizing the rabbit and promptly adorning himself with its white ears. Unbeknownst to Chen, this dramatic scene unfolded while he remained fixated on his phone, calculating the timeline of the mysterious entity. According to his analysis, at this hour, the entity should be lured by a fleeing staff member towards the right side of the primate enclosure. Considering the employee guidelines, the duration of the world-switching phenomenon lasted 10 minutes. Coupling this with the illumination patterns of the aquarium and director's office, he deduced its speed. Thus, Chen had calculated a window of time during which he could act safely. As the moment approached, he turned to his companions. "I trust you have all memorized the rules I just explained?" They nodded in unison. "Very well, I shall enter the zoo first. Do not follow me until I give the signal. If you inadvertently step inside, refrain from running amok. Utilize the self-rescue techniques I outlined until I can reach you." Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. "No problem, you can count on us," the group assured him, thumping their chests in confidence. Seeing their cooperative demeanor, Chen felt reassured as he entered the zoo. The moment had arrived. With purposeful strides, he crossed through the gates. Strangely, he did not proceed along the designated path toward the rabbit enclosure. Instead, he veered directly into the perilous woods, heading towards the director's office near the exit. This was indeed the most direct route. With the entity distracted, Chen had no reason to fear the lurking shadows. Before long, the dilapidated director's office came into view once more. Drawing from his previous experience, this time Chen boldly pushed the door open and, with eyes closed, groped blindly towards the desk. His hands encountered a mass of fuzziness. He recognized that the entity had placed these plush toys to prevent visitors from accidentally claiming the director's badge. However, Chen refused to open his eyes or engage with the toys. Moreover, with his enhanced attributes, his mental fortitude had reached extraordinary levels. The intrusive thoughts conjured by touching the toys were swiftly suppressed, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Faced with cognitive contamination, his resistance was remarkably high. Soon, guided by the memory of his previous visit, he located the badge and the white lion plush. Clutching both the toy and the badge, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the white lion enclosure. Along the way, he secured the badge onto the left side of his chest. At the very moment he pinned the badge in place, a piercing scream echoed from the vicinity of the elephant enclosure. Chen understood that they had sensed his presence. Yet, what did that matter? He was no longer afraid. It was daytime. The entity's powers were at their weakest, and the lion enclosure was now within his sight. With a few quick strides, he entered the gates of the lion enclosure. In an instant, four astonished white lions, with wide, round eyes, stared at Chen, who had rushed in, panting heavily. "From this moment forth, I shall be the director of the zoo. I hope you will cooperate," he said breathlessly to the bewildered lions. Fortunately, these lions were not overly dim-witted. After a moment of dazed silence, they regained their composure, their eyes now sparkling with excitement and hope. With a resounding roar, the four lions announced their presence. Subsequently, the most majestic of the white lions nodded vigorously in Chen's direction, its gaze filled with trust and determination. At this juncture, Chen had regained his breath and surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting a staff member. He waved the individual over, who approached with a look of skepticism. Why were these white lions so amiable towards this visitor? Before long, as he stepped closer and noticed the badge on Chen's chest, the staff member was rendered speechless. As a seasoned employee, he understood the significance of that badge all too well. "Why you have inherited?" The employee stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. "Indeed, I have assumed the role of director. I need to know how to summon all the staff promptly. I have directives to issue." Chen interjected swiftly. The staff member took a deep breath, striving to calm his excitement. He knew that since Chen had taken up the position of director, he must have important plans. He could not allow his enthusiasm to interfere with the director's responsibilities. "Director, we have a work group. I will notify everyone immediately and then add you to the group," he said, pulling out his phone and quickly typing on the screen. Just then, Chen recalled something important. "Please instruct the staff near the elephant enclosure to seal it off. There is danger there," he added urgently. The entity, emboldened during the day, would certainly unleash chaos in the elephant enclosure, putting visitors at risk. Although Chen was not overly concerned about the fates of the chosen ones from rival nations, he was mindful of the innocent visitors and security personnel. He vividly remembered the last time when a security guard had been flung into the aquarium after saving others. That scene remained etched in his mind. If there was a chance to save the security personnel this time, he would seize it. After all, they were now part of his team. As for the competitors from the ugly nation, their fortune in escaping disaster was of little concern to him. Now that he was the director, dealing with a few contaminated visitors would be a matter of mere moments. Chapter 51, Closing the Zoo? Received, Director. I've informed everyone, and they will be coming soon. I have also added you to the work group, said a staff member in blue, swiftly returning Su Chen's phone. Su Chen nodded, impressed by the efficiency and enthusiasm of the staff, which far surpassed that of the ordinary workers in the real world. However, this did not surprise him, as old Zhou had been deceased for 2 years. The zoo had managed to endure in his absence, clearly thanks to the dedication of these employees. He took his phone and glanced at the messages in the group. A young man named Lin Fei, who appeared to be in his 20s, was particularly active, flooding the chat with messages. Director, you finally arrived. Do you know how we have endured these years? But from now on, our good days are here. Director Su looks like a promising leader. Would you like to drink? I can pick something up from the store. Never mind, I don't know your taste, so I'll just bring a bottle of the same. By the way, Director Su, can we get a salary increase? It's been 2 years since our last raise. As Su Chen read the barrage of messages, he felt a throbbing in his temples. This was excessively enthusiastic. How was this person able to maintain such optimism in such a terrifying zoo? Truly a remarkable individual. Before long, small groups of staff members gathered at the entrance of the lion enclosure, stealing glances at Su Chen, their eyes filled with excitement. Yet beneath this excitement lay an undercurrent of unshakable concern. After all, they were more aware than anyone of the dangers lurking within the zoo. The pervasive cognitive pollution was impossible to effectively combat, and given Su Chen's youthful appearance, it was hard for them to feel reassured. After some time, most of the staff had arrived, except for those who were genuinely unable to attend. Su Chen stepped forward, scanning the faces before him. He noted the serious expression of a security guard, the smiling face of Lin Fei, and the concealed worry in the eyes of the others. Hello everyone. My name is Su Chen. As you can see, I have taken over the long vacant position of director. First, I want to say thank you for your hard work, everyone. With that, Su Chen bowed to all the staff. This gesture was not merely to win their favor. He was genuinely moved by the dedication of these employees who had persevered for so many years. An ordinary person who could steadfastly uphold their principles and protect the zoo year after year deserved to be called a hero. No hardship. We serve the people. Lin Fei cheerfully responded. In the next moment, all the staff echoed, we serve the people. Their thunderous voices reflected the determination within their hearts. Su Chen raised his hand, signaling for silence. Once the cheers subsided, he continued, all right, enough of the formalities. Time is of the essence. I will now outline our work plans. First, I will abolish the existing visitor rules. From now on, we will no longer distribute visitor guidelines to those entering the zoo. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What are you joking about? Abolish all rules? Are you out of your mind? Or are you a spy sent to destroy our zoo? As the crowd expressed their shock, the security guard stepped forward. Director Su, I am not questioning you, but I must inform you that the dangers in this zoo are far from simple. Currently, visitors frequently encounter incidents due to the rules. Removing them would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Though the security guard attempted to maintain a semblance of politeness, his expression betrayed his inner anger. He did not trust Su Chen. Zhanggu, I understand your feelings. I am well aware of the dangers within the zoo. In fact, I know that today is July 23rd, a day when these dangers will only grow stronger. That is precisely why I must abolish the current rules. Only by breaking them can we establish something new. Su Chen calmly explained, locking eyes with the furious guard. I do not believe you. I cannot gamble with the lives of our visitors. Zhang Tian retorted stubbornly, refusing to accept Su Chen's reasoning. Yes, I have just taken this position, and perhaps you do not trust me yet. However, you must allow me a chance to prove my perspective, Su Chen urged, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Taking a deep breath, the guard stepped forward once more. To be honest, after 2 years, I believe everyone shares my sentiment. We have lost hope. We do not want to watch innocent visitors perish day after day. If you want us to trust you, it is simple. Order the permanent closure of the zoo. That would be the best solution. Zhang Tian clenched his teeth as he spoke, his words laced with frustration. Just then, before Su Chen could respond, Lin Fei interjected, charging forward and pointing at Zhang Tian, berating him. You, Zhang Tian, I always thought you were somewhat of a man, but it turns out you were just a coward. Closing the zoo? If we do that, without visitors to drain its power, I dare say that in less than 3 years, the suburbs will be completely overrun and consumed by the zoo. Are you saving up to escape? Young and impassioned, Lin Fei did not hold back in his scolding. Zhang Tian defended himself. I am not. Every day, people are dying. Why not reveal the truth to the public and let them escape? Escape? Where will they go? Everyone thinks only of fleeing, but soon there will be no safe place left in the world. Lin Fei shot back rapidly. His words left Zhang Tian momentarily speechless. He knew he was being unreasonable, yet watching innocent people sacrificed day after day had pushed him to the brink of despair. He had even begun to entertain thoughts of self-destructive resignation. Meanwhile, Su Chen observed the argument between the two and sighed. He could understand Zhang Tian's perspective. Anyone enduring such a situation for an extended period would inevitably feel overwhelmed. However, he absolutely did not agree with Lin Fei's characterization of Zhang Tian as a coward. After all, just a day prior, he had witnessed Zhang Tian transform into a brave elephant, choosing the path of sacrifice. Such a person could never be deemed a coward. Chapter 52. Conquering Magic with Magic. Su Chen stepped forward, separating the two individuals. I understand everyone's feelings. It seems there is no hope. However, please allow me to finish speaking. I hereby issue my first directive as the director. If the zoo does not improve after today, I will resign from my position. Will this alleviate your concerns? Su Chen spoke decisively. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. While they held some reservations about Su Chen, they never intended to force him to step down. After all, the system of succession had been the final wish of Director Zhou, and they were committed to honoring it. Thus, they gathered closer, each trying to clarify that they did not mean to imply anything negative, assuring Su Chen that he could rest easy. Raising his hand, Su Chen silenced the meaningless chatter. Enough. Time is precious, and we have exchanged pleasantries already. Now, I shall outline my thoughts. If, after hearing me out, you find my ideas unsatisfactory, we can part ways amicably, and I will leave immediately. But during my speech, I kindly request that you do not interrupt. His words were filled with authority, and as his gaze swept across the crowd, everyone nodded in agreement and fell silent, bestowing upon him the respect he deserved. Even Zhang Tian and his companions ceased their chatter and obediently retreated into the crowd. Seeing this, Su Chen felt satisfied. Everyone understood that the main tactic employed was to manipulate cognitive perception through mimetic contamination, leading to the demise of visitors. Acknowledging this, he resolved to harness the power of human subconsciousness to reinforce their own perceptions. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded continuously. They had to admit Su Chen was correct. The underlying logic of the adversary's killings was indeed rooted in cognitive pollution. If they could use human subconsciousness to resist this pollution, it would be an excellent approach. However, while this sounded simple in theory, the practical implementation was incredibly challenging. Director Su, one person hesitated, revealing confusion and attempting to voice a question. Su Chen raised his hand to halt the interruption and continued, I know what you are about to ask. To resist cognitive pollution with subconsciousness may seem like a fanciful notion. However, I assure you, it is quite simple. We only need to utilize the theory of brainwashing. It is widely acknowledged that there is no free lunch in this world. What if we tell visitors that our zoo employs cutting-edge technology to create a magical-themed experience? And at this stage, we are offering a grand opening promotion? If any visitor can uncover the secret behind any magic trick, we will reward them with a bonus of 1,000 yuan. What do you think their subconscious response will be? As these words left his mouth, everyone fell silent. They placed themselves in the shoes of an uninformed visitor. A magic-themed zoo, revealing magic tricks for money? The first reaction would undoubtedly be skepticism. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The second thought would be, is this a scam? But then they might reconsider, since they've already purchased tickets and there is no additional charge. What could they possibly be deceived about? It's certainly worth a try. It seems the adversary is quite confident in their tricks. Absolutely not. I must uncover this secret and earn that 1,000 yuan. Just as the crowd began to connect the dots, Su Chen continued. The theory of money makes the world go round is that simple. Humans are inherently greedy. When benefits are placed before them, their subconscious will instinctively disregard other possibilities. This explains why so many fall victim to scams. Moreover, human subconsciousness is also characterized by arrogance. The zoo is paying for a solution? How pretentious. With my intelligence, I can definitely figure it out. Thus, their subconscious will interpret all the peculiarities they witness as magic. At this juncture, we need to give them another nudge. Regardless of the explanations visitors provide, as long as they aren't completely absurd and possess some semblance of logic, we will shower them with praise and rewards. What do you think their reaction will be? At this point, everyone was utterly bewildered. Wait, can it really be played this way? They envisioned that when they saw an elephant with rabbit ears, their initial reaction would not be to question the strange appearance of the elephant. Instead, they would concoct a reason, such as, is this an accessory? Or is this a 3D projection? Regardless of what they imagined, once they formulated an explanation, they would rush to the staff in pursuit of their reward. If they actually earned money or witnessed others receiving it, all the staff present shivered. This would undoubtedly strengthen their belief in the magic. Once people experience tangible benefits and see evidence firsthand, altering their perception becomes nearly impossible. Even if you told them it was bizarre and not magic, they would retort, "Bizarre? Don't waste my time. I'm trying to make money here." Chen continued without pause. Thus, relying solely on the bizarre to do our bidding is far from sufficient. You must also learn more magic tricks and recruit top-tier magicians to continuously deepen the audience's impression. Blending truth and illusion, we need not fear bewildering them. Everyone, are you against this? The bizarre should not be our only ally. What about the terrifying images they conjure? We can simply utilize them as immersive experiences. And what about your theories on scams? What a joke. Was your original profession in scamming? Nonetheless, while our organization is financially robust, we cannot always play the fool. Therefore, once we are on the right track and have established a steady stream of returning customers, we will need to alter our prize distribution model. For instance, we could reward the first 100 visitors who unravel 10 magic tricks, or create a leaderboard based on the number and speed of revelations. With competition, they will be more inclined to participate. Subsequently, we will raise ticket prices, fully capitalize on the hype, and establish a world-class zoo. We cannot continue to operate at a loss. A crowd of pretentious visitors will flock to us, especially since a reputable name allows them to show off on social media. Thus, we create a virtuous cycle. Every staff member was thoroughly convinced by this theory. Just look at Chen's vision. He was on the brink of elevating the zoo to the global stage. Following his guidance, it was entirely possible that this zoo could surpass Disney and Universal Studios. After all, which amusement park has bizarre phenomena working as free labor? In this moment, a vision of the future blossomed in everyone's mind. The dawn of hope truly had arrived. But that was not all. Chen then reached into his pocket and produced a subconscious amplification device. After all, conjuring a tower out of thin air would be too astonishing. This was merely the theoretical foundation. There was a material basis as well. This tower was a recently developed subconscious amplification device with a coverage range of 100 meters. Through this device, the auditory messages could enhance the subconscious memory of the listener. Since the bizarre enjoys manipulating mimetic pollution, we will preemptively brainwash the visitors to align with our narrative at the ticket booth. Let us see how they can play tricks on us now. Holding the small tower, Chen beamed with radiant joy. Chapter 53. Is Chen the prodigal son of the world of strange tales? At this moment, the astonishment among the staff reached new heights. Previously, Chen's theoretical framework, albeit functional, was fraught with potential pitfalls. After all, not every individual's psyche is identical. There will inevitably be those who deviate from the norm. Moreover, there was always the concern that some would swiftly cast aside these notions. However, the introduction of this small tower transformed everything. The enhancement of subconscious memory? A more fitting interpretation of Chen's simplistic words would be that it essentially brainwashes visitors into the desired mindset beforehand. The most effective means of countering magic is to wield magic itself. By leveraging cognitive pollution, we take the initiative. Furthermore, the credibility of the statements made by the staff is evidently much higher. If the visitors do not trust us, whom else can they believe? In that moment, a flame of determination ignited within all the employees. After enduring years of restraint, the tide was about to turn. Oh, the exhilarating cheers soared towards the heavens. Amidst the fervent roars, Lin Fei's voice stood out distinctly. Director Su is formidable. Director Su is magnificent. Lin Fei leapt about in excitement. At this juncture, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was utterly flabbergasted. Is this really happening? Brothers, I am utterly astounded. I never anticipated that Chen could orchestrate such a masterstroke. I am completely in awe. Indeed, Chen is worthy of his title. No challenge seems insurmountable for him. I wish I could bear his offspring. Is there a possibility that Chen's previous profession was in pyramid schemes? This is too outrageous. I feel as though I have been brainwashed. I once sympathized with the visitors in the world of strange tales. Now, I envy them. A trip to the zoo now feels like a windfall. Am I the only one who finds that eerie situation utterly tragic? From now on, it seems I can only toil away without a single penny in wages. Chen is even more exploitative than our boss. Brothers upstairs, please don't say any more. I'm getting teary-eyed. Chen's recent maneuver was remarkably straightforward, allowing the majority of the populace to swiftly grasp its essence. This led to an even greater admiration for Chen. Such a simple approach. Why had no one thought of it before? Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom's Department of Strange Tales, the astonished expressions among the staff were nearly comical. You didn't mischeck Chen's resume during your investigation, did you? I can't shake the feeling that this guy is involved in Amway. Shally wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired of his colleagues, brotherly. There's no doubt. We've verified it multiple times. There can't be any mistakes, replied the staff earnestly. Then doesn't that imply that Chen had been deliberately suppressing his true nature for the past decade or so, and now, in the world of strange tales, he has unleashed his authentic self? The theories he presents would render him a minor overlord in the real world. Xiaoli felt utterly embarrassed. The contrast between Chen's resume and reality was simply too stark. During his initial visit to the zoo, though he exhibited cleverness, it could still be attributed to his latent talents. However, upon his return, Chen's brainwashing theory left everyone utterly astounded. His understanding of human nature was astoundingly precise. He was truly exceptional. At that moment, anyone daring to suggest that Chen was foolish would certainly be met with fierce rebuttals. Foolish? Can a simpleton manipulate the strange into free labor? As the crowd fell silent, Elder Chen cleared his throat twice. You all seem to have made no progress. I've stressed numerous times that one must not merely scratch the surface of an issue. Indeed, Elder Chen was chastising them for their previous biases against Chen. Someone quickly admitted their fault. Look at you all. Is there truly no progress? That's all in the past. Do you think I'm still discussing that? A hint of displeasure crept into Elder Chen's voice. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. If not that, then what could it be? In the midst of their confusion, Xiaoli, who was closest to Elder Chen, finally spoke up. Elder Chen, what exactly are you referring to? He asked cautiously. I know you all suspect whether Chen is involved in pyramid schemes or some peculiar venture, but have you not grasped the crux of the matter? The crux? The crowd remained bewildered. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Xiaoli. He had been so engrossed in his astonishment that he had overlooked the main point. That peculiar tower-shaped device. It was based on that very apparatus that Chen formulated his theory. Xiaoli swiftly comprehended Elder Chen's words. The theory proposed was evidently flawed, reliant solely on that bug-ridden device for its implementation. In essence, the small tower came first, followed by the corresponding method. Chen was not as they had imagined. However, this raised a pressing question. Where did the small tower originate? Upon hearing this, Elder Chen nodded. Precisely, that is exactly what I was referring to. Can anyone tell me where the small tower came from? Elder Chen's inquiry left everyone speechless. After a prolonged silence, it was Xiaoli who finally ventured to speak. When Chen exited the director's office, he made a gesture as if he had something in his pocket. Could it be that he took it from the director's desk? Xiaoli's tone was laden with uncertainty. Even if that's the case, we've been monitoring the live feed. Who noticed the small tower beforehand? How could he possibly know where the tower was located? Elder Chen continued to probe. Everyone pondered for a long while before shaking their heads in unison. Lo and behold, this is where the key issue arises. Elder Chen's words, though delivered casually, stirred a tempestuous wave in the hearts of all present. Indeed, none had noticed the small tower previously, so how did Chen come to know of it? Holding on to this suspicion, the group reflected on Chen's earlier experiences. Suddenly, the other overlooked questions resurfaced in their minds. Chen clearly seemed to possess foreknowledge of the situation. Could it be that he truly is the favored son of the world of strange tales? Ultimately, everyone arrived at this absurd conclusion. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Elder Chen chuckled softly. Have you all come to a realization? Regardless of whether our speculations hold true, it is undeniably advantageous for our dragon kingdom at this stage. The current priority is to eliminate any concerns Chen may have and ensure the well-being of his friends and family. Yes, I will arrange for this immediately. Xiaoli hastily exited the conference room. Meanwhile, within the zoo, under Chen's diligent reassurance, the staff finally calmed their fervent excitement. Nonetheless, each face still radiated exuberance, fixated intently on Chen, awaiting his next command. Even the security personnel, who had vehemently opposed Chen before, now rekindled their fighting spirit. All right, I will now proceed with the work arrangements. Lin Fei, gather a few articulate individuals to craft several promotional slogans based on the theory we discussed earlier. Record them and ensure they play on a loop at the ticket office for 24 hours. Having spoken, Chen handed the small tower to Lin Fei, who gingerly accepted the prop. Director Su, rest assured, I will fulfill this task. Lin Fei's face was a mask of sincerity. Since I have entrusted this task to you, I have complete confidence. Now, time is of the essence. You all may proceed with the preparations. Chen instructed. Lin Fei nodded, promptly selecting a few sharp-witted employees to head toward the ticket office at the entrance. With the initial step already established, Chen continued to issue directives. Chapter 54. Task assignment completed. Commencing action. The next focal point is the shop, as the frequent occurrence of rabbit blood poses quite a nuisance. Logically speaking, as long as one does not experience cognitive fluctuations after consuming rabbit blood, one should not encounter any issues. However, it is prudent to consider all possibilities. Thus, the shop remains a top priority. This necessitates a personnel with extensive experience and exceptional mental resilience. With that thought, Su Chen turned his gaze towards security officer Zhang Tian. Uncle Zhang, how about I assign this task to you? Su Chen inquired amiably, seeking his opinion. Zhang Tian stepped forward promptly. No problem, I will follow the director's arrangements. But what about the security work in the elephant area? He appeared curious. That area is no longer important. Let it be as it may. The more chaotic it gets, the more the visitors will likely enjoy it. Moreover, this way, you won't have to risk your life every day, Su Chen responded with a smile. Zhang Tian's face flushed, realizing that this arrangement was evidently made by Su Chen with his well-being in mind. The job at the shop was one that anyone could undertake. Yet this decision was primarily to prevent him from falling into danger. Reflecting on his previous harsh words towards Su Chen, Zhang Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Director Su, I appreciate your understanding regarding my earlier indiscretions. I, old Zhang, may not be eloquent, but I assure you that there will be no issues at the shop under my watch. Determination shone on Zhang Tian's face. Uncle Zhang, you speak too seriously. We are all part of the same family. I trust you will handle this matter well. Also, feel free to select 2 individuals to alternate shifts. Su Chen replied with a smile. All right, then I will head to the shop. Xiao Wang, Xiao Wu, come with me. Old Zhang decisively called upon 2 colleagues and proceeded towards the shop. With the 2 most critical tasks addressed, the weight that had burdened Su Chen's heart lifted significantly, allowing him to relax a little. As the overall situation in the zoo improved, the issues in the primate area would gradually resolve. However, for the time being, we must remain vigilant. Therefore, I propose that the person in charge of the primate area selects 10 individuals to take turns standing guard, preventing visitors from inadvertently entering the right side pathway. Su Chen continued to assign tasks. Upon hearing this directive, a slender man stepped forward. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. He was of a decisive nature, immediately selecting 9 others to join him. The group hurried towards the primate area. Su Chen glanced over the remaining personnel, noting that the primary tasks had been assigned, yet several individuals still remained. He couldn't help but marvel at how many staff members the zoo actually had. Previously, he had perceived the workforce as sparse, which was a complete misapprehension. However, upon reflection, the frequent occurrences of anomalies had necessitated staff to be on constant alert. Additionally, the elephant and lion enclosures required a significant number of personnel, creating the illusion of a diminished workforce. With the recent reassignment, the elephant and lion areas no longer required manpower, thus freeing up labor resources, which indeed seemed quite reasonable. All right, let us divide the remaining staff into 3 groups. The first group, your task is relatively crucial. You will be responsible for the rabbit enclosure, ensuring that no visitors are able to touch the rabbits. At this moment, a woman stepped forward, her expression slightly awkward. Director Su, you may have overlooked something. The rabbits can utilize the alternate world to escape their cages. If a large number of visitors happen to be present at the same time, and many rabbits manage to escape, it could pose quite a danger. Upon finishing, her cheeks flushed, as if feeling guilty for contradicting him. Su Chen smiled and continued to elucidate. It appears I did not clarify this adequately. You need not feel uneasy. Here is the plan. I will relocate the lion enclosure directly to the lawn outside the rabbit area. Although the rabbits can escape through the alternate world momentarily, they cannot stray far, and any that do escape will likely fall prey to the lions. You will need to remain vigilant regarding the paths. Turning, Su Chen patted the majestic white lion beside him. By the way, I will arrange a new den for you. Hope that is acceptable. The lead white lion nodded in agreement, indicating that it was no trouble. Observing this, Su Chen addressed everyone again. To be frank, perhaps the tales of bizarre childhood stories have influenced it. The lion's favorite remains the rabbit. However, this is beneficial. If rabbits perish in excess, it will not allow them to continue meeting such fates. To deal with unruly children, one must be firm, Su Chen said with a grin. The others shivered upon hearing this, silently lamenting the director's ruthlessness. This approach was akin to taking away a toy from a misbehaving child and continuing to do so relentlessly. No child, no matter how stubborn, could withstand such torment. I have no further objections. The woman retreated into the ranks. Since there are no issues, I will address the second group. This group will primarily handle routine patrols and emergency responses. Should any problems arise, you are to respond promptly and report back to me. Su Chen continued with the directives. This time, there were no dissenting voices. The arrangement was deemed entirely reasonable. Although everyone felt the current situation was quite secure, no one could guarantee that unforeseen incidents would not occur. Who knows if there might be some reckless visitors? Seeing no objections from the crowd, Su Chen proceeded. The last group will be responsible for secondary promotions, revealing the magic and handling the prize distribution. Once you have formed your groups, please remain behind, and I will arrange for the funding to be allocated to you. With the final task assigned, the individuals quickly divided into 3 groups as per his instructions. The first and second groups departed immediately to commence their respective duties as outlined by Chen. The third group remained behind, awaiting both the funding and the opportunity to consult Lin Fei at the ticket office for promotional phrases. Thus, Chen hastily began contacting Jiang Tian from the finance department. He had memorized the only number that could reach her after their last communication. With the experience from before, he navigated the process with ease. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, I have assumed the position of the zoo's director, and the situation is urgent. I need to request a substantial amount of funding. Chen spoke directly to the point. The person on the other end was taken aback to learn of the new director. However, they quickly regained composure, having likely been trained for such scenarios. Certainly, please send your card number and the amount via text, and we will expedite the transfer. However, prior to that, the organization will have a designated individual contact you to verify your identity. If all is well, the funds will be transferred immediately. Understood. Is there anything else? Chen inquired. You will need to submit a detailed plan within the next 2 days, specifying the intended use of the funds and future financial plans. Jiang Tian responded rapidly. Not a problem, Chen readily agreed. After hanging up, Chen requested the card numbers from the 3 group leaders and promptly sent them to Jiang Tian. Shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar number initiated a video call invitation. Chapter 55. Visitors entering the park. Chen realized that this must be the organization's certifying personnel. Upon answering the call, a figure appeared on his phone screen, a man clad in military attire, adorned with an unusual chess piece mask. The man first glanced at the badge on Chen's chest before inquiring, "How did you come across this badge?" Chen furrowed his brow, still puzzled by the man's peculiar appearance. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his response. He succinctly explained the contents of old Zhou's farewell letter. After a few seconds of silence, the man spoke again. Verification complete. The funds you applied for will be transferred shortly. All right, Chen replied. At that moment, the man fell silent once more, only to abruptly declare, unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. With that, he hung up, leaving Chen with a bewildered expression. This guy is quite strange, Chen muttered. However, the efficiency of the man was commendable. Soon, the leaders of the 3 groups received text notifications. The initial 100 million yuan in startup funds had been fully deposited. Seeing this, Chen wasted no time and, accompanied by the members of Group 3 and 4 majestic white lions, made his way towards the entrance. As for why he brought the white lions, it was not for show, it was because Chen feared for his life. In the eyes of the enigmatic beings, he was a potential target, and they could act against him. He certainly did not wish to perish before achieving his goals. So he took the precaution of having his lion bodyguards accompany him wherever he went. Fortunately, these 4 white lions were exceedingly cooperative, with the lead lion even bowing down, inviting Chen to mount. He readily accepted the offer, seizing the opportunity for such a grand display. Before long, they arrived at the ticket booth. Due to Chen's earlier assembly of all employees for a meeting, no one was present to sell tickets. A throng of visitors had gathered outside the zoo, waiting in line. As Chen rode out atop the lion, the visitors dispersed in fear, as dangerous animals still instilled trepidation in humans. The staff trailing Chen quickly stepped forward to reassure the guests. After some time, the visitors gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the chosen few who had gathered around Chen also approached him. "What is this?" one of them asked. "Oh, I accidentally became the park director," Chen replied, a smirk on his face. The others responded incredulously, "Are you kidding us? We are all struggling to survive in the zoo, and you tell us you've become the director? That is more absurd than being an undercover boss of a crime syndicate." Yet, they were not foolish. Despite Chen's outrageous claim, they could see that the staff were indeed following his lead, and he was riding a white lion. All these signs indicated that he was not lying. "Well, since you are now the director, can we enter the zoo?" someone cautiously inquired. Chen dismounted from the lion and shook his head. "Not yet. Since you know you are the chosen ones, the method I devised for the visitors won't apply to you. You will enter the park with me, and I shall escort you." As he spoke, he led them towards the ticket booth. The group expressed their gratitude and followed closely behind, aware that he had matters to attend to and refraining from further conversation. "Lin Fei, how are we doing?" Chen leaned over the ticket window and called inside. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Fei looked up and, upon seeing Chen, broke into a broad smile. "It's all set, Director Su. Take a look at our promotional slogans. If they meet your approval, we can start selling tickets immediately." He handed Su Chen a sheet of paper with several slogans written on it. Su Chen glanced at it, his lips curving into a slight smile. The slogans were well-crafted, effectively capturing the essence of his intended message, particularly emphasizing human nature. Lin Fei was indeed clever. Not disappointing Su Chen. A thought crossed his mind. Nurturing this lad could be beneficial. Perhaps he could take over after Su Chen's departure. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. This was merely the beginning, and there was much to address. Retirement could be considered later. Before long, all preparations were completed. The ticket booth opened, and sales commenced. Simultaneously, the loudspeaker at the ticket station began broadcasting promotional messages. The visitors, who had previously displayed dissatisfaction due to the delayed opening, were now filled with astonishment. They quickly sought confirmation from the nearby staff. Naturally, the staff affirmed that the bonuses were indeed prepared, just waiting for everyone to redeem them. With the staff's reassurance, the visitors erupted in excitement, rushing towards the ticket booth as if fearing they would miss out on this fortunate opportunity. Su Chen observed the frenzy, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated the visitors would be thrilled, but not to this extent. He hastily instructed the staff to maintain order. Goodness. If we don't manage to control this, we might face casualties from a stampede before the strange beings even have a chance to intervene. The startled staff, jolted by Su Chen's shout, sprang into action to restore order. However, their numbers were insufficient to contain the crowd, which had gone completely wild. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Su Chen quickly signaled to the white lions, requesting their assistance in maintaining order. The 4 lions leaped forward a few paces, adopting a stance as if preparing to pounce. Then, in unison, they raised their heads towards the sky and unleashed a thunderous roar. It is said that the lion's roar possesses the power to clear the mind and dispel evil, and the authentic lion's roar is even more formidable. As the roar echoed across the square, all the frenzied visitors froze, captivated by the fierce gaze of the lions, and dared not act recklessly. At that moment, Su Chen seized a megaphone from a staff member. Chapter 56. Imaginative tourists behold all visitors, for I am the director of this zoo. I kindly ask everyone to maintain order as you enter. I assure you that our rewards are exceedingly ample, so rest assured. During this promotional period, anyone who completes tasks and unveils the secrets of the magic will be eligible to claim their prizes. However, should any visitor disregard the rules and act recklessly, our staff will undoubtedly deny you entry. Please consider this carefully. Su Chen's voice resonated through the square via the loudspeaker. The crowd, momentarily subdued by the roar of the lion, absorbed his words. Most of their apprehensions dissipated, yet a few still harbored doubts. At that moment, someone shouted towards Su Chen. Director, you see how many visitors we have. What if the rewards run out? Su Chen smiled faintly. Please hold on a moment. He then summoned the 3 group leaders to the ticket booth, requesting them to project their bank balance onto the large screen. Soon, a staggering sum appeared on the screen beside the entrance. Behold, everyone, are our rewards sufficient? Su Chen pointed at the projection. All eyes followed his gesture, and a collective gasp followed. Good heavens, how many zeros is that? This colossal amount dispelled any lingering doubts. Cheers erupted, soaring to the heavens. Once the crowd regained composure, Su Chen raised his hand to signal for silence. He had more to say. With the previous display of the prize money, people's impressions of Su Chen had improved, and they respectfully quieted down. I have alleviated your concerns, but in return, I ask that you also adhere to our regulations and not create trouble for our staff. Of course, the crowd roared in unison. Moreover, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Those who receive prizes must help us promote this event upon returning home. Such opportunities do not come daily, and future prize claims will not be so simple. Absolutely. The crowd shouted enthusiastically. Very well. I shall not take up more of your time. Please proceed to enter. Su Chen waved his hand, resuming the entry process. At this, everyone obediently queued to enter. Many expressed their gratitude as they passed by Su Chen, bringing a smile to his face. See, people are so easily swayed. After a while, observing that everyone was maintaining order and no one was causing a disturbance, Su Chen deemed it unnecessary to linger further. He mounted the white lion, summoned a few companions, and headed into the depths of the zoo. He intended to lead them through a brief tour before swiftly moving on, for many matters awaited his attention. Fortunately, with the white lion escorting him, the journey was devoid of any peculiar occurrences, feeling as safe as a leisurely visit to the zoo. However, as they exited the primate area and approached the elephant section, jubilant cheers erupted from within. A throng of excited visitors rushed out, their faces alight with exhilaration as they hurried towards the nearest staff member, exclaiming, I understand now. I have uncovered the truth behind the elephant's magic. I know the secret of the multi-eyed illusion. Witnessing this scene, A smile crept across Su Chen's face. As he had anticipated, people were subconsciously hypnotizing themselves, searching for the truth behind the magic, naturally interpreting everything they witnessed as enchantment. No matter how bizarre the reality, it seemed futile to disrupt their perception. Even if someone occasionally questioned whether it was truly magic, they would swiftly dismiss their doubts. Is the zoo foolish enough to give away money for free? Clearly. The magic is sophisticated. I must study it closely. Everyone fell into a peculiar state of mind. Let the bizarre come forth. I am ready for it. As long as I can profit, it must be magic. Suddenly, Su Chen felt curious about the magical interpretations conjured by the visitors. He leaned closer, eavesdropping for a while. I deduced the elephant's trick. The rabbit-eared elephant must be a mere costume, a mechanical elephant. Wow, you are brilliant. Keep it under wraps. Let us go claim our prize. The staff, adorned with an exaggerated expression, escorted the individual away. I just saw someone suddenly sprout 4 eyes. I bet he is a master of face-changing techniques. Indeed. You have disowned correctly. But your employee's face-changing skills are astonishing. I couldn't even tell it was a mask. Even more impressive. He put a mask on me without my noticing. Precisely, that S. The staff, their faces twitching, took the individual away. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers erupted in laughter at the unfolding scene. I can't breathe. These people are so imaginative. I'm curious about how their minds work. Hey, don't mock them. You're viewing this from a god's perspective. If you were in their shoes, you might be even more abstract. Wow, I envy these tourists for being able to profit so easily. I wish I could join. With my intellect rivaling that of the greatest strategists, I would certainly make a fortune. But what if the bazaar comes to claim their money too? After all, money can move mountains. Within the zoo, Su Chen continued to relish the imaginative thoughts of the crowd. Goodness, I just saw a group of people with rabbit ears on their heads. Yet they could not touch them. I surmise you must have employed the most advanced 3D projection technology. Congratulations, you are correct. The staff smiled, preparing to lead him to claim his prize. At that moment, Su Chen's brow furrowed. Upon hearing this conversation, he suddenly recalled the troublesome group from the previous incident. Oh no, I had been preoccupied with preparations and completely forgot about them. This group was likely already fully influenced, poised to transform into animals at any moment. If they turned into animals, becoming mere playthings, their power would only grow. This cannot stand. I must swiftly address this situation. Su Chen urgently directed the white lion to approach and block the tourists. Excuse me, where did the group with rabbit ears go? I need to speak with them. The individual, seeing the director inquiring, readily pointed towards the lion enclosure. They headed that way. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him before swiftly leading his companions to glance at the elephant area, treating it as a completed tour task. He then hurriedly pursued the direction indicated. Before long, in the lion enclosure, Su Chen indeed spotted the figures of those individuals, approximately 20 in number. Quickening his pace, he approached to find them in a state of stupor, aimlessly wandering at the entrance of the lion enclosure. Clearly, their cognitive dissonance was severe, and they were on the brink of total collapse. Su Chen felt puzzled. Based on past experience, such individuals would typically gravitate towards the rabbit area. Why had they come here instead? After a moment of contemplation, he realized the reason. He had blocked their path with 4 white lions, preventing the bazaar from driving them towards the rabbit area. Consequently, they were compelled to advance under the guidance of the white lions. However, reaching this point, any further movement would lead them towards the exit and the oceanarium. The bazaar, evidently unwilling to relinquish its newfound rabbit toys, also did not wish for these individuals to don black uniforms and transform into unappealing monkeys. Caught in this predicament, they continued to wander aimlessly. Chapter 57. Sending you on your way. Having contemplated these matters, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, only to find the area exceedingly expansive, causing him to furrow his brow. This locale was hardly suitable for eliminating this group of potential threats. Should they scatter in a panic, it would indeed become quite challenging to manage. However, he soon devised a plan. He leaped down from the white lion and approached the crowd. Jin Shiba, Yamashita Kenichiro, Ram, everyone, look at me. I have become the director. I can lead you all to safety. Su Chen endeavored to suppress his disdain for them, presenting a cordial demeanor as he called out to the assembly. Upon hearing these words, every head turned abruptly towards Su Chen, their movements stiff, evoking a fleeting impression that he was surrounded by a horde of zombies. Yet, soon after, a flicker of light returned to their vacant gazes, as Su Chen's words stirred their remaining instincts, momentarily overpowering the chaos in their minds and enabling them to regain a semblance of cognitive ability. But, is what you say true? One person stammered. Indeed. Look at the badge on my chest, and if you doubt, you may inquire with the staff. As he spoke, Su Chen glanced around and spotted a staff member. promptly waving to summon them over. Please confirm that I am now the director. The staff member rushed over, and upon grasping the situation, addressed the group. Indeed, Chen is now the director of our zoo. Upon hearing this, the chosen ones brightened, their will to survive momentarily stabilizing their fraying perceptions. Chen, you must help us. Our nation, the pickled vegetable kingdom, has historically been a vassal of your dragon kingdom. We are one family. Jin Shiba, seizing the moment, approached with an obsequious demeanor, though his tone bore a slight stiffness, as if his tongue were somewhat uncooperative. Jun, our cherry blossom kingdom also traces its heritage back to your dragon kingdom. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight, Ram chimed in, his expression markedly altered. Yet, as a citizen of the ugly kingdom, his pride forbade him from groveling like the others. Ultimately, he spoke with an air of haughtiness. Chen, if you rescue us, we from the ugly kingdom shall surely repay you, perhaps with trade orders, or even lifting the economic sanctions against your dragon kingdom. If you do not rescue us, the ugly kingdom will not spare you. My nation is backed by the formidable ugly Li Jian. You had best reconsider. Upon hearing this, Chen nearly lost his composure, his anger surging within him. Thank you ever so much. The ugly kingdom would repay us with trade orders and lift sanctions? And they are your stronghold? How audacious, he thought, incredulous at their arrogance. Do you think we of the dragon kingdom are made of clay? I could easily eliminate you. And let us see how your ugly kingdom reacts. Fuming, Chen nearly commanded the white lion to dispose of this insufferable fool. However, considering the potential chaos that might ensue if the others panicked and fled, and the risk of some being mysteriously transformed into animals, he suppressed his fury and maintained a congenial smile. Rest assured, I will lead you all to safety. Come, let us enter the lion enclosure to regroup. I shall fetch the necessary passes. With that, he took the lead, accompanied by several white lions, as they entered through the grand gates. The others, seeing his assurance, followed eagerly behind him. Simultaneously, viewers from various nations in live streams rejoiced at the prospect of Chen rescuing their chosen ones, exclaiming their relief that he had come to their aid. Otherwise, they mused, how would the Dragon Kingdom withstand the wrath of the Blue Star nations? Look at you, Cherry Blossom Nation, acting all high and mighty. Did you not see your chosen ones groveling before Chen just now? It is only because of our powerful ugly kingdom that Chen dares not offend you. All of you benefit from our might. Exactly. Were it not for the ugly kingdom, Chen's temperament would never have led him to assist you. The audience's sentiment swelled, particularly those from the ugly kingdom, who believed Chen's actions stemmed from fear of their power. Thus, they flooded into the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, flaunting their superiority. However, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were not inclined to tolerate such folly, resulting in a barrage of retorts and muting of offenders, ultimately restoring peace to their stream. Yet, even as they triumphed over the foreign viewers, they remained perplexed. What is happening? Why is Chen suddenly exhibiting such altruism towards the chosen ones of an adversarial nation? I feel we have underestimated him. Perhaps he is devising a grand strategy. Indeed, after watching him so long, do you still doubt his character? Just enjoy the stream. I sense something amiss. I wager Chen's compassion has overwhelmed him, or I shall eat my words. As the audience fervently debated, Chen and the others made their way into the lion enclosure. Upon entering, Chen was taken aback to discover numerous visitors near the rock formations of the lion habitat. If the white lions were to unleash havoc upon this unrescuable group of chosen ones in full view of the tourists, it would undoubtedly pose a problem. He vividly recalled the gruesome scene from before. Suddenly, he recalled the moment the white lion dispatched the fifth counterfeit lion, where the false creature's body parts simply vanished as it was devoured. If a similar occurrence could be orchestrated with this group of polluted individuals, it might just allow the tourists to be misled. However, he was uncertain if it was a characteristic of the white lions or a trait of the impostors. When you strike down these individuals, is it possible to do so without bloodshed, allowing their polluted essence to sink into the underworld, creating an illusion of disappearance? Chen leaned close to the white lion, quietly inquiring. The leading lion paused in contemplation, glancing at the other three white lions, emitting a series of low growls. After a moment, it turned back to Chen and nodded decisively. With that reassurance, Chen felt a wave of relief with the white lion's promise. He was confident they could mislead the tourists. Soon after, everyone had entered the lion enclosure. Chen took out his phone and issued a directive in the workgroup, instructing staff to seal the gates of the lion enclosure. Under his signal, the heavy iron gates were swiftly locked. The visitors inside displayed signs of confusion and alarm, uncertain of the purpose of the locking. Seizing a loudspeaker, Chen began to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, look at me. Congratulations, you have been selected as fortunate visitors. We shall now present the classic magic act of transformation. Please applaud. At these words, the crowd turned their attention to Chen, as they recognized him as the director. Their initial doubts gradually dissipated, replaced with a flicker of excitement. Ah, another magic show. This time, I shall surely unravel the trick. The anticipation was palpable. As many had witnessed fellow visitors receiving rewards in the past, they were eager not to miss this splendid opportunity. Oh, the thunderous cheers soared into the heavens. At that moment, Lam approached Chen with an air of arrogance, placing a hand upon his shoulder. With his nostrils flared towards Chen, he remarked, "Why are you still performing magic? Do not waste any more time. Quickly retrieve the pass and escort us away." Chen, with a swift motion, pushed Lam's arm aside and narrowed his eyes. "In such haste? Then allow me to send you off first." Chapter 58. The grass-cutting game. Upon hearing those words, Ram's expression softened somewhat. He feigned nonchalance and declared, "At least you have some sense, kid. Now, hurry up and get me out of here." Chen nodded, then turned to face the audience. He called out loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the magic begins now." With a resounding cheer from the crowd, a wild grin spread across Chen's face. Finally, he thought, he could rid himself of this pretentious fool. With a swift motion of his right arm, four white lions surged forward like bolts of lightning, pouncing on the bewildered Ram. In the next instant, four massive jaws descended simultaneously. A chorus of gasps erupted from the spectators. The sight of lions launching an attack on a person startled everyone, their hearts racing with trepidation. However, to their astonishment, there was no gruesome scene as expected. Instead, Ram's figure vanished into thin air as the lion's jaws snapped shut. A stunned silence enveloped the arena, particularly among the chosen ones surrounding Chen, who stood frozen in disbelief. What just happened? Such a large individual, and in the blink of an eye, he has disappeared? This truly is a transformation of the living. The silence lasted but a fleeting moment before the audience erupted into thunderous applause. "Incredible! This is the most astonishing magic I have ever witnessed," they exclaimed. "I wish those magicians could see this. This is true magic, truly remarkable. Enough boasting. Let's figure out how this trick works. There's money to be made here." "Forget it, brother, I give up. This magic is simply too powerful." The audience's fervor was palpable. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the crowd, the chosen ones with rabid ears sensed something amiss. Already feeling unwell from the contamination, they were acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this strange world. The sudden vanishing of such a substantial figure as Ram instilled a sense of unease within them. Instinctively, they took a few steps back. At that moment, Jin Shiba spoke tremulously, Chen, where did you take Ram?" His eyes were filled with fear. Yet before Chen could respond, an announcement from the world of strange tales appeared before everyone's eyes. "The chosen one from the ugly nation, Ram, has perished. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of the ugly nation is reduced by 20 points, leaving a total of 70 points. Drought has descended upon the ugly nation, lasting for 1 month." This death announcement answered Jin Shiba's query. The chosen ones froze, and in an instant, chaos ensued as everyone began to flee in different directions. Chen waved his hand once more, and the four white lions dashed forward, lunging at the panicked chosen ones. "Chen, I was wrong. Spare me. I shouldn't have betrayed the chosen ones from Dragon Nation," Jin Shiba screamed. Yet in the next moment, the lions caught up to him, and one swiftly severed his neck. Like Ram, Jin Shiba's body vanished into thin air. The chosen one from Pickle Nation, Jin Shiba, has died. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of Pickle Nation is reduced by 15 points, leaving a total of 65 points. The entire Pickle Nation is plunged into darkness for 1 month. The announcements continued to ring out, each one announcing further deaths. "Damn it, Chen, may you suffer a terrible fate. May your Dragon Nation also face ruin. Ah, help me." In the midst of these anguished cries, Yamashita and Nujiro was torn apart by 2 white lions. The chosen one from Cherry Blossom Nation, Yamashita and Nujiro, has died. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of Cherry Blossom Nation is reduced by 15 points, leaving a total of 65 points. Mount Rex erupts, lasting for 15 days. The announcements continued relentlessly. The chosen one from India, Sang Lui, has died. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of India is reduced by 15 points, leaving a total of 65 points. Floods have inundated the entirety of India, lasting for 15 days. The chosen one from Kangaroo Nation has died. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of Kangaroo Nation is reduced by 15 points, leaving a total of 60 points. Plague has struck the entirety of Kangaroo Nation, lasting for 15 days. The chosen one from the Yawning Empire has died. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of the Yawning Empire is reduced by 15 points, leaving a total of 70 points. Eternal night has descended upon the Yawning Empire, lasting for 15 days. At this moment, fear began to creep onto the faces of the spectators. Initially, their curiosity had kept them enthralled, but as the white lions continued their rampage, the chosen ones with rabbit ears were gradually eliminated. They began to feel a sense of dread. After all, this magic was far too real. Aside from the absence of blood, it bore an uncanny resemblance to actual murder. They could discern no truth behind this illusion. Suddenly, from the spot where Ram had vanished, a jellyfish materialized out of thin air. The jellyfish floated gracefully, moving up and down as if it were in water. Following suit, jellyfish began to bloom from the locations where the other chosen ones had disappeared, bathed in the glow of the jellyfish. The entire lion enclosure was transformed into a surreal dreamscape. The audience was left in awe, their gaze captivated by the spectacle of floating jellyfish, unable to tear their eyes away. My goodness, this is breathtaking. This magic is unparalleled. Indeed, I can hardly believe my eyes. Jellyfish swimming in the air. This was truly worth the trip. I must bring my entire family to witness this again tomorrow. I've come to understand. I've deciphered the truth behind this magic. Chapter 59. The Sword of Light. Amidst the astonished gasps of the visitors, the myriad jellyfish suddenly altered their swimming direction, propelled by the first jellyfish. As they glided towards the oceanarium, their movement resembled a slow meteor shower gracefully traversing above the heads of the spectators. It was only when the last jellyfish vanished from sight that the onlookers reluctantly withdrew their gaze. Seizing the moment, Chen once again raised the loudspeaker. Everyone, tell me, is our magic wand magnificent? Indeed. The response was a thunderous cheer, echoing like a tsunami. Observing this, Chen discreetly wiped away his cold sweat, realizing he had managed to bluff his way through. However, while the visitors may be easily deceived, the audience in the real world could not be so easily fooled. The previously exuberant international spectators suddenly wore despondent expressions. Chen's actions were indeed malicious. He had deceived the chosen one of our nation. He had even exploited his position to command NPCs to commit murder. Such treachery must not go unpunished. The Dragon Kingdom must pay the price. Indeed, our Sakura nation's Yamashita Kenichiro had been killed by this scoundrel twice. Not avenging Chen would leave our Sakura people's wrath unquenched. The same sentiment echoed in our Kimchi nation, where the chosen one had also met a similar fate at Chen's hands. How can such a vile individual exist in this world? Truly, the land where evil blossoms must see the Dragon Kingdom face retribution, and Chen must pay with his life. Just moments ago, those who had been posturing were now left reeling, their faces stung by Chen's audacity. They erupted in the live stream with increasingly vitriolic remarks. Many even stormed into the Dragon Kingdom's stream to hurl insults. Yet, the moderators of the Dragon Kingdom acted swiftly, silencing the trolls with permanent bans. The previously blustering fools were now rendered mute. What happened? Have the lot of you suddenly lost your voices? A mocking voice taunted the foreign critics. Are you all brainless or simply blind? Did you not notice your chosen one adorned with rabbit ears? Clearly, they brought about their own demise and yet blamed Chen. Why didn't Chen command the White Lion to attack the chosen ones of other nations? This is just the ancestral talent of your nations. If you do not bow before them, then you are in the wrong. I truly wonder where their arrogance stems from. Let us not digress. I merely wish to inquire how Sakura and Kimchi nations feel watching their chosen ones repeatedly desecrated by Chen. Serves them right for their previous treachery against our chosen ones. This is their retribution. Indeed, those who offend the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably face dire consequences. The live stream was abuzz with excitement, celebratory comments flooding the screen. The obnoxious and arrogant remarks from other countries had infuriated the Dragon Kingdom's audience. As they witnessed Chen eliminate the chosen ones en masse, the pretentious individuals were left defenseless. The viewers of the Dragon Kingdom finally felt a sense of relief. Their spirits buoyed. At that moment, the ugly nation could no longer tolerate the situation, feeling as though their face had been slapped by the Dragon Kingdom. They must remember. We ugly nation are the world's hegemon. How dare that backward Dragon Kingdom provoke us? Thus, the ugly nation issued an announcement. If the Dragon Kingdom does not provide compensation within 24 hours regarding this matter, we will employ the most severe measures to sanction the Dragon Kingdom. The ugly nation's allied countries, along with those with strained relations with the Dragon Kingdom, began to follow suit, issuing their own condemnations and threats. Their slogans grew increasingly boisterous, as if the Dragon Kingdom had committed an unforgivable crime. In response to these denunciations, the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom convened an urgent meeting. During the session, Elder Chen, connecting remotely, shared his insights. We deduce that Chen is linked to the world of supernatural tales. He intends to upend that world. This revelation sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. It was precisely this information that allowed the perceptive citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to grasp a pivotal truth. It was time to leverage this opportunity to overturn the injustices of the world and eradicate its malignant elements. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Kingdom issued a response on the international stage. In contrast to their previous evasive tactics regarding the condemnation notices, the Dragon Kingdom's reply was assertive and even somewhat crude. We have an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, justice resides in the hearts of men. Another adage states, truth lies within the range of the cannon's fire. In response to the dangerous rhetoric from certain international nations, we simply wish to assert that we remain unrepentant, and indeed, our cannons have a long reach. So, you clowns, stop your prattling, if you have the courage. Let us settle this with real weapons. This declaration reverberated across the globe. Was this the once genteel Dragon Kingdom, known solely for its diplomatic finesse? What a transformation. We merely exchanged barbs with the ugly nation, and yet you chose to flip the table? Our minor offense was met with an overwhelming counterattack. The Dragon Kingdom's audacious response left all nations momentarily stunned. For the allies of the ugly nation, they were merely cheerleaders, hoping for a taste of the spoils while comfortably criticizing the Dragon Kingdom. When faced with the prospect of actual conflict, they would not dare engage. The current international standing of the Dragon Kingdom is not solely built on economic prowess, but also on its glorious military achievements. Let us not forget the Kimchi War, nor the subsequent pressure faced from the Bear Nation, where the Dragon Kingdom nearly engaged in a mutual destruction scenario. This is a fervent nation. Do they truly believe they are mere soft targets? The bold stance taken by the Dragon Kingdom shifted the attitudes of other nations from righteous indignation to a more ambiguous posture, akin to a master of disguise. Even those adept at shifting allegiances began clandestine communications with the Dragon Kingdom, proclaiming that they were coerced by the ugly nation and dared not disrespect the Dragon Kingdom. As for the ugly nation, they found themselves in a precarious position, rendered speechless for the moment. The ugly nation's intentions have always been to profit and maintain its hegemonic status. To challenge the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly jeopardize their very existence. Should a war ensue, regardless of the outcome, they would face catastrophic losses. Such a scenario was intolerable for the elite of the ugly nation. Consequently, they swiftly retreated from their previous threats of sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. In the midst of this perplexing international atmosphere, a certain astute nation could no longer remain passive. The leadership of the Sakura nation was exceedingly exhilarated. They had initially sought to exploit Chen as a pretext to reorganize their military and dominate the East. Now, with such a splendid opportunity at hand, and with the chorus of international condemnation directed at the Dragon Kingdom, they realized that a clarion call could attract followers. In due course, the Sakura nation intensified its clandestine maneuvers. Chapter 60, A Great Act of Kindness in the Zoo. Chen bid farewell to the excited tourists and, accompanied by his companions, made his way to the exit. Soon, they arrived at the exit. A contestant from Taiba Kingdom glanced at Chen and spoke in halting Mandarin. Chen, you should go first. The first two complete the challenge will receive the most generous reward. Others nearby echoed this sentiment. Yes, Chen, you should go ahead. We are already grateful for your help in guiding us through the challenge. Great kindness requires no thanks. You must claim the first place reward. We do not deserve it. As everyone chimed in, urging Chen to claim the first place prize, he smiled and graciously declined their goodwill. I still have matters to attend to. You may go ahead. If you have business, we can wait until you finish before we leave. We are in no rush, said a contestant from Sevi Kingdom. Chen understood their intentions. They wished to leave the most substantial reward for him. However, he could not exit just yet. What if, after completing the challenge, he was immediately transported away, leaving the people in the zoo behind? After his previous encounters with Lin Fei and others, he no longer viewed these individuals as mere NPCs. He genuinely cared about their safety. Though the zoo seemed to have a resolution and appeared less dangerous, Chen remained uneasy. After all, there was still an uncertain factor, the inner world. This enigmatic and mysterious phenomenon left him pondering for solutions. For the time being, he decided to remain in the zoo and observe the unfolding events. It's all right, you all go ahead. I have assumed the position of director, and my reward will undoubtedly be the most generous, Chen encouraged them. Upon hearing this, everyone paused, finding his reasoning sound. With Chen's insistence, they ceased their pleas. The group then decided their order of exit through a game of rock, paper, scissors. After bidding farewell to Chen, they safely exited the zoo. The Sevi Kingdom's chosen one successfully completed the zoo challenge. Comprehensive assessment. Sevi Kingdom's fortune increased by 15 points, remaining points, 60. Sevi Kingdom's food production permanently increased by 10. The Taiba Kingdom's chosen one completed the zoo challenge. Comprehensive assessment. Taiba Kingdom's fortune increased by 10 points. Remaining points, 55. Taiba Kingdom's mineral production increased by 10, lasting for 1 year. One by one, completion announcements appeared before the remaining chosen ones. Su Chen smiled contentedly. After seeing off his companions, he turned and headed toward the rabbit exhibit, accompanied by 4 white lions. The rabbit area was currently the most perilous, necessitating the presence of the white lions. Before long, Su Chen returned to the rabbit area. Upon approaching, he observed that the pressure here was indeed the greatest. One team of staff members appeared overwhelmed, frantically attempting to round up the escaped rabbits hiding in the shade. Due to their prolonged exposure to the rabbits and their knowledge of the truth, they could not be swayed by any magical illusions. Many of the staff exhibited signs of mild bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy and quickly directed the white lions to assist the staff in recapturing the errant rabbits. The 4 white lions sprang into action, swiftly capturing and subduing the rabbits. With their help, the rogue rabbits were soon cleared from the exhibit. Next, Su Chen gathered the nearby staff members and instructed the white lions to help purify the area. With the roars of the lions echoing, the team gradually returned to normal. "Thank you all for your hard work," Su Chen expressed apologetically. "It was no trouble at all. This has been the most exhilarating day I've had in years." One staff member exclaimed joyfully, "Director, you may not realize it, but we've been monitoring the rabbit area for half the day without a single new rabbit being born. Our plan has succeeded." A staff member with a round face beamed with excitement. "Indeed, Director, your prowess is remarkable. This is the first time we've won so decisively." Others chimed in, their voices overlapping in enthusiasm. Seeing their genuine happiness, Su Chen couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial detail. Numerous chosen ones were still wandering within the zoo. Although the bizarre entities had been distracted by the throngs of excited visitors, the danger remained for the chosen ones. Moreover, it was imperative to consider that if any unfortunate soul were to meet their demise, it would only serve to empower the bizarre entities. No, he had to ensure the safety of these chosen ones. Su Chen contemplated this, feeling a twinge of compassion. After all, he had grown up in Long Kingdom, where kindness was valued. Given that the chosen ones who bore animosity toward Long Kingdom had mostly perished, the remaining nations were relatively neutral. If he could help, he would. Resolving this, Su Chen raised his hand to halt their flattery. "I suddenly realized that the first group of tourists who entered today have not been brainwashed and still pose a potential risk. You should pair up and escort them out." The group paused in surprise, then remembered that indeed, there had been a group that entered early in the morning. "What about the rabbit area?" someone inquired. "Fear not. I will remain here with the white lions. I doubt the bizarre entities will attempt anything," Su Chen replied, crossing his arms and smiling slightly. "All right, we shall proceed immediately," they declared, quickly forming pairs and venturing deeper into the zoo. Before long, Su Chen received notifications of chosen ones completing the challenge. The chosen one from the Bear Kingdom completed the zoo challenge. Comprehensive assessment. Bear Kingdom's fortune increased by 10 points. Remaining points, 70. Bear Kingdom's natural gas production increased by 10, lasting for 1 year. The efficiency of the staff was truly remarkable, Su Chen mused, observing the announcements before him. Moments later, yet another series of completion notifications appeared. As he had predicted, these staff members were working at an astonishing pace. Su Chen mentally counted the number of those who had completed the challenge. In less than an hour, nearly all surviving chosen ones had successfully completed the challenge. As dusk approached, Su Chen calculated the numbers and found that only 10 individuals remained unaccounted for. Since no new rabbits had been born in the rabbit area, it indicated that these individuals had likely entered the aquarium. Let them fend for themselves. If they are fortunate, they might find a way out of the aquarium. Su Chen muttered softly. While speaking, he climbed onto the back of a white lion and made his way toward the lion exhibit. The zoo entrance had already closed, rendering further vigilance unnecessary. Moreover, nightfall was imminent, and the bizarre entities might soon take action. As the saying goes, a wise person does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. It was best to return to the lion area for safety. In the real world, due to Su Chen's act of saving others, Long Kingdom's international standing had once again risen. Particularly, nations that had benefited from Su Chen's kindness, as well as those who were politically astute, began to publicly express their gratitude and offer generous gifts to Long Kingdom. Such actions clearly indicated an implicit alignment with Long Kingdom. Chapter 61. The comfortable life of lying flat. I shall not depart on the other side. The ugly nation was utterly incensed. However, There was a slight tinge of panic lurking within their hearts. Speak up, everyone. What effective measures do we have to suppress the Dragon Nation? The leader in the highest conference room of the ugly nation fixed his gaze upon the crowd, demanding answers. Yet, after a considerable period of scratching heads and fidgeting, silence prevailed among them. Was this a joke? Hadn't we been consistently working to suppress the Dragon Nation? How could we further escalate our efforts? If we did, who knew if the ugly nation would not get embroiled in the chaos? What might the outcome be? No one dared to venture a guess, seeing the gathering fall silent. A flicker of anger crossed the leader's face. What use is it to have you worthless individuals if the state pays for your upkeep? He bellowed. At that moment, one person from below stood up and spoke softly. I have received news that Sakura Nation seems to be secretly making moves to restore its military, aiming to take a bite out of the Dragon Nation. Could we not exploit this? Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes lit up. This was indeed a commendable suggestion. He ordered arrangements to be made for contact with Sakura Nation, offering them assistance to prompt swift action. Before long, the ugly nation set its plans into motion. A week swiftly passed. Chen remained in the zoo, having organized staff to construct a temporary activity shelter within the lion enclosure. He slept there at night, never parting from the white lions for 24 hours. In the initial days, Chen, adhering to the organization's directives, submitted a revised action plan. Upon reviewing it, the organization initially deemed Chen's proposal to be nonsensical, even suggesting the revocation of his position as director of the zoo. The employees of the zoo, upon learning of this, were immediately incensed, collectively signing a petition that outlined the current state of affairs and declared that they would resign if Chen were dismissed. This revelation took the organization by surprise, prompting them to set aside their biases and earnestly consider the sentiments of the staff. After several days of receiving casualty reports from the zoo, they were thoroughly convinced. By the end of the week, aside from the first day, the zoo had experienced 0 casualties. This achievement was undeniably more remarkable than during the tenure of Old Zhou and his associates. Consequently, the organization hastily apologized to Chen and voluntarily improved his benefits. To this, Chen expressed indifference. After all, his presence there was not for financial gain, and the money could not be utilized in the real world. His accommodation and meals were entirely covered by the zoo. As long as it remained operational, he was content. As for the peculiar entity, during those initial days, it had sensed something amiss and had attempted to attack Chen. However, the 4 white lions were exceedingly vigilant, never granting the entity an opportunity. After several probing attempts, the entity ceased its actions, seemingly giving up. Chen regarded it as a mere mischievous child, lacking patience. Thus, a month flew by. The zoo remained remarkably stable, with no safety incidents occurring. The only somewhat perilous moment was when the entity performed with such vigor that a visitor, in a fit of excitement, nearly choked on their milk tea. Yet, that visitor proclaimed it to be exhilarating, declaring they would return with their entire family the following weekend. Chen was left speechless. Indeed, as Chen had remarked, the entity was somewhat simple-minded, tirelessly performing tricks. However, one must recognize that effort and reward are not always proportional. Sometimes, they can even produce adverse effects. Ironically, the more the entity exerted itself, the more delighted the zoo's visitors became. Due to the overwhelmingly positive feedback, the number of visitors had surged dramatically over the past 10 days, increasing at least tenfold, compelling the zoo to begin limiting ticket sales. Consequently, scalpers were jubilant, as ticket prices soared to astronomical heights. In this joyful atmosphere, Chen relished an exceptionally comfortable lifestyle. His days were filled with eating and sleeping, devoid of any work, truly the life he had dreamed of in his previous existence. It is worth noting that the organization operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly relocating the lion enclosure to a grassy area beside the rabbit enclosure. This arrangement meant that Chen no longer needed to escort the white lions for guard duty. He could simply lounge in the lion enclosure, basking in the sun. Such a life was utterly delightful. Why venture out? Chen resolved to embrace this state of relaxation. He stretched languidly, took out his phone, and opened a game. With a swift tap, he commenced his rampage in the realm of glory. During this month, the audience from the Dragon Nation had come to admire this crafty individual. They had initially anticipated that after resolving the crisis at the zoo, Chen would promptly complete the mission. Yet, he had chosen to indulge in a vacation. The spectators watched in envy as Chen lived a life of leisure, seemingly unbothered by the perils of the bizarre world around him. I am truly in awe of this crafty individual. While others navigate treacherous waters, here is Chen, lounging in comfort. They exclaimed. Little did they anticipate that Chen had exploited a glitch in the bizarre world. By not emerging, the bizarre instance had become stuck, preventing new missions from opening for an entire month. For Blue Star, this was a stroke of good fortune. Despite this, the viewers could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy as they observed Su Chen's idyllic existence. What truly gnawed at them was the question of what game Su Chen was playing. Was it a unique game exclusive to the bizarre world? They longed for the gaming industry of Blue Star to swiftly develop something similar, eager to partake in such enjoyment. Just as the audience was fervently critiquing Su Chen's leisurely lifestyle, the live broadcast finally shifted. Lin Fei entered the frame and addressed Su Chen, "Director, I have a few issues I need to discuss with you." Upon hearing that there was a problem at the zoo, the audience perked up, attentively focusing on the unfolding situation. Su Chen, taken aback, inquired with curiosity, "A problem? How could there be an issue? What is happening?" Chapter 62. Clearing the level and leaving the zoo. It was thus that I calculated our bonus balance and discovered it was becoming unsustainable. "Director, might you apply for additional funding?" Lin Fei said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Su Chen, who had just sat up, reclined back onto the lounge chair. This matter is trivial. Just announce that the grand opening celebration has concluded and modify the bonus distribution criteria. As previously discussed, create a leaderboard where only the top performers receive bonuses. You can handle the details of calculating income and expenditures. I shall not concern myself with it. Furthermore, we cannot perpetually rely on the organization. The funds are not conjured from thin air. We must learn to generate revenue. Our goal is to transform the zoo into a lucrative venture for the organization. Su Chen stated nonchalantly while playing a game. But won't the visitors be dissatisfied? Lin Fei inquired with uncertainty. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Humans are inherently competitive creatures. If they express discontent, prepare some commemorative items and trophies. Each day, the top 10 can receive a special mention on an impressive leaderboard, prominently displayed at the entrance to satiate their vanity. I refuse to believe they won't flock to us. Su Chen explained casually, still engrossed in his game. As Lin Fei absorbed these words, his eyes gradually brightened, as if a door to a new world had swung open before him. After a moment, he snapped back to reality and slapped his forehead. "Right. I have something important to report." "What is it?" Su Chen paused his game, looking up at Lin Fei, curiosity etched upon his face. "Well, based on our recent observations, the anomaly seems to have lost some of its vigor. Its efficiency has noticeably declined in recent days. Our plan has succeeded. Director Su, you are truly remarkable," Lin Fei exclaimed with joy. However, contrary to Lin Fei's expectations, Su Chen's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. "This won't do. Have we exhausted our free labor? It seems we need to regulate the visitor count. We must not deplete my cash cow entirely." Employing magicians entails salaries, Su Chen muttered under his breath. Lin Fei, upon hearing this, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Wait, is this real? Previous directors endeavored to eliminate the anomaly, only to fail time and again. And here you are, keeping it in captivity? As Lin Fei processed this, Su Chen continued, "Lin Fei, you and your team must initially monitor the anomaly's condition, striving to find a balance in the number of visitors consuming its energy. Then, sell tickets accordingly. Of course, just in case. I will seek to employ more magicians from the organization." Su Chen decisively outlined the subsequent plan. The audience in Longwo was left speechless by Su Chen's words, their expressions mirroring Lin Fei's. "I am truly astonished. Are we really not to exhaust the anomaly? Is it really a cash cow? Is this even coherent? My blood pressure has skyrocketed. Su Chen has cured my hypotension. I must admit, Su Chen has mastered the essence of sustainable development. I feel sympathy for the anomaly. Shouldn't we report Su Chen for exploiting child labor?" The audience joked. "Anomaly, please, just end my suffering." Gradually, Lin Fei regained his composure. "Director, isn't our goal to eliminate the anomaly? Why not seize this opportunity to drain it completely?" Lin Fei was utterly perplexed by Su Chen's reasoning. "If you eliminate my cash cow, no. If you destroy the anomaly, how will we manage the inner world? What if some malevolent entities wander into the inner world? That would spell disaster. It is far better to allow the anomaly to continue absorbing energy from the inner world," Su Chen replied, his expression one of disbelief. As he regarded Lin Fei, internally, he began to question why Lin Fei seemed less astute than before. If he were to depart, could Lin Fei truly take over? Perhaps I should remain here. It is not merely a matter of my inability to leave. Rather, there appears to be no suitable successor. Su Chen fervently reassured himself. Upon hearing Su Chen's reasoning, Lin Fei's eyes widened in realization, and he promptly slapped his forehead. As expected of Director Su, your comprehensive thinking is unparalleled. I shall convey your directives to everyone immediately. With that, Lin Fei left, admiration evident on his face. Su Chen shook his head at Lin Fei's retreating figure and returned to his gaming endeavors. Indeed, Su Chen is a genius. We were foolish to doubt him. I apologize for speaking so loudly earlier. What does it mean to have a broader perspective? What does it mean to have vision? I am in awe. I wish to pay my respects to Su Chen. The audience, who had previously criticized Su Chen, underwent a complete transformation, now ardently praising him. Within the zoo, Su Chen continued to dominate the game as Li Bai. Suddenly, a familiar notification interface appeared before him. Warning to the Chosen One. Do not maliciously exploit the bug to remain in the instance indefinitely. This is a warning. If you do not clear the level by tomorrow, the highest rules of the world of ghost stories will erase you. Upon seeing this notification, Su Chen's expression darkened. What nonsense. You never mentioned a time limit for clearing the level before I entered. Why must I complete it by tomorrow? And threatening me with obliteration? Do you really think I am easily intimidated? Do you not know I have the system as my shield? Thus, Su Chen promptly summoned Lin Fei, who had just left. Hey, I'm about to depart. I've decided to pass the position of director to you. I need not elaborate on the precautions. As long as you adhere to my principles, the zoo shall encounter no issues. Hearing that Director Su was leaving and passing the position to him, Lin Fei was once again taken aback. No, Director Su, you have accomplished so much. How can you leave just as we are about to reap the rewards of victory? Because my aspirations lie among the stars and the sea, Su Chen replied, gazing into the distant sky with an air of grandeur. At this, Lin Fei grew solemn. Respect etched across his face. I understand now. Director, you are off to assist the organization with other anomalies. Indeed. A talent such as yourself should not be confined to this small zoo. Seeing Lin Fei's ability to extrapolate from his casual remarks left Su Chen feeling slightly embarrassed. Nevertheless, he refrained from clarifying and tacitly accepted Lin Fei's interpretation. Soon after, all staff were informed of this development and came to bid farewell to Su Chen. Due to their profound reluctance to part with him, they organized a lavish farewell banquet that continued until nearly midnight. As the deadline approached, Su Chen bid farewell to everyone and made his way to the exit. Notably, due to the staff's insistence, he ultimately did not relinquish his position as director, instead appointing Lin Fei as the acting director to manage daily affairs. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Su Chen stepped through the gates of the zoo. In the next moment, a notification appeared before Su Chen and the audience of Longhua. Longhua's Chosen One, Su Chen, has successfully cleared the zoo's ghost story and resolved the current issues within. Comprehensive evaluation reveals an increase of 20 points in national fortune, leaving a total of 90 points remaining. Longhua's technological research and development speed has increased by 10, and a 10 resource production boost is granted, lasting for 1 year. Chapter 63, Talent Skill, Dual Focus. Once the announcement faded, another message, visible solely to Su Chen, materialized before his eyes. Congratulations on completing one of the hidden tasks. As a reward, you may retain the position of zoo director and receive monthly salary and benefits. Additionally, you have been granted one teleportation opportunity, allowing you to instantly transport to the zoo entrance at any time and place. Upon reading the initial lines, Su Chen was taken aback. It seemed the world of strange tales had rewarded him. It appeared that by accomplishing a hidden task, he had triggered the conditions for receiving a reward. However, the phrasing of the announcement piqued his curiosity. Hidden Task 1? This suggested the existence of other hidden tasks, and perhaps completely resolving the inner world was also a hidden task. Yet, considering his current capabilities, tackling the inner world seemed nothing short of a fanciful dream. He then turned his attention to the reward details. One teleportation opportunity? At first glance, this reward resembled a life-saving chance. In subsequent quests, should he encounter danger, he could forcibly teleport to the zoo for safety. However, after a moment's contemplation, Su Chen suspected this was a trap set by the world of strange tales. Upon teleporting back, he might inadvertently trigger a troublesome hidden task, compelling him to address the inner world. Shaking his head, he resolved never to utilize this troublesome feature. As these thoughts crossed his mind, another announcement from the Strange Tales world appeared. Congratulations on clearing the zoo Strange Tales. The next opening time for the Strange Tales world is in 3 days. You have 3 days of rest. Would you prefer to return to the real world or remain in the Strange Tales world? If you choose to stay in the Strange Tales world, you may select between a 5-star hotel or the zoo. Su Chen pondered. Returning to reality would mean re-engaging with relatives, friends, and even the state. After all, he had traversed from another world, and many of his habits diverged significantly from those of the original Su Chen. Furthermore, many of his actions within the Strange Tales world would be difficult to explain. If inquiries arose, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Thus, he decided against returning. As for the zoo, he was even less inclined to choose that option. Given the potential traps within the zoo, returning there was out of the question. Su Chen quickly made his choice. I choose the 5-star hotel. No sooner had he spoken than the familiar sensation of distortion enveloped him once more. Amidst the intertwining lights, he found himself back in a hotel room. Surveying the accommodation, he stretched lazily and flopped onto the soft bed. System, is the real world still being broadcasted live? He silently inquired. Rest assured, the live broadcast has ceased, and the Strange Tales world is not monitoring you. You are free to move about as you please. Upon hearing this, Chen felt relief wash over him. Being observed constantly was rather uncomfortable. System, what about my reward? He asked aloud. Please hold on. The system is currently assessing your completion rate. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Zoo Strange Tales quest and triggered a hidden ending. Rule ignored. Based on your current completion rate and the difficulty assessment of the quest, you have received an SS rating, earning a total of 2,000 points. The cool, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Hearing that he had earned 2,000 points filled Chen with elation. Indeed, reverting was the right choice. It would be a crime not to take advantage of such an opportunity. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he should stockpile some rollback experience tickets. When the next quest arrived, he could amass points and indulge in a shopping spree, acquiring all the useful items he desired. What a delightful prospect. It is well known that all fear emanates from insufficient firepower. If he were fully armed, would the eerie creatures dare to challenge him? He could simply subdue them until they returned to normal. System, open the system mall, he exclaimed excitedly. In an instant, a virtual screen materialized in the air before him. Chen's eyes swiftly scanned the various goods and soon located the rollback experience tickets. The next moment, however, his expression darkened. The rollback experience ticket cost 3,000 points, far beyond his means. Now, Chen felt a pang of regret. He had previously overlooked the value of the rollback experience tickets, subconsciously assuming the beginner's package provided by the system was of little worth. Who gives out godly equipment in a novice village? To his astonishment, having reverted once had cost him an additional 1,000 points. It seemed that gaining benefits was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Damn, what a loss. Fine, I'll just use the points for a lottery instead, he muttered. System, initiate 4 lottery draws. He recalled the system mentioning that after 4 additional draws, the quality of the prize pool would improve. With 2,000 points, he could indeed draw 4 times. Enhancing the prize pool would be a worthwhile endeavor. Received. The prize pool is now opening. Lottery begins. Congratulations, you have received 2 mental power. Congratulations, you have received 3 strength. Congratulations, you have received 3 agility. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent skill, dual focus. Reminder, you have reached 5 draws. The prize pool has been upgraded. After 5 more draws, the prize pool will upgrade again. Following a series of electronic notifications, 4 reward boxes floated before him. He was astonished to discover that the first 3 rewards were encased in blue frames, while the last one was adorned with a purple frame clearly distinct from the others. System, why is the color of this reward different? Blue signifies a reward of ordinary quality, while purple indicates a rare quality. Previously, the highest quality in the prize pool was purple, but it has now unlocked red quality. We hope you earn more points. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen understood. He had struck gold with his luck, obtaining a top-tier reward. He promptly reached out and selected the dual focus box. As if in a video game, a description of the skill popped up. Dual focus consists of an active mode and a passive mode. The passive mode is permanently effective. Regardless of how focused the host is, a portion of their consciousness will continuously monitor changes in the surrounding environment. The active mode, as the name suggests, allows the host to perform 2 tasks simultaneously without interference. Once activated, it lasts for 12 hours, with a cooldown period of 12 hours. It can be deactivated early, reducing the cooldown time. After reading this explanation, Chen was momentarily speechless. This skill was quite extraordinary. In passive mode, regardless of what he was engaged in, he would always be the first to notice any abnormalities. This was practically a divine artifact in the world of strange tales. And with the active mode, it was akin to having a clone, drastically increasing efficiency. Moreover, should he encounter danger requiring a show of force, activating dual combat techniques would likely enhance his combat power by at least 0.5 times. He was now the renowned little old rascal. Chen's smile stretched from ear to ear. System, claim the reward, he declared loudly. Chapter 64, National Fortune? Meteorite? As the electronic voice of the system resonated, a wave of warmth surged into his body. Chen keenly sensed a significant enhancement in both his strength and agility. This enhancement was far more tangible than the abstract increase in mental power he had experienced before. Simultaneously, he realized the method to unlock his innate abilities, and the passive effect of multitasking was activated. The environment of the room suddenly became crystal clear in his mind, akin to unveiling a new map in a game. Wow, this is incredible! Chen couldn't help but exclaim. System, open the attribute panel. He suddenly recalled the recent boost to his mental power. He vaguely remembered the system stating that the limit for an average person was 10. He had already reached this limit. Would he be unable to benefit from this enhancement? That would indeed be a considerable loss. Received, opening attribute panel. Name, Chen. Age, 19. Physique, 6. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Endurance, 5. Mental power, 12. Note. The maximum value for an average person in various attributes is 10. Upon reviewing the numbers on the attribute panel, Chen's face lit up with delight. Goodness, my mental power has actually surpassed the limit. The system truly serves as a portable advantage for transcending human boundaries. Am I now considered a superhuman? He mused, a thought blooming in his mind. Not only had his mental power surpassed its limits, but with his physical attributes, he could confidently secure a place as an athlete in the provincial team. If this trend continued, with a few more dungeon runs and lucky draws, he might genuinely become a superhuman. 20 points of strength isn't enough. Let's aim for 50 or even 100 points. At that point, I will sweep through the world of monsters, restoring normalcy by defeating the anomalies. He thought with a smile. Meanwhile, the audience in the Dragon Country finally had a moment to set down their phones and tablets. After an intense period of watching the live broadcast, they were mentally and physically exhausted. With a rare opportunity for leisure, it would be a disservice to themselves not to indulge in their passions. As a result, some erected longevity tablets for Chen, while others donated money to build temples in his honor. Some even established charitable foundations under his name. The wealthiest village in Dragon Country, Widen, even planned to erect a massive golden statue of Chen, claiming it would tower higher than the Statue of Liberty in the United States. The official stance of Dragon Country on these grassroots movements was ambiguous. They neither endorsed nor obstructed these initiatives. As for the approval process for these projects, as long as they weren't too outrageous, they were swiftly approved. Several officials voiced dissent, labeling it as sheer superstition and nonsense. The government's response was simple: Chen deserves it. Indeed, Chen's successful completion of the zoo and the rewards from the world of monsters were impressive enough. This was an opportunity for Dragon Country to elevate its national strength. Moreover, beyond these rewards, Chen's influence allowed Dragon Country to make significant strides on the international stage. Many nations speculated that Chen might be a favored child of the world of monsters, leading them to court favor with Dragon Country, sending gifts in hopes of gaining access to the live broadcast firewall for subsequent monster dungeons so they could emulate Chen's success. These opportunistic behaviors propelled Dragon Country to a position of parity with the United States on the international front. Because of the numerous contributions Chen brought to Dragon Country, he was truly deserving of the title. It is worth noting that many years later, temples dedicated to Chen dotted Dragon Country, flourishing with incense and reverence. There were also rumors that wishing for children at the Su Temple was remarkably effective. Those who sought sons received sons, and those who sought daughters received daughters. Chen was said to respond to every prayer. However, the exact means by which he granted these wishes remains a mystery. On another front, the Cherry Blossom Nation, under the auspices and support of the United States, was feverishly preparing to launch a surprise attack on Dragon Country to restore the glory of the Cherry Blossom Empire. The nation's industry had entirely shifted towards military production. Countless military resources and personnel were silently converging on the two crucial military ports of Changchi and Zuoshibo. At this moment, amidst the fervent atmosphere in Cherry Blossom Nation, an unexpected event occurred. Due to the influence of national fortune disparity, two colossal meteors, previously unseen by Blue Star's inhabitants, suddenly crashed into the atmosphere, trailing long tails of flame, heading straight for the two most significant military ports of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Boom, boom. With two deafening explosions resonating throughout Cherry Blossom Nation, towering tidal waves surged into the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. In an instant, all of Cherry Blossom Nation's vessels were violently submerged beneath the furious waves. No matter how robust the steel ships or how comparable to aircraft carriers, they were as fragile as paper before the wrath of nature. In a mere heartbeat, they were obliterated. Yet, this was only the beginning. The erupting waves, carrying a cataclysmic force, surged inland into the 9 islands. The waves swept across 3,000 miles, flooding 19 provinces. A quarter of Cherry Blossom Nation transformed into a watery realm. Upon receiving this news, the nation's leaders were thrown into a frenzy. Baka, why did this happen? What was that fool in the United States doing? Why didn't they detect such massive meteors in time? Are they blind? And why, in this vast blue star, did these meteors target our naval bases? As the high-ranking officials descended into madness, someone timidly suggested, "Do you think it's possible that our national fortune has been crushed by Dragon Country? Every time we attempt to act against them, we encounter unforeseen calamities." At this remark, the room fell silent. After a prolonged pause, someone hoarsely replied, "Does that mean our cherry blossom nation will have to acknowledge Dragon Country as our ancestor? If so, when will we ever rise again?" At this moment, the one who had reacted first answered, "Dragon Country has an old saying, when under the eaves, one must bow their head. We've grown accustomed to bowing. Why fear lowering our heads? Besides, if national fortune truly has such an impact, with Dragon Country's current luck, crushing the United States wouldn't be an issue. In that case, we could follow in Dragon Country's footsteps, defeat the United States, and reclaim our former greatness. It's not a dream." This statement awakened those lost in thought. The room, filled with aspirations for the revival of Cherry Blossom Nation, once again immersed itself in dreams of greatness. Chapter 65. The New Instance. The letter from my girlfriend. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom promptly detected the natural disaster occurring in the Cherry Blossom Nation. With the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, the earlier petty maneuvers of the Cherry Blossom Nation had long been under scrutiny. The reason the Dragon Kingdom refrained from exposing their actions on the international stage was that they were waiting for the other party to strike themselves against a hard surface. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom could seize this opportunity to openly showcase its might, thus intimidating the petty individuals who might consider meddling with the Dragon Kingdom in the future. The power of my red iron fist could obliterate your very existence. However, before the Cherry Blossom Nation could initiate any further actions, two meteors unexpectedly annihilated their navy. This left the Dragon Kingdom in a state of shock. But the next moment, the faces of the Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials darkened. The proximity of the Cherry Blossom Nation meant that the tsunami generated by the meteors could very well impact their eastern coastline. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom quickly mobilized to prepare aid for the disaster-stricken eastern coast. Yet, before orders could be disseminated, the information department sent the latest news. According to observations from the ZY satellite, the tsunami generated by the meteors had inexplicably surged solely towards the Cherry Blossom Nation. On the side facing the Dragon Kingdom, the waves were a mere 10 meters high, and they dissipated entirely before traveling far. This revelation left the Dragon Kingdom in utter astonishment. How absurd! The tsunami, upon the meteors crashing into the sea, consciously directed itself towards the Cherry Blossom Nation? This was beyond the realm of belief. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. Ultimately, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom reached a conclusion. Perhaps this was the marvelous application of national fortune. Chen must be rewarded. Who would have thought that the power of national fortune could be so substantial? Indeed, a reward was necessary. The officials nodded in agreement. But what specific reward should be bestowed? Someone inquired. Money? Do you think, given Chen's performance, that he would still lack for money upon his return? A position? He has been the undisputed authority in the zoo, practically a local emperor. Would he deign to accept such a title? An honorary medal? Certainly, that must be given. But it is merely a spiritual reward and lacks tangible substance. So what exactly should we offer? The back and forth left some feeling exasperated. If one suggestion fails, and another equally falls short, what exactly should we bestow upon him? As the saying goes, throughout history, heroes should be paired with beauties. Ahem. I happen to have a granddaughter, 18 years of age, whose beauty is akin to that of a celestial maiden, and she possesses both virtue and talent. I believe Chen would be a fitting match as my son-in-law. The old man exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. 3 days swiftly passed. After a few days of rest, Chen was in peak physical and mental condition, prepared to enter the new instance. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice resonated from above. Attention, all chosen ones. The new instance is about to commence. The teleportation portal will open in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a familiar sensation of distortion enveloped him. The light in the entire space twisted into a swirling mass. In the next moment, Chen's surroundings brightened, and he found himself transported to the waiting area of the world of urban legends. He casually scanned the other chosen ones around him, but before he could scrutinize further, the images and actions of numerous chosen ones abruptly became remarkably clear in his mind. Chen was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He realized that the passive ability of his dual focus talent had activated, allowing him to automatically fill in many details of his surroundings that he had previously overlooked. Although he had possessed this talent for several days and had studied its functionalities and applications, he had not anticipated its full potential. For instance, while playing games, he need not constantly monitor the minimap. He could react the moment an enemy appeared on it. Furthermore, during intense battles, He could instantly detect the enemy hero's movements when they initiated their skills. With this talent, he had significantly improved his performance in recent days and considered himself well acquainted with it. Yet, he had overlooked one crucial point. He had been cooped up in his hotel room for the past few days without venturing outside. Being transported to the spacious waiting square of the urban legends world marked his first encounter with an open environment. However, in this expansive setting, his talent managed to instantly compensate for all the details he had missed. It was worth noting that this square was exponentially larger than his hotel room. This ability was simply extraordinary. He felt like a human radar, capturing every detail within his line of sight. While Chen reveled in the remarkable capabilities of his talent, many other chosen ones were not in such a favorable state of mind. Upon grasping the situation, several individuals succumbed to despair. Why was I chosen? I don't want to die. With billions of people in our country, why must it be me? Some collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Ailey, I fear I shan't return. You can freely be with the neighbor, Wong, without needing to hide from me. Some gazed skyward, their faces reflecting self-deprecation for the live audience. Abba, Abba. Some were rendered speechless from fear. Yet, people are inherently diverse. Where some were terrified, others exuded exhilaration. For instance, Park Duandiao from the Pickled Vegetable Nation was brimming with excitement, repeatedly shouting, "Trust me, everyone. I will surely lead our Pickled Vegetable Nation to the pinnacle. However, I hope that upon our success, all the beautiful ladies will bestow upon me a kiss." As the square grew increasingly chaotic, the mechanical voice from the rules world echoed from above. Welcome, both new and returning chosen ones, to the world of urban legends. Please remain calm and cautious. Your actions will influence the national fortune of your respective countries. This instance of urban legends is titled, "The Letter from My Girlfriend." The condition for clearing this urban legend is to survive for 7 days. We will commence the teleportation shortly. Please prepare yourselves. As these words concluded, the waiting square of the urban legends world gradually became transparent, and the floor beneath everyone's feet transformed into a glass-like surface. In the next instant, a sound echoed, and the glass floor shattered, sending everyone plummeting downwards at an alarming speed. Chapter 66. New rules. The sound of the wind whistled past Chen's ears, and the sensation of weightlessness left him feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if some mysterious essence was dissipating from his body. He was taken aback, pondering the peculiar nature of this experience, which diverged from his previous means of teleportation. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he suddenly collided with a soft object. This abrupt impact disoriented him, leaving his limbs feeble and preventing him from rising. After nearly a minute, he gradually regained his composure, only to discover that he had fallen onto a bed. At that moment, Chen did not hastily rise, but instead took a moment to assess his physical condition. The mysterious substance that seemed to dissipate during his fall heightened his alertness. Soon, he realized that his mental acuity felt off. Having experienced 2 enhancements to his mental prowess, he was still able to detect the anomaly upon closer inspection. His mental strength had been diminished. According to his attribute panel, it now measured approximately 10 points. Chen's heart raced at this revelation. Why was this? Was it solely his own mental capacity that had been weakened, or was it a universal affliction? If it was just him, it implied that the world of strange tales had recognized his mental prowess as surpassing the norm, implementing this measure to restrain him. However, if everyone was equally affected, it would suggest that this instance of the dungeon contained inherent dangers linked to mental stability. More importantly, there might be deeper implications at play. Generally, after sufficient rest, one's mental strength would replenish. The fact that the world of strange tales began by digging such a deep pit indicated that danger was imminent. It appeared that this dungeon would present significant challenges. With this thought, Chen took several deep breaths to calm himself. In a crisis-laden environment, maintaining composure was crucial for survival. He then slowly rose from the bed and turned to survey his surroundings. He quickly discerned that he was in a cozy bedroom, one that did not seem to have been decorated by a rough man. Looking at the bed, he noticed 2 pillows, suggesting that 2 people resided there. Just then, Chen noticed that the bedroom door was ajar, with a slight breeze flowing through the gap, sending a chill down his spine and raising goosebumps on his arms. Observing this, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Upon entering the living room, he keenly sensed that the temperature was even lower, with a stronger gust of wind. Chen furrowed his brow and checked his phone. The date read September 1st, 20XC, consistent with the timeline from the previous zoo experience. It appeared that within the world of strange tales, the time in each dungeon progressed continuously rather than existing in parallel dimensions. However, a question arose. It should not be this cold in September. With a frown, Chen cautiously followed the direction of the wind. Turning a corner, he entered the kitchen, where the wind intensified. He discovered that the kitchen window was wide open, allowing frigid air to pour in. Peering outside, he noted the ominous darkness, with heavy clouds foreboding rain. Chen leaned against the window to gaze down at the street below. The ground was saturated with water, devoid of any dry patches, while the grass in the yard lay flat, indicating a prolonged period of wind and rain. He sighed in relief, realizing that he had not encountered anything particularly strange upon entering the dungeon. It was merely the result of continuous rainfall and dropping temperatures. He closed the window and returned to the living room. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly uncover the rules of this strange tale, for in that world, the rules were paramount to survival. Furthermore, he noted that upon arriving in this dungeon, the rules had not been directly handed to the chosen ones as in previous instances. It seemed that discovering the rules in this dungeon was also a part of the trial. After an exhaustive search, utilizing his innate skills, Chen ultimately found a set of keys above the shoe cabinet in the foyer, accompanied by a takeout flyer beneath them, and a note pinned below. Upon unfolding it, he realized it contained the rules for this strange tale dungeon. A faint smile graced his face as he read the content of the note. Dear, due to health reasons, I need to be hospitalized for a while. During my absence, please take good care of yourself, for I would be heartbroken otherwise. To prevent you from falling ill like me, here are some precautions you must adhere to. Love you. 1. The refrigerator is stocked with ample food to last until my return. Please feel free to consume it. 2. You are alone in the house, so if someone knocks, please do not open the door, regardless of what they say, unless you are certain they are trustworthy. 3. If the food runs low, you may order takeout for essentials. But be cautious. When the delivery person knocks, observe through the peephole and inquire who they are. If they claim to be the delivery person, do not open the door. They are not the true delivery person. 4. Not all delivery personnel are untrustworthy. If they draw a pentagram in the air, you may open the door, rest assured. The light of the stars will protect you. 5. The bedroom is equipped with state-of-the-art soundproofing materials, so you will not hear any strange noises from outside while resting at night. If, by chance, you do hear something, first check that the doors and windows are secure. If you are certain they are, immediately hide under the bed and do not make a sound until 6 a.m. the following morning. 6. Do not venture outside during the day. If you wish to go out at other times, avoid 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Trust me, you would not want to be out at those times. 7. As is well known, the night should be peaceful and serene. Therefore, if you must go out at night, do so quietly. 8. If you reach the unit door without encountering anyone, consider yourself fortunate. You may leave directly. 9. Do not step outside the unit door. 10. At 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., please check the color of the long dress in the bedroom closet. If it is red, rest assured that the home will be safe for the next 12 hours, and you may move about freely. If it is blue, be cautious and refrain from leaving the bedroom for the next 12 hours. If you must leave, quietly recite Newton's second law. The rules concluded there, but the bottom of the paper was torn, the last fragment missing. Clearly, these rules were incomplete, and there were additional rules. However, the reason for their abrupt interruption remained unknown. Chen was not overly troubled by the missing rules. It was not arrogance that led him to disregard them, but rather the existing rules were already overwhelming enough that he could hardly concern himself with any further details. These rules were exceedingly abstract, utterly illogical, and even somewhat fantastical. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue. As long as he adhered to the rules, he should be safe. Yet, the real dilemma lay in the glaring contradictions within the rules, leaving him perplexed as to where to begin. Chapter 67. Rising Difficulties. Finding someone to traverse the minefield, for instance. The first rule states that the refrigerator is stocked with ample food to sustain until the girlfriend's return. However, the third rule contradicts this by suggesting that if the food is insufficient, one can order takeout. What is the meaning of this? Why would there be a shortage of food? Can the items in the refrigerator be consumed? Is ordering takeout even an option? This is not the end of the contradictions. The descriptions of the delivery personnel in the third and fourth rules also appear to conflict. If these two statements were combined, he wouldn't perceive a contradiction. But the crux lies in their separation. He cannot discern whether one of these statements conceals a trap. His suspicion arises from the fact that his innate talent has detected a slight discrepancy in the handwriting, indicating they may not have been penned by the same individual. Such a nuance is challenging to notice without meticulous scrutiny. Generally, when reading rules, few would pay attention to such minute details. Yet, Chen is different. His talent acts as a radar, ensuring no detail escapes his keen perception. Due to the differing handwritings of these two rules, Chen found himself in a state of bewilderment. A similar situation arises with the 8th and 9th rules. These two are utterly contradictory. One suggests that under specific circumstances, One may exit the unit door, while the other unequivocally states that leaving the unit door is prohibited. The handwriting in these rules offers no clarity on who is right or wrong. Chen inhaled sharply, realizing that the upcoming rules concerning the bizarre phenomena would not be as straightforward as in the zoo. Thus, he endeavored to calm his mind and began to study the rules diligently from the beginning. Upon this thorough examination, he indeed uncovered some fresh insights. The opening of the rules indicates that they are designed to prevent illness similar to that which he has encountered, suggesting that this peculiar occurrence may not be lethal, at least not at this moment. It could manifest in a manner that renders him ill, akin to what his girlfriend might experience. This malady could potentially lead to death or herald the onset of a bizarre haunt. Chen suddenly recalled the diminished mental strength he experienced during the previous transmission, thereby reinforcing his suspicions. Violating certain rules would likely not result in immediate death, but rather a contamination by illness. With this line of thought, he might attempt to bide his time, striving to avoid triggering any rules, ensuring he violates none. He would await the misfortunes of other nations' chosen ones to glean insights from their trials, leveraging opportunities to acquire critical information from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. This path appears to be a beacon of hope for survival. Having grasped this, Chen meticulously reviewed the rules, aiming to identify those he could circumvent over the next 2 days. First, regarding takeout and going out. He possessed the agency to control these aspects. Thus, the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th rules could be temporarily avoided. Upon revisiting the 2nd rule, he noted the mention of he and she, suggesting a hidden complication. The best approach would be for no one to open the door over the next 2 days. With those temporarily avoidable aspects eliminated, only 3 rules remained. Chen first approached the refrigerator. Upon opening it, he found it brimming with ingredients. However, a closer inspection revealed that most were meat products. His girlfriend had meticulously divided the meat into 7 portions, each sealed in a bag. It appeared this was a substantial supply prepared for him. Chen sighed. Who in this bizarre world would dare consume meat? He couldn't help but recall the rabbit blood and goat meat he had witnessed in the zoo, remnants left behind after the bazaar had devoured the living. Who could say what kind of meat resided in his refrigerator now? Furrowing his brow, Chen rummaged through the refrigerator, hoping to discover other ingredients. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the fact that aside from the copious amounts of meat, there were only 2 packets of instant noodles, a small quantity of rice, a few vegetables, and 2 eggs. This paltry amount barely sufficed for a single day's sustenance. This predicament nearly compelled him to order takeout. Chen lamented internally. Although, logically speaking, this quantity of food would not starve him over 7 days, it is crucial to acknowledge that hunger severely impacts one's mental state. Since he had surmised that the bazaar might employ some means to contaminate the chosen ones with illness, Chen would not permit himself to fall into a poor mental state. He cast another glance at the note on the table, scrutinizing the final 2 rules. Ultimately, after a moment of deliberation, he resolved to expedite his plan, seeking assistance from the chosen ones of other nations to aid in navigating the unknown. As the adage goes, when one is impoverished, they focus on self-preservation. When prosperous, they assist others. Given that he had already found himself in peril, he could hardly afford the luxury of altruism towards the chosen ones of other nations. His priority was to ensure his own survival, safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom from calamity. Dragon Kingdom officials, I grant you 10 minutes to terminate the nationwide live broadcast, retaining only your official feed. After 10 minutes, I have something to declare, Chen proclaimed, tilting his head towards the ceiling. Simultaneously, the bizarre phenomena department of the Dragon Kingdom was analyzing the current rules. However, like Chen, they were entirely unaware of which rules posed issues. It could be argued they were even more perplexed than he, as they had yet to detect the subtle differences in handwriting. Old Chen, the computer upgrade has been completed. The current rules have been submitted for analysis and computation. We anticipate receiving guiding opinions in approximately 12 hours, reported Xiao Li. Good. Old Chen nodded, clutching his ever-present large teacup. Old Chen, you are aware that Chen struggles academically. Do you think it's possible he is unaware of Newton's second law? Xiao Li inquired cautiously. Old Chen paused, contemplating, and found this notion somewhat plausible. Although the individual was sharp and perceptive, it did not imply he was familiar with such formulas and principles. Based on his resume, there was indeed a significant likelihood that he was unaware of these concepts. Let us wait and see how he fares. Old Chen furrowed his brow as he spoke. However, before he could finish, Chen addressed the camera, uttering the request to halt the live broadcast. Old Chen was momentarily taken aback, abruptly stifling his words. The others present were equally astonished, their bodies tensing in surprise. Had he discovered something? Did he require confidential communication with the officials? Yet, The consequences of disconnecting the national broadcast also bore risks. Before Su Chen's arrival, when the rules of the bizarre phenomena first emerged, a decree was issued prohibiting countries from severing nationwide broadcasts. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had erected a firewall to prevent foreign viewers, but this could be overlooked. However, if the Dragon Kingdom were to abruptly cut off all broadcasts except for the official feed, they risked incurring punitive measures from the realm of rules. Such repercussions were not something anyone could bear. Chapter 68. The beginning is full of pits. Old Chen. Is this not too hasty? The risks of disconnecting the live broadcast are too great. Someone expressed their concerns, their face reflecting unease. Indeed, Su Chen has just entered the world of strange tales. We still have time to decipher the rules. Is it truly necessary to take such substantial risks? Another echoed. Old Chen let out a cold snort, his expression tinged with anger. Are you the ones risking your lives in the world of strange tales, or is it Su Chen? You speak so casually while he is gambling with his life. Given Su Chen's prior performance in the zoo, do you not understand his character? If he insists on disconnecting the live feed, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Furthermore, what is the role of the state? To serve as a backing. The state can bear this risk, but we cannot allow Su Chen to shoulder it. His words resonated powerfully in the room, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of shame. It was understandable that they had previously opposed the disconnection. After all, none could predict the potential consequences. If the penalties were severe, it would indeed be a case of incurring more losses than gains. Coupled with their blind trust in Su Chen's capabilities, they believed he could handle the situation without such risks. It was only after Old Chen elucidated his thoughts that they awoke from their stupor, feeling profoundly ashamed. What are you still lingering for? Contact the technical department and disconnect the live feed immediately. Old Chen commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone jolted awake and hurried out, initiating contact with the relevant personnel. Soon after, the live broadcast was successfully terminated. At that moment, the time Su Chen had scheduled had arrived. Now that the live feed is disconnected, I will share some important information with you. If you had not disconnected, I would have devised a plan for you, which I hope you would cooperate with. Su Chen began, pulling out a piece of paper and penning the contents of Newton's second law, indicating his understanding of it. I suspect you are worried about this, but rest assured, although I am not academically inclined, I do comprehend this concept. Please listen closely. As the crux of the matter is approaching, I have doubts about the current time, and I need to verify it without alerting other chosen ones from different nations. I will explain why shortly. With that, Su Chen took out his phone, opened the browser, and began comparing the time. Before long, the results emerged. Both his phone and the clocks at home were an hour ahead of the actual time. If one were to check the color of clothes in the wardrobe according to the phone's time, one might not even realize the danger until it was too late. Indeed, the world of strange tales had presented more than one pitfall from the very start. At that moment, the personnel from the Dragon Nation's Strange Tales department gasped in shock. They had overlooked this crucial detail. Had it not been for Su Chen's cleverness, they might have faced dire consequences. Simultaneously, a question arose in their minds. Was it truly necessary for Su Chen to disconnect the broadcast just to keep this trap hidden from other nations? However, they were not anxious, for they knew Su Chen would ultimately clarify their doubts. Su Chen adjusted the time on his phone, deliberately retaining the incorrect time on the living room clock. He smiled, writing 2 rows of numbers on the paper. 1, 4, 6, 9, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10. I believe these rules are inscribed in different scripts. The first row appears somewhat rigid, which makes me suspect there is a trap involved, though I cannot be certain, Su Chen stated calmly. The officials from the Dragon Nation were taken aback. They had not considered this angle before, and given the unclear nature of the notes seen in the live broadcast, they had not detected this detail. They quickly retrieved the screenshots of the notes, magnifying them for a closer inspection. Indeed, as Su Chen had pointed out, there was a noticeable difference in the 2 scripts. Truly, Su Chen's attention to detail was remarkable. He shares this with us so that we can assist him in deciphering the rules quickly, does he not? Someone inquired. Stop overthinking. Su Chen will explain everything. We just need to follow his instructions, Shaoli interjected, adjusting his glasses and interrupting the murmurs. After a brief pause, Su Chen allowed the Dragon Nation officials time to examine the rules before continuing. Because of this, I cannot ascertain the correctness of these rules at present. Therefore, I need to observe the actions of other chosen ones to verify my suspicions. Naturally, the traps within these rules must remain undisclosed to them for now. Now, I shall outline my plan. If you have already disconnected the live feed, please pay close attention to the actions of other chosen ones and whether any anomalies occur after they violate the 1st and 10th rules. Tomorrow, I will share my speculations based on my own experiences. If I am correct, you need only remain silent. If I am wrong, promptly compile any useful information and send it to me. However, if you have not disconnected the live feed, then there is little that can be done. Please assist me in gathering information to the best of your ability. There will inevitably be some foolish individuals from other nations who refuse to heed warnings. Just send me their findings tomorrow. Having concluded his remarks, Chen shrugged, feigning helplessness. That is all I have to say. Let us restore the live feed. Any further delay may upset the world of strange tales. He then crumpled the paper on the table and disposed of it in the toilet, flushing it away, erasing evidence. Simultaneously, a notification suddenly appeared on the Dragon Nation's live broadcast screen. Warning to the Dragon Nation. Immediately restore the national live broadcast. Otherwise, the supreme rules of the world of strange tales will impose a catastrophic disaster upon the Dragon Nation. Old Chen and the others initially trembled at the message. But upon comprehending its content, they collectively exhaled in relief. Although the supreme rules sounded severe, it was merely bluster. No disaster was truly forthcoming. It seemed they had made the right gamble this time. Before long, Xiao Li and the others contacted the technical department to reinstate the live feed, and the warning from the world of strange tales promptly vanished. Xiao Li arranged for personnel to closely monitor the every move of the contestants from all nations, especially those highlighted by Chen. Old Chen commanded decisively. Rest assured, I will handle it well, Xiao Li replied, rushing out of the conference room to contact reliable staff members. Meanwhile, the officials from the Dragon Nation stared blankly at the black screen, while numerous foreign viewers, having heard that the Dragon Nation had disconnected its live broadcast, flocked in to indulge in the gossip. What is wrong with you, Dragon Nation? Why are you so petty as to cut the live feed? What secrets are you hiding from us? We all reside on Blue Star. We are one family. How can you keep things to yourselves? Chen is so malevolent. Indeed, the upstairs are from the ugly country, right? Since you have nothing to hide, hurry and disclose all your technologies. I believe all nations will support this. Absolutely, I am from the Gung country. I agree that the ugly country should unveil all its technologies. We from the Moluccas also concur. Viewers from relatively underdeveloped nations in the Philippines expressed their support. Chapter 69. Danger approaches. The audience from the ugly country was momentarily struck speechless. Hey, ugly country folks. Come on and reveal your technology. Don't hide in silence. I know you are watching. Scoffed a Dragon Country citizen. How foolish of you, Dragon Country people, to still laugh. Interrupting the live stream will incur penalties from the supreme rules. I am eager to see your misfortunes unfold. Just as a netizen from the ugly country finished speaking, a notification from the supreme rules appeared on the blacked-out live stream. The Dragon Country viewers began to panic. However, the audience from the ugly country quickly cheered up, their previous frustration vanishing. What did I say? The supreme rules really issued a warning. You Dragon Country folks better brace for disaster. Haraha. You are far too inexperienced to challenge us. Many ugly country nationals lurking in the Dragon Country live stream emerged, typing mockeries, just as they were reveling in their triumph. The live stream suddenly resumed, and the warning notification from the supreme rules vanished. What is happening? No punishment, just a warning, and that's it? Why not penalize them for their violations? This is absurd. The supreme rules are unjust. Supreme rules, are you instructing me on how to carry out my duties? Humans who speak recklessly against this rule have been eradicated. All viewers are urged to exercise caution. Furthermore, from now on, no country is permitted to interrupt the live stream. This time serves only as a warning. Next time, penalties will be severe. All countries are expected to cooperate. Another notification from the supreme rules appeared at the top of the live stream, leaving the ugly country audience dumbfounded. What the hell? Is there no law? Dragon Country violated the rules, yet they were only warned. We merely voiced our opinions, and you eradicated one of our own? How can we tolerate this? As proud citizens of the ugly country, should we fear your threats? My apologies, supreme rules. Doubting you earlier was my mistake. I shall never do so again. Me too. I was momentarily deceived. Eradicating the dissenters is commendable. The supreme rules truly benefit the ugly country and the world. The ugly country citizens fervently praised the supreme rules, fearful of facing eradication themselves. Subsequently, amidst the raucous laughter of the Dragon Country viewers, the ugly country individuals retreated, returning to their own live stream. Meanwhile, in the world of strange tales, Chen lounged lazily on the sofa, gazing at the clock hanging in the living room, awaiting the arrival of 6 o'clock. Soon, the evening hour arrived, and he rose to head toward the bedroom. He was aware that his performance at the zoo had been too conspicuous, drawing the attention of officials from numerous nations. Even though the Dragon Country had anticipated this and erected a firewall, it could not prevent the many spies lurking within its borders. Since it was clear that he was to serve as a stepping stone for the foolish, it was essential to maintain the facade, concealing any discrepancies regarding time. Chen calmly opened the wardrobe, immediately spotting a blood-red dress. According to the rules, if a red dress was visible in the wardrobe, it indicated that the next 12 hours would be safe for activity. He feigned a long sigh of relief, then began to whistle as he retrieved a pack of instant noodles from the refrigerator and headed to the kitchen to prepare them. He moved leisurely, presenting an air of relaxation, yet a closer inspection would reveal his swift and efficient movements, hinting at a sense of urgency. Indeed, Chen's heart raced. According to the patterns in the world of strange tales, if the opponent had set a trap concerning time, it meant that within an hour, the color of the clothes in the wardrobe would inevitably change, signaling impending danger. He needed to resolve his physiological needs within the hour and remain confined to the bedroom until 6 o'clock the following morning. Thus, he had to act swiftly and address every issue at hand. Soon, the noodles were ready. Chen did not even bother to bring the bowl to the dining room. Instead, he began eating directly from the pot in the kitchen. The bewildered viewers in the live stream were left in confusion. What is going on? Why is Chen eating instant noodles? Why not consume the abundance of food available? Could it be that he suspects something is wrong with the meat? That seems unlikely. Even if the meat is questionable, he could eat something else, at least add an egg. Eating instant noodles lacks nutrition. While this argument held merit, there lingered the possibility that Chen simply did not know how to cook. At this revelation, the barrage of comments paused for a moment. Reflecting on Chen's previous live stream behavior, it appeared he had never prepared a meal. At the zoo, the staff had served him directly. It seemed entirely plausible that Chen could be incapable of cooking. But why not order takeout? Perhaps he has discerned that ordering takeout entails danger. Isn't that just disastrous? After surviving for 7 days, how could 2 packs of instant noodles suffice? Following this commentary were a series of alarmed emojis. At this moment, the ugly country citizens, as well as those from the cherry blossom country, who had previously hidden due to ridicule from the dragon country, all emerged. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. A grown person unable to cook? And you dare call yourselves a gastronomic nation? Prepare to starve. Not necessarily starving. If Chen understands our cherry blossom culture, he could manage to eat the raw meat with minimal preparation. Shut up. Your culture is a theft of our dragon countries. The crowd erupted into chaos. Yet, unbeknownst to them, due to the firewall established by the dragon country, other nations were temporarily unable to view the dragon country's livestream. To gather intelligence on Chen, numerous spies hidden throughout various cities in the dragon country were meticulously observing the livestream, poised to uncover vital clues to relay to their respective nations for compensation. Upon witnessing this scene, they smiled and began drafting messages. Latest news: Chen cannot cook and has only consumed instant noodles tonight, yet he did not order takeout. Perhaps there are traps associated with ordering takeout. Upon receiving this information, officials from various countries felt a tightness in their chests, urgently keeping a close eye on their chosen champions, fearful of any missteps. Meanwhile, several nations with low national luck and much to lose had already prepared themselves. Should their representatives attempt to order takeout, they would seize the opportunity to intervene. On the other hand, in the world of strange tales, after finishing 1 pack of instant noodles, Chen still felt unsatisfied, tempted to eat another. However, he ultimately refrained. Who knew what news awaited him from the dragon country officials tomorrow? He might need to rely on his remaining food to survive for 7 days. It was wise to conserve his supplies. Chapter 70. Braised pork? Food poisoning. Rubbing his stomach, Chen made his way to the restroom, determined to address his physiological needs and enjoy a refreshing shower. Fortunately, the live broadcast of the Bizarre Tales world retained a semblance of humanity, refraining from directly broadcasting his bathing moments. Instead, they posed an inquiry. May we ask, Chosen One, do you wish to livestream your bathing session? Having grown accustomed to such queries during his time in the zoo, Chen resolutely declined. No live stream. Upon uttering these words, a veil of white mist enveloped the broadcast screen, obscuring his figure to a mere silhouette. This, however, left many female viewers in Longwa quite dissatisfied. They had been denied a glimpse during his zoo escapades, and now, even in a new instance, they were met with the same disappointment. Why such stinginess? A mere peek wouldn't cost him anything. Oh, how they lamented, yearning to behold Subao's abs, feeling as though they might perish from the lack of sight. Sisters, there is still a silhouette. We must learn to imagine. Meanwhile, across the seas, the Chosen One from the land of kimchi, Park Duandiao, was flaunting his haphazard culinary skills. He had successfully deciphered the rules and noted the color of the dress in the wardrobe, confirming that it was indeed a safe time. With a future devoid of danger for the next 12 hours and nothing pressing to occupy his time, he thought it would be splendid to showcase his talents before the adoring eyes of the nation's younger sisters. Having recently stumbled upon a recipe for Longwa's braised pork online, he deemed it the perfect dish to prepare. Not only would he demonstrate his cooking prowess, but he would also portray himself as gentle and capable, leading the land of kimchi through the bizarre instance. Upon his emergence from the experience, wouldn't he be the ideal catch, basking in the glory of success? With that thought, his tone softened as he declared, "The dish I am preparing is called braised pork, hailing from the mysterious land of Longwa. However, I have modified it to be 1,000 times more delectable than the traditional version. My braised pork melts in your mouth, rich yet not greasy, sweet and tender, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. I assure you, you will savor every morsel." Upon completing this declaration, he flashed a self-satisfied grin, believing himself to be irresistibly charming. A dream come true for countless young women. As he continued his soliloquy, a plate of charred braised pork and a small bowl of rice were set before him. Park Duan-jiao picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. The next moment, his face darkened, nearly spitting it out. Damn it! In my eagerness to impress, I mistook salt for sugar and vinegar for soy sauce. I even overcooked it until it was burnt. However, he quickly reconsidered. If he were to spit it out, all his previous bravado would be in vain. After all, what chance would he have for a candlelit dinner afterwards? For the sake of his reputation, he had to endure the horrid taste. Thus, he feigned enjoyment, closing his eyes, slightly lifting his neck, and chewing slowly. Only the tightness in his throat as he swallowed revealed the true horror of the dish. "Ah, simply a heavenly delicacy," he proclaimed, utterly unaware of the adoration surrounding him. The audience in the land of kimchi was filled with admiration. "Oh my, Teacher Park is truly remarkable. Not only is he intelligent and bold, but he can also cook Longwa cuisine. What a perfect man." They sighed, envying the fortunate woman who would dine with him, contemplating whether they could squeeze in a cosmetic procedure before the opportunity arose. Indeed, our land of kimchi is the greatest, always improving upon the relatively backward offerings and culture of Longwa. Longwa ought to be grateful to us. I've been to Longwa before. And braised pork doesn't quite look like that, does it? Teacher Park, did you burn it? What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you question our esteemed Teacher Park? You don't know anything, you traitor. Indeed, what pride is there in merely visiting Longwa? It's not like you went to a hideous land. You ungrateful wretch. A chorus of insults erupted from the crowd directed at the one who dared to question. Such is the behavior of those lacking confidence in their culture, unable to tolerate dissent, fearing the scorn of others. In truth, their reactions stemmed from insecurity. After all, how else could they have been so easily rattled by a simple okay gesture? It was merely a reflection of their own inadequacy, terrified of ridicule. Unbeknownst to Park Duan-jiao, his countrymen were embroiled in a quarrel over him. He was suffering through the torment of finishing the plate of braised pork. I should have known better than to prepare so much. He cursed inwardly. After what felt like an eternity, as his expression of enjoyment had long since frozen, he finally polished off the plate. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 2000 hours. He had spent a full hour on this meal, a testament to its inedibility. Suddenly, Park Duan-jiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his temples pounding. Strange images danced in his mind, reminiscent of tiny people performing a lively jig. Panic surged within him. Oh no, I've heard that in Longwa, consuming a certain mushroom can lead to visions of little dancing people. Have I succumbed to food poisoning? The thought only heightened his anxiety. After all, he had concocted the dish purely from memory, with no regard for accuracy, coupled with its horrendous taste. He feared that his prideful consumption could very well lead to his demise. Please, I cannot perish at the hands of a bizarre incident, only to fall victim to food poisoning. How utterly humiliating, he thought. Resolute, he decided to make a hasty retreat to the restroom to expel the offending braised pork before it was too late. Yet, as he rose, he hesitated. To vomit now would save him, but what would the viewers think of him? Wouldn't all his previous bravado be laid bare? Park Duan-jiao, ever vain, found himself utterly paralyzed by the thought. Chapter 71. Sleepwalking. As time ticked away, Park Duan-jiao's heart raced with increasing anxiety. Just as he contemplated abandoning his dignity, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled that he could turn off the screen while showering. If he did so, no one would witness his embarrassment. Without hesitation, he dashed into the bathroom and turned on the shower. He resolutely dismissed the inquiries from the realm of strange tales and immediately bent down to induce vomiting. However, to his dismay, no matter how hard he tried, he could not bring himself to throw up. Just as he began to sweat in desperation, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by faint laughter. This unexpected noise startled him, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps on his skin. Even the hot water cascading over him felt devoid of warmth. Taken aback, Park Duan-jiao struggled to comprehend what was happening. The moment this disturbance occurred, he felt compelled to leave the shower, hastily drying himself off, getting dressed, and cautiously approaching the door. At that moment, the frantic knocking ceased, and the laughter faded as he turned off the shower. The room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock. He cautiously leaned toward the peephole, peering outside, only to find nothing but the dim flickering lights of the hallway. Relieved by the absence of anyone outside, he withdrew his gaze and hurried back to the living room. To his astonishment, he realized that his dizziness had vanished, and his body no longer felt unwell. He speculated that perhaps his food poisoning had caused auditory hallucinations, leading him to hear the knocking and strange laughter. The truth was that no bizarre occurrences had transpired. As the food digested and his liver detoxified, he returned to health, and those illusions would surely dissipate. Alas, I may not be able to indulge in such antics tomorrow. I nearly landed myself in trouble. If all else fails, I shall order takeout, he mused. Following this ordeal, Park Duan-jiao felt utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to boast to his audience any longer. Thus, he resolved to retire early. Dear viewers, I must take my leave. Maintaining a sound mental state is essential to face the challenges of the world of strange tales. Do remember to rest early as well. With an effort, he forced a warm smile and swiftly made his way towards the bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, he was actually heading towards the guest room. In his mind, it was the bedroom. He pushed open the door to the guest room, choosing not to turn on the light. Instead, he climbed onto the bed in darkness. He carelessly tossed his clothes onto the floor and nestled beneath the covers. Strangely, he did not experience insomnia in this new environment. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber, his heavy snores soon filling the air. What a marvel! Truly, Park Diao is remarkable, even amidst the dangers of the surreal world. He can fall asleep so swiftly. Indeed, having Park Diao is a blessing for our nation. This time, we shall surely clear the challenges and deliver a resounding blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Park Diao has already delivered a solid slap to their faces. Did you not know? The neighboring Dragon Kingdom's Chen can't even cook. He simply devoured a packet of instant noodles. How laughable. Is that true? Tomorrow, let us all go to the Dragon Kingdom's live stream and mock them together. What a delightful way to release our frustrations. The people of Kimchi Nation chatted merrily. As night deepened, most retired for the evening, and the barrage of comments dwindled. However, a number of viewers remained, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, a comment darted across the screen, capturing everyone's attention. Did you all just see that? Park Jiao's blanket moved. Nah, what's so surprising about that? He is probably just shifting in his sleep. No, look closely. It seems something is sliding down from beneath his blanket, moving up and down below his waist. As if it's doing something. With this comment, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they turned their gaze to the dimly lit screen. Upon closer inspection, they indeed noticed something unusual. Goodness, it really does seem that way. But wasn't Park Diao asleep? Haha, this is too funny. I never expected Park Diao would have such peculiar habits while sleepwalking. I'm impressed. How disgusting. I thought he was a good man. I was even considering inviting him to dinner after he clears the challenges, but now I see he's rather sleazy. What is so disgusting? What is sleazy about it? Don't you understand that it's human nature? Park Diao is doing this for the glory of the nation. What is wrong with enjoying himself a little? The crowd of amused spectators bickered playfully. At that moment, Park Diao jolted upright, his face a mask of terror. Who is touching me? He shouted. He quickly scrambled out of bed, forgetting to put on his clothes, and frantically turned on the light, scanning his surroundings. After rummaging through the room, he found nothing amiss. Everything appeared normal. Nothing at all. Could it be that I had a nightmare? He muttered softly. He then clambered back onto the bed, this time leaving the light on. Soon, his snores resumed, and he fell into a deep sleep once more. The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha! Park Diao was startled by his own sleepwalking. He was even scared enough to forget to put on his clothes. Wait, didn't Park Diao claim to have an 8-pack? Why do I only see one? What good are abs? In times of potential food shortages, it's the ones with a bit of fat who will survive longer. Like that Chen from the Dragon Kingdom. I bet if there's a famine, he wouldn't last 3 days. Well said. Now hold on, everyone. Stop boasting and pay attention to the live stream. Keep the volume up. Listen closely. What's that sound? Someone reminded the audience to focus on Park Diao in the live stream. As they did so, they turned up the volume, straining to listen. A strange rustling sound emerged, reminiscent of a hand brushing against skin. The viewers furrowed their brows, puzzled as they gazed at the screen. Since Park Diao was sleeping with the light on, the image was much clearer than before. They could see a hand seemingly caressing his chest, abdomen, and trailing down below the waistline. The crowd gasped in shock. What on earth is happening? Fortunately, Their confusion was soon resolved. As a corner of the blanket was lifted, they discovered that the mysterious hand was none other than Park Diao's own left hand. Goodness, you startled me. I thought something was wrong. Turns out Park Diao is just sleepwalking again. I can't believe it. Why does he have such peculiar dreams? That little kimchi bug, not very big, yet always likes to play around. What's with the map references? Chapter 72. The left hand revolted amidst the cacophony of voices. Park Duandiao once again rolled over and struggled to his feet. His forehead was drenched with sweat, as if he had been struck by an overwhelming fright. Someone touched me. Who is it? Show yourself. He yelled anxiously, clutching the blanket tightly. Official, give me a hint. Who is it? Tell me who is touching me. He tilted his head back and bellowed at the ceiling. At this moment, the officials of the pickled vegetable nation were at a loss for words. How could this fool be so frightened by a sleepwalking episode? Previously, he had the audacity to act superior, leading the nation to victory. And now this? What should we say? An official inquired. What can we say? Ignore him. He can shout all he wants, came the disdainful reply from the leader. On the other side, Park Duandiao continued to scream without receiving any response from the officials, and his sanity began to unravel. He was convinced that something sinister was lurking nearby. How else could he explain the persistent touches while he slept? Moreover, he could feel the force behind the touches. The bloodstains left by fingers on his chest were the most evident proof. Give me a hint. Tell me who is touching me. Park Duandiao's face turned crimson, his screams growing more desperate. Yet still, there was no reply. It was well known that a person could frighten themselves to death with their imagination. At this point, he was completely on edge, fear consuming him as he forgot all about his dignity. He felt as if he could be killed by some malevolent force at any moment. The instinct for survival overwhelmed him, leaving no room for rational thought. Suddenly, he flung open the window, climbing onto the ledge as if poised to jump. Officials, give me a hint. Tell me who it is. Otherwise, I'll jump. If I die, none of you will have it easy. His right cheek twitched grotesquely as he shouted, his left face appearing somewhat dazed. Witnessing this scene, the audience from the pickled vegetable nation was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this idiot doing? Is he out of his mind? Scared to jump off a building because of his own sleepwalking? I can't believe I was praising him earlier. Stop cursing. Where are the officials? Hurry up and tell him the truth. If this lunatic jumps, we'll all share in his misfortune. The audience relentlessly tagged the officials. Meanwhile, the officials were equally taken aback. This brainless Park Duandia was capable of such absurdity. All the staff were infuriated, their vision blurring with anger. However, as infuriated as they were, they could not simply ignore the possibility of this fool jumping. Wouldn't he, the pickled vegetable nation, be the first to be eliminated and face the harshest penalties? Leader, should we tell him the truth? A staff member urgently asked. Damn it. Yes, tell him quickly. Don't let him actually die. The leader, both furious and anxious, hastily agreed to use the one-time hint opportunity. By the way, warn this Park Duandiao. If he dares to pull any more tricks, I'll wipe out his entire family. And if he fails to pass this round, I'll still wipe out his entire family. The leader added in exasperation. Understood, I'll go right away. The staff member rushed off. Soon, the official hint announcement was successfully sent. Before Park Duandiao, a message appeared. Damn it, that was you sleepwalking, touching yourself with your left hand. We saw it all. Furthermore, you wasted such a precious hint opportunity. You must help us pass this level smoothly, or none of your family will survive. Upon reading this announcement, Park Duandiao's expression shifted from confusion to embarrassment. What? It was me touching myself. This was an outrageous joke. In a moment of panic, he had created such a colossal blunder. He glanced back at the hint announcement and trembled again. If he failed to pass, his family was doomed. I'm sorry. I was just joking earlier, he said with an awkward smile. Without hesitation, he dove back under the covers, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, desperate to hide his foolishness. However, another strange occurrence ensued. Logically, after such an embarrassing incident, a normal person would find it hard to sleep. Yet, merely half a minute later, Park Duandiao's voice emerged once more from the live stream. What a fool. How can he fall asleep right after such an incident? Truly heartless. How can anyone have such thick skin? How could our pickled vegetable nation have such a person? One viewer from the Cherry Blossom Nation, lurking in the live stream, couldn't he help but comment. Is it possible that having thick skin is a traditional craft of your pickled vegetable nation? How dare the Cherry Blossom Nation criticize us? You pour waste into the sea and have the audacity to call us thick-skinned? Another retorted. Oh, you're not as bad as us. Since you pickled vegetable nation is the origin of the universe. The two nations' audiences erupted into bickering. Just as they were embroiled in heated arguments, Park Duandiao began to thrash about again. His body writhed in the blankets like a worm. As his movements grew more frantic, the bed creaked ominously. The viewers finally took note of this spectacle, halting their quarrels to observe the live stream with frowns. They were eager to see what ridiculous antics this fool would concoct next. Before long, Park Duandiao's struggles escalated to madness, and with a swift kick, the blanket flew off. His entire body was revealed on the live stream, where he was seen clutching his throat with his left hand, desperately trying to pry it free with his right. His face turned a deep red from lack of oxygen. What is happening? Is he sleepwalking to the point of trying to kill himself? Who dreams of such a thing? Something must be wrong, exclaimed one viewer. Look, his eyes are open. His right hand is fighting back. This doesn't look like sleepwalking. It seems more like he is possessed. At this revelation, a chill ran down the spines of all the viewers. Could it be? He hadn't been sleepwalking at all. He was genuinely facing something sinister? What bad luck for our pickled vegetable nation to encounter such a strange occurrence. The audience lamented. As time ticked by, fortunately, Park Duandiao was not left-handed. His right hand, being stronger, finally managed to break free from the grip of his left. Huff, huff. He sat up, gasping for breath, gradually regaining composure. Was that sleepwalking? Am I sleepwalking and choking myself? He yelled in exasperation. Useless. All of you are useless. You officials are worthless. In a fit of rage, Park Duandiao began to smash and throw nearby objects, venting his pent-up frustration. Chapter 73. New discoveries in the guest room. Subsequent rules? On the other side, the officials of the Pickled Cabbage Nation were utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend how such a situation had arisen. Just then, a staff member rushed in, anxiously exclaiming, Leadership, it's bad. Some chosen ones from other countries are also experiencing sleepwalking. Park Duandiao is not merely sleepwalking. He has encountered something strange. What? How could this be? Furthermore, due to the firewall set by the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, we only just received the latest news. Chen has discovered new rules. What? The leader gasped and collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. However, he was not concerned about the future of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. His anxiety lay in his own prospects. It is essential to note that the live broadcast was being watched by the entire nation, and everyone knew that the previous hints were approved by him. Now, a significant blunder had occurred, affecting the judgments of their chosen ones and preventing them from relaying the latest news from the Dragon Kingdom to Park Duandiao. He would undoubtedly have to take responsibility for this. Wasn't his career on the brink of ruin? His house, money, car, and even his girlfriend would all be lost. The head of the Ghost Tales department of the Pickled Cabbage Nation felt a wave of darkness before fainting. Meanwhile, in the realm of Ghost Tales, after venting his frustrations, Park Duandiao gradually calmed down, reflecting on where he had gone wrong that led him to encounter the bizarre. After much contemplation and elimination, he concluded that the issue likely stemmed from the meat. That meat was problematic. With this premise established, he began to devise a strategy. First and foremost, he could no longer consume that meat. If necessary, he could order takeout tomorrow. Additionally, the strange occurrences of the night indicated that this anomaly would not directly kill, but rather, it operated through sleepwalking. This was, indeed, good news. Hence, while sleeping, he could attempt to tie up his limbs to avoid danger. With this plan in mind, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Watch, you worthless beings, as I lead the Pickled Cabbage Nation to greatness, he proclaimed proudly to everyone. On the other side, several hours passed. Chen was languidly flipping through a magazine in his bedroom. Fearing that the other country's contestants might discover the temporal loophole, he refrained from using his phone. However, this left him feeling bored. He had already exchanged several magazines, yet sleep still eluded him. After all, he had sneaked back to his room at 6 o'clock, making it unlikely for him to feel drowsy anytime soon. Indeed, modern individuals seem unable to survive without their phones, he mused silently. After an hour of dawdling, Chen was suddenly beset by the urge to urinate. Damn it, I really don't want to leave the bedroom. Well aware that this time was perilous, he hesitated to step outside. Nevertheless, considering the risk of kidney damage from holding it in, he reluctantly rose and made his way to the bedroom door. After all, he certainly did not want to face inquiries from his girlfriend about his capabilities. Cautiously, he opened the bedroom door and utilized his innate abilities to glance outside. Upon noticing nothing unusual, Chen swiftly dashed into the bathroom. Simultaneously, he recalled the rule stating to recite Newton's second law. The magnitude of an object's acceleration is directly proportional to the force acting upon it, and inversely proportional to its mass. The direction of acceleration is the same as that of the force. He repeated this in his mind like a mantra. How strange it was that this ghostly realm would incorporate such scientific concepts. Chen couldn't help but lament. As a world of ghost tales, it should be filled with the bizarre and supernatural events. Yet, here it was, asking people to recite Newton's second law. One might think this ghostly realm was merely a tutoring center. However, despite the complaints, when it came to matters of life and safety, Chen spared no effort. His mental recitation never ceased. Soon after resolving his physiological issue, he hurried back to his safe house. Just as he was about to push open the door, his peripheral vision caught sight of the guest room, and he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. The door to the guest room, directly across from the bedroom, was closed. He vaguely remembered that since his arrival, the guest room door had always remained open. Even when he had just gone to the bathroom, the guest room door had been ajar. In the blink of an eye, it had shut. This was peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Chen turned towards the guest room, cautiously twisting the doorknob and pushing the door open. He then switched on the light and stepped inside quietly. At the same time, Chen activated his innate skills to their fullest, quickly revealing everything visible in the guest room within his mind. A tidy bed, a painting board resting against the headboard, an old-fashioned desk, and tightly drawn curtains. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Chen sighed in relief, thinking he had overreacted, and turned to return to the bedroom. Just as he was about to step out of the guest room, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait, when I first entered this ghostly realm, the kitchen window was open, and a chilly breeze startled me. The wind in the bedroom had been slight, but the living room was quite breezy. This was unusual. If it were not a draft, there should not be such a strong wind. He had already checked the other rooms, and using his innate skills, he quickly confirmed that all the windows in those rooms were shut tight. Only the guest room remained unchecked. And due to the drawn curtains and blind spots in his vision, he inspected the guest room's window. Simultaneously, the fifth rule surfaced in his mind. The bedroom is constructed with the most advanced soundproof materials, ensuring that you will not hear any strange sounds from outside while resting at night. If, by chance, you do hear something, please check whether the doors and windows are securely closed. Surely, this guest room could be considered a bedroom. Could this be a wordplay by the anomaly? Chen pondered. Regardless, caution is the mother of safety. It was best to check. He quickly reached a conclusion. Chen then cautiously approached the window, extending his left hand to gently draw back the curtains. Thankfully, nothing unexpected occurred. As the curtains slowly parted, the window was fully revealed. To his dismay, the old-fashioned sliding window indeed had a gap between the sash and the frame. Upon noticing this, Chen reached out to push the window shut, but found it would not budge, as though something had jammed it. He frowned slightly and leaned in closer to inspect. Ultimately, he discovered a small crumpled piece of paper stuck in the gap between the window and the frame, which was preventing the window from closing. Upon seeing this piece of paper, a jolt of realization struck Chen. Good heavens, could this paper be part of the torn rules? Chapter 74, Night of the Soul's Return? The Red-Dressed Ghost? He was about to open the window to retrieve the paper ball when he realized it was cleverly wedged. If he were to open the window directly, the paper ball might very well tumble down. Thus, Chen hurried to the kitchen to fetch a pair of chopsticks, extending them through the window gap to securely grasp the paper ball. Only then did he swiftly push open the window and pull the paper ball inside. After obtaining the paper ball, Chen did not rush to examine it. Instead, he promptly closed the window, secured the latch, and hastily returned to his bedroom. Once back in the sanctuary of his room, he finally felt a sense of safety. He then cautiously unfolded the paper ball. It was worth noting that it was raining outside, and the paper had become quite damp. Any careless movement could easily tear it, rendering the text illegible. After a considerable effort, he managed to unfold part of the paper. The revealed portion indeed appeared to be a set of rules. The handwriting was consistent. Simultaneously, Chen felt a chill of dread. Had he discovered the abnormality of the window any later, the rain could have ruined the paper. However, he was relieved that the first action he took upon arriving in this world was to close the kitchen window. Otherwise, with the gusting winds and the pouring rain, the paper ball might have been swept away long ago. Shortly after, Chen fully unfolded the paper. The remaining rules came into view. 1. Please keep the home clean and tidy. She has obsessive-compulsive disorder and detests chaotic environments. 2. During my absence, if you feel dazed or mentally confused, immerse yourself in work. It will keep your mind alert. 3. My graduation project oil painting is only half completed. If you find yourself bored in your leisure time, please help me finish it. My great artist, I will reward you. 4. I will return on the night of the 7th day, wearing a red dress. If you see me in a blue dress, do not open the door. 5. I will never come back. Upon reading these rules, Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he had yet to analyze the rules in detail, he was certain of one thing. These rules were undoubtedly penned by two individuals. Setting aside the differences in handwriting seen in the subsequent rules, just examining the last two, one stating a return on the 7th night and the other declaring an intention never to return, revealed a blatant contradiction. What was even more unsettling was the content of the 14th rule. I will return on the night of the 7th day, wearing a red dress. As a citizen of the Dragon Country, his immediate association was with the term Night of the Soul's Return. The phrasing the night of the seventh day was too sensitive. And within this context, the symbolism of the red dress was exceedingly ominous. It was common knowledge that only malevolent spirits donned red garments. What then? Was this entity that would return on the seventh day? More critically, the condition of this eerie tale was to survive for 7 days. However, he had arrived in the afternoon. Surviving for 7 days under these circumstances meant coexisting for an entire day and night with the returning specter. This was nothing short of a death sentence. The hair on Su Chen's arm stood on end, and cold sweat trickled down his back. After a long moment, he slowly closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He reassured himself that, at least for now, the situation was not too dire. For there was still time to devise a plan. With his cleverness, he would surely find a way out. Even if all else failed, in the face of imminent danger, he could utilize the teleportation opportunity granted by the world of eerie tales as a last resort. After this mental preparation, Su Chen once again focused on the rules. After a while, he furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. These rules appeared simplistic, almost straightforward. Yet, that was precisely what confounded him. Logically, all rules should possess an underlying rationale. Just as the rules of a zoo revolve around cognitive contamination, these rules seemed ordinary, devoid of any foundational logic. This was not how it should be. He mumbled to himself. Next, he procured paper and pen, categorizing all the rules based on the variances in handwriting. 1, 4, 6, 9, 13, 14, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 15. Given his previous analysis, the return of the woman in the red dress was undoubtedly suspicious. Consequently, the rules in the first row were likely traps. He examined them one by one. The first rule discussed food, implying something was amiss with it, which made logical sense. The fourth rule mentioned delivery personnel, asserting that not all delivery persons were untrustworthy, which suggested that all delivery personnel might indeed be untrustworthy. This subtly contradicted the third rule, raising questions about its logic. The sixth rule stated that one should never venture outside during the day. If this were a trap, then daytime would be the safer option. Yet, the seventh rule mentioned nighttime excursions, creating further conflict. The logic was flawed. Pausing his writing, Su Chen set down his pen. There was no need to continue. The logic simply did not hold. It seemed he had entered a mental trap. Forget it. One step at a time. Tomorrow, I'll inquire about the circumstances of other chosen ones from the Dragon Country, he murmured. With that, he gathered all the papers. After all, the rules dictated maintaining the cleanliness of the room. It was best not to violate them if possible. Once tidied up, Su Chen lay down on his bed, preparing to rest early. Having realized the perilous nature of this scenario, ensuring his mental state remained sound became paramount. Before long, Su Chen's breathing steadied, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's livestream, fervent discussions erupted, comments racing across the screen. Wow, guys, these rules are terrifying. Just like a horror movie. Do you think there's a possibility that the Night of the Soul's Return won't be dangerous, considering it's his girlfriend? You really think this is like a romantic ghost story? You think a ghost is just a delicate spirit? That's a red-dressed, vengeful spirit. And who told you this ghost is his girlfriend? That red-dressed ghost might be the true culprit behind his girlfriend's illness. Don't worry, everyone. With Su Chen's intelligence and a series of clever maneuvers, he will surely succeed. Indeed, trust in Su Chen. And don't forget, among all the chosen ones, only Su Chen has discovered the subsequent notes. What does that indicate? It shows that Su Chen is extraordinary. He will definitely find a way to succeed. Don't fret. Just look at how peacefully he sleeps. If he had no confidence, could he sleep so soundly? That's a valid point. After this exchange, the collective anxiety among the viewers was alleviated somewhat, thanks to their faith in Su Chen. Chapter 75, illogical. However, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom felt reassured. While spies from other nations were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, their own representatives were oblivious to the subsequent intelligence contained in the notes. It was imperative to report back to their superiors immediately. Peter, in a flurry, retrieved the equipment prepared by his country from the depths of the cupboard, intending to establish contact with his homeland. Just as he powered on the device, there was a knock at the door. Frowning slightly, he inquired, "Who is it?" "Delivery," came the response. Relieved, he recalled that he had indeed ordered food. He hurried to the door, but did not open it directly. Instead, he peered through the peephole and confirmed that the figure outside was indeed dressed as a delivery person. He then took out his phone, opened the delivery app, found the courier's information, and dialed the number. At that moment, the delivery person outside answered the call. "Hello?" Hearing the voice resonate both outside and through his phone, Peter finally relaxed. He hung up and opened the door. "Why are you so late?" You know you're past the deadline, right? Do you believe I will give you a bad review? Such a disgraceful person from the Dragon Kingdom, completely unreliable. Before he could finish, a large hand emerged from the blind spot beside the door and forcefully pushed it open. Several individuals clad in Dragon Kingdom uniforms surged into the room, swiftly pinning the bewildered Peter to the ground. What are you doing? I am a noble citizen of the ugly country. What do you want from me? We will not let this go. Peter screamed, struggling desperately. Silence. You think the ugly country will spare us? You have been spying on our Dragon Kingdom's intelligence, and we will not show you mercy. The leader replied sternly. Just then, someone retrieved Peter's equipment. A chill ran through him, realizing that he was doomed. With the evidence against him, there was no hope of turning the tide. He slumped to the ground, ceasing his resistance. That night, numerous spies from various nations were apprehended by the Dragon Kingdom, with only the citizens of the pickled vegetable country managing to escape. However, misfortune befell them as well. By the time they relayed the news back home, their officials had already exhausted their only opportunity for a hint. Moreover, due to an earlier incident where Park Duandiao had gone mad and attempted to jump out of a window, the mysterious little paper had long since fallen outside, never to be recovered. Nevertheless, several nations rejoiced that night, particularly those with strong ties to the Dragon Kingdom and the fence-sitters, led by the Pear Country, who had paid handsomely for the Dragon Kingdom to show them leniency. Their officials, under the assurance of confidentiality, were granted a special live broadcast line by the Dragon Kingdom. They learned of this monumental news at the earliest opportunity. Thus, they couldn't help but secretly rejoice for having chosen the right side. Aligning with the ugly country meant enduring hunger for 3 days out of 9. It was far better to stand with the Dragon Kingdom, a reliable elder brother. In the world of bizarre tales, at 6:50, real-time 5:50, Chen's phone alarm rang. He groggily rose, reaching out to silence the alarm, only to collapse back onto his pillow. Accustomed to waking naturally in the zoo, he found it a bit uncomfortable to rise so early. Fortunately, he remembered that he was in the world of bizarre tales and had important matters to attend to. A few minutes later, he rubbed his cheeks and, with hair as disheveled as a bird's nest, sat up. Stretching his neck and back, Chen became fully awake. He first assessed his mental state and noticed a slight increase in his spiritual power compared to the previous day. It appeared that the world of bizarre tales was not targeting him specifically. Rather, the trap set the night before had intentionally weakened the spiritual power of all chosen ones. This suggested that those chosen ones who had not detected the trap must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Chen narrowed his eyes and resolved to seek confirmation from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Are the officials of the Dragon Kingdom present? I wish to verify a few matters. I suspect that last night, someone, in accordance with the first rule, consumed food from the refrigerator, particularly meat products. Simultaneously, many among these individuals likely fell into a time trap and did not retreat to their bedrooms as stipulated by the 10th rule. Those chosen ones meeting both conditions must have experienced abnormalities, possibly disorientation or uncoordinated movements, or even more bizarre occurrences. If I am correct, please remain silent and do not provide me with hints. Chen spoke softly, almost as if to himself. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Kingdom's Bizarre Tales department stiffened. They had not anticipated that Chen would deduce so accurately. Last night, personnel collecting information from live broadcasts worldwide had already compiled their findings. Chosen ones from the pickled vegetable country, the pottery country, and others met the conditions Chen described. Indeed, as he had surmised, these individuals exhibited unusual symptoms. Some were in poor mental states, excessively drowsy, while others were hyperactive, singing throughout the night. Some, like Park Duandiao, exhibited sleepwalking symptoms, with their limbs unresponsive to commands. How did Chen figure this out? Someone asked, astonished, since he disconnected the live broadcast yesterday and sought to verify this information. It indicates he had already formed a hypothesis. Let us observe quietly, Elder Chen replied calmly. But this is remarkable. To deduce the traps within the rules is impressive enough. Yet he even predicted the symptoms. I am in awe, Shali exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. This was Chen, always capable of surprising us with the unexpected, transforming a zoo into a vacation resort while exploiting the peculiarities of the laborers. How could such feats be simple? I am eagerly anticipating what he will conjure up next. Elder Chen chuckled. Minutes passed, yet Chen received no response from the Dragon Kingdom. He furrowed his brow. It seemed his conjecture was indeed correct. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom had followed his instructions to disconnect the live broadcast yesterday. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly received an official hint by now. Being correct is even more troublesome. Chen lamented internally. He was not basking in the ease that Elder Chen and others had attributed to him. Rather, the pressure he felt had intensified. Through the verification from the Dragon Kingdom, Consuming food from the refrigerator, combined with ignorance of the time trap and failure to seek refuge in the bedroom, would lead to bizarre occurrences. First, the handwriting on the two known rules differed, indicating they were penned by two individuals. If we assume the first rule to be true, then eating from the refrigerator should not result in issues. Thus, the 10th rule would be false, and violating it would be inconsequential. In that case, the chosen ones from last night would not exhibit abnormalities. Hence, the deduction is flawed. The remaining scenario becomes clear. The first rule is false, and consuming meat leads to trouble. The 10th rule is true. Ignorance of the time trap, and violating it would also lead to issues. Therefore, those chosen ones indeed encountered bizarre situations, confirming Su Chen's earlier suspicions, which were substantiated by the Dragon Kingdom's confirmation. However, this led to a new quandary. The very issue that had perplexed Su Chen the night before. The two handwritings, one true and one false, contradicted each other, thus failing to establish a coherent logic across the other rules. He had already deduced this last night. This is a serious problem, Su Chen muttered softly. Chapter 76, Survival is the true path at present, considering all the known information. There exists only one possibility that can clarify the logic. The two fonts are not entirely opposed. Within them lies a blend of truth and falsehood, with countless possibilities. Consequently, the difficulty of survival in the coming days has escalated exponentially, even surpassing my previous expectations. This is because I must navigate through trial and error, bearing the risks of mistakes. Perhaps it is best to adhere to my original plan, to bide my time, allowing the Dragon Country to focus more on competitors from other nations, hoping they might assist me in my missteps. With this conclusion in mind, Su Chen glanced at his phone, which read exactly 6 o'clock. He quickly leapt from his bed, hurried a few steps, and opened the wardrobe. Meanwhile, the audience in the Dragon Country's live stream was bewildered. They were still unaware of the existence of the time trap. What had Su Chen just discussed with the officials? Was he playing the role of a prophet? More importantly, I am concerned that Su Chen has overslept. He missed the crucial moment of checking the wardrobe at 6 o'clock. Indeed, how could someone as cautious as Su Chen make such a basic error? No, stop your chatter and look at the live stream. The color of the clothes and the wardrobe has changed. At 6 o'clock, viewers from other countries witnessed a blue long dress hanging there, indicating that the next 12 hours would be fraught with danger. However, Su Chen opened the wardrobe an hour late, and the color of the dress had transformed into red. What on earth is happening? Just as the crowd was in confusion, Su Chen provided the answer. He took out his phone, smiling as he displayed the time on the screen, then opened a web page to search for the real-time clock. Finally, he compared the actual time with the clock in the living room. At this moment, everyone understood. The time in this bizarre world was indeed flawed, a significant trap. What a shocking revelation. No one could have expected such a situation. This instance of the game is exceedingly ruthless. Su Chen, however, had foreseen it. He is truly remarkable. But why did Su Chen unveil the mystery? I suspect that soon, competitors from other countries will also learn this information. Would it not be more advantageous to continue ensnaring the chosen ones from other nations? How could we mere mortals fathom Su Chen's thoughts? We should simply observe. Indeed, Su Chen's actions are laden with meaning. Having acquired the intelligence he sought, there is no need for the chosen ones to perish needlessly at the hands of the 10th rule. They should be allowed to survive, aiding him in navigating the pitfalls. Furthermore, once he publicly divulged this information, the officials from other nations could not resist. They would undoubtedly seize the singular opportunity to alert their chosen ones. Coupled with the hidden rule he discovered last night, these countries would be unable to remain idle. After depleting the opportunity for others to receive hints, it would facilitate his subsequent maneuvers. By the way, let me inform you of another matter. The food in the refrigerator is problematic, so do not consume it recklessly, Su Chen said with a smile. Thus, these chosen ones must now confront food shortages. He is compelling them to order takeout. This is the crux of the breakthrough. Simultaneously, he can utilize the situation of other nations ordering takeout to compare and filter the authenticity of the rules. At this moment, in the Dragon Country's Bizarre Tales department, Shally wore a perplexed expression. Why had Su Chen so openly revealed such precious information? He simply could not comprehend why, having grasped so many secrets, Su Chen would freely disclose them to others. Had this fellow become overly benevolent? You still have much to learn. Since Su Chen revealed it so openly, it is evident he wishes for others to be aware. As for the reasoning behind his decision, I suspect he aims to exhaust the hint opportunities of other nations and use these individuals as test subjects for his explorations. Elder Chen squinted as he spoke. Shally paused, a look of shame crossing his face. However, we have now established a firewall. Other nations will likely experience a significant delay in receiving this information. Should we dismantle the firewall? No need. Contact other departments and have them issue an announcement internationally. Elder Chen replied. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered by the Dragon Country. Soon, the Dragon Country issued an announcement on the international stage. Considering the camaraderie we share on Blue Star, and in the spirit of peace, friendliness, and harmonious coexistence, we hereby publicly disclose the traps within the Bizarre Tales instance. 1. The food in the refrigerator is unsafe to consume. 2. The time in the Bizarre Tales world is incorrect, being 1 hour ahead of real time. 3. Hidden rules are concealed within the gaps of the secondary bedroom window. Upon the release of this information, a sensation rippled across the globe. Numerous countries, which had been anxiously seeking intelligence from the Dragon Country, were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Wasn't the Dragon Country on high alert against everyone? Why have they suddenly changed their demeanor and generously revealed hidden rules? Could there be a conspiracy at play? However, once they received reports from their own spies, their concerns dissipated. It seems this is merely a manifestation of the Dragon Country's benevolence, without any ulterior motives. Unlike those countries that had infiltrated the Dragon Country with spies, smaller nations were positively gleeful. Who cares about conspiracies when their chosen ones were on the brink of demise? They might as well try their luck. At the same time, an unusual thought emerged within their officials. Should they seek a new path? Following the ugliness nation has yielded no benefits, and they have even been barred from the Dragon Country's live stream. Meanwhile, countries friendly with the Dragon Country have seen their contestants safely emulate Chen's strategies. Indeed, it seems the time has come to switch allegiances. With this notion in mind, these nations seize the opportunity to express their gratitude to the Dragon Country, presenting valuable gifts to lay the groundwork for future defection. Just as the Dragon Country's announcement stirred a tempest, the Kimchi nation was left utterly stunned. Their hint opportunities had long been squandered. Consequently, the Bizarre Tales world was rife with pitfalls. This is disastrous for them. The Kimchi nation was engulfed in a chorus of lamentation. Chapter 77. Ordering takeout, however, oblivious to the pervasive sense of despair that enveloped the Pickle Nation. Park Duandiao was ensconced in his bedroom, ruminating over potential strategies. Following the harrowing events of the previous night, sleep had eluded him, and he harbored an acute fear of succumbing to unconsciousness, terrified that his left hand might once again act against him, leading to his own demise. Thus, he remained cloistered in his room until the early morning hours of the Bizarre Tales world, unaware of the time's peculiarities. In a flurry, he opened his wardrobe to inspect the color of his long dress for the day. To his shock, he found that the dress had inexplicably transformed into a shade of blue. Did this not portend that the next 12 hours would be fraught with peril? Panic surged within him. Yesterday, during the safe hours, he had encountered such malevolent occurrences. How much more perilous would today be during the dangerous hours? Most critically, the duration of this danger was 12 hours. What, then, should he eat? The food within the refrigerator was evidently compromised and unfit for consumption. Otherwise, he might not even know how he perished. Thus, the only course available to him was to order takeout. The rules explicitly outlined the method for doing so, and as long as he adhered to the guidelines, he would surely encounter no issues. With this thought in mind, Park Duandiao retrieved his phone to place an order. To his dismay, he discovered that the familiar takeout apps were absent from his device. What on earth? How am I supposed to order food? He exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. Suddenly, he recalled having seen a takeout flyer on the shoe cabinet while searching for the rules the previous day. Perhaps he could procure food through that means. Park Duandiao cautiously opened his bedroom door and peered into the living room, only to find that the door to the secondary bedroom had mysteriously shut. He vaguely remembered fleeing back to his bedroom after encountering the uncanny events last night. He certainly had not closed that door, and yet it was now shut. This had to be the work of some malevolent force. Moreover, he was not versed in any of the peculiar laws governing such occurrences. At that moment, Park Duandiao felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, rendering him reluctant to step beyond the confines of his bedroom. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that the shoe cabinet was not far away, and without retrieving the takeout flyer, he would face hunger today. Summoning his courage, he dashed toward the shoe cabinet, snatched the flyer, and returned to his bedroom at breakneck speed. He slammed the bedroom door shut with a resounding thud. Huff, huff. That nearly scared me to death, he panted, catching his breath. Once he stabilized his breathing, he examined the flyer. At the top, a bold title read, "Have you eaten app? Have you eaten is now live, offering a special 300 yuan coupon." Below were enticing advertisements for various signature dishes from restaurants under his family's banner, their images tantalizing and appetizing. Just yesterday, Park Duandiao had endured a plate of burnt meat, but now, gazing upon these culinary delights, his mouth began to water uncontrollably. As he scrolled further down to the end of the flyer, he discovered a QR code. To order takeout, Please scan the QR code below to download the Have You Eaten app. Park Duandiao wasted no time in taking out his phone to scan the code. With a beep, a download page appeared. After a quick tap, the app was soon installed. Upon opening it, a window popped up, announcing the app's grand launch and a promotional event. Following a burst of confetti effects, a plethora of 10 yuan stackable red envelopes appeared, totaling approximately 300 yuan. Wow, how generous. I was worried about how to gather funds, but this app gives it away for free. Park Duandiao exclaimed, elated. Previously, he had contemplated rummaging through his home for a bank card or cash. Yet now, with the app's generous gift of 300 yuan, he calculated that by being frugal, he could easily sustain himself for 7 days. With newfound confidence, he navigated to the food selection window, promptly choosing a serving of fried chicken and a beer before placing his order. Utilizing the red envelopes, he completed the transaction without spending a single cent. Family. Did you see that? I, Park Duandiao, am a genius. I will undoubtedly lead our pickle nation to victory. His face radiated with confidence, a stark contrast to the fear that had previously gripped him. He appeared so ordinary, yet brimming with assurance. What a show-off. If only he and T acted so foolishly last night, we wouldn't have squandered a valuable hint. Meanwhile, Chen from Dragon Nation managed to uncover subsequent rules. Sighing, they lamented his arrogance, unmindful of how his reckless behavior had caused them to lose crucial information. Yet, one could hardly blame Park Duandiao entirely. After all, he had been ensnared by the strange occurrences after consuming the food from the refrigerator. He was frightened. And perhaps it was the officials who deserved criticism for their hasty prompts. Stop with the hindsight. There's no point in debating this. Instead, let us pray for Teacher Park. Some defended him, believing that hope was not yet lost. Look, he discovered the takeout app and received free red envelopes. His meals for the next few days are sorted. As various voices chimed in, the atmosphere grew increasingly mundane, with Park Duandiao patiently awaiting his order. The audience began to grow restless with boredom. Soon, a barrage of comments ignited a wave of excitement among the viewers. Quick, check Little Blue Bird. Dragon Nation has issued an announcement. There's an issue with the time in the Bizarre Tales world. What? Let me see. Oh no, this is disastrous. Our Pickle Nation is doomed. We've lost our chance for hits. How could this happen? This dungeon is utterly unfair. I feel that Chen from Dragon Nation is the most despicable, as he undoubtedly knew but failed to warn us until now. By this point, it's too late for us. Exactly, Chen is truly loathsome, with a heart as cold as ice. And Dragon Nation's officials must have known too, yet they chose to remain silent while we, the chosen ones, faced our doom. What a heartless people. Upon receiving this news, despair enveloped the citizens of Pickle Nation, their hearts heavy with sorrow. However, they soon found an outlet for their emotions in the form of vitriol directed at Dragon Nation and Chen. If you refuse to assist us, then you are at fault. Your conscience is severely lacking. The chatroom of the Pickle Nation erupted with vitriol aimed at Dragon Nation. Why did they not attack Dragon Nation's chatroom instead? They were intimidated, fearing they could not match the wit of Dragon Nation's audience. Worried that they might be overwhelmed by insults, it was far easier to vent their frustrations from the comfort of their own space. This torrent of insults continued until the sound of knocking echoed through the Bizarre Tales world, momentarily pausing the barrage of comments. The viewers sat up, their expressions tightening as they focused intently on the live broadcast, momentarily forgetting their disdain for Dragon Nation. For now, the safety of their chosen one was of utmost importance. Chapter 78. The delivery girl in the scene. Park Duandiao clearly heard the knock at the door. He abruptly sprang from his bed, cautiously opened the bedroom door, and made his way to the front door, aware that a test lay before him. Would ordering takeout prove problematic? This path would soon reveal its validity. Park Duandiao recalled the regulations and slowly brought his eyes closer to the peephole. In the next moment, a woman, approximately 1.6 meters tall and adorned with a yellow baseball cap, entered his line of sight. At first glance, she wore a white knitted bodycon dress, complemented by black stockings emblazoned with letters, her long, alluring legs accentuated by the sheer fabric. As his gaze traveled upward, he beheld a strikingly pale, yet exquisite face, her white hair enhancing her porcelain-like complexion. Goodness, she is stunning. He marveled inwardly, her beauty striking a chord deep within him, igniting a yearning desire. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed again, rousing him from his reverie. Shaking his head, he wiped his face with his hand, trying to steady his racing heart. He called out, "Who is it? Which one?" He remembered to adhere to the rules of inquiry. Meanwhile, he fervently prayed that the response would not be delivery person. However, fearing the worst, the next moment, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "Delivery. Sir, your takeout has arrived. Please open the door." At that, Park Duandiao's heart sank. According to the rules, If she identified herself as the delivery person, he could not open the door. Yet, her appearance made his heart flutter with an overwhelming impulse to invite her in, to take her delicate hand and discuss life's aspirations. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, the instinct for survival triumphed over his desires. "You should leave. You are not a delivery person," he declared loudly. "Sir, are you mistaken? Look at my uniform, the food box in my hand. I am undoubtedly the delivery person." Her voice was tinged with confusion. "Enough with the nonsense. Just leave, or I'll call the police," he retorted. "Crazy," she exclaimed. And then the sound of her high heels echoed in the hallway, indicating her departure. Taken aback by her swift exit, Park Duandiao wondered why she had left so readily. If her intention was to harm him, she should not have given up so easily. Her reaction seemed more akin to that of a normal person. Returning to his bedroom, he fell into deep contemplation again. He still had not resolved his food dilemma, having squandered a significant portion of his limited budget. With just 300 yuan in red envelopes, continued waste would leave him unable to consider the safety of takeout, as he would have no money to order. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He had consumed food from the refrigerator yesterday, resulting in dizziness, headaches, and an inability to vomit. According to the 10th rule, last night was a safe period. Yet he had encountered issues. Now, during what should be a dangerous time, he felt perfectly fine, without a hint of abnormality. Could it be that the rules were fundamentally flawed, and he need not adhere to them? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, the woman he had seen earlier was indeed safe. Yes, it must be so. Dear audience, I have uncovered a flaw in this bizarre world. All its rules are mere fabrications. I encountered problems after consuming meat, and I was harmed while following the 10th rule. Ignoring it, I remained unscathed. This confirms my hypothesis. Park Duandiao shouted with excitement. However, the viewers from the land of kimchi did not respond as he had hoped, instead wishing to chastise him thoroughly. After all, they possessed a godlike perspective, fully aware of the traps embedded in this world. "I applaud your brilliance. You've made a mockery of logic. This is disastrous. It seems this fool is on a path to self-destruction. I have an ominous premonition." "Stop with the premonitions. Just look, he is ordering takeout again. According to his theory, he will surely open the door this time. Damn it, I believe he is simply infatuated with the delivery girl, concocting this absurd theory to justify his desires." Amidst the desperate comments in the chat, Park Duandiao excitedly placed another order for the same items. After a while, the knock at the door resounded once more. His eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together and hurried to the door. "Who is it?" he inquired again, peering through the peephole. "Delivery. You asked before." The melodious voice carried a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing her voice, he trembled with renewed excitement. It was indeed her. The next moment, her silhouette appeared again through the peephole, her elegant figure stirring a restless yearning within him. His hand instinctively reached for the doorknob, poised to open the door. Yet, as he grasped the handle, uncertainty crept back in. After all, this decision could significantly impact his safety. "Hey, do you actually want the food? Or are you just toying with us?" she questioned, her tone slightly unfriendly. I don't know. I'm just concerned." Before he could finish, she interrupted. "Concerned? What is there to worry about? What could a fragile girl like me do to you, a big man?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Park Duandiao felt his face flush. She had a point. Simultaneously, he berated himself for being such a coward. He had already deduced a flaw in the rules. So why should he still be afraid? And indeed, as she had stated, what harm could a fragile girl pose? At that moment, she continued, "Forget it. I see you are merely toying with us. I will report your address and blacklist you. No store on our app will deliver to you again." The words struck Park Duandiao like lightning. If she truly refused to deliver to him, what would he eat? After last night's experience, couldn't he possibly touch the food in his refrigerator again? Wait, he attempted to persuade her to reconsider. But before he could finish, his left hand inexplicably took control, gripping the doorknob with force. With a decisive twist, the door creaked open. Chapter 79. A blade above the color of desire. Park Duandiao was taken aback, leaping back in alarm. With his right hand tightly gripping his disobedient left hand, he wore an expression of terror, his eyes fixed on the door. In the next moment, a woman entered leisurely, carrying a food box. The sound of her high heels echoed in Park Duandiao's mind. She blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with curiosity, and gazed at him. "Sir, what is the matter?" "I'm fine," Park Duandiao replied, feigning calmness as he concealed his left hand behind him, firmly locking it with his right. The sudden and strange situation left him feeling somewhat anxious. "That's good to hear. Allow me to place your takeout on the table," she said, striding forward to set the food down. "By the way, our shop is currently offering a complimentary feeding service. Would you be interested?" The woman smiled as she looked at Park Duandiao. Hearing this, a wave of longing surged within him, conjuring an image of her feeding him. He almost instinctively agreed. But considering the bizarre circumstances, he hesitated. After a brief internal struggle, he declined. No, thank you. All right then, I wish you a pleasant meal. I shall take my leave. She replied, turning decisively to exit. Park Duan-diao watched her retreating figure, captivated by the graceful movement of her legs beneath her skirt. A sense of longing igniting within him once more. It felt as if his suppressed desires had awakened. If she had ulterior motives, she wouldn't leave so promptly. Perhaps I am overthinking this, another voice within him insisted. In the next moment, he took 2 quick steps to catch up with her. Wait a moment. I suddenly wish to experience your feeding service. The woman paused, turning gracefully with a smile. Of course. The audience from Pickled Cabbage Country watched in horror as Park Duan-diao's left hand inexplicably twitched, opening the door, nearly causing them to panic. They could only breathe a sigh of relief when the woman placed the food down and began to leave. Yet, Park Duan-diao called her back once more, intensifying the tension among the viewers. Is Park Duan-diao insane? This is a world of horror. How could he dare to keep this woman here? Has he been bewitched by her beauty? He truly fears nothing. Look at his expression and demeanor. Doesn't it seem a bit off? I suspect he has been eroded by the bizarre. Otherwise, such irrationality is unfathomable. Indeed, look at his hands. Previously his right hand was gripping his left, and now his left is pressing down on his right. Something is amiss. Stop talking. I am already panicking. If Park Duan-diao perishes, we shall meet the same fate. I beg the heavens for assistance. Unaware of the audience's growing panic, Park Duan-diao was completely consumed by his desires, seated and exuberantly enjoying the beauty's feeding. Sir, how does our food taste? The woman inquired with a smile. Quite good. It seems the ingredients are carefully selected, though the culinary skills still fall short compared to mine. He boasted, relishing the service. You make a valid point. Our ingredients are guaranteed fresh. However, I must respectfully disagree regarding our culinary skills. If we were mediocre, why would you not even overlook the remnants of food on your fingers? She replied with a mischievous smile, her slender fingers tracing his lips, her tone teasing. That is simply because you are far more delectable than the food, Park Duan-diao retorted, seizing the opportunity. Oh, is that so? She said, rising with a radiant smile. Nestling herself into his embrace, continuing to feed him. Naturally, would you care to taste something even more delightful? She whispered in his ear, her breath fragrant. I desire it. I absolutely desire it. Park Duan-diao's pupils dilated, and the food in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. He eagerly reached for her soft waist. The woman made no effort to resist, drawing closer and wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm feeling quite sore. It appears there is not only no danger, but also benefits. Park Duan-diao has struck a fortune. He mused, marveling at her beauty, rivaling even the finest idols from his homeland. Perhaps we have underestimated the situation. Park teacher is indeed professional, seeing through the mysteries of the horror world at a glance. Indeed, Park teacher is formidable. Park teacher is, suddenly. The barrage of comments erupted as the viewers witnessed a shocking spectacle. The woman, still smiling, drew a gleaming dagger from her sleeve, its sharp blade sending chills down their spines. I want some too, she whispered in Park Duan-diao's ear. What did you say? Preoccupied with exploring her body. He failed to grasp her words. I said, I too wish to sample something far more delicious. With a sinister smile, she gripped the dagger tightly and plunged it into the back of Park Duan-diao's neck, then swiftly drew it across. Caught off guard by her words, he was still processing their meaning when he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. A wave of icy dread coursed through him, followed by the sound of gushing liquid. What is happening? Where's the leak? He wondered, momentarily dazed. Turning to glance toward the restroom, he was met with a crimson spray, glistening in the sunlight, taking on a somewhat romantic hue. What is this? A bit poetic, I assent it? He contemplated, intending to beckon the woman to join him in admiration. Hiss. As he opened his mouth, only a wheezing sound escaped, no words to be uttered. What is happening to me? This was Park Duan-diao's final thought before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, unconscious. Curse that wretched fool, the woman remarked, her smile fading as she stood, wiping the blood from her face with a sinister air. Raising her leg, she forcefully kicked Park Duan-diao, chair and all, to the ground. Then, she seized the dagger and thrust it into his heart. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced deeply, extinguishing the last flicker of his life. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly dumbfounded, horrified by the gruesome scene that unfolded before them. Madwoman! She is insane. Why would she kill Park Duan-diao? What a fool Park Duan-diao is. All for the sake of lust, dragging us down with him. Once again, we are the first to be eliminated. We are doomed. The entire Pickled Cabbage Nation descended into despair. Simultaneously, all the chosen ones in the horror world received a notification. Park Duan-Diao of Pickled Cabbage Nation has been the first to perish. Comprehensive assessment results in a deduction of 20 points from the nation's fortune, leaving 45 points remaining. National IQ decreased by 10, birth rate decreased by 10. Chapter 80. A sudden blow to the head in the land of cherry blossoms. Mei Chuan Kuzi gazed at the announcement with a mocking expression. They had been foolish enough to be the first eliminated, and now their intelligence was penalized as well. Was it not the case that the entire nation of Kimchi would henceforth be deemed dim-witted? Aha. Let us see how you dare to act arrogantly towards us in the future. Mei Chuan Kuzi laughed boastfully. At this moment, she had received a message from the official Cherry Blossom government, enlightening her on the time trap and the bizarre circumstances that had befallen the people of Kimchi Nation the previous night. Thus, after adjusting the time and reassessing the garments in her wardrobe, she breathed a sigh of relief. The 12 hours of daylight were safe. She had also ordered takeout and was awaiting the delivery of her culinary delights. Upon receiving the announcement from the rules world, she quickly deduced the plight of Park Duan-Diao. Surely that fool had violated the rules by allowing a fake delivery person to enter. How foolish. If it were me, I would never commit such a base error, Mei Chuan Kuzi thought confidently. Just then, a knock echoed through her door. Her heart tightened, realizing that the delivery had arrived. Truly, timing was impeccable. She endeavored to quell her nerves, slowly approaching the door, closing her left eye and peering through the peephole with her right. A stunning beauty clad in a white knitted backless dress, her legs adorned with exquisite heels, stood outside holding the takeout. Upon seeing the woman, a flicker of affection stirred within Mei Chuan Kuzi, even giving rise to a desire to draw closer to her. Startled by this terrifying thought, she vigorously shook her head, banishing it from her mind. What a seductress! Her attire is utterly shameless. She scolded the woman in her thoughts. Nevertheless, despite her scorn, she did not forget the matter at hand. Who is it? Delivery person, your order has arrived, the woman replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Mei Chuan Kuzi's vigilance was piqued. The rules clearly stated that anyone claiming to be a delivery person was not a delivery person. How convoluted. Yet, regardless of the twists and turns, this woman was certainly not a delivery person. No wonder she dressed so provocatively. She was clearly trying to lure men to open the door. Yet, since she was not a man, Mei Chuan Kuzi felt fortunate amidst her misfortune. She then realized that although she had not succumbed to the woman's allure, her hunger remained unresolved. Furthermore, the red envelope from the Bao Lumi app could not withstand her excessive indulgence. I must devise a plan. Are you there, beautiful? Please open the door. Your takeout has arrived. The woman urged again. Mei Chuan Kuzi felt a pang of anxiety. She needed to think quickly. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. My door lock is broken. I cannot open it at the moment. How about this? You can leave the takeout at the doorstep, and I will retrieve it when the locksmith arrives. Mei Chuan Kuzi replied excitedly. Oh, that's fine. To ensure a good user experience, I can wait a bit. You don't need to wait. The locksmith is busy and will take a while to arrive. Just leave it at the door. All right. I will place it on the ground by the door. The woman conceded reluctantly. Soon, the sound of the packaging being set down and the clattering of high heels echoed through the air. After a short while, the sound of the heels faded away, indicating that the woman had left. Mei Chuan Kuzi leaned closer to the peephole again, finding the outside completely empty. How naive. You dare to challenge me? You are far too inexperienced. Do you not know that our Cherry Blossom Nation is the land of deduction? Your convolutions are utterly transparent to us. She murmured with excitement. The audience from the Cherry Blossom Nation was overjoyed. Indeed, well said. No wonder she is the chosen one of our nation. She is superior to the Kimchi Nation. She saw through their scheme in an instant. Wonderful. Miss Mei Chuan Kuzi is truly exceptional. It seems we shall successfully clear this challenge. Speaking of which, that delivery woman was indeed beautiful. Thank goodness Miss Mei was not a Yuri enthusiast, or we would have been in danger as well. The fool from Kimchi Nation could not resist temptation, knowing full well the danger, yet still opened the door. Here essay tidbit. Miss Mei is a newly appointed teacher, so she is certainly not a Yuri enthusiast. Is that true? Share a chapter. Baka, don't hoard it all. Share a chapter. The live stream of the Cherry Blossom Nation buzzed with a joyful atmosphere. While everyone was immersed in fervent discussion, Mei Chuan Kuzi, seeing that the woman had departed, reached to open her door. Looking out, she saw her ordered takeout quietly lying on the ground. Why did that vile woman place it so far away? She muttered, taking a step forward to retrieve the takeout box. At that moment, a shadow flashed from the blind spot beside her door. It was the delivery woman from before, now raising a steel pipe high and swinging it violently toward the back of Mei Chuan Kuzi's head. A resounding crash echoed. Mei Chuan Kuzi fell to the ground. You fat sheep. The woman laughed, her lips curling into a sinister grin. Mei Chuan Kuzi felt the world around her twist violently, her body collapsing uncontrollably. A pair of delicate feet clad in black stockings came into her view. Straining to look up, she saw the delivery woman returning. Clearly, she had slipped back barefoot after leaving in her heels, creating the illusion that she had departed. "You treacherous one, you've doomed me," was Mei Chuan Kuzi's final thought. Then, the delivery woman drew a sharp dagger from her sleeve and plunged it mercilessly into Mei Chuan Kuzi's chest, twisting it viciously. As the blade twisted, the woman's smile grew increasingly deranged. "Chopped up," she spat. At this moment, the live stream from the Cherry Blossom Nation was plunged into utter bewilderment. What had once been a scene of joy now descended into the depths of despair. "Baka, this woman didn't leave. She snuck back. How cruel. Who could have anticipated this?" It was Mei Chuan Kuzi's carelessness. All she needed to do was take a look around before opening the door. Truly a foolish woman. Dragging our Cherry Blossom Nation down with her. It's over, it's over. Our national fortune is set to plummet below 60. And we shall bear a tremendous penalty like the Kimchi Nation. Meanwhile, the remaining Chosen Ones received 2 announcements almost simultaneously. Chosen one of the Cherry Blossom Nations. Mei Chuan Kuzi has died. Comprehensive assessment. Cherry Blossom Nation's national fortune decreased by 15 points, currently at 50 points. The intelligence of the entire Cherry Blossom Nation has decreased by 10. Chosen one of the Pottery Bowl Nation, Kiers, has died. Comprehensive assessment. Pottery Bowl Nation's national fortune decreased by 15 points, currently at 45 points. The physical constitution of the entire Pottery Bowl Nation has decreased by 10, and all resources have diminished by 10. Chapter 81. Unveiling Deception. Su Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the announcement before him. He had previously disseminated information through Longhua, and it was evident that most of the Chosen Ones were already aware of the time traps and food traps. The continuous deaths at this juncture could only signify one thing. The delivery was perilous, likely riddled with pitfalls. He scrutinized the food he was about to order on his phone, ultimately deciding to delete some items, settling for half portions of each. It amounted to precisely 10 yuan, allowing him to utilize a red envelope for payment. By conserving funds, he could place several orders and seek patterns. At this moment, every penny counted. With a decisive tap, Su Chen submitted his order. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the door. He cautiously approached, peering through the peephole, just like the other Chosen Ones. The visitor was the same graceful woman. However, this time she stood quite close to the door, allowing Su Chen only a glimpse of her face. She was stunning. Upon the first sight, his heart inexplicably quickened, and he felt a strong affinity, even an impulse to open the door and draw nearer. Yet, in an instant, clarity returned. His mental acuity far surpassed that of the average person, and he quickly recognized the unusual state he found himself in. Good heavens, how treacherous! He almost fell into her trap. No wonder so many had perished. Who could withstand such a test? He silently scoffed. "Mr. Su, are you home? Your delivery has arrived." As Su Chen mused, the soft, enticing voice drifted in from outside. Although her words initially sounded entirely ordinary, they took on a suggestive quality when delivered in such a dulcet tone, hinting at an alternative meaning to her mention of delivery. A jolt coursed through Su Chen, awakening a certain mysterious force that lay dormant within him. This woman exuded an eerie charm. She was certainly no ordinary delivery person. Having reached a conclusion, he nonetheless adhered to the rules and inquired, "And you are?" "Mr. Su, I am your delivery person. Please open the door. Your food will be unpleasant if it cools down." The sultry tone returned. Su Chen frowned. Indeed, this individual was no legitimate delivery person. This was disastrous. This order would surely be void. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Since all Chosen Ones were forcibly separated to face challenges alone, the realm of rules would undoubtedly ensure that everyone encountered the same trials. This meant those who had perished earlier may have faced this very woman outside his door. A plan began to form. Longhua officials, I suspect that some of the earlier deceased Chosen Ones may have met their demise at the hands of this woman. If my conjecture is correct, please remain silent. If I am mistaken, kindly provide me with all existing information. Su Chen retreated to his bedroom, shutting the door firmly and speaking to the air. The soundproofing in his room was excellent. The woman outside would certainly not hear him. A minute passed without any notification from the officials. He realized he was right. There was something amiss, and the third rule held true. Wow, I must admit, Su Chen truly knows how to exploit glitches, cleverly securing an opportunity for hits. The governing rules of this realm must be at a loss. What could they say? It was simply that Su Chen possessed greater strength than others, always able to unearth hidden regulations ahead of time. If not, why hadn't the competitors from other nations found glitches? Surely, their hint opportunities had long been exhausted. It was a logical conclusion. Everything stemmed from Chen superior capabilities. Yet, despite his newfound awareness of the woman's danger, what could he do? The issue of food remained unresolved, and his pantry was nearly bare. Do not worry, trust in Chen. I believe he will devise a solution. The discussions among the Longwa populace were fervent. At that moment, Chen stepped out of his bedroom and approached the front door once more. The woman continued her relentless knocking, uttering words that stirred the imagination. Peering through the peephole again, he resolved to observe her closely for any clues. Miss, are you certain you have tea delivered to the wrong door? My app indicates that my order has yet to arrive. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Not at all. There has been no mistake. Perhaps a malfunction with the app. Sir, if you open the door, you can confirm it. Very well, to ensure you are not a fraud. Please step back so I can see the delivery. If it is indeed mine, I shall open the door. Of course, sir. The woman readily complied, stepping back gracefully while holding up the delivery bag for Chen to inspect. At that moment, Chen activated his innate skill, capturing every detail of the woman in his mind. He began analyzing every aspect of her appearance. The food items were as expected, precisely what he had ordered. The woman's physique was well-toned, lacking excess weight, with notably developed thigh muscles, suggesting a regular fitness regimen. However, in comparison to himself, she was still lacking. In a confrontation, she would hold no advantage. Her bright eyes and earnest expression seemed to convey sincerity, and her micro-expressions indicated she harbored no ill intentions. Yet, there remained the possibility that she was skilled enough to mask her true emotions. All right, you can lower the bag now. Chen gestured for her to place the delivery box down, as it obstructed his view of her entirely. Very well, I shall say there are no issues. The woman promptly set down the delivery bag. Suddenly, Chen's pupils dilated as he detected an anomaly. The weight of the food container was unusual. He had ordered only half portions to save money, so the box should have been light. The manner in which she set down the bag indicated a discrepancy. More critically, as her arm lowered, the loose sleeves of her clothing revealed something protruding, clearly not her arm. To Chen, it resembled a hard object, perhaps a metal rod. This was serious trouble. Sir, you have seen, there is no issue. Please open the door. The woman urged impatiently. Chapter 82. The strange news program. Is this takeout not a half portion? I ordered a half portion. Oh, I see. We didn't notice and mistakenly packed a full portion. You needn't worry. You won't be charged extra. The woman smiled sweetly. Wow, so generous. It makes me suspect you might be a scammer. How about this? You follow my instructions, perform a few actions, and then I might believe you. What actions? The other party grew increasingly impatient. Roll up both your sleeves, Chen said with a grin. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression changed drastically, but only for a moment before she regained her composure. Sir, you jest. You, a grown man, fear that a weak woman like me is a scammer? However, if you don't trust me, there is nothing I can do. How about this? I'll leave the takeout outside your door, and you can collect it later. The tone of her voice was slightly irked. Fine, just leave it outside, Chen replied. Soon, the sound of the takeout being placed down and the click of her high heels walking away echoed outside. However, Chen did not open the door to retrieve his meal. Since he had determined that something was amiss, he certainly would not open the door. Moreover, the suggestion to leave the food outside was hers, which could very well be a devious ploy. He needed to be cautious. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen. He called out towards the door, "Stop hiding. Come out. I know you've returned." Silence ensued outside, with no response. Oh, still silent? What are you pretending for? I can hear your footsteps, and your dark feet are showing. Chen continued. Yet, there was still no reply. You can wait all you want, but I will not open the door. With that, Chen walked back to the living room, reclined on the sofa, and turned on the television, cranking up the volume to create a facade of watching TV. Nevertheless, his ears were attuned to any sounds outside. Minutes passed, and the outside remained eerily quiet. Chen furrowed his brow. Could he have misjudged? Had the woman truly left? Just then, a loud, frantic knocking echoed. Fine, don't come out. If you have the guts, stay in there forever. Starve to death, you scoundrel. Oh, not hiding anymore. Chen chuckled as he approached the door and peered through the peephole. The woman could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. She was furiously banging on the door as if it concealed her father's murderer. Still not leaving? Planning to camp out here? Don't get too cocky. We might just blacklist you and never deliver to you again. Let us see what you eat then. Stop with the nonsense. If you could blacklist me, you would have done so already. Why bother threatening me? Just let me starve, and it would be a clean end. Chen replied, chuckling. From the woman's words, it was clear she harbored intense animosity towards him. Although he was oblivious to the source of her resentment, it did not hinder his deductions. If she truly had the means to starve him, she would not waste time talking, but would act directly. Thus, He paid no heed to her threats. "Open the door, you scoundrel." The woman was becoming increasingly deranged. "Crazy. Keep banging. Do as you wish. You're the crazy one. Your whole family is insane," she screamed, her voice tearing through the silence. Chen frowned and directly retreated to the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Instantly enveloped in tranquility, the soundproofing was indeed excellent. He then took out his phone and ordered from another restaurant, just in case. Once he completed that order, he waited for the app to notify him that the delivery was on its way before placing another order from a different eatery. This way, he could prevent that lunatic woman from intercepting his delivery. He could also use this to analyze the situation further. After placing the orders, Chen stepped out of the bedroom. The front door was now quiet. He leaned in to peek through the peephole, seeing that the outside was completely empty. The takeout that had been left on the ground had also vanished. Evidently, the woman had taken it as well. She was indeed intent on starving him. Resigned, he sank back onto the sofa, watching the television with little enthusiasm while awaiting his food. After a morning of turmoil, the clock had passed noon, and his stomach was already grumbling. He was so hungry that he nearly succumbed to devouring the remaining instant noodles. It had been nearly 24 hours since he entered this bizarre world, and he had consumed only one pack of instant noodles. Naturally, he was quite hungry. Suddenly, a midday news segment on the television piqued his interest. It reported that all the doctors at a certain neurology hospital in a particular city had mysteriously vanished overnight. The police had been investigating for days without any leads, as if these individuals had simply disappeared into thin air. Chen furrowed his brow. This incident sounded eerily strange. Coupled with his current environment, he could not help but suspect that these doctors might be connected to this particular scenario. He glanced at the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. It appeared to suggest that the disappearance occurred on the evening of August 28, 20XC. Chen narrowed his eyes. That date coincided precisely with his own entry into the zoo. According to his conjecture, the timelines within this bizarre world appeared to be interconnected. Based on this logic, once he completed the zoo scenario, the rules would prepare for the next segment, which could explain the abduction of those doctors. Thus, it seemed that the key to unraveling the situation might indeed be tied to this incident. Chen straightened up, ready to delve deeper into the news report. However, the news abruptly cut off. Today, the police revealed that they have discovered new clues from the hospital's patient registration forms, but the specifics cannot be disclosed at this time. We will report as soon as the police have further developments. Please stay tuned for our midday news. After this announcement, the host switched to a segment about a dog biting a person. Chen was left speechless. Just as he was prepared to listen intently, it was abruptly over. It seemed imperative to keep an eye on the midday news for the next few days. He had a strong intuition that the key to solving the mystery was undoubtedly linked to this news. At that moment, there was a series of knocks at the door. Chen stood up and approached the entrance, knowing that his food had arrived. Peering through the peephole, he saw that the delivery person had changed. It was a rather burly man, not the crazed woman from before. Chen let out a sigh of relief. It appeared his suspicions were correct. Not all deliveries were made by that woman. This world still adhered to the logic of the normal world, allowing for the replacement of NPCs rather than solely relying on one character for deliveries. Who is it? The delivery person. Your takeout has arrived. Please open the door. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart sank. Damn it, another imposter. Moreover, the man's physique seemed intimidating. Most importantly, this order was now void. Just leave it at the door. Chen was unwilling to engage in further conversation, having already discerned the other party's dubious nature. That is not possible. We have regulations that require it to be delivered directly to the customer. The man refused. Oh, then I don't want it. Just throw it away. Chen replied coldly. That is not acceptable. You need to open the door. Don't waste my time. The man's tone was domineering. Damn you, imposter. Get lost. If you want to wait, then wait outside. Fire surged within Chen. Chapter 83. An unexpected turn of events once again. The order had failed, leaving him in a foul mood. To make matters worse, the persistent man outside continued to interrupt his thoughts, inciting his ire. As he witnessed Chen's transformation from calm to agitated, the man outside ceased his pretense and began to pound on the door with forceful blows. The sound echoed like thunder, threatening to dislodge the door from its hinges. Yet, Chen remained unperturbed. This world abided by rules. And the stipulation was clear. Under no circumstances should the door be opened. Thus, the intruder could not breach his sanctuary. Ignoring the ruckus, Chen reclined on the sofa and ordered another meal. However, his expression darkened further as he contemplated the trajectory of his dwindling red envelope balance, which would surely fail to sustain him for a week. Troubles were multiplying. After a while, the incessant knocking subsided, likely because the burly man realized that Chen would not yield, prompting him to abandon the futile endeavor. Suddenly, the knocking resumed, catching Chen's attention. He furrowed his brow, ready to unleash a tirade, but quickly noticed the gentler tone of the knocks, suggesting it was not the same individual. Checking his phone, he confirmed that the delivery of his third order had arrived. Nonetheless, he remained sprawled on the sofa, convinced that this order would likely meet the same fate as the previous ones. "Who is it?" he called out, adhering to the rules of inquiry. "It's the delivery person. Your order has arrived." "Oh, I don't want it. Please leave." "Sir, are you jesting with us at Baalim? Don't pretend. We know you're not genuine. Just leave." Chen replied with irritation. "Very well, I shall report this to my company, and you will be blacklisted from our app." "Ah, I'm terrified," Chen retorted sarcastically. At this, the delivery person outside was rendered speechless, choosing not to engage further and departing instead. Chen mused internally, appreciating the delivery person's cleverness in avoiding unnecessary confrontation. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. He picked it up and, in an instant, leapt up in surprise. The message was from Baalim. "Dear valued user, due to your repeated order refusals and numerous complaints, your red envelope balance has been cleared. All currently active orders have also been cancelled." Stunned, Chen gaped at the screen. Was it possible that the delivery person had spoken the truth? How could a mere impersonator wield such power? Were these individuals truly delivery personnel, and if so, why did they bear animosity towards him? This turn of events had shattered his plans. Without the red envelope, he was left penniless in this bizarre world. Previously, he had searched his home using his innate skills, but had found no money. Was this truly a dead end? Would he have to rely solely on the food in his refrigerator to survive? His countenance grew increasingly grim as he acknowledged the lack of viable solutions. His only recourse was to resist the contamination from the refrigerator's food with his formidable mental fortitude. Cursing his misjudgment, he lamented not having opened the door for that attractive woman. At that moment, he could have utilized his strength and agility to subdue her if necessary. Just as Chen resolved to confront the contamination by raiding the refrigerator, his phone chimed once more. Ding dong. The crisp notification interrupted his motion, and he paused, puzzled about the sender. Upon checking, his face shifted from confusion to astonishment, followed by uncontainable joy. "Dear Principal Sue, as you have failed to submit your bank account information to the organization, we have procured one for you. Your card number is password, and last month's salary has been deposited into your account." What a revelation. Could it be that these realms were indeed interconnected? Chen's astonishment knew no bounds. Although he had speculated previously, this message confirmed his suspicions. He swiftly dialed the bank's customer service, and with the automated instructions, he quickly checked his balance. A staggering 100,000 yuan. Wealth had suddenly graced him. Chen had previously dismissed the significance of the money, thinking he could not take it from the zoo. To his surprise, the sum was substantial. With such funds, he could easily order 100 meals daily. Perhaps, through sheer numbers, he could unveil the truth behind the rules. Without hesitation, he linked his bank card to the payment app and began placing orders on Baalim at an astonishing pace, every 5 minutes. After 10 orders, the knocking resumed. Engrossed in placing orders, he did not look up but casually asked, "Who is it?" "It's the delivery person." "Oh, you can leave now." "Delivery person? Sir, if you misuse our red envelopes to place malicious orders, we will clear your balance." "Fine, I don't care." Moments later, another knock echoed. "Sir, I am the delivery person. Your order has arrived." "I don't want it. Take it back." "Utilizing our system's red envelope. I have money. I can do as I please." Chen interrupted, cutting off the delivery person's preamble. As time passed, more delivery personnel gathered outside, some even engaging in conversation. "What is happening? Why are you all waiting?" This guy inside 1T opened the door. "Didn't you tell him that maliciously using red envelopes would result in a balance clearance? This fellow seems quite wealthy. He is not short on funds." Yet, they persisted, knocking on the door. "Stop knocking. I'm not deaf. I can hear you. Do you take me for a fool? Just leave," Chen declared, revealing his hand. Before long, an increasing number of delivery personnel congregated outside, forming what resembled a football team. Viewers from Dragon Country were left in disbelief. Is this truly a viable tactic? Were they employing sheer numbers? They had been alarmed when their red envelopes were cleared, but now realized the zoo had compensated them. Who would have imagined they were in the same world? Impressed, Chen never failed to astonish. "Brothers, I see that many competitors have had their balances cleared. Shall we share this live stream of Chen's antics with them? Haha, that brother upstairs is quite mischievous, but I like it. Hurry and share. Give us the link so we can support you." Upon hearing of an opportunity to see their rivals humbled, the viewers from Dragon Country erupted with excitement. Chapter 84. A turning point. The authorities did not impose strict restrictions on these netizens. Instead, they intentionally unlocked the screen recording feature for a limited time. providing an open avenue for users. Before long, a recording of Chen's live stream appeared on various foreign platforms, including Twitter and YouTube. Due to the inclusion of keywords related to Chen from the Dragon Nation and the enthusiastic shares and likes from local viewers, the video quickly went viral. As a result, a multitude of international viewers commented extensively on the video. The self-proclaimed clever citizens of the Dragon Nation dare to place so many orders. They must be unaware of the penalties for refusing orders. Their red envelopes will be emptied. Laughter ensued, with many expressing a desire to witness the expressions of the Dragon Nation's people once Chen's red envelopes were indeed cleared. I told you, the Dragon Nation's luck will soon run out. Look, Chen has exposed his foolish side. One user boldly declared, "Hello, I am from the Dragon Nation, and I can confirm that Chen's red envelope has been emptied." This comment quickly garnered a plethora of likes and responses, rising to the top of the thread. I told you, Chen is truly dim-witted. Let's see how the Dragon Nation handles this. It's game over for Chen, whether he eats food from the fridge or not. He is doomed. Others chimed in, contrasting the perceived weakness of the Dragon Nation with their own nations. Unlike the frail citizens of the Dragon Nation, we from Kangaroo Country are robust. Our competitors boldly snatched takeout right from the hands of that woman, and now they are feasting heartily. As the international bickering intensified, another comment surged to the forefront. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the zoo paid Chen a salary of 100,000 yuan. So he certainly has the means to order takeout and experiment. This comment silenced the previously boastful international audience, leaving them stunned as if they had swallowed something unpleasant. What good is that? With Chen's small stature, it doesn't matter how much money he has if he lacks the courage to seize what he wants. Even as some foreign viewers continued to argue, the situation took a turn by 5 in the afternoon. The individual delivering takeout to the competitor from Kangaroo Country was the same burly man who had brought Chen his second order. It became evident that the rules of the game were fair, with all competitors encountering the same NPCs. However, the Kangaroo Country's Abanis, having learned from earlier experiences, was prepared to make his move. With unwavering confidence, he flung open the door and launched a surprise punch. Just as his fist was about to connect with the opponent's chin, the burly man countered, delivering a swift kick to Abanis' abdomen. The impact sent Abanis hurtling backward, rolling across the floor until he finally collided with the wall. Dazed and in excruciating pain, he lost all capacity to resist. Pathetic, the burly man spat, stepping forward with a menacing grin and delivering a crushing blow to Abanis' head. A sickening crack echoed through the air. The chosen one from Kangaroo Country has perished. Comprehensive evaluation, 15 points deducted from Kangaroo Country's national fortune. Remaining points, 45. Kangaroo Country's territory submerged by 10. A death announcement suddenly flashed before all chosen ones. Meanwhile, John from the Ugly Country was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the burly man. Fortunately, being a boxer, John held his own against the formidable opponent. However, realizing he could not subdue John, the burly man angrily snatched up the takeout bag and departed. Immediately, the discourse on Twitter shifted dramatically. Aren't you from Kangaroo Country so arrogant? Go ahead and try to snatch another. And to the Ugly Country, are you really going to starve now? How foolish. To think you could enjoy free meals in a world of strange tales. Don't celebrate too soon, Dragon Nation. Even if Chen has money, he won't be able to eat. We all start from the same starting line. The topic surrounding Chen became increasingly heated on foreign forums. Unbeknownst to him, Chen remained tirelessly placing orders, convinced that this instance must have a solution. Suddenly, Chen's alarm went off, startling him. He quickly silenced it, glancing at his phone to discover it was 6 in the evening. Just as he feared, based on previous experiences, the clothes in his wardrobe were likely to change color, and the entire room would soon be in jeopardy. Without delay, he hurried to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe door. To his surprise, the red dress still hung there, indicating that the next 12 hours would remain safe. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. Had time somehow gone awry? He checked online and found no discrepancies. It seemed his earlier assumptions were incorrect. The wardrobe's color changes were entirely random and lacked any discernible pattern. Nevertheless, this was a relief. As he continued to experiment with takeout orders, during this safe time frame, he felt a sense of reassurance. Just then, a knock resonated once more. Chen sighed and casually asked, "Who is it?" However, no response came, and the knocking persisted. His pupils dilated in sudden realization. This person was unlike any of the delivery workers he had encountered throughout the day. They did not answer. Rushing to the door, he peered through the peephole. Upon seeing the figure, he furrowed his brow in disbelief. It was indeed the same delivery girl from the beginning, but this time she wore a different outfit, a JK top and white stockings. This new attire transformed her demeanor entirely, making her appear exceedingly cute and innocent. Who are you? Su Chen inquired again, attempting to probe. The girl did not respond verbally. Instead, she used her free left hand to make several gestures. Su Chen, unable to comprehend, watched as she drew a five-pointed star in the air with her left hand. A jolt coursed through Su Chen's body, her state perfectly aligned with the fourth rule. Yet, he knew that the fourth rule bore a resemblance to the handwriting of the rule that claimed to return on the night of the soul. Doubt flickered in his mind. Chapter 85. While you dine on meager fare, I indulge in hot pot nevertheless. In retrospect, this peculiar situation marked the sole deviation he experienced throughout an otherwise monotonous day of probing. Had he not dared to take this risk, his efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, upon closer observation, Su Chen noted that his counterpart was unarmed this time. Given the latter's stature, Su Chen felt no apprehension should a confrontation arise. Ultimately, he steeled himself and resolved to take a chance. Please place the delivery on the ground, Su Chen instructed. The woman nodded obediently upon hearing his words, promptly placing the food on the floor before turning to leave without any hesitation. As the sound of her footsteps faded into the distance, Su Chen swiftly dashed into the kitchen to retrieve a broom. It was better to err on the side of caution. With determination, he opened the door, stepped back a couple of paces, and skillfully hooked the takeout bag onto the broom handle, utilizing the broom's length to his advantage. Simultaneously, he activated his innate abilities to their fullest. Eyes fixed on the entrance, muscles taut, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. However, until he secured the delivery and locked the door, nothing untoward transpired. Remarkably, everything had gone smoothly. Su Chen found himself marveling at this unexpected turn of events. Deep down, he had always believed that the fourth rule, inscribed in a bizarre script, would undoubtedly be a trap. Yet the reality before him contradicted that notion, as no peril had manifested. What perplexed him further was the stark contrast in behavior from the same delivery person. Previously, they had seemed intent on his demise, yet now they dutifully delivered his meal. It was all so bewildering. After bringing the food to the dining table, he indulged heartily, having gone nearly 24 hours without sustenance. Once satisfied, he retrieved his phone to place another order, partly because he was still hungry, and partly due to the need for further experimentation. While waiting for the new delivery, he mentally reviewed all the rules he had encountered. It appeared his earlier suspicions were confirmed. The rules inscribed in that strange manner were not necessarily false. As for the rules written in another script, he had yet to encounter any contradictions, suggesting they were likely authentic. However, the reason behind the mixed veracity of the bizarrely inscribed rules eluded him entirely. It seemed imperative to explore alternative options the following day, and perhaps the midday news could serve as a crucial lead. Soon enough, a knock echoed through the door once more. Who is it? Su Chen inquired from behind the barrier. As before, silence ensued. He speculated that the visitor might be an acquaintance, likely to replicate the previous woman's actions. Hurrying a few steps, he peered through the peephole and confirmed his suspicion. The imposing figure from earlier in the day stood before him, gesturing with his free hand, then drawing a pentagram in the air with his arm. Though a sigh of relief escaped Su Chen, he refrained from hastily opening the door, firmly imprinting caution in his mind. Just leave the delivery at the door, he instructed. The man nodded and promptly set the takeout down before turning to leave. Once the footsteps faded, Su Chen employed the same tactic as before, using the broom to retrieve the bag. Once again, no unforeseen events transpired. This time, Su Chen began to formulate a bold hypothesis. Perhaps everything was time-dependent. The delivery person seemed perilous during the day, yet relatively benign at night. It was conceivable that chosen ones could stockpile resources under the cover of darkness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had overlooked an important detail. The dress in the cupboard was red, and the house was currently in a state of safety. Could this condition be significant, given the bizarre nature of this world? The solution could not be so straightforward. It was likely a trap designed to mislead chosen ones into believing that ordering food at night was safe, only to face dire consequences the following evening. If it were merely a matter of daytime danger and nighttime safety, then some chosen ones might have already tested this theory by ordering food directly the previous day. Such a simplistic resolution seemed implausible. The bizarre nature of this realm would not allow chosen ones an easy passage. Thus, the conclusion crystallized: food could only be ordered during safe hours, and specifically at night. With this realization, Su Chen embarked on a frenzied procurement of supplies, as no one could ascertain when such an opportunity might arise again. Before long, the deliveries arrived in succession, with the delivery personnel behaving as the previous two had, dutifully following Su Chen's instructions. Among them was a notably slender individual, whom Su Chen deemed non-threatening, and he directly opened the door to accept the delivery. To his relief, everything proceeded as anticipated. However, Just as he prepared to close the door, the individual obstructed his path. This sudden action nearly provoked Chen to respond with force. Fortunately, the person did not threaten him, but instead withdrew their hand from the door and began gesturing. Chen stared for a moment, utterly perplexed. "Brother, please stop gesturing. I cannot comprehend," Chen exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the individual's demeanor dimmed, and they bowed slightly before turning to leave. Chen shut the door, bewildered by the encounter but choosing not to dwell on it, for many matters demanded his attention. After ensuring he had gathered enough supplies, Chen emptied the contents of his refrigerator into a large bag and discarded it outside his door. Just as he was about to close the door, an idea struck him. He reached into the bag and retrieved a package of meat. This item might prove useful for testing additional rules, he mused. He placed the small package back in the refrigerator and then ordered another meal, instructing the delivery person to dispose of the large bag of peculiar food outside. With his hunger addressed, Chen finally allowed the tension that had gripped him throughout the day to dissipate. It was time to reward himself. He retrieved an induction cooker from the kitchen and set it on the dining table, filling a pot with water to boil. He then tossed in the hot pot base he had purchased, determined to enjoy a lavish night of indulgence with delicious ingredients like tender beef, lamb, tripe, shrimp, and more. In that moment, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. This scene left the audience in Longwa utterly astonished. Chapter 86. The Dragon Kingdom finally takes pride. I never anticipated that Chen could enjoy hot pot in such a bizarre world. While John from the neighboring ugly country munched on 2 hamburgers in a day, our Chen was indulging in hot pot. The contrast is stark. It's laughable. Other nations are still struggling with basic sustenance, while Chen has already stepped into a moderate prosperity. Indeed, there's nothing Chen cannot achieve. He perpetually brings us delightful surprises. I can't contain my excitement any longer, my friends. I've decided to record this moment and share it online for the world to see. Support this, let us share it. This time, the Dragon Kingdom's officials were equally cooperative, swiftly granting the recording permissions. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom hurriedly captured Chen relishing hot pot and uploaded the video online. At that moment, a video of Chen from earlier in the day was still trending on the platform, inciting fervent discussions. Subsequently, another video of Chen emerged, instantly going viral once more across the globe within just an hour. After all, while competitors from other countries were enduring meager meals, our Chen was enjoying hot pot and singing. The contrast is simply overwhelming. How can we allow other nations to exist in such a state? Moreover, how did he manage to solve the takeaway issue? Foreigners were utterly speechless. However, the silence of foreigners did not deter the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom from celebrating. What about the folks from Kangaroo Country? Where are your zero-cost purchase competitors? We truly envy John from the ugly country, who finds satisfaction in just 2 hamburgers a day. Such dedication to dieting is indeed admirable. Breaking news, a romantic country competitor, having exhausted their red envelope, has resorted to eating from the fridge. I bet he won tea last 3 days. You can be bolder. I wager 50 cents he won tea survived 2 days. You all are too timid. I bet $1 he won tea make it through the night. Not for the sake of winning, just for the thrill. The enthusiasm of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens left other nations feeling as if they had choked on something unpleasant, rendering them speechless. Ultimately, they begrudgingly returned to their own live streams, venting their frustrations at their chosen competitors. Useless. Truly useless. Look at Chen, and then at yourselves. Pathetic. When has our ugly country ever endured such humiliation? It's utterly disgraceful. Let us stop the insults. If John can survive and succeed, we will be grateful. By the way, officials should quickly arrange for spies to gather intelligence on Chen to see how he procured his supplies. It is indeed humiliating that our powerful ugly country is being thwarted by the outdated firewall of the Dragon Kingdom. Are the technical staff of the ugly country all fools? On the other hand, several nations that had opened their live streaming permissions observed Chen's extensive procurement of supplies. Although they did not comprehend his reasoning for hoarding materials, this did not prevent them from promptly informing their own competitors. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Chen, who can afford to take unlimited risks. Their own competitors were nearing starvation. Soon, the competitors from these nations received notifications detailing Chen's every move, with Chen's exemplary conduct to emulate. The survival probabilities of their own competitors were bound to increase significantly. Subsequently, these nations began sending valuable gifts to the Dragon Kingdom. They recognized Chen's worth. In their eagerness to cling to Chen's coattails, mere money was inconsequential. The Dragon Kingdom graciously accepted these gifts. But it wasn't long before they reciprocated with even greater generosity. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. The Dragon Kingdom, rich in cultural heritage, would never stoop to the level of those uncouth nations that seize opportunities for exploitation. Since ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom has adhered to the principle of treating others with respect. If someone disrespects us, we shall respond in kind. Under these circumstances, the loyalty of these nations deepened. Unbeknownst to them, the international standing of the Dragon Kingdom rose yet again, unassailable. Shortly thereafter, a series of powerful nations, led by the Ugly Country, obtained intelligence regarding Chun's exploits through espionage. Unfortunately, most of these nations had already exhausted their notification opportunities. Only the Ugly Country and the Yinger Empire retained their chances. Thus, these two nations hurriedly contacted their competitors to share all the information they had gleaned. That night, the informed competitors frantically procured supplies. Those who had not received the notifications, save for a few fortunate ones who happened to order a hearty meal that evening, were largely left to starve, with some even resorting to raiding their fridges in desperation. Truly, some rejoiced while others despaired. However, there is no denying that the Dragon Kingdom was the most jubilant. After all, Chun is extravagantly generous. It is worth mentioning that during this night, an anomaly occurred. John from the Ugly Country, while placing his second takeaway order, encountered the same burly man again. At that moment, having received an official notification, he let his guard down and failed to glance through the peephole. It was only upon opening the door and seeing the man's face that he was taken aback. Startled, he instinctively threw a punch at the man's face. The man, caught off guard by John's sudden attack, stumbled back. In an instant, the previously amiable giant's demeanor changed. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rose to his feet, and flexed his muscles before launching himself at John. At that moment, John regretted his actions, knowing that the official notification indicated this was a safe time. Yet, due to his professional instincts, he had attacked reflexively. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sorry, just as he began to apologize, the giant was already upon him. A fist the size of a cooking pot came crashing toward his chin. Fortunately, as a professional competitor, John managed to evade the blow just in time. However, the next moment, another fist loomed large before him. With a resounding thud, the burly man's left fist struck John squarely on the nose. The sound of cracking bone echoed. Blood gushed forth, and John's hefty form was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Reeling from the blow, John's vision darkened, and blood and tears streamed down his face. He leaned against the wall, trying to rise, but dizziness caused him to lose his balance and fall again. In that moment, despair washed over him. He realized that due to his negligence, he had sustained serious injuries. In this state, his opponent could easily finish him off. The audience from the Ugly Country shared in John's dismay. Witnessing the entire ordeal left them utterly disheartened. Damn, did John train his brain into muscle? It was clearly stated that this was a safe time, yet he still attacked. If you're going to strike, at least commit fully. Instead, he is just standing there waiting to be hit. Such foolishness. It's over. Our Ugly Country is doomed. How could such a simpleton exist? Sun on the beach. We must ensure that John's entire family pays the price for our Ugly Country's disgrace. I know John's address. We must go for zero-cost purchases. No, we must go for revenge for our nation. Brother upstairs, take me with you. Chapter 87. Lost in imagination just as the audience from the Ugly Country prepared to visit John's house for a $0 shopping spree, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The burly man did not charge forward to kill John as everyone anticipated. Instead, he spat at him and turned to leave with the takeout in hand. After a long wait, the anticipated iron fist did not fall. John finally caught his breath, opened his eyes, and surveyed his surroundings. The man had already departed. Seeing this, he let out a long sigh of relief, secretly grateful to have survived this ordeal. It seemed that at this moment, he was indeed safe. After some time, John managed to regain his composure. He first tended to his injured nose using his professional experience, then tidied up his home, recalling the rule that emphasized the importance of cleanliness. Once everything was in order, he began to reflect on the earlier confrontation. He felt something was off, and, after much contemplation, a realization struck him. The opponent's left hand was clearly more agile and powerful than the right. He was a left-handed fighter. This was likely why John had managed to dodge the first punch despite being caught off guard. However, a puzzling question arose. During the day, the man had seemed to be right-handed. John was utterly baffled. A night passed swiftly. On the third morning, Chun was once again awakened by the bothersome alarm clock. Slightly grumpy, he scratched his head, attempting to tame his tousled hair. Slipping into his slippers, he trudged towards the wardrobe. Upon opening it, he found the same red long dress inside. This sight jolted him into a bit more awareness. It was rather unusual. 3 consecutive moments of safety seemed inconsistent with the typical nature of this bizarre world. Logically, the rule-based world would not grant the chosen one an extended period of safety unless it harbored malevolent intentions. Perhaps, after today, the remaining moments would be fraught with danger. Never mind, I'll face whatever comes, Chen mumbled to himself as he lazily turned towards the bathroom. After a quick shower, he emerged wrapped in a towel, toothbrush in mouth, looking fully awake now. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped out of the bathroom, the live broadcast from the old rule-based world resumed. The many young women from Long Country gaped in awe, thoroughly entranced. Initially, they had risen early to watch the live stream, appearing somewhat sleepy. But they were taken aback by the sudden treat from the rule-based world. After the system enhancements, Chen's physique was astonishingly sculpted, complementing his delicate features, igniting a fervor among countless young hearts. Mom, don't ask why I'm glued to the screen. I've fallen in love. Oh my. I can even imagine my husband's physique through the towel. Hurry home, darling. I've prepared an oyster feast for you. Hey, put on some pants upstairs. That is my husband. Can women even climb? True love is between men. Real men should duel. Oh, Supreme Rule, I adore you. I'll give you 5 stars, no? 10 stars. Yes, I'll give the Supreme Rule 1,000 stars, hoping for more excitement next time. Just as the fans from Long Country reveled in their collective joy, an announcement from the highest rule appeared in the Long Country live stream. Thank you to the audience of Long Country for your enthusiasm. As a reward, there will be more excitement tomorrow. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, if tomorrow brings this spectacle, you shall be my father." Can the Rule Grandfather live stream during my shower tomorrow? Dear ancestors of the rules, please ensure the live stream of Chen's shower. Ladies, let me rain on your parade. A live shower stream might not pass the review. I advise the Long Country officials to mind their own business. Meanwhile, the paranormal department of Long Country was utterly stunned. Goodness, the cold, rule-based world is starting to have some fun? This is absurd. Old Chen, if the Supreme Rule truly live streams Chen's shower, wouldn't he that contradict our broadcasting regulations? Youngly adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat awkward. Old Chen, while slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and regained his composure. How many times must I tell you to consider issues from multiple perspectives? The crucial point is not Chen's shower, but why the Supreme Rule would take such an action, especially directed solely at Chen. What deeper meaning lies within? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the staff in the room shifted dramatically, their previous amusement replaced by grave concern. Are you suggesting that the Supreme Rule is beginning to exhibit human-like traits? Someone queried in confusion. No, rules are rules. They are but cold instruments. Old Chen shook his head. Then what do you imply? Have you not realized? If the rules are merely cold tools, why would they act in this manner? Is there someone manipulating the rules behind the scenes? Or does this Supreme Rule have a connection to Chen? Old Chen spoke slowly, his words sending a shiver down everyone's spine as they contemplated the implications. A chilling silence enveloped the room. The mere suggestion of a puppet master behind the Supreme Rule was unsettling. What could their purpose be? To toy with the blue star for amusement? Or, if there were no hidden hands, what connection could there be between the rules and Chen? The staff gradually felt the cold sweat pooling at their backs. Meanwhile, in the realm of paranormal events, Chen had just finished washing up and was about to unwrap his towel to change clothes when a chilling voice interrupted him. Chosen one Chen. Do you require the live stream to be disconnected? His hand, which had been loosening the towel, froze as he quickly tightened it. What? The live stream was supposed to be off, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. At the moment you wrapped yourself in the towel and stepped out of the bathroom. The live stream resumed, came the voice. What? Chen was taken aback. You mean to say that while I was admiring my physique in the mirror, it was all broadcast live? This is disastrous. He panicked, realizing that if too many young girls were drawn in, it could be overwhelming. No, after this level is cleared, I must boost my stamina. As Chen lost himself in thought, the audience erupted in laughter, unaware of his internal turmoil. They misinterpreted his dazed expression as shyness, bringing them immense joy. Chapter 88. Consuming the mysterious flesh. Don't worry, darling. Since I've seen your body, I will take responsibility. Be careful not to catch a cold. My love, quickly unwrap that towel and change your clothes. Yes, do hurry. There's no need to be shy. We've seen it all before. Can you all please wipe off the drool and not scare Chen? Be careful, or he might cut the live stream, and then no one will be able to watch. The atmosphere in the live stream room grew increasingly jovial. However, much to the disappointment of the audience, Chen decisively ended the live broadcast to change his attire. When he reappeared on screen, he was thoroughly bundled up, having donned a long-sleeved jacket due to the recent cold, rainy weather. Viewers criticized his overly cautious demeanor for quite some time. After this little farce, Chen prepared a simple bowl of noodles. With his hunger satisfied, he began contemplating his next steps, having resolved the issue of sustenance. Surviving to the seventh day seemed a manageable concern. Yet, an ominous question loomed. Would the seventh day truly be as he feared, a night of resurrection? If so, given his current abilities, he might not be able to face the challenge alone. Thus, remaining locked in his room for 7 days could prove perilous, necessitating an alternative approach to uncover the key to his predicament. At that moment, he recalled the rules regarding outdoor excursions. During the day, do not leave the house. If you wish to go out at other times, avoid 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Believe me, you wouldn't want to be outside then. It is common knowledge that night should be peaceful and serene. Therefore, if you venture out at night, do so quietly. If you reach the entrance without encountering anyone, consider yourself fortunate. You may leave directly. Above all, do not step outside the unit. Perhaps venturing outdoors to investigate the truth was the true path forward. However, this raised another dilemma. The rules regarding going outside contradicted one another, particularly the sixth rule, which was inscribed in a peculiar manner. Without deciphering the authenticity of this rule in advance, stepping outside could lead to dire consequences. From the information at hand, it was clear that the first rule concerning the food in the refrigerator was written by the bizarre entity and was false. The fourth rule, regarding takeout, was also inscribed by the same entity but was true. This blend of truth and deception left Chen in a quandary about the veracity of the outdoor rule. It appeared imperative to grasp the entity's logic to discern what was genuine. Furrowing his brow, Chen pondered this. He then seated himself at the desk in his bedroom, took up a pen, and circled 2 rules on the second note. If you find yourself feeling dizzy or mentally disoriented during my absence, immerse yourself in work. It will keep your mind alert. My graduation project, an oil painting, is only half finished. If you find yourself bored in your spare time, please help me complete it. My great artist, I will reward you. These 2 rules were interconnected, and more importantly, the 13th rule was written by the entity. Perhaps it would be worth taking a risk. Chen's eyes narrowed. According to the rules, his profession could potentially be that of a painter. Thus, if he painted while feeling dizzy, he could verify the authenticity of the 13th rule. If his dizziness subsided after painting, it would indicate that the 13th rule was indeed valid. Conversely, if there was no effect, it would suggest that his profession might not be that of a painter and that the 13th rule was a trap. Simultaneously, Chen felt immense curiosity regarding the reward mentioned in the rules. Could this reward be an item crucial for overcoming the challenges ahead? He mused. Resolute, he decided to give it a try. After 2 nights of rest, his diminished mental strength had fully recovered. With his extraordinary mental fortitude, even if strange occurrences arose or he faced contamination, he believed he could endure without much difficulty. Most importantly, today might be the last moment of safety. If he did not uncover the key to the mystery today, he might never have another opportunity to probe the truth. Thus, Chen approached the refrigerator and retrieved the peculiar meat he had deliberately saved from the previous day. Since the 12th rule's prerequisite was to feel dizzy, consuming the meat he had set aside should trigger something. He took the meat to the kitchen and cut off a small piece. After heating some oil in the pan, he began to fry the meat. This series of actions left the viewers from Long Country utterly astonished, their previous cheerfulness evaporating. What is happening? Is Chen attempting to take his own life? Why is he consuming that sinister meat? Surely he cannot be deliberately increasing the difficulty of the game. Haha. Serves you right for being so arrogant, Long Country. A viewer from Pickled Cabbage Nation, who had sought refuge from natural disasters in Long Country, perhaps influenced by a buff that dulled their wits, could not help but mock. This incited outrage among the Long Country audience, who were already worried for Chen's safety. And they retaliated with a torrent of nationalistic fervor. The moderators of the live stream swiftly intervened, banning the provocateur with a hefty penalty. Returning to the world of the bizarre, after frying the meat, Chen dipped it in some seasoning and popped the small piece into his mouth. After a few chews, he found the texture to be remarkably tender, the meat of excellent quality. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he sensed a slightly sour taste. Had the meat gone off due to prolonged storage? Chen frowned, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, this was merely an experiment, and he would not consume it again, so freshness was of little consequence. After finishing the meat, he reclined on the sofa in the living room, awaiting the effects of the substance to manifest. Before long, a warm sensation began to rise from his abdomen, coursing steadily up his spine. Soon, the warmth surged into his brain, instilling a sense of comfort that nearly elicited a moan from him. Shouldn't this trigger something abnormal? Why does it feel so pleasant? Chen mused. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when he suddenly felt a sharp pang in his head, followed by a wave of throbbing pain. The sensation crashed over him like relentless waves, causing his right ear to ring. This agony persisted for approximately 2 minutes before gradually subsiding, taking several more minutes before it vanished entirely. Yet, although the pain abated, the heaviness in his mind lingered. Chen felt as if his brain were moving sluggishly, as if coated in glue. I consumed only a small amount, and with my heightened mental strength, I reacted so strongly. Surely others would be affected even more severely? Chen contemplated. Chapter 89. The terrifying artwork. Forget it, I won't dwell on that. I must prioritize the task at hand. He felt that his current thought process was rather laborious, so he resolved to refrain from unnecessary speculation. Fortunately, his objective had already been achieved, and there was no need for further mental exertion. By adhering strictly to the stipulated guidelines, the truth could be unveiled. Chen rose and proceeded to the guest room, where he picked up his girlfriend's easel and rummaged through the cabinet for paints. He then carried everything into the bedroom. Setting up the easel, Chen cast a glance at the unfinished painting. The canvas depicted a young girl in a blue dress gazing into a mirror. Strangely, the reflection in the mirror showed a woman clad in a red gown, and the figure in the mirror was evidently incomplete, with only the facial and chest areas painted. Chen's gaze shifted downward, and he examined the title of the artwork, The Self in the Mirror. The name was apt yet somewhat eerie. However, he did not dwell on it for long and began to take over the painting. In his previous life, he had dabbled in painting out of interest, and since this piece only required coloring, the process was quite effortless for him. Before long, he had completed the coloring of the hair, arms, and calves, with the remaining work predominantly focused on the hem of the dress. After Chen's intervention, the girl in the mirror appeared much more vibrant, as if she might leap off the canvas. At that moment, Chen's condition noticeably began to deteriorate. His left hand trembled intermittently, reminiscent of Parkinson's, and his cheeks occasionally quivered. Strangely, he seemed oblivious to these peculiarities, remaining entirely engrossed in augmenting the artwork. His earnestness enough to make even the most diligent exam candidates blush with embarrassment. This continued until he began to color the hem of the dress. Suddenly, his arm stiffened, and a look of confusion crossed his face. He then sprang up abruptly, flipping the easel onto the floor. He stumbled backward, fear etched across his features. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his mind, causing his brow to furrow, as beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. The world momentarily darkened before him, and he nearly collapsed. Hurriedly, he took a couple of steps and sat on the edge of the bed. With both hands clutching his head, he pressed and rubbed his temples in an attempt to alleviate the excruciating pain. As the agony spread, fragmented images began to surface in his mind. He saw himself racing a motorcycle along a mountain road, extravagantly spending money to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman, and even a scene of himself walking resolutely into darkness, turning his back on the world. Chen's fear intensified. This scenario had completely surpassed his expectations. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was indeed remarkable. After a period of struggle, he gradually regained his composure, though his thoughts felt somewhat muddled, and his reactions were slower than usual. How terrifying! If I had realized it even a moment later, I might have been utterly corrupted. Chen reflected. He recalled his previous state and realized that this contamination had occurred insidiously, unlike the blatant and crude manner of the zoo's cognitive pollution. Instead, it felt like a gentle stream, subtly nurturing without drawing attention. However, this did not imply that the artwork's contamination was less dangerous than that of the zoo. In fact, for Chen, this form of contamination was far more lethal. If it had been a direct confrontation, given his extraordinary mental prowess, he would have detected it immediately and, with concentrated effort, could have swiftly extricated himself from the pollution. Yet, this exceedingly subtle and insidious method of contamination managed to bypass his vigilance. To be more precise, Chen's mental strength was akin to a fortified wall, securely protecting him. The zoo's method was like a vast army besieging the city, launching a direct attack. However, Chen's formidable wall rendered him unafraid. Conversely, the artwork's contamination resembled a tunneling approach, circumventing the wall's defenses and striking at the core. Casting a wary glance at the painting, Chen stood and returned it to the guest room. Although this trial had been perilously close to disaster, it had yielded results. At the very least, he had uncovered the 13th rule, revealing that the bizarre writings constituted yet another significant pitfall. The entire reasoning process had shifted once more. Now that he was aware of several false rules in the peculiar writings, the immediate breakthrough lay in deciphering the underlying purpose of these deceptive regulations. What was the logic behind its lethal intent? Seated at his desk, Chen took the sheet of rules and meticulously transcribed the peculiar regulations onto another piece of paper. 1, 4, 6, 9, 13, 14. Among these, apart from the 6th and 9th rules, the authenticity of the others could largely be determined. The first rule regarding food in the refrigerator was false, the fourth concerning takeout was true, and the 13th had just been validated as false. The 14th, referencing the night of resurrection, remained uncertain but was likely true, as there was no apparent reason for the other party to deceive him. Thus, a portion of the logical chain had emerged. From the first rule, one could infer that the anomaly sought to compel him to consume the food from the refrigerator. Yet, the fourth rule directed him to procure takeout. This stark contradiction revealed underlying issues. Looking closely at the content of the fourth rule, it appeared to supplement the third, clarifying the conditions under which it was safe to obtain takeout. The entity's objective was quite simple, to ensure his survival, at least to prevent him from dying at the hands of the delivery person. With this logic in mind, considering the first rule which urged him to eat the food from the refrigerator and reflecting on his reaction after consuming a piece of meat, one could surmise the intention behind it. Since the entity did not wish for him to perish, it was likely attempting to use this meat to contaminate him. Perhaps, once his level of contamination reached a certain threshold, it would achieve some ulterior motive. This notion was corroborated by the 13th rule. Chen felt no imminent threat of death. Instead, he sensed an increasing degree of mental pollution. The images that materialized in his mind substantiated this. Firstly, he could guarantee that he had never engaged in those activities, neither in this life nor in his past. Hence, the entity's purpose might be to reshape his personality into that of another individual. Chen ultimately arrived at this hypothesis, though it remained speculative and unverified for the time being. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. The objectives that had been revealed provided him with enough insight to discern the authenticity of the remaining rules. Chapter 90. The mathematics book in the crevice during the day. It is imperative not to venture outside. At other times, if one wishes to go out, it is advisable to avoid the hours of 6 in the morning and 6 in the evening. Trust me, you would not want to be out at that time. One must never step beyond the unit door. First, let us examine the 6th rule. If the other party wishes to preserve your life, it suggests that this rule is relatively safe and unlikely to lead you into peril. Even if there are traps, they are unlikely to pose a threat to your existence, and are more likely to pertain to psychological matters. Thus, it is permissible to explore outside at night. The 9th rule, although brief, is the most challenging to comprehend, as it can be interpreted in two ways. The first interpretation is that the other party, for some ulterior motive, seeks to ensnare you, unwilling to let you escape, and thus deceives you. The second interpretation is simpler. Stepping outside the unit door may trigger some danger, and the other party, wishing to keep you alive, is merely advising you against it. Both scenarios are highly plausible. However, Chen tends to believe that both interpretations hold some truth. After analyzing all the rules, Chen exhaled deeply. He had finally unraveled the logic to some extent. Although the bizarre motives remained somewhat obscured, this did not deter him from venturing outside. Perhaps once he stepped out, all truths would come to light. He tossed his pen onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and stretched leisurely. With a clatter, the pen rolled across the surface of the table and fell into the crevice between the table and the wall with a thud, landing on the floor below. Seeing this, Chen pushed his chair aside and bent down to retrieve the pen. Just as he grasped it and was about to rise, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a gap between the desk and the wall. His passive ability suddenly activated, and the image within the crevice became startlingly clear in his mind. There appeared to be something within the gap. It resembled books. Chen was taken aback, astonished. This desk resembled a computer desk and had a panel at the bottom with a bookshelf, making it impossible to see the space between the bookshelf and the wall without crouching down. This was precisely why he had failed to notice it during his many days of residence. He stood up and forcefully pushed the desk aside. With his enhanced strength reaching level 8, he found it manageable despite the desk's considerable weight. Once the desk was moved, the contents within the gap between the bookshelf and the wall became increasingly visible. Chen could now confirm that they were indeed books, and many of them at that. He attempted to reach for them, but found his arm insufficiently long. Ultimately, he resorted to a broom, swiftly extracting all the books from the crevice with ease. Rather than hastily perusing the volumes, Chen first examined their exteriors. At first glance, the books appeared pristine, save for the dust accumulated near the floor. This indicated that they had likely been hidden away recently. This piqued Chen's curiosity. There had to be a conspiracy at play. Next, he flipped the books over to inspect their covers and was taken aback. They were all high school mathematics textbooks. Moreover, some notebooks contained lesson plans. Chen's mind raced, and in an instant, he grasped the entire situation. His profession must be that of a mathematics teacher. The 13th rule was clearly designed to mislead him. He then recalled the content of the 12th rule. During my absence, if you feel dazed and mentally disoriented, immersing yourself in work will help keep your mind alert. Given that his mental state had yet to recover, this was the perfect opportunity to test it. If his symptoms lessened, it would affirm that he was indeed a mathematics teacher. Conversely, if not, it would indicate yet another trap. Perhaps he could not fully trust the rules presented in different fonts. Without further ado, Chen seized the lesson plan and, upon understanding the teaching progress, located the corresponding mathematics book and began his study. In his previous life, he had been a science student and had performed admirably as he gazed at the textbook. High school mathematics knowledge gradually crystallized in his mind. A smile graced his lips as he diligently wrote according to the lesson plan's progression. However, he did not immerse himself completely. Having learned from past experiences, he maintained a degree of vigilance, checking his condition every minute. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Kingdom's Supernatural Affairs Department were in a state of shock. Chen's previous actions and irregularities had sent their hearts on a roller coaster ride. It was only when he regained composure that they breathed a sigh of relief. Now, however, Chen fearlessly challenged the rules once more, which filled them with dread. His audacity was remarkable. Having narrowly escaped danger, he dared to try again. Perhaps this is what they meant by great skill begets great courage. If it were me, I would not dare to proceed. I would simply wait until the 7th day and rely on the official analysis. Thus, while sharing the same surname, one is a god, and the other merely a fool. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. At that moment, Shaoli wished to speak, but upon meeting old Chen's focused gaze, he promptly fell silent. Consider the problem from multiple angles. He recalled old Chen's teachings. Consequently, he concentrated intently on analyzing the live stream. Before long, his pupils dilated in shock. Something was amiss. Old Chen, I remember Chen scored only 61 in mathematics during the college entrance examination. He murmured, leaning closer so only the two could hear. Old Chen glanced at Shaoli and chuckled softly. Have you noticed? Shaoli nodded. Based on the information they had gathered, Chen was merely a dropout from a mediocre school. His entrance exam scores were dismal. They had reviewed his results previously. Scoring only 61 in mathematics yet being able to write lesson plans? And quite well at that. This was utterly absurd. When Newton's second law was introduced, I began to harbor doubts. Chen was originally from an arts class and was a poor student. How could he possibly know such things? Now, writing lesson plans was even more astonishing. Old Chen whispered, indeed, why is there such a stark contrast? Shaoli concurred. This is what increasingly baffles me about Chen. Not only this, but there are numerous other perplexing aspects. As they spoke, Old Chen produced an analysis report from his pocket and handed it to Shaoli. Take a look for yourself, then dispose of it after reading. Shaoli nodded eagerly, accepting the report. Upon glancing at it, he was astounded. This report detailed an analysis of Chen's physical condition. Earlier that morning, Chen had only donned a bathrobe while connecting to the live stream, allowing his muscle definition to be scanned thoroughly by Dragon Kingdom's technology. Coupled with his recent performance and comparisons to his activities in the zoo, relevant data was swiftly calculated. The results indicated that within merely 3 days of rest, Chen's strength had increased to at least 1.5 times that of his previous capabilities. This far surpassed the limits of human understanding. Chapter 91. Master the Sciences, Fear Not the World of Strange Tales. Little Li was rendered speechless for a long moment. The revelations he had encountered had utterly shattered his worldview. It appears that Chen harbors many secrets, he mused with a smile. Old Chen remarked. Should we continue our investigation? Upon hearing this, Old Chen cast a sidelong glance at Little Li. Investigate? Use your pig's brain to think. How is it possible for someone to experience such a meteoric rise in power and knowledge within just a few days? Who could bestow such supernatural phenomena upon him? Are you suggesting? Yes, indeed. Therefore, not only should we refrain from any investigation, but we must also assist Chen in concealing his abilities. If any malicious individuals attempt to disseminate information about him, we must ensure they are silenced immediately. I understand. Now, hurry and relay this to the brother departments. Little Li nodded vigorously, signaling his comprehension, before swiftly exiting the conference room. In his bedroom, Chen set aside his pen and paper after working tirelessly for nearly an hour. He leaned back in his chair, stretching and loosening his stiff neck and spine, which cracked in response. How refreshing. I never anticipated this would actually prove beneficial. He chuckled to himself. Upon hearing Chen's declaration, the audience from Dragon Nation fell into stunned silence. Refreshing? Is that truly the case? Could there genuinely be individuals who relish mathematics? Surely not. Brothers, if our math teacher were to witness this live stream, he would be invigorated, bombarding us with messages about the importance of mathematics, proclaiming that mastering the sciences would enable one to traverse the world of strange tales without fear. Incredible. Su Chen can find joy even in solving math problems, truly the god of mathematics. If it were me, I would be snoring within 10 minutes. Not a chance. I would be out in 5 minutes. None of you stand a chance. I could doze off in 3 seconds. My sympathies to the brother above. No, wait. My sympathies to your wife. It feels as if something has rolled across my face. At this moment, after an hour of work, Su Chen found his mind not weary, but rather invigorated. The fog of confusion that had previously clouded his thoughts had dissipated. It seems my hypothesis was correct. My profession in this world must be that of a mathematics teacher, and the 12th rule has been validated without a doubt. This suggests that the alternate handwriting can be conclusively deemed correct. This is indeed good news. However, there remains one aspect that puzzles Su Chen. Why does immersing oneself in mathematical work seem to cleanse his contamination? Is there a hidden truth behind this? Suddenly, Su Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the 10th rule. If wearing a blue dress, please refrain from leaving your bedroom for the next 12 hours. If departure is necessary, silently recite Newton's second law. What logic is there in reciting Newton's second law during a moment of danger? Could there be a connection between this and engaging in mathematical endeavors? After some contemplation, Su Chen concluded that the only commonality between the two lies in their scientific nature. Could it be that science has the power to restrain the bizarre? This seems utterly absurd. Could it be that the strange entity was inept in the sciences during its life, and thus seeks to torment its adversaries with it? How ridiculous! Su Chen chuckled to himself, dismissing this ludicrous notion. Yet, at that moment, another thought crossed his mind. Does painting fall under the realm of the humanities? Previously, as he painted, his contamination had deepened. Could it be that engaging in humanities attracts the bizarre? If this is true, then perhaps my earlier absurd theory holds some merit. Ultimately, Su Chen shook his head, banishing these thoughts from his mind. Such theories are too far-fetched to accept, primarily due to the lack of supporting evidence. Maintaining the cleanliness of his home, Su Chen tidied his desk, arranging his books neatly before heading to the kitchen. With noon approaching and having exerted his mental faculties throughout the morning, he found himself quite hungry. He first rinsed rice and prepared a pot of it. Then, he boiled water, blanched meat, diced it, sautéed spices, and added the meat to cook, all performed with fluid grace. Regardless of how the final dish might taste, Su Chen's professional demeanor and knife skills suggested that he could easily carve out a place for himself as a chef upon leaving the world of strange tales. As the braised pork simmered, he prepared another pot, quickly whipping up a classic dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After all, one cannot enjoy rice without the accompaniment of this quintessential pairing. At this moment, the audience from Dragon Nation found themselves salivating, enticed by Su Chen's culinary prowess. And many began ordering takeout. It was not that they lacked cooking skills or were too lazy to prepare their own meals. Rather, they simply could not bear to tear their eyes away from the screen. A man cooking exudes undeniable charm, especially when he is as handsome as Su Chen. However, there were always dissenters in the live stream, such as the audience from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. It is worth noting that since all other countries had exhausted their opportunities for intervention, Dragon Nation found no need for further precautions. Moreover, with the countries led by the Ugly Nation attacking Dragon Nation's firewall incessantly, the maintenance staff found themselves in a predicament. Ultimately, the higher-ups of Dragon Nation decided to liberate the live stream permissions with a grand gesture. Let those who wish to watch do so, as long as they are not afraid of being vexed by Su Chen. With this decision, the number of viewers in the Dragon Nation live stream surged. Many foreign viewers, intrigued by Su Chen, as well as those whose own champions had been eliminated, flocked to the stream. Consequently, the barrage of comments in the Dragon Nation live stream became even more lively. Wow, my husband is so charming, cooking so handsomely. Forget cooking, just be with me. The aroma wafting from upstairs can be detected from thousands of miles away. Am I the only one who thinks Su Chen's culinary skills are rather mediocre? Compared to our Pickled Vegetable Nation's Park Dandiao, he falls short in knife skills and presentation. I suspect the taste is just as ordinary. I adore how you all, though envious at heart, still attempt to feign indifference. Does that charred lump you made even qualify as braised pork? You all are getting anxious, aren't you? If you can't compete, just admit defeat. Your hearts are truly narrow-minded. We are not anxious at all, especially since some nations have already lost their champions. The audience from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. It seems they were eliminated due to their lust for women. The audience from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Moreover, a grown man was slain by a frail woman. Pickled Vegetable Nation audience. Brother, let us just talk about cooking. Chapter 92. Key information, just one step away from deciphering. Meanwhile, Su Chen was seated in the living room, enjoying his meal. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly noon. He recalled the report from yesterday's midday news, which stated that new developments would be disclosed to the public. He wondered about the efficiency of the police in this world. With that thought, he picked up the remote and turned on the television. By coincidence, the midday news had just commenced, but it did not cover the topics Chen was eager to hear about. Instead, it featured peculiar tales. For instance, it highlighted the emergence of numerous local talents whose musical compositions and artistic skills were exceptionally unique, leaving viewers pleasantly surprised. Unfortunately, these individuals had declined interviews with the television station. The screen then showcased some of their works. Chen scrutinized the paintings and listened to the compositions, ultimately chuckling to himself. Objectively speaking, these creations were of average quality. While some were indeed impressive, they fell short of the extraordinary talents the station had touted. However, considering it was a local station, their enthusiasm for promoting the community was understandable. At that moment, the news transitioned to a much-anticipated report on a hospital missing persons case. The station's correspondent had relayed the latest updates, stating that the police had received new information and issued a public plea for assistance in locating the missing individuals. Now, let us delve into the detailed report. Upon hearing the host's words, Chen froze, his chopsticks momentarily halted mid-bite. He quickly set aside his bowl and focused intently on the television. However, the initial minutes were filled with redundant commentary, reiterating yesterday's news without revealing any substantial details. Chen found himself increasingly distracted. Just then, he noticed a figure in the corner of the screen, constantly signing, seemingly to ensure that the hearing impaired could comprehend the news. This sparked a realization in Chen, reminding him of the delivery personnel. When he had received his takeout yesterday, the delivery people, with their right hands occupied, had used their left hands to gesture a few movements, which he had dismissed at the time. Now, watching the television, he finally comprehended that what he had witnessed might have been sign language. As for what was being conveyed, he remained uncertain, as he was not well versed in sign language. With that thought, he reached for his phone, intending to search for sign language interpretations to see if they matched the gestures he had observed. Just as he pulled out his phone, the television screen changed again, and the host began to announce breaking news. His actions were once more interrupted, redirecting his attention back to the screen. The police, after extensive investigation and verification, had confirmed that all patients listed on the hospital's registry had vanished. The police released photographs of the missing individuals, appealing to the public for any leads, urging those with information to contact them promptly. As the host concluded, the television displayed a series of photos featuring dozens of missing patients. Chen glanced at the images, realizing he did not recognize any of them. Flipping through the pages, he still found no familiar faces. However, upon reaching the next page, he froze. Most of the individuals depicted were those he had encountered yesterday, the delivery personnel. Chen's brow furrowed tightly. His suspicions were confirmed. This case had a significant connection to the news report. Every event within this rule-bound world held profound meaning. The images continued to scroll across the screen, revealing faces he had not seen before, until the final page appeared. As the last photograph materialized, his passive talent activated abruptly. A clear visage of a girl surfaced in his mind. It was the girl from the canvas. In other words, it must be his girlfriend. Chen felt a chill race down his arm, and his heart began to race. Through the rules, he had surmised that his girlfriend was somehow linked to the supernatural. Thus, her transformation into something eerie possibly related to that hospital. Perhaps due to some nefarious purpose of the hospital, his girlfriend had inadvertently been turned into a strange entity. In retaliation, she might be targeting this hospital, which could explain the missing persons cases being connected to her. Another possibility loomed. The hospital could be a clandestine organization capable of transforming individuals into the uncanny. In this scenario, his girlfriend would merely be a minor antagonist, with the true mastermind being the hospital itself. Regardless of the outcome, the implications for him remained limited. All he needed to do was resolve the situation with his girlfriend and survive for 7 days to achieve a successful conclusion. According to Chen's understanding, the typical narrative in this world of strange tales suggested that pacifying the vengeful spirit would allow one to triumph. Therefore, investigating the hospital's hidden truths could potentially yield the answers he sought. Unfortunately, it appeared that the majority of local citizens were well acquainted with this hospital, leading the midday news to gloss over its details, providing only cursory information. At this point, Chen was left with merely the name of the hospital, oblivious to its specialties or treatment focus. However, this would not deter him. He retrieved his phone, opened a search engine, and entered the hospital's name. Clicking search yielded nothing. Surprised, Chen double-checked his input, confirming there were no mistakes. A second search produced the same result, nothing. Furrowing his brow, he inhaled deeply. He realized that perhaps this rule-bound world was obstructing his inquiries. To test his hypothesis, he dialed the emergency number. As he had anticipated, the result was as follows: the number you dialed is not in service. The loopholes in this rule-bound realm were not easily exploited. He would have to adhere to the prescribed methods to break free from this predicament. With these thoughts clarified, Chen searched for sign language once more. Based on his conjectured interpretation of the gestures, he quickly found answers that matched the movements of the delivery personnel. Delivery personnel. This revelation only deepened his confusion. The rules indicated that if one identified themselves as a delivery person, they should not open the door. He had verified this through official sources. Those who opened the door met dire fates. Yet, why did responding with sign language not pose a threat? Moreover, why was it always the same individual, normal in the morning, yet a mute by evening? Furthermore, the fluency of their signing was perplexing. Why would an ordinary person take the time to learn sign language? The more he pondered, the more tangled his thoughts became. Ultimately, he resolved to search for clues regarding his girlfriend's illness, recalling that she had mentioned feeling unwell in the rules. If that were the case, there must be some trace left behind in their home, perhaps medication or something similar. With this lead, he hoped his questions would be answered. Without hesitation, Chen finished his now-cold meal in haste, quickly washed the dishes, and began rummaging through the house in search of elusive clues. From the master bedroom to the guest room, from the kitchen to the bathroom, and finally to the living room, he activated his passive talent fully, yet still found nothing. It was inconceivable that there were no clues at all. This was not consistent with the usual patterns of the rule-bound world. He furrowed his brow in frustration. Typically, the chosen ones were provided with hints, rather than left to guess aimlessly. Convinced he must have overlooked something, he engaged in a mental exercise, pondering how he would conceal clues if he were in the same situation. Soon, a light bulb moment struck him. The most perilous places often turned out to be the safest. Chapter 93. Invasion of pollution. When it comes to danger, the most perilous aspect of living here for Chen over the past 3 days has undoubtedly been that canvas. Even with his abilities, he nearly found himself in dire straits. It is entirely plausible to conceal clues there. Logically, it makes sense. Those who are overly clever would never dare to touch that canvas, and thus would not uncover any issues. Conversely, those who have attempted to paint must have sensed the terror, making them even less inclined to approach the artwork, and consequently, they too would miss any clues. Only someone like Chen, who had seen the news, had suspicions, was aware of the horror of the painting, and possessed extraordinary courage, would dare to take the risk once more. The more Chen pondered, the more convinced he became. He hastened towards the secondary bedroom, gazing at the terrifying artwork. Taking a deep breath, he heightened his vigilance and once again grasped the canvas. Swiftly, he removed it from its stand and disassembled it with remarkable speed. At that moment, a torn photograph fluttered down from the inner layer of the canvas. Quick as lightning, Chen snatched up the photograph and set the canvas aside for later organization. His gaze fell upon the photograph in his hand, which had been torn in half by an unknown hand. From what remained, it was evident that it had once been a picture of two people. However, only the image of his girlfriend remained. Chen frowned and flipped the photograph over. On the back, half a heart was drawn in ink, with the name Wang Xin inscribed within. The handwriting suggested it was indeed written by his girlfriend, and Wang Xin was likely her name. Narrowing his eyes, Chen concluded that there was indeed something hidden, aligning with his suspicions. However, this concealed photograph did not yield any substantial clues. It could very well be that the individual had merely painted a self-portrait using a photo of themselves, which was hardly unusual. At this moment, Chen sought information regarding his girlfriend's illness and the related hospital details. A mere photograph was utterly useless. With a sigh, he suddenly shifted his gaze back to the photograph, his eyes sparkling with realization. Wait, why was this photograph torn? Could it be that the other half contained the vital information? According to the peculiar logic of this world, it was unlikely that inconsequential information would be concealed. Thus, it seemed he was merely one step away from deciphering the critical information. Furrowing his brow, Chen's eyes scanned his surroundings, contemplating where else clues might be hidden. When his gaze fell upon the bedroom across the hall, his pupils widened in shock. He internally berated himself for his foolishness. How could he have overlooked something so simple? If the most dangerous place harbored a glimmer of hope, then the safest place must undoubtedly contain grave peril. The bedroom, being the most secure environment, was likely fraught with danger. The answer became apparent. The wardrobe in the bedroom was undoubtedly a source of threat. Chen hurried into the bedroom and slowly opened the wardrobe doors. At that moment, illuminated by the safety of the hour, hung a blood-red gown. The glaring hue caused Chen's eyes to ache, compelling him to avert his gaze. Who would dare touch such a dress? He couldn't help but silently lament. Nevertheless, he believed that clues must be hidden within this crimson garment. Due to his discomfort, he could only observe the gown out of the corner of his eye while pondering where the clues might be concealed. Fortunately, he possessed a unique talent. With the activation of his passive abilities, despite not directly gazing at the gown, its full form remained vividly etched in his mind. He mentally surveyed the design of the dress and deduced that the clues were likely not on the gown itself, as it had no pockets. Indeed, girls' clothing typically lacks pockets. Otherwise, how would they sell bags? Facing the ominous gown, Chen couldn't resist making a quip. This instantly broke the tension for the audience, who erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Chen truly understands women. One exclaimed, "Oh no." I glanced at my wallet. I swear I will never share the same air as a fashion designer. Another chimed in. "Honey, from now on, I want to let you buy me a bag." A girl from upstairs added. The playful banter continued, diverting the topic entirely away from the tension. Yet, despite this lightheartedness, Chen felt the weight of pressure upon him. According to his analysis, since the clues were not on the gown, it could only mean one thing. The clues must lie behind the red dress. Given that the dress hung askew, it concealed a substantial space behind it. However, this meant that Chen would have to physically touch the gown, a prospect he was loath to entertain. Merely looking at it was enough to sense its malevolence. Coupled with the eerie nature of the garment, he truly wished to avoid contact unless absolutely necessary. Yet, it seemed he had no choice. Furrowing his brow, Chen extended a finger, cautiously prodding the hanger in an attempt to see if he could dislodge it without direct contact. However, he soon realized he had been overly optimistic. This world of strange tales did not spare humans. The hanger remained steadfast. Cursing silently, he finally steeled his resolve, focusing intensely before attempting to lift the red gown. Yet, at the moment his finger brushed against the fabric, it felt as though his brain had reached a boiling point, surging with overwhelming sensations. The bizarre images that had flashed through his mind while painting reemerged, more vivid and real than ever. He found himself racing on a motorcycle along a mountain path, someone holding him tightly around the waist, the softness of the embrace undeniably real. The exhilarating feeling of tossing money around, the tactile sensation of cash slapping against faces. Those emotions were no mere illusion. The chilling gust of wind and the dark imagery enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. Even with Chen's remarkable mental fortitude, he nearly succumbed to these vivid illusions for several fleeting moments. Fortunately, his mental prowess was formidable, and his resolve strong enough to withstand the onslaught. Just then, a sigh echoed in his mind. Why resist? I am you. The icy voice sent chills coursing through Chen's body. Chapter 94. Is my boyfriend involved with someone else? Is today the night of resurrection? The voice was so eerily realistic, it was almost indistinguishable from his own. Startled, Chen abruptly turned to survey the room, nearly retracting his hand in fright. Fortunately, at the last moment, he realized it was merely an illusion. Bracing himself against the unease that churned within, he ultimately lifted the hem of the red dress. The space behind the wardrobe finally came into view. At that moment, Chen's eyes narrowed. He noticed the corner of a photograph peeking out from the wardrobe's corner. Hastily, he extended his other hand and swiftly pulled the photograph free. Just as he extracted it from the wardrobe, he faintly heard a woman's scream, as if something precious had been snatched away from her. A tremor ran through Chen's heart, prompting him to retract his hand and step back, quickly shutting the wardrobe door. Only then did he become aware of the rapid pounding of his heart. That experience had been overwhelmingly intense. After a brief moment, allowing his heart to settle, he refrained from examining the photograph immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes to assess his own condition. He must not allow carelessness to lead to contamination. Soon, after a thorough self-examination, Chen concluded that aside from a significant depletion of his mental energy, there were no other anomalies. It appeared that the logic of mental contamination in this scenario was to shatter one's reason and mental strength. Only before being utterly broken would there be no residual contaminants left within his body. With that reassurance, he opened his eyes to regard the photograph in his hand. The first thing that caught his eye was the back of the photo. The torn edges indicated that it matched the other half he had seen before. Turning it over, he observed that, like the other half, it depicted half of a heart, which, when combined, formed a complete love heart. In the center of the heart were inscribed two characters, Zhang Yang. Upon seeing this name, Chen's brow furrowed, and an ominous premonition began to take hold. Hastily, he flipped the photograph over. In the next moment, the visage of an unfamiliar man appeared on the photograph. Trembling, Chen grasped the other half of the photograph and pieced the two together. They aligned perfectly. The image depicted his girlfriend tightly embracing the arm of the stranger, her smile radiant. The man, in turn, had his arms wrapped around her waist, exuding an air of intimacy. Chen's fingers quivered, and the photograph slipped from his grasp, landing on the ground with the backs facing upward. The names Zhang Yang and Wang Xin flashed before his eyes once more. A cold sweat broke out on Chen's back. This was a significant issue. He had gravely misunderstood. Who on earth had suggested that the bizarre occurrences were linked to his girlfriend? Previously, upon seeing the title of this bizarre tale, The Girlfriend's Letter, he had momentarily failed to think deeply and had fallen into a misunderstanding. He chided himself for being careless, having stumbled into such a trap. However, with the situation having escalated to this point, it was futile to dwell on regrets. What mattered most now was to ascertain whether he had committed any irrevocable errors under this misapprehension. Soon, Chen's cold sweat intensified, beads forming on his forehead. He realized that if he was not the enigmatic boyfriend, then the letter had not been addressed to him. Furthermore, on what date had the letter been written? Was today the day of resurrection referred to in the letter? A tumult of thoughts raced through Chen's mind. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself and maintain a clear mindset, he began to unravel the threads of the situation. First, the news report indicated that the hospital disappearance incident occurred on the night of August 28th, though the time was uncertain. Coincidentally, the same day he had exited the zoo. Chen was inclined to believe there was a connection between the two events. Boldly speculating, he considered that he had exited the zoo around midnight on the 28th, at which point the highest authorities in the rules world had received news that all chosen ones had completed the zoo scenario, thus preparing for the next chapter. This was plausible. Therefore, the disappearance likely occurred during the early hours. If this reasoning held, the first day would be the 29th. Making today the 6th day, only one day remained. From another perspective, the mysterious boyfriend was a high school mathematics teacher, and based on the curriculum, he taught third-year students. This deduction suggested that the man's commute home would be exceedingly late. Under such circumstances, when interpreting the rules, individuals might subconsciously consider tomorrow as the first day mentioned in the letter. However, this was merely speculation. It was equally possible that today was indeed the 7th day, the night of resurrection. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Kingdom's Bizarre Tales department were equally astonished. They had never anticipated that the boyfriend would indeed have another person involved. They cursed the rules world in their minds for being so deceptive. They pondered whether today could truly be the night of resurrection. It seemed highly plausible, especially given the unpredictable nature of the Bizarre Tales world. In light of the pressing time, could Chen truly navigate the past? Indeed, they chose to trust Chen, for he was a man renowned for his miraculous feats. The murmurs of the crowd filled the air. Elder Chen, holding a teacup, felt his arm tremble slightly before he suddenly turned to the group. Immediately compile all current information, including the computer analysis results. We must provide Chen with all useful information by 5:30 this evening. Elder Chen, possessing a godlike perspective, had discerned the gravity of the situation almost simultaneously with Chen. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the grave implications of the night of resurrection. Now, he could no longer remain passive. Initially, he had thought the past few days posed little risk and had aimed to gather more information, intending to present it to Chen in the final 2 days. But time was of the essence. He needed to deliver as much effective information to Chen as possible. With the latter's intellect, there was a chance he could identify the key to unraveling this predicament. Understood. The group responded in unison, swiftly exiting the conference room. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom had lifted the firewall of the live broadcast room, allowing higher-ups from other countries to learn of the situation promptly. Following analyses by their national think tanks, they soon arrived at the same conclusion. This revelation left them in a state of utter shock. For instance, the higher-ups from the United States, who had previously felt relieved that their contestant John had survived thus far and believed he was on par with Chen, were now overwhelmed with dread upon uncovering the truth. They glanced at their oblivious, soundly sleeping John, realizing he was no match for Chen's brilliance. With John's intelligence, he would never uncover the truth even in death. Yet, their opportunity for hints had already been exhausted. A wave of despair engulfed the entirety of the United States. Chapter 95. The struggle of the chosen one from the romantic nation. As for the romantic nation, their despair was palpable. Their chosen one had exhausted all provisions, having subsisted on refrigerator food for 2 days. At that moment, he was a mere shadow of himself, oscillating between tears and laughter, resembling a madman. Often, he would engage in soliloquies, conversing with himself in a strange play of imagination. Occasionally, he would even indulge in bouts of self-inflicted combat, seemingly reveling in the absurdity of it all. The news of the Night of Souls was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, shattering their already fragile psyche. They felt an overwhelming impulse to urge the supernatural to hasten the demise of their own chosen one, to end the torment once and for all. Despair cloaked nations across the globe, leaving only the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom harboring a flicker of hope. Not due to blind optimism, but because their chosen one was Chen. They believed in Chen. Meanwhile, Chen collected his thoughts. placing 2 photographs carefully into his pocket before heading to the secondary bedroom to neatly arrange the drawing board. It was not yet time to venture outside. Adhering to the rules remained prudent. It is noteworthy that Chen had mentally prepared himself. Whether tonight was the night of souls or tomorrow, he resolved to investigate outdoors. Having previously deduced that night excursions were permissible, he believed this path might allow him to evade the supernatural's grasp. This decision seemed to be the most judicious choice at present, especially since he had found no leads within the confines of his home. Logically, any clues must lie beyond those walls. Thus, stepping outside was imperative. After formulating his plan, Chen proceeded to the kitchen, cooking several pancakes, deliberately adding a touch of salt. Uncertain if he would return home, he deemed it wise to prepare sustenance. The choice of pancakes was practical, as they were less perishable, and the salt would meet his daily nutritional needs. This would suffice for his immediate food requirements. Next, he rummaged through his provisions, retrieving a few packets of compressed biscuits and several bottles of mineral water. The combined resources would comfortably sustain him for 3 to 4 days. Following this, he located a backpack and carefully packed all the food within. Yet, his preparations were not complete. Ensuring his phone was charged was equally crucial. After connecting the power bank to the charger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon completing these tasks, Chen stretched his body and walked back to his bedroom. After a day of exploration and contemplation, compounded by the mental toll of the supernatural events, his mental energy was considerably depleted. Since he had resolved to venture out, restoring his mental vigor was paramount. Given that he had already expended significant mental energy while searching for clues at home, venturing outside posed even greater dangers. One could never predict what supernatural occurrences might unfold. Thus, the restoration of his mental energy through sleep was undoubtedly the most suitable course of action. Chen set an alarm for 5:30, then lay down on his bed, pulling the covers over himself and swiftly shedding his clothing. Before long, his breathing became steady, and he drifted into slumber. On the other hand, Albin of the Romantic Nation had, quite remarkably, regained his sanity. Whether it was a fleeting moment of clarity or the result of prolonged mental pollution, he appeared to have returned to normalcy in the eyes of the audience. Heaven bless our romantic nation, Albin has returned to his senses. Thank the heavens. Yet, amidst the Dragon Kingdom's live-stream discussions of the impending Night of Souls, concerns lingered about whether Albin could endure in his current state. After days of anxiety, many had resigned themselves to fate, thinking, let it be, let destruction come. Yet, hope flickered anew with Albin's apparent recovery. Look, Albin is acting rationally. Perhaps he can deduce the answers from the photographs. Suddenly, the chat exploded with excitement as Albin made his way to the secondary bedroom. Could it be? As the viewers focused intently on the live feed, they saw Albin seated on the living room couch, hands clasped over his head, brow furrowed, exhibiting signs of distress. Then, with clenched fists, he struck his own head, as if attempting to shatter some lingering thought. He soon rose, determination glimmering in his eyes, and with a fiery resolve, he strode towards the secondary bedroom, muttering to himself, I will expel you, mark my words. Upon entering the bedroom, he seized the drawing board and paints, returning to the living area. Setting up the drawing board, he plopped down onto the couch, hands forming a gesture of prayer. Oh God, please let my 12th rule be correct. I am not ready to die yet. Albin prayed fervently. Perhaps his sincerity moved the heavens, for indeed, the 12th rule was correct. However, due to his foolishness, he failed to realize that he subconsciously considered himself a painter. This moment of folly might be labeled as a prayer that missed its mark. His actions doused the flickering hope of the Romantic Nation's spectators with cold water, extinguishing the optimism that had recently ignited. I thought he was seeking clues. Instead, he is courting death. Despair spread like wildfire. Even Chen of the Dragon Kingdom found himself teetering on the brink of despair. Albin seemed doomed. Amidst the laughter, some lamented, I told you not to hold on to hope. Just lie back and enjoy the show. I have lost all faith. Bring on destruction. The crowd clamored for the officials to align themselves with the Dragon Kingdom, pleading for their chosen ones to survive, longing to copy their success. Look at those countries clinging to the Dragon Kingdom. Their fortunes are soaring. At that moment, Albin completed his prayer and began to add color to his artwork. True to his romantic heritage, despite his lack of intellect, his artistic talent shone through. Observing his techniques was a delightful experience. As time passed, Albin gradually fell into a trance similar to Chen's, becoming oblivious to external sounds and losing all vigilance. He immersed himself entirely in his painting, as if this were the ultimate pursuit of his life. Gradually, an eerie smile crept across his face, and his grip on the brush shifted to his left hand. Remarkably, this change did not hinder his artistic expression. Rather, it enhanced the fluidity of his work. In fact, he even ventured into innovative reinterpretations in certain areas. Were Chen present to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for Albin's style mirrored that of folk artists featured in afternoon news segments, seemingly unprofessional at first glance, yet revealing a striking brilliance in detail, akin to a remarkably gifted individual who only embraced the arts later in life. Chapter 96. Mad Behavior and Self-Harm. At this moment, the audience from the Romantic Nation observed Albin's facial expressions gradually liberating themselves, embodying a state of utter abandon, each of them adopting a mindset of amusement. Oh, this fellow possesses some talent. This painting is quite impressive. Indeed, it was unexpected that Albin had such a skill. I have finally discerned the merit of our chosen one surpassing Chen. Our Romantic Nation is not devoid of worth. Illustrating a beautiful woman's demise. What is this called? It is called a ghostly allure. As the spectators indulged in the spectacle, engaging in nonsensical chatter, an abrupt change occurred. Albin was now on the brink of completing his artwork, just shy of applying color to the red dress. However, instead of switching colors, he lifted his left hand, extending his fingertip to his mouth, and bit down fiercely. With a sharp sound, blood erupted instantly. Ordinarily, the saying goes that the fingers are connected to the heart, and such an act would undoubtedly be painful. Yet, Albin's face bore no trace of agony. Instead, it radiated exhilaration. Delighted, he directed his bloodied finger towards the canvas, using his blood to color the crimson hem of the dress. As he painted, his mouth moved in meaningless motions, as if he wished to articulate something. Yet the words eluded him. This bizarre behavior appeared exceedingly strange. Moments later, as the blood began to congeal and ceased to seep from his finger, Albin, in a fit of excitement, shoved his injured digit back into his mouth and bit down once more. This time, his fervor was so heightened that he miscalculated his strength. With a sickening crunch, he bit off the tip of his finger, including the nail. Blood gushed forth, filling his mouth. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then chewed, masticating the remnants of his fingertip before swallowing them. His expression suggested not a hint of pain. Rather, he seemed to revel in an overwhelming pleasure as he continued to create his masterpiece. Due to the severity of the wound, blood flowed incessantly, trickling onto the canvas, where gravity caused it to roll down in a slow cascade. Ultimately, a series of fragmented red lines extended along the hem of the dress in the painting. This rendered the entire artwork even more eerie. The girl in the red dress within the frame appeared as though she had just emerged from a river of blood. Her blue gown soaked in crimson, droplets of blood continuously falling from the hem. The girl's pupils, too, were inadvertently splattered with droplets of blood, the scarlet beads quivering slightly, casting an enchanting veil over her countenance. The audience watching the live broadcast could not help but shiver, even as they spiraled into despair and utter abandonment. The sight before them still sent chills down their spines. After all, fear is instinctual and cannot be suppressed by reason. Yet, unexpectedly, Albin exhibited no fear. Instead, he was enveloped in sheer delight. He raised his artwork, scrutinizing it with growing satisfaction. At that moment, he had completely forgotten the purpose of his painting. Suddenly, a photograph slipped from the crevice of the canvas, gently descending to the ground, causing Albin to pause in confusion. A glimmer of bewilderment crossed his face. Nevertheless, driven by instinct, he bent down to retrieve the half-torn photograph. After examining it briefly, his gaze fixated on the dress depicted in the image. It was a shade of blue, pure and serene like lake water. Albin's expression twisted in anguish, his lips moving incessantly, yet failing to produce a sound. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to force out a question, his voice stiff as if it belonged to a corpse. "Who are you?" Silence enveloped the room, with no one responding. Yet, Albin seemed to perceive an answer. "No, I do not believe. Get out," he muttered to the void. After a few seconds, his expression darkened further, his facial muscles twitching intermittently. "Prove it to me." Miraculously, his voice regained its normalcy due to his anger. As soon as he finished speaking, Albin abruptly lifted his left hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, a blood-red imprint appeared on his cheek. Why? Why is this happening? I still do not believe." Albin bellowed in frustration. In the next moment, he staggered towards the kitchen, his movements contorted, resembling a child taking its first steps. Upon reaching the kitchen, Albin seized a chef's knife with his left hand and struck down upon his defenseless right hand. His eyes widened, pupils trembling violently, as if he beheld the apocalypse. His mouth gaped open, apparently attempting to cry out for help, yet no sound emerged, rendering him mute. Only the sound of the knife slicing through the air and the sickening crunch of bone could be heard. With a splatter, blood erupted skyward, and amidst the crimson deluge, his severed right hand fell helplessly to the ground with a dull thud. Albin gazed at his dismembered hand lying on the floor, an expression of unfamiliarity washing over his face. In the next instant, his features gradually settled into calmness, the muscles in his face ceasing their tremors. Like a wiper smoothing away rain, the terror faded from his visage, replaced by a slight smile. He bent down to retrieve his severed hand and tossed it onto the cutting board, then resumed his work, skillfully carving the bones. He appeared to treat it as if he were preparing boneless chicken feet. In truth, he was indeed performing such an act, with his left hand moving deftly. He meticulously removed each bone from his right hand, his expression one of concentration and joy as if he were crafting a magnificent work of art. Even more disturbingly, he allowed his severed wrist to bleed profusely without any attempt at treatment. It seemed he felt no pain. This bizarre scene conveyed an illusion that the severed right arm was not truly his. Thus, blood continued to flow, staining the floor ever more. Albin's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet he remained unfazed, diligently preparing the meal, cooking steaks. Before long, dinner was complete. He unsteadily served dish after dish onto the dining table. He then rummaged through the guest bedroom to find several white candles, lighting them on the stove and placing them upon the table, as if arranging a candlelit dinner. Yet, the flickering white candles offered not a trace of warmth, instead evoking the atmosphere of a final supper. With a smile, Albin sat at the dining table, his gentle gaze fixed on the door, brimming with anticipation. It appeared he was waiting for someone to return. However, his physical condition did not permit him to await that person. The rhythmic sound of dripping blood synchronized perfectly with the ticking of the clock. Chapter 97. The betrayal of the romantic nation at last. He exhaled deeply, expelling all the pent-up anguish from his lungs. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His body leaned back against the chair, arms slowly sliding from the dining table. The light in his eyes dimmed. He remained unblinking in death. Yet, curiously, the corners of his mouth retained their upward curve, as if to convey to others the magnitude of his extraordinary achievement. Even if the conclusion was death, he could accept it with equanimity. At that moment, the announcement of death appeared before the eyes of all survivors. The chosen one of the romantic nation has perished. Comprehensive assessment reveals a deduction of 10 points from the national fortune, leaving a total of 55 points. The collective logical reasoning of the romantic nation has diminished by 50, with a 10 decrease in the production of various national resources. A palpable fear swept across the faces of many citizens of the romantic nation. Beneath this terror, however, confusion and sympathy surged within their hearts, mingled with an inexplicable sense of sorrow for the fate of others. They could not comprehend why Arbin would resort to such an act. Growing up in the environment of the romantic nation, many among them were adept at socializing, naturally romantic, and imbued with an artistic spirit. This meant they were acutely sensitive to emotional resonance. Initially, upon witnessing Arbin's self-destructive act, they felt pure fear. Yet, as the live broadcast captured Arbin seated at the dining table, bleeding to death, yet wearing a satisfied and resolute expression, an inexplicable empathy welled up within them. It felt as though a hidden string in their hearts had been plucked. A profound sense of melancholy enveloped me, though I could not articulate the reason for it. I was acutely aware that my emotions were not solely a reflection of the romantic nation. Did you share this sentiment? Deeply resonating with this feeling, I found my eyes inexplicably moist. It is baffling. Can you cultured individuals refrain from being so sentimental? Shouldn't our focus be on how to ensure our own survival? If we fail in the next ghost story quest, who knows what more terrifying punishments await us? Indeed, I advocate for swiftly allying ourselves with the Dragon Nation. Chen from the Dragon Nation has already proven his prowess. It is worth the considerable cost to seek their assistance. 1. Brothers, it is time to take to the streets and uphold our traditions. 1. Let us set forth. The romantic nation, true to its legacy as the vanguard of Western uprisings. In just a day, traditional skills were activated to full power, and countless citizens flooded the streets. Fists clenched, banners raised. They began to initiate a wave of solidarity with the Dragon Nation across major cities. The clamorous cries startled the upper echelons of the romantic nation. Leader, the latest reports indicate that protests have erupted in all 270 cities nationwide. Local officials report that a significant number of our armed forces have been swayed to join the protest. A staff member, panic-stricken, trembled as he presented the documents, stammering in his report. What should we do? The leader of the romantic nation furrowed his brow, pacing restlessly. Perhaps we should heed the people's will? Upon reflection, aligning with the Dragon Nation could prove advantageous. I understand the merits of aligning with the Dragon Nation, but if we truly do so, the ugly nation will not spare us. A flicker of terror crossed the leader's face. As a high-ranking official privy to many secrets, he knew better than anyone the terror of the ugly nation. If he were to betray them, It was quite possible he would find himself dead in a bathtub the next day, or shot in the back, labeled as suicide. He could not gamble with his own life. You may be overthinking it. Look at the Dali Nation. They aligned with the Dragon Nation early on and faced no repercussions. Moreover, consider that fence-sitting is a traditional skill of the Dali Nation, always managing to align with the victorious side. One must believe in such mysticism, a staff member whispered. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Romantic Nation paused, contemplating the validity of the argument. The Dali Nation's innate ability to inexplicably side with the victorious faction throughout history was indeed noteworthy. Perhaps this mysticism was worth a modicum of belief. Furthermore, the Ugly Nation is currently struggling to maintain its own stability. Their national fortune has dwindled to 70 points, and another failure would reduce it to 60 points. Under such dismal circumstances, various horrific incidents are bound to occur within their borders, leaving them with little capacity to concern themselves with us. In comparison, the Ugly Nation is being utterly crushed by the Dragon Nation. The staff member implored earnestly. At this, the leader of the Romantic Nation was thoroughly moved. In truth, these issues were already apparent. Had he taken a moment to reflect calmly, he might have reached the same conclusion himself. However, out of fear of the Ugly Nation, he had never entertained thoughts of betrayal until his subordinate shattered that illusion, revealing the Ugly Nation to be nothing more than a paper tiger. Very well, I decree that we immediately repair our relations with the Dragon Nation at any cost, returning all artifacts seized from them over a century ago, along with compensation at tenfold interest. In economic trade, we shall extend as many concessions as possible, as long as we cling tightly to the Dragon Nation. Our country will inevitably prosper. The leader of the Romantic Nation was not entirely foolish. Once the veil of deception was lifted, he quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. Embracing the Dragon Nation meant embracing the future. Thus, he possessed the audacity to restore relations with the Dragon Nation without regard for cost. Yes, I shall prepare the documentation. But first, secure some reliable guards for me, to protect me around the clock. A creature with 100 legs may die, but will not become weak. I cannot afford to stumble in the gutter, he commanded, halting the staff member's departure. After all, the Ugly Nation had dominated the world for nearly a century. Even as this hegemon began to descend from its pedestal, its residual power remained formidable. The leader of the Romantic Nation had no desire to become collateral damage. Understood, the staff member replied before exiting. That afternoon, after discussions with the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, the Romantic Nation issued a public statement on the international stage, declaring that the war over a century ago had been a most egregious act of aggression. They expressed sincere apologies to the Dragon Nation. To confront history and learn from it, they pledged to return all artifacts and wealth seized from the Dragon Nation, compensating according to the international standards for borrowed artifact exhibitions. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the world. Yet, as the Romantic Nation positioned itself on the moral high ground, the Ugly Nation and its allies found themselves speechless for an extended period. Ultimately, all the ire shifted toward the Dragon Nation. This is a blatant act of hegemony, leveraging its own national strength to coerce other nations into submission. The Dragon Nation is the root cause of instability and discord on Blue Star. We, the smaller nations, live in constant trepidation, hoping the Ugly Nation will act on our behalf. Did the Dragon Nation not claim to eschew hegemony? Is this not a contradiction? Chapter 98, The Daylight Resurrection. In the face of a deluge of condemnation from the international community and social media, the Dragon Kingdom issued a brief response. Firstly, we express our gratitude to the citizens of the Romantic Nation for their earnest acknowledgement of history and sincere apologies. The Dragon Kingdom will open a live stream channel for the officials of the Romantic Nation. Secondly, the Dragon Kingdom does not engage in hegemony, nor does it bully the weak. However, this does not imply that we will allow other nations to insult us. We hereby declare that countries that have previously slandered the Dragon Kingdom will never be granted access to our live stream channel. Upon the release of this statement, the international arena trembled once more. The Dragon Kingdom's counterattack was exponentially more potent than the empty rhetoric of the Ugly Nation. After all, since the arrival of the bizarre rules, nations have been competing based on their fortunes and chosen ones. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom boasts a top-tier weapon, Chen. In comparison to other chosen ones, he represents a dimensional strike. Even without mentioning Chen, the Dragon Kingdom's fortune overwhelmingly surpasses that of the Ugly Nation. In light of this vast disparity in national fortunes, the formidable Mu Hai Bomb is merely a larger version of a firecracker. Should the Ugly Nation aim a strike at the Dragon Kingdom, it is highly probable that it would merely result in a catastrophic display of fireworks above their own heads. Consequently, upon the release of this statement, the Ugly Nation's allies fell silent. The nations that had previously clamored alongside the ugly nation against the Dragon Kingdom were filled with regret, wishing they could reprimand themselves. They had merely sought to claim a few scraps from the ugly nation's table, only to have the Dragon Kingdom sweep their own dishes away. When this news returned to their home countries, the populace erupted in fury, storming their presidential palaces. A few days later, the leaders of these nations resigned in disgrace. Following this incident, the smaller nations trembled in fear, no longer daring to blindly follow the ugly nation in their disdain for the Dragon Kingdom. Rewinding time to a day earlier, Chen awoke with bleary eyes, silencing the still ringing alarm clock. Stretching lazily, he then noticed the announcement hovering before him. The chosen one of the romantic nation has perished? Chen murmured in confusion. Today was a period of safety. How could this individual have suddenly died? He was perplexed. Just then, the information before him refreshed, revealing a large block of text. This was a notification from the Dragon Kingdom, utilizing its singular opportunity to provide a hint. Chen adjusted his stiff neck and began to read attentively. Before long, he had absorbed all the information. The Dragon Kingdom first presented a detailed explanation of notable cases of death. Following these cases, the Dragon Kingdom released the relevant computer analyses, allowing Chen to make his own judgments regarding their accuracy. This action demonstrated the Dragon Kingdom's profound trust in Chen, fearing that any misdirection could lead him astray. Chen squinted. The initial cases did not exceed his expectations, though some details deviated slightly from his assumptions. However, the case of Albin from the romantic nation was entirely beyond his anticipation. It was not the individual's death that surprised him, but rather the manner of their demise. According to the Dragon Kingdom's description, the individual's final state resembled symptoms of schizophrenia. Yet, why such a bizarre death? How could one succumb to madness simply by painting? What was the underlying logic? Was this mental corruption intended to cultivate a second personality? Chen pondered for a moment, considering this possibility. After all, based on the available information, the rules were authored by two individuals. The wardrobe contained 2 colors of long skirts, and there were 2 women depicted on the canvas. All signs seemed to corroborate this hypothesis. Suddenly, he recalled the auditory hallucinations he experienced when he retrieved the photograph from the wardrobe. He seemed to hear a voice saying, "Why resist? I am you." A chill coursed through Chen. It indeed seemed plausible. If this were the case, the sinister objective would be to induce individuals into a state of schizophrenia. Building upon this foundation, he speculated that perhaps his girlfriend had sought treatment for schizophrenia, only to encounter certain events leading to a bizarre birth. This was a form of retaliation. As he reached this conclusion, Chen abruptly halted, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. Something was amiss. The logical chain had broken. If the motive for revenge was to induce madness, then what of the delivery personnel? If their method of vengeance was to drive individuals insane, why would they resort to outright murder? This contradicted the peculiar method of killing. Moreover, at specific moments, why would they masquerade as genuine delivery personnel to deliver meals? No, his reasoning must have overlooked something. Chen shook his head, discarding his previous thoughts. Never mind. He would seek more clues once he ventured outside. Chen rose to gather his belongings in preparation for his imminent departure. Before long, the clock struck 6. He complied with the rules and glanced at the colors of the skirts in the wardrobe. After all, according to the regulations, one was not permitted to leave from 6 to 7 o'clock. He needed to remain at home until after 7. Therefore, observing the skirt's color was quite significant. Upon opening the wardrobe, he found a blue long skirt hanging inside. Chen sighed. Indeed, the recent periods of safety were merely a prelude to the forthcoming hunting times. It was evident that, from this point onward, there would likely be several days of continuous danger. He tossed his backpack onto the bed, then leaned against the headboard, idly flipping through a book to pass the time. A few minutes later, he suddenly heard peculiar footsteps. Straining to listen closely, he deduced that someone was moving from the living room toward the bathroom. Before long, loud banging echoed from the bathroom, resembling the sound of someone vigorously chopping something with a knife. A chill ran down Chen's spine. What on earth was happening? He was alone in the house. Who was outside? Was today truly a day of resurrection? Yet, that did not make sense. Resurrections typically occurred at midnight. It was far too early for that. At that moment, he recalled the 5th rule. The bedroom is constructed with state-of-the-art soundproof materials. While you rest at night, you will not hear any strange sounds from outside. If, by chance, you do hear something, please first check that all doors and windows are securely closed. If you are certain they are closed, promptly hide beneath your bed and remain silent until 6 o'clock the following morning. This rule aligned perfectly with the current situation. Chapter 99. I found Chen could no longer afford to waste time. He hastily rose to inspect the state of the bedroom doors and windows. Upon confirming they were securely closed, He quickly lowered himself and deftly crawled under the bed. The space beneath the bed was exceedingly narrow, compelling him to flatten his body against the floor. To his surprise, the sounds from outside the door became more distinct. Curiosity piqued. He pressed his ear against the floor, and amidst the thudding and chopping noises, he sensed a faint trembling of the floorboards. What could be demanding such force? Chen pondered. After a while, the noises from the bathroom subsided, replaced by the sound of a shower. The cascading water masked all other peculiar sounds. Time passed, and eventually, the water ceased, giving way to footsteps in the living room. The footsteps grew louder, seemingly approaching the bedroom. Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly held his breath. In the next moment, the bedroom door's lock turned, and the door swung open. A figure stepped into the bedroom. Chen's eyes widened in shock as he caught a glimpse of a flowing red dress swaying before him through the gap beneath the bed. Below the hem, droplets of crimson liquid rolled down, resembling blood slipping away. Plop! Water droplets splattered onto the floor, some landing on Chen's cheek. Even while holding his breath, he could faintly detect a metallic tang on his face. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Chen did not dwell on the cause, for he found himself staring at the gently swaying red dress. Beneath the hem, there was only emptiness where legs should be. Cold sweat broke out on Chen's back, and the hairs on his arms stood on end. My goodness, I'm terrified. There are no legs? Is this truly a ghost? How could this be happening? Isn't it said that in modern society, spirits cannot exist? To the viewers above, this is the realm of strange tales. Encountering a spirit is quite normal. But why is no one worried about Chen? What good is worry if he must rely on himself to survive? Moreover, Chen has repeatedly shattered my worldview. I now trust him implicitly. I even find watching Chen's trials insufficiently thrilling. I'm considering exploring live streams from other countries. Given their level of intellect, I suspect it would be far more stimulating than horror films. As the audience from Long Country contemplated seeking out foreign ghost stories, Chen keenly sensed the temperature in the bedroom plummeting. Despite being late summer, it felt as though winter had suddenly arrived. The chill creeping across the floor rendered his body somewhat numb. To prevent himself from trembling and inadvertently making noise, Chen resolutely stuffed his fingers into his mouth. The pain from his teeth biting into his fingers ensured that his mind remained alert. After enduring 2 minutes of this tense standoff, just as Chen felt as if an eternity had passed, the red dress turned and gracefully drifted away. With a soft thud, the bedroom door closed behind it. Finally, Chen could exhale. He had been holding his breath so long he thought his lungs might burst. He gasped quietly, allowing his oxygen-deprived brain to recover. How unfortunate to have been trapped by a vengeful spirit. Chen mentally berated himself. He had prepared to step out in search of clues, only to be met with this unforeseen twist at the last moment. The enigma had returned without warning. No, there must be a reason for this. The world of rules would not present an insurmountable deadlock. After half a minute of mental reassurance, he gradually calmed his anxious heart, allowing himself to think clearly. Logically, the news had only been seen earlier that day. Therefore, the earliest he could deduce that his boyfriend had another partner and the nature of the spirit's return was today. If that were the case, today should be the night of the return. Otherwise, the chosen one would have no time to seek new clues and unravel the underlying truth of this strange world. After all, this is a world governed by rules. It would not encourage the chosen one to confront everything alone, nor would it permit such an occurrence. The most compelling evidence was that there were no blue flames in his system shop. He had no opportunity to transform into the Bodhisattva of Gatling. With this mindset, it seemed that today's peculiar return might not merely be an obstacle for the chosen one, but rather a key to breaking the deadlock prepared by the world of strange tales. In that case, it was certain to reveal some information. With this realization, Chen's heart settled completely, and he felt no more fear. He once again pressed his ear to the floor, listening intently. Meanwhile, in the land of the Yings, York trembled beneath his bed. Naturally timid and cautious, York had avoided any risky actions since entering the realm of strange tales. It was precisely this disposition that allowed him to receive the country's warnings and survive until now. Just as he prepared to hunker down for 7 days in the bedroom, an unexpected change occurred. Strange footsteps and loud bangs erupted from the living room, startling York into a state of panic. Fearing for his life, he had memorized the rules, so he immediately recalled the content recorded within and hurriedly crawled under the bed. Once fully concealed, he finally felt a flicker of safety. However, before he could quell his inner fear, the lock clicked. With a creak, the bedroom door swung open. Like Chen, a red dress floated in, its damp hem swaying before York. Faced with the blood-red hue and the emptiness beneath the dress, York was utterly terrified. Indeed, he had lost control. He felt warmth spreading in his pants. Panic began to envelop him. The next moment, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Hey, did your chosen one just wet himself? It looks like his pants are damp. An audience member from Long Country remarked, intrigued by the spectacle. What nonsense. Don't besmirch our Ying's empire. Our noble lineage does not have such issues. Long Country, go back to your own stream. Isn't Suchin supposed to be impressive? Why aren't you watching him anymore? Dear viewers, don't be offended, but our chosen one is too steady. It doesn't seem thrilling. Watching you all is much more exciting. Is that so? Look, your chosen one has wet himself. What if the spirit catches the scent and finds him? Impossible. Absolutely not. Do you think spirits are dogs? However, as soon as that comment was made, the sound of sniffing echoed through the stream, and the entire chat fell silent. Chapter 100. A clean break. A singular thought flickered through everyone's mind. Could it be that the ominous predictions had actually come true? In the next moment, from York's perspective, the figure in the crimson dress retreated a couple of steps before bending down. The neckline of the dress came into view, yet oddly enough, where a head should have been, there remained only a void, as if it were merely an empty garment. As this eerie presence lowered itself, the temperature beneath the bed plummeted once more, and York, besieged by a sudden chill, gradually regained consciousness, his bewildered eyes fluttering open. Before him lay the empty collar of the dress. A gasp escaped York's lips in sheer shock, but as he realized he had violated the rules, he hastily covered his mouth, stifling the remaining syllables in his throat. Yet, it was too late. He observed the strange cuffs twitch, as if reaching out with an ethereal arm. Suddenly, a deep indentation appeared on his arm, resembling that of a woman's delicate fingers. York struggled desperately, but to no avail. His entire body was eerily dragged forth from beneath the bed. At that moment, a crystalline female voice echoed in his mind. So you are here. This voice sent a jolt through York, momentarily halting his frantic attempts to escape. The strange force quickened its grip, and with a slight pull, York was completely extracted from his hiding place. A cold dread enveloped him, yet he refused to abandon his struggle. Realizing that fleeing was futile, he resolved to devise an alternative means of survival. In the blink of an eye, driven by the instinct to survive, York concocted a plan. He scrambled to his feet and, trembling, forced a smile towards the terrifying figure in the red dress. Yes, my dear, I'm here. I'm playing hide and seek with you, and you're truly remarkable for finding me. York's voice dripped with gentleness. Indeed, this was his strategy. Given that the scenario was titled The Girlfriend's Letter, it was reasonable to assume that this eerie entity was his girlfriend. Women, after all, are often swayed by sweet words. Perhaps a few honeyed phrases would grant him a chance at survival. Upon hearing York's words, the crimson dress swayed gently. As if taken aback, the motion intensified, resembling the joyous laughter of a person. Seeing the dress respond, a smile crept across York's face. He had guessed correctly. He was indeed a genius. Women need to be coaxed. With a slight easing of his heart, York decided to capitalize on this opportunity. My dear, are you tired? Allow me to prepare a heartfelt dinner for you. My culinary skills are. Before York could finish his sentence, the red dress began to shift colors. Vibrant red giving way to a deep blue. Startled, York's words faltered. In mere seconds, the blood-red gown transformed entirely into a blue one. At this juncture, the eerie presence spoke. Who are you? The cold words emerged from where a head should have been. I am your boyfriend, York stammered, panic surging within him. Liar, what have you done to Zhang Yang? Did you kill him? The voice grew frantic, bordering on hysteria. Who is Zhang Yang? I didn't. Liar. You lie. How did you get in here? I know it. You must have entered under the guise of delivering takeout to murder Zhang Yang, right? I'm not. I didn't. Damn it. I knew she would bring about Zhang Yang's demise. You monsters deserve to die. She deserves to die. And you. The words hung in the air for a moment. The blue dress glided forward, drawing closer to York. You are the one who deserves to die. The words dripped with malice. In the next instant, York's face froze, a crimson line appearing across his forehead. This line extended downward, traversing his nose, crossing his chin, and plunging into his torso. At that moment, a shadowy figure of a girl was faintly reflected on the glass of the bedroom window. Clutching a kitchen knife, she descended upon York's head. With a sickening sound, blood began to seep from the crimson line, spreading and tearing it apart. Thud, thud. York's body split in two, collapsing to the floor. The girl's long dress once again bloomed with blood red. The chosen one of the Empire of Yingtian, York, has perished. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of the Empire of Yingtian is reduced by 10 points, leaving a total of 60 points. A severe cold front has descended upon the Empire of Yingtian, lasting for 1 month. Damn it, how could this happen? How did York die? Looking at the glass reflection, it was the eerie figure that had cleaved York in two. How foolish of York to impersonate someone's boyfriend. He made her believe he killed Zhang Yang. What a fool. This is terrifying. I'm almost wetting myself. Thank goodness Su Chen was bold and astute enough to escape. Otherwise, with such terrifying combat power, even Su Shen wouldn't he have endured. Brothers of Long Nation, hurry to Lion Nation. It's far worse there. They're coming. They're coming a few moments earlier. In Lion Nation, the chosen one, Li Jiado, was engrossed in his painting. With his takeout funds exhausted, he relied solely on instant noodles and vegetables to subsist. Once those provisions were depleted, hunger compelled him to consume some meat from the refrigerator. Not long after, he felt his mind turn to mush, a state of extreme confusion enveloping him. Due to insufficient food intake, he felt an intense chill. To alleviate these symptoms, he first retrieved a set of autumn and winter clothes from his bedroom wardrobe, then, following the rule's description, fetched a drawing board from the secondary bedroom and began to paint with fervor. Like Su Chun and Arbin, Li Jiado soon fell into a mysterious state. His left hand danced with fervor, vibrant colors blooming upon the canvas. The sensations of hunger and cold gradually receded, replaced by profound satisfaction of the spirit. Suddenly, footsteps approached Li Jiado, but he remained oblivious. In the live stream, a figure in a flowing red dress drifted silently behind him, halting to observe. At that moment, Li Jiado began to apply color to the red dress. Without hesitation, he bit into the fingertip of his left hand, squeezing out blood and smearing it onto the canvas. As the color of the dress and the painting filled in, an eerie scene unfolded in the room. The strange figure gradually began to solidify. First, a translucent shadow formed where the head should be, followed by arms emerging from the void. The ethereal body appeared both real and illusory, an enchanting visage that, at first glance, did not evoke fear, but rather resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 101. Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? The young woman smiled gently, leaning against Li Jiado's back, her right arm encircling his waist. With her left hand, she grasped his fingers as he painted, guiding him to enhance certain intricate details. The scene exuded an undeniable intimacy. This display left the audience profoundly astonished. Goodness, our Li Jiado from the Lion Kingdom has achieved the impossible by capturing the heart of the enigmatic beauty. It must be said, Li Jiado is rather handsome. It seems even the mysterious are drawn to physical allure. Now, our Lion Kingdom is truly formidable. Li Jiado has effortlessly outshone Su Chen from the Dragon Kingdom. What is Su Chen compared to us? Our chosen one is already getting cozy with the mysterious beauty, while Su Chen is still hiding under the bed. What a sight reminiscent of a minotaur. As the citizens of the Lion Kingdom reveled in their triumph over the Dragon Kingdom, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom began to feel uneasy. Is it possible that your chosen one, clad in ostentatious attire, caused the enigmatic being to mistake him for someone else? Absolutely impossible. Our Li Jiado's unparalleled handsomeness has undoubtedly captivated the mysterious one's heart. Ah yes, as long as you're happy. Just a friendly reminder that fellow over there has previously boasted and subsequently vanquished a contender from the Yingtian Empire. Li Jiado's movements became increasingly rapid, and the painting gradually approached completion, his expression morphing into one of manic fervor, as if a suppressed demon within him had been fully unleashed. With the final stroke of crimson, the artwork was finished, and the mysterious woman's form solidified, losing the ethereal quality of before, appearing almost lifelike. Yet, everyone knew she was an enigma, not to be regarded as human. At that moment, Li Jiado suddenly stood up. Strangely, his body passed through hers. The seemingly solid woman remained merely a phantom. He glanced down at his own white arm, which had traversed through his body, furrowing his brow. Oddly, he did not react with the panic one might expect in such a situation. Rather, he appeared merely surprised, exuding an air of detachment. He turned to look behind him. At that instant, the enigmatic figure was retracting her arm, rising to her feet. Their gazes locked. In the next moment, the expression on the woman's face shifted dramatically. What had begun as a serene smile swiftly transformed into shock. Her lips twitching as if she wished to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. Her blood-red skirt began to sway violently without wind. It was over. I had seen this scene before in the Yingtian Empire. This mysterious being was about to unleash destruction. How could she turn against him so swiftly? What was happening? Hadn't they just shared tender moments? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom spectators' ill-fated words had come true, and the enigmatic figure mistook Li Jiado for someone else due to his flamboyant attire? What the hell? Are we being toyed with here? I understand your urgency, but please, let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps this enigmatic being will show mercy. A certain Dragon Kingdom skeptic interjected. Nonsense. Spare us the false consolation. We all know you're merely here to enjoy the spectacle. If he survives this, I declare that the Dragon Kingdom will henceforth be our Lion Kingdom's progenitor. What sanctimonious pretense from the Dragon Kingdom. If our chosen one perishes, You'll likely revel in it secretly. Those in the higher seats should be bolder. Remove the likely. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed cold-hearted. The citizens of the Lion Kingdom rejected any comfort from the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, Li Jiatu discerned the identity of the approaching figure, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed, a smile emerging on his lips, appearing quite pleased. He opened his mouth, moving it in a seemingly meaningless manner, then offered a reluctant smile. He lifted his hands, performing a series of simple gestures. It was evident that these were not standardized sign language, but rather improvised gestures he created on the spot to convey his thoughts. Despite the spontaneity of his movements, their simplicity rendered them somewhat decipherable to the audience. For instance, expressions of gratitude and joy were implied. However, amidst the peculiar gestures, the audience failed to grasp Li Jiatu's precise meaning. Strangely, the enigmatic woman seemed to understand. The tumultuous red of her skirt began to settle, and the flickers of blue gradually faded. A thoughtful smile emerged on the enigmatic woman's face. In the next heartbeat, Li Jiatu's expression grew serious, his movements abruptly halting. As if he had heard something astonishing, he nodded fervently, even kneeling in excitement, repeatedly bowing his head to her. The woman made no response to his adoration, neither discouraging nor encouraging. She merely watched in silence. After a moment, Li Jiatu ceased his gestures, raising his head to meet her gaze, continuing to nod. The woman smiled gently, waved her hand, and stepped toward the door. Seeing this, an expression akin to reverence washed over Li Jiatu's face as he rose to follow her closely. With a resounding bang, as they exited, the door closed behind them. Simultaneously, an announcement abruptly materialized in the live broadcast, visible to all remaining chosen ones. The chosen one of the Lion Kingdom, Li Jiatu, has fallen into the realm of strange tales. Comprehensive assessment. Lion Kingdom's national fortune deducted by 10 points, leaving a total of 55 points. One of the populace from the Lion Kingdom will randomly be selected to enter the realm of strange tales. Upon the revelation of this announcement, the audience from the Lion Kingdom was left in utter shock. What on earth is happening? How is this different from before? Isn't failure supposed to mean death for the chosen ones? Why has it become a descent into the realm of strange tales? Moreover, it was previously disasters that struck the homeland. Why now are a few fortunate spectators being whisked away? In the past, we faced hardships together. Now it feels as though we are merely selecting the unlucky ones. The citizens of the Lion Kingdom struggled to come to terms with this. Why us? This is unjust. How could it be that our Lion Kingdom is so cursed? Li Jiatu, it would have been better had you perished. Why did you have to fall into the realm of strange tales? Truly a harbinger of misfortune. Please, do not let me be chosen. After the evaluation, the individual from above fell silent. Might it be possible that we have been cursed by that ill-fated spectator from the Dragon Kingdom? It appears the enigmatic being indeed spared Li Jiatu. At this moment, someone timidly inquired. The audience from the Lion Kingdom. So, are you still going to call them your progenitor? An onlooker from another country interjected. The audience from the Lion Kingdom. The mindset of the Lion Kingdom spectators began to unravel. Meanwhile, the spectators from the Ugly Kingdom were teetering on the brink of despair. The cause was none other than John, a professional boxer with an impressively muscular physique. When danger loomed, his first instinct was to confront the enigmatic being head-on. However, as he swung open the bedroom door, ready to charge out, he spotted a red dress floating into the bathroom. At that moment, he was utterly paralyzed with fear. This was outrageous. John immediately dove under the bed. Truly, the chosen one from the Ugly Kingdom demonstrated that their ancestral skill of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was etched into their very DNA. Chapter 102. Halfway through the champagne, soon enough, a predicament arose. John, with his considerable bulk, found himself unable to squeeze through. While his head managed to fit, his shoulders proved to be a formidable barrier. After exerting himself to the utmost, he managed to force his upper body inside, only to become thoroughly wedged at his posterior. Attempting to retreat only resulted in his waist becoming trapped, leaving him utterly immobilized. John was in a state of bewilderment, feeling akin to a turtle unable to retract into its shell. Anxious as an ant on a hot griddle, he berated himself for his foolishness. Had he not crawled beneath the bed earlier, perhaps he could have faced the strange entity head-on. But now, he was merely a living target. In a desperate bid for freedom, John began to struggle. Fortunately, in dire circumstances, an excess of adrenaline can enable one to accomplish remarkable feats. With a tremendous effort, he arched his back and managed to lift the heavy wooden bed slightly. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, John cautiously crawled beneath the bed, terrified of making a noise that might attract the entity. Through sheer determination, he successfully concealed his massive form beneath the bed. However, an observant eye would soon notice that the bed had two legs suspended in midair. The weight of the bed pressing down on John's back made breathing exceedingly difficult. Just then, footsteps began to draw near. The door to the bedroom creaked open. A figure in a flowing red dress entered. Peering through the bed, John witnessed a bizarre scene, rendered utterly silent in his hiding place. Fortunately, he made no sound, and the entity did not stoop to investigate. After a tense moment, the figure in red exited the bedroom. Finally, John breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. Time passed, and the entity did not return. The audience from the United States, witnessing John's successful escape, erupted in jubilant celebration, popping champagne. Truly, he was the chosen one from their nation. Calm, cautious, courageous, and resourceful. Most importantly, he possessed immense strength. Had it been that little weakling Chen, he surely would not have been able to lift such a heavy bed. Is it possible that Chen, with his standard physique, simply slipped right in without needing to lift anything? A bystander from Long Country commented, Our John exemplifies true masculinity. Your Chen appears effeminate, likely lacking the strength of our women. How embarrassing. Ah yes. Have you noticed that your chosen one is on the verge of suffocation beneath the bed? As this comment flew through the chat, everyone quickly redirected their attention to the live feed. John was turning beet red, straining every muscle to lift the bed just to catch a breath. Enduring this cycle of weighty push-ups, John began to falter. What kind of wretched bed is this? How can it be so heavy? Is it fashioned from ironwood? He lamented, feeling lightheaded and frustrated. Eventually, he could endure no longer. Contemplating that the entity had not returned since exiting, he decided it was safe to emerge from his hiding place. He began to wiggle and inch his way out. But as his legs slipped out from under the bed, he found his posterior once again trapped. Damn it, John cursed inwardly. He mustered all his strength and attempted to lift the bed once more. Just then, the door creaked open unexpectedly. The entity re-entered the room. Unlike before, this time her form coalesced into solidity. The woman stepped inside, and upon spotting John wedged beneath the bed, she paused momentarily. A look of confusion crossed her beautiful face, her mind evidently struggling to comprehend his predicament. After a few seconds of awkward silence, her confusion morphed into anger. She advanced toward him, leaning down, her slender arms outstretched. With a firm grip, she seized John by the ankle. As she pulled with all her might, the bed emitted a loud, creaking sound, shifting several centimeters under her force. The strength of this woman was astonishing, as John could attest. Even a slight tug felt as if his legs might be torn from their sockets. The friction against his posterior was excruciating, and he feared he might be injured. Panic-stricken, John realized that even confronting the entity head-on would yield no advantage. He shouted and struggled with all his might to retreat further under the bed. The entity, seeing that she could not extract him, grew more irate and summoned her strength for another attempt. The piercing sounds of friction echoed in the room. Despite John's desperate resistance, he exploded with renewed vigor in a fight for survival, and this time, the entity could not pull him out. Infuriated, she flared her skirt, placing her long legs on the bed's edge, locking her hands around John's calves, and pulling with all her might. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air, accompanied by John's screams. He could feel an overwhelming force dragging him, and as the pressure increased, the fabric of his shirt shredded, leaving his skin bloodied. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. He sensed an icy chill creeping along the points where she grasped him, slowly enveloping his body. As this coldness coursed through him, his muscles grew unresponsive, and he felt himself losing control. "Let go of me, you monster. Damn your entire family," John shouted in horror, his curses becoming increasingly desperate. But the cold continued to rise, surging past his neck and into his brain, accompanied by an intense pain that rendered him voiceless. His mouth moved in a silent expression of rage and fear, yet no sound escaped. Soon, a blank expression overtook him, filled with confusion and trepidation, and his body surrendered, collapsing helplessly onto the floor. With this resignation, the entity's pulling intensified, and in an instant, John was yanked out from beneath the bed with a thud, landing heavily on the floor. Fortunately, his robust physique absorbed the impact without significant injury, although he lay there, dazed and bewildered. Gradually, he stirred, his head moving sluggishly as he surveyed his surroundings. Fear and trepidation danced in his eyes as his legs trembled. Unconsciously, his stout fingers formed a delicate gesture. Before the entity could make her next move, he quickly dropped to his knees, hands gesturing in supplication. As he expressed his plea with gestures and nods, a miraculous transformation occurred. The entity's expression softened, her anger dissipating as she regarded him with a newfound calmness. Chapter 103. The ugly nation's despair upon witnessing the mysterious woman's murderous intent wane. The audience from the ugly nation collectively exhaled in relief. In their twisted psyche, They preferred to gamble on the odds of random death rather than face a nationwide disaster that could diminish their welfare. This gambler's mentality led them to accept the possibility of John's survival, as it seemed they could bear the thought of him living. Was it possible that the enigmatic being had decided to spare John? Heaven bless our ugly nation. Observing John's expression and demeanor, reminiscent of the previously afflicted Ricardo from the Lion Nation, I speculated that he might have been thoroughly tainted, which could explain why the entity chose not to end his life. Having witnessed the Lion Nation's broadcast, I felt that if John were to descend into the realm of the supernatural, we could accept that. With so many of us in the ugly nation, losing a few individuals wouldn't matter, especially if it spared our reality from disaster. Death is not to be feared. A life worse than death is the true horror. Is there a chance, one questioned, that the entity simply finds your chosen one unappealing and thus refrains from taking him as a subordinate? A notorious cynic from the Dragon Nation happened to arrive at this moment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our John is so robust, with a generous and spirited personality, brimming with masculinity. How could the entity not be fond of him? Perhaps it would even abandon its own partner for our John. But your John has been tainted. His character has changed. Just then, John noticed the change in the woman's demeanor. His expression gradually relaxed, free from the burden of impending death. The transformed John began to awaken his wits. His once orderly gaze now roamed restlessly over the entity's long legs. Suddenly, a sly glint flickered in his eye, and he appeared to concoct a plan. He knelt and crawled a few steps forward, then began to bow in reverence to her. After a few gestures of homage, he abruptly ceased rising, instead leaning forward to grasp the entity's delicate foot, his head inching closer as if to kiss it. In an instant, the woman's face hardened, frost creeping over her features as her blood-red gown billowed without wind. She deftly stepped back, evading his filthy lips, then raised her foot to stomp down on John's head with a resounding thud, crashing it onto the floor. The slender heel glittered ominously in the evening light. At this point, the audience from the ugly nation remained oblivious to the impending doom, believing John to be secure and continuing their idle chatter. Such a fierce lady. But why reward him? In the next moment, the delicate foot suddenly exerted force and slammed down. Bang! With his supernatural strength, John's head exploded like a watermelon. Crimson blood splattering throughout the room, red and white staining curtains, bookshelves, and bedding, even splattering the entity's face. She wiped away the blood with a look of disgust. Without needing to articulate her disdain, a single word echoed in the minds of all the viewers: garbage. Chosen one John from the ugly nation has perished. Comprehensive evaluation. National fortune of the ugly nation reduced by 10 points, currently at 60 points. National sense of joy decreased by 20. The populace of the ugly nation had not yet processed John's sudden demise when they were struck by the announcement of his death. A 20 decrease in joy. For a society that thrives on entertainment, this was nothing short of torment. Many citizens could not accept this outcome and chose to restart their lives. It aptly reflected a sentiment from earlier remarks: the fear of living a life worse than death. Overnight, the citizens of the ugly nation experienced the sheer terror of this punishment. Starting the next day, the number of addicts surged dramatically, with a nationwide trend towards indulgence. Various entertainment industries escalated their efforts, pushing boundaries until there were none left. The entire ugly nation descended into a pathological existence. Consequently, the nation's economy, military, and overall power rapidly declined, with its international influence plummeting. However, that was a tale for another time. For now, they had yet to fully grasp the anguish of a life worse than death. Meanwhile, members of the Dragon Nation's Supernatural Studies Department were engaged in discussions regarding the logic behind the entity's lethal actions, hoping to confirm whether the earlier hints sent to Chen contained any misleading information. The technical team, through analyzing the micro-expressions and daily behaviors of several chosen ones, had determined that those individuals exhibited dramatically altered personalities post-tainting to the extent that they were almost unrecognizable, akin to those suffering from severe dissociative disorders. With their primary identities replaced, one staff member presented a thick stack of documents for review. The information department reported that the conclusions drawn by several major powers aligned with ours. The entity seemed to induce a second personality in the chosen ones through some unknown means, ultimately supplanting the primary identity. The methods suggested by various countries included consuming food from refrigerators and engaging in artistic endeavors. However, whether direct contact with the entity would trigger contamination remained inconclusive. Another staff member began to relay updates. We have reached out to numerous renowned psychiatrists in the Dragon Nation, who will analyze the information we provide and offer their insights promptly. As a series of updates continued, Shali adjusted his glasses and turned to the elder Chen. Leader, based on the current information, If Su Chen confronts the entity directly, he is likely to be attacked immediately, unless he succumbs entirely to contamination. However, should he be completely tainted, the realm of supernatural tales would still deem the Dragon Nation a failure, even if he hides under his bed until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This would not resolve the issue. He would forfeit his only chance to venture out for reconnaissance, making survival during tomorrow's haunting night nearly impossible. Elder Chen, it seems we have reached an impasse. Xiao Li, feeling a sense of despair, summarized the most pressing information. Elder Chen, upon hearing this, remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. It was not until the mysterious woman re-emerged from the bedroom that he suddenly spoke. The entity's form appears to be solidifying. I suspect she is engaged in her own artistic creation, and the completion of the artwork likely bears significant meaning, or perhaps resembles some form of ritual. What do you all think? Elder Chen's abrupt remark left the others momentarily bewildered. Chapter 104. Luring the tiger away from its mountain. After a moment of contemplation, one of the individuals hesitantly spoke up. I believe there is merit to this theory. From the imagery of the Lion Kingdom, it is evident that once the artwork is completed, the enigmatic woman will fully materialize, appearing far more tangible compared to the bizarre entities of the Ugly Kingdom. This suggests that the painting symbolizes the complete subjugation of the blue attire by the red attire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li shook his head in disagreement. That is not correct. The entity from the Lion Kingdom exhibited a blue hue in its skirt after realizing that Li Jiatu was not Zhang Yang, indicating that it has not been entirely suppressed. Qin Lao smiled slightly at Xiao Li's words, appreciating his newfound attention to detail. Indeed, I suspect that the artwork merely marks the beginning of the red attire's dominion over the blue attire. To achieve this goal, the opposition must possess further plans. Moreover, have you noticed the regular intervals at which the entity re-enters the bedroom? The progression of its materialization is also consistent. This implies that tonight is likely not the night of resurrection, as the entity's painting speed is exceedingly slow, leaving insufficient time for completion. Thus, Su Chen might have a chance to create a miracle. Qin Lao's murky eyes sparkled with confidence. Meanwhile, Su Chen, as anticipated by Qin Lao, had also discerned these patterns through his observations while hiding beneath the bed. The entity returned to the bedroom at half-hour intervals. Based on the time required for its body to materialize to a human-like degree, it would reach completion by 5 in the morning. These insights could potentially be leveraged. As soon as the entity exited the bedroom once more, Su Chen swiftly crawled out from under the bed. He grabbed Zhang Yang's lesson plan and some paper and pens from the desk before hastily returning to his hiding spot. His plan was simple. Since Zhang Yang had already fled the house and the entity remained unaware, it indicated that the entity's understanding of the entire scenario, or at least the house, was insufficient. They lacked an omniscient perspective. Furthermore, the entity's objective, as revealed by the rules, was to taint Zhang Yang rather than to eliminate him. This suggested that it held a significant interest in Zhang Yang. If the entity were to discover that Zhang Yang was in danger, and it lacked an omniscient view to locate him swiftly, what would it do? Quite simply, it would desperately search for him, striving to rescue him. In this way, luring the tiger away from its mountain could indeed be achieved. Su Chen unfurled Zhang Yang's lesson plan and placed a blank sheet of paper before him. In the next moment, his innate skill, dual focus, activated for the first time. As the skill took effect, he immediately sensed a transformation within himself. He could now engage in 2 utterly distinct tasks simultaneously without interference, potentially even yielding complementary results. For instance, he could take a test, with one part of his mind working from front to back, while another worked from back to front. Should he discover that the latter provided inspiration for the former, the second aspect of his mind could instantly alert him, thus saving considerable time. He felt akin to a dual-threaded computer. With one part of his mind carefully observing Zhang Yang's handwriting, the other began to replicate it. Thanks to the enhancement from his talent, what had once been a challenging task became remarkably simple. It was as if words floated continuously before him, merely requiring him to trace them. Su Chen began to write. However, after completing a single character, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Something was amiss. Why did he unconsciously deviate from the original handwriting while copying? It felt as though muscle memory was taking over uncontrollably. He scrutinized Zhang Yang's writing closely. After a moment's reflection, he arrived at a realization. The handwriting bore a striking resemblance to his own. This similarity triggered his muscle memory, causing his imitation to transform into his distinct script. But how could this coincidence occur? A sense of astonishment welled within him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Su Chen passed the pen from his right hand to his left and wrote a character with his left hand. The next moment, he was utterly astonished. The character he penned with his left hand was identical to Zhang Yang's handwriting. How could this be? Su Chen was taken aback. The impact of this revelation was profound. An NPC's handwriting matched his own left-handed script? This was absurd. Was this a deliberate design of the bizarre realm? After much contemplation, Chen arrived at a conclusion. Never mind, the pressing matter takes precedence. He temporarily set aside these doubts and unfurled another sheet of paper, his left hand swiftly writing away. He also deactivated his dual focus skill. There was no need to utilize it for tasks his left hand could accomplish alone. The sooner he turned it off, the sooner it could cool down for later use. Before long, a simple plea for help was completed. Dear, in recent days, the neighbors from the top floor have been incessantly knocking on the door. Their behavior is quite strange, and I struggle to describe it. Today, they even attempted to pick the lock. I am filled with fear, and the emergency number is unreachable, perhaps due to poor signal in our area. If you return to find me missing, please rush to report it. Do not linger at home. After finishing the note, Chen glanced at the time and realized that the entity would soon return. Cautiously, he crawled toward the head of the bed, setting the dusty alarm clock on the nightstand to ring. He folded the plea for help and tucked it beneath the clock. To maintain a logical facade and prevent the entity from growing suspicious, he also programmed the alarm for the same time over the next few days. Thus, it would resemble the frantic actions of someone leaving a note for their partner in distress. Finally, he restored the lesson plan to its original state and swiftly retreated back under the bed, waiting quietly for the entity's return. Soon, the moment arrived. With a creak, the door swung open. The increasingly tangible woman in the red dress stepped inside, moving with deliberate grace. What followed was a familiar standoff. Chen held his breath, not daring to make a sound as he observed the movement of her skirt. Just as the woman in red turned to leave, the alarm clock unexpectedly blared to life. The jarring sound echoed throughout the room, interrupting her departure. The figure paused, then slowly turned back toward the head of the bed. In the next instant, the alarm ceased, seemingly silenced by her hand. Moments later, the sound of paper unfolding filled the silence. At that point, the room fell eerily quiet. Chen, desperate to stifle his breathing, remained utterly still. Through the gap beneath the bed, he witnessed the red dress billowing without wind, swelling violently. As the skirt trembled, the temperature in the room plummeted, resembling the depths of winter. Blue flecks began to appear on the crimson fabric, like a constellation of stars. Swiftly, these blue points spread across the skirt, consuming the blood-red hue in their wake. Suddenly, an enraged female voice pierced the air. Wretched creature, this is all your fault. How could you let Zhang Yang leave at that time? If anything happens to him, I will ensure we both meet our end. The anguished cries resonated throughout the room. Chapter 105. Stepping outside in the next moment, the woman abruptly turned and dashed out of the room. As the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, the sounds of sobbing and footsteps faded into silence. Chen exhaled in relief and swiftly crawled out from beneath the bed. He hurried to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen. The footsteps outside gradually receded until they were no longer audible. It appeared that the entity had gone upstairs in search of Zhang Yang. Such a peculiar being, yet it walks with footsteps. How unceremonious. Chen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The audience from Dragon Country watched this scene in a daze, utterly astonished that the entity had indeed been misled. I'm impressed. I had a feeling that Chen was just pulling off some clever maneuvers. Look at how the entity has been deceived. Laughing out loud, I wonder what the psychological impact on the entity is right now. Some felt that watching Chen's livestream was less thrilling than those from other countries. I subconsciously trust Chen, believing he can turn danger into safety, which diminishes the sense of urgency. That makes sense. So I opened a stream from Clockwork Country to heighten the atmosphere of horror. How tragic, our panda is going to starve. The mindset of the Dragon Country viewers was remarkably buoyant. After all, their chosen one was undeniably impressive, exuding an unwavering confidence that allowed them to relax and enjoy the show as if it were a reality television program. With seeds in hand, drinks at their sides, and banter filling the chat, they relished the moment. Occasionally, if they craved some thrill, they could peek into streams from other countries, where their girlfriends would snuggle closer in fright. Life was truly delightful. However, the foreign audience was far from pleased, harboring a deep-seated anger, especially after witnessing the Dragon Country comments, which only exacerbated their frustration. They began to mock in the chat. What are you Dragon Country folks so proud of? Do you really think misleading the entity will lead to victory? Do you believe there is no danger outside? I bet Chen won T last 10 minutes out there. Exactly. With Chen's frail demeanor, he might get beaten to death the moment he steps outside. What if the entity returns just in time to ambush him? The people of Dragon Country are truly foolish. The rules clearly state one must hide under the bed until 6 in the morning. Chen is blatantly violating those rules. Misfortune is surely on the horizon. I Our chosen one from fairy tale country is wise enough to know to stay hidden. Despite the taunts from foreigners, the people of Dragon Country remained unfazed. The foreign remarks felt akin to a swarm of ants warning a human, "There's a river ahead. Don't proceed. It has drowned many of our brethren. You will perish too." Yet, they failed to consider that just because they could not accomplish something, it did not mean others were incapable. Thus, the people of Dragon Country simply responded, yes, you're absolutely right," facing a screen filled with affirmations. The foreign audience felt as though they had struck a punch into a pile of cotton, leaving them with a sense of suffocating frustration. Enraged, they switched back to their own streams to vent their ire. This cowardly chosen one only knows how to hide. What a wretch. If I were there, I would be 1,000 times more formidable. After venting, they returned once more to Su Chen's stream. It was undeniable that, regardless of nationality, they found watching Su Chen's live stream to be quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained oblivious to the external commotion. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Hadn't Zhang slipped away earlier? If the entity, due to his cunning tactics, were indeed to find Zhang Yang, wouldn't it owe him a debt of gratitude? Never mind, best not to dwell on such thoughts. I must focus on the task at hand. Su Chen smacked his forehead and swiftly returned to the bedroom, grabbing his backpack in preparation to leave. However, as he passed by the secondary bedroom, his innate talent unexpectedly surged. The slanted perspective of a painting materialized in his mind. Something was amiss. Certain elements of the artwork had changed since he last viewed it. Furrowing his brow, he hastened closer to the canvas. Now, the entire picture unfolded before him. To his astonishment, the mirror depicted in the previous scene had transformed into a swirling portal, painted with a substance resembling dark, viscous blood. It seemed the entity had not merely colored the artwork, but had undertaken a secondary creation. A chill ran through Su Chen's body. The original image, which featured a woman in blue gazing into a mirror reflecting a red dress, was already eerie enough. Yet, with this alteration, the painting appeared even more bizarre, conveying a sense of foreboding. The current depiction resembled two twin sisters, one in blue and the other in red, bidding farewell before a dark portal, as if the woman in red were about to step into the abyss. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a sharp pain in his mind. The dark portal in the painting began to feel eerily familiar. He recalled the time he had been contaminated and had seen that very portal, even having stepped through it himself. Su Chen was taken aback. What was happening? Why would the entity create such a painting? Did it hold some hidden significance? Unable to fathom it further, he decided to set aside his doubts. It was crucial to leave and not be obstructed by the entity. Suppressing his anxiety, Su Chen approached the door, picked up the key from the cabinet, took a deep breath, and turned the lock to step outside. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed in the empty corridor. Once outside, Su Chen glanced at his door number, 901. At first, he did not discern any particular significance. Next, he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a long corridor, flanked by numerous doors on either side. A rough estimate suggested there were about 20 households on this floor. It appeared to be an old-style tenement building. The litter on the floor of the hallway and the dust on the neighbors' doors indicated that this place had been rather desolate, likely unoccupied for quite some time. He might very well be the sole resident on this floor. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed something amiss. The footprints on the ground did not seem to lead solely to his door. There were also distinct prints near doors 905 and 907. He realized that the prints at his door were likely from a delivery person the previous day, making them quite obvious. However, the prints at the other two doors were comparable in clarity, suggesting that at least one of those households had recently been inhabited. With this thought in mind, Su Chen endeavored to lower his breathing and footfalls as he cautiously proceeded down the corridor. Chapter 106. The unfading shadow of Zhang Yang. Throughout his journey, he meticulously observed his surroundings, particularly when passing by units 905 and 907. He pushed his innate talents to their utmost limits. Regrettably, as he reached the top of the building, aside from discovering that units 915 and 919 were also occupied, he found no further useful clues. A sense of disappointment washed over Su Chen as he turned back, cautiously making his way toward the stairwell, intent on exploring the lower floors. Why not ascend higher? The answer was simple. He was no fool. The enigmatic presence was certainly no naif either. It wouldn't be deceived into calling for help, but rather would likely storm to the top floor, searching household by household for its desired companion. Moreover, this mysterious entity had no inclination to take the elevator, preferring the stairs. The prospect of locking eyes with it during his ascent would be rather awkward. Surely, he couldn't engage in a physical confrontation with a young girl. Thus, descending was undoubtedly the safer option. With his resolve firm, Su Chen stepped into the stairwell, preparing to head down. Suddenly, he halted. His innate abilities detected something unusual. On the door of the recently passed water heating well, there was a faint trace of a pentagram, seemingly drawn by a hand upon the dust-laden surface. A spark of realization ignited in Su Chun's mind as he recalled a phrase from the rules. You may open the door, rest assured. The light of the stars shall protect you. Although this rule originally pertained to determining the safety of a delivery person, could it not also apply here? If so, did it imply that something resided within the water heating well? With this thought, Su Chun swiftly turned back, brushing aside the litter on the doorknob, ready to pull open the door of the water heating well. To his surprise, he found it locked. This revelation only solidified Su Chen's belief that he had stumbled upon a crucial piece of information. There must be a clue inside. He crouched down, blowing the dust off the lock to reveal its true form. It was a combination lock. Gazing at the 4-number dials, Su Chun fell into contemplation. The presence of a combination lock indicated a deliberate intention. It was improbable that he would be allowed to guess randomly. He should possess the knowledge of the answer. After pondering for a moment, his gaze fell upon the door plate of his own unit, 901. If he added a 0 in front, wouldn't it perfectly yield a 4-digit number? Let us give it a try, Su Chen thought. With his left hand steadying the combination lock, he began to input the numbers with his right. Notably, this lock featured an intriguing design, employing various shapes to represent numbers, such as a circle for 0 and a triangle for 3, and so forth. Such elementary puzzles posed no challenge to a person of sound mind. As Su Chun turned the final digit, a crisp click resonated through the air, and the combination lock sprang open. Seeing this, Su Chun quickly removed the lock and cautiously pulled open the door of the water heating well. As the door creaked ajar, a musty odor wafted forth, indicating that it had not been opened in quite some time. Su Chun waved his hand in front of his nose to disperse the odor, taking a deep breath before peering inside. Unfortunately, the dim corridor lighting obscured his view, and even with his innate abilities, he could not discern the specifics within. He had no choice but to retrieve his phone and activate the flashlight. Initially, when he learned that there were residents on this floor, he had resolved not to use the flashlight. Even though he was not directly facing any of the unit's peepholes, the bright light could still expose his presence. However, with a clue before him, he had no choice but to take the risk. As the flashlight illuminated the interior of the water heating well, its contents became vividly clear to Su Chun. He spotted the size of a cup of instant noodles, and quickly retrieved it, promptly shutting off the flashlight. To avoid detection by the other residents, Su Chun didn't linger but hastened back to the stairwell, making his way down, pausing only when he reached the landing of the 8th floor. First, he surveyed the 8th floor corridor, noting its pristine condition, indicative of long-term habitation by several residents. This suggested that perhaps only his own floor was afflicted by the strange occurrences, while the other floors might be safe. With this thought alleviating his concern, he took out to examine it. As a youth from the Dragon Kingdom, he had encountered such devices before, and given the size of this lock, it was not overly complex. Before long, he had managed to dismantle it. At that moment, a small black box and a folded piece of paper tumbled out of the. Quick as a flash, Su Chun snatched up both items. He first glanced at the small black box, only to be taken aback. To his dismay, it was yet another combination lock, and its number dials utilized the same symbolic representation as the previous one. This indicated that the same individual had concealed these clues. Su Chun, feeling somewhat exasperated, attempted the combination 0901, only to be met with failure. He set the box aside and carefully unfolded the paper, revealing its contents. To his dismay, it appeared to be a math problem torn from an unknown textbook. Was the person hiding clues truly insane? What kind of thought process led to this? Nevertheless, despite his grievances, the task of decoding could not cease. Upon viewing the math problem, Su Chun began to mentally compute the solution. Halfway through, he suddenly realized that this problem bore a striking resemblance to one from Zhang Yang's lesson plan, merely altered with different numbers. Su Chun furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling coincidence. The specter of Zhang Yang seemed to linger incessantly. Why was he seemingly everywhere? And what of the handwriting that had perplexed him earlier? Why did it mirror his own left-handed writing so precisely? An unsettling intuition nagged at Su Chun, suggesting that the situation was amiss. He took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and continued to solve the math problem with fervor. Before long, the answer emerged, 5,941. With haste, Su Chun inputted the digits. Upon hearing the click of the black box unlocking, he eagerly retrieved the paper inside, swiftly unfolding it. The next moment, Su Chun's body jolted, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Once again, it was Zhang Yang's handwriting. Why was this happening? Was it possible that all of this was a scheme orchestrated by Zhang Yang? What was his ultimate aim? Recalling the initial incident involving Zhang Yang's hidden books, Su Chen had previously speculated a connection to the world of ghost stories, asserting that everything was governed by the supreme rules. If Zhang Yang had deliberately concealed his professional information, his intention would be to ensnare Su Chen within the strange phenomena, making him a scapegoat. But here lay a conundrum. How could Zhang Yang have known that someone would inevitably come after his departure? This aspect confounded Su Chen. If Zhang Yang's goal was to ensnare him, why not take away the photograph? That would have guaranteed that Su Chen would remain oblivious to the trap of the night of resurrection. Wouldn't that have sufficed to achieve his objective? It was precisely for this reason that Su Chen had previously dismissed his suspicions toward Zhang Yang, attributing blame to the supreme rules. Yet now, it seemed far from simple. Perhaps this truly was linked to Zhang Yang. First and foremost, the handwriting had left Su Chen deeply troubled, coupled with the intricate web of clues. He felt as if Zhang Yang was a black hole, continuously beckoning him to step closer, intent on consuming him whole. Yet, he found himself compelled to venture forth. This sensation filled Su Chen with profound discontent. Yet, in the end, he let out a sigh and lowered his gaze to the flamboyantly penned letter in his hand. Chapter 107. The Latecomer? A myriad of traps. Dear Latecomer, since you have discovered this note, it signifies that your conjectures thus far have not been entirely erroneous. It appears you are not entirely foolish, which brings me a modicum of relief. Oh, are you feeling irate? Do you find it unjust? You, who have managed to survive thus far, consider yourself a prodigy, yet in my words, you feel utterly devalued. Allow me to extend my magnanimity and reveal to you that all you perceive is merely what I wish for you to see. For instance, the books nestled in the crevice, the news on the television, the concealed photographs, and oh, I cannot divulge further, as it is quite vigilant. Have you deduced from these clues that time is a continuum? In truth, you are mistaken. All of it is mere misdirection. However, I do not express this to undermine your confidence, but rather to convey that you should not place excessive faith in your judgments. At times, you are gravely mistaken. What? You claim you have not seen any of these things? Oh dear, how hopelessly naive you are. Perhaps this is the folly of the foolish. Well, I shan't frighten you any longer. You need not worry excessively. I shall assist you. Nonetheless, you must exercise greater vigilance henceforth. Enough of the preamble. Let us return to the crux of the matter. What I am about to say is of utmost importance, so please remember it well. First, check your phone. If today is September 3rd or earlier, you may proceed to room 701, where beneath the bed in the second bedroom lies a loose floor tile concealing the information you require. If today is September 4th, allow me to mourn for you. Time is rather tight. However, you might attempt to reach room 701 before midnight tonight. Perhaps there is still hope for you. If today is September 5th or later, I can no longer fathom how you have survived. Perhaps you possess a superior means of survival, or have certain circumstances utterly transcended my control. I find myself perplexed. In that case, you may act as you wish. Finally, and most crucially, do not allow yourself to be seen by anyone clad in white garments and wearing a mask. Furthermore, ensure she does not see you. Upon finishing the letter from Zhang Yang, Su Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fingers, crumpling the letter into a ball. Indeed, his intuition was correct. Zhang Yang harbored significant issues. Although he had previously suspected Zhang Yang of plotting against him, he had not anticipated the multitude of traps laid out. According to the contents of the letter, the news, photographs, and hidden books were all orchestrated by him. The intent was evidently to manipulate the timing of Su Chen's departure from his dwelling. His suspicions arose from viewing the missing person's photograph broadcasted in the news, leading him to deduce the possibility of a soul-retrieving night. Thus, he had taken the risk of venturing outside today. Yet, what was the purpose behind Zhang Yang's actions? Su Chen found himself at a loss. If one were to focus solely on these passages, Su Chen would undoubtedly remain exceedingly wary of Zhang Yang in the future, questioning every word spoken. This reaction is entirely human. However, the peculiar aspect lies in the fact that Zhang Yang appeared to possess knowledge of Su Chen's many secrets. The opening words, latecomer, what could they signify? Did he know Su Chen would come? By what means? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Su Chen could attribute it to his own paranoia, indulging in fanciful thoughts, believing there was indeed no secret. However, the subsequent statement revealed a troubling truth that sent shivers down his spine. Have you deduced from these clues that time is a continuum? This inference stemmed from Su Chen's analysis of the missing date in the news, August 28th, leading him to conclude that time within the rules of the world was linear. It was precisely on that night that he had exited the zoo. Yet, according to Zhang Yang, was time not continuous? Was this all mere sleight of hand, a ploy to confuse him? Moreover, how did Zhang Yang come to know? Logically, he could not possibly be aware of such matters. Could it be that Zhang Yang had some connection to the world of strange tales? The sensation of having one's most clandestine secrets scrutinized by another was profoundly disconcerting. It felt as if he had meticulously orchestrated a plan, only to be seen as a mere desperate struggle in the eyes of another. This realization was utterly disempowering. Nevertheless, the letter contained an even more lethal piece of information. In comparison to this revelation, the previous conjectures were but trivial concerns. That was, oh, I cannot say more, it is quite vigilant. Whom did it refer to? If it signified the enigmatic woman, then why did Zhang Yang conclude with, above all, do not let her see you? Was this not contradictory? Thus, the conclusion was apparent. A significant flaw existed from the very outset of his deductions. The it in this world did not necessarily pertain to the enigmatic woman. It could very well refer to another entity. Or perhaps, it ought not to be a person at all. This realization represented his gravest oversight. Zhang Yang was correct. He should indeed exercise greater caution. At the moment he had just cleared the zoo, brimming with confidence, bolstered by the system's assistance and his safety net. He had not taken this chapter seriously. His previous analyses of rules and search for clues resembled a mere gaming attitude. Had he been more earnest? How could he have overlooked the question of why a mysterious woman would create so many rules detrimental to her? Was she a fool? Equally, what force had transformed her into something strange? The overt clues had failed to raise his vigilance. He had indeed been negligent. It was clear that he needed to adopt a more serious demeanor, otherwise he would squander the opportunity to engage with such a fascinating adversary. Chen slowly opened his eyes, a newfound seriousness gleaming within his dark irises, akin to the morning star illuminating the night sky. Zhang Yang, allow me to unveil your mask, Chen murmured, a smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was equally astonished. They had been thoroughly impressed by Chen's prowess, believing that with his intervention, all challenges would be effortlessly overcome, and thus watched the stream without a care. However, upon witnessing the letter, they too were left dumbfounded. Chapter 108. The Leap of Faith. What is happening? Has Chen been deceived? And what about Zhang Yang? Is there a class representative here who can decipher the hidden meanings within? I find it perplexing. It seems Zhang Yang is indeed misleading Chen. Has the deception succeeded? I too grasp only fragments of understanding, yet judging by Chen's previous demeanor, it appears that he may have indeed fallen into a trap. Goodness, how careless. This level is unexpectedly challenging. Even our Chen has been schemed against. Moreover, is Zhang Yang truly more formidable than Chen? That cannot be entirely accurate. They each operate from different positions, one in the light and the other in the shadows. The advantage of the initiative does not necessarily imply superiority. Furthermore, based on his words, Zhang Yang may not even be an adversary. Brothers, fret not. As a psychology student, I have discerned from Chen's micro-expressions that he has become serious. His attitude has shifted drastically. Let us observe closely. Chen shall not disappoint us. As news of Chen's discovery of Zhang Yang's letter spread online, international viewers were left dumbfounded. Upon learning of this, their initial reaction was one of despair. Their own contestant is still entangled in a web of deceit. Coupled with the absence of official hints, these fools are surely oblivious to this crucial clue. Are they not doomed? However, upon uncovering the contents of the letter, schadenfreude ensued. They flocked to the Dragon Kingdom's livestream to mock. Isn't your Dragon Kingdom boasting about how formidable your chosen one is? Yet here he is, being deceived like a fool. Indeed, as your ancient saying goes, this is a classic case of the clever being outsmarted by their own cleverness. The more intelligent one is, the easier it is to fall into traps. Look at Chen, preparing to heed Zhang Yang's advice and head to room 701. I wager he will undoubtedly meet his demise. If he survives, I shall eat my words. Fools, do not come to our Dragon Kingdom to exploit our hospitality. No matter the circumstances, Chen is 1,000 times superior to your foolish compatriots. You ignorant beings from the Dragon Kingdom, borrowing your own saying. Our contestants embody great wisdom disguised as foolishness, and fools often reap unexpected rewards. Are you envious? In response to the foreign mockery, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were seething with rage. As for why they did not react as strongly to previous taunts from abroad, it was because Chen was basking in the spotlight at that moment, skillfully outmaneuvering the bazaar. They knew those foreign spectators were merely jealous. The more they chattered, the more it revealed their inner turmoil. The populace of the Dragon Kingdom had little interest in becoming targets for their derision. But the situation had changed. When the foreign audience began to ridicule Chen, they were positively jubilant. Witnessing the glee of the foreign crowd, the people of the Dragon Kingdom felt as though they had been dealt a grievous blow. Moreover, Chen is a treasured gem of our nation. We would not dare speak ill of him. Yet these foreign riffraff have the audacity to prattle on our territory? Thus, The Dragon Kingdom immediately unleashed its age-old tactic of overwhelming numbers. As the ancients proclaimed, all malevolent spirits shall be consumed by the vast ocean of the populace. The ancients did not deceive me. In an instant, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom obliterated the foul-mouthed foreign spectators. Meanwhile, Chen gathered the scattered items around him into his backpack. He then cautiously ascended the stairs. Shortly, he arrived at the 7th floor. Just as he prepared to exit the stairwell and turn into the corridor, his innate ability detected an anomaly. The shadows cast upon the wall revealed that someone was approaching from the corridor's end. Strangely, the individual moved with almost no sound. Had he not noticed the shadow illuminated by the light, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of another. Realizing this, Chen retreated slowly to the midpoint between the 6th and 7th floors, concealing himself on the resting platform, waiting for the individual to pass before descending. He deduced that these residents would likely proceed straight ahead, turning towards the elevator. This would prevent any chance of being cornered. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could still hastily retreat downstairs without fear of encountering the bazaar on the 9th floor, ultimately avoiding significant peril. Thus, Chen lowered his breath and waited silently for the figure to pass. However, in the next moment, the door to the stairwell creaked ominously as the handle turned. Chen was taken aback. Was this resident deranged? Who would casually stroll down the stairs? Yet, despite his annoyance, Chen's movements were swift. He prepared to bolt downstairs. Fortunately, his agility had been enhanced to 9 through a stroke of luck. He moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the 6th floor in an instant. The next moment, faint footsteps echoed from above, confirming that the individual was indeed descending. Chen cursed his misfortune. He glanced at the staircase door on the 6th floor. The rusted lock dispelled any notion of exiting through it. The noise of the lock would undoubtedly expose him. With no other options, he decided to flee downstairs, ready to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Once again, he moved silently downwards. Alas, fortune was not on his side. Misfortune followed him like a shadow. Before he reached the 5th floor, he heard footsteps ascending from below. This was disastrous. He was caught in a pincer. In this narrow stairwell, there was nowhere to hide. Was he to resort to violence? In that moment of crisis, Chen suddenly regained his composure, his mind racing. He activated his innate ability to scan every inch of his surroundings, seeking a means of escape. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the window of the stairwell. In the next instant, he transformed into a shadow, agile as a monkey, and swiftly climbed to the window before decisively leaping out. The scene left the audience in utter shock. What is happening? Chen has jumped from the building. Ha ha ha, I told you Chen was doomed. Yet he hasn't even reached room 701 before meeting his end. Dragon Kingdom dogs, keep being arrogant. Why have you fallen silent? Is this the so-called chosen one you boast about? Truly embarrassing. Unable to resist, he jumps from the building at the sight of an approaching individual. It's laughable. I declare this the funniest video of the year. How can a man be so cowardly? Truly pathetic. Faced with Chen's leap and the mockery from abroad, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom momentarily experienced cognitive dissonance. It was not until a barrage of comments a few seconds later that they were jolted back to reality. Look, there was no death announcement. Chen is not dead. Indeed, there was no death notification. Is Chen some kind of superhuman, unharmed from a fall? Look at the lower right corner of the live stream. Closely. Are those fingers? Prompted by the comments, the viewers turned their attention to the bottom of the screen. There. In the lower right corner outside the window, a few fingers were faintly visible. At that moment, the live stream switched to a god's eye view, revealing Chen's current predicament to the audience. Chapter 109. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The dead are paramount. To his astonishment, Chen managed to suspend himself in midair, relying solely on the strength of a few fingers, cleverly utilizing the external wall to evade the encirclement of 2 adversaries. Moreover, he appeared to exert little effort, suggesting that he still possessed ample energy. This was precisely why he dared to minimize his exposure by hanging with just one hand in the air. After approximately half a minute, Chen confirmed that the two had departed. He ascended the window ledge with his left hand, exerted a slight force to elevate his body, and then agilely vaulted through the window, silently landing in the stairwell. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity that spoke of effortless grace. The populace of Longhua erupted with joy, igniting a tidal wave of comments. Those who had previously declared Chen's demise now clamored for acknowledgement. Did you witness Chen's prowess? They exclaimed. And those who labeled him weak, where are you now? Can you replicate his feat? Speak up. Or are you merely all talk? The crowd's fervor intensified, questioning whether anyone from their nation could achieve such a feat. Faced with the undeniable evidence presented by the citizens of Longhua, their foreign counterparts were rendered speechless. However, as time passed and the topic continued to gain traction online, many foreign youths, enamored with extreme sports, expressed their discontent and commenced live broadcasts to mimic Chen's audacious leap and wall-clinging maneuver. The first to succeed was a young man from Sakura country who excitedly posted a message on a popular social media platform, declaring, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. We, from Sakura country, are not inferior." This bold proclamation sent ripples through the international community, igniting a fervor among many who sought to demonstrate their nation's prowess. Yet, the results were disheartening. Only a handful achieved success, while the majority met with failure, exemplifying the perils of their attempts. In response to the relentless spirit of the foreign audience, the people of Longwa could only shake their heads in disbelief. Do they not possess self-awareness? Are they truly unaware of their own limitations? Do they genuinely believe that shouting slogans makes them the chosen ones? Nevertheless, the citizens of Longwa maintained their composure and refrained from further ridicule. After all, individuals of all ages had joined the fray to convey a singular message. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, nor the middle-aged, nor the elderly. For these individuals, the people of Longwa found it difficult to mock. Thus, beneath the videos they left behind, a small candle was lit, accompanied by the solemn reminder, "The dead are paramount." Returning to the realm of the eerie tales, Chen listened intently for any sounds in the stairwell. Upon discerning that no footsteps were present, he swiftly ascended to the 7th floor. He first surveyed the stairwell, then picked up a scrap of paper from the ground, folding it into a thick square. Cautiously, he opened the stairwell door and wedged the paper square at the bottom to prevent it from closing automatically. This way, should he encounter an unforeseen circumstance in the corridor, he could silently retreat back to the stairwell. To ensure his movements remained as quiet as possible, Chen removed his shoes and stowed them in his backpack. He had realized during his previous entrapment that wearing shoes would inevitably compromise his speed if he wished to remain silent. Without shoes, and with his agility, he could move with a grace that rivaled that of an assassin, if not doubling his previous nimbleness. Under such conditions, successfully mimicking a stealthy approach was certainly within the realm of possibility. Having prepared meticulously, Chen stealthily glided towards the end of the corridor. Soon, he arrived at the door of room 701, assessing the surroundings and noting their relative cleanliness. Based on the accumulation of dust, it seemed that the room had recently been occupied. His gaze then fell upon the door lock, and a frown creased his brow. He pondered the idea of picking the lock, but dismissed it, aware that even if he possessed the skill, it would likely alert anyone within the room. Knocking for an ambush would create too much noise and risk drawing out the neighbors. He had yet to encounter the individual clad in white and wearing a mask. As mentioned in Zhang Yang's letter, analyzing the general situation, it was plausible that those individuals resided on this floor. Knocking was simply too uncertain. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen. This building resembled a university dormitory, with each unit's electrical panel located in the outdoor stairwell. Since there had been recent occupants, it stood to reason that a power outage in the middle of the night would prompt them to investigate. Was this not an opportunity to slip in unnoticed? Without hesitation, Chen dashed towards the electrical box in the stairwell. However, upon inspecting the numerous circuit breakers, his expression darkened, and he cursed under his breath. It appeared that no maintenance had been performed in ages, rendering the occupant identification labels on the breakers unreadable. How could he possibly shut off the power? Surely he could not test them one by one. Frustration washed over him. Just then, he noticed some peculiar symbols affixed to the electrical meter. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a series of intricate shapes, hexagrams, triangles, rhombuses, and others. Could it be that these shapes were used to distinguish the circuit breakers? As the thought crossed his mind, he recalled previous experiences. Hadn't the delivery personnel indicated their safety through the drawing of pentagrams? Moreover, Zhang Yang had left a 5-pointed star as a signal on the water heating well. It seemed plausible that they used shapes to denote the circuit breakers. Eagerly, Chen scrutinized the symbols on all the electrical meters, only to find no pentagrams among them. Had he perhaps strayed down the wrong path? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he remembered the combination lock. The shapes could correspond to numbers. Thus, the identifier for room 701 should indeed correspond to a line segment. His gaze settled on the first circuit breaker. Positioned at the forefront, the symbol resembled a line segment. This had to be the one. He confidently pulled the circuit breaker down. Then, he sidled behind the stairwell door, preparing for an ambush. 5 minutes passed in silence, yet no sounds of a door opening pierced the stillness. Chen began to question whether anyone was home. If the occupants were absent, how could he gain entry without resorting to lockpicking? The note left by Zhang Yang could not possibly lead to a dead end. Even if they intended to ensnare him, it would not serve their interests. nor would it be beneficial to Zhang Yang. Thus, there must be a way in. Moreover, considering their demeanor, it was evident that he should already be aware of this entry method. Realization dawned upon him as he slapped his forehead, awakening from his reverie. Of course, the keychain on the shoe cabinet was likely the means to unlock room 701. Having overthought the matter due to subconscious mistrust of Zhang Yang, he chuckled at his folly and retrieved the keys from his backpack. Fortuitously, he had taken them with him upon leaving, sparing him the risk of returning to room 901. Once more, he approached the door of room 701, scrutinizing the keyhole and selecting a key that appeared to fit, having already confirmed the absence of any occupants. Chen did not deliberately slow his movements. The sound would go unnoticed by the neighbors. After 4 unsuccessful attempts, he furrowed his brow in frustration, cursing his bad luck. Finally, he inserted the last key that matched the lock. With a twist of his wrist, the lock clicked open with a satisfying sound. Chapter 110. Triggering the Hidden Instance. The path to escape. A gleam of joy flickered across Chen's face as he grasped the handle with his left hand and pulled it forcefully. The door swung open. As it gradually unfolded, the light from the bedroom spilled forth. Chen paused in bewilderment. What was happening? Hadn't the power been cut? Why was there still light in the bedroom? Before he could gather his thoughts, a man clad in white and wearing a mask stepped out of the bedroom. Upon seeing Chen, he too was momentarily taken aback. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. Ultimately, it was Chen who regained his composure first. Realizing he had been spotted, he decided to abandon pretense, swiftly darting into the room, reaching out to close the door while simultaneously locking it. He then propelled himself forward, driving his foot forcefully into the floor as he charged towards the masked man. At that moment, the man finally reacted, hastily lifting his left hand and pointing with his right at the electronic watch on his left wrist. Chen surmised this might be the man's method of alerting others. He could not allow this to succeed. Gritting his teeth, he activated his innate skill, applying even more force beneath him, transforming his form into a shadow that collided violently with the man. With the aid of his heightened awareness, he could analyze the man's movements while executing his own responses, propelling his reaction speed to an astonishing level. In a split second, Chen extended his left arm, locking the man's wrist firmly, while simultaneously lowering his center of gravity and wrapping his right arm around the man's leg, crashing his shoulder into the man's chest with the force of a mountain. With a resounding thud, both men were propelled backward. Another dull thump resounded as the man's back and head struck the wall, causing his neck to twist and rendering him unconscious. In an instant, the man was stripped of his combat capability. Chen braced himself against the wall, shaking his head to dispel the confusion from the impact. Once he regained clarity, he turned to the man, only to find him already in a state of unconsciousness. A sigh of relief escaped Chen's lips. The previous moment had been too urgent. Had the man managed to call for help, it could have led to countless complications. Damn it, Zhang Yang truly leaves traps everywhere. Chen muttered angrily. He cast another glance at the unconscious figure before turning towards the bedroom in search of something to bind him with. Soon, within the bedroom cabinet, Chen discovered several restraint straps intended for psychiatric patients, which proved far more convenient than ropes. Testing the quality, he deemed them satisfactory. At least, with his current strength, he would not be able to escape their confines. Thus, Chen hoisted the unconscious man and tossed him onto the single bed in the adjoining room, beginning the process of binding him. For good measure, he wrapped every strap around the man, and before long, the man was completely swathed like a dumpling. Only then did Chen finally feel at ease. Meanwhile, the live stream in Long Country erupted in excitement. As the birthplace of martial arts, the people of Long Country inherently possessed a fascination and yearning for it. Hence, Chen's fluid and graceful movements had ignited a fervor among the viewers. Wow. He is so handsome. Chen is incredibly impressive. That is a total annihilation. Did Chen learn martial arts? How can his movements be so seamless? Can someone knowledgeable provide commentary? As a student of Iron Mountain style, with just 2.5 weeks of training, I dare say Chen's Iron Mountain style is at least at the level of a grandmaster. Amidst the jubilant cheers from the audience in Long Country, Chen shifted his focus to more pressing matters. He first retrieved a sharp knife from the kitchen and then crouched down to peer beneath the bed in the adjoining room. He began tapping the floor tiles underneath. Before long, he discerned one tile producing a hollow sound. Using the knife, he wedged the tip into the gap, applying a bit of pressure until the blade slid into the opening. With a twist of his wrist, the tile began to lift. Chen quickly extended his other hand to support the tile as he cautiously pried it up. In the next moment, a neatly folded piece of paper appeared before him. He grasped the paper and emerged from beneath the bed. Rather than hastily reading its contents, he took a moment to fortify his resolve, reminding himself to remain vigilant. After these recent events, Zhang Yang's threat level in his mind had escalated significantly. The traps laid were utterly insidious, and he had unwittingly stepped into each one. To avoid being led astray again, he resolved to approach the letter with detachment, reading it from an observer's perspective. Perhaps this would allow him to discern the true intentions behind it. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and prepared to unfold the paper in his hand. However, just as he was about to do so, a cold, mechanical voice resonated out of nowhere. Simultaneously, an announcement appeared in the live streams of all nations. Chosen one of Long Country, Su Chen, has triggered the hidden instance, the path to escape. As long as you can successfully escape through the unit door, you will complete the challenge. Chosen one Su Chen may select any conditions for completion. Whether surviving for 7 days or escaping safely will suffice to conclude this eerie tale. All nations have been granted a new opportunity for hits. Moreover, due to Long Country being the first to trigger the hidden instance, all resource reserves of Long Country will increase by 10. This reward can only be triggered once. The announcements left all spectators in stunned silence. The officials of Long Country were equally bewildered, never anticipating that this eerie tale would feature a hidden instance, let alone offer additional rewards. Old Chen, should we expedite the re-establishment of the firewall? Xiaoli anxiously glanced at Old Chen. It was known that the previous hint opportunities for all nations had been exhausted before Long Country had dismantled the live stream firewall. Now, due to Su Chen's exploration, a hidden level had been activated, granting all surviving nations new hint opportunities. Wouldn't this allow them to copy Su Chen's answers? Although the rules of the world provided additional compensation to Long Country, the majority of its citizens felt discontent. Allowing those shameless nations to copy answers was akin to sending a meat bun to a dog. Once they had gleaned the information, they would undoubtedly continue to harass Long Country. Chapter 111. Is there a reward for this? Contact the technical department and reinstate the firewall. Furthermore, do not be disheartened. Even if they copy homework, they cannot replicate Su Chen's operations, Qin Lao said with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Lao's words, Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes brightened. Concern can lead to disorder. Previously, he had not given it much thought, merely feeling displeased at the idea of those ingrates copying homework. However, as Qin Lao had pointed out, when it came to Su Chen's current series of maneuvers, the others indeed could not replicate them. With that realization, Xiaoli's frustration dissipated. I will contact the technical department right away, he declared, his face alight with joy as he rushed out the door. After Xiaoli left, Qin Lao continued to gaze at the live broadcast. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he beckoned a chubby-faced young man. Xiaozhong, go report to the higher-ups. Just tell them what I said. We should advise our friendly nations not to waste their hint opportunities too quickly. Why is that? Queried Xiaozhong. According to the letter from Zhang Yang, tomorrow may be too late. And if the leaders ask why, how should I respond? Just say that it is difficult for the other party to replicate Su Chen's actions. Even if they succeed, they may not uncover the truth afterwards. It would be wiser to wait until Su Chen deciphers the mystery before taking action. The young man pondered briefly and grasped the situation. Indeed, previously, that line of thought had been short-sighted. Not only would the other party struggle to imitate Zhang Yang's handwriting to deceive, but should they encounter obstacles along the way, they would be trapped. Thus, it was indeed prudent to wait for Su Chen's resolution before attempting to copy, which would increase their chances of survival. All right, I will report immediately. With that, the young man dashed out. Qin Lao took a sip from his large teacup, raising his eyes to observe Su Chen through the gap between the cup and his nose. His murky pupils suddenly brightened. Indeed, he sensed something amiss. Moments ago, Su Chen had unfolded a letter, glanced at it, and then hastily folded it back. Additionally, Su Chen's expression had turned grim. Qin Lao speculated that the contents of the letter might be troubling or that the truth of this copy was exceedingly terrifying. Alternatively, the conditions for clearing it could be exceptionally stringent. Only under these circumstances would Su Chen's demeanor be so heavy. That said, if Su Chen felt there was an issue, then the other nations' competitors were essentially courting disaster. As the elder brother among those smaller nations, the Dragon Country naturally had to lend a hand in such times. However, the Dragon Country was not a benevolent entity. As the saying goes, reciprocity is key. The primary reason was that their own subordinates had previously supported them on the international stage, making it unreasonable to refuse assistance. Otherwise, just look at the surviving chosen ones from the countries of the Clock, Lake, Beer, and other unsightly nations. The Dragon Country would not pay them any mind. They decisively reinstated the firewall, severing the live broadcast connection. If they chose to follow in the footsteps of those unsightly nations, they should prepare to face the consequences. Not long after, The Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs discreetly informed their subordinates of this matter. Those subordinates expressed their endless gratitude, offering numerous gifts in return. Some even got a bit overzealous, proposing to perform a grand show for their elder brother. Thankfully, a diplomatic staff member casually inquired and discovered that one individual was actually planning to launch fireworks in the unsightly nation, leaving the Dragon Country speechless. After much persuasion, they managed to calm their subordinates. Once the call ended, the diplomatic staff member couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Their subordinates were earnest, but quite naive. Sending those fireworks could provoke the unsightly nation, ultimately requiring the Dragon Country's protection, given the precarious state of national fortunes. While the Dragon Country was not afraid of the unsightly nation, it would still be troublesome. It was better to wait patiently for the world of eerie tales to suppress the unsightly nation. Wasn't that more appealing? Speaking of which, ever since Chen entered the world of eerie tales, in just a month and a half, the Dragon Country had undergone a tremendous transformation on the international stage. This young man was far superior to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, one diplomatic staff member remarked. Returning to the earlier moment, Chen stared at the announcement before him, momentarily shocked. Well, a hidden copy? As long as one escapes the unit door, one can clear it? Chen's mind raced. Could it be possible that jumping from the third floor would also suffice for clearance? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. It was highly unlikely, given the evident flaws displayed by the copy thus far. Suddenly, Chen recalled that escaping through the unit door would indeed lead to clearance, which aligned with the previous rules. However, back then, the rules had been contradictory. This announcement clarified that the statement written by the woman in red was likely a misleading item, probably intended to ensnare him and prevent his escape from her control. Conversely, it could also confirm that the words left by the woman in blue were fundamentally true, as she held benevolent intentions, though those intentions were directed towards Zhang Yang. This was something he could potentially leverage in the future, though he needed to tread carefully. He should not impersonate Zhang Yang and risk being discovered, as that would lead to significant losses. Having thought through all this, Chen prepared to open the letter in his hand once more. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed. However, this time it did not come from the air, but resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden copy. Reward points, 1,000. Ding! Reminder to the host. The escape route copy has merged with the letter copy from your girlfriend. After the host clears it, rewards will be allocated based on the number of rules deciphered and performance within the copy. Upon hearing this voice, Chen's body jolted again. The rewards were being granted before completion? System, will rewards be given upon triggering a hidden copy? Yes, as long as the host triggers a hidden copy. This system will provide corresponding rewards based on the difficulty of the copy. Hearing this response, Chen felt a surge of joy, only to be followed by a wave of concern. He recalled that during his initial clearance of the zoo, he had only received 1,000 points. Now, having merely discovered a hidden copy, he was rewarded with 1,000 points. Did this not imply that this hidden copy's difficulty must be considerable? At that moment, Chen's curiosity was piqued. System, based on my current analysis, how many points can I obtain upon clearance? He intended to test whether he could exploit a system bug to deduce how flawed his reasoning might be. In response to the host, based on your current rule analysis and copy progress, a conclusion cannot be provided. The ethereal mechanical voice sounded cold and devoid of emotion. Chen's heart sank. To be unable to provide a conclusion? Just how egregiously wrong was he? Or was it that his current progress was insufficient? After a calm analysis, Chen surmised that it was likely a matter of progress, considering he had yet to experience the significant event of the Night of Resurrection. The system's response was thus quite understandable. Chapter 112. New Rules. Flights of Fancy. Observing that he could not exploit any bugs in the system, Chen did not feel overly disheartened. After all, accumulating 1,000 points was a commendable achievement. He could soon peruse the system shop to see if there were any economical, yet useful items available. With that thought, Chen unfurled the flamboyant letter once more. In the next moment, a dense array of familiar characters materialized before his eyes. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Was it unexpected? Tell me quietly. Did you wet yourself in fear at that moment? Just kidding, don't rush to curse me. I am aware that with your prowess, you will undoubtedly solve this conundrum. Moreover, this is an essential item I have prepared for your escape. All right, without further ado, I shall now elucidate how to escape. Please remember to adhere strictly to these instructions. By the way, do refrain from cursing me for being cryptic. After all, it is watching too closely. I believe that with your intelligence, you will comprehend my meaning. 1. Remember your identity. You are a night shift doctor. Please don your work attire and mask while on duty. Your code name is the Star of David. Make sure not to be discovered as an imposter. 2. Do not speak at night. If communication with colleagues is necessary, please use sign language. A manual for common signs is in your left pocket. I believe with your capabilities, you will learn it swiftly. If you truly cannot master it, do not reveal your inability. 3. Your assigned area is the second floor, rooms 11 to 20. Should you notice any mysterious disappearances of patients in your ward, report immediately to the security captain, whose office is beside the entrance on the first floor. 4. It is your duty as a doctor to examine the patient's conditions. Please check their health at least once every night. If a patient exhibits self-harming tendencies, do not panic. This is normal. Secure them to the bed and provide them with the headphones located on the bedside. Soothing music will aid in their recovery. 5. Entertainment and relaxation are the best methods to heal patients. Ensure that they engage in at least 1 hour of painting and 1 hour of dancing each day. 6. Nights should be tranquil. Patients should not speak. If you find a patient talking to themselves, please intervene. 7. Patients may not always comply. If they refuse your orders, you may resort to force, striking them until they obey. 8. During the day, do not open the ward doors in front of others. Anomalies are exceedingly dangerous. 9. During the day and from 6 to 7 in the evening, it is best to remain alone. Otherwise, be sure to wear a mask. Trust me, they will not heed your excuses. Monsters possess no reason. Alternatively, you may pray that they suffer from prosopagnosia. 10. The cafeteria is located in room 601. With meal times at 8 o'clock a.m., 12 o'clock p.m., 8 o'clock p.m., and 1 o'clock a.m. The cafeteria operates on a self-service basis. Take as much as you can eat. If you truly cannot consume it, you may attempt to pack it to go, but do not allow others to perceive your oddities. Those who stand out often find themselves in peril. 11. It is widely acknowledged that water and fire cannot coexist. Light and darkness annihilate each other, and the divine and demonic are at odds. Yet, delivery personnel are a fascinating group, and one may observe them during moments of confusion. 12. Every Sunday night at midnight, the director convenes a weekly meeting on the 18th floor. Remember, all medical staff must attend. 13. He is always exalted, never descending below the 9th floor. Chen cast a glance at the paper, and with the aid of his innate abilities, the words imprinted themselves in his mind. He closed the letter and shut his eyes, contemplating the implications of the text. Setting aside the rules for the moment, the initial sentences suggested that beneath the flippant tone, Zhang Yang seemed confident that he would encounter this individual and possess the means to address the situation. This feeling of being entirely under someone else's control washed over Chen once more. Suppressing his discontent, he glanced further down the page. Zhang Yang had once again mentioned it. This indescribable entity left Chen perplexed, as he had yet to encounter any clues regarding it. Oh, except for that enigmatic woman. She might be connected. However, this segment did not yield any key information. Continuing to read, the subsequent section detailed the rules. The initial rule described his identity, and the codename Star of David evoked memories of the masked man in white. The mask bore a prominent 6-pointed star. Coupled with Zhang Yang's assertion that this individual was crucial for his success, it was evident he intended for Chen to impersonate that man. Were these peculiarly dressed individuals truly doctors? Chen found this notion astonishing. Simultaneously, he recalled that the man's physique closely resembled his own. With the large white coat and mask, as long as he avoided significant blunders, he would likely go unnoticed. Yet, weren't the NPCs in every Chosen One's scenario identical? What if the Chosen One were a tall Westerner? How would they manage to impersonate him? This appeared to be a bug. It seemed rather unjust. Chen found himself in a quandary. Casting this question aside, he continued to read. The next rule discussed the necessity of silence at night. He had previously observed this behavior, whether it was the delivery personnel or the individuals in white. They remained utterly silent during the night. It seemed he would need to learn sign language to blend in, which posed a challenge. After all, cramming at the last minute might not yield substantial results. With a sigh, he delved further. Several subsequent rules elaborated on how to care for patients, each more whimsical than the last. Self-harm was deemed normal. Listening to music could heal. Painting and dancing were also therapeutic. Even resorting to violence against patients was permissible. What peculiar methods of treatment were these? Chen felt his worldview shatter. However, he quickly contemplated a possibility. The phenomenon of self-harm lingered in his memory. The Dragon Kingdom had previously provided hints about cases where individuals had engaged in self-harming behavior. The most notable was that individual from the Romantic nation, who had gruesomely severed their own right hand to the point of death. Their self-harm stemmed from a common cause: contamination. The crux of the matter lay in the bizarre artwork created in the secondary bedroom, which could lead to pollution. Were these doctors attempting to emulate that strange woman to contaminate their patients? Yet, they were not enigmatic. Could forcing patients to listen to music, paint, And dance truly result in contamination? If this were feasible, how many individuals in the real world would be suffering from mental pollution? There was certainly more to this than met the eye, and he needed to unravel the information tonight. Su Chen's instincts urged him that deciphering this mystery would unveil the truth. He had always trusted his intuition. Chapter 113. The divine does not descend below the ninth heaven, nor into the 18 layers of hell. The subsequent rules unfolded as a series of seemingly literal phrases, yet utterly devoid of logical coherence. Despite wrestling with the implications, Su Chen could not discern their hidden meanings. Only the final rule appeared to offer some clarity. He is always lofty, and he shall not tread below the ninth tier. In typical folklore, such rules often allude to the unknowable and the ineffable. However, this particular phrase struck a peculiar chord, for he conventionally denotes a deity. The notion of a divine presence within such a terrifying narrative seemed utterly absurd. Moreover, it is worth noting that Zhang Yang had utilized this term at the very outset of the correspondence. This suggests the existence of entities beyond comprehension within this narrative, implying that this deity may refer to another being entirely. The phrase's literal interpretation, that the divine remains aloof from the ninth tier and below, further confounded Su Chen. Pondering this, he turned his gaze to the penultimate rule. Every Sunday night at midnight, the director convenes a weekly meeting on the 18th floor. It is imperative that all medical personnel attend. Expanding his thoughts and daring to speculate, it could be argued that the director might be considered a figure of authority. Could it be that the director embodies the divine? Yet, the unsettling nature of the meeting's location loomed large. The 18th tier, in the cultural context of Longhua, is often associated with the depths of hell. This led Su Chen to question whether the director is indeed a deity or a sinister specter. As if to compound his unease, Su Chen glanced at his phone, noting the date and day, September 3rd, 22:13, Saturday. This indicated that tomorrow would be Sunday, and the meeting was scheduled for midnight. A chill coursed through him, for midnight would coincide with the eerie night of the vengeful spirit. The convergence of these horrific events at the same hour was too uncanny to dismiss as mere coincidence. Thus, there was only one conclusion. Regardless of the accuracy of his speculations, something significant was destined to transpire tomorrow night. The key may well lie within the last rule. He shall not tread below the ninth tier. A sigh escaped Su Chen's lips as he sensed yet another trap laid by Zhang Yang. Before he could dwell further, a flicker of inspiration sparked in his mind. After a brief contemplation, he arrived at a bold hypothesis. What if Zhang Yang had employed some unknowable means to gain an intimate understanding of him, including his methods and thought processes? Could it be that Zhang Yang was deliberately ensnaring him? If this were true, perhaps the traps and pitfalls encountered were designed to heighten his awareness. These challenges were not insurmountable hurdles, but rather obstacles meant to frustrate him. If Zhang Yang intended to provoke a sense of caution, thereby leading Su Chen to misinterpret the rules and perhaps even rebel against them, the logic began to align. In summary, Zhang Yang, under scrutiny, may have crafted his statements to withhold too much truth, exposing only instances where he had previously ensnared Su Chen, followed by minor traps to incite animosity. This would leave gaps in the crucial rules, allowing for an inverted understanding that would ultimately awaken Su Chen to the genuine nature of the rules. With this analysis, Su Chen closed his eyes once more, examining the illogical rules that had previously eluded him. He began to discern certain information. Intriguing. However, to ensure accuracy, it would be prudent to gather information from the patient before proceeding with further analysis. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Su Chen approached the man bound like a zongzi. Upon closer inspection, he noted the man's unconscious state. Swiftly, he untied the bindings, removed his work attire, and lifted the mask. In that instant, Su Chen's expression froze, and the smile faltered. The visage beneath the mask was that of the missing patient reported in the news. Initially, the news had only identified the delivery personnel as those patients. It was unfathomable that this so-called doctor was among them. This raised a pressing question. Who, then, were the current patients? Furrowing his brow, Su Chen quickly resecured the man in his bindings before hurrying into the living room. Notably, the television in the living room displayed not a program, but a series of surveillance feeds. Adjacent to the television stand were a computer tower and peripherals. Su Chen hastened to the screen, enlarging one of the surveillance images. As clarity emerged, the faces of patients in the ward gradually came into view. Su Chen frowned. He did not recognize them. He switched to another live feed, but encountered the same unfamiliarity. After cycling through several feeds, all he saw were strange faces. Since the news had not provided images of the missing doctors, and crucial information about the hospital eluded him through his online searches, Su Chen was left unaware of the doctors' appearances. However, The unfamiliar faces in the surveillance footage indicated that they were not the patients missing from the news. Thus, it was highly probable that they were the missing doctors. At this moment, a realization struck Chen. Had Zhang Yang orchestrated his replacement of the hexagram to infiltrate the role of a doctor, thereby granting him access to these patients and the opportunity to uncover the truth behind the supernatural occurrences? In other words, if he adhered to his duties, he would inevitably encounter hidden realities. Chen felt he was drawing closer to the truth, a small corner of the darkness beginning to lift. Yet he remained uncertain whether this revelation would illuminate the way or plunge him into deeper shadows. Meanwhile, the audience in Longwo was abuzz with astonishment. Goodness! This new instance was protracted, yet the rules were scant and cryptic, seemingly designed to compel the chosen individuals to seek clues. Moreover, Zhang Yang's rules, rife with references to divinity and the divine, felt reminiscent of a mythological narrative. Could it be that the realm of supernatural tales defies conventional reasoning? Perhaps the eerie presence was merely masquerading as an ancient deity. Let's not dwell on that. Did anyone notice Chen's changed expression when the mask was lifted? I was puzzled at the time, so I revisited the live stream history and discovered that this man was indeed the missing patient from the news. Could it be that the roles of doctors and patients had been swapped? It is conceivable. The truth may very well lie within this cadre of imprisoned doctors. The spectators transformed into detectives, collectively pondering the enigma. Chapter 114. Torture and Interrogation. Meanwhile, Chen picked up a cup of water from the coffee table and returned to the second bedroom. He set the cup aside and changed into his work uniform. He did not hasten to don the mask to investigate clues, as there were still matters to attend to. He lifted the cup and splashed water onto the man's face. Before long, the man slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Chen's countenance, he began to struggle violently. However, bound tightly like a zongzi, his efforts were in vain. After a while, realizing the futility of his struggle, he ceased his attempts. Shall we chat? Chen casually pulled over a chair, sat down, propped his arms on his knees, and leaned forward, his bright eyes fixed intently on the man. The man remained silent, gazing deeply into Chen's eyes. Chen narrowed his eyes, turned, and fetched a pack of tissues from the living room, followed by a basin of water. Not speaking? Shall we try a little torture? Chen resumed his seat, deliberately adopting a fierce demeanor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, radiating an aura of malice. There were certain things he needed to verify through this man. The term torture referred to an ancient form of punishment, wherein damp paper was affixed to the victim's face. Soon enough, the individual would experience suffocation, engulfed by terror. As soon as he uttered these words, the man's expression changed dramatically, and he began to struggle once more. His lips parted several times, yet no sounds emerged. Observing this, Chen steeled himself, withdrew a piece of paper, dampened it in the basin, and pressed it onto the man's face. He continued, pulling out another sheet, wetting it, and applying it. After affixing 3 sheets in total, he paused momentarily. Have you a tough mouth? How long do you believe you can endure? Oh, I hadn't noticed before, but it seems you're holding your breath. Chen rose and delivered a punch to the man's abdomen. The air he had been holding rushed out in an instant. The next moment, the man began to thrash violently, the bed creaking under the strain. Watching this unfold, Chen's eyes narrowed, realizing the man's defenses were gradually breaking down. He then pulled out another piece of paper, dampened it, and pressed it on once more. Since you choose silence, I have no desire to listen. As he applied the paper, Chen muttered to himself. After affixing 2 more sheets, he halted, silently counting the seconds in his mind. Soon, the countdown approached its limit. With a sigh, he peeled the damp paper from the man's face. The man, having anticipated death, was taken aback as fresh air rushed in. Instinctively, he gasped for breath, only to choke on the residual water droplets clinging to his face, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Watching from the side, Chen's expression darkened. In such a near-death state, he found it hard to believe anyone could refrain from uttering a sound. This confirmed a crucial point. These individuals did not speak at night. Rather than being unable to do so, why would a living human being be capable of speech during the day, yet fall silent come nightfall? What could be the reason behind this? Chen pondered in confusion. Yet, he at least understood one thing. The rules had repeatedly emphasized the prohibition of speaking at night, revealing its importance. If he were to speak at night, he would undoubtedly be deemed an anomaly, and being an anomaly was evidently fraught with peril. It seemed mastering sign language had become an urgent necessity. Chen retrieved the sign language manual from his left pocket, perusing its contents for a while, his expression growing increasingly grim. Goodness, this is overwhelming. While learning a few phrases was not particularly difficult, achieving fluency in conversation would require more than just a fleeting effort. Was he to feign indifference and strive to be a lone wolf? However, This would severely impact the efficiency of his information gathering. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hadn't he recently acquired 1,000 points? Perhaps the system shop held some expedited sign language products. System, open the system shop, Chen mentally commanded. In the next moment, an electronic screen materialized in his spatial view. This time, he refrained from reaching out and instead scrolled through the options with his mind. Before long, he discovered a product. Mastery of sign language, priced at 500 points. A surge of delight coursed through Chen. He hadn't expected such a resource to exist. This would indeed be a tremendous help. System, purchase mastery of sign language. Received. Alert, the host will spend 500 points. Remaining points, 500. Which type of sign language would you like to master? Chen felt a bit perplexed. There are different types of sign language. He had never paid attention to such details and was unaware that sign language could vary. However, after a moment's thought, he understood. With the multitude of languages in the world, sign language would naturally adapt to local dialects. He lifted the sign language manual in his hand. This specific one. He answered in his mind. Received. Before the system's voice faded, Chen felt a flow of information surge into his mind. In an instant, he had mastered a form of sign language. Having such an advantage was indeed convenient, saving him a considerable amount of time. Chen smiled, tucking the manual back into his pocket. At that moment, the man had also recovered, staring intently at Chen. Seeing this, Chen signed, "Why can't you speak at night?" The instant his gestures concluded, the man's face registered shock. He attempted to raise his arm, but was restrained by the bindings. Chen, noticing this, released one of the man's hands. The man quickly began to sign with one hand. "Aren't you the doctor who escaped? Whose family member are you?" Chen furrowed his brow. "Why do you say that?" "Because only family members are ignorant." "Tell me the truth." "I cannot speak of it. The director will not permit it. But do not worry. Now that you have escaped, you will soon find yourself like us. In time, you will discover that this is rebirth." After making this gesture, the man's hostility towards Chen began to dissipate, replaced by a semblance of understanding and sympathy. Chen scrutinized him for a long while, recognizing that the man was not lying. He could not reveal the truth, and he firmly believed that he too would become like that. As for what rebirth entailed, Chen dismissed it as nonsense. What a farce. Schizophrenia is hardly rebirth. How can I escape this building? You cannot leave. The security team will not allow anyone to exit. How many members are on the security team? And where are they stationed? Over 20, stationed at the entrance. Chen fell silent. Over 20 burly men blocking the entrance. Only a true superhuman could hope to break through. It seemed imperative to uncover the truth, realizing he could extract no further information through interrogation. Chen reluctantly rebound the man tightly once more. This time, however, the man did not resist but complied with remarkable cooperation, as if he had seen through Chen's fate. Having completed these tasks, Chen prepared to check on the hospital ward. All questions might find their answers there. Chapter 115. Do the white-clad individuals have their own plans? As Chen exited the secondary bedroom, he instinctively donned his mask. In the next moment, a chilling aura seeped into his mind through the mask. Under the influence of this icy sensation, Chen's brain momentarily stalled for half a second before returning to normal. However, he vaguely sensed that he was still affected in some way. After putting on the mask, a stream of disorganized thoughts began to swirl in his mind. He removed the mask, and the strange feeling dissipated. Upon donning it again, the peculiar sensation returned. Furrowing his brow, Chen realized that the mask was amiss. It seemed to be subtly contaminating him. Fortunately, the level of contamination was minimal, and under the influence of his exceptional mental fortitude, it posed no significant threat. As long as he remained vigilant and restored his mental energy with proper rest, he would not be adversely affected. Contemplating this, he pondered that just because he was not significantly impacted did not imply the same for the white-clad individuals. If they wore the masks consistently, over time, they might indeed succumb to complete contamination. Reflecting on the actions of the man he encountered earlier, Chen suspected that he might have been tainted by the mask. The man's claim of being similar to them could very well have been a ruse to mislead Chen into impersonating him. Fearing that prolonged mask-wearing would inevitably lead to contamination. Regrettably for him, that hope was in vain. Chen chuckled softly to himself as he approached the bathroom mirror to inspect his attire, finding no significant issues. After retrieving the medical kit belonging to the other individual from the bedroom, he stepped out of his home. To reach the second floor, 2 pathways lay before him. The first was the elevator, which was the more convenient option, while the second was the staircase. Recalling that he had only seen individuals descend the staircase, and never anyone using the elevator, he deemed it prudent to opt for the stairs. If these individuals refrained from using the elevator at night, It would prevent any unnecessary exposure. With this decision made, Chen headed toward the stairwell. Just then, a sound echoed from the distant corridor as a white-clad man emerged from a doorway, adorned with a mask featuring a line segment pattern. Noticing Chen approaching the stairs, the man raised his hand in greeting and inquired through sign language, "Are you heading to the ward? It's quite early today." Seeing this, Chen reluctantly halted his steps. It was evident that the man was quite familiar with the six-pointed star. Ignoring him would seem rather odd. Thus, he raised his gloved hands and swiftly replied, "I noticed something unusual with a patient on the surveillance, so I'm going to check." "Unusual? What symptoms? Could it be that our plan is coming to fruition?" The man gestured quickly, appearing somewhat exhilarated. Chen's heart raced. Inadvertently, he had revealed too much. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the symptoms and the plan, and he dared not continue the conversation for fear of exposing himself. Instead, he resolved to divert the topic and seek information later. "Nothing much. I'll need to check to find out. By the way, what brings you out here?" Chen quickly posed a question to prevent the man from lingering on the previous topic. "Oh, I had a power outage at home, so I came out to check." "A power outage?" Understanding the man's implication, Chen paused momentarily and then glanced again at the pattern on the man's mask. Line segments. It seemed that the pattern on the circuit breaker he had tripped earlier was also a line segment. Chen's expression darkened, but fortunately, the mask concealed his reaction. "By the way, you've been working hard lately. Your sign language has improved tremendously." The man continued. Chen felt a jolt. He had not anticipated that the six-pointed star's sign language proficiency was so lacking. After he had exchanged for mastery in sign language, the gap between their skills was vast. Cursing silently, Chen realized that he had inadvertently outperformed the individual. Previously, during their conversation, the man had used only one hand and made several mistakes that Chen had overlooked. It turned out that this individual was rather inept at sign language. It seemed that Zhang Yang had deliberately chosen him, knowing that he could not master sign language in a short period. Chen deemed it most suitable to impersonate the six-pointed star. At present, he had no time for further contemplation, as the man awaited his response. "Indeed, I've been practicing diligently." Chen took the opportunity to downplay his own expertise. While responding, he did not intentionally make errors, for that would seem disingenuous. He merely slightly slowed his hand movements. The line-segmented man, perceiving no deception, took a few steps forward to join him in the stairwell. After glancing at his circuit breaker and confirming it was merely tripped, he reset it. Turning back, he noticed Chen had not yet departed. He spoke again. "All right. It's fixed. You can go about your business. By the way, could you bring me something to eat from the cafeteria when you return? I want to be going out." "Of course," Chen replied, raising his hand in acknowledgement. He then descended the staircase soundlessly, a detail he had not forgotten. Before long, he arrived at the 5th floor. This level was unfamiliar to him. During his previous escape, he had not reached this point before being blocked by individuals coming from below. Upon arriving, Chen quietly pushed open the door to the stairwell and peered through the gap. The floor appeared to be shrouded in darkness. The corridor lacked even a single light, leaving him uncertain whether the bulbs were burnt out or intentionally turned off. The only illumination came from the safety exit signs, emitting a ghostly green glow, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Holding his breath, Chen listened intently for a considerable time, detecting no sounds. It seemed this floor was deserted, devoid of any patience. Realizing he could not uncover any clues here, he chose not to linger and continued his descent. As he passed the landing of the staircase, he glanced up at the window. From this level onward, metal security bars had been installed. Without a doubt, the same must apply to the rooms. Thus, escaping through the window seemed futile. Even if his physical condition were optimal, leaping from the 6th floor would be akin to an old man ingesting poison, courting death. However, with the right tools, a slow and careful descent might yield success. Yet, the fear of being discovered by security halfway through was daunting. That could lead to a predicament where he was caught in limbo, with no one to come to his aid. Such an escape method was not advisable unless absolutely necessary. Continuing downward, he found the 4th floor illuminated brightly, with individuals occasionally passing by. Sensing the potential for drawing attention, Chen refrained from investigation and proceeded directly to the 2nd floor. Pushing open the fire door to the stairwell, he entered the corridor, where he immediately encountered 2 large double doors. The doors bore the number 15 and a pentagram. Chen turned to observe the door of the adjacent ward, which displayed a hexagon. Considering his earlier experience with the circuit breaker, it seemed these patterns might serve as exclusive identifiers for the white-clad individuals, replacing numerical designations. However, he was perplexed as to why they would employ such a system. Arriving at the door of Ward 15, he scrutinized the electronic lock, troubled by the lack of a password for entry. As he pondered, Footsteps suddenly echoed behind him, growing increasingly close. Chapter 116. Are these people numerically challenged? Anxiety coursed through Chen mind. What if this individual ascended to the second floor and discovered his inability to unlock the electronic lock? That would surely expose him. With the threat of potential failure looming, Chen boldly pressed his hand against the electronic lock, prepared to make a reckless attempt. If all else failed, he could resort to force to deal with this person. As his fingers made contact, the screen of the password lock illuminated. To his astonishment, the display did not reveal numbers, but rather a chaotic puzzle. What was this? No password, just a puzzle? Is this what one calls a lock? Chen was momentarily speechless. Yet, despite his incredulity, his fingers moved swiftly, just as the fire door behind him creaked open. Revealing a woman in a nurse's attire adorned with a peach blossom pattern mask, he completed the final rotation of the last puzzle piece. Click! The door lock sprang open, and the woman approached. Not suspecting anything amiss, she greeted him with a wave. Brother, you're here so early today? Yes, I have a few matters to attend to. How is everything on your end today? Chen noted the familiar address, indicating a close relationship between them. Fearing she might detect a flaw, he seized the initiative to ask a question, hoping to extract further information. Oh, everything is fine here, as usual. I just noticed when I collected the meal boxes that they seem to have a larger appetite at night than before. I wonder if that's good news. Feeling a weight lift from his heart, Chen inferred that this woman was likely responsible for the patient's daily care. Has everyone been eating more? Or just a few? Sensing the girl's tendency to chatter, he continued to inquire, eager to glean more details. The girl pondered for a moment, scratching her head before slowly raising her hand to indicate. There are 8 no, wait, 9 no, 7 people. After several adjustments to her gestures, she finally nodded. Settling on her count, Chen furrowed his brow beneath the mask. Something felt off. How could someone be so slow to ascertain the number of individuals? It was as if she were mentally challenged. Could it be? A thought flashed through Chen's mind. The peculiar password lock left by Zhang Yang. The damage numbers on the circuit breaker, the electronic puzzle lock before him, the floor number replaced by patterns, and the symbols on the main door. All these clues coalesced to reveal a singular enigma. These individuals were insensitive to numbers, hence their reliance on patterns instead of numerical representation. But why? This was illogical. In his interactions with them, Chen found no indication of their being mentally impaired. On the contrary, they appeared quite normal, with agile minds. Yet, how could such normal individuals be unable to comprehend numbers? Just as Chen was lost in contemplation, the girl continued, Brother, are you teasing me on purpose? With her hands on her hips, she feigned a pout. No, I'm merely concerned about the plan. Chen redirected the conversation toward the plan to extract more information. Are you saying their increased appetite is beneficial for the plan? Does that mean our plan is on track for success? The girl perked up. It's not certain yet. I came early today to verify some details. Oh, then I want to keep you. You should get back to your work. The plan is the priority. The girl waved goodbye and prepared to leave. At that moment, Chen stopped her again. I plan to try a different treatment method today. If anything unusual happens, don't panic. Given that Chen was new to this environment and entirely unfamiliar with the patients, and considering the myriad of bizarre treatment methods, he preferred to give her a heads up. This way, if any discrepancies arose, she would not immediately suspect him. I understand. Good luck. The girl nodded in agreement, making a fist in front of her chest as a gesture of encouragement. After bidding her farewell, Chen stepped back into the room. Taking a brief survey of the environment, he discovered that this was merely a standard residence converted into a hospital room, albeit with some medical equipment added to the bedroom. In the living room, a portly man was imitating the dance moves of a girl group on the television, his belly and cheeks jiggling with each movement, giving off an exceedingly greasy appearance. Presumably, he was following the doctor's orders to complete a task. After watching for a moment, Chen felt nauseated and swiftly averted his gaze, continuing to scrutinize the details within the house. After a thorough inspection, he noted the presence of surveillance cameras in every room, ensuring the patients were under constant watch. The secondary bedroom was devoid of a bed, instead transformed into an art studio, with a considerable accumulation of discarded sketches piled in the corner, approximately over 100. The modifications in the bedroom were substantial. Next to the bed was an enforced stand, and a peculiar machine resembling a heart rate monitor rested at the head of the bed. However, Chen was certain it was not. A pair of headphones connected to the device suggested something else entirely. Looking around the floor near the bed, he noticed several scattered restraint straps, some even stained with blood, clearly belonging to the patients. Once again slipping back into the living room, Chen stumbled upon a piece of paper affixed to the door. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a daily inspection checklist, with dates represented by symbols, and a series of check marks below. Clearly, after each patient assessment, a check mark was required. However, it remained unclear whether the marks were made by the girl or by someone else. He decided to wait and examine the other rooms before making further judgments. There was no rush. Just then, Chen keenly detected something amiss. Upon reaching out, he felt remnants of adhesive on the door, with varying colors indicating multiple past applications. Based on the aging of the residue, it was evident that the earliest remnants were not recent. This implied that the daily checklist had not been limited to just this week. Rather, it had been in place for an extended period, likely changing weekly. Yet, a question arose. This strange world of horror only began to manifest on August 28th. So why had the checklist existed prior to that date? Did this imply that the world of horror had already been in existence? At that moment, Chen recalled another detail. The sheer volume of discarded sketches in the secondary bedroom was excessive. According to the rules, these patients were supposed to draw for an hour each day, which should not result in over 100 discarded sketches. This indicated that this world of horror had indeed existed long before. Chapter 117, reported by the patient similarly. This underscores that the dates published in the prior news reports were utterly fabricated. Thus, Zhang Yang not only deliberately exposed himself to the news, but also manipulated the timeline within it. Chen felt a chill run down his spine. If this were indeed the truth, the implications would be grave. Firstly, if we assume that the realm of strange tales had been ongoing long before his arrival, then why do the rule-laden notes left by the eerie woman remain pristine? And why is it that the book Zhang Yang shoved into the crevice is only dusty at the bottom, while the top remains untouched and immaculate? Furthermore, what does the seventh night of resurrection signify? Has it already happened, or does it occur every 7 days? Most crucially, why is Zhang Yang deceiving himself? How does he know precisely when he entered this rule-bound world? Chen found himself perplexed. A veil of mystery once again cloaked Zhang Yang's visage. However, one thing could be deduced with certainty. His intention was not to harm Chen. If Zhang Yang aimed to bring about Chen's demise, why would he alert him with dates to escape the confines of the room and seek clues outside? Would it not be simpler to mislead him into perishing within those walls? Thus, this timeline must conceal a significant issue. Damn it. No wonder the system failed to analyze my understanding of the rules. I had already fallen into a trap. Chen silently cursed. At that moment, the plump man ceased his actions, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached Chen timidly, step by step. He began to utter a word, but quickly covered his mouth with his hand, his expression shifting to one of heightened panic. He then attempted to convey an awkward sign language. I have completed my dance task for today. After I finish my meal, I will obediently draw. Please do not strike me. Chen's eyes brightened at the gestures, momentarily halting his swirling thoughts. You can speak? I cannot. The man retreated 2 steps, frantically waving his hands, as if greatly terrified. Chen narrowed his eyes, convinced that this man certainly could speak. Based on the man's fearful demeanor, it was evident that he was aware the rules forbidding speech during drawing and dancing would cause him harm. He was simply too frightened of retribution to disobey the orders. With this in mind, Chen resolved to see if he could extract information from this man. Do you know why you are compelled to do these things? Chen inquired using sign language. Yes, the doctors are concerned for my health. The man licked his lips, wearing an ingratiating expression. Chen felt a wave of exasperation at this response. Just how terrifying were these doctors in his eyes? Do you know what will ultimately happen to you? Yes. I will be reborn and become a great person like the doctors. The man continued to flatter. Chen furrowed his brow. This plump fellow was clearly terrified of him. Further inquiries would yield no fruitful results. It would be better to take a risk. Tell me about our plan. Chen directly posed the pivotal question. Upon hearing this, the man's face changed dramatically, doubt flickering across his features. He began to utter a word, but hastily covered his mouth, switching to sign language. You're a doctor? His trembling hands gestured the question. Chen's heart raced, realizing he had revealed his identity. Seeing that the man had deduced the truth, it was better to simply lay all cards on the table and blatantly violate the rules, to see if he would divulge the truth. Moreover, based on his prior analysis of the rules, Zhang Yang's series of actions was intended to encourage him to breach the regulations. At this moment, with no one else present, it was the perfect opportunity for an experiment. It is I am here to save you, Chen spoke gently. As the words left his lips, astonishment and excitement illuminated the man's face. Chen's heart soared. Perhaps violating the rules could indeed uncover crucial information. However, in the next instant, the man did not respond as anticipated by revealing the truth. Instead, a scream pierced the room, echoing into the hallway. Help! Someone is running down from above. Someone is impersonating a doctor. I report. Someone has escaped. I am the one reporting. Reward me. Let me go up. The man shouted frantically, even shoving Chen aside as he dashed toward the door. He extended his palm, pressing the electronic lock screen, and his chubby fingers moved swiftly over the puzzle. At that moment, Chen finally snapped out of his shock. Seeing the man attempting to flee, he hurriedly surged forward, delivering a swift strike to the back of the man's neck. Thump! A somewhat unorthodox chop fell, but fortunately, Chen exerted enough force, though not perfect. It was nonetheless effective. The plump man rolled his eyes and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Chen sighed with relief and quickly hoisted the man onto the bed. He then bound the man with restraints, ensuring he was thoroughly secured. To complete the ruse, Chen retrieved headphones and placed them on the man's ears. He pressed the power of the bedside device, and faint music began to emanate from the headphones. Having accomplished this, Chen approached the door, eager to see if the man's frantic shouting had provoked any significant repercussions. Upon opening the door, he spotted the fire door directly opposite, standing wide open. Two individuals were communicating in sign language in the stairwell. Upon closer inspection, one was clad in a security uniform, adorned with a long sword emblem mask. This must be the security personnel mentioned in the rules. The other individual, Chen recognized as the girl with the peach blossom pattern mask from earlier. What is happening? Has someone slipped out? The security personnel inquired of the girl. No, don't be alarmed. The plan has made progress. The hexagram is preparing to test a new method to observe its effects. He mentioned it to me earlier. The girl spontaneously explained on Chen's behalf. At that moment, both individuals turned their attention to Chen as he emerged through the door. The security guard, having heard the girl's explanation, approached with an excited demeanor, nearly unable to contain his eagerness. Has the plan truly progressed? What is the outcome? How long until we can awaken them? The guard asked, his palms trembling slightly. Chen's pupils dilated. Awaken? The plan is to awaken these patients? What will happen to them afterward? Will they suffer from the same mental fractures as those departed chosen ones? What sort of plan is this? What purpose does it serve for them to be so exhilarated? Chapter 118. The Awakening Ceremony. Unveiling the fundamental logic, it is not yet certain. I must observe for a few more days. That is enough for now. I still need to learn from others. Chen was rambling aimlessly. However, the security guard was utterly convinced, nodding repeatedly. The hexagram, thank you. If this truly works, you will be a great benefactor to us all. With that, he gestured and swiftly descended the stairs, presumably to share this good news with others. Chen sighed in relief, secretly grateful for the subtle measures he had taken earlier with the girl. Otherwise, explaining everything himself could have led to complications. At that moment, the girl approached, quickly signing several gestures. Keep it up. I believe you will succeed. After her encouragement, she made a fist and thumped it against her chest, signaling support. The impact on her arm caused certain peaks to quiver erratically. For a fleeting instant, Chen felt somewhat dazed, inwardly marveling at her unexpected resolve. After this brief interlude, the two exchanged a few more signs before the young girl turned and ascended the stairs. Once they had departed, Chen began to ponder the earlier statements. Great benefactor? Awakening these patients could make one a benefactor to all. This notion compelled him to diligently seek further clues. It was imperative to understand that in the world of eerie tales, the deepest objectives of NPCs often relate to the underlying logic of the narrative. Grasping this could potentially unravel the truth behind the tale, making his escape considerably easier. With this thought, Chen turned towards room 11, resolved to investigate the other patients. Before long, he had examined nearly all the patients on this floor. During this process, he attempted to inquire about their plans. Yet, without exception, whenever Chen probed, suspicion would cloud the patient's expressions. One patient, even before Chen could speak, was ready to shout and report him. Fortunately, Chen had become wary. The moment he noticed the patient opening their mouth, he swiftly covered it with a hand. He then proceeded to secure them, wrapping them like dumplings, donning headphones, and playing music. Strangely, the instant the music played, the previously struggling patients would fall silent, obediently lying still, leaving Chen astonished. After testing the final patient, he collapsed onto the living room sofa, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling as he quietly collated the clues he had gathered. It was established that the security and medical personnel exhibited a stark insensitivity to numbers, opting for symbols instead. They harbored a mysterious plan to awaken the patients, who seemed to possess some knowledge of the truth. They understood that listening to music, dancing, and painting constituted a form of awakening ritual. However, for reasons unknown, they dared not resist, nor did they expect anyone to rescue them. Instead, they would report anyone who attempted to help. Furthermore, they believed Chen had escaped from above. Additionally, there was an alarming revelation. the patients could unlock their own rooms. This was utterly absurd. A mere puzzle lock that patients could open at will, with medical staff doing the same. What, then, was the purpose of such locks? To ward off ghosts? Suddenly, a realization struck Chen, and he sat upright. Could it truly be the case? It was conceivable that these medical personnel, akin to delivery workers, suffered from dissociative identity disorder, exhibiting entirely different behavior by day and night. If, at night, they were insensitive to numbers, would they not be the opposite by day? Could it be that they were sensitive to numbers but oblivious to symbols? Thus, was it conceivable that the lock was indeed a safeguard against supernatural entities? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this line of reasoning appeared, prompting further deductions. This led to a new question. If the lock was intended to protect against the daytime personas, did this imply that those personas might pose a threat to the patients? The behavioral logic of the NPCs began to unfold. The night persona would not truly harm the patients, but would compel them to participate in mysterious rituals to awaken something. Conversely, the daytime persona would kill the patients or engage in actions detrimental to the awakening ceremony. Having unraveled a portion of the underlying logic, Chen finally exhaled in relief. A corner of the fog before him had been lifted, revealing a glimmer of the path ahead. All he needed was to validate his suspicions by day and further investigate the truth behind the awakening ritual. In due course, he would unveil all mysteries. At that moment, he might even discern the next moves of the enigmatic woman and her ostentatious intentions. In the following instant, Chen rose and exited, ascending the staircase. After a night of toil, his hunger had set in. With the clock edging toward 1 a.m., the cafeteria would soon open, and he thought it prudent to grab a late-night snack to satiate his appetite. He ascended with a light step. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers were left bewildered, unaware of the valuable insights Chen had gleaned. From their perspective, after a night of exertion, Chen had uncovered no clues and had willfully breached numerous regulations. Though no bizarre incidents had transpired, trepidation gripped their hearts. Even their blind trust in Chen began to waver. I feel as though tonight marks a low point in Chen's journey over the past month and a half. First, he was led by Zhang Yang, and now he has failed to uncover any clues. I'm somewhat anxious. Me too. Initially, I thought Chen had everything under control at home, and I expected him to navigate this smoothly. Little did I know those days were merely a gentle prelude to this chapter. Brothers, I'm starting to feel uneasy. The most terrifying aspect isn't facing horrors, but knowing that something significant will occur tomorrow, yet remaining oblivious to the future. You all are too fragile. In light of this, I'll generously share some insights. From a psychological perspective, Chen's gait is noticeably lighter than before. What does that imply? Wait, could it be? Does this mean Chen has discovered crucial information? We worried for nothing. I always believed Chen was an extraordinary figure. How could he possibly fail? Now I can finally watch the live stream with ease. Just the subtle change in Chen's stride had calmed the anxious hearts of the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. They remained oblivious to the fact that their subconscious still held immense trust in him. On the other side, the remaining chosen ones from other nations had received numerous official notifications. Once they grasped the context, many experienced a complete breakdown. Wasn't this a deadlock? Although they could replicate Chen's approach, the task seemed insurmountably difficult. Even emulating Zhang Yang's handwriting was nearly impossible for them. However, according to Zhang Yang's correspondence, the longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of survival became. Remaining stagnant while waiting for Chen's guidance was tantamount to signing their own death warrants. Thus, many resolved to boldly mimic Chen's methods. Chapter 119. The nation's outcry against the supreme rule's injustice in a moment of life and death. The individuals were compelled to exhibit a modicum of pride. Consequently, the representatives of Lake Country cautiously emulated Chen's method. Meticulously extracting the teaching materials from the crevices of the wall, they retrieved paper and writing instruments from their desks, then retreated beneath their beds to compose a plea for help, mirroring Zhang Yang's handwriting. However, a portion of them overlooked a crucial detail. The eerie narrative of this dungeon closely resembled that of Dragon Country, employing Chinese characters. Yet, under the influence of some enigmatic regulation, they subconsciously transformed these characters into their native language. In simpler terms, if they did not scrutinize closely, they would read in their customary manner, perceiving these Chinese characters as their own language. Furthermore, the representatives of Lake Country had inherited their nation's traditional idiosyncrasies, being quintessential addicts. At this moment, having gone 3 days without their fix, they were nearing their limits, unable to concentrate. Thus, before long, the Lake Country contestant confidently produced a jumbled script, placing it beneath the alarm clock. As for the chosen ones from Beer Country, they too had come to their senses. However, Transcribing Chinese characters was a task as arduous as taking their last breath. After toiling for over an hour, they managed to pen a crooked plea for help that resembled the scrawl of an elementary school child. Ultimately, driven by the instinct for survival, they resorted to Chen's method and placed their notes accordingly. Before long, the woman in red re-entered the Lake Country contestant's chamber. Initially, the situation paralleled that of Chen, as the woman successfully discovered the plea for help. Yet, the moment she picked up the paper, the narrative took an unexpected turn. A flicker of confusion appeared on her face. Although she could comprehend the content of the chaotic script, she had no faith in the plea's authenticity. It was absurd to think that Zhang Yang would indulge in writing gibberish. The handwriting was evidently dissimilar, suggesting that someone had forged it. Infuriated by this attempt to deceive her, the enigmatic woman began to scan the room, her gaze eventually settling on the bed's seam. She tucked her skirt between her legs, leaned down, and peered beneath the bed, offering a strange smile to the Lake Country contestant. In the next instant, her alabaster hand shot out from beneath the bed. With a swift motion, she yanked the contestant into view. Simultaneously, the experiences of the chosen ones from Beer Country were strikingly similar. When the peculiar woman beheld the crooked, childlike plea for help, the audience could faintly discern the frustration etched across her exquisite features. As the plot unfolded, viewers were all too familiar with the ensuing events. With a flourish of her skirt, she performed a color-changing trick and shouted, "What have you done to Zhang Yang?" Following that, she prepared to demonstrate her prowess in tearing apart the adversaries. Fortunately, these chosen ones had received guidance from their respective nations and understood how to survive. Thus, they promptly began to confess the circumstances surrounding Zhang Yang's escape. After a thorough explanation, the blue-skirted woman gradually receded, allowing the red-skirted woman to regain control. The latter smiled silently, her delicate fingers swiftly tapping the forehead of her counterpart. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the eerie world. Appearing in all live streams, the Lake Country contestant Kelly has fallen into the eerie world. Comprehensive assessment. Lake Country's national fortune is reduced by 10 points, remaining at 55 points. One of the population from Lake Country will randomly enter the eerie world for survival. The Beer Country contestant Bach has fallen into the eerie world. Comprehensive assessment. Beer Country's national fortune is reduced by 10 points, remaining at 60 points. One of the population from Beer Country will randomly enter the eerie world for survival. Upon witnessing this outcome, the viewers in these nations' live streams erupted in chaos. Seizing the moment before the broadcasts concluded, they unleashed a torrent of curses. Is Kelly out of her mind? How could she write in her native language? Can't they see the peculiar woman is of Eastern descent? It's infuriating. How could such a foolish chosen one fail to complete the strategy? Our Bach is equally dim-witted, unable to even mimic properly. His handwriting resembles that of a worm. This is unjust. Why does the eerie world utilize Dragon Country's script? It's utterly unfair. I refuse to accept this. As the cries of injustice filled the air, the Supreme Rule issued an announcement across all live streams. To clarify, in order to uphold the impartiality of this rule, we inform everyone that the text in subsequent segments of the dungeon will be in the languages of other nations. All is fair. Therefore, we urge all viewers to exercise restraint. I refuse to accept this. The Supreme Rule is biased. Only the people of Dragon Country can pass this trial. If that's not bias, what is? Exactly. I'm willing to risk it all. Even if you kill me today, I will proclaim that the Supreme Rule is unjust. Some comments began to escalate. Once again, we state that this rule is absolutely fair and impartial. Moreover, there is no singular method to pass this trial. All nations can succeed. We urge all viewers to remain composed and refrain from verbally attacking this rule or face penalties. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that there is another way to succeed. Absolutely. It's all absurd. If there were an alternative method, I would willingly accept punishment. The Supreme Rule is foolish. I stand by my words. If you have the guts, kill me. In the face of these dissenting voices, the Supreme Rule offered no response, seemingly conceding its fault. However, at that moment, a wave of comments flooded the screen. Quick, look at the chosen one from Golden Country. She seems to have solved the predicament. Upon reading this comment, the crowd was taken aback, unable to fathom that anyone could unravel the situation, and thus flocked to the Golden Country's livestream. There, they beheld Estelle, who was crouched beneath her bed, meticulously transcribing Zhang Yang's lesson plan. Is this what you call breaking the deadlock? Are you all out of your minds? Did you not notice that the chosen ones from Beer Country have perished? Unbelievable. Transcribing Chinese characters is utterly impossible. The Supreme Rule is indeed unfair. Those above, stop rambling. Can't you take a closer look at the livestream? What is Estelle writing? Prompted by this comment, viewers magnified the live stream's display. Estelle's words were clearly presented on the paper before them. Long Xin, I have taken Zhang Yang. If you wish to save him, come to the top floor to find me. I would like to have a word with you. Just a brief line. Your country's chosen one is even more foolish, unable to copy homework, not even as competent as our Bach. Indeed, if you don't write a plea for help, how can the peculiar woman believe you? I stand by this. This trial is a deadlock for us. Estelle from your nation will certainly not pass. A group of viewers, blinded by their anger, failed to contemplate whether this action held any hope for success. They remained fixated on their belief that the supreme rule was unfair, expressing their dissatisfaction without restraint. Chapter 120. The Cafeteria Dilemma. At this moment, Estelle set down her pen, her countenance radiating confidence as she gazed at the note before her. Upon receiving the official hint, she swiftly discerned that merely copying the assignment would likely culminate in failure, since her native language was not Chinese characters. Her attempts would result in a mere imitation, akin to painting a tiger, yet ending up with a dog. Thus, she spent considerable time pondering how to break the deadlock. Ultimately, she conceived a clever idea. According to Su Chen's information, the peculiar entity held Zhang Yang in high regard. When she witnessed his abduction, rather than expressing doubt, she bolted outside with unwavering conviction. This indicated that the abduction was indeed logical. Further contemplation revealed that if someone intended to kidnap another, it would not be a frivolous endeavor. There must be a motive behind it. Consequently, by mimicking the kidnapper and leaving a note, her chances of deceiving the anomaly were significantly enhanced. Following Su Chen's methodology, Estelle tidied her surroundings, concealing the note beneath an alarm clock. She then set the alarm in accordance with the peculiar woman's entry time and settled beneath the bed to await the outcome with bated breath. Before long, the strange entity entered the room as anticipated, promptly noticing the threatening letter beneath the clock. As the plot unfolded, it transpired precisely as Estelle had surmised. The enigmatic woman exhibited no suspicion. The figure clad in blue seized control of her body and hurriedly dashed out of the house. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were utterly flabbergasted. What? This actually worked? I suspect the supreme rule aided her in cheating. Those who had previously boasted found themselves embarrassed as they witnessed a genuine success, and they stubbornly continued to deny it. However, the citizens of the Golden Nation were incensed. Are you disparaging us? How dare you? Do you hold our chosen ones in contempt? They exclaimed. Cheating? Show me where the cheating lies. It seems you are merely envious of our Estelle. Suddenly, a particular comment captured everyone's attention. Brothers, don't argue with those fools. They're likely on the verge of annihilation. The Supreme Rule has issued warnings, and this has now been confirmed. Those people are doomed. Upon reading this, the remaining obstinate viewers felt a chill run down their spines, overwhelmed by a palpable fear of demise. Just one success story means nothing. Yes, just one case. It proves nothing. We still suspect the Supreme Rule lacks fairness. Faced with the terrifying prospect of annihilation, they could only cling to their obstinacy, hoping to evade scrutiny. Yet, despairing news soon flooded in. Contestants from the oil nation employed the logic of a delivery worker killing during the day and remaining safe at night. Leaving behind a note, Zhang Yang insisted on becoming a delivery worker. I could not dissuade him. Please take him away before daytime arrives. Contestants from the elephant nation stitched together Su Chen's plea for help in the known information. Someone reported seeing Zhang Yang being abducted by rooftop residents. I knocked on the door but received no response, so I pried the lock to confirm the truth. Each piece of news struck the viewers like a hammer, gradually chilling their hearts. Forgive me, Supreme Rule. I was wrong to question you. I was a fool. Do not stoop to my level. They lamented. I swear. I was misled by the provocations from above. I promise to mend my ways and never speak recklessly again. Furthermore, if anyone dares to question you, I shall be the first to confront them. Under the looming threat of annihilation, these viewers, who had once clung to their defiance, finally ceased their obstinacy. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, the Supreme Rule manifested. As evident, this Supreme Rule is impartial and just. I shall now impose penalties upon those who insult this rule. All intelligence of the dissenters is reduced by 50. Since you dislike using your intellect, refrain from thinking henceforth. In an instant, these individuals were rendered foolish. Following this incident, audiences from all nations no longer dared to utter complaints about injustice or question the rules. Even those who felt Su Chen was favored by the rule dared not voice their opinions, for there was no evidence to support their claims. Meanwhile, Su Chen approached the cafeteria, observing from the entrance. Having arrived a few minutes early, he was uncertain whether the cafeteria had commenced operations. After a few glances, he noted that the food was already displayed at the service window, and a man clad in a doctor's attire was already enjoying his meal. Clearly, arriving early posed no issue. Su Chen stepped towards the cafeteria window, passing by the man without greeting him. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance. Thanks to his passive ability, the man's visage imprinted upon his mind. The man savored a spoonful of soup, his face transforming into one of sheer delight, as if he were relishing a divine delicacy. Such extravagance, could it truly be that delicious? Chen found himself utterly astonished. Wait a moment, something was amiss. Upon spotting the trapezoidal mask resting on the table, a sudden realization struck him. How could he have overlooked such a fundamental detail? One must remove their mask to eat. However, if he were to remove his mask, his disguise would be utterly compromised. Once discovered, his survival outside the cafeteria would be uncertain. Should he pray for the man to be face-blind? Yet, he knew this was improbable, for in his deductions, the personalities active at night were particularly sensitive to patterns. If anyone were to exhibit face-blindness, it would more likely be those present during the day. As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. He had identified another crucial point. Rule number 9. During the day and from 6 to 7 in the evening, it is advisable to remain alone. Otherwise, you must wear a mask. Trust me, they will not heed your justifications. Monsters possess no rationale. Alternatively, you may pray for their face blindness. Zhang Yang had indeed spoken ironically. Utilizing this method to evade scrutiny, he had inadvertently reminded Chen. Clearly, he needed to reassess certain rules when time permitted. At that moment, the cafeteria worker, donning a mask, rapped her spoon against the window frame in displeasure. The crisp sound jolted Chen from his reverie. Chapter 121. The mysterious illusion. What are you daydreaming about? What shall we eat today? The ant inquired using sign language. Upon noticing this, Chen realized he had inadvertently slightly violated the 10th rule. Unusual individuals often encounter danger in the cafeteria. To rectify this, he had no choice but to reiterate his previous fib. He had made some progress today, as he had been pondering the condition of a patient, which had caused his distraction. Really? The ant's body visibly twitched. Observing her reaction, Chen understood that he had barely managed to pass this test. Don't get too excited. It's not definite yet. All right, I knew you could do it. Since that's the case, I'll prepare a special meal for you tonight. Wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and get you something delicious. I guarantee it'll be plentiful. After gesturing, the ant began to head towards the kitchen. Chen's expression changed drastically at this sight. He dared not remove his mask and indulge in a feast in the cafeteria. At this moment of crisis, all the details of the 10th rule flashed through his mind. The cafeteria is located on the 6th floor. Meal times are at 8 o'clock a.m., 12 o'clock p.m., 8 o'clock p.m., and 1 o'clock a.m. The cafeteria operates on a self-service basis. Take as much as you can eat. If you cannot finish your meal, you may try to take some away, but do not let others notice your abnormalities. Those who do not conform will always fall into danger. Since he had surmised that the rules left by Zhang Yang would secretly convey some messages, this particular rule must also harbor hidden meanings. Considering it from Zhang Yang's perspective, it would be improbable for him to deliberately lure Chen into the cafeteria, knowing full well the dangers involved. Yet, he did precisely that. This indicated that the rule must have a loophole, specifically, taking food away. Moreover, it was imperative that this process remained inconspicuous to others. With this thought in mind, Chen quickly raised his hand to stop her. Andy, wait. I need to take some food away today. Someone asked me to bring them a meal. Is it that kid again? The ant remarked. He is not as charming as you. I don't think much of him. After gesturing, the ant switched to a different container and proceeded to the kitchen. Relieved that he had not aroused her suspicions, Chen felt a wave of gratitude towards Zhang Yang. This fellow had indeed set him up with a commendable alternative target. Before long, the ant emerged carrying 4 fully packed containers. Subsequently, she grabbed a larger box and casually filled it with some dishes and rice. It appeared that the 4 boxes were for him, while the large container was for that kid. Watching the ant's differential treatment, Chen nearly burst out laughing. For a fleeting moment, he was transported back to his university days. Back then, the affable Chen always received special care from the cafeteria ant, with his plate brimming with meat. Meanwhile, his roommates suffered terribly. When they went to get their meals, the ant would tremble as if she had Parkinson's, making it appear as though they had been electrocuted. After this brief reminiscence, Chen accepted the takeout box handed to him by the ant. He raised his hand in a gesture of thanks and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to step out, a man wearing a delivery uniform and not wearing a mask walked in. Chen's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of astonishment washing over him. What was a delivery person doing in the cafeteria? After all, the address displayed on the Baolumi app was certainly not the cafeteria. Noticing this, Chen deliberately slowed his pace. Keeping a watchful eye on the individual from the corner of his vision, the man strode purposefully towards the cafeteria window. At this moment, the cafeteria and also noticed the delivery person. However, she did not engage him in conversation. Instead, she bent down and handed a pre-packaged takeout to him. The entire exchange between the two was remarkably seamless, as if they had rehearsed it numerous times. At that moment, Chen was taken aback. The takeout packaging looked eerily familiar, identical to what he had previously ordered. How could this be? Chen's heart sank. His original plan had been to escape the building by assuming the identity of a delivery person. However, if the pickup location for the delivery personnel was indeed the 6th-floor cafeteria, his entire plan would likely be rendered futile. Clearly, he needed to verify this matter as soon as possible. With these concerns weighing heavily on his mind, Chen ascended to the 7th floor. To avoid unnecessary complications, he first entered his room to set the food down. Then he knocked on the door of his roommate. "Thanks. I'll bring you a meal another day." His roommate accepted the takeout box and expressed his gratitude. "No problem." Chen waved his hand and headed back home. Upon returning home, he promptly removed his mask, inhaling a few breaths of fresh air that invigorated his mind. He then sat at the dining table and lifted the lid of the takeout box. Inside, he found 2 meat dishes, a soup, and a portion of rice, a rather decent meal. After a night of turmoil, Chen was quite famished. Without delay, he picked up a piece of beef and placed it in his mouth. It was tender and succulent, bursting with savory flavors on his palate. In that moment, his mouth began to water profusely. Wow, the chef in the cafeteria is quite skilled. Chen marveled inwardly. He then took up a spoon and savored a few sips of soup. Rich and delectable, it was evident that it had been simmered for quite a while. After just those 2 sips, Chen's appetite was thoroughly piqued, and he felt even hungrier, prompting him to abandon all decorum and dive into his meal. However, before he could take more than a few bites, Chen's body suddenly froze. The hand holding the chopsticks became rigid in midair. Damn it. There is something in the food. I've been caught. Chen cursed inwardly. He vaguely sensed a chilling aura rising from his stomach, creeping up gradually. This sensation was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for his exceptional mental fortitude, he would likely have finished his meal without ever realizing it. In a fleeting moment, this aura surged upward, gradually infiltrating his consciousness. As the coldness within his mind increased, Chen felt the very walls of his room begin to warp. Damn it. I've messed up, he thought, leaning against the wall, swaying like a patient suffering from kidney deficiency, and rushed towards the restroom to retch. Oddly, despite his dry heaving for quite some time, nothing came out. At this moment, even with his strong mental capacity, Chen found it increasingly difficult to cope. He felt as though the room was spinning at an alarming speed, the scenery around him transforming chaotically. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst roaring waves. Crashing against the shore, amidst the towering waves, a colossal white elephant swam rapidly, cutting through the tumultuous waters. Oh whoa! A pristine white rabbit howled at the sky before transforming into a beam of white light, pouncing on a lion and voraciously devouring it. Blood splattered as the rabbit's jaws opened and closed. Hey, where do you think you're going, you demon? A monkey dressed in black attire chased a woman in a red dress, running wildly. Snap! A jellyfish unleashed a surge of electric volts, while another strike knocked over a fire-breathing dragon. Bang! Gods and demons clashed, white light and black shadows intertwining across the cosmos. The black and white hues began to rotate slowly, resembling a Taiji symbol, as the world descended into chaos. Boom! The chaos split apart, revealing a continuously spinning black portal in the void. At this moment, another Chen stood before the portal, smiling as he spoke to Chen. Then, without hesitation, he turned and stepped inside. Chapter 122, Clarifying Goals. Abundant clues. Countless bizarre scenes danced before Chen's eyes. After a considerable lapse of time, his consciousness gradually regained dominance. However, the phantoms had yet to completely dissipate. He perceived diminutive figures soaring before him, hand in hand, engaged in a whimsical dance, while ethereal beings serenaded above them. As time progressed, Chen finally regained his composure. He wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned against the wall, collapsing onto the sofa, allowing his mind to empty. He lay in silence for a while. Once his mental clarity was fully restored, he began to ponder meticulously. Was this truly Zhang Yang's intention in guiding him to the cafeteria? Following this line of reasoning, if the other party wished for him to experience the cafeteria's cuisine, it undoubtedly harbored a secret. Perhaps this very food was the key to unraveling the enigma. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became, prompting him to reassess his previous experiences. The cafeteria lady's words had already hinted at a particular revelation. The ingredients were exceptionally ample. Was this truly abundant? It felt as though he had consumed 10 pounds of poisonous mushrooms. Chen cursed vehemently within his mind. Indeed, His symptoms closely resembled those of mushroom poisoning, albeit the effects were not as enduring. He then recalled the man from the cafeteria who had appeared to savor his meal. In retrospect, he might have witnessed some extraordinary illusion. Yet, there was something amiss. The man's perception of the illusion had not hindered his ability to dine, which sharply contrasted with Su Chen's experience. This suggested that he had not reacted as intensely as Su Chen, still able to perceive his surroundings. Why was this so? Was it because his ingredients were more potent? Pondering these thoughts, Su Chen ultimately reached a conclusion. Since the cafeteria lady provided him with more substantial meals as a token of gratitude, it was evident that she did not intend to harm him. Coupled with the effects of the mask, the answer became apparent. These meals and masks offered some significant benefit to the NPCs. This also elucidated why nearly all the NPCs donned masks. However, what could this benefit be? Were they perhaps in pursuit of inspiration? A fleeting thought crossed Su Chen's mind. It was known that these individuals were particularly sensitive to artistic elements during the night. Given that the meals induced fantastical illusions, it followed that they would derive immense pleasure from them. This theory held water. Reflecting on this, Su Chen recalled the words of the obese patient in the ward. Once I finish my meal, I will obediently paint. Please do not strike me. Painting after a meal? Was it possible that the food the patient consumed was similarly enhanced? If so, this presented an excellent opportunity to gather information. He understood that the illusions he had encountered were largely products of his subconscious: zoo elephants, rabbits bitten by lions, and monkeys in work attire. Might the patient's subconscious also harbor crucial information? Su Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He sprang from the sofa, hastening towards the surveillance monitor to observe the ward's conditions. He discovered the patients were dining, likely due to the nurses having untied them during mealtime. After a brief observation, he surmised it would take some time before they commenced painting. Thus, he decided to interrogate the true six-pointed star in the interim. Entering the secondary bedroom, he released the restraints on the individual's left hand and gestured for a conversation. Upon noticing Su Chen's approach, the six-pointed star's large, round eyes narrowed, locking onto him with intensity. What do you wish to inquire? What are the ingredients in these meals? I am unaware. All I know is that these ingredients assist in stabilizing our mental state. What effects will it have on me? There will be no effect. Eat without worry. Throughout the exchange, Su Chen employed his innate ability to keenly observe the man's expressions. He discerned a fleeting hesitation in the man's gaze as he answered the final question, indicating deceit. Yet, Su Chen opted not to reveal this realization. Pretending not to notice the lie, "Tell me about your plan. What do you intend to awaken?" The moment these words escaped his lips, the man's countenance shifted dramatically, pupils contracting. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Su Chen noted this anomaly, mentally marking it with a question. You've realized something? Indeed. I am surprised you uncovered our plan so swiftly. Then, could you save us both some time and simply divulge the truth? As you've observed, with my abilities, the truth will inevitably come to light. This way, you might spare yourself some physical punishment. Su Chen feigned an ominous smile, adopting a menacing demeanor in hopes of extorting further information. However, his intentions fell flat. The man displayed an expression of resignation, as if prepared to face death. First, under the director's constraints, I cannot reveal the truth. Not only I, but everyone is bound by this secrecy. You might as well abandon that hope. Secondly, our plan is magnificent, and I willingly sacrifice for it. Lastly, you will become one of us. If you kill me, you will regret it. After delivering this lengthy proclamation, the man ceased further communication, adopting a stony visage and closing his eyes, exuding an air of indifference towards his fate. Su Chen observed this stoic demeanor. Employing his innate ability to probe, he noted the man's expression remained unperturbed throughout. He had not lied. Recognizing this, Su Chen chose not to press further. After securing the man, he exited the secondary bedroom. This dialogue, though not entirely fruitless, had revealed that all were bound by a mysterious constraint that rendered them incapable of disclosing the truth, even under duress. Consequently, he would need to explore alternative avenues. Additionally, he recognized that the cafeteria food served as a remedy for them, yet was poison for himself. Henceforth, he must avoid the cafeteria. Fortunately, he had brought ample provisions, which should suffice for the next few days. As Su Chen contemplated this, a realization struck him. His own food had also been ordered from a delivery person, who procured it from the cafeteria. Why had the food he ordered previously not been enhanced? What could this signify? Clearly, investigating the delivery personnel had become imperative. With these plans in mind, Su Chen glanced at the surveillance once more, noting that the patients had nearly finished their meals, while the petite nurse awaited to collect their dishes. Seizing the moment, Su Chen extracted a few morsels from his backpack, nibbling casually, followed by a few sips of cool water. Thereafter, he adjusted his work attire, donned his mask, and stepped out towards the staircase. Chapter 123, Mythical Tales. Creation and Destruction. Upon ascending to the second floor, Chen encountered the little nurse, who was just finishing tidying up the dining utensils. Pushing a small cart with a furrowed brow, she trudged toward the elevator. Noticing Chen's arrival, the young girl greeted him listlessly. "Brother, you're here." In response, Chen casually replied, "What is wrong with you? What else could it be? I don't want to take the elevator. It's too terrifying. Yet, without it, I can't carry all these things upstairs." Chen frowned. "You're afraid of the elevator? That's another clue. It's nothing. It'll be over soon. Just bear with it." He reassured her to elicit more information. "What do you mean, nothing? If it's really nothing, why are you taking the stairs instead of the elevator? You're just standing there talking without feeling the pain. That confined space is too scary. I thought I was going back to." Her sign language abruptly halted. "Oh dear, I almost broke the rules. This is all your fault, brother. You should have stopped me. Anyway, I want to say more. Hurry along with your work. And remember to keep up the good work. Everyone's good days depend on you." After gesturing, the girl said no more and pushed her cart towards the elevator. Watching her figure disappear around the corner, Chen narrowed his eyes. Fear of elevators? Could it be that these individuals all suffer from claustrophobia? And what did her interrupted words signify? Where exactly were they returning to? An increasing number of questions piled up in Chen's mind. He sensed that these seemingly unrelated clues must hold profound connections. What he needed now was a thread to string together these disparate pearls. His gaze shifted toward the door of the patient room. "I hope you can provide me with that thread," he thought. Taking a deep breath, Chen activated the lock of room 15 again, swiftly completing the puzzle before stepping inside. Once in the room, he looked around and discovered the patient had already set up an easel in the secondary room, grasping a pencil and diligently drawing. Upon hearing his footsteps, the patient glanced up and upon recognizing Chen, refrained from shouting or reporting him. Instead, he lowered his head and continued to draw. It seemed he understood that Chen had laid a trap, and reporting him would be futile. It was wiser to comply to avoid punishment. Chen felt quite satisfied with this, slowly walking behind the man to observe his drawing. He saw only a few lines sketched on the board. With such a low level of completion, no meaningful information could be discerned. Thus, he decided to abandon his observation and headed straight to the pile of discarded drafts in the corner. Flipping through a few sheets, he found they depicted various flowers, plants, or landscapes. The most absurd was a group of little fairies dancing hand in hand in the sky. These drawings held little worth for contemplation. At that moment, Chen pondered. If the ingredients in the meals served as supplements for the white-robed figures, then for normal individuals, they were poison. Thus, those patients awakening now likely experienced the most severe adverse reactions when they first consumed these meals. Moreover, when they were initially captured, they must have been in the early stages of executing their plans. Their minds would be most sensitive to the information regarding the plan, making them inadvertently depict it. A spark of realization lit up Chen's eyes as he turned the drawings over and picked up the oldest draft from the top of the stack. Moving to the sofa in the living room, after flipping through a few sheets, one particular drawing caught his attention. This piece, created in the early stages by the patient, showcased a rudimentary and even poor drawing technique. The entire image was highly abstract, leaving its content open to interpretation. Nevertheless, Chen discerned some meaning from it. If his conjecture was correct, the drawing depicted a girl playing with building blocks. He couldn't help but marvel at the girl's dexterity. She had constructed numerous mountains, rivers, plains, and even oceans. Why did he think so? Because Chen noticed she had emulated the geographical structure of Blue Star. Many details were remarkably meticulous, identical to Blue Star. Did this imply that the geographical structure of the world of strange tales was akin to that of Blue Star? Chen mused, then turned to the next page. This page was similar to the previous one, still featuring the girl building with blocks. However, this time she constructed forests, grasslands, deserts, swamps, and so forth. Chen again compared the layout with his memories of Blue Star and found it to be precisely the same. It appeared that the world of strange tales truly mirrored the geography of Blue Star. After expressing his astonishment, Chen proceeded to the next page. This page bore a striking resemblance to the previous ones, but now the girl began to build animals with her blocks: mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, wolves, deer, and an array of other creatures. Chen's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. He quickly flipped to the next page. There, the girl began to construct humans with blocks. A flash of insight struck Chen, leading to a bold speculation. Realizing this, he hurriedly flipped back to the earlier pages of the stack. The girl molded a sphere. She adorned the scene with the sun, moon, and stars. She blew gently, setting the stars in motion. She reached out, shaping mountains and rivers. This was the process of creation. It wasn't he merely building with blocks. It was the abstract nature of the images that had misled him. With this realization, Chen felt an even greater perplexity. Why was the most significant thought in the minds of these imprisoned patients centered around creation? This was utterly absurd. With lingering confusion, Chen continued to examine the subsequent drawings. In the following images, under the girl's guidance, humanity flourished and gradually became the dominant species of this world. At this point, the girl's brother also appeared in this realm. Upon witnessing the scenery of this world, he was enraged, disregarding his sister's admonitions. With a pointed finger, he summoned volcanic eruptions. With a sweeping arm, mountains crumbled and rivers dried up. With a single step, tsunamis ravaged the land. During this chaos, countless humans and animals perished. His demeanor suggested he aimed to obliterate this world. In a critical moment, the girl rushed forth to block her brother. However, he refused to heed her pleas, continuing his wanton destruction. Ultimately, seeing no other option, the girl gritted her teeth and struck back at her brother. Before long, the siblings clashed. White light and dark shadows sweeping across the realm, the terrifying aftermath even causing the stars to tremble, nearly plummeting from the sky. Countless beings were caught in the residual force, turning to ash. The solid earth was rent asunder, deep chasms gaping toward the heavens, resembling the cries of the dying. Flipping to the next page, the artwork took a sudden turn. It depicted only mundane scenes, a mere imitation of ordinary landscapes. The entire narrative came to an abrupt halt. Chen flipped through several more pages, exhausting the stack of drawings, finding no further images related to this story. He frowned, an inkling stirring within him. He felt certain that this story harbored some clue, a clue that constituted the deepest logic of the entire strange tale narrative. Chapter 124 Mythical Tales? I do not believe. Rising from his seat with the sketches in hand, he once again made his way back to the spare room, intent on sifting through the remaining sketches to uncover any additional relevant imagery. Notably, upon entering the room this time, the patient did not lift his gaze. Instead, he was deeply engrossed, eyes tightly shut, immersed in the act of painting something. Could one truly create art with closed eyes? Amusing indeed. Chen was taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, this might be related to the ingredients within the food. It seemed the effects of the medication had fully enveloped the patient, who was now lost in a trance, meticulously replicating the visions that danced before him. This thought ignited Chen's curiosity. What had the patient conjured today? To avoid disturbing him, Chen cautiously approached from behind and peered at the canvas. Upon discerning the content depicted, he was momentarily shaken. It was, astonishingly, a continuation of the previous story. Moreover, after a period of practice, the patient's artistic skills had markedly improved. The narrative conveyed through the artwork was crystal clear. The painting illustrated a pair of siblings who had mutually perished, their forms dissipating into specks of light that floated toward the earth. The white luminescence drifted across mountains, rivers, valleys, and oceans. Gradually, the earth's wounds began to mend under the gentle embrace of the white light. Conversely, the black aura surged toward humans and animals, slowly integrating into their very beings. As the blackness accumulated, a feral glint flickered in their eyes. At this juncture, the white light detected something amiss. Resolutely abandoning its efforts to heal the remaining scars of the earth, it too began to drift toward humanity and the animal kingdom. However, having expended much of its essence in healing, the remaining white light was insufficient to contend with the black. Ultimately, the white light made a fateful decision, merging the majority of its remaining power into the bodies of humans, while only a fraction was bestowed upon the animals. The situation concluded, temporarily suppressing the brutality within human eyes. Yet, given that the black aura still outnumbered the white, there would be moments when human pupils gleamed with a predatory glint. Animals, too, were categorized into carnivores and herbivores based on the intensity of the ferocity reflected in their gaze. Thus, the tale came to a close. Chen fixated on the painting, lost in profound contemplation. What message was this imagery attempting to convey? Examining the entirety of the narrative, the earlier segments seemed merely to echo a cliché myth. Essentially, it revolved around a creator deity crafting the world, only to have a destroyer deity intent on annihilating it all, culminating in a conflict between the two. There was little to delve into. However, the patient's artwork today was laden with intriguing implications. The two deities had perished together, their residual powers merging into this world. Among all beings, humans were the sole species to inherit these two radically opposing energies in abundance. They embodied both creation and destruction, making them akin to the progeny of the divine. If one were to extrapolate from this mythological framework, the subsequent developments would be quite predictable. Humans, having inherited the creative force, would invent numerous tools. Utilizing these implements, they would survive the brutal skirmishes with beasts emerging from the animal kingdom. As time progressed, the number of inventions would burgeon, and the desire for destruction would swell in tandem. Thus, wars would erupt between different tribes, leading to slaughter and conquest. Eventually, as human inventions proliferated, civilization would gradually evolve, with nations rising only to be toppled by others in a relentless cycle, continuing until the present day. Contemplating this, Chen furrowed his brow. The outcomes derived from the myth mirrored the historical progression of reality alarmingly closely. Furthermore, upon deeper reflection, he could not help but acknowledge that humanity in the real world also harbored both creative and destructive subconscious drives. Humanity perpetually oscillates between invention and annihilation. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Given the story's conclusion, it suggested that the destructive essence within humanity outweighed the creative. What if the subconscious of real-world humans also leaned towards destruction over creation? Chen's eyes narrowed gradually. In truth, this hypothesis could be easily validated. If accurate, all human creations would ultimately be directed towards destruction. He began to reflect on humanity's inventions. To enhance production and sustain life, humans developed metallurgy, which subsequently evolved into weaponry. In pursuit of sustenance and transportation, they domesticated horses, only to create cavalry for warfare. To traverse rivers, they invented boats, which eventually led to the construction of colossal warships. The quest for mobility birthed automobiles. The desire to soar resulted in hot air balloons and airplanes. The pursuit of energy led to nuclear power. Following this trajectory, there was no need to speculate about the future. Humanity would likely be driven to irreversible destruction by its innate desire for annihilation. Thus, in the end, the destroyer would prevail. A chill ran down Chen's spine. However, this was not the source of his greatest concern. After all, these were merely musings inspired by the mythical narrative, devoid of substantiation. Moreover, even if the myth were true, humanity's demise would likely unfold centuries hence, by which time he would have turned to dust, indifferent to the deluge that followed his demise. Ultimately, the pressing issue lay in the present. If one were to follow the logic of this myth, what precisely were these doctors striving to awaken? The suppressed creative force? Or perhaps another persona imbued with creative energy? A glimmer of insight flickered in Chen's eyes as he felt his conjectures gaining some validity. Based on the clues he had gathered, these individuals exhibited an acute sensitivity to patterns and art during the night. They even indulged in consuming toxic mushrooms to stimulate creative thought. Furthermore, the delivery personnel refrained from violence at night, displaying a notably gentle disposition. They indeed aligned remarkably well with his hypothesis. Throughout the day, although Chen had not interacted extensively with them, hints from the Dragon Kingdom's official channels confirmed that these individuals exhibited a bloodthirsty nature, rife with destructive inclinations. Overall, this conjecture appeared sound. Yet, a nagging sense of disquiet lingered within Chen. There was an unsettling frivolity in the notion that the underlying logic of a bizarre tale's framework could stem from mythology. He found this difficult to accept. In his understanding, even a world imbued with the surreal would possess tangible evidence to substantiate the logic behind such phenomena, rather than relying on nebulous legends. With this thought, Chen halted his speculations, burying these conjectures deep within his mind. He did not believe in mythical stories. He only trusted in evidence. Evidence that was visible, tangible, and at the very least, persuasive to his own understanding. Thus, the immediate task at hand was to seek out further clues. Chapter 125. The Creation of Humanity by N.W. Chen cast another glance at the patient, who was meticulously drawing intricate details. What had prompted him to suddenly create this artwork today? The discarded drafts indicated that he had not engaged with this mythological tale in quite some time. Why the deviation from his usual behavior? Was it perhaps triggered by Chen's own utterance earlier, awakening buried memories? Or could it be that the individual was constrained in some manner, unable to disclose the truth, and resorted to painting as a means of expression? The nature of the truth remained elusive to Chen. He only knew that if this patient exhibited such unusual behavior in his drawing, the other patients who had been similarly stimulated might also produce something remarkable. To validate this hypothesis, Chen exited the ward and proceeded to explore the other rooms. As Chen searched room by room for sketches, the live stream from Dragon Country erupted into a frenzy. Was it truly this enigmatic? How did it intertwine with mythological narratives? Was the scope of this instance's worldview truly so grand? Perhaps we are overthinking it. The truth cannot be so absurd. I believe this mythological story serves as some sort of metaphor. It could be, yet one cannot deny that this tale resonates deeply with humanity indeed. We are beings of both creation and destruction, a blend of good and evil. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Throughout human history, the singular lesson we have gleaned is that humanity fails to learn from its past. Why is this the case? Is it not because humanity harbors an inherent desire for destruction, even an impulse towards self-destruction? You all seem a bit extreme. Perhaps you are overthinking this. Humanity is a complex entity that cannot simply be categorized into good and evil, creation and destruction. The audience from Dragon Country, influenced by the artwork, passionately expressed their viewpoints. Within the livestream, this open exchange of opinions, devoid of malice, starkly contrasted with the environments of other social platforms. It is undeniable that over the past month, Chen has not only altered the international standing of Dragon Country, but has also significantly alleviated the pent-up animosity among its citizens. At the very least, within the livestream, the viewers from Dragon Country refrained from inquiring about each other's relatives. Meanwhile, in the world of eerie tales, after thorough investigation, Chen discovered several intriguing sketches. These sketches were found in the studio of a particularly perceptive patient who had reported him even before he spoke. Upon entering this patient's studio and observing the subject of their artwork, Chen briefly considered abandoning the investigation, for the individual was idly drawing a snake. Chen was momentarily rendered speechless, suspecting that there could be no valuable information within these sketches. Nevertheless, he ultimately persuaded himself that since he was already present, it would be a loss not to explore further. Thus, he began to sift through the earliest drafts of this individual. To his surprise, this exploration yielded some captivating findings. The reason for their intrigue lay in the fact that the stories depicted in these sketches were remarkably familiar to Chen, bearing a striking resemblance to the ancient mythologies of Dragon Country. The first illustration portrayed a beautiful woman with a human head and a serpent's body, engaged in molding clay. At the sight of this artwork, two characters immediately sprang to Chen's mind. Enwa. Could it be that this mythological narrative was of Eastern origin? With this thought in mind, Chen continued to examine the illustrations. Bolstered by the cultural backdrop of Dragon Country, the content of the sketches became readily comprehensible, and he quickly grasped the narrative within them. The story commenced similarly to the legends passed down in Dragon Country. The goddess of creation, Enwa, fashioned small figures from clay, modeling them after her own likeness. She then breathed life into these clay figures, and in the next moment, they all sprang to life. Observing the joyful little beings surrounding her, Enwa felt immense happiness. Consequently, she named her beloved creations humans. Though small in stature, these beings, as products of divine craftsmanship, exuded an extraordinary essence of dominion over the cosmos. Enwa took great pride in her creations and continued her work, shaping many more charming little figures from yellow clay. These figures danced and celebrated around her, providing her with profound joy and solace. From that moment on, she no longer felt lonely or isolated. Thus far, the tale aligned well with Chen's recollections. However, in the subsequent illustration, the narrative took an unexpected turn. Logically, the next progression should have depicted Enwa growing weary, resorting to striking the mud with a vine, causing the splashes of mud to morph into grotesque figures. Yet, the story illustrated a different scene. Enwa tirelessly crafted her small creations day and night, and as time passed, the number of humans flourished. They composed songs in honor of their mother goddess and devised dances to elicit her joy. Recognizing her efforts, humanity began to reproduce spontaneously, expanding their communities. Enwa, witnessing her creations spreading across the earth, felt increasingly elated. However, soon after, dire news arrived. Naive and overly emotional, humanity sought companionship with beasts, only to meet their demise in the jaws of predators. From that point onward, misfortune ensued. Lacking rationality and overly driven by emotion, humanity, deprived of survival means, gradually faded into obscurity upon the earth. Enwa, witnessing these tragedies, felt her heart ache profoundly. Yet, she refrained from intervening to rescue humanity. She realized that these primordial humans possessed inherent flaws. While she could protect them temporarily, she could not shield them for eternity. Humanity had to confront the world on its own. Thus, she began to reflect on her experiences, pondering where the fault lay. Subsequently, Enwa undertook numerous attempts to create humanity anew. Yet, the outcomes were invariably the same. Humans could not sustain themselves on this earth. Just as the goddess of creation began to doubt her own abilities, she recalled her brother, Fuxi. Fuxi, observing the principles of yin and yang in the universe, devised the 8 trigrams, using them to deduce the cosmic order, the mysteries of heaven and earth, and all changes within the world. The rationality, intuitiveness, logical reasoning, and dialectical thought embedded within the 8 trigrams were precisely what humanity lacked. If her brother could assist her, then the creation of humanity would surely succeed. Having reached this realization, Enwa immediately set out to seek her brother. The sketches concluded at this juncture, leaving the ending unwritten, much like the previous mythological tale. Chapter 126. The inheritance from DNA. At this moment, Chen felt a stir within him. Earlier, he had casually glanced at the patient, who seemed to be drawing a snake. Notably, Niwa and Fushi were depicted as beings with human heads and serpent bodies. Could it be? Upon this thought, he hurried back to the studio. Upon seeing the artwork the patient was creating, his eyes brightened. Indeed, as he suspected, the patient was illustrating the subsequent tale. After Niwa explained the situation to her elder brother, the wise Fushi swiftly assisted his sister in rectifying the flaws in the creation of humanity. In the painting, the two ancient deities clasped hands, their serpent tails entwined. The spiraling and intertwining tails resembled the large DNA models Chen had observed in biology class. The two gods concentrated their divine powers, and the entwined serpent tails struck the mud pit with tremendous force. Boom! Mud splattered everywhere, akin to the life-giving waters being poured forth. Influenced by the divine powers, the flying droplets of mud transformed into human beings upon landing. Once the number of humans reached a certain threshold, the two gods ceased their actions and approached the humans to enlighten them about the objective principles of the universe and the ways of creation. As this batch of humanity was jointly created by the two gods, they perfectly inherited the divine gifts, allowing them to grasp these fundamental concepts with remarkable speed. In the following period, the two deities observed the evolution of human existence and gradually taught them to weave nets for hunting and to tame wild beasts. They reformed marital customs, abolishing group marriages, and introduced written language, ending the practice of knotting ropes for record-keeping. They delineated territories, appointed officials, and propelled societal advancement. Through this series of teachings, humanity finally established a foothold in this world and began to flourish. The two gods were greatly pleased with this outcome. However, to prevent humanity from becoming overly dependent on them, they ultimately decided to retreat into seclusion. In gratitude for Niwa granting them life, humanity revered her as the mother goddess and offered her constant devotion. To honor Fushi for imparting rational thought, they hailed him as the emperor of humanity, ensuring his legacy would endure through the ages. Thus, the tale concluded. Chen closed his eyes, massaging his aching temples. Another mythological story. Another account of humanity's genesis. The same formula, yet a different narrative. Notably, if one peels away the layers of mythology and perceives the essence beneath the surface, this familiar tale, compared to the previous creation myth, bore a slightly more abstract significance. Primarily, Chen derived numerous inspirations from it. The most striking image was that of the serpent tails intertwining like a DNA helix. The sight of the DNA-like tails plunging into the mud and splattering life-giving waters symbolically represented the essence of human heredity, did it not? Chen speculated that this illustration might be intended to convey that the rational and emotional traits inherited from the deities would be passed down through DNA. This notion was far more lucid and profound than the prior theory that amalgamated creation and destruction. It also imparted an inexplicable sense of scientific validity. For humanity is inherently a blend of both rationality and emotion. Emotion fuels human imagination, propelling the continuous evolution of civilization, while objective rationality ensures that humanity can analyze difficulties with composure and respond with reason. These two factors are indeed pivotal to humanity's establishment in the world. Contemplating this, Chen's eyes sparkled with clarity as he sensed he had grasped some vital information. What if this conclusion were applied within the context of the eerie narrative? The NPCs at night embodied emotional personas, showcasing unconventional and artistic thought processes, a fact that was nearly confirmed. Conversely, the NPCs during the day should logically inherit rational personas. If this were indeed the case, then their murderous actions in daylight warranted further contemplation. For rational beings do not kill out of passion. They must possess motives and reasons for such actions. In other words, the daytime NPCs would undoubtedly transcend the bizarre atmosphere, revealing extremely rational and scientifically grounded thought processes. Their motives for murder would constitute the core driving force behind the eerie narrative. This, perhaps, was the key to overcoming the challenges at hand. Simultaneously, this gave rise to a new question. Logically speaking, even a person with dissociative identity disorder should not manifest two personas that distinctly inherit rationality and emotionality. Even if this new persona were profoundly rational, it would still retain some semblance of emotionality, rather than existing in such a stark dichotomy. What was particularly perplexing was the evident and thorough division of NPC personas within this eerie narrative. Why was that the case? The answer could be gleaned from the peculiar locking mechanism on the patient room door. This puzzle lock was evidently designed to prevent the daytime persona from entering and attacking the patient. Judging by the results, this lock proved highly effective, as the daytime persona had seldom succeeded in breaching it. This indirectly confirmed that the daytime persona had not inherited any artistic abilities. This bizarre sense of division left Chen utterly bewildered. With his doubts lingering, he proceeded to the next patient room. In the live streaming room, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was engaged in fervent discussion. Wow, this mythological story is actually related to our Dragon Kingdom's legends. What a spectacle. Wait, did you all notice that DNA pattern? I was shocked. Could it be that we truly inherit from the deities? Stop overthinking. I believe these stories are merely meant to convey some crucial information. They aren't as outrageous as you think. Did you not notice the key detail? It was Zhang Yang who left the rules guiding Chen here, which indicates that all of this was anticipated by him. Isn't that the most terrifying aspect? Indeed. Upon deeper reflection, it's utterly chilling. How careless we were. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the Dragon Kingdom's audience, Chen once again stumbled upon some intriguing artwork. This time, the painting was exceedingly simple and bore no relation to the mythological tale. It depicted a group of doctors experimenting on laboratory mice. One day, an unexpected incident occurred during the experiments. The mice began to mutate, transforming into giant white rodents. These rodents easily tore through their cages and escaped. Perhaps, during the countless experiments, they had endured significant torment at the hands of the doctors, resulting in deep-seated hatred towards them. Driven by this hatred, they banded together and launched an attack on the doctors. The assault was sudden, catching the doctors off guard. Moreover, the mutated mice were extraordinarily strong and intelligent. They swiftly eliminated the hospital's security personnel and several doctors. Faced with this terrifying situation, the remaining doctors lost their resolve to resist and scattered in panic. Some doctors managed to flee faster than their companions, breaking free from the encirclement of the white rodents. Unfortunately, those who lagged behind met a grim fate. Captured and imprisoned within cages, the white rodents began to retaliate in kind, enacting vengeance upon their captors. Thus, the story concluded. This narrative was brief, yet it impacted Chen far more profoundly than the previous myth. The allegory was starkly evident. It subtly hinted at the missing doctors, who were now the patients confined within the ward. Chapter 127. All is ready. Only the eastern wind is missing. Chen once again sifted through the narrative logic of the story, endeavoring to weave this tale into the framework of a supernatural narrative. In an instant, the enigmatic fog enveloping this world began to dissipate. According to the tale, the current white-clad individuals, those pitiable souls who had been subjected to torment by physicians, treated as mere guinea pigs, encountered an unforeseen calamity during their trials. For instance, they fell victim to a bizarre, contaminating invasion, inadvertently triggering their second personas. Consequently, with the aid of these awakened alter egos, the patients revolted, overthrowing the tyranny of their doctors and subsequently imprisoning them. The fundamental truth of the matter seems to lie within this framework. However, certain nuances remain unaddressed, and several logical inconsistencies elude his comprehension. For instance, why does the awakened second persona not aid the primary persona in vanquishing the physicians? Instead, it opts to safeguard the doctors from the wrath of the primary persona. What is their ultimate aim? Is it merely to awaken the physicians' second personas? Yet, what benefit would this serve, to the extent of turning against their own alter egos? Nonetheless, aside from this contradiction, another, more profound detail remains ambiguous within the narrative: the enigmatic woman in red. What is her origin? How did she become entangled in this peculiar web? What are her intentions? Chen perceives this as the crux of the entire enigma. As the night unfolds, a series of illustrations gradually unveil the obscured truths, yet as the superficial mist clears, it reveals an even more perplexing darkness beneath. Faced with an array of challenges, Chen's spirit remains unyielded. Rather, his resolve intensifies. He understands that the darkest hour precedes the dawn, signifying that his exploratory path is indeed correct. He has finally encountered the foundational secret. Now, should he unveil this final layer of mystery, the radiant light of dawn will illuminate the night sky. His fervor is not solely rooted in this revelation. He has also amassed significant insights during his journey. Primarily, he has come to comprehend the specific operational logic behind both the daytime and nighttime personas, facilitating his ability to blend in without arousing the suspicions of the NPCs. He may even exploit their behavioral flaws to orchestrate certain strategies. Furthermore, he has delineated the direction of his subsequent investigations. First, to explore why the nighttime persona would resort to awakening the physician at the cost of a rift with the daytime persona. Second, to utilize the daytime persona's rationality and logical nature to devise an escape plan. Third, to investigate the most pivotal aspect, the truth behind the woman in red and her motives. Lastly, an invaluable insight has emerged. Chen now knows precisely where to pursue these leads. The sketches have already hinted at the investigatory direction, the fleet-footed physicians. Having evaded the clutches of their captors, they are no longer under the control of the white-clad figures, thus lacking the mystical constraints that prevent NPCs from revealing the truth. Once he locates them, the mysteries will unravel. Based on the news provided by Zhang Yang, all physicians have gone missing, indicating that the fleeing doctors have not entirely escaped this bizarre realm. They remain in hiding. But where? The utterances of the Star of David and the patients provide a clue. Star of David, aren't you one of the fleeing doctors? Who are you related to? Patient, help. Someone has come down from above. Someone is impersonating a doctor. When Chen first heard these statements, he gave them little thought, as the rules indicated that patients might flee the wards, and those patients were the missing doctors. The Star of David's words did not raise his suspicions. Similarly, the term relative caused him to overlook the implications of the patient's claims. Only now does the realization crystallize. With these illustrations, everything suddenly aligns. The residents of the upper floors consist of those escaped physicians and their relatives. If he can devise a strategy to infiltrate their ranks, extracting information should not prove too challenging. When the time comes, the truth will likely be revealed. Having discerned the direction of his inquiry, he must now resolve the pressing issue of distinguishing between relatives and doctors, as well as how to deceive them into opening their doors. The latter task does not appear overly daunting. Disguising himself as a delivery person seems a promising option. He can return home the following day, place a food order, and don the uniform of an unfortunate delivery worker, utilizing his app to accept the order. This conundrum may thus be deftly resolved. As for why Chen does not execute this plan during the night when delivery personnel are less confrontational, it is due to his prior deduction that the strange woman solidifies around 5 in the morning. It is plausible that she might return home to paint if she fails to locate Zhang Yang. Wouldn't he be walking into a trap? With one problem addressed. The remaining challenge lies in discerning the relatives from the doctors. However, this task seems rather daunting. He cannot simply barge in, swinging a club and resorting to torture. After some contemplation, Chen deems this approach impractical, as it would waste precious time. Instead, he resolves to seek a breakthrough through Zhang Yang. Having surmised that Zhang Yang's true intention is to assist him, he concludes that there must be hidden clues within the seemingly straightforward rules. Surely, they harbor information he has yet to notice. With this in mind, Chen decides to return to room 701. The reason for not contemplating here is that it is inconvenient to remove his mask. This mask is designed to assist the emotional persona in seizing control of his body. Wearing it inevitably affects his logical reasoning and rational thinking. Thus, returning to room 701 to safely remove the mask and meticulously review the rules seems the wiser course. Moments later, Chen opens the door and steps outside. Notably, before returning, he takes another look around the other wards. However, after a thorough search, he discovers nothing useful beyond a sketch of the Tai Chi symbol. Even that does not reveal any hidden significance to him. Ultimately, he resignedly snaps a photo with his phone before heading upstairs. At this juncture, the members of the Dragon Kingdom's Supernatural Tales department remain vigilant, closely monitoring Chen's actions. They continually apply computational analysis to delve deeper into the clues he uncovers. Old Chen, it's late, you should rest. Someone observes as they notice the old man's body trembling slightly, recognizing that he is exceedingly fatigued, merely holding on for the time being. Chapter 128, Chen, the prodigal son of the world of strange tales. Who is the kidnapper? No matter, Chen has not yet rested. I shall continue to observe. Perhaps my years of experience will allow me to discern something. After all, Chen is still young and capable, but your health. The old man interjected. I am in robust health. What is wrong with me? At that moment, Shaoli approached and gestured for the other person to leave. He assisted the elder in sitting down and fetched a cup of warm milk for him. Old sir, don't overexert yourself. You know that tomorrow night's soul returning night is the main event. If you wear yourself out today, won't you regret it tomorrow? Shaoli whispered to the elder. Upon hearing this, the old man furrowed his brows. After a moment's reflection, he realized the truth in the young man's words. With a heavy sigh, he said, It's just that I cannot put my mind at ease. You have seen it. This time, the strange tales are particularly eerie. With female ghosts and mythological stories intertwined, even the legendary Enwa from our dragon country has made an appearance. I suspect there is a grand conspiracy behind this instance. Until I uncover it, sleep will elude me. As he spoke, the elder felt a dryness in his eyes, rubbed them, and instinctively yawned, tears spilling forth. Shaoli, noticing this, understood it was due to the elder having watched the live broadcast all day. Let us not forget, even you, old sir, have felt the strain of a day spent watching. You advised me to trust Su Chen, proclaiming him the favored child of the world of strange tales, sharp-witted and clever. Yet now, you seem to have dismissed all that? Ah, concern breeds chaos, the elder replied. Rest assured, based on Su Chen's current actions, he is nearing the crux of the issue, and I have compared computational data. Presently, Su Chen's success rate stands at an impressive 85.3. It is practically assured. Oh, you all are too. As he spoke, the elder paused, glancing around the room, realizing the staff had exited to organize materials, leaving just the two of them. In the next moment, a spark of clarity illuminated the elder's murky eyes, dispelling his fatigue. Now that it is just the two of us, I must express my thoughts. My earlier reassurances were not dismissive. On the contrary, I hold a profound belief that Su Chen is indeed connected to the world of strange tales. This makes my concern all the more acute. While other chosen ones only face the challenges within the instances, Su Chen may confront the very essence of the strange tales, the supreme rules, and all manner of unknown dangers, perhaps even traps meticulously crafted just for him. After the elder spoke, Xiao Li's expression shifted. Contemplating briefly, he grasped the elder's apprehensions. If this were merely a straightforward strange tale instance, Su Chen's intellect and strength should suffice to navigate it. However, what if this were a trap specifically set for him by the world of strange tales? What leads you to this conclusion? He pondered, recalling the figure of the six-pointed star, whose stature mirrored Su Chen's precisely. Could this not indicate that the NPC was tailored exclusively for Su Chen, disregarding other chosen ones? Moreover, the writings left by Zhang Yang indicated a deep understanding of Su Chen's thought processes, merely by digging a few small pits. He had prompted Su Chen to discern his intentions and gather ample clues. While one might attribute this to Su Chen's keen intelligence, it was undeniable that Zhang Yang's cunning was nearly diabolical. Shaoli found himself overwhelmed by these thoughts. Elder, this. Have you come to understand? Yes, I have grasped it. Yet, I suspect we may be overthinking. By this logic, Su Chen is of utmost importance to the world of strange tales. The supreme rules should not work against him, but rather assist him. At this, the elder shot Shaoli a disapproving glance. You understand nothing. That very fact renders the situation perilous. Consider this. If Su Chen is truly the favored child of the world of strange tales, who then is the kidnapper that brought him into our reality? If someone aids Su Chen, it only suggests that a more sinister hand lurks in the shadows. I fervently hope I am mistaken and that Su Chen is merely an ordinary individual. Otherwise, our dragon country would be caught between the supreme rules and a force capable of contending with them. How terrifying that would be. With a heavy sigh, the elder expressed his worry. Xiao Li, left utterly astonished, found this revelation far more terrifying than his previous conjectures. Xiao Li's eyes widened in horror, leaving him momentarily speechless. Seeing Xiao Li's reaction, the elder chuckled. Expressing my thoughts is a relief. Indeed, the young ones online are correct. Joy can be contagious, as can sorrow. Look, I have transferred my worry onto your face. Elder, you still find time to jest, Xiao Li said, grimacing. I am quite content now. No need for such excessive worry. Su Chen is no fool. With his intelligence, it is not certain who is the pawn and who is the master. Are you suggesting? I have said nothing. Very well, I shall retire for the night. You young ones, with your abundant hair, can afford to stay up late and gather information on the chosen ones who have escaped. Bring it to me tomorrow. With that, the elder patted Xiao Li on the shoulder and briskly exited the room, leaving Xiao Li in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, following the official guidance, many individuals gradually employed various clever methods to escape the strange occurrences and successfully left their homes. For instance, Hans from Bobo country, after diligently copying the supplies prepared by Su Chen, armed himself with a kitchen knife and opened the door to venture outside. With Su Chen having blazed a trail and provided information, he felt no need to acquire Zhang Yang's hints from the water and heating wells. Thus, he confidently made his way to the elevator. Indeed, the elevator. Hans believed that taking the stairs might lead to being ambushed from both sides, leaving him no chance to escape. If that were the case, why not take the elevator? According to Su Chen's experiences, the NPCs were using the stairs, indicating that they typically did not use the elevator. Consequently, taking the elevator would spare him from being cornered. This would also allow him to quickly reach room 701. Once there, he could swiftly open the door and catch the masked NPC off guard with his knife. Alas, thoughts are often blissful, while reality can be harsh. Chapter 129, The Blitz of Bobo Nation. Due to the Dragon Nation's swift establishment of a firewall, The other nations remained blissfully unaware of the NPC fear elevator. Not only that, but they were also oblivious to the ensuing regulations. Recklessly altering their strategies could trigger a chain reaction at any moment. With unwavering confidence, Hans approached the elevator, observing the electronic panel for a few minutes, a smile gradually emerging on his face. The elevator remained stationary on the first floor, indicating that NPCs typically do not use it. Indeed, I am no less capable than Chen. I merely lack an opportunity to showcase my talents. Throughout my life, Hans shall not be inferior to anyone. Muttering to himself, Hans pressed the elevator button. In the next instant, the elevator began its ascent. Meanwhile, the security personnel stationed on the first floor swiftly noticed the unusual activity of the elevator. A man donning a mask adorned with a short sword symbol checked his phone for the time. Realizing that this was not the usual time for a nurse to collect dishes and use the elevator, he decisively pressed the alarm button on his wristband. He then intently monitored the elevator's floor changes. Upon seeing it stop at the 9th floor, he quickly snapped a photo of the electronic display and sent it to the workgroup. It is worth mentioning that these individuals were not incapable of understanding numbers. After all, numbers are merely another form of representation. The primary issue lay in their severed connection with another persona, leading to a strong aversion to mathematical reasoning, thus avoiding numbers whenever possible. However, when the moment called for it, they comprehended the significance of these figures. Consequently, at that moment, all who received the message sprang into action, hastily converging at the elevator doors on their respective floors. Unbeknownst to Hans, his seemingly innocuous action had triggered a significant response from the outside world. He remained blissfully unaware, excitedly practicing his knife-wielding movements in the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Hans peeked outside, listening for sounds, only to find a profound silence. Feeling reassured, he thought, "Indeed, I am a genius. My maneuvers outshine Chen's." As he contemplated this, he stepped boldly into the corridor. Upon exiting the elevator and turning the corner, an unexpected baseball bat suddenly loomed large before him. Bang! Stars erupted in Hans's vision as a man in a segmented mask swung the bat, toppling him. In the next moment, a Star of David and a triangle rushed in, brandishing electric batons and pressing them against Hans's lower back. Crackle! After a surge of intense electricity, Hans promptly lost consciousness. Hans had indeed inherited Bobo Nation's esteemed tradition, being blitzed with maximum efficiency. From his exit to his downfall, the entire ordeal lasted a mere 5 minutes. At this point, the Bobo Nation's live stream audience was utterly dumbfounded. Moments ago, they had shared Hans's confidence, convinced of their inevitable success, even boasting about it. Their previous declarations echoed, "Our country has learned from history, and we have now risen completely. From now on, we shall only blitz others. And they can never blitz us again." Indeed, they pointed out that Beer Nation had already succumbed, while Bobo Nation appeared to be sailing smoothly, a fact that elicited laughter. Just then, Hans was blitzed. What the? How did Hans get ambushed? Damn it, the NPCs are dishonorable. They came to deceive and ambush. Our Hans was caught off guard. This is disastrous. Hans, the fool, is a disgrace to our nation. Hold on. Look, the NPC hasn't killed him yet. Perhaps we still have hope. As this message appeared, a flicker of hope reignited within the crowd, and the chorus of despair faded from the screen. Everyone focused intently on the live broadcast. They watched as the masked figure approached, bending down to remove the knife from Hans's grasp. Subsequently, he took the restraining straps offered by the Star of David, collaborating with another to bind Hans tightly. What should we do with him? The segmented figure inquired using sign language. Let us proceed as usual, but do you recognize this fellow? He seems unfamiliar. He doesn't resemble a fleeing doctor or a family member of anyone, the Star of David responded, employing awkward sign language. Now that you mention it, he does look unfamiliar. Does anyone know him? The segmented figure asked the surrounding crowd. As they gathered to inspect Hans's face, they all began to shake their heads. This lad, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, clearly does not belong to our tribe, and we have no idea how he infiltrated. The segmented figure furrowed his brow. Shall we ask the security? They should have video footage. This fellow could be someone's boyfriend, after all, suggested the Star of David. Upon hearing this, the segmented figure smacked his forehead. How could I have forgotten? My memory has been deteriorating lately. All right, I'll take a photo and consult the security. After signaling, the segmented figure pulled out his phone and snapped a frontal picture of Hans, sending it to the workgroup while tagging the head of security. Big guy, please investigate who this fellow is. Sure, just a moment. After a while, the head of security sent another message. No records found. Upon reading this, the faces of the segmented figure, the Star of David, and others hardened. Big guy, are you certain? How can there be no records? Absolutely no mistake. At this point, everyone was left in astonishment. In a closed building, a stranger from a foreign land had suddenly appeared. This was simply absurd. Ultimately, the Star of David stepped forward. I propose we detain him on the 5th floor, securing him with additional locks. When the director returns tomorrow evening, we can present him to the director for clarification. Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. With this decision made, they quickly hoisted Hans and made their way to the 5th floor. Witnessing this scene, the audience of Bobo Nation reignited their confidence. Wow, heaven bless Bobo Nation. Hans hasn't been killed. I just remembered, those delivery personnel are quite safe at night, which indicates that the NPCs will protect Hans. That makes sense. Based on their sign language, perhaps after Hans meets the director tomorrow evening, he might be allowed to leave. Haha, well said. It's possible that Bobo Nation has unwittingly triggered a way to clear the game. In stark contrast to Chen, who was nearly driven to despair, Hans might very well be the first to achieve victory. The people of Bobo Nation began to indulge in wild fantasies. Chapter 130. The Elegance of the Hua. Meanwhile, on the other side, Estelle from the Golden Kingdom stepped out of her door. With the cautionary tales of countries like Bobo in mind, the hearts of the audience from the Golden Kingdom raced as they witnessed their chosen one prepare to embark on her journey. The reason she was only now leaving her quarters was due to the presence of astute individuals among the randomly selected chosen ones. This woman, being the first to coax the anomaly out, clearly possessed a keen intellect. Upon receiving the notification from her country, she began devising a strategy to successfully reach room 701 and incapacitate the entity before the hexagram could raise the alarm. As a seemingly frail woman, it was nearly impossible for her to overpower an adult male as Chen did. Thus, replicating Chen's actions was not a viable option. She needed to forge her own path. After a period of contemplation, she indeed concocted a somewhat risky solution. Consequently, the moment the anomaly exited, she set her plan into motion. After preparing for a while, she donned an all-black ensemble from her wardrobe, wrapping her face and hair in a dark cloth, leaving only her captivating eyes exposed. From a distance, she appeared as a figure cloaked in shadows. Once she completed her preparations, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited her room. She cautiously descended the stairs, reaching the vicinity of the 8th floor. Listening intently for any sounds in the corridor, she found it eerily silent. No one was traversing the hall. Straining to hear the sounds from the stairwell, she discerned complete stillness, indicating there were no ascenders. With this realization, Estelle took a deep breath, steeled her resolve, and swiftly made her way to the 7th floor. As for why she did not simply bring a lock to secure the fire door on the 8th floor, it was because she remained oblivious to the subsequent rules. If she needed to continue her concealment, any disturbance might have significant repercussions. Thus, she deemed it wiser to take a calculated risk. She believed that as long as she did not linger on the 7th floor for too long, she would likely evade capture. Soon, Estelle arrived at the 7th floor stairwell and without hesitation, opened the electrical panel. After scanning the symbols on the circuit breaker, she decisively shut off the power to the hexagram's unit. Not stopping there, she also turned off the breaker for the public corridor. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. In the next moment, the corridor on the 7th floor was engulfed in darkness, with only the faint green glow of the emergency exit illuminating the stairwell. After completing her tasks, she cautiously opened the fire door, striving to minimize noise, then slipped through and hurried toward the elevator shaft of room 701. Dressed in black and shrouded in dark fabric, she found a corner in the elevator shaft where she seamlessly melded into the shadows. Even the viewers in the live stream would struggle to discern her silhouette without keen observation. As for why she didn't conceal herself directly at the entrance of room 701 to launch a surprise attack, it was for the same reason as before. She doubted her ability to incapacitate the other party with a single strike. Moreover, should she make too much noise, it could attract others, sealing her fate. Hence, she resolved to adopt a more prudent approach. At this juncture, safely hidden, Estelle began to mentally count down the seconds. She surmised that if the hexagram was at home and discovered the power outage, they would likely emerge to investigate the circuit. She could seize the opportunity to act. Conversely, if the individual was not at home, that would be even better. Avoiding direct confrontation was the ideal outcome for her. As she counted to 53 seconds, a crisp sound of a door opening echoed from the opposite corridor. Indeed, the other party was home. Estelle's heart raced with anxiety, and she quickly held her breath, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Moments later, she heard the creaking of the fire door opening. Her chance had arrived. In an instant, she darted from the elevator shaft, moving silently yet swiftly towards room 701. When she approached the stairwell, the fire door conveniently closed behind her, concealing both of their figures. Timing was precisely as she had calculated. In the next moment, She accelerated toward room 701, her left hand reaching into her pocket to grasp the key, prepared for the possibility of the other party having a habit of locking doors. Upon reaching the door, she extended her hand, feeling a gap between the door panels. To her delight, the door was unlocked. With a gleeful heart, Estelle pushed open the door and rushed inside, shutting it behind her. Once inside, she wasted no time. She immediately activated the flashlight function on her phone and retrieved a long electrical wire from her backpack. A quick scan revealed a wall socket, and she rushed forward to plug in the device. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the insulation on the other end of the wire had been stripped, exposing a lengthy section of copper wire. Estelle deftly wrapped the two copper wires around the door lock, then stepped back, crouching beside the power strip. Her finger poised over the switch. Raising her gaze, her bright eyes fixated on the door. Before long, the bulb in the room flickered and illuminated the space. As the lights came on, Estelle's heartbeat quickened, her fingers trembling slightly from nerves. Meanwhile, the hexagram, having shut off both their home circuit and the public corridor's power, scratched their head as they approached the front door. Yet, upon reaching it, they froze in surprise. Why was the door closed? Did they inadvertently shut it while leaving? Feeling in their pockets, they realized they hadn't brought their keys, and their expression darkened. Given that it was an outward opening door, the natural instinct for an average person in such a scenario would be to reflexively grasp the doorknob and test if it was fully locked. The hexagram was no exception. While mentally chastising themselves for their recent lapses in memory, they reached for the doorknob and pulled. Bang! The sound of the latch striking the lock reverberated dully, akin to a signal flare for Estelle. In the next instant, she swiftly pressed the switch on the power strip. Just as the hexagram was about to try pulling the door again, an odd sensation surged through their hand. Their entire arm went numb, uncontrollably spasming and gripping the doorknob. Simultaneously, their body convulsed, causing them to jerk upright. Inside, Estelle silently counted the seconds, waiting until she estimated the hexagram had fainted before disconnecting the power supply. Armed with a kitchen knife, she cautiously opened the door. To her relief, the hexagram lay collapsed on the ground just outside. Elated, Estelle quickly supported their armpit, laboriously dragging them into the room. After securely locking the door, she retrieved a length of rope from her backpack and swiftly bound the hexagram like a dumpling. Yet, still unsatisfied, she began searching the room for additional restraints. Before long, she discovered a set of psychiatric restraint straps in the bedroom. Her eyes lit up at the sight, and she hurriedly added several layers of binding to the hexagram. Once these tasks were completed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned her attention to the flamboyant letter she had found in the second bedroom, beginning to read. Chapter 131. Absolute fairness. At this moment, the audience from the Golden Nation, having witnessed the entire sequence, was utterly astounded. Their contestant's performance was nothing short of spectacular. If it were not for Chen's exemplary action serving as a reference, their contestant might not have achieved such a feat yet. Despite this, Estelle was undoubtedly the foremost contender beneath Chen. After all, it must be acknowledged that she is a woman, and engaging in such direct confrontations inherently places her at a disadvantage. To navigate such a predicament so adeptly was indeed impressive. Oh my goodness, Estelle is incredible. I have fallen for her. Our nation has produced a genius. I believe Estelle can stand shoulder to shoulder with Chen from the Dragon Kingdom. Guys, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but I think she still falls short, considering she essentially copied Chen's homework. Hey, you up there. Why are you so enamored with foreign nations? If you admire the Dragon Kingdom so much, why not immigrate there? Is it really so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of our own contestant? All right, as long as you're happy. But please keep it down. There are still unresolved issues. Did you see what the rules state? Estelle must impersonate the Star of David, with such a significant difference in physique. How could that possibly work? As this comment emerged, everyone realized the challenge at hand. The notion of Estelle impersonating the Star of David as a woman was utterly ludicrous. Not only did their heights differ vastly, but Estelle's ample bosom could hardly be concealed by the mere white uniform. Have you noticed that the physique of the Star of David is quite similar to Chen's from the Dragon Kingdom? This is unfair. I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out, but you're right. It is indeed unjust. Pay attention, everyone. The folks from Lake Nation and Beer Nation, who previously clamored about fairness, now look rather foolish. But this is genuinely unfair. Enough for now, let's observe further. I believe the supreme rules are so impartial that they wouldn't enact something unjust. With the past serving as a lesson, the audience from the Golden Nation had grown wiser, placing the supreme rules upon a pedestal of morality. In the live broadcast, it was evident that Estelle had also recognized this issue. Her delicate brows furrowed in visible distress. At that moment, the Star of David stirred, and upon seeing Estelle, began to struggle violently. Unfortunately, the bindings were expertly applied, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not break free. The only result was a few centimeters of wriggling across the floor like a worm. Noticing the Star of David had awakened, Estelle approached and removed his mask. "Who are you? Speak up. If you don't respond soon, I might resort to violence," Estelle threatened, brandishing a fruit knife menacingly. The Star of David's mouth moved frantically, indicating his inability to speak. Realizing this, Estelle felt a flush of embarrassment for her earlier fierce demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, she found paper and a pen in the room and adjusted his position to allow him to write. "Who are you?" "A doctor. And your purpose?" "To care for patients." After a lengthy dialogue, Estelle grasped the essence of his work process. While the Star of David learned of Estelle's intentions, he was to impersonate her. Rather than displaying anger upon this revelation, a smile crept onto his lips. "Rest assured, once you don my clothes and put on the mask, the disparity in physique will not reveal you." "Why is that?" "Because it is a gift from the divine." Estelle was taken aback. "Is this tattered garment truly so extraordinary? However, since you're awake and still clad in it, I, a frail woman, cannot dare to untie your bindings. May I instead use a blunt instrument?" she inquired hesitantly. The Star of David, at a loss for words, thought that this young lady might not grasp the consequences of her actions. To prevent such a calamity, he hastily wrote, "There is an electric baton in my medical kit in the bedroom. You can use that." Upon hearing this, Estelle paused, pondering his unexpected cooperation. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, it seemed a viable option. Following his guidance, she retrieved the baton and deftly subdued the Star of David once more. With nimble hands, she untied his bindings, removed his clothing, and subsequently restrained him again. After completing these tasks, Estelle picked up the discarded garments, approached the bedroom with a sense of skepticism, and began to change. Before long, she was dressed and started to put on the mask. However, the moment she donned it, a chilling sensation enveloped her head. Countless fleeting thoughts surged through her mind, as if the prison of her consciousness had been breached. Astounded, Estelle widened her eyes and instinctively reached to remove the mask. Yet, in the next moment, the light before her began to warp and distort, while her body followed suit, stretching and compressing in tandem with the bizarre lights. Transfixed by this surreal spectacle, her hand, poised to remove the mask, froze in midair. After a while, the thoughts in her mind gradually dissipated, restoring her to a sense of normalcy. Concurrently, the light returned to its original form, and her physique had been transformed to mirror that of the Star of David. Realizing this, Estelle was struck with fear and hurriedly raised her hands to feel her body. To her astonishment, she encountered an unexpected softness. The void that had been before her now revealed her ample contours. Her eyes widened further. Could this be an illusion? She murmured, before hastily rushing to the bathroom to inspect herself in the mirror. Incredibly, she appeared identical to the Star of David. "Is this truly possible?" she muttered, reaching for what should have been her head, only to encounter nothingness. "Indeed, it is an illusion." A flicker of excitement crossed Estelle's face. At that moment, she recalled the Star of David's earlier actions and the smile upon his face. Her heart raced. He wouldn't mean me harm, would he? If so, what methods might he employ? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She remembered the peculiar sensations she had experienced upon wearing the mask. Could it be that the mask is flawed? Is it possible that only I perceive this illusion? If that is the case, I would be in quite the predicament, naively believing my disguise to be successful while appearing a fool to others. Chapter 132. The rules are not simple. A re-examination with this thought in mind. She took out her phone and snapped several photos in quick succession while facing the mirror. She then hurriedly removed the mask from her face and gazed at the images on her phone. To her surprise, the photos appeared identical to those she had previously observed. This indicated that her concerns had been unfounded. The clothing truly possessed an extraordinary quality. Nonetheless, despite the confirmation that the illusion was harmless, a lingering sense of doubt persisted within her. She faintly sensed that something was amiss. However, when she once again picked up the new rules, her apprehension was subdued. The act of masquerading as a hexagram was fundamental to executing all the rules, meaning she had no choice but to comply. Thus, donning the attire and mask of another posed no significant issue. With this in mind, she donned the mask once more. As it settled upon her face, a familiar sensation washed over her again. Yet, unlike her previous experience, this time the reaction was not as intense. Before long, the illusion coalesced, and her form transformed into that of the hexagram once more. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Kingdom's Paranormal Investigation Department, Shaoli, who was on duty, received additional footage of chosen ones from other nations submitted by the staff. He perused the materials casually. However, upon witnessing the scene of the Golden Kingdom's Estelle donning the mask and undergoing transformation, he was jolted upright. The words of the elder Chen echoed in his ears. Su Chen may be connected to the world of the paranormal. Xiao Li's hand trembled slightly. Would the paranormal realm assist the chosen ones from other nations in manifesting illusions? This appeared, on the surface, to be an act of fairness. Yet, it represented the greatest injustice. This fundamentally indicated that this paranormal instance was solely devised for Su Chen. There must be some connection between Su Chen and the world of the paranormal. Xiao Li felt an abrupt drain of energy. His legs weakened as he collapsed into his chair. The confidence he had built, based on Su Chen's consistent excellence, crumbled in an instant, replaced by anxiety for both the Dragon Kingdom and Su Chen's future. May the gods of Huaxiao bless me. I hope I am merely overthinking. That all of this is mere coincidence. Xiao Li prayed towards the pitch-black night sky outside. Unbeknownst to Xiao Li's prayers, Su Chen remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, he would not be particularly astonished. What of his connection to the world of the paranormal? What of the hidden puppeteers? Did he not possess a system of his own? Which sane individual could consume hot pot while singing and suddenly traverse worlds, only to find themselves in the realm of the paranormal with a system at their side? Having encountered so many anomalies already, even if he were truly abducted by human traffickers, what of it? At worst, he would outsmart the traffickers just as he had dealt with the supernatural, tricking them until they were incapacitated, ultimately compelling them to express their gratitude. Returning to the present, Su Chen languidly reclined on the sofa in room 701, meticulously studying the set of rules left for him by Zhang Yang, word by word. He harbored an inexplicable feeling that Zhang Yang must have embedded hints within the letter. Otherwise, why did this set of rules appear so superficial and ordinary? This was not in keeping with Zhang Yang's typical modus operandi. Soon enough, having completed the letter, a glimmer of insight sparked in Su Chen's eyes. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discerned some anomalies. To begin with, the first two rules held no profound meaning. They merely established a framework for him. As long as he was not discovered to be an imposter, he would be safe. However, from the third rule onward, Su Chen found himself furrowing his brow. Your designated area is the second floor, rooms 11 to 20. If you notice any mysterious disappearances of patients in your assigned wards, please immediately report to the head of security. His office is located next to the ground floor entrance. He had not observed any disappearances of patients. Moreover, after a night of interaction, these patients appeared well-trained and compliant. They were unlikely to attempt an escape on their own. What, then, was the purpose of this rule? Was it merely to inform him of his responsibilities? Su Chen believed Zhang Yang to be far too astute for such superficiality. Ultimately, he arrived at the singular possibility. Zhang Yang, wishing to avoid detection, had chosen to imply that he should meet with the head of security in this manner. There might be crucial information to uncover there. The notion of patient disappearances served as a clever excuse to avoid arousing suspicion. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to the security office. Su Chen murmured softly. However, he did not rush off. Instead, he continued to review the remaining rules. The fourth rule, concerning the restraint of patients while playing music for them, presumably hinted that under special circumstances, he could utilize this excuse to pacify patients and prevent his identity from being revealed. His previous experiences corroborated this conjecture. Furthermore, the 10th and 5th rules were intended to be viewed in tandem. The 10th rule, on the surface, pertained to the cafeteria's regulations. Yet, in reality, it served to entice him to consume the cafeteria's food, indicating that there was something of substance within it. Should he execute the 5th rule at that time? Entertainment and relaxation are the best means of healing patients. Please ensure that patients engage in at least 1 hour of drawing and 1 hour of dancing each day. He would inevitably discover that patients only began to create art after their meals. With these interconnected layers, his vigilance would be heightened, prompting him to search for clues within the sketches. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. The 6th rule, which instructed him to prevent patients from speaking to themselves at night, left Su Chen puzzled. Throughout the night, the patients had been exceptionally well behaved, rendering this rule utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from investigating further at a later time. After noting this matter, he proceeded to analyze the subsequent rules. The 7th and 8th rules were straightforward, essentially conveying their literal meanings. If there were any hidden implications, Su Chen would be left speechless. Next came the 9th rule. From this point onward, the succeeding rules appeared to Su Chen as if Zhang Yang were deliberately writing them in reverse. Why did he feel this way? 9th rule. During the day and from 6 to 7 in the evening, it is best to remain alone. If not, you must wear a mask. Trust me. They will not heed your arguments. Monsters lack reason. Alternatively, you may pray that they suffer from prosopagnosia. He had already analyzed this rule. The daytime persona should starkly contrast with that of the night, exhibiting extreme insensitivity to shapes. Accordingly, the other party likely possessed prosopagnosia. Thus, The purpose of this rule was clear, to warn Su Chen that from this point forward, the following rules would contain pitfalls. The 10th rule regarding the cafeteria needed no further elaboration. Su Chen had experienced firsthand that each step was fraught with traps. The 11th rule, shrouded in mystery, remained somewhat unclear to Su Chen. However, based on this line of reasoning, he had an inkling that it served as a cautionary note regarding the delivery personnel. The reason for this caution, however, remained uncertain to him. Chapter 133. Beat him until he obeys the orders at last. Only the two most vexing rules remained for Su Chen. Every Sunday night at midnight, the director will hold a weekly meeting on the 18th floor. Remember, all medical staff must attend. He always remains aloof, never descending below the 9th floor. Turning to the latter rule, if interpreted through reverse logic, it implied that Su Chen must remain within the confines of the 9th floor. This was clearly at odds with the ultimate objective of escaping the building. Therefore, Su Chen surmised that Zhang Yang's emphasis lay in the word he. As is well known, this term typically denotes a deity. Coupled with the mythological tales depicted in previous sketches, it became evident that humanity has inherited divine traits. Thus, among all individuals within the building, the only one likely to attain a release of divine essence, who could be considered akin to a deity, was that enigmatic woman. However, Zhang Yang had previously referred to her differently. Why the sudden change? There could only be one explanation. Zhang Yang was subtly hinting that on the night of the soul's return, her powers would reach their zenith, akin to a divine being, mastering all realms above the 9th floor. As for why someone so seemingly sinister was referred to as a deity by Zhang Yang, Su Chen speculated that it was either to align with the mythological narrative, making it easier for him to comprehend, or to illustrate that the boundaries between gods and demons are not definitive, just as in the yin-yang symbol he had discovered, where yin gives rise to yang and vice versa, in an endless cycle of life. Considering all this, the conclusion was abundantly clear. Zhang Yang was signaling him to avoid ascending. Now, reviewing the penultimate rule through reverse logic suggested that he should not attend the meeting at midnight the following evening. However, this raised a new concern. Would his absence from the meeting arouse suspicion and lead to his capture? Given the enigmatic woman's powers, he could not hide above the 9th floor. Below the 9th floor lurked the domain of those with fractured personalities, leaving him with no refuge. How could he escape? As Su Chen's brow furrowed tighter, his eyes narrowed, glimmering with sharp intensity. Regardless, he resolved to first investigate the security room, then infiltrate the delivery personnel the following day, seeking to unveil the ultimate secret. If the situation became untenable, he would resort to drastic measures, perhaps a forceful breakthrough. With prior combat experience, Su Chen's confidence surged. Having made his decision, Su Chen disregarded the deepening night and set off towards the 2nd floor, where he was responsible for a ward. Shortly, he arrived at the ward, carelessly selecting an unfortunate patient and entering. Upon finding the patient, he wasted no words, simply hoisting the individual and conveying through sign language, "You will go out for a walk, wherever you please." The patient, startled by the command, timidly replied, "I don't want to go. Please don't hit me. I'll stay in the room." Su Chen was taken aback. "This is my command. But I want to go out. I have nowhere to go. The upper floors are a good place. Didn't your comrades escape there? You could try seeking refuge." Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen confirmed his suspicions. "Don't just with me. I'm in this state. If I go upstairs, the director will surely discover me." The patient grimaced. Upon hearing this response, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Would the director truly notice such a condition? Why? After a moment's contemplation, a thought struck him. Could it be that the patient's continual contamination was leading to the emergence of a second personality, thus making them detectable to the director? If this were the case, wouldn't all the staff who had long been mentally fractured be sensed upon ascending? If he foolishly followed this patient to the meeting, he would undoubtedly expose himself. Imagining that scenario sent a chill down his spine. Zhang Yang had prevented him from ascending to the meeting precisely for this reason. Confirming yet another rule uplifted Su Chen's spirits. He could no longer tolerate the patient's hesitance. With a grin, he withdrew a stun baton from his pocket. "You will go for a walk." Seeing Su Chen's impending aggression, the patient's face contorted. After a few moments of silence, the patient ceased to argue, obediently rising to unlock the puzzle lock on the door, cautiously stepping outside. Witnessing this, Su Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, berating his own naivety. It turned out the 7th rule was the crux of the matter. Patients do not always obey. If they defy your commands, you may use force, beating them until they comply. This rule was extraordinarily useful. Once the patient had wandered far enough, Su Chen exited the ward and made his way down the stairs to the 1st floor. Upon arrival, his first impression was of the bright lights and throngs of people. Nearly 10 individuals were visible at first glance, quite unlike the depths of night. Most of those coming and going wore masks adorned with weapon motifs and donned security uniforms. They were robustly built, wielding rubber clubs, and clearly not to be trifled with. Upon observing this, Chen immediately abandoned his previous plan of a forceful solo assault. What a joke! He was no superhero. How could he possibly take on so many hulking figures alone? At that moment, the security personnel in the corridor also became aware of Chen, perhaps due to a prior guard spreading his fabricated story. The attitude of these individuals towards him was unexpectedly cordial. Six-pointed star, still awake at this hour? You're quite the trooper. For the sake of the plan. Chen replied, embodying righteousness. Indeed, no doubt the six-pointed star will garner notable recognition during tomorrow's meeting. Chen, by the way, what brings you to the first floor? An incident occurred, a patient escaped. What? How could someone escape today? That defies logic. The individual appeared genuinely astonished, as if discussing an absurdity. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Chen realized he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic. Likely, as he had surmised, the chances of a patient escaping today were virtually non-existent. Hastily, he added, I suspect the new method of stimulation was overly intense, causing a temporary lapse in judgment. That makes sense. You should promptly inform the captain. Understood. Bidding farewell to the individual, Chen proceeded toward the building's exit. Meanwhile, he secretly plotted to seize any opportunity to make a break for it. If he could catch even a slight opening, with his agility, escaping was not entirely out of the question. Chapter 134. Humanoid, Serpentine Tail, Terrifying Security Captain. However, when Chen approached the so-called unit door, he immediately dismissed the thought. The reason being that this infernal unit door opened into the security room. The regulations stating that the office was beside the unit door were utterly nonsensical. Well, not entirely absurd, as the security room indeed lay adjacent to the unit door. It was merely that the security room was rather expansive, effectively consuming the unit door. That was not all. When Chen peered through the glass of the security room and beheld the captain's appearance, he was utterly stunned. A chill raced up his spine, sending a shiver straight to his brain. His body instinctively desired to turn and flee. It was only through a desperate exertion of mental energy that he managed to suppress this primal reflex. At that moment, the security captain noticed Chen and opened the door, gliding out. Consequently, the captain's terrifying visage was unveiled to the audience in the live stream. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, his upper body was imposing and extraordinarily robust, adorned with a mask featuring a long spear motif. His eyes shone fiercely through the mask's eye holes, exuding an air of dominance. As one's gaze descended, the horror unfolded. What should have been a majestic man was instead a grotesque figure with a serpentine tail for a lower half. Moreover, this was not a true serpent tail by any means. Upon closer inspection, through the transparency of his attire, it became evident that this tail bore no scales and its skin was distorted and contorted. It appeared as though his legs had been crushed, twisted, and grotesquely reformed, growing wildly after being stitched together. Such a horrifying sight left the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this monster? How can a human possess a serpent tail? And that tail? Brothers, I can't watch anymore. I nearly had a heart attack. This is too terrifying. I would rather face the bizarre than witness this horrific creature. Look at you all, so easily frightened by a mere live stream. Look at Chen, who stands undisturbed before the monster, calm as ever. Indeed, Chen is remarkable, to remain so composed in the face of such a creature. I feel compelled to offer my utmost respect to him. Unbeknownst to Chen, he was the subject of such adulation. He was acutely aware, however, that under the immense pressure of his mental energy, his calves felt as though they would cramp. Had he not feared that fleeing would reveal his identity, he would have undoubtedly shattered world records and escaped. At this juncture, the security captain glided to Chen's side, placing a firm hand upon his shoulder. What brings you here, six-pointed star? The captain's grip was exceptionally strong. The force of the pat nearly sent Chen tumbling to the ground. Yet, this jolt brought him back to his senses, prompting a hurried response. I was testing a new method today, and it seems I startled a patient too much, causing someone to escape. I wanted to inform you. All right, I shall arrange for someone to search. Rest assured, they won't escape today. Of course, since you are here, I would like to inquire about what therapy you have improved. Is it truly effective? The specifics are still uncertain, but there does appear to be some effect. I am considering. As their conversation progressed, Chen finally managed to calm his racing heart. Drawing upon his understanding of both personalities, he began to weave a tale with effortless eloquence. Fortunately, his persuasive skills proved quite adept, and before long, he had convinced the security captain. Their discussion grew increasingly animated. Simultaneously, Su Chen was not idle. He surreptitiously activated his innate skill, multitasking. Another part of his mind began to survey the surroundings. First, he examined the security room's door. The hulking figure blocked it entirely, making it impossible to sneak past unless he possessed the ability to transform. Next, he scrutinized the area. The appearance of each room mirrored that of the second floor. The occupants were likely patients as well. Finally, his gaze returned to the imposing figure. The captain's attire was bulky and thick, and through the cuffs, it was apparent that he wore insulated clothing beneath his security uniform. A layer of specialized transparent fabric encased the tail, appearing smooth and likely possessing insulating properties. Thus, launching a surprise attack with an electric baton was impractical. As for targeting the neck, Su Chen dismissed that notion entirely. It would be improbable to even reach it. Realizing escape was impossible, Su Chen decided to abandon his reconnaissance and return to room 701. However, just then, he caught sight of the side wall of the security room through a gap in the door. It was plastered with photographs, several of which depicted his patients. Su Chen's expression shifted as he grasped the implications. If the daytime persona was indeed face-blind, how did they prevent someone from impersonating a delivery person or others? For instance, how would they distinguish the personnel procuring food from the cafeteria? The answer was simple. They had likely posted photographs and information of everyone on the wall in advance. Thus, they could easily compare. If one was an ally, they would be allowed passage. If a doctor, they would be eliminated, and for family members. Su Chen was uncertain how they would be treated, though it seemed unlikely they would be harmed. With this realization, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. These photographs were precisely what he required. In the next moment, he discreetly unclasped the lock on his medical box and feigned a slip, causing it to crash to the ground. The lid flew open, scattering its contents everywhere. Seeing this, the security captain intended to assist but paused mid-step. As if recalling something of great importance, he halted, remaining where he stood, silently observing Su Chen. Su Chen had anticipated this outcome. Since the captain was the final line of defense at the building's exit, he was unlikely to step out of the security room. However, the fact that he had moved aside at the door was a pleasant surprise. While Su Chen gathered the scattered items, he maximized his innate skill, his keen eyes darting around to scrutinize the photographs within the security room. After a period of diligent searching, Su Chen finally gathered the contents of the medical box. Satisfied with his haul, "Well, I must take my leave now. We shall converse further another time." Having achieved his objective, Su Chen wished to avoid prolonging the conversation. He was well aware that excessive words could lead to misfortune. "Very well, let us chat another day. I look forward to your success." With that, the captain waved goodbye to Su Chen, his robust tail excitedly thrashing against the ground. Chapter 135. I Know You. On the way back, Su Chen's innate abilities remained active, efficiently recalling the photographs he had previously seen, deepening his memories while also conducting a selection process. It is important to note that Su Chen was unaware of the names of the doctors. The names annotated on the photographs did not enable him to distinguish between the doctors and their relatives. Fortunately, most of the photographs, aside from those of the captured doctors, were group pictures with specific faces circled in red. Additionally, Su Chen had already learned the appearances of all the patients with dissociative identity disorder through the news. After several rounds of selection, he managed to identify some photographs that likely depicted the escaped doctors. With both his mind and spirit working in tandem, he etched their faces deeply into his memory. This time, he felt confident. He was almost certain of his success. Soon, Su Chen returned to room 701. Upon entering, he first checked for any abnormalities. Finding everything normal, he removed his mask and deactivated his innate skill, allowing it to enter its cool-down phase. In this peculiar scenario, one could never be too sure when it might be needed again. After a brief wash in the bathroom and stretching his limbs, he prepared to rest in his bedroom. Having endured a night full of peculiar occurrences, his mental energy was significantly drained. Even though his mental fortitude was above average, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. In this strange environment, it was crucial to ensure his mental acuity remained intact, and sleep was the most effective means of recuperation. With all necessary information collected, he was ready to proceed with his plan the following day to unravel the mystery. He could not help but feel a wave of relaxation wash over him. Fatigue soon following suit. Setting an alarm, Su Chen yawned and laid down on the bed. Within a minute, his breathing gradually steadied, and he was evidently asleep. As he did not turn off the lights, the viewers in the live broadcast could clearly see him in slumber. His long eyelashes, smooth jawline, fair skin, and well-defined nose elicited excitement from many young ladies. Grateful for staying up late to watch the stream, they marveled at the sight of a handsome man sleeping. "Quick, take screenshots. Su Chen looks so adorable asleep. I wish I could hold him close and shower him with affection. Be cautious with your words upstairs. Our harem group will be the first to object. They were but inexperienced young girls, captivated by appearances, while only the more mature women knew where to truly look. Indeed, mere looks would not suffice. An older sister advised, you must observe how he appears when he wakes up suddenly. Amidst the rapid-fire comments, one stood out. Stop accelerating. Listen closely. Is there something unusual? The crowd quickly turned up the volume in the live stream. They soon noticed that there were indeed strange sounds emanating from the broadcast, reminiscent of incoherent whispers. What is happening? Is something wrong? Oh no, Chen is asleep. What if he is in danger? Just as the audience grew anxious, Chen abruptly sat up in the live feed. His brows furrowed, and he listened intently. His innate ability remained active even in slumber, and he sensed the peculiar noises, waking him instantly. After listening for a while, he discerned that the sounds seemed to be coming from the adjacent room, causing his expression to sharpen. He suddenly recalled the sixth rule: nights should be quiet, patients do not speak. If you discover a patient talking to themselves, please intervene. And the six-pointed star was precisely there. Did the rule refer to these patients with dissociative identity disorder? Intrigued, Chen cautiously exited his bedroom and concealed himself by the door of the adjacent room, attentively listening. Your plan cannot succeed. Trust me. Help me eliminate those beasts. And I am willing to relinquish control. Someone spoke. Naive. You think what we desire is control? What we want is, the voice continued, though this time it stumbled over its words. Before he could finish, the first speaker interrupted. I know what you intend to do, but that is nonsense. It cannot succeed. Ridiculous. You understand nothing. We have seen the doctor's confidential files. If they could create us, they must succeed. The tone grew increasingly frantic. Use your brain. Don't be so fanciful. How could that possibly work? The director succeeded, bull. If she had succeeded, why would she allow you to continue executing the plan? She is just as foolish as you. Shut up. Chen listened intently, convinced that the rule referring to patients speaking to themselves indicated these original patients. This rule was fraught with pitfalls. If it weren't for his innate ability assisting him, who could have guessed that this patient was not the same as that patient? He mentally cursed Zhang Yang for being a deceptive fool. At that moment, he noticed the adjacent room had fallen silent. It was as if that command to shut up possessed some sort of magic, causing the other identity to truly quiet down. Feeling something was amiss, Chen stepped into the room. With a click, he turned on the light, the sudden brightness causing the six-pointed star to squint. Once adjusted, their gaze fell upon Chen, and in an instant, their previously placid expression morphed into one of shock. It's you. How could you? They shouted, their body thrashing violently, causing the bed to creak under the strain. Witnessing such a fervent reaction, Chen was bewildered. He had previously interacted with the six-pointed star without such a drastic response. Yet, the main identity, who should have been unable to recognize faces, displayed a look of astonishment upon seeing Chen's features. This was exceedingly peculiar. It's me, what's wrong? Chen responded as calmly as possible. Please, stop her. Help me kill all those doctors. Help. The person's words abruptly halted, their mouth agape in silent disbelief, akin to a fish stranded out of water. In the next moment, the murderous intent in the six-pointed star's eyes dissipated, replaced by their usual indifferent demeanor and a contemplative smile. Chen understood that it was the six-pointed star's second identity suppressing the first. As for why the primary identity resurfaced during a time that should have been under the second identity's control, Chen speculated it was due to his acquisition of their uniform and mask. Without these tools, the second identity's suppressive power significantly waned, allowing the primary identity to emerge. This possibility might also explain why Zhang Yang had insisted on him impersonating the six-pointed star. He wanted him to uncover this information. Chapter 136. The convergence of yin and yang from 6 to 7. Upon contemplating this, Chen unfastened the bindings of the hexagram on his left hand, facilitating his ability to communicate through sign language. He then extended his leg to kick a chair toward him and settled into it. What is it that you desire? I have already informed you that the director will not permit us to disclose any information. Then let me pose a different question. Does your primary persona recognize me? Perhaps, came the ambiguous reply, but it is also possible he is merely utilizing you. Perhaps, are you not aware of your own persona? At this remark, the hexagram broke into a grin. You have yet to become one of us. Thus you cannot comprehend that our memories are not mutually accessible. Do you not recognize me? I do not. Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. It was astonishing that the two personas did not share memories. Even more perplexing was the expression on the other's primary persona, which seemed to suggest familiarity, leaving Chen feeling as though he had stumbled into a trap. After a prolonged silence, Chen pressed on. Is it true that they wish to kill the doctors out of resentment? Not entirely. Part of the reason is their fear of our success. Upon hearing this, Chen refrained from further inquiries, knowing that even if he probed, the other would remain tight-lipped. There was no need to waste breath. What would be the consequences if I were to follow his instructions and eliminate these doctors? You are aware I am capable of such actions. Chen squinted, a sharp glimmer flickering in his eyes. After you finish off the doctors, your survival is not guaranteed. They may not spare you. Even if they grant you clemency, that group of delivery men will certainly not, as they are exceedingly extreme. After conveying this, the hexagram paused momentarily. In the next instant, a frenzied expression overtook his face. Moreover, should you assassinate these doctors and disrupt our plans, we will ensure your demise. Chen scrutinized the other for a considerable time, observing a resolute demeanor that suggested sincerity, indicating that the plans they spoke of were indeed of paramount importance. Very well. I shall refrain from further questioning. The remaining inquiries can wait until tomorrow when I speak with your other persona. Feigning indifference, Chen continued. You wish to inquire whether he recognizes you? I advise you to abandon that notion, without my assistance. He will not recognize you tomorrow and will lack any memory of this night. I do not believe you. Then you may test it. With that, the conversation came to a close and both parties fell silent. Subsequently, Chen secured the hexagram once more and returned to his bedroom for a brief respite. However, he had scarcely closed his eyes when a cacophony awakened him at 6 o'clock. Rising, Chen exhibited signs of irritation. With a sullen expression, he followed the source of the noise to the guest room. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was, once again, the hexagram causing a commotion. You scoundrel! The time has come for me. Now you must vacate. He erupted in a fit of rage, struggling fiercely against his restraints. Humph! A derisive snort echoed. Just then, the hexagram's gaze fell upon Chen at the doorway, recognizing him. It's you. Quickly help me. Wait. What was it I needed your help with? Who are you again? The other's speech faltered once more, not due to the suppression of the second persona, but rather as the second persona relinquished control of the body to thwart their plans. This resulted in the primary persona losing facial recognition capabilities and partial memory. Seeing this, Chen turned and exited the guest room. If the other was unwilling to allow him to succeed, it surely indicated some underlying deceit. Do you think it's so simple to cede control? Have I granted my consent? Chen muttered to himself as he retrieved the meal he had packed from the cafeteria the previous night. With his considerable mental fortitude, he had barely managed to keep it together after consuming such food yesterday. Such abundant provisions were sufficient to awaken the second persona once more. Behave and help me consume this meal. Once the other persona is awakened, communication will be facilitated. Chen addressed the hexagram. All right. The other immediately grasped Chen's intention and nodded vigorously. With the hexagram's cooperation, the meal was devoured swiftly. As time passed, suddenly, the hexagram's cheeks stiffened and his body trembled violently. Chen recognized this as the awakening of the other persona and hurriedly inquired, Do you recognize me? How do you know me? Where have you seen me? You. In the building, in the ward, on the 18th floor loft. The other's words were fragmented, evidently under the influence of the second persona. At this moment, the other abruptly raised his head and then slammed it forcefully against the bed frame. With a loud thud, the hexagram's head tilted, and he lost consciousness entirely. Chen was left speechless at this spectacle. The second persona was indeed a nuisance, resorting to extreme measures to impede him. In exasperation, Chen fetched a basin of water. After several splashes, the other slowly regained consciousness. Unfortunately, it was evident from the other's eyes that the second persona had once again receded. Do you recognize me? With a mindset of desperation, Chen reluctantly asked once more. I do not. Have you heard of the name Chen? No. Chen's expression darkened. Blast it! The lead has vanished again. Curse it! All this is due to the other's clumsiness in speech. Frustrated, Chen internally berated the hexagram. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, he located a pair of foul socks and stuffed them into the other's mouth, securing them with tape. If you cannot speak, then do not speak. Chen continued his internal tirade. However, despite his grievances, matters of importance still needed addressing. He forced a gentle smile, soothingly coaxing the hexagram, Remain quiet here. I will use your identity to eliminate those doctors. Upon hearing this, the hexagram's face lit up with excitement, nodding incessantly, suppressing his urge to eliminate this useless being. Chen affectionately patted the other's head before departing. Returning to his bedroom, he prepared to don his work attire to execute his plan in room 901, only to discover that the uniform, which had remained on the bedside table overnight, had transformed into black. Even the white mask had turned black, and the hexagram design had vanished, replaced by 3 bold characters. Hexagram. Chapter 137. Is the delivery person dangerous? Better to return home first. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen was initially taken aback, but soon a series of speculations began to form in his mind. Consequently, he decisively donned his work attire and affixed his mask. As the mask enveloped his visage, a gentle warmth gradually permeated his consciousness. He abruptly perceived that his thoughts had transformed into a more objective and rational state. Indeed, as he had surmised, if the mask aided in stabilizing his alter ego during the night, it would naturally have an inverse effect during the day, thus solidifying his primary persona. This was rather advantageous, for he recognized that during daylight hours, an open-minded approach was far from necessary. Instead, he required a calm and objective mindset to effectively execute his meticulously devised plans. The mask's attribute shift was indeed fortuitous. Having contemplated these revelations, Chen smiled and exited his bedroom. He retrieved some food from his backpack, casually consuming a few bites to satiate his hunger. After tidying his appearance and ensuring there were no oversights, he opened the door and stepped outside. However, before he could reach the staircase, he unexpectedly collided with a figure approaching him. This individual was also clad in black, clutching a pitch-black mask emblazoned with the two characters for segment. Upon noticing Chen, he briefly scanned the mask before hastily advancing a few steps closer. "Hey, you're out early today. Why the mask? Not going to try your luck in the ward?" The tone was lighthearted, suggesting that his mood was quite buoyant. Taken aback by the comment, Chen quickly grasped the implication. It seemed that the individual intended to seize the opportunity between 6 and 7 o'clock, when the alter ego had not yet fully receded, to attempt unlocking the ward's door. My alter ego is rather docile today, so I figured I'd just wear the mask," Chen replied nonchalantly. The real reason he kept the mask on was that he understood the other person might not truly suffer from prosopagnosia in this state. If he foolishly removed the mask, it could lead to unforeseen complications. "Oh, in that case, come with me. My alter ego is particularly active today." Reluctantly, to avoid revealing his identity, Chen acquiesced to the invitation and made his way toward the elevator. He subconsciously believed that being daytime, the personas would naturally opt for the elevator. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when the other individual abruptly seized him. "Where do you think you're going? We're taking the stairs. Don't let the elevator scare my other persona away." As he spoke, he unceremoniously dragged Chen down the stairs. As they descended, the other individual suddenly raised his left hand without warning and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Chen was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Yet, rather than retaliate against his alter ego in fury, the individual gleefully shouted, "Hurry! While this guy is still here, let us rush to the ward." With that, he leapt down the stairs in a frenzy, and Chen hastily followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the door of room 44. The individual began to fumble with the puzzle lock on the door, leaving Chen utterly flabbergasted, his face adorned with disbelief. The other's puzzle-solving skills were likely inferior to that of a kindergarten child. It became evident that his earlier assumptions had been correct. These primary personas possessed no sensitivity to patterns whatsoever. After a while, the individual, with a furrowed brow, stood up in defeat and relinquished the attempt to unlock the door. "Damn it, that bastard in my head is truly cunning, faster than a rabbit," he cursed at the door lock. At that moment, his left hand shot up again and, with a loud smack, struck his own face. With a grin, he hurriedly returned to the lock, attempting the puzzle once more. Thus, the cycle continued. After a period, he would abandon the unlocking effort, hurling curses, then slap himself again, only to resume the puzzle. The repetitive nature of this farce was almost comical. At times, the force of his self-inflicted slaps was so great that he was knocked to the ground. Chen watched in a mix of horror and disbelief. Suddenly, the individual's demeanor shifted dramatically. His expression changed, and he retreated a few steps before accelerating, forcefully colliding his head against the wall. The dull thud echoed as he crumpled to the floor, unconscious. What a brutal move, Chen thought, incredulous. Today has truly opened my eyes. Muttering to himself, he crouched down and gently patted the individual's face. No response came. Realizing he was genuinely unconscious, Chen turned and headed upstairs. He had pressing matters to attend to. Had it not been for the earlier distraction, he would not have wasted time with this group of lunatics. On his way to room 901, Chen endeavored to avoid encounters, yet he still encountered numerous individuals. Fortunately, drawing from his previous experience with the individual, he employed the same set of responses, successfully evading suspicion. Throughout this journey, Chen's eyes were once again open to the absurdity around him. Some people covered their mouths and noses, threatening to suffocate themselves in an effort to dissuade him from approaching the ward. Others shielded their eyes to prevent him from finding his way. There were even those who, seeing that they could not stop him, rolled down the stairs, injuring their legs. These bizarre actions caused Su Chen's eyelids to twitch. Just how significant was the plan of the alter ego that they would go to such lengths to hinder the primary persona, even to the point of self-destruction? With these perplexing thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Chen stealthily approached the 9th floor. Suddenly, he halted, recalling a crucial detail. Given that everyone would be engaged in a struggle between personas from 6 to 7 o'clock, why would the delivery person be exempt? He vividly remembered receiving his first meal from the delivery person around 6 o'clock, just days prior. Why hadn't the primary persona taken that chance to attack him? As he pondered this, Su Chen recalled the words about the 6-pointed star. The delivery person was a group of extremists. Could it be that their personas were so thoroughly divided that they did not experience such intersections of light and dark? Yet, if their personas were indeed so distinctly severed, then the primary persona should also exhibit prosopagnosia during the day. However, the rules implied that the delivery person was dangerous, indicating they did not suffer from face blindness. Such contradictions. Contemplating this perplexing situation, Su Chen finally arrived at the door of room 901. He quickly suppressed his thoughts about the delivery person, focusing his attention instead. He pressed his ear against the door, attentively listening for any sounds from within. After an extensive wait, the room remained eerily silent. With utmost caution, Su Chen retrieved his key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Chapter 138. The omitted rule. A knock echoed through the air. She cast a fleeting glance in my direction. After a thorough exploration that revealed no immediate danger, Su Chen finally removed her mask and exhaled deeply, her heart at ease. It seemed that her suspicions had been confirmed. The enigmatic woman had indeed departed. Upon reflection, this was not entirely surprising. The prior rule had stated that she would return on the 7th night. Donning a flowing red dress, the emphasis lay on the word return. If this being had chosen to linger within the confines of her home, there would have been no need to mention a return at all. Furthermore, she had warned that if one were to encounter her in a blue dress, they should never open the door. This corroborated Su Chen's theory. Yet, to ensure her safety, Su Chen proceeded to the bedroom wardrobe to inspect the colors of her garments. However, upon opening the wardrobe, her expression shifted dramatically. Instead of the expected array of long dresses, the space was utterly barren. How could this be? Su Chen was taken aback. This defied logic. How could the clothing simply vanish without explanation? Had the mysterious woman absconded with another outfit upon her departure? Closing the wardrobe, Su Chen steadied her nerves and began to analyze the situation calmly. Soon, a possibility dawned upon her. The memory of the red dress swirling ethereally while hiding beneath the bed sparked an idea. Could this dress serve as a bizarre vessel, symbolizing the presence of another within her home? In the initial rules, there remained one stipulation yet to be triggered. You are alone in the house, so if someone knocks, please refrain from opening the door. No matter what they say, do not trust them, unless you are certain they are deserving of your trust. Among all the rules, this one could not merely be superfluous. Thus, Su Chen speculated that this particular rule might pertain to her current predicament. It seemed likely that someone would soon come to knock on her door. Leaving the bedroom, Su Chen ventured into the secondary room, eager to discover the nature of the peculiar artwork completed the previous night. Perhaps it would unveil some useful information. Her gaze swept across the room until it landed on the familiar easel in the corner. However, it now lay face down on the floor. Intrigued, Su Chen hurried forward, righting the easel and adjusting its position, revealing the content of the painting. The image remained largely unchanged. Two twin sisters, one clad in blue and the other in red, performing farewell gestures before a swirling black portal. Yet, this rendition was far more intricate, with enhanced detail that could only be described as a higher resolution. As Su Chen scrutinized the painting for clues, the woman in red suddenly blinked. Her luminous eyes flickered with life, locking onto Su Chen's face. In the next moment, a smile curved her lips, imbued with enigmatic significance. Startled, Su Chen quickly dropped the painting back to the ground. What just transpired? Did she truly gaze upon me? It was hard to believe. A figure from within a painting had seemingly come to life and regarded her with awareness. Was she caught in a horror film? Would the next scene involve the ghostly figure emerging to call her husband, thus entangling them in a tale of love beyond the grave? Attempting to alleviate her shock with humor, Su Chen kept her eyes fixed on the easel, wary of any potential developments. Fortunately, it was merely a momentary fright, and nothing further occurred. With a sigh of relief, Su Chen decided against tempting fate any further. She returned to the bedroom, retrieved her phone, and adeptly placed an order on the Bailey map. Executing the plan remained paramount. All else was secondary. Instead of pursuing these trivial leads, it was far more pragmatic to capture an escaping doctor and interrogate them thoroughly. After placing her order, with nothing else to occupy her time, Su Chen took a brief respite on her bed, gathering her strength. Before long, a series of knocks reverberated through the door. Who could it be? The delivery person? The familiar dialogue played out once more. Chen smiled subtly, rising from her bed and seizing her electric baton as she approached the door. Upon reaching it, she hesitated to open it immediately, instead peering through the peephole to assess the figure outside, ensuring she could react swiftly should an ambush prove necessary. The individual wore a yellow cap emblazoned with the Baalim logo, devoid of any uniform. Based on her previous experiences with delivery personnel, it was clear that some donned uniforms while others did not. However, they all sported this distinctive cap, which seemed significant. Observing the figure closely, Chen noted that they were of a similar height to her, yet their physique appeared rather slender. The wide sleeves hinted at the presence of something tubular, likely a weapon. After careful consideration, Chen felt confident that even if this person wielded a weapon, she could swiftly overpower them. Just then, an unusual sensation washed over her. Subconsciously, she felt a peculiar affinity towards this individual, almost compelling her left hand to open the door. This feeling echoed her previous encounters with delivery personnel. It appeared that Zhang Yang's warnings had not been unfounded. These delivery workers possessed an enigmatic charm. Nonetheless, this did not deter Chen from her intent to subdue them. "Sir, your delivery has arrived. Kindly open the door," the person urged, their patience waning. Okay, I'm coming," Chen replied, unlocking the door. Upon hearing her response and the sound of the door unlocking, the individual's face lit up with anticipation, and they yanked the door open, prepared to strike. However, as the door swung wide, an electric baton suddenly loomed large before them. Zzzzzt. Before they could react, the baton was pressed firmly against their neck. In their final moments of consciousness, the delivery person thought, "Damn it, it's a trap." The next instant, their vision blurred, and they collapsed. Chen chuckled softly, dragging the unconscious body into her home while securing the door behind her. She then lifted the assailant's work attire and retrieved the restraints she had pilfered from room 701, deftly binding them like a dumpling. Following her practice from the previous day, Chen had grown increasingly proficient in the skill. She even contemplated that this newfound ability might serve her well upon returning to the real world, potentially paving the way for a side career. Once satisfied with her handiwork, Chen extracted the individual's phone from their pocket and splashed a bowl of water over their face to rouse them. "Let me go, or I swear I'll end you," the delivery person shouted, awakening to their predicament. "Can we have a chat?" Chen feigned innocence, adopting a harmless demeanor. "Scum, you'll pay for this. I'm not the fleeing doctor. You've mistaken me for someone else." Seeing that communication was futile, Chen employed facial recognition to unlock the phone before delivering another jolt of electricity, rendering the individual unconscious once more. Chapter 139, Deception and Crippling. Yet this was not the end. To prevent any unnecessary commotion when the other party regained consciousness, Chen swiftly grabbed a cloth from the table and stuffed it into their mouth. He skillfully sealed it with tape. Damn, he was becoming increasingly adept at using tape. After muttering to himself, Chen picked up his phone and opened the Baalim app to explore how to accept orders. After some research, his expression darkened significantly. Ultimately, he slammed his fist onto the sofa in frustration. It turned out that delivery personnel did not independently seize orders at night. Rather, the system allocated them. Whoever received the assignment was obliged to fulfill it. During the day, there were no restrictions, allowing individuals to actively claim orders. However, the crucial point was that residents typically did not open their doors during the day. The chance of fortuitously receiving an order at night and coincidentally encountering a fleeing doctor was exceedingly slim. The real dilemma was what to do if he did not encounter them. Should he continue placing orders to ambush the delivery personnel? Was he to eradicate them all, relying on sheer numbers? This was utterly ludicrous. What if the leadership became suspicious and began to block his door? Forget about investigating the truth. It would become a significant problem whether he would be captured by the enigmatic woman today. This scenario was a complete trap. Just when he had finally discovered the key to breaking the deadlock, an unexpected turn of events arose. Everywhere he turned was a dead end. After a round of complaints, Chen forced himself to regain composure and contemplate a countermeasure. Upon further reflection, the rules governing food delivery actually aligned with the logic of the delivery personnel. Deliveries at night were fair, as the system handled allocations. Daytime was a matter of luck. Naturally, anyone could claim orders if they wished. Yet, this presented an opportunity. Chen's eyes lit up, refocusing on the delivery personnel. Since their orders were assigned by the system, it implied that there must be a record of the orders in the system. If he could infiltrate the ranks of the delivery personnel and discover how to access the system's order records, he could learn precisely which household had placed an order the moment they accepted it. If he could intercept it before they made the delivery, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. With this thought in mind, Su Chen removed the hat from the delivery person's head, donned it himself, and prepared to stake out at the cafeteria, attempting to penetrate enemy lines. However, just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Better safe than sorry. If, as Zhang Yang had mentioned, these delivery personnel did not suffer from prosopagnosia, how could he possibly blend in? Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? The situation had once again reached an impasse. As time ticked by, Su Chen's brow furrowed deeper. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Damn it, the lack of sleep had slowed his thinking. Since he could not infiltrate them, why not use a different identity? In the next moment, Su Chen confirmed the delivery person's name on their phone once more. He then discarded the hat and picked up a black mask from the table, deciding to assume the identity of the six-pointed star, which would still enable him to resolve the issue. Leaving room 901, Su Chen did not rush to the cafeteria but instead returned to room 701 to prepare. He first found the six-pointed star and successfully persuaded them to modify the facial recognition lock on their phone. Next, he took out his own phone, added both devices as friends, and pocketed them for future use. After completing these tasks, Su Chen rummaged through his room for some strong double-sided tape, scissors, small wooden blocks, and tools. Sitting at his desk, he began to work diligently on a craft project. He first shaped the small wooden block into a specific form. Then, he cut 2 strips of strong double-sided tape and wrapped them around the block. Finally, he stashed the small prop into his pocket, wearing a confident smile. Damn. He could already imagine the barrage of comments claiming he looked anything but a good person. With that mutter, Su Chen strode out of his room. Descending a flight of stairs to the 6th floor, he noticed several people arriving for breakfast. Having learned from the previous night's experience, Su Chen refrained from indiscriminately consuming cafeteria food, opting instead to linger near the corridor, waiting for the delivery personnel. He speculated they would likely come here to eat as well. During this waiting period, many individuals noticed Su Chen standing idly in the stairwell, engrossed in his phone, and approached him to greet him. Why aren't you eating? What are you doing here? I've already eaten. I'm waiting for someone. All right. I'll go eat then. Okay. The familiar exchanges repeated endlessly, just as Su Chen was on the verge of losing patience and considering alternative methods. A man without a mask and wearing a yellow hat approached. Su Chen quickly scanned his face and began searching his memory for the name he had noted on the photo wall the previous night. Fortunately, he had memorized it a few times, and with a good memory, he successfully recalled it. Su Chen stepped forward to intercept him. Zheng Fei, wait a moment. I need to talk to you. The man halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. What's the matter? What do you need? His tone exhibited slight impatience. Here's the thing. I want to ask for your help. I'll make it brief. As he spoke, Su Chen pointed to his head. The situation is that I discovered last night that someone in my head may have done something significant. Those creatures revealed certain information, including a list of individuals needed to execute the plan, some of whom have already fled upstairs. So what do you want me to do? I need you to eliminate those individuals and thwart their plan. You know, only you can go upstairs. Su Chen's gaze was resolute, as if he were presenting an immensely important matter. However, in reality, he was merely setting a trap for the other party. It is well known that if one wishes to persuade someone to comply with a request, the most effective approach is to first propose a request that the other party is certain to refuse. After their refusal, one can then present a request that is comparatively easier to fulfill. Generally, people, feeling pressured by their pride, would readily agree. Su Chen's tactic was precisely this. From the information he had gathered over the past few days, he understood that these individuals each had their roles and strictly adhered to the regulations set by the dean. Therefore, the delivery personnel would undoubtedly not overstep their boundaries. This was the very request he was certain would be declined. Are you joking? You're too afraid to break the rules and confront them, and you want me to do it? Look, if we go up, it would be blatantly obvious that we're violating the rules. But you all have the advantage. Advantage? Do you think the dean wouldn't notice if we broke the rules? Stop talking nonsense. After refusing, the man prepared to leave. Chapter 140. This young man certainly has a side hustle at this moment. Su Chen stepped forward and blocked the other person's path. You see, you could claim these individuals are violating the rules and blacklist them. Let them starve. That surely wouldn't breach any regulations, would it? Su Chen coaxed persuasively. Are you out of your mind? That would only put the risk on me. And don't you realize that those plans are utterly ridiculous? How could they possibly be realized? You're just being a worrywart. Please don't say that. I used to share your sentiments, but now I've come to realize that I was mistaken. This plan might genuinely succeed. Last night, that person in my mind actually accomplished something significant, even causing a few rascals to flee in fear. Someone escaped last night. That's impossible. The timing doesn't match. The listener's face showed confusion. It's true. I had a hidden hand capture that moment, Su Chen said, his expression grave. That is not my concern. Even if that lousy plan succeeds, what does it have to do with me? Brother Zheng, could you lend a hand? At most. I could handle blacklisting those people myself. This matter wouldn't involve you. Not a chance. Don't involve me in any rule-breaking activities. Zheng Fei's tone was resolute, his patience wearing thin as he prepared to leave once more. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a flicker of joy, realizing the time had come to reveal his true intentions. He once again intercepted Zheng Fei, grasping his arm. Wait. Since you're unwilling to assist with that, surely you could help with something that doesn't violate any rules? Su Chen's face bore a pleading expression. Zheng Fei, caught off guard by the persistent refusals, sighed in resignation upon witnessing Su Chen's demeanor. What is it? I'll certainly help you as long as it doesn't breach any regulations. Upon hearing this concession, Su Chen's heart soared. You see, previously, when Chen Tianlu went upstairs to deliver food, I had a matter to discuss with him. He asked me to wait here, yet he hasn't returned. I suspect this might be related to the scheme in my mind. I fear something unfortunate has happened to Chen Tianlu. Could you help me find out which household he delivered food to? That shouldn't be the case. Nothing has gone wrong in quite some time. How could there possibly be an incident? I've told you, that person in my mind has been acting strangely of late. I suspect there is a grand conspiracy afoot. Su Chen feigned a hint of anxiety. With the context laid out, even though Zheng Fei still believed that an incident was improbable, he found it difficult to continue refusing Su Chen. Fine, then follow me, he said, leading the way toward the cafeteria. A slight smile crept onto Su Chen's face as he hurriedly matched Zheng Fei's pace. At that moment, the audience from Longhua could no longer contain their astonishment. Has Su Chen ever engaged in pyramid schemes? His persuasive skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, he spoke as if it were genuine. If I didn't possess an omniscient perspective, I might have been convinced. The key point is that he not only understands human emotions, but also skillfully laid traps. Did you not notice how the delivery person inadvertently revealed so much information? For instance, he displayed indifference toward the success or failure of the plan. Furthermore, it proves that the employees in the building must adhere to the director's regulations. The fellow upstairs is quite astute. He noticed this. However, I, for one, prefer to watch without engaging my brain. Since Su Chen is so capable, he surely won't falter. I'll just enjoy it like a drama. As the audience murmured among themselves, Su Chen and Zheng Fei arrived at the door of room 613. Zheng Fei pulled a key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and with a twist, the door creaked open. He stepped inside, with Su Chen quickly following. Upon entering, Su Chen surveyed the entire room. The layout was similar to that of room 701, but it was devoid of everyday items, instead filled with electronic equipment. Clearly, this was the operation room for the delivery service. Furthermore, to ensure the equipment functioned properly, the room was immaculate. From various details, it was evident that someone had recently cleaned. How often do you clean this place? Su Chen seized the opportunity to probe. Once a day? I suppose the cleaners are quite diligent. Zheng Fei responded casually. It seems freshly cleaned. Should I call the cleaners to tidy up again since we might have dirted the floor? No need. It can wait until tomorrow. The equipment isn't that delicate. As he answered Su Chen's question, Zheng Fei moved toward a computer and began operating it. Hearing this reply, Su Chen smiled subtly. This was promising news. Su Chen shifted his position to stand behind Zheng Fei, and taking advantage of Zheng Fei's momentary distraction, he quietly peeled off the backing of the double-sided tape from his pocket. Before long, Zheng Fei found the information he sought. Upon seeing the door number to which Chen Tianlu had gone, his expression turned serious. Why is it 901? 901. Su Chen feigned ignorance, seizing the chance to extract more information. Indeed, why is the delivery address 901? It seems something has indeed happened to Chen Tianlu. What should we do? I need to find Chen Tianlu for something important. Can we think of a solution? Su Chen pretended to be anxious. What can be done? The rules for 901 were specifically instructed by the director. We don't know the exact reasons. What else can we do? Are we just to let Chen Tianlu face misfortune? Alas, that is just fate. He should have been prepared for such risks by voluntarily accepting that delivery. Zheng Fei sighed, turning to Su Chen. All right, let us go. I can't assist you further. Understood. Thank you. Su Chen feigned a sorrowful demeanor. The two of them headed toward the exit, with Su Chen deliberately slowing his pace to fall behind Zheng Fei. As Zheng Fei stepped out the door, turning his back to the frame, Su Chen's innate skills suddenly activated. With his left hand discreetly holding the double-sided tape, he silently inserted a small wooden block into the lock hole of the door frame. Having previously compared the frame with that of door 701, the wooden block fit perfectly, completely filling the lock hole. Simultaneously, Su Chen kept a close watch on Zheng Fei's movements, ensuring his body obscured the door frame, creating a blind spot. Then, Su Chen grasped the doorknob and forcefully pushed the door. At the same time, his other hand mimicked a pocket-digging motion, causing the key in his pocket to fall to the ground. Bang! Clatter! The two sounds coincided. Moreover, by utilizing the fallen key to divert Zhang Fei's attention momentarily, he successfully masked the sound that should have been made when the lock mechanism fell into place. But that wasn't all. As Zhang Fei bent down to retrieve the key, Su Chen deliberately made a strong pushing motion against the door, indicating that it had been securely locked. Thanks to the sturdy double-sided tape, the door would not embarrassingly swing open on its own. After a series of deft maneuvers, Su Chen successfully deceived Zhang Fei. After handing over the key, Zhang Fei indeed did not check the door as condition again. After bidding farewell to Su Chen, he strode toward the cafeteria. I'm utterly astonished. The audience gasped. Did you see how Su Chen pulled that off? He blocked the lock hole. This means he can access the operation room at any time. I'm completely stunned. And that is not all. Su Chen also used his persuasive skills to uncover that nobody would be coming to the operation room today. I'm convinced that this fellow definitely has a side hustle. Just look at how he can manipulate words, block the lock, and even adeptly handle ropes and tape. If he didn't have a side gig, I wouldn't believe it. I can assure you that my husband Su Chen truly has a side hustle. That night, his rope skills were simply extraordinary. Someone upstairs, put on some pants. Chapter 141. The mysterious woman knocks on the door after bidding farewell to Zhang Fei. Su Chen did not rush back to the control room to arrange the props. Instead, he returned to room 701 for a brief nap. During this time, everyone was occupied with their meals, bustling about. Being seen would certainly jeopardize his efforts. After sleeping until just past 1 in the afternoon, Su Chen rose, invigorated. This rest had significantly replenished his depleting mental energy. Following this, he consumed some provisions from his backpack to satiate his hunger before preparing to head to the control room. According to the rules, the cafeteria opened for lunch at 12 noon. At this hour, most individuals would have finished eating, their blood sugar levels elevated, making them prone to drowsiness. Moreover, recalling last night's events, Su Chen knew that most of these people were engrossed in completing their tasks, likely foregoing sleep. Logically, they were not supernatural beings, but mere mortals. It was impossible for them to remain awake indefinitely. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that they would certainly rest during the day, most likely at this time. After packing the necessary props, Su Chen stealthily made his way to room 613. Upon arrival, he surveyed the surroundings. As he anticipated, the 6th floor was devoid of life. All the doors were firmly shut, indicating that the occupants were likely resting. Su Chen cautiously grasped the door handle with his left hand, lifting the door slightly upward while gently pushing it open with his right hand, ensuring silence. He remembered from his previous visit that when the door opened to approximately 10 degrees, it would scrape against the floor, producing a creaking sound. Thus, he was exceedingly careful this time. Once inside, Su Chen hastily approached the computer and executed the same procedures as before. He swiftly accessed the takeout order list and adjusted the refresh rate to once per minute. After completing these tasks, he retrieved a phone he had cleverly acquired from the 6-pointed star and sent a voice invitation to his own phone. When the call connected, he took out a phone stand and positioned it on the desk, securing his phone to face the computer screen. He made slight adjustments to the stand to ensure a clear view through the video feed. Finally, he connected a power bank to the phone. With everything in place, Su Chen smiled. Now, if someone placed an order in the evening, he would be immediately informed, allowing him to seize the opportunity beforehand. After double-checking that everything was set up correctly, he quietly closed the door behind him and left room 613. All was ready. He simply awaited the night. Ascending the stairs. This time he did not return to room 701, but instead made his way back to room 901. He had previously contemplated that someone might come to knock on the door today. Intrigued by this possibility, he decided to experience it firsthand. As he had nothing else to occupy his afternoon, perhaps he could glean some clues regarding the identity of the visitor. Additionally, he subconsciously believed that the events arranged within the scenario were intricately interconnected, harboring significant correlations. For Su Chen, he could afford to disregard trivial clues. However, he felt that ignoring the rules might lead to unfortunate consequences. Furthermore, understanding the rules was crucial for ultimately obtaining system points as a reward. Upon returning to room 901, Su Chen carefully locked the door and sprawled on the sofa, idly scrolling on his phone while awaiting the sound of knocking. Time passed slowly, and the daylight gradually dimmed. Just as Su Chen was beginning to doubt his assumptions and was preparing to leave to execute his subsequent plans, there came a gentle knock at the door. The sound was soft, unlike the rude, frustrated delivery personnel from earlier. It resembled the knock of a beloved family member returning home. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. He had indeed guessed correctly. Someone was truly at the door. Chen sprang to his feet, moving quietly toward the entrance. He first peered through the peephole. Upon seeing the visitor, he stumbled backward several steps in shock. The person outside was none other than the woman in the blue dress. With her fair skin and long, straight black hair, her swan-like neck accentuated a beautiful silhouette. Even her blue gown seemed immaculate, radiating a sacred glow. This ethereal image, however, sent a shiver down Chen's spine. He had imagined countless possibilities, yet he never anticipated that the visitor would be this woman. Moreover, she had returned earlier than expected. Chen felt utterly bewildered. It must be said that the last person he wished to encounter was this enigmatic woman. The reason was simple. All the dangers he had faced were fundamentally linked to her presence. Naturally, he did not desire to see her. Even though the blue dress was somewhat safer than the red one, what if she decided to linger until midnight? What if she transformed into her red dress persona? That would be catastrophic. He berated himself, realizing that all crises stemmed from his insatiable curiosity. If he had simply remained in room 701, he would have been free from danger. Chen chastised himself internally. However, despite the self-reproach, he needed to devise a strategy. To be fair, it was not guaranteed that such a dreadful scenario would unfold. Perhaps she would leave shortly. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the words of the rules. You are alone in the house, so if someone knocks, please do not open the door, regardless of what they say. Do not trust them unless you are certain they are trustworthy. This rule mentioned both you and her. Could this be an implication that if the visitor was indeed a woman, she could be trusted? After pondering this notion, Chen found it plausible. However, just as he prepared to test the waters by addressing the woman outside, he suddenly realized something amiss. He had overlooked a crucial point. This rule had been left by the enigmatic woman for Zhang Yang. As the primary persona and Zhang Yang's girlfriend, the blue-dressed woman was undoubtedly trustworthy in Zhang Yang's eyes. Yet he was Chen. He was hardly connected to her. Would he open the door and say, "Hey, I'm Zhang Yang, just back from a little cosmetic surgery in Korea. Surprised, aren't you?" Whether or not his words would astonish her, Chen was certain of one thing. Her methods of eliminating him would be exceedingly unexpected. Chapter 142. The more harmless one appears, the more ruthless the killer during the time that Chen was desperately contemplating his strategies. The remaining chosen ones were facing a similar predicament. Take, for example, Clanner from the Asen nation, who was trembling at the door. Since receiving the ominous notification from his government the previous night, he had attempted to devise a means to escape his home. However, human thought processes are inherently divergent, and despite exhausting his mind, he could not uncover a solution. Ultimately, he spent the night crouched beneath his bed, waiting for dawn. Yet, as the day broke, a new dilemma arose. According to the rules, he was forbidden from leaving his home. Thus, he could only endure the agonizing wait for nightfall, praying that he could reach room 701 in time to discover the subsequent regulations. In the end, he did not wait for night to fall. Instead, he was confronted by a sinister woman. The government notification had detailed the fates of other unfortunate chosen ones. This woman in blue was far more terrifying than the one clad in red. Those who encountered the woman in red might be drawn into a world of eerie tales, unable to return to reality, yet they could at least cling to their lives. But the woman in blue was an embodiment of lethal intent. Her actions were not mere displays of violence. She would literally tear apart the living or crush skulls with a mere stomp. How could one not feel fear in the presence of such a ruthless being? Knock, knock, knock. The gentle sound of knocking resonated like a death knell, hammering into Clanner's heart and steadily eroding his will. He felt utterly despondent. He had yet to obtain the ensuing rules, and now this woman was blocking his door. Judging by her relentless demeanor, she did not appear inclined to leave. In such a scenario, how could he possibly survive the midnight return of the dead? Amidst the oppressive atmosphere of despair, he felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, he feared he would be driven to the brink of madness. Finally, mustering his resolve, he called out to the door, "Who is it? What do you want?" Upon hearing his voice, the knocking ceased momentarily. After a prolonged silence, no further sounds followed. Clanner felt a rush of relief. He had inadvertently broken the deadlock with a simple statement. Cautiously, he approached the peephole, eager to discern whether the woman had departed. However, at that moment, a bucket of cold water extinguished the flickering hope within him. The woman outside spoke in a chilling tone. "Who are you? Why are you in my home?" Panic surged through Clanner. In an instant, he realized that his earlier fear had led him to act without careful consideration. By uttering a sound, he had inadvertently revealed his presence. It was all over. That singular thought consumed him. From the tone of her voice, he sensed a murderous intent. Terrified, he stumbled back several steps and collapsed to the ground. "Where's Zhang Yang? Where is he? Who are you? Open the door." The woman's voice turned sharp. followed by a resounding series of knocks. Bang, bang, bang. The ancient door trembled violently, dust cascading from its frame. Clanner stared at the quaking door, muttering in despair. It's over, it's finished. Perhaps, as the saying goes, a phrase repeated often enough can indeed come to fruition. Suddenly, the violent knocking ceased, as abruptly as a waterfall halting midfall. Then, dark ink began to seep from the old door, spreading and connecting until the entire door transformed into a portal composed of viscous black liquid. The thick, dark substance flowed and writhed, exuding a sinister aura. In the next moment, a pale arm emerged from the grotesque portal, followed by a slender leg, a shoulder, a face, and the rest of her body. With a soft plop, the woman in blue stepped through the viscous door, untouched by the filth, like a lotus emerging from water. Her face was frosty, her brows knitted in menace, as she strode toward the crumpled Clanner. The sound of her high heels echoed ominously, like the tolling of a death knell. In an instant, she seized Clanner by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Where's Zhang Yang? I don't know. Clanner gasped, struggling to speak as his breath was constricted by her grip, fear overwhelming him. Who are you? How did you get in here? The woman's beautiful eyes scrutinized Clanner's face, examining him with an intensity that made him feel exposed. Yet, in Clanner's eyes, he could only see the impulse for destruction reflected in her gaze. Before he could form another word, terror overwhelmed him, and he soiled himself, droplets falling to the floor with a sharp sound. The ensuing stench prompted the woman to wrinkle her nose, her brows furrowing in disgust. Upon glancing at the floor, her patience shattered, and a fierce killing intent surged within her. With a sudden, tight grip of her right hand, a sickening crack echoed. Blood gushed forth as Clanner's neck was crushed into a mangled mass. Trash, she muttered, carelessly discarding Clanner's lifeless body to the side. Shaking off the blood from her hands, she walked into the bedroom, picked up Zhang Yang's pillow from the headboard, and stared vacantly at the ceiling. Zhang Yang, where have you gone? Her voice was laden with sorrow. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the world of eerie tales, broadcasted in every live stream. Clanner from the Asen Nation has died. Comprehensive assessment. Asen Nation's luck diminishes by 10 points, leaving 55 points remaining. Asen Nation's incidence of cervical spondylosis has increased by 30. Simultaneously, the countdown to the closure of the live stream from the Asen Nation began. The scene froze on the woman's mournful eyes. At this juncture, many viewers from the Dragon Nation, who had been lurking in other countries' live streams, hurried back to their own. This is dire. Contestants from other nations are dropping like flies. Some were killed instantly upon opening the door. Others were discovered and killed after speaking, and one even died from sheer fright. This crisis seems insurmountable. Indeed, Su Chen can't continue hiding indefinitely. It will delay his plans for tonight. Brothers, do not panic. Trust in Su Chen. Throughout this journey, Su Chen's clever maneuvers have dazzled you. Just wait and see his performance. 1. Meanwhile, Su Chen was equally at a loss with the relentless knocking. Speaking up would risk revealing his identity, while opening the door posed the danger of encountering an adversary far more sophisticated than the NPCs, one without face blindness. Moreover, even if the woman had face blindness, he couldn't simply remain silent. Speaking would inevitably expose him. With the constant stream of death notifications flashing before his eyes, he was acutely aware of the woman's perilous nature. Thus, he concluded there was but one course of action left: to retreat further into his shell. Let her continue knocking. Su Chen reasoned that since the world of eerie tales had instituted such a rule and event, it could not be solely to seal the fates of all chosen ones. There must be deeper significance beneath it all. Perhaps, with a bit more patience and contemplation, he might uncover the key to breaking the deadlock. And so time passed. Second by second, with the toll of fallen chosen ones rising. Finally, the clock struck 1700 hours. Su Chen glanced at his phone, anxiety creeping in. If this continued, it would jeopardize his subsequent plans. No, he could no longer afford to remain passive. With narrowed eyes, he resolved to take a daring gamble. Chapter 143. The gift from the mysterious woman. Su Chen retrieved his phone and altered the customer name on the Baolim app to Zhang Yang, subsequently placing an order for takeout. In the remarks section, he inscribed, "Please leave, I do not wish to see you. If you are concerned for my safety, do not disturb me any further. Delivery person, kindly hand the receipt to the individual at my door." Before long, footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by an abrupt cessation of the relentless knocking. "What do you want?" A chilling voice of a woman emanated from outside. The person inside ordered takeout. The delivery man stammered. "What are you afraid of? If you follow the rules, what could I possibly do to you?" The woman's voice dripped with self-mockery. "Why are you just standing there? Come over here to deliver the food." Are you waiting for me to bring it to you? No, actually. This receipt is for you from the person inside. Upon uttering these words, silence lingered outside for a considerable time. Get lost. I said get lost. The woman's voice rose to a piercing scream. Yes. Amidst the echoes of her rage, the hurried footsteps retreated in a flurry. After a brief interlude, the woman regained her composure, and soon her gentle voice floated in from outside. Zhang Yang, I know you are at home. When I searched the entire building last night without finding you, I realized that note must have been a deliberate ploy to mislead me. I am not angry about this, for you acted wisely. That madwoman is exceedingly dangerous. You must keep your distance from her. Furthermore, I must confess, I deceived you earlier. However, you must have uncovered my secret last night, have you not? Indeed, there is a lunatic after me. She is beyond my control and utterly deranged. She even wishes to transform you into something akin to her. But fear not. I would rather die than allow that to occur. Hence, I am here to assist you today. I have brought you some items. If you prefer not to see me, I shall leave them at your doorstep. And you must remember to retrieve them shortly. Also, do not allow her to capture you tonight. Never mind, I shall take my leave. As she concluded, her voice quivered with suppressed emotion, evidently troubled. Yet, she did not linger further. After delivering her words, she turned to depart. The sound of her heels faded into the distance. Listening intently to confirm her absence, Su Chen let out a sigh. From her words, he discerned a profound sincerity. For a fleeting moment, he almost stepped forward to embrace the unfortunate soul outside the door. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was sufficient. He quickly shook off that peculiar impulse. Taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, he prepared to open the door and discover what she had left for him. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he activated his innate abilities. Cautiously, he opened the door and swiftly scanned the corridor. Noticing nothing amiss, his gaze fell upon the parcel on the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, he hastily retreated into his room, secured the door, and placed the package on the coffee table to cautiously unwrap it. As he lifted the lid of the box, the first thing that captured his attention was a black mask inscribed with 3 bold characters, hexagram. Stunned, he pondered. Why would she send this? He quickly shifted his focus to the other items within the box. Beneath the mask lay a familiar black uniform, identical to the one he currently wore. Further down was a peculiar bracelet, seemingly woven from hair and exuding a faint fragrance. Using a tissue from the table, Su Chen gingerly picked up the odd bracelet. Finally, his gaze settled on the last item at the bottom of the box, a piece of paper filled with elegant handwriting. He extracted the note and examined it closely. Zhang Yang, I know you are grappling with many questions at present, but forgive me, under her influence, I cannot reveal the truth. I can only implore you to trust me. I will help you escape. To be brief, tonight you must wear the clothes and mask I have provided. They will aid you in remaining inconspicuous. Moreover, please ensure you wear the bracelet. It is woven from my hair and will help you avoid detection by her. Tonight, you must not remain on the 9th floor or above, as it is exceedingly perilous. After 7 days of accumulation, she can control every inch of space above the 9th floor after midnight. There will be nowhere for you to hide. However, you may attempt to conceal yourself between the 2nd and 5th floors, where it is likely there will be no one present tonight. Should you encounter anyone, please refrain from speaking. If necessary, you may communicate using sign language. There is a sign language manual in the left pocket of the uniform. You can quickly learn a few phrases. I believe your intelligence will suffice to navigate these situations. Furthermore, remember to return to room 901 after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will devise a plan to assist your escape. My dear, we shall prevail. After reading the note, Su Chen's brow furrowed deeper. His initial reaction was that something about this note was amiss, setting aside the puzzling reason for her gift of the hexagram attire. The final statements regarding helping Zhang Yang escape were particularly strange. Based on his previous investigations, this peculiar building had existed for nearly a year. Why? After such a long time, would this persona suddenly decide to aid her boyfriend's escape? This was highly abnormal. Moreover, her words corroborated the notion of the 7th day, the night of resurrection. Yet, the peculiar part was her reference to after 7 days of accumulation. This clearly did not align with the timeline of the building. With this suspicion ignited, Su Chen suddenly recalled the original set of rules. The context and content of those rules suggested they were penned during the initial stages of the bizarre events. They primarily instructed Zhang Yang on how to live normally. However, nearly a year later, Su Chen was still confronted with an entirely new set of rules. This was exceedingly odd. At that moment, a conjecture flashed through Su Chen's mind. A loop? Chapter 144. The wordless steel. Could it be that this bizarre phenomenon recurs every 7 days, accompanied by a loss of memory? This would indeed elucidate the discrepancies in the timeline and logic. If we were to hypothesize based on the premise of amnesia, another question would naturally resolve itself. Why did Zhang Yang choose to disguise himself as the Star of David? Due to the peculiar amnesia, a new set of Star of David attire would be delivered weekly. This act would undoubtedly lead Zhang Yang to believe that masquerading as the Star of David was his best chance for escape. Consequently, upon realizing that the enigma was caught in a loop with no means of self-liberation, Zhang Yang would instinctively investigate the Star of David in hopes of gleaning information that might facilitate his escape. This explains why he left crucial clues at the Star of David's location. The entire narrative's logic tenuously aligns. However, what most solidifies Su Chen's belief in this hypothesis are the woman's earlier words and Zhang Yang's handwriting. The implication from the woman's knocking suggested she believed Zhang Yang had only just discovered her second persona. Yet, in reality, Zhang Yang had long indicated in his correspondence that his knowledge far exceeded that. This inadvertently reaffirms Su Chen's cyclical hypothesis. As for why the staff members did not experience amnesia, that remains an enigma. Having contemplated these thoughts, Su Chen donned the bracelet, the most useful item at his disposal. From the messages received, it was clear that after midnight, the anomaly would not only control all spaces above the 9th floor, but could also perceive its own existence. Without the assistance of this bracelet, Su Chen would be at a loss as to how to combat such supernatural forces with mere flesh and blood. Fortunately, this scenario exhibited a modicum of benevolence, providing him with a potential avenue for survival. A slight smile graced Su Chen's lips as he tucked the note away and proceeded to gather a backpack, preparing for the tools he would need that night. Time was swiftly approaching 6 o'clock. He was ready to unveil the mysteries of this world. Meanwhile, as Su Chen impersonated a delivery person to gain access to various rooms, the other chosen ones were nearing despair. With each new death announcement rolling in, their hopes dwindled. Yet, from another perspective, their survival thus far indicated that they were not entirely foolish and had enjoyed a stroke of luck. Take, for instance, the illustrious girl from the Golden Kingdom, Estelle. She too found herself confined at home. Due to her inadequate sign language skills, she dared not act recklessly. After a restless night of fruitless investigation, she resolved to be vigilant during the day, fearing the loss of precious time. As she pondered, she recalled a rule that had been overlooked in the initial guidelines. Thus, she hurried back home to await developments. Eventually, her patience bore fruit. The incessant knocking ceased, replaced by the woman's gentle voice, her words mirroring those Su Chen had heard, insinuating that she had not discovered Zhang Yang's demise and was aware that he still resided within the dwelling. She mentioned placing items outside the door, among other conversational tactics. After the woman departed, Estelle retrieved the package left outside and was utterly astonished by its contents. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom displayed remarkable composure. Realizing that their officials had yet to issue any alerts, they discerned the situation. Su Chen had not assigned them any tasks. This suggested that the current predicament was not dire. As long as they remained cautious, they would be safe. Thus, they remained steadfast, and as a result, successfully obtained their packages. Furthermore, upon opening the parcel and discovering the letter from the woman, they did not rush to flee from their homes. Until Su Chen spoke, they would not make any hasty moves. The wisdom of collaboration demanded prudence. On another front, the Paranormal Investigation Department of the Dragon Kingdom was in a state of disarray. The cause was simple. The robust Elder Chen had suddenly fallen ill, suffering from a high fever. The doctor attributed it to the Elder's recent pattern of sleepless nights, which had exacerbated old injuries. Fortunately, the Elder's constitution was strong, and with proper rest, he would recover. However, Shaoli was skeptical of the doctor's assessment. Knowing Elder Chen well, he recognized that the burdens weighing on the Elder's health could not merely stem from a few sleepless nights. It was, rather, a matter of emotional distress. Last night, after sharing his suspicions regarding Su Chen, Elder Chen had feigned nonchalance, yet Shaoli could sense the underlying concern. The Elder's dedication to the Dragon Kingdom ran deeper than anyone could imagine. It was simple. The Dragon Kingdom was forged through their very blood, sweat, and tears, like a child they had nurtured. Thus, if a threat loomed over the Dragon Kingdom, their urgency would surpass that of anyone else. Given the combination of exhaustion and worry, it was hardly surprising that he fell ill. Observing the slightly panicked figures in the conference room, Shaoli sighed. Realizing that with Elder Chen incapacitated, the Paranormal Investigation Department was left without a leader. While this was true, it did not imply that everyone else was inept or incapable. In fact, the opposite was more accurate. The department was comprised of outstanding individuals from various fields, whose opinions often diverged. Consequently, the absence of a decisive figure to unify them would naturally lead to internal discord. Thus, with Elder Chen's absence, The description of a headless group was not unfounded. However, it must be noted that Elder Chen's expertise did not overshadow the talents of the younger generation. In truth, his most invaluable quality was his decisiveness. When the nation faced a critical crossroads, he had the courage to make decisions. Xiaoli had previously inquired of Elder Chen whether he feared that a single misstep could tarnish his legacy. Elder Chen had simply replied with a line of poetry. The wordless steel bears inscriptions. Future generations will judge right from wrong. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli understood. In times of crisis, someone must step forward, rather than hesitating and deliberating, which could lead to dire consequences. It was wiser to decisively leave the judgments of right and wrong to posterity. Such was the indomitable spirit of the elder. Chapter 145, I've Caught You. Unveiling the mystery as Xiaoli lost himself in thought, the conference room of the Dragon Nation suddenly erupted into a cacophony. Startled, he turned to investigate the source of the commotion. Upon seeing the scene, Xiaoli was taken aback, jumping to his feet in astonishment. Elder Chen, seated in a wheelchair and connected to an 4-drip, had arrived at the meeting room. Xiaoli rushed over, exclaiming, Elder Chen, what brings you here? You should return and rest. We can handle things here. Moreover, everything is proceeding smoothly with Su Chen. We estimate he will soon unravel the mystery. So your presence is unnecessary. As he spoke, Xiaoli cast a subtle glance at those nearby, urging them to support his plea. The others understood the unspoken message and began to encourage Elder Chen to take a break. Indeed, Elder Chen, everything is going well. Please take care of yourself. Your health is paramount for guiding our work. Amidst the chorus of voices, Elder Chen's murky yet stern gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. Instantly, the room fell silent, as if a hand had gripped their throats. Only Xiaoli, familiar with Elder Chen, dared to continue. Elder Chen, if your health deteriorates, the consequences. Before he could finish, Elder Chen's piercing gaze shot through him. On your first day with me, what did I teach you? Repeat it. The elderly man rasped, his voice commanding. Xiaoli trembled at the words, then replied with solemnity. As an official responsible for the safety of countless citizens of the Dragon Nation, the first principle is, if it benefits the nation, one must risk life and death. One cannot evade danger for the sake of fortune. Since you remember what I taught, what are you doing now? Do you want me to be a coward? Stop lingering around me. Bring me the latest compiled data. I need a feasible survival plan devised by 11 o'clock tonight. Elder Chen barked at those around him. Yes. The crowd, deterred from further persuasion, hurried back to their posts, gathering data from various departments. Though concern lingered on their faces, there was no hint of panic. For their pillar of strength had returned. Returning to Su Chen, due to prior preparations, he deftly manipulated the situation, successfully gaining entry to 3 establishments in under 2 hours. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side today. These 3 individuals were family members, not the doctors he sought. At that moment, Su Chen noticed a new order on his phone, the client's apartment number being 915, the very residence he had previously noted. Realizing this, he quickly grabbed his distinctive takeout bag and rushed upstairs. Before long, he stood outside apartment 915, cautiously removing his mask and uniform, stuffing them into a large pocket. He then donned a yellow duck-billed cap. Completing his disguise, Su Chen lifted the bag in his right hand and knocked on the door with his left. The crisp sound echoed in the empty corridor. Shortly, a male voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" Su Chen raised his left hand, seamlessly signing the words delivery person in the air. Then, he elevated his left arm and traced a large pentagram in the void. After these gestures, there was a brief pause before the voice inside muttered, "So soon?" The next moment, the lock clicked and the door swung open. As it did, Su Chen's innate abilities were unleashed. Upon the door fully revealing the man's face, Su Chen's pupils constricted and his heartbeat quickened. This man had appeared in a photograph with the doctors. Suppressing his excitement, Su Chen feigned calmness, extending the large bag in his right hand. The man, seeing the bag, displayed no suspicion as he reached out to take it. Just as the man touched the bag and relaxed his guard, Su Chen's left hand shot out like a tiger pouncing, the electric baton flashing with blinding sparks as it struck the man's arm. With a jolt, the man convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Su Chen stepped into the apartment, deftly locking the door behind him. He lifted his shirt, removed the bindings from his abdomen, and secured the man to a chair. Once prepared, he splashed water from a cup onto the man's face. Moments later, the man's eyelids fluttered, and he groggily awoke. Upon seeing Su Chen and his predicament, terror washed over his features. "Don't kill me. I have nothing to do with this. I'm just an investigator. If there's a grievance, seek those responsible. And it's nighttime. Don't act recklessly, or you won't fare any better. Please, spare me." Before Su Chen could pose any questions, The man began to plead incessantly. Hearing his desperate pleas, Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk. It seemed this individual was well acquainted with the underlying circumstances. At last, I've caught you. Enough with the cries. If you wish to live, answer my questions. Su Chen stated menacingly. You. How can you talk? You're not one of those patients. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Who I am is irrelevant. Now, it's my turn to question you. Please recognize the current situation. All right, as long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything I know. The man nodded vigorously, cooperating wholeheartedly. Now, enlighten me about the situation in this building. What initiated the events that transpired? Su Chen removed his mask, pulled up a chair, and sat opposite the man, casually resting his legs. He lightly nudged the man's calf with his toes, a reminder of the precarious position they were in. This is a long tale. Then please make it concise. This cannot be hastily explained. Then take your time. I have ample patience. Su Chen glanced at the time on his phone. Very well, I shall begin from the very beginning. However, before I recount the tale, I must ask you a question. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling the man to proceed. What is your perspective on the mentally ill? Chapter 146, The Allegory of the Cave by Plato. How should one perceive madness? It is merely a group of unfortunate souls whose minds have been severely stimulated, leading to their muddled cognition. Su Chen did not comprehend the intention behind the man's words and casually remarked. Upon hearing this, the man shook his head. What you say is not entirely accurate. However, allow me to share a story, and perhaps you will grasp the meaning. This tale originates from Plato's allegory of the cave. Su Chen's pupils abruptly narrowed at this revelation. What is happening? Plato? The same one from Blue Star? It is worth noting that there was indeed a renowned philosopher named Plato on Blue Star. Was this a parallel universe scenario? A sense of foreboding washed over Su Chen. Nevertheless, he refrained from displaying any unusual reaction, maintaining a stoic expression and nodding for the man to continue. Once, there were individuals who resided in a vast cave, shackled from birth, unable to turn their heads or see one another. Behind them burned a fire, casting shadows on the wall before them. Thus, shadows represented their reality. Yet one day, a man's chains broke, and he turned to see the fire, realizing the shadows were mere illusions. He ventured out of the cave, the sunlight blinding, the flora and fauna astonishing, and the rain instilling fear. He beheld the truth. Pausing, the man gazed at Su Chen. What can you glean from this narrative? Faced with this perplexing query, Su Chen furrowed his brow and replied, should we not allow ignorance to blind us to the falsehoods before our eyes? We must seek the truth? The man chuckled at this response. After a prolonged moment of laughter, he finally ceased, under Su Chen's cold stare. You overthink. I do not wish to engage in a philosophical debate. You are correct only in part, specifically in regard to truth. Now, let me get to the crux. If this individual who has glimpsed the truth returns to the cave and attempts to convey to his companions what the real world is like, what do you suppose would occur? The man smiled benignly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's body tensed, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. If your perception of the world diverges from that of others, yet you insist on enlightening them about the real world, and you lack evidence to substantiate your claims, the outcome is all too predictable. No one would believe you. If they do not send you to a mental institution, it would be a demonstration of great mercy. The subtle shift in Su Chen's expression did not escape the man's notice. With a slight smile, he continued, you are astute. You have discerned the crux. No one will believe these madmen. This leads us to a new question. How can you be certain that what those madmen proclaim is not true? Is what you perceive definitively real? Su Chen composed himself and replied, are you suggesting that apart from oneself, everything else could potentially be an illusion? Is this akin to the theory of cogito, ergo sum? The man erupted in laughter. You are excessively clever, always overthinking. Thus, once again, you have missed the point. What you see with your eyes is not necessarily the truth. What if the brain deceives? The man's eyes sparkled with excitement. The brain deceives? Su Chen wondered what peculiar philosophy the man would present next. Indeed, we know that judgments regarding madness, aside from those caused by brain trauma, are largely based on the cognitive state of the individual. If their cognition diverges from that of a normal person and they cannot substantiate their claims, we deem them mad. Allow me to illustrate. Suppose there exists a madman who seems to be voraciously consuming air. In his perception, he is eating an apple, and his brain provides feedback, smell, taste, touch, and even satisfaction, identical to that of a real apple. How then can he discern whether this apple is indeed real? Let us consider another perspective. What if you are that madman? If someone approached you, asserting that the apple in your hand is false, how would you perceive that seemingly real apple? Would you question the sanity of others or your own? If the entire world insisted that the apple was a fabrication, would you not succumb to self-doubt? Let us delve deeper. The man appeared increasingly animated, as if about to unveil a monumental secret. Chen, sensing an inkling of what was to come, instinctively clenched his fists, even his toes tightening. What if, in our world, apples do not exist, and what we perceive as apples are mere illusions? Could it be that the phenomena unexplained by science are mere hallucinations created by our brains? Hence, how can you prove that all you see is genuine while dismissing the words of those madmen as falsehoods? Perhaps only those madmen can truly perceive the essence of the world? As he spoke, the man's pace quickened, his fervor escalating. Chen felt his mind being profoundly shaken. Indeed, as the man asserted, how could he affirm the veracity of his surroundings? In this strange world of supernatural tales, why did he have such unwavering faith in its reality? Was it solely because his senses assured him that everything was authentic? Yet, what if it were all an illusion crafted by his brain? Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, a knock at the door shattered the silence. The crisp sound abruptly pulled Chen back to reality. His eyes sharpened, locking onto the man's, signaling him to refrain from any erratic actions. The man, not lacking in intelligence, promptly grasped Chen's implication. He nodded vigorously, indicating his complete cooperation. Seeing this, Chen leaned in closer to whisper in the man's ear, "Have him leave the takeout at the door." The man nodded, dutifully calling out, "Who is it?" A moment of silence ensued. After a few seconds, the man continued, "Please leave the takeout at the door." Again, silence prevailed. However, it was not long before the sound of the takeout bag being placed on the ground, followed by the receding footsteps, reached them. Chapter 147, The Sealing of the Divine. Chen leaned against the door, listening intently. After confirming that the other party had departed, he opened the door, retrieved the takeout, and swiftly relocked the door behind him. He casually tossed the food onto the coffee table and resumed his seat before the man, stating in a solemn tone, "Please, continue. Additionally, how does all this relate to the circumstances surrounding this building?" The man smiled broadly. "Of course it's related. I just needed to lay the groundwork first." Chen was baffled. "Groundwork? You've been talking for ages, and all of that is merely groundwork? I thought I was nearing the truth of the world's essence. You spent so long on just the setup?" The man chuckled. "Well, if I don't clarify the groundwork, I'm afraid you might eliminate me on a whim. Considering my life is still in your hands." Chen was left utterly speechless. He gestured for the man to continue. "The tale of this building begins with a certain individual capable of perceiving the truth, a man named Ballison, the heir of a prominent conglomerate. As you might expect, his approach to treating his mental health issues was unlike ours. His father believed that a troubled mind required a remedy of the heart. So he arranged for his beloved son to embark on a world tour to ease his affliction. One fateful day, Ballison and his entourage arrived here. Suddenly, Ballison pointed at the sky, exclaiming to his servants that there was a constantly rotating black door above, and he wished to enter. Upon hearing this, the servants gazed at the empty sky, utterly bewildered, and hastily attempted to dissuade their young master, insisting it was merely an illusion, not reality. However, Ballison, in a fit of rage, insisted on entering, escalating to tears and tantrums. Eventually, the matter reached his father's attention. Ballason's father, indulging his son, summoned a yet-to-be-released single-person flying device to fulfill his son's desire, hoping that through this experience, Ballison would discern the difference between reality and illusion. At this point, the man paused, casting a playful glance at Chen. Can you guess what happened next? By now, Chen had already anticipated some elements of the story. However, he maintained a neutral expression and casually replied, "What happened?" Surely he didn't actually go in. The man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed, you are correct. Ballison did enter." When his father procured the flying device, Ballison, after training, could hardly contain himself and soared into the sky. Before the astonished eyes of all, he vanished as if he had truly traversed some mystical gateway. Everyone was left dumbfounded, desperately searching for their young master. Yet, curiously, the tracking device implanted beneath Ballason's skin showed no response, as if he had never existed in this world. Moreover, many who witnessed this phenomenon hastily ascended to the area where Ballison had disappeared, but none could trigger the mysterious crossing event again. Soon after, Ballason's father learned of this occurrence and became convinced that his son was not insane. What Ballison had said was indeed true. Thus, he promptly organized a team to venture into the area of Ballason's disappearance and established a long-term presence there, hoping that one day his son would return. As fate would have it, shortly thereafter, Ballison reappeared, piloting the flying device, clutching several pieces of paper. His father rushed to greet him, and soon they were reunited. However, Ballison did not enact a dramatic reunion as one might expect. Instead, he uttered a singular proclamation. "Father, we can create deities." Upon hearing this, Chen felt his earlier suspicions confirmed. The incessantly spinning black portal, along with that final declaration about creating deities, sent a chill down his spine. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, listening intently to the unfolding narrative. After a brief private exchange with his father, Balison called upon his key associates. During a confidential meeting, he recounted several mythological tales. Chen furrowed his brow and raised a hand to halt the man's speech. Are those stories akin to the legends of the creation and destruction gods, or the tale of Nuwa crafting humanity? The man appeared astonished, casting a puzzled glance at Chen. Indeed, I underestimated you. In just a few days, you've managed to uncover such secrets. I now question your true identity. The man's words stirred unease within Chen. Setting aside the connection between these mythic tales and Balison, the phrase just a few days felt particularly unsettling. How could he know that Chen had only recently arrived in this alternate world? Could it be? Chen instinctively narrowed his eyes. Were these residents also trapped in a cycle, much like that enigmatic woman? For that would explain the man's dialogue, suggesting he believed the bizarre events had only transpired mere days ago. Realizing the implications, Chen chose not to delve into complications. He smiled slightly, accepting the man's praise with a facade of nonchalance. And then, he urged the man to continue. The subsequent narrative was straightforward. Balison claimed that humanity inherited divine power, asserting that by awakening the latent divinity within, humanity could rival the gods. Although this sounded ludicrous, after the earlier events, Balison's father followed his son's lead without question. To actualize their plan, they established a psychiatric facility named Fence, though locals preferred the transliterated name, sealing the divine, a hospital for confining the insane. Following the construction of the hospital, they initiated the next phase of their scheme, recruiting personnel. They proclaimed their commitment to an employee-first philosophy, promising housing and constructing dormitories for their staff, assuring that their benefits would far exceed industry standards. As a result, many experts from the field flocked to them, drawn by the allure of wealth. Hearing this, Chen interrupted once more. Is the building we stand upon the very dormitory they claim to construct for their employees? Indeed. You are correct, the man affirmed. So, they used this pretext to encircle the black portal within private territory? Astute. That black portal is ensconced within the 18th floor attic. Just as their hospital's name suggests, a fence. It confines both the experimental subjects and the treasure vault. Having confirmed his suspicions, Chen refrained from further commentary, gesturing for the man to proceed. Chapter 148. The organization re-emerges. The man cleared his throat and spoke. Subsequently, bolstered by formidable medical personnel and a financial offensive, the Fengshan Hospital gained widespread acclaim. In the initial phase, they opted for restraint, refraining from immediate action, which naturally drew numerous patients, leading to the expansive growth of the psychiatric institution. As time progressed and the opportune moment approached, the Balison father and son finally began to unveil their hypocritical facade. Their first maneuver was to cultivate alliances among the healthcare staff. The strategy was straightforward. For those motivated by profit, they offered substantial sums of money. For those seeking fame, the Balison duo promised to elevate their status. As for the bookish scholars engrossed in their research, they were even easier to manipulate. After the Balison father and son guided these individuals through the 18th floor loft, the group of tech enthusiasts became invigorated, eagerly imploring the duo to commence their studies. With technological support in place, the Balison father and son initiated their operations, initially targeting the unfortunate patients who had never received visitors and were devoid of familial affection. They clandestinely relocated these patients to the staff dormitory, investing a significant amount of money in the necessary equipment, and commenced their frenzied human experiments. Upon hearing this, a flicker of rage ignited within Chen's eyes. These individuals were truly deranged. They had the audacity to exploit even the most wretched of psychiatric patients. Furthermore, the term human experiments concealed a harrowing reality. Chen inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his discontent, and with a smile, inquired of the man, "When did you begin these experiments?" The man, not lacking in wit, quickly sensed the undertones in Chen's question. He promptly replied, "About 2 years ago, and I am not aligned with them. I was sent by the organization to investigate upon receiving a report from an informant." Chen was taken aback by these words. "Organization? What is the name of your organization?" "Cannot disclose. Are you not afraid of my retribution? Your life is in my hands." Chen leaned closer, feigning a menacing demeanor. "Some things are more important than life." The man, shedding his previous timidity, met Chen's piercing gaze without flinching. After a brief silence, Chen's mind sparked with recollections of archaic information. He then stated, "Unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. This phrase had been gleaned from a note he discovered at the zoo, uttered inadvertently by an organization's certifying official upon Chen's assumption of the role of zoo director. Coupled with the mention of an organization, Chen couldn't help but ponder if this phrase was a covert signal within the organization. As he suspected, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you also a member of the organization? What is your position? What level investigator are you? In response to the barrage of inquiries, Chen smiled slightly and replied, I am the director of the zoo. The zoo? I've never heard of it. Chen was momentarily stunned. How could he not have heard of the zoo? Was the man truly so uninformed, or perhaps his rank was too low to access such information? Do you know Jiang Tian from the finance department? Chen seized the opportunity to probe further. Unfamiliar. Perhaps you're referring to another regional organization? Organizations are divided by region? Chen queried, his face a mask of confusion. The man, equally bewildered, responded, You've reached the position of director, yet you're unaware of the organization's regional divisions? Chen smiled awkwardly and explained, Well, I became the director by chance, and my understanding of the organization is rather superficial. Would you enlighten me about this situation? The man scrutinized Chen suspiciously, but began to elucidate. The organization operates under regional autonomy, managing all issues within its jurisdiction, with little to no communication between neighboring regions. Only in the face of existential threats does the higher echelons of the organization contact the headquarters, coordinating multi-regional collaborative efforts. Headquarters? Indeed. The headquarters is said to exist only in legend. No one has ever seen it. It is rumored that only the higher-ups from each regional organization have the opportunity to meet with the headquarters. Understood. Please, continue. Continue what? The man looked perplexed. Continue introducing the organization. I know only this much. I'm just a low-ranking investigator. How much can I possibly know? Chen. So, you only know this little? I had hoped you might unveil some astonishing secrets. Observing the man's expression, which seemed genuine, he refrained from pressing further. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Chen. He recalled that upon his appointment as zoo director, the verifying official had also worn a mask, which bore a chess piece motif. He vaguely remembered it being a pawn. However, he could not ascertain the exact design, nor was it of utmost importance. What mattered was that the NPCs outside were also wearing masks. Chen understood that the purpose of these masks was to suppress and stabilize personalities. Yet, why use masks instead of wristbands? Surely, it could not be that people had developed an unusual penchant for mask wearing? Thus, Chen remained unconvinced that there was no connection between the organization and the current scenario. By the way, do you know of anyone in the organization who wears a mask? Chen continued his line of questioning. A mask? The man furrowed his brow in thought before shaking his head. No, I don't recall encountering any organization members wearing masks. Perhaps it's due to my low rank and limited exposure. Upon hearing the man's response, Chen sighed, realizing he could only unearth so much information. Embracing his traditional approach, he decided to set aside the unresolved questions for another time. Rising to his feet, he untied the man's restraints and patted him on the shoulder, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies, I didn't expect we were on the same side. It's all good. We wouldn't have met otherwise. No need for apologies. Who knows, I may need your assistance to escape this perilous situation. The man replied as he rubbed his sore muscles. Chen nodded and returned to his seat. Now, let us focus on the matter at hand. Please clarify what the Balasan faction has done since then. Chapter 149, splitting the brain. Yang Feng, shedding his usual playful demeanor, spoke earnestly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Feng, a level C investigator. Following directives from the organization, I successfully infiltrated the Balasan team under the pretense of applying for a position. Subsequently, I showcased my inherent greed, allowing me to gain access to this building. By the time I arrived, their experiments had already been underway for some time. They were employing a controlled group experiment. One group executed destructive tasks while the other engaged in creative endeavors, hoping to elicit a resonance of divine power. However, the theoretical framework of the experiment was utterly absurd, leading to its inevitable failure. Yet, the researchers remained undeterred, continuing their investigations. At this juncture, an individual proposed a hypothesis. Could it be that the human body differs fundamentally from that of the divine, rendering the extraction of divine power impossible? What if transforming a human body into one with a human head and a serpent's body could trigger an internal resonance, resulting in extraordinary phenomena? While this theory sounded ludicrous, the team, having reached an impasse, adopted desperate measures for desperate times mentality and proceeded with this method. The subsequent experiments were harrowing. They systematically shattered human legs, reconstructing them with advanced technology into serpentine tails. Many patients did not survive the procedures, and even those who did failed to exhibit any remarkable abilities, marking yet another failure. This reminded Chen of the security captain on the first floor. He interjected, casually inquiring whether the tall security guard in the first-floor security room was one of those transformed into such a grotesque form. The first-floor security room? I have not seen it, but the building has indeed been altered. There was indeed a tall individual during the experiments, Yang Feng replied. Chen, recognizing the discrepancies in Yang Feng's timeline, confirmed his suspicions that the residents had also fallen prey to amnesia. He remained composed, nodding to indicate that he had no further inquiries, allowing Yang Feng to continue. Seizing the moment, Yang Feng poured 2 glasses of water, offering one to Chen. After taking a sip to clear his throat, he continued, just when everyone believed the experiment to be a failure, another individual stepped forward, claiming to have inadvertently detected abnormal data within the patient's brains during the control group's destructive and creative experiments. This revelation reignited everyone's enthusiasm, and they rallied to assist in data collection. The results indicated that during destructive tasks, the left hemisphere of the brain exhibited heightened activity, while during creative tasks, the right hemisphere surged. Upon seeing these findings, everyone was incensed, regretting their prior oversight of their medical expertise in favor of theological musings. As specialists, they were well aware that the left brain controls the right side of the body, primarily responsible for memory analysis, language, abstract thinking, numerical processing, and logical reasoning. Conversely, the right brain governs the left side, focusing on visual thinking, musical perception, geometric comprehension, artistic endeavors, and innovative capabilities. This medical understanding perfectly illustrates that the drive for creation and destruction originates from the human brain. Thus, if divine power is indeed stored within the human body, it must reside in the brain. Furthermore, mythological narratives corroborate that the divine power inherited by humanity comprises 2 opposing forces. Consequently, these forces mutually annihilate each other, leading to their depletion, leaving only remnants. However, these remnants have enabled humanity to evolve to its current state. Should divine power be unleashed, would humanity not ascend to the level of the divine? The method to unlock this power is deceptively simple. Split the brain, allowing the left and right hemispheres to function independently, free from internal conflict. Upon hearing this, Chen could no longer contain himself, jumping up in disbelief. Are you serious? Split the head open? How can a person survive that? It's akin to an immortal consuming poison, inviting death. The sentiments of disbelief were echoed by the others from Longhua. They found Yang Feng's outlandish theories utterly unacceptable. Listen, can splitting the head truly unlock divine power? I believe it merely opens a pathway to the underworld, one remarked. Inspired by a thought from an upstairs individual, when one transforms into a specter, does that not imply they possess divine power? For example, what about phasing through a television? Perhaps Yang Feng is not deceiving us after all. Stop with the nonsensical rambling. Yang Feng's theories are utterly preposterous from beginning to end. Another retorted, brothers, cease your quarrels. You are well aware of Chen's capabilities. He may have already formulated a plan. Let us merely observe the unfolding events. Indeed, Chen is practically the king of persuasion. It would be remarkable if he could even manage to keep Yang Feng from being utterly bewildered. As the discussions among the Longhua individuals intensified, Yang Feng observed the subtle changes in Chen's expression. He calmly sipped his water, regarding Chen with an enigmatic smile. Chen exclaimed, "Don't tell me this is actually viable?" Yang Feng nodded in affirmation. With this confirmation, Chen recalled the group of individuals outside, exhibiting signs of mental instability. He pointed toward the door, asking, "Are those individuals outside the ones who had their brain split?" Yang Feng again nodded, stating, "Indeed. This is utterly absurd. Your incredulity stems from your unfamiliarity with this knowledge. Splitting the left and right hemispheres does not result in death. In fact, I believe the theories proposed by Ballison and his team may hold some merit," Yang Feng asserted seriously. Let me provide you with an example to clarify that Ballason's theories are not mere fantasies. First, allow me to educate you on epilepsy. The condition arises from sudden abnormal discharges of neurons in the left and right hemispheres, leading to temporary dysfunction of brain activity. With this understanding, consider this. Renowned figures such as Socrates, Newton, Van Gogh, Napoleon, and Julius Caesar all experienced epilepsy. What thoughts does this provoke in you? Their historical contributions are well documented. They embodied rationality, creativity, and destruction in varying degrees. Does this not reflect the abilities bestowed upon humanity by the divine? Thus, could we speculate that perhaps during an epileptic episode, certain regions of the left or right brain may experience temporary impairment, allowing the suppressed powers of the opposite hemisphere to be activated? Perhaps it is these awakened forces that have contributed to their greatness. Chapter 150. Naming celebrities as evidence. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression stiffened, and he fell into contemplation, finding some merit in the other's argument. Nevertheless, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. After all, having lived two lives and bearing the memories of both, how could he allow his understanding to be shattered by mere words? At this moment, Yang Feng continued, if I were to tell you that individuals such as Tesla, Nash, and Beethoven exhibited varying degrees of symptoms associated with schizophrenia, and that figures like Einstein, Darwin, and Anderson also grappled with mental health issues to some extent, how would you respond? Might it not be possible that the different personalities manifested in their minds inherited distinct powers from the divine, thus enabling them to transcend ordinary human capabilities? Yang Feng's eyes brimmed with conviction, clearly a firm believer in this perspective. However, Chen felt his composure slipping. The more Yang Feng spoke, the more absurd it seemed. The implications of his words were truly chilling. He could not deny that these luminaries did indeed possess such traits. Chen felt as though his materialistic shield was on the verge of shattering. I understand that at this point, you may still be skeptical. Let me provide one final example. In the West, there once was a woman whose visual control area in the brain ceased to respond to electrical stimulation, in layman's terms. She was blind. Simultaneously, she suffered from dissociative identity disorder. I won't delve into the specifics of this condition, but you may consider it akin to split personalities. Herein lies the crux. During one consultation, her personality happened to switch, and astonishingly, she miraculously regained her sight. The astonishment among those present was palpable. Yet, once her personality shifted again, she lost her sight once more. When she reverted, her vision returned. Could this example perhaps lead you to accept that different personalities might indeed inherit distinct divine powers? Yang Feng gazed earnestly at Chen. Chen retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? You expect me to believe that switching personalities can cure blindness? Shouldn't people, upon falling ill, simply say, hey, let me switch to my alternate personality, and voila, they're healed. Struggling with math? No problem, just switch to a mathematical mindset, and acing the exam is a given. Imagine the author, feverish and typing at a snail's pace. Yet, upon thinking of the eager readers, they explode with creativity, summoning a multitude of personalities to brainstorm together. Updating 100 chapters in a day would be a mere trifle. This world is simply too wonderful. Why not have everyone go mad together? Let us eradicate the tyranny of normality. The world belongs to the mentally insane. At this point, the audience in Longwa felt their defenses crumbling. Brothers, I believe I have been successfully brainwashed. I now hold that madness is the key to humanity's future. Red Central, please stop this madness. We can't take it anymore. Let us all go mad together. Madness brings comfort. It is everyone's innate talent. Ha ha ha, what is reality? What is illusion? It turns out that enlightenment reveals such a world. Today, I realize that I am indeed myself. Meanwhile, as the audience in Longwa engaged in banter and embraced their madness, the atmosphere in the Longwa Paranormal Research Department grew heavy. Yang Feng's theories and evidence were too astonishing to fathom. Elder Chen, supported by Shaoli, shakily rose to his feet and approached the auxiliary screen to replay Yang Feng's earlier statements. Shaoli, quickly, verify whether Yang Feng's claims can be substantiated. If our blue star truly exists in a parallel universe, the implications could be monumental. Understood. Shaoli gestured for assistance, and someone came to support Elder Chen as he prepared to rush out for verification. At that moment, Elder Chen suddenly raised his frail hand and grasped Shaoli's sleeve. Prioritize verifying the case of that blind woman. See if there is anyone like her on our blue star. As for those celebrities, I suspect Yang Feng's assertions hold some truth. Now go. Yes. Shaoli dashed out. On the other side of the paranormal realm, Yang Feng was about to continue when Chen swiftly covered his mouth. After being bombarded with information, even Chen's formidable mental fortitude began to wane. Realizing that Yang Feng was poised to deliver more blows to his fragile psyche, he could no longer remain passive. Are you not done yet? Just a moment. The background has been established. Now I shall explain how the changes occurred. You mean to say all this was merely background? Yes, indeed. These theories are crucial. Otherwise, how could you comprehend why the building transformed in such a manner? Besides, you mentioned there was ample time for me to elaborate. After uttering these words, Yang Feng glanced at the increasingly exasperated Chen and weakly added, all right, I'll be brief. It's just that no one has spoken for several days, and it's been pent up. Just wait a moment. My mindset is crumbling. I need to reinforce my materialistic shield. Chen settled onto a nearby sofa, taking time to digest the peculiar and esoteric knowledge. When he returned to his seat, his expression regained its composure. Be concise. I have matters to attend to. Chen stated solemnly. Very well. I shall continue. With the support of this theory, the Barasan team swiftly undertook their first surgery. The operation was a resounding success. Upon severing the patient's corpus callosum, the left and right hemispheres of the brain became utterly disconnected, with neither information sharing nor coordination in action. Is that truly a success? Chen questioned, perplexed. Isn't that akin to paralysis? Remarkably, it was indeed a success. After a brief recovery period, the patient regained mobility and even developed a second consciousness. As for how they discovered this, allow me to summarize. You are aware that the left brain controls the right eye and right side of the body, while the right brain does the opposite. Based on this fact, they covered one side of the patient's eyes and posed questions. For instance, if the right eye was covered and a hammer was shown on the screen, the patient would claim to see nothing. However, if provided with a picture book and asked to point it out, they could immediately indicate the hammer. The reverse experiment yielded similar results. For instance, if the right hand could not piece together a puzzle, covering the right eye would prevent them from solving math problems. Such experiments demonstrated that the patient's brain was indeed functioning in complete isolation. Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow and interjected. What you described only reflects the functional capabilities of the patient's left and right brain. For instance, as the right brain lacks a linguistic system. If you ask what they saw, the left brain would compensate by saying I don't know. The puzzle-solving scenario is similar. Your conclusion lacks substantiation. Yang Feng chuckled in response. That was during the early stages of the experiment, hence the lack of clarity. However, as time progressed, one day they posed a question to the patient. They inquired about the patient's dreams. Can you guess the outcome? Chapter 151. The tragic persona suppressed for a lifetime. Chen furrowed his brow, and then his eyes suddenly brightened. Could it be? Indeed. The conclusions drawn from the dreams of the patient's left and right brains differ. Moreover, the dream articulated by the left brain perfectly aligns with what the patient expressed prior to the surgery. What does this signify? It indicates that a pitiable soul lies suppressed within our right brain. As the left brain serves as the dominant hemisphere, it has constrained and imprisoned this soul since birth, rendering it nearly impossible to express its own thoughts and aspirations. Lacking a linguistic system, it is unable to articulate its sorrow. From the moment of birth, it has been confined to a dark corner, enslaved by the left brain day in and day out. At this moment, Yang Feng noticed Chen's lips parting, signaling that he was about to speak. In order to save time, he quickly interjected, I understand you wish to mention left-handedness, but the outcome remains unchanged. The right brain cannot verbalize. In a world reliant on verbal communication, what can it convey? Chen's body trembled slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reluctantly conceded that Yang Feng was indeed correct. He nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, this experimental result coincides with mythological narratives. Since you are familiar with those tales, you must recognize that the destructive power inherited by humanity surpasses that of creation. Furthermore, Fuxi is the elder brother of Nuwa, and thus the rationality passed down is naturally greater than emotionality. Does this not mirror the experimental findings precisely? Consequently, when witnessing wicked individuals being punished, or scenes such as a marriage being annulled, the Dragon King smirking, and not underestimating the misfortunes of youth, one experiences immense gratification. For your beleaguered emotional soul finds empathy and fulfillment. Moreover, this is one of the few avenues available for it to vent its frustrations. With this consensus established, recounting the final tale becomes a simple endeavor. As time progressed, the second personality, finally liberated, inevitably succumbed to darkness. Even if it inherited the goodness of the creator deity, it could not prevent its corruption. The reasoning is straightforward. If someone had imprisoned and tormented you for many years, upon escaping and obtaining a power nearly equal to theirs, what would you do? If you did not immediately sever their head to use as a ball, you would still be considered civilized. Chen nodded in agreement. In this scenario, with two personalities coexisting within one body, and even harboring a deep-seated enmity, what would ensue? Naturally, the second personality would fiercely endeavor to eliminate the primary persona. Meanwhile, the primary persona, bewildered, would find it absurd that one day a personality emerged claiming to be oppressed by him, wishing to usurp his body and even end his life. How could that be permissible? Amidst their conflict, the mentally fractured patient, in despair, took their own life one fateful night. Thus, the Barasan team found themselves in a quandary, having made significant breakthroughs. They were now faced with a spate of patient suicides, an intolerable situation. Consequently, they stationed personnel to monitor the patients around the clock while simultaneously attracting more patients to their facility. Their recruitment strategy was straightforward. They claimed to possess the ability to cure epilepsy. It is worth noting that this split-brain surgery was initially employed in the West for treating epilepsy, only to later provoke a series of adverse outcomes, ultimately leading to its complete cessation. Through relentless promotion, they soon garnered a multitude of patients. To assuage the concerns of family members, they arranged accommodations for them in apartments. Upon hearing this, Chen had an epiphany. They placed the families upstairs and the patients downstairs. Indeed, due to their proximity, families could visit daily. And with the psychiatric hospital's good reputation, suspicions were never raised. Most importantly, in the mid-stages prior to the split-brain procedure, the individuals appeared relatively normal, making it difficult for families to discern any abnormalities. As for the later stages, they reasoned that as long as they could delay the families for a time, their experiment would surely succeed. Once they created a deity, they need not fear the family's grievances. Even in the worst-case scenario, if something went awry, they could always throw money at the problem. What issue in the world could not be resolved with sufficient funds? Thus, armed with a plethora of experimental subjects, they commenced various activities, such as puzzle locks, prohibiting speech, engaging in daily artistic endeavors, all in an effort to nurture the rapid development of these individuals' second personalities. Before long, one day, as I was departing the building, making my way back to the organization to report, tragedy struck. It was reported that a girl, unable to endure the torment of dissociative identity disorder, seized an opportunity when the doctor was inattentive, escaped her ward, and returned to her boyfriend's dormitory to take her own life. Rumor had it that her death was exceedingly gruesome. She had severed her body in half within the restroom. In the wake of this calamity, the Barrison team initially remained unconcerned, believing that by offering the family some financial compensation, they could smoothly resolve the matter. However, later reports indicated that the girl's boyfriend was quite resourceful, and after several confrontations, the Barrison father and son duo found themselves ensnared by some incriminating evidence, prompting them to flee back to their country under cover of night. The following day, I returned, and that night, darkness suddenly enveloped the entire building. Upon hearing this, Chen straightened, realizing the story was nearing its conclusion. Amid the ensuing panic, two women adorned in black and white masks descended from the 18th floor to the first. The pair were slender and strikingly identical. At first, I mistook them for sisters until someone reminded me they were the very same women from the suicide incident. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. As a result, I discreetly stepped back, hiding behind the crowd. This action, indeed, saved my life. Soon after, the two women appeared to engage in a heated argument, escalating in intensity. In the next instant, the woman in the blue dress waved her hand, and the ward doors swung open abruptly, unleashing a throng of patients. After enduring such inhumane torment, they naturally harbored a deep-seated hatred for the doctors who had treated them as mere guinea pigs, thus unleashing a scene of carnage. During the escape, I observed that these patients' personalities were unstable. The primary persona loathed the doctors to the point of wanting to devour them, while the second persona, grateful for the new life bestowed by the doctors, refrained from harming them, and even protected several physicians. Upon hearing this, Chen sensed something amiss. The second persona evidently would not simply protect these doctors out of gratitude. Their earlier discussions must conceal a deeper secret. Was it merely gratitude? Chapter 152. The Divine Game of Rules. Yang Feng scratched his head in contemplation. Perhaps it was out of gratitude, at that moment. I was too anxious to escape to observe closely. He nodded. Now, let us proceed. Later, when everyone was engulfed in despair, the woman in red waved her hand, and all the patients underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming dominated by their second personalities. From that point onward, these patients established a cycle where their primary personalities reigned during the day, while at night, their second personalities took control. Consequently, with the ascendance of the second personalities, the ruthless pursuit of the doctors came to a temporary halt. Seizing this brief respite, the group began devising ways to survive. Some quick-witted individuals contemplated fleeing the building. Unfortunately, as they reached the entrance, two women simultaneously waved their hands, casting a mysterious barrier that prevented anyone from stepping outside. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a flicker of realization. The strange dual personalities do not wish to let the doctors escape. It is understandable that the woman in blue harbors animosity towards them. But what about the woman in red? Could it be related to the plan they mentioned? Faced with the inability to escape, the people devised a new strategy. Familiar with the logic of the two personalities, many sought to appease the second personality and took refuge in the patient wards. The doors of those rooms had previously been secured with puzzle locks, designed to expedite the activation of the patient's second personalities, rendering the primary personalities unable to enter. Chen nodded and inquired, then why did you flee upstairs? Yang Feng chuckled ruefully. At that time, I thought the upper floors were occupied by family members. Surely, they could not harm their own kin. That makes sense. Chen replied. Yet, it seems you miscalculated. Many rushed upstairs with me, and in the chaos, numerous individuals failed to obtain keys to the dormitory area. Consequently, they resorted to deceit, tricking open the doors of several patients' family members and hiding inside. Then, the next day, you discovered that the primary personalities of those individuals had gone mad with rage, indiscriminately killing? Chen asked. Indeed, they became obsessed, convinced that their relatives had sold them into this place as test subjects for profit. And how did you realize something was amiss and find a way to survive? Upon hearing this, the man smiled mysteriously. Do not rush. In fact, the entire story has already reached its conclusion. However, I still have something to show you. Once you see this, you will be utterly astonished and understand how I survived. What is it? Just wait. As he spoke, Yang Feng hurried back to his room, returning shortly with a tablet. As I was sent by the organization to gather intelligence, I naturally installed several miniature cameras within the building. Because of this, I fortuitously captured what the two women did after we escaped. Hearing this, Chen's interest was piqued, and he leaned in closer. Soon, the footage began to play. The two women stood silently at the entrance, exchanging not a word. They gracefully waved their snow-white arms, resembling celestial beings dancing beneath the night sky. As they moved, words began to materialize in the void. Chen focused intently, realizing that many of these words closely resembled the rules he had previously encountered. They pertained to matters such as deliveries and regulations concerning the patients. However, the sole difference was that these rules were evidently directed at the staff. The ones Chen had seen earlier were meant to guide his own survival. Moreover, Chen keenly observed that the two women seemed to be in direct opposition. One established rules to protect the patients, while the other invariably countered with new methods to eliminate them. It was as though they were engaged in a game of black and white, strategizing amidst the void. As the confrontation intensified, the rules proliferated in the sky. Elegant characters emitted a gentle glow, akin to stars twinkling. At that moment, both women turned to gaze at the night sky, and then together transformed into a multitude of fireflies, soaring away into the wind, vanishing from sight. The rules that had adorned the heavens faded alongside them, leaving their imprints upon the building before gradually dissipating. The video concluded. Under the operation of the supreme rules, everyone in the live streaming room witnessed the scene clearly. Isn't this astonishingly ethereal? I can hardly believe it. Those upstairs should remember that these are peculiar beings. Do not insult my sister. Even with her mind fractured, she strives to fulfill her dreams. How can that be deemed bizarre? It is the essence of a dream-chasing fairy. How amusing. I find it utterly ridiculous that you internet dwellers are so out of touch with reality. I seriously suspect you are all delirious. Everyone, please remain silent for a moment. I must say, this is 1,000 times superior to most domestic fantasy dramas. If any of those shows possessed even half this quality, I would be compelled to binge watch. The agitated gentlemen upstairs should remain calm. By your logic, if they had half the quality, it would still require a 5,000-fold improvement. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Chapter 153. Zhang Yang's unease. Meanwhile, Chen raised his gaze towards Yang Feng. Did you survive by detecting the hidden intricacies of the rules portrayed in the video? Indeed, Yang Feng replied. Initially, I intended to contact the organization for assistance, but I found myself unable to reach their number. At that moment, I realized that these two young ladies were not merely bickering. They were truly capable of establishing the rules of this building. The structure had genuinely concealed itself from the real world. So you remained holed up at home, utilizing the cameras you had set up in the building to gather intelligence? Chen inquired. Yang Feng shook his head. Not quite. My infiltration aimed to investigate the Balasin organization, so my cameras were placed on the lower floors. Moreover, the following morning, I was perplexed to discover that all my cameras had malfunctioned. Fortunately, I had downloaded the video of the rules being established the night before out of sheer astonishment. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. A glimmer of realization flickered in Chen's eyes. The cameras failed the next morning, including the one capturing the peculiar woman? Yang Feng nodded affirmatively. At this point, Chen was entirely convinced that all residents were ensnared in a loop. The cameras served as the most compelling evidence. Since no one had obstructed him while he recorded the enigmatic woman, it stood to reason that there was no rationale for her to render all those cameras useless. The only plausible explanation was that, over the course of a year, the cameras had gradually run out of power, leading to their malfunction. Yang Feng remained oblivious to this detail. From his perspective, it was as if he had awakened to find all the cameras inoperative. Chen refrained from sharing this conclusion with Yang Feng. He sensed that the matter of the loop harbored significant secrets. Moreover, upon reflecting on the bewildering rules devised by the woman in red, He pondered whether they were designed to lay a trap for uncovering the loop. Hence, it was imperative that he kept this to himself. At such a critical juncture, any potential ripple effect could lead to disastrous outcomes. According to the rules established by the two women, the 9th floor and above belonged to the domain of deities. Furthermore, the woman in red would simultaneously wield two forms of divine power tonight, her strength reaching its zenith. Who could say whether she had already begun to assimilate the powers of the woman in blue, thus enabling her to surveil and eavesdrop on his current actions? At this pivotal moment, while probing into the building's history might still be tolerated by the other party, revealing their most deeply concealed secrets could incite their wrath, leading to dire consequences for him. Thus, it was of utmost importance to keep his thoughts to himself. By the way, do you have any spare miniature cameras? Chen suddenly thought of something crucial. Tonight at midnight, the director will hold a meeting in the loft on the 18th floor. A multitude of events is bound to unfold then. Coupled with what Yang Feng mentioned earlier, that ominous black portal lies somewhere on the 18th floor. If I do not witness the entire process of tonight's meeting, I fear I may miss something significant. However, I cannot venture there myself. That would be akin to delivering takeout to the uncanny. Thus, Yang Feng's miniature cameras might prove invaluable. Yes, but there aren't many left. Do you need them? Yang Feng queried, somewhat perplexed. Yes, I do, Chen affirmed. I previously mentioned that all my cameras malfunctioned overnight. I suspect this building prohibits the use of cameras. Chen smiled slightly, feigning an air of mystery. No worries, I have my methods. Yang Feng regarded Chen's confident demeanor, contemplating that it was no wonder he had ascended to the position of director. He certainly possessed a myriad of strategies. However, he found it curious that organizations typically operated regionally. What was Chen's objective in his home area? Nonetheless, Yang Feng did not linger on his thoughts and promptly retrieved the few remaining miniature cameras, handing them to Chen along with the user manual. Chen glanced at the document and, with Yang Feng's assistance and explanation, quickly mastered the camera's operation. Once these matters were settled, Chen excused himself, citing a pressing need to use the restroom. At that moment, he had another vital task at hand. In this perilous world of eerie tales, as a master of manipulation among NPCs, he typically only trusted half of what others said to avoid being deceived. Yang Feng was no exception. Regardless of how grandiose his claims or the multitude of examples he provided, a substantial question mark lingered in Chen's mind. As for verifying the authenticity of the information, it was straightforward. Let the experts handle the specialized inquiries. The experts from Long Country possessed insights into human sciences that were ultimately more reliable than his own. Once inside the restroom, Chen quietly addressed the air. Please assist me in investigating whether the historical figures on Blue Star correspond with the events Yang Feng described. Additionally, consult a neurologist to determine if there are significant flaws in the theories presented. Kindly send your findings by 10 o'clock. Time is of the essence. Even if the investigation is incomplete, please share whatever you can. After delivering his instructions, Chen pressed the toilet flush and washed his hands before exiting the restroom. Are there any other secrets you know? He casually inquired, seizing the moment. None at all. You've drained every last drop from me. Yang Feng replied, exasperated. Hearing this, Chen took a few steps back in disdain, internally musing, this fellow can't possibly have any unsavory habits, can he? Nevertheless, with the mindset of extracting any last ounce of value from Yang Feng, Chen refrained from making a hasty exit and instead asked, in the past few days, have you heard any knocking sounds from room 901, or perhaps the sounds of food deliveries? Yang Feng nodded. As for 901, I have no idea who lives there. They seem utterly oblivious. There are constant knocks on the door every few days. Not to mention today, when someone knocked for an entire afternoon. Just the other day. That place attracted a dozen delivery personnel. It nearly scared me senseless. Chen felt somewhat embarrassed by Yang Feng's assessment of him, but quickly regained his composure. He waved a hand to interrupt Yang Feng's tirade, and continued to inquire. Before this, did you hear any knocking sounds? Before this? Yang Feng scratched his head, pondering. Then nodded. Yes, but only twice. It sounded like someone was picking up a delivery. At that, Chen's heart raced with astonishment. He had inadvertently unearthed vital information through his probing questions. Chapter 154. The Dragon Kingdom's Hint. Chen begins to strike if Yang Feng's words hold any truth. Does that not imply that Zhang Yang left the room just moments before he arrived? Why did this Zhang Yang choose to flee now, of all times, when he could have escaped earlier or later? Moreover, how could he time his departure with such precision? Additionally, Yang Feng previously mentioned that the boyfriend of the deceased woman possessed certain skills, which unnerved the Balison father-son duo, prompting their hasty return home. Yet, Zhang Yang is merely a mathematics teacher. What abilities could he possibly possess? The mystery surrounding Zhang Yang deepens. Su Chen would never believe that he had not calculated his move. At this moment, the danger Zhang Yang posed in Su Chen's mind was escalating, subtly surpassing that of the enigmatic woman. The reason for this apprehension is simple. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. The strange sister duo had already revealed numerous secrets, thus no longer instilling the same dread in Su Chen as before. Just as he succumbed to contemplation, the announcement board of the Rule World materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a mechanical voice only he could hear. Beep. The Dragon Kingdom officially utilizes its one-time hint opportunity to provide guidance to the Chosen One, Su Chen. Please, Chosen One Su Chen, review it promptly. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, Old Chen had already arranged for individuals to investigate these matters. Witnessing the Dragon Kingdom's efficient response, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Ah, my friend, I am experiencing a slight stomach ache. I must visit the restroom again. Without awaiting a response, Su Chen swiftly retreated to the restroom. The next moment, his finger tapped the void, and a hint filled with text emerged before him. It has been verified that the celebrities mentioned by Yang Feng bear a striking resemblance to individuals from the Blue Star, with only minute discrepancies. Regarding the blind woman from the west that Yang Feng referred to, we have also located relevant information that aligns with his account. However, due to time constraints, we are unable to conduct further investigations. A preliminary assessment suggests a truth probability of 61.3. The brain surgery Yang Feng described has been confirmed by neurology experts to be accurate. This procedure was widely employed in the West to treat epilepsy patients until the rise of modern neuroscience led to its cessation. Nonetheless, in today's society, it is still occasionally utilized for severely afflicted epilepsy patients. As for the notion of a latent personality residing in the right hemisphere, experts have not reached a conclusion. However, evidence exists indicating that some patients may experience their left hand constricting their throat during sleep, while others may suddenly stab themselves with a knife. Experts conclude that Yang Feng's described process is insufficient to substantiate the emergence of a complete second personality in such a manner. Nevertheless, the possibility of such phenomena occurring under the influence of specific mysterious substances or environmental triggers cannot be dismissed. Concerning the phenomenon of the white knight separation and personality rotation over time, a scientific explanation remains elusive. Simultaneously, psychological experts have thoroughly re-evaluated the entirety of Yang Feng's narrative, concluding that no signs of deceit were detected. Following the series of expert opinions, the Dragon Kingdom delivered its final conclusion. The underlying logic of the story presented by the counterpart is valid. The evidence is authentic. Yet the veracity of the final outcome remains indeterminate. It cannot be ruled out that, under certain mystical influences, such an event could occur. In summary, the probability that Yang Feng's account is truthful stands at 88.21. After analyzing Yang Feng's situation, the next focus shifted to the experiences of other Chosen Ones from various nations, such as the Chosen One from Bobo Nation, who was ambushed while merely using the elevator, and the Golden Nation's Estelle, who transformed into a lightning deity and electrified the six-pointed star. The Chosen One from the Windmill Kingdom attempted to escape by scaling the walls, only to be apprehended by security personnel. Observing these accounts, Su Chen reflected thoughtfully. These individuals had inadvertently tested numerous hypotheses for him. He had previously contemplated utilizing the elevator to gain a time advantage, but alas, it seemed impractical. A different approach was necessary. As he scrolled through the hint, Su Chen's gaze shifted to the subsequent content. Soon, he finished reading the follow-up, which detailed an escape route simulated by the Dragon Kingdom's computer. However, after a brief analysis, he resolved not to adopt this method. Simply put, it was far too perilous. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom had indicated that this escape strategy did not incorporate Yang Feng's narrative. Given the time constraints, recalculating would be unfeasible. Thus, Su Chen was left to discern the pertinent details himself. For this matter, Su Chen remained unconcerned, for he had already devised the fundamental logic for his escape. What remained were mere details, such as how to lure all NPCs into his trap. After pondering for a moment, a smile graced Su Chen's face, clearly indicating that he had conceived a strategy. Coupled with the fact that he had uncovered most of the secrets within this building, his spirits soared. However, this fleeting joy was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of urgency. Su Chen recalled the rules established by the two women. On the seventh night, starting at the hour of the rat, I shall wield complete divine power, and you shall cooperate with me. Could this hour of the rat possibly commence at 11 o'clock? Earlier rules had stated midnight, leading Su Chen to mistakenly believe that the witching hour began at 12. However, in light of this rule, it appeared that the true commencement was at 11, when the woman in the red dress would begin to swell with power, peaking at 12. Consequently, he needed to accelerate his actions. For no one could predict the extent of the red-dressed woman's strength at 11 o'clock. With this thought in mind, Chen rose, pressed the flush button, washed his hands as before, and exited the restroom. Enough of this chatter. Provide me with your organization's contact information, Chen directed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng, what use is it to give you the contact information? Did I not mention that the building is already? Yang Feng's voice trailed off, growing increasingly faint. The next moment, his eyes widened in horror as he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "You intend to escape? That is impossible. They do not suffer from face blindness at night." "And so what?" Chen replied, retrieving the attire of the six-pointed star from the takeout bag he had brought. Witnessing this scene, Yang Feng's shock intensified. "Have you infiltrated the enemy's ranks in just a few short days?" "Heh." Chen chuckled, continuing, "Enough with the nonsense. Quickly provide me with your organization's contact information. Once I escape, I will ensure your organization comes to rescue you." After a brief moment of stunned silence, Yang Feng suddenly snapped back to reality and dashed into the bedroom. Tearing a piece of paper from the desk and inscribing the organization's contact details along with their department's secret code. Accepting the paper from Yang Feng, Chen casually tucked it into his pocket. After adjusting his appearance and confirming everything was in order, he waved at Yang Feng, opened the door, and strode into the dark corridor, resembling a warrior advancing toward the abyss. Chapter 155, A Game of Chess. Who is the superior player? After leaving Yang Feng's residence, Chen did not hasten to room 701. Instead, he retraced his steps back to room 901. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom's officials confirmed Yang Feng's truthfulness and the validity of his evidence, Chen had begun to devise a plan based on the underlying logic revealed in Yang Feng's narrative. As for the officials' assertion that certain enigmatic phenomena could not be explained scientifically, Chen chose to conveniently disregard that statement. Is it not evident? In a world rife with strange tales, not everything can be elucidated through science. Otherwise, would not the supreme rules lose their gravitas? Nevertheless, Chen held a deep appreciation for the Dragon Kingdom officials' meticulous stance. What he required were professionals, grounded in science, to assist him in validating information. After all, science is rooted in empirical evidence and advocates for a pragmatic approach. Thus, the clues provided by the officials were immensely instructive, allowing Chen to promptly ascertain the underlying logic of the building. Consequently, within a mere 10 minutes, he had fleshed out approximately 70 to 80% of the details of his plan. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen opened the door to room 901. The first sight that greeted him was the delivery person, writhing towards the door. Chen could not help but chuckle. This delivery person was truly tenacious. Even bound like a caterpillar, he was still striving for survival. Did he truly believe himself a pupa? Chen approached and nudged him back to his original position with his foot. All that effort for naught. He then picked up the delivery person's phone from the table and unlocked the screen using the delivery person's face. After setting it to never sleep, he tucked the phone into his pocket. Having completed these tasks, Chen paid no further heed to the delivery person, allowing him to flounder in his state. The individual had lost all utility. As long as he did not escape and complicate matters for Chen, he could do as he pleased. Chen casually grabbed the takeout bag from the table and headed to the refrigerator, placing the remaining piece of the bizarrely prepared meat into the bag. This item could be a formidable weapon in the right hands. As he contemplated his plan, a smile crept onto his lips. "I hope you enjoy it," he muttered softly. With the essential supplies ready, Chen wandered around the room once more, checking for any oversights. Soon enough, he recalled something: the two torn photographs. Given his substantial doubts regarding Zhang Yang, it would be far more prudent to utilize those photographs to seek information from acquaintances of Zhang Yang than to embark on a futile search. Without further ado, he retrieved the two photographs and carefully placed them in the pocket of his clothing. Chen then returned to the living room, dragged the delivery person into the bedroom, administered an additional shock with the stun baton, and locked the bedroom door. With that, the individual could not possibly cause him any trouble that night. Now, everything was in order. The next step was to confront the peculiar peak of this endeavor. In this game of chess, let us see who possesses the superior skill. With a smile, Chen donned his mask, opened the door, and stepped out, his demeanor radiating confidence. Upon returning to room 701, Chen tossed aside his mask and slumped onto the sofa, stretching comfortably. He then began to speak to the air. "Based on the information you provided me earlier, I observed that the few subordinates I had collected at the zoo are still holed up at home, having not received any official notice. They are likely awaiting my guidance. Unfortunately, my next actions are unlikely to be replicated by them. However, there is no need for disappointment. Even if they cannot replicate my maneuvers, I can still offer them a clear path forward. Please convey the following survival strategies to them precisely as I outline. The time 2222 is quite pleasing to the eye. I find it rather appealing. What about you? A height of 5 stories is also quite suitable for living. It is neither too high nor too low, and should the elevator malfunction, climbing the stairs is not exhausting. Remember to consider 5 stories when purchasing a home in the future. One should not overly concern themselves with the opinions of others or seek to appease them. There is nothing wrong with ignoring those one does not wish to engage with. After all, what is the issue with being aloof? Additionally, people are inherently lazy creatures. So it is paramount to have a plan, and it must be sufficiently detailed. For example, one should outline what they intend to do every hour over the next 5 to 6 days. Post it in a place where it can be frequently seen, and naturally. This will help eradicate the habit of lethargy. Lastly, while staying out all night is indeed an undesirable habit, given the late hour, there is no need to return home. As for what time to return, I recommend watching Calabash Brothers. Oh, perhaps you haven't seen it. In that case, you might consider watching Big Dipper. This concludes my guidance for other nations. At this moment, the Strange Tales Department of the Dragon Kingdom has swiftly printed Chen's outlined survival strategies. Shaoli received the manuscript from the staff and handed it to Elder Chen. Should we relay this to Sawai and Tieba nations, as Chen suggested? Shaoli inquired. Elder Chen perused the text and nodded. Yes, but remember to emphasize that they should refrain from complicating matters unnecessarily. Chen's wording is quite straightforward. The chosen ones should comprehend it without issue. Understood. With that, Shaoli exited the conference room to arrange for personnel to contact the diplomatic department and relay the relevant information. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Elder Chen, do you truly believe such a simple plan can assist them in overcoming their predicament? It's not that I doubt Chen, but the difficulty of this instance has escalated, leaving me psychologically unsettled. I find it hard to believe that a plan so easily executed could navigate a realm filled with traps. Furthermore, if Chen believes this method will lead to success, why would he choose a different path? Shaoli scratched his head in confusion. To address your first question, Chen is not one to make grandiose claims. His confidence indicates a high probability of success in this method. As for why he opted for an alternative route, that remains uncertain. Perhaps he has his own considerations. Additionally, your perception of simplicity stems from your detached viewpoint. If you were to switch places with them, could you devise this survival strategy? Shaoli fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Now, tell me why Chen is instructing them to make plans. The enigmatic woman left a message instructing people to return after 6 in the morning. Why, then, does Chen insist they return after 7? And how does he derive the significance of 2222? Elder Chen fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Shaoli, causing him to falter. That, Shaoli stammered, unable to respond. Enough of this idle chatter, Elder Chen rasped. Go reflect on these questions. And remember, in this position, do not base your judgments on personal feelings, nor allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Learn to discern the essence of matters. Upon hearing this, Shaoli's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had succumbed to his old habits. He chose not to utter another word and quietly retreated to contemplate his shortcomings. Chapter 156. The Fool is Not Foolish. Sakura country has gone mad at this moment. Only the allies of the Dragon Kingdom still had opportunities for hints. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom felt no need to conceal information. Moreover, not only were the Dragon Kingdom's subordinates copying answers, but there were also some fence-sitting nations involved. The Dragon Kingdom's officials were concerned that, through word of mouth, errors might arise, leading to unnecessary consequences. Thus, it was more prudent to disseminate the information online. This way, if any issues occurred, they could not be blamed on the Dragon Kingdom. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Kingdom's officials issued an announcement on their Weibo platform, detailing the survival methods mentioned by Chen, while tagging the official accounts of these nations. As for why the Dragon Kingdom did not post on the Little Blue Bird platform, the reason was quite simple. The notion of free speech was utterly absurd. If you were seated correctly, you could say whatever you wished. If you were not in the same pit as me, I would rather sew your mouth shut. Given this, there was no need to seek out trouble. Posting on Weibo saved them some worry. After all, it was unlikely that their official account would be suppressed on their own platform. Soon, the tag nations began to respond beneath the Dragon Kingdom's Weibo post. Thank you, Big Brother. We have shipped 50,000 tons of natural gas. Please check it. Thanks to our Dragon Kingdom comrade, we invite all of Dragon Kingdom to enjoy mangoes. Thank you, Dragon Kingdom. Do you like eating pear noodles? There is plenty. Big Brother is mighty. We are poor and have nothing to offer. How about we set off some fireworks? What do you think about the Sakura skies looking splendid? In response to the earlier messages, the Dragon Kingdom replied courteously, You are too kind. Helping each other is what we should do. However, upon seeing a certain foolish country's comment, the Dragon Kingdom's officials could no longer contain themselves. Why was this person so obsessed with playing with fireworks every day? How could their thought process differ so drastically from that of most nations? Wouldn't it be better to quietly amass wealth together? What was the point of fighting? Thus, in response to this comment, the Dragon Kingdom directly replied, "Not interested. Please refrain from playing with fireworks at your age." The next moment, the foolish country responded instantly, "Big brother, the key is that we are so poor it drives us mad. Never mind, if we don't set off fireworks, just wait for my good news." The Dragon Kingdom officials were perplexed. What good news? However, upon seeing the other party mention not setting off fireworks, they felt a sense of relief and chose not to reply further. Meanwhile, on the other side, a certain plump individual from the foolish country picked up the phone and dialed the Sakura country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "I am preparing to take action against you." Sakura country replied, "Wait, what is going on? We have no grievances, do we? Your country indiscriminately dumps wastewater into the sea, killing many of our fish. Big brother, don't slander us. Other countries have not said anything, so why are you so concerned? And experts say the wastewater we processed is safe and free of radiation. Oh, but your country's volcano erupted for half a month, polluting the environment and frightening our children, causing them sleepless nights and negatively impacting the future of our nation." Sakura country retorted, "This is utterly ridiculous. We are so far away, and with the wind direction, how could it possibly affect you? Moreover, we are the ones suffering. And the worst part is, did we even cause that eruption? Big brother, please don't make unfounded accusations. This is a natural disaster, beyond our control." "Well, in that case, your country's name irritates me. Enough, I'm done pretending. I'm here to confront you. Unless you sincerely apologize to my big brother." Sakura country responded, "So you're done pretending, huh? Little chick, or rather, little Blackfoot, you really intend to help the Dragon Kingdom vent their frustrations? This is absurd." However, it was too long before Sakura country's officials realized the gravity of the situation, despite being affected by a drop in intelligence. Even politicians could not escape the sharp instincts of their profession. Although the foolish country had latched onto the Dragon Kingdom's support and was thriving in the realm of strange tales, their poverty meant they could not provide any substantial benefits to their big brother. In the short term, this was manageable, but over time, anxiety would inevitably creep in, fearing that their big brother might abandon them. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as a one-sided relationship. Therefore, even if the Dragon Kingdom had never intended to accept gifts from its subordinates, the foolish country would still find ways to assist the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, they were the best breakthrough point. Historical issues remained unresolved, and under the influence of the ugly country, they distorted history and vilified the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom, valuing its reputation, would not deliberately target them or force them to submit. Thus, if the foolish country managed to accomplish this, it would be a windfall for the Dragon Kingdom. Realizing the significance of this, the upper echelons of Sakura country felt a shiver run down their spines. They had reached a crossroads. To curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom would invite destruction from the ugly country's occupying forces. To continue targeting the Dragon Kingdom would lead to their own demise. Between these two paths, choosing incorrectly would plunge them into an abyss. Big brother, how can I make a decision in such haste? How about this? Give me 2 days, and I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. 1 day? All right, 1 day. Sakura country quickly agreed. After hanging up, the upper echelons convened a meeting to deliberate on the matter. At this critical juncture, siding with the Dragon Kingdom would lead to their destruction by the ugly country, and given historical reasons, the Dragon Kingdom might not come to their rescue, instead choosing to observe from the sidelines. That makes sense, but what if the foolish country attacks? They have already begun to casually fly missiles over our heads and strike us. They're serious about this. I have a solution, said a person with a relatively high IQ. Speak. In my opinion, the decline of the ugly country is a fact. However, it remains a formidable opponent, capable of retaliating even in its death throes. Additionally, we cannot predict if the next chosen one of the ugly country will reverse its fate. Therefore, the best strategy is to buy time. We can at least verbally apologize to the Dragon Kingdom and later claim to the ugly country that we were forced into it. In such a situation, the ugly country would not pursue us too rigorously. At worst, we would suffer some financial loss. Then, the key is during the next Strange Tale dungeon. If the ugly country regains its strength, we will continue to follow their lead. If they continue to decline, even if someone like Chen emerges, they will never catch up to the Dragon Kingdom's fortune. At that point, we can decisively align ourselves with the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this analysis, the officials of Sakura country displayed expressions of delight and nodded in agreement. Well said. Let us proceed with this plan. Chapter 157. The emergence of the Shadow Emperor at this critical juncture, not only was the Sakura nation troubled, but the Bear Nation found itself in a state of distress as well. In the conference room, several burly men first downed a bottle of vodka before summoning the courage to speak. Davari, one began, emboldened by the liquor. Although we are ostensibly allies of the Dragon Nation, it seems reasonable to borrow a few answers from their homework. However, we must recognize that the alliance was formed primarily to counter the Ugly Nation. With the Ugly Nation's decline now evident, our significance to the Dragon Nation has diminished considerably. While we still share a brotherly bond with them, our history is not without its grievances. Therefore, if we continue to shamelessly copy their homework, it becomes increasingly untenable. A flushed individual spoke in a low, rumbling tone. At this moment, another man waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. Davari, you are being overly pessimistic. Have you not seen that the Dragon Nation has directly sent us an assignment? Upon hearing this, the first speaker's face contorted with anger. Have you had too much to drink? Their sending us assignments is a courtesy. What if they choose not to send us anything at all? He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Ah!" The man fell silent. Realizing the truth in the other's words, he had no recourse. "So, what do you propose we do?" he inquired. "In my opinion, we should offer the Dragon Nation some oil and natural gas. We are still brothers. They wouldn't refuse to help us with our assignments. That is a reasonable point. After all, we have fought alongside them against the Ugly Nation. This bond should suffice." Another chimed in. "Indeed, the Dragon Nation values its face and would not abandon its allies." Listening to the discussion, the first man's face grew red with frustration, culminating in a furious fist pounding on the table. "Fools! All of you are absolute fools. Let us not forget that our Bear Nation has been left in tatters by the oligarchs. Without the Dragon Nation's assistance, we would be unable to withstand even a few regulatory disasters. And even if the Dragon Nation chooses not to abandon us, what will happen when we finally reach the end? What will occur then?" His bear-like gaze swept across the room. "What will happen? World peace?" Someone ventured. "Nonsense. The only survivors will be the allies and subordinates of the Dragon Nation. Will we not stand out like a sore thumb among them? Remember, those fence-sitters, despite their past disputes with the Dragon Nation, have long since offered reparations. And what about us? We have seized land from the Dragon Nation. Although this land dispute is murky, you must understand that the people of the Dragon Nation have farming ingrained in their very DNA. Have you not seen them attempting to cultivate crops in space? For these people, taking their land is akin to robbing their harvest during a feast. So, are you all awake now?" As he finished speaking, a cold sweat broke out among the group. Even the effects of the alcohol seemed to dissipate. A moment's reflection made it clear to them that once the Dragon Nation's enemies were dealt with in the regulatory world, the remaining fortunate ones would include a bothersome entity like themselves. At that point, they would be at the mercy of the knife, while they would be the meat. "Do you have any solutions?" someone asked. "Solutions? Quite simple, but I doubt you would accept it." "What? Return the Far East to them." "What? You are a traitor." The crowd erupted in disbelief. "See, I knew you would react this way. If you refuse to agree, find your own solutions." With that, the man stood and exited the conference room, leaving behind a group of despondent high-ranking officials from the Bear Nation. Meanwhile, in the realm of bizarre tales, Chen was engaged in a conversation with the hexagram, hoping to extract any remaining value from him. "Do you recognize this person?" Chen asked, pointing at a photograph of Zhang Yang. "No, I've never seen him," the hexagram replied using sign language. "This individual is related to someone among your lot, and yet you have never encountered him?" "Indeed, I have not. And as you know, some memories are safeguarded by another version of myself, and I have no authority to access them." After their earlier exchange, the hexagram had realized that Chen had acquired a wealth of information. Thus, he decided to drop his pretense. As long as the topic wasn't one strictly prohibited by the director, he was willing to elaborate on any inquiries Chen had. "Fine." Chen reluctantly tucked away the photograph and bent down to rebind the hexagram. The hexagram quickly waved his hands to stop him. "Wait, I have more to say." "What?" "I want to discuss joining us. Now that you are aware of the truth, would you be interested in becoming a member? Under my recommendation, the director will likely accept you and grant you sentience." Chen raised an eyebrow. "Join you in madness?" "No, thank you." He declined decisively. "Joining us is your only path to survival. Otherwise, you will face death or eternal imprisonment. What gives you such confidence? That is not for you to concern yourself with. You should know that your time for consideration is limited." "Why?" Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. "At midnight, all medical personnel will convene on the 18th floor. If I am absent, the director will be alerted. And then, someone will come looking for me, and at that point, your identity will be revealed." "Oh, I could simply hide you elsewhere, couldn't I?" Chen smirked. "We are employees of the director. He can sense our whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Chen smile faltered. A new lead. The director possesses such an ability. Then I could just kill you, right? Chen's eyes narrowed, glinting with menace. If I die, the director will sense it immediately, and you would be exposed right then and there, the hexagram replied, unperturbed. Chen fixed his gaze on the hexagram for a long moment, noticing that he did not appear to be lying. His expression darkened, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Indeed, I am making a clear threat. After midnight, you will find it impossible to escape. I will not hesitate to inform you that ascending above the 9th floor is tantamount to suicide, while below the 9th floor, you will find it impossible to evade us as we sweep through. A rare ferocity appeared on the hexagram's typically placid face. However, Chen was not easily intimidated. The more one threatened him, the more he rebelled. With a rough motion, he retied the hexagram, wrapping him tightly, leaving him resembling a mummy. Your face annoys me, Chen shouted before turning to leave. As he stepped out of the bedroom, a smile crept back onto his face. Damn, the acting still needs work, but thankfully, I didn't slip up. But honestly, I truly am not afraid. Pretending to be scared is quite a challenge. Chapter 158. The initial setup to speak candidly. The ominous threats articulated by the Star of David had long been deduced by Chen. How could he possibly be intimidated? Chen's actions bore a singular intention, to seize this opportunity to feign indignation, thereby obscuring any suspicion from his adversary while shrouding their vision. This would facilitate his subsequent arrangements. Having concluded these tasks, Chen donned his mask and opened the door, preparing to head towards the delivery machine room at 613. The location for his next strategic maneuver. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he stealthily surveyed the surroundings, noticing the corridor was devoid of any passersby. Seizing the moment, he swiftly darted to the door of 613, grasped the doorknob, and with a forceful push, the door creaked open silently. After cautiously closing the door behind him, Chen approached the spot where he had previously set up his phone stand. He retrieved the phone that was broadcasting the computer screen and ended the video call. From his pocket, he produced the delivery worker's phone, swiftly tapping the screen to bring up the QR code. With a satisfying beep, he added the Star of David's phone as a friend. Subsequently, he initiated a video call between the two devices, propping the delivery worker's phone on the stand to continue the broadcast. Completing these actions, Chen did not rush to depart. Instead, he circled around to the back of the computer desk, removed his backpack, and began to arrange his props. Before long, having finalized his preparations and ensuring the corridor remained empty, Chen stepped out with a sense of fulfillment. He deftly retrieved a small device from the keyhole, securing the door behind him. Unencumbered by the weight of the heavy backpack, Chen moved with a light step, ready to return to room 701 and await the arrival of midnight. However, after only a couple of strides, a thought struck him. Since he was already on the 6th floor, why not complete all arrangements in one go? This would prevent any rushed blunders later on. Resolved, Chen turned and headed towards the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator, he lifted his oversized uniform, folding it several layers thick to cushion the electronic display panel. Then, with a tightly clenched fist, he struck down upon the fabric with lightning speed. A dull thud resonated. Fortunately, the fabric served as a buffer, muffling the sound considerably. Peeking beneath the cloth, Chen noted the display panel was shattered. Regrettably, the elevator's robust construction allowed the floor numbers to remain vaguely discernible despite the damage. With a sigh of exasperation, Chen replaced the fabric and unleashed two powerful punches upon the panel. This time, the results were spectacular, as the display screen was thoroughly obliterated. Casting a glance at his handiwork, Chen slipped out of the elevator and made his way to the cafeteria. Indeed, this location was also part of Chen's grand scheme. Shortly, he arrived at the cafeteria, where, due to the absence of mealtime and the healthcare staff's meeting that evening, the cafeteria staff found themselves with ample leisure. As Chen entered, he observed several kitchen workers engaged in idle chatter, exuding an air of relaxation. At that moment, the kind-hearted woman who had previously interacted with Chen spotted him and waved him over. Once he approached, she gestured animatedly, inquiring why he had not come for dinner tonight, speculating if he was busy with research. She admonished him to remember that even in the throes of research, one must not neglect nourishment, lest he exhaust himself and miss out on the fruits of his labor. You should sit down for a while. The kitchen has some leftover dishes that I can heat up for you, she insisted, rising to guide Chen to a seat. He quickly interjected, It's all right. I've already eaten. I was delayed by some matters during dinner time, and I had plenty left over from last night. I simply reheated some leftovers and made do. You work so hard that you hardly take time to eat, she exclaimed. If everyone were as diligent as you, our plans would have progressed much sooner. Not at all. Everyone is quite dedicated, Chen replied, feigning modesty. At that moment, the others who had been conversing with the woman approached, eager to engage Chen. By the way, Star of David, I heard from your aunt that you made some breakthroughs in your research yesterday? One elder inquired. However, before Chen could respond, the excitement erupted among the crowd at the mention of progress. What? There has been a breakthrough? Is that true? My goodness, at last, some good news. The group erupted into animated gestures, their enthusiasm palpable. Only when the woman lightly chastised them, giving each a gentle slap, did they quiet down, at least on the surface. Their eager eyes remained fixed on Chen, awaiting confirmation of the advancement in their plans. Witnessing this fervor, Chen felt a surge of delight. He had initially contemplated how to stir their emotions to lower their rationality, but the woman's timely intervention had ignited the enthusiasm without his prompting. Straightening up, Chen assumed an authoritative demeanor, his aura shifting dramatically. Yes, there has indeed been a breakthrough, he proclaimed emphatically. As the confirmation spread, excitement surged among the listeners, who struggled to contain their joy. A few elders, in their exuberance, even leapt onto the dining table to celebrate, causing Chen to feel a rush of apprehension. Fearing for their safety. Given their age, a fall from such a height could be perilous, potentially rendering the plans moot. Collecting his thoughts, Chen raised his hand, signaling for calm. Once silence enveloped the room, he continued, when I spoke with your aunt yesterday, I was uncertain of our success, but after today's validations, I believe the chances of success are high. However, to ensure the plan has success, I will need some additional resources, which is precisely why I am here. Upon hearing this, the woman stepped forward, asking, what can we assist you with? Chen made a gesture as if to eat. Food. What use is food? Does it activate the patient's eating personas? Queried a bald chef, stroking his shiny head. However, before Chen could clarify, the woman shot a disapproving glance at the chef. Fool. Who's the real glutton here? The doctor who activated you must have been blind, stripping away your intellect, and allowing your head to fill with nonsense. She scolded, tapping his head with her finger. Chapter 159. The nether mushroom. The chef, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his head and took a step back, refraining from further interjections. Observing this, the elderly woman turned to Chen and inquired, do you seek the nether mushroom? Realizing the meaning behind her gestures, Chen's pupils dilated in surprise. So, this was the name of the ingredient in the dish. Previously, when he gestured to indicate a meal, he had been entirely unaware of what it was. He feared that a moment's inattention could lead to unforeseen consequences. Indeed, he needed to use this as a catalyst. Chen spoke nonsensically. Yet they had previously attempted to stimulate the patients with the nether mushroom, but the effects were fleeting, and soon the patients reverted to their original state. The elderly woman appeared somewhat incredulous. That was because they did not employ the correct method. This is precisely where my modifications come into play. Well, fine. The director will deliver more nether mushrooms tonight, and since many will be attending a meeting and foregoing supper, you may take it for your experiments. After gesturing, the elderly woman retreated to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen engaged in casual banter with others, yet his mind was occupied with the implications of the elderly woman's previous gestures. The nether mushroom was sent by the director, and it seemed to be delivered after every meeting. Where could they possibly acquire such a thing? Certainly, it could not be cultivated within the building. Otherwise, the elderly woman would not have attributed it to the director. Thus, the clues pointed to a most probable location, the 18th floor, the black portal. Within, this ominous door had appeared in eerie paintings, Yang Feng's tales, and even in his own hallucinations. Particularly, according to Yang Feng's narrative, this door was the origin of the building's strange occurrences. Consequently, if one were to ponder the origin of the nether mushroom, the likelihood of it emerging from this mysterious portal seemed the strongest. As this thought crystallized, Chen felt a sudden tightening in his chest. What lay beyond that door? Balison had acquired divine legends from within. The director had harvested the nether mushrooms from there. The connotations of the 18th floor, the nether, the uncanny, and the divine sparked unsettling associations in Chen's mind. The 18th layer of hell? The netherworld? The primordial realm of oddities? Or perhaps a resting place for deities? At that moment, the elderly woman returned, carrying a bag, interrupting Chen's spiraling thoughts. Is this enough? She asked, opening the bag towards him. Chen steadied himself, suppressing the previous distractions, and peered into the bag. At first glance, it appeared entirely black. The intense light illuminated the bag, creating a distortion that gave the impression it contained not nether mushrooms, but a black hole. Chen's heart raced as he focused intently. With the aid of his innate passive abilities, he finally discerned the true appearance of the nether mushroom. It was entirely devoid of luster, with slender stems and broad caps, causing most of the mushrooms to droop as if in mourning. If one were to describe its appearance in a single word, Chen immediately thought of a hanged ghost. Setting aside its looks, within those fleeting seconds, Chen discovered a distinctive trait. These mushrooms occasionally emitted strange glimmers, reminiscent of the so-called iridescent black. It was precisely through this flickering that he could fully comprehend their form. That will suffice, he quickly replied, wary of arousing suspicion. Since he was masquerading as a member of the six-pointed star, he must not appear ignorant. By the way, do you need the elderly woman to grind them into powder? Do you require them whole or in powdered form? Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up. He could not help but appreciate the elderly woman's timely assistance. Without him needing to broach the subject, she had taken the initiative to resolve everything. Chen couldn't resist a wry thought. Despite all precautions, the greatest threat often came from within. If, after all was said and done, the uncanny realized that the reason for his smooth escape was the elderly woman's enthusiastic assistance. He wondered if the beautiful, eerie woman would be enraged enough to perish on the spot. I need it powdered, and the finer, the better, Chen hastily replied. Great. You can chat with the gentleman for a bit longer. It will be ready soon. After gesturing, the elderly woman departed once more. Soon, the kitchen was filled with mechanical sounds. Simultaneously, the subtitles added by the rules of the world allowed everyone in Long Country to comprehend the conversation, leaving them in astonishment. What the heck? The elderly woman is an insider working for Chen. How perfectly coordinated. Indeed, this only underscored Chen's impressive ability to persuade. This young man was truly remarkable. Since entering the world of strange tales, he had deceived no fewer than 800 people. You understand nothing. That is not deception. It is merely a small fib my husband must tell to save the world of strange tales. Stop your pointless chatter. What does Chen intend to do with this coal-like substance? Winky face. Could it possibly be? Is this even permissible? How gruesome. Can you all not think rationally? Meanwhile, in the world of strange tales, the elderly woman emerged with a metal canister. I have sealed it in a box for you. Remember to cover it after use, as prolonged exposure to air will diminish its effectiveness. She handed over the canister and gestured accordingly. Thank you, elderly woman. Await my good news. After exchanging farewells, Chen returned to room 701, feeling a twinge of guilt. As Yang Feng had said, the personalities of these patients had darkened at night. Yet, Chen found them endearing and human. This made deceiving them all the more burdensome. If they were a group of scoundrels, he would feel no such weight on his conscience, only a sense of exhilaration. Alas, the elderly woman had treated him with such kindness. If they were to discover that he had upended their most cherished plans, how would they react? With a sigh, Chen acknowledged that while guilt lingered, certain actions were inevitable. After all, he was not expendable. He bore the weight of the entire populace of Long Country. This was akin to the train dilemma. One must choose whom to sacrifice. Chen would unhesitatingly opt to protect Long Country. Damn it. If I have the chance to return to the building after clearing it, I will spare no expense to secure a save point and desperately rescue you all. As a mild perfectionist with obsessive tendencies, Chen clenched his teeth in determination. Ugh, it hurts to think about, he muttered, shaking off those thoughts. Checking the time on his phone, he returned to his bedroom and retrieved a binding strap. He then found a fruit knife, activating the stopwatch on his phone. Chen began slicing the binding strap. In no time, the strap was severed into 2 segments. Upon seeing this, he quickly stopped the stopwatch. After noting the time, he procured a sheet of paper to begin calculations. Shortly thereafter, Chen arrived at the desired conclusion. The plan would commence in 10 minutes. Chapter 160, a farce of foolishness. Time slipped away swiftly as Chen narrowed his eyes and stepped towards the second bedroom. Approaching the figure known as the hexagram, he refrained from hastily unwrapping the bandages around the individual's head. Instead, taking advantage of the other's inability to see, he began to loosen the bindings on the left arm, creating the illusion that he wished to engage in conversation. Simultaneously, Chen activated his innate abilities. While diverting the hexagram's attention by unfastening the restraints, he discreetly affixed a miniature camera, acquired from Yang Feng, to the button of the hexagram's clothing. This camera, provided by the organization, possessed remarkable concealment capabilities. Had it not been for Chen's extraordinary skills, the hexagram would have remained oblivious, let alone anyone else. Having completed these subtle maneuvers, Chen bent down to untie the bandages from the hexagram's head. According to his plan, as the hexagram regained sight, he would undoubtedly notice the small knife peeking from Chen's pocket due to his bent posture. By the rules governing their situation, the hexagram would feel compelled to attend the meeting if there was any possibility of doing so. Thus, he would instinctively reach for the knife to cut his bindings. Unfortunately, plans often falter. The hexagram was, regrettably, utterly blind. Despite Su Chen's continuous offers, this fool failed to perceive anything. Su Chen felt as though he were a stunning beauty showcasing her assets to a eunuch, utterly futile. Frustrated, he harbored a strong desire to pummel this incompetent fool. Yet, the plan was paramount. He steeled himself to continue the charade. With a face that resembled a grotesque grimace more than a smile, he addressed the hexagram. Brother, can you devise a way to let me go? Look, I am of no use to you. Just release me. Impossible. No one can leave this building. The hexagram brusquely interrupted Su Chen, responding with an air of superiority. Observing the pretentious demeanor of his captor, Su Chen struggled to suppress his urge to strike him. Are you putting on a show? I'm holding back. Su Chen exclaimed. Brother, this is futile. Addressing me as grandfather will not change anything. Rules are rules. But there are no buts. If you do not join us, you will die? Seeing the hexagram's repeated refusals, Su Chen recognized the moment had arrived. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. If you deny me a way out, then you shall not live either. If I perish, the director, damn it. If I cannot live, I will drag you down with me. With that, Su Chen began to loosen the bindings on the hexagram. He feigned urgency. As the ropes fell away, the hexagram, bound by the rules, was compelled to resist and entertain thoughts of attending the meeting. Consequently, he began to struggle violently. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen pretended to lose his footing and fell atop the hexagram. The small knife slipped conveniently to the hexagram's side. To prevent the fool from acting against the plan upon seizing the knife, Su Chen swiftly delivered a powerful strike, rendering the hexagram utterly dazed. Resistance? I can defeat you once. I can defeat you 1,000 times. Show me resistance again. After declaring this, Su Chen hoisted the hexagram and, with one hand, tore several bindings before heading towards the bathroom, realizing he could not overpower Su Chen through resistance. The hexagram understood that passively allowing himself to be captured would inevitably lead to the discovery of the knife in his possession. In a moment of clarity, he cleverly tucked the knife into the waistband at his lower back. Su Chen noticed this and let out a sigh of relief. Acting alongside a fool truly drained one's energy. Upon entering the bathroom, Su Chen unceremoniously tossed the hexagram into the bathtub. He then bound his hands behind his back and elevated his feet to prevent any chance of escape. You want me to wait for death? I'll show you what waiting for death feels like. Su Chen said with malice as he turned on the faucet, albeit slightly. This was not due to concerns over damaging the camera. Its quality was exceptional. Rather, he feared the fool might genuinely escape and drown himself. Furthermore, this method of slow torment aligned perfectly with the psychological state he was portraying. You incompetent fools think you can kill me? I'll wait right here. Let us see how you intend to do it. Even if the director comes, I'll make him kneel and sing my praises. After venting these threatening words, Su Chen returned to the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Damn it, this is exhausting. I hope that fool gives me some assistance and doesn't he cause more trouble. After muttering this under his breath, Su Chen retrieved his phone to view the camera feed. The image was slightly shaky, interspersed with the sound of rushing water and cutting noises. Upon seeing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. It worked. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was perfectly aligned. Previously, the hexagram had needed to cut through multiple bindings. Now, he only needed to sever the one around his wrist to free himself from the rest. Thus, time had remained unaltered. Before long, the feed began to show movement. It appeared the hexagram had managed to escape. He stealthily exited the bathroom, glancing around the empty living room. After checking the tightly shut bedroom door, he let out a sigh of relief. Cautiously, he began making his way toward the front door. With utmost care, he opened the door and slipped out, sprinting up the stairs. Along the way, several individuals who were not required to attend the meeting noticed the drenched and disheveled hexagram, bearing visible slap marks on his face, and inquired about the situation. He paid them no mind. Time was of the essence. Other medical personnel had already departed, and he sensed the director's summons. He had to rush to the 18th floor for the meeting. This urgency also explained why, after escaping, he did not immediately rally others to help capture Su Chen. For them, the director's orders took precedence above all else. As for Su Chen, he was already trapped like a fish in a barrel. All he needed to do was report to the director, and they could systematically search level by level. There was nowhere for that fool to hide. Oh right, that guy is quite skilled. But what good is being skilled? Out here, power dynamics reign supreme. With these thoughts racing through his mind, the hexagram dashed towards the rooftop. Watching these events unfold, Su Chen let out a deep breath. He had finally set the first phase of the plan in motion. Now it was time for his performance. A radiant smile spread across Su Chen's face. Chapter 161, Self-Rescue of the Masses, the frantic purple moon as time rewound. On the other side, those chosen ones who had received guidance from Su Chen were racking their brains to analyze the rules he provided. Initially, upon first encountering these rules, they were perplexed, questioning why Chen did not straightforwardly inform them of the means to escape. However, after a moment's contemplation, the majority reached a consensus. The conclusion was that since Chen, a formidable figure, chose such a method, it must possess profound significance. What of being a riddle master? If he wished to assume the role of a dark knight, they would wholeheartedly support him. Thus, they resolved to obediently follow his directives. With this thought, the fortunate individuals began to delve into the rules. The first rule was incomprehensible, yet it curiously noted a time, which felt peculiar. Given that their most pressing threat was the return of the souls, it was evident that this time likely indicated when they should make their escape. The second rule remained equally baffling, but they could extract key phrases. It was known that the eerie woman instructed them to hide on the 2nd to 5th floors tonight. Comparing this with Chen's rules, it was clear that the 5th floor was of utmost importance. The latter part seemed to hint at using the stairs. The third rule was straightforward. They simply needed to adhere to its literal meaning. They were to maintain an aloof demeanor, ignoring everyone around them. As for the underlying principle, it was of no concern to them. The fourth rule followed suit, adhering to its literal interpretation. Since Chen had instructed them to make plans, they would dutifully formulate a strategy. If he suggested 6 days, they would prepare for 6. Caution was paramount. The final rule appeared even more perplexing. The reference to the Calabash brothers was lost on most of them. However, they were all acquainted with the Big Dipper. Thus, the last rule presumably indicated that they should return home by 7 o'clock. Although this interpretation slightly diverged from the eerie woman's instructions, they chose to trust Chen. After all, the bizarre entity had yet to realize that Zhang Yang had already fled. If she could not even keep track of her own husband, she was evidently not the sharpest tool in the shed. Chen was the one who exhibited true prudence. After thoroughly examining all the rules, these chosen ones began to prepare their tools and draft their plans for the coming days. Before long, they had accomplished this task. Each adhered to their respective methods, posting their plans in various locations. Some affixed them above their beds, others on their dining tables, while a few cleverly set them as wallpaper on their devices. There was even one daring individual who deemed the plan of utmost importance and transcribed it multiple times on their own body. After showcasing their diverse talents, these individuals donned their outfits and exited their rooms, proceeding downward according to Chen's guidance. Most of them were fortunate, encountering no one along the way. They successfully concealed themselves in the desolate, pitch-black 5th floor. A handful of unfortunate souls did encounter others, but they had memorized their aloof act and walked past without a glance. Although this baffled the NPCs, they managed to pass unnoticed, successfully hiding themselves. Meanwhile, Estelle from the Golden Kingdom was also exhausting her wits to devise a means of self-rescue. Unlike the other chosen ones, she had followed Chen's actions and had kidnapped the hexagram, leading her into a deadlock. Regardless of her actions, at midnight, everyone would inevitably notice something amiss. After much contemplation, Estelle gritted her teeth and resolved to take a risk, gambling on her luck. Otherwise, she truly had no idea how she could evade this web of doom. Returning to room 701, she approached the bound hexagram and handed him paper and pen. "Could you possibly provide me with a clear path to escape?" Estelle forced a charming smile. The hexagram responded with a barrage of dialogue. His words to Estelle were largely akin to those he had conveyed to Chen. In contrast, Estelle's approach was quite the opposite. Upon hearing repeated threats from him, while Chen had feigned menace to frighten his adversary and advance his plan, Estelle, appearing harmless, picked up a fruit knife and made several cuts on the hexagram's left leg and arms. As blood began to seep and stain his clothing, Estelle reclaimed the paper and pen from his grasp and tossed them aside. She then fetched a medical kit from the bedroom, carefully bandaging his wounds. Her reasoning for injuring him first before attending to him was merely part of her strategy. After completing this, she produced a set of the hexagram's uniform and mask, tossing them onto the living room sofa. "These rags are of no use to me," she declared, directing her comment at the hexagram, who was on the verge of passing out from the pain. Next, she confined the hexagram to the bedroom and began changing into another set of the hexagram's uniform provided by the eerie woman. Subsequently, she retrieved the electric wire she had used the previous day to incapacitate the hexagram. Once everything was prepared, she opened the door, cut the power supply, and returned to the room, setting up the wire as before, wrapping it around the doorknob. Finally, Estelle exited room 701, closing the door behind her. As she passed the stairwell, she restored the power. Now, all that remained was to wait for the impending crisis. Time ticked by, and finally, midnight arrived. At that moment, the screens of all surviving chosen ones abruptly dimmed. It was as if this terrifying night had grown even darker. Chen, endowed with a passive talent, was acutely aware of these environmental changes. He sensed that not only had the night deepened, but even the distant stairwell lights appeared to blur, as if shrouded by a veil of darkness. The obscurity surrounding him was so profound that he could not see his own fingers. The occasional gust of wind was bone-chilling, carrying a faint metallic scent, as if some indescribable creature lurked in the shadows, exhaling towards him. Chen leaned closer to the window, preparing to open it for warmth. However, before his fingers could touch the glass, he was startled by a flicker of red light reflected upon it. Simultaneously, the night outside transformed. The inky darkness began to roil, with tendrils of crimson light shooting skyward. Observing this, Chen quickly opened the window, peering out in pursuit of the light's origin. He beheld that the source of the red light culminated at the dim blue-white moon in the sky. As the crimson glow merged with the moon, it resembled a drop of red ink dispersing in clear water, swiftly diffusing and forming a delicate blood-colored crescent. Yet, this was only the beginning. As time passed, the crescent gradually expanded, akin to a celestial dog consuming the moon, slowly engulfing the blue moon until they were evenly divided. At that moment, the frenzied red light consuming the blue moon abruptly halted. The blue and red hues began to rotate gently around the center. The once sharply defined boundary began to twist and warp, taking on an S-shape reminiscent of the yin-yang line in a Tai Chi diagram. As the rotation accelerated, the red and blue hues became increasingly indistinguishable. Ultimately, a frenzied purplish-red moon hung high in the sky. Chapter 162, The Eerie Descent as the Moonlight Spun. The violet orb flickered intermittently, as if the moon itself were winking. Gazing at this strange lunar phenomenon, Chen speculated that it might signify the moment when the power of the woman in the red dress reached its zenith, placing her on par with the divine. At that instant, the purplish-red moon blinked once more. The hairs on Chen's body stood on end, and a wave of panic surged within him. It had looked at him. The sensation was reminiscent of a previous encounter, when the woman in a painting had suddenly gazed at him during his inspection of it in the guest room. However, this time felt far more tangible, devoid of the dreamlike quality of before. Chen instinctively stepped back, intent on avoiding her gaze. To his astonishment, he found that his limbs had lost their autonomy. That fleeting glance seemed to petrify him entirely. A jolt of alarm coursed through Chen's heart. He clenched his teeth, desperately attempting to summon his extraordinary mental strength, striving to reclaim control over his body. Yet, his usually potent mental power yielded little effect. Despite his frantic struggles, his body remained steadfastly immobile. A wave of realization struck him. He had underestimated the bizarre ability, having been too complacent. However, this was neither the time for reflection nor hesitation. Survival was paramount. Chen refocused his attention, centering his mind and channeling all his mental energy into controlling his eyelids. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a minute, a peculiar warmth surged from his wrist, climbing steadily until it penetrated his mind, merging with his mental strength. In that moment, Chen felt his mental prowess expand dramatically. Radiating like the blazing sun, empowered by this mysterious force, his eyelids abruptly shut. As his line of sight vanished, he sensed a gradual return of feeling to his limbs. Realizing this, Chen dared not linger. He quickly retreated several steps from the window and turned away from the terrifying sight beyond. After a brief period of rapid breathing, he slowly calmed his racing heart. He had been reckless. It was evident that he needed to exercise greater caution. He pondered, and then softly addressed the hair bracelet on his wrist. "Did you assist me just now?" The bracelet remained silent, offering no reply. Lowering his arm, Chen lifted his gaze toward the ceiling, his penetrating stare seemingly piercing through the layers above to reach the enigmatic woman. "Very well, you may have this round. But I shall teach you that mortals can indeed triumph over the divine," Chen mused, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped into the deeper shadows, his captivating eyes gleaming like stars. Meanwhile, due to the depletion of official notifications from all nations, Long Country reopened the live broadcast access. Consequently, a large influx of international viewers flocked to tune in. Their nation as chosen one had perished, and punishment had descended upon them, for them. The remaining supernatural tales were akin to a grand reality show. Naturally, they chose to watch Chen, the protagonist of this unfolding drama. Setting aside biases, it was undeniable that Chen possessed a remarkable talent. His live streams were indeed exhilarating to watch. In the minds of these viewers, they believed that in such a perilous scenario, perhaps only Chen stood a tenuous chance of emerging victorious. "I just saw that Chen seemed to be under the control of that violet moon, but thankfully he managed to break free in the end. However, this only highlights the formidable nature of the bizarre forces at play. Humanity cannot contend with them. Indeed, thus the demise of our nation's chosen one is not entirely unjust." This dungeon is exceedingly difficult. Sigh, it feels like Su Chen's prospects are dim. After striving for so long, it would indeed be lamentable if he were to fail. The foreign spectators engaged in theoretical discussions about the live broadcast. In truth, they were not mocking. They genuinely believed so. Amidst this, one viewer exclaimed, "Hey, can you foreign folks keep quiet while watching the stream? We can't be bothered to entertain your comments. Brothers, tell them it's ridiculous to think Su Chen will fail. This is hilarious. If Su Chen were to fail, we might as well all venture into the funeral business together. You really don't understand Su Chen's worth, do you?" Observing the banter from Long Country, the international audience nearly erupted in exasperation. But then they reconsidered. The speed at which Long Country's moderators operated was astonishing. It made one wonder how long they had been single. What if they were blacklisted and unable to watch the subsequent streams? That would be unbearable. Never mind, let's endure this for now. At that moment, a new message appeared in the chat. Alert! The chosen one from One Country is in danger. Hurry! A multitude of viewers noticed Su Chen retreating into the darkness. Seemingly engrossed in his phone, unable to discern anything further, they opted to switch to another device and access One Country's live stream. Brothers, I'm here. Is this the same country from that song Let Me Take Your Heart Out and Try to Slowly Melt It? A well-known doomsayer chimed in. Wow, the ominous crow is here. With those lyrics, I fear One Country is in even greater peril. Don't blame me. For those who arrived first, can someone explain what is happening? What is happening? This guy is too afraid to venture outside, so he is hiding under the bed, hoping to evade disaster. Isn't that absurd? Indeed, the bazaar has returned. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Su Chen was intently watching the footage relayed by a frontline reporter via his phone. He observed as the reporter entered the 18th floor of the building. The screen abruptly darkened again. Were it not for the protective charm he possessed, he would have struggled to make sense of the visuals. In the next moment, the reporter turned, revealing the scene within the attic. The spacious attic featured a massive conference table at its center, flanked by fewer than 20 individuals standing at attention, as if awaiting someone. At the head of the table sat an imposing chair that bore a striking resemblance to a dragon throne. Upon closer inspection, the chair was crafted from an array of twisted plants, growing naturally and woven together organically, following the intricate patterns of the plant stems. Su Chen was astonished to discover that these plants appeared to sprout from the void above. This was utterly absurd. Su Chen swiped the screen to adjust the brightness. His eyes fixated on the area of emptiness. Suddenly, he was jolted. The void was spinning. It was the eerie black portal. At that moment, the portal's fluctuations intensified abruptly, akin to a boulder crashing into a still pond. The churning darkness cascaded like liquid, forming a pitch-black staircase between the portal and the chair. With a soft thud, a flash of pure white emerged from the depths of the dark screen. A delicate foot, adorned with sharp high heels, stepped forth from the portal, ascending the staircase. Chapter 163. Bloodshed. Let me pluck your heart with a crisp sound of footsteps. All those present in the six-pointed star bowed their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Soon, a woman descended the staircase, her entire figure appearing on the live broadcast. What first captivated Su Chen's attention were her long, slender legs. Against the backdrop of darkness, her fair skin radiated an alluring charm. As his gaze traveled upward, it traversed the curves enveloped in a crimson dress, finally resting on her delicate waist. The gentle sway of her form added a touch of endearing grace to her presence. Following the elegant lines of her neck, her lustrous, ebony hair danced as if stirred by an unseen breeze, appearing somewhat disheveled. Suddenly, she raised a hand, her delicate fingers brushing her hair behind her ear. The breathtaking visage resembling that of a celestial being graced Su Chen's phone screen, rendering him momentarily rigid. Indeed, the so-called director was the enigmatic woman. In the next heartbeat, her icy gaze swept across the crowd standing with heads bowed beside her. Her crimson lips parted. Wait for me. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. Su Chen was left utterly astonished. The camera on the six-pointed star possessed sound capabilities. Initially, he believed it to be a gathering of mute individuals, rendering the feature useless. To his surprise, it proved to be of great significance. The eeriness of the night had indeed spoken. Equally stunned were the viewers crammed in the Wanghua, and the chosen ones who had not escaped the 901 national live stream. A sweet voice echoed from the screen. Darling, I'm back. This proclamation sent the audience into a frenzy. What the hell? The mute has spoken. You can't deny it. That eerie voice is indeed sweet. If she were to call me that, I'd gladly take the place of that unfortunate soul. You up there, you're too bold. Of course, I'm incredibly brave. Besides, if you hadn't touched a girl's hand in 30 years, you'd be just as courageous as I am. Amidst the banner, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The woman outside seemed impatient with the knocking and called out, Darling, if you don't open the door, I'll just come in myself." With that, the enigmatic woman stepped forward and instantaneously appeared in the living room. Her beautiful eyes scanned the disarray, her brow furrowing. The chaotic coffee table was littered with leftover food, and an unknown dark liquid stained the floor, rendering the entire home exceedingly filthy. Something was amiss. Zhang Yang would never allow his home to descend into such disarray. However, due to the bed in the bedroom being protected by the rules, the chosen one from Wangwa concealed beneath it remained undetected by the strange woman in red. Yet, it was crucial to note that she had already harnessed the powers of the two women, making it merely a matter of time before she unraveled the illusions before her. The woman in red closed her eyes, standing silently in the living room. Moments later, her eyes snapped open, a mysterious glint flashing within. A slight smile graced her lips as she stepped into the bedroom. With a swift motion of her right hand, the heavy bed was effortlessly lifted and sent crashing through the wall, disappearing into the night sky without losing momentum. What the hell? Am I dreaming? Mom, I just saw a shooting star. As the bed vanished from sight, the trembling chosen one from Wangwa came into view. Who are you? The woman gazed at him in astonishment, recalling that this individual did not seem to exist within the building. I am. No need for you to speak. I'll take it from here. With an eerie smile, the woman extended her right hand, causing the man's body to levitate towards her. Terrified, he struggled in midair, but it was all in vain. In the next instant, her hand shot toward his head, and when she withdrew, a complete brain was now in her grasp. The viscous blood mixed with the cloudy gray matter dripped incessantly from her fingers. Subsequently, she placed this gruesome trophy into her left hand, which emanated a milky glow, enveloping the unfortunate man and his brain. Ugh, is this his brain? I can't take it anymore. I need to leave. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I swear, I'm going to have nightmares about this. Someone, please give me a pair of eyes that haven't seen this scene. Look, the man isn't dead yet. A comment barely managed to pull the departing audience back to reality. They focused on the man, who, devoid of his brain, blinked and opened his mouth. Confusion etched across his face, as if he hadn't grasped what had transpired. Clearly, he was still alive. Perhaps it was the radiant white light that preserved his life. At that moment, the woman parted her lips once more, speaking softly. Blue star? How intriguing. As she spoke, she turned her neck to glance into the void. To the viewers, it appeared as though she had looked directly at them. Within seconds, the audience erupted in fear once more. Mom. She looked at me. What the hell? She knows about Blue Star. Could it be that she can descend upon Blue Star? Help us. Don't mess with us. Amidst the cries for help, the woman shifted her gaze back to the still living chosen one. And what of that Chen? Why do you hold him in such high regard? Fascinating. But alas, I have pressing matters at hand, and I shan't toy with you any longer. However, non-compatriots are bound to be different in heart, and thus, you cannot be allowed to live. With that, her once gentle eyes transformed into sharp, predatory orbs. Her right hand reached out again, and she grasped the still-beating heart. Gradually, her grip tightened, and in the next moment, that desperately pulsating heart melted into a puddle of blood within her palm. A death announcement followed. One with chosen one, Bog, has died. Comprehensive evaluation, Wangwa national fortune deducted by 10 points, currently remaining at 65 points. All resource production in Wangwa reduced by 10. Chapter 164. Recalling memories as the dust settled, the hearts of the people of the 10,000 islands finally found some respite. This punishment, while harsh, was still somewhat bearable. At the very least, it did not threaten their lives for the time being. Sigh, this instance was exceedingly difficult, but there was no point in dwelling on it any longer. Indeed, this punishment was not overly detrimental. They had encountered a stroke of misfortune within their misfortunes. With the weight lifted from their shoulders, a sense of relief washed over them. Likewise, I had been on the edge of despair these past few days. Now, I could finally take a breather. The crowd exchanged words of comfort, when suddenly the live broadcast stirred. A woman in a red dress glided gracefully into the secondary bedroom, where she picked up a painting. After glancing at its content, she smirked, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and remarked, "Oh, foolish woman, how could you possibly contend with me?" She resembled a cunning little fox. The live stream from the 10,000 islands abruptly cut to black, leaving a bewildered audience in its wake. In the next moment, these viewers rushed to other live streams of the 901, which had not yet been interrupted. However, the chosen ones remaining in the 901 were mostly met with untimely demise in quick succession. As they entered, a death announcement echoed forth. Chosen one from Turkey has perished. Comprehensive assessment indicates a deduction of 10 points from Turkey's national luck, leaving a total of 40 points. The average lifespan of the Turkish populace has been reduced by 15. Chosen one from Cork has perished. Chosen one from Coconut has perished. Wherever they went, the chosen ones met their end. The audience resembled a human psalm, sounding the dirge for these fallen figures. Yet, whether the chosen ones lived or died was no longer their primary concern. As omniscient spectators, they were acutely aware that those still sheltered at home were merely old souls yearning for the end, simply exhausted by life. Their attention now shifted to the meaning behind the words spoken by the woman in red. After comparing several live streams, they discovered that without exception, after the chosen ones met their demise, this strange figure would proceed to the secondary bedroom to retrieve that painting, subsequently uttering those taunting remarks. What was the situation? Who was this foolish woman she referred to? Another persona, perhaps? It seemed highly probable. Goodness, it felt as though a grand conspiracy was afoot. What if there was danger? This instance of the dungeon was truly perplexing, as one pitfall led to another. As for the bizarre confrontation involving the woman, Chen was blissfully unaware. Nevertheless, he had anticipated the extensive preparations made by the woman in red in their contest. When he witnessed the two women discussing rules and strategies beneath the night sky, he had made a few astute guesses. Thus, whether he was privy to this matter did not significantly impact him. More importantly, at that moment, Chen gained insight into more profound secrets through the images relayed by the battlefield reporter, the six-pointed star. Not long after the woman departed, she returned to the conference room, carrying a painting board. She approached the ominous black portal, and with a flick of her hand, a boiling black mist surged forth from within. She then tossed the painting board into the air and pointed. The swirling mist instantly coalesced into a dark line, rushing towards the portal depicted in the painting. As the image connected with the actual portal, the peculiar artwork began to transform back into its original version. Moments later, the image morphed into one where the woman was gazing into a mirror. At that instant, Chen's phone emitted a sharp crack, as if something had shattered. In the next heartbeat, he realized what had broken. The painting. No, more specifically, the glass covering the painting. Countless twisted cracks marred the reflection of the woman in red. Then, with a sudden crash, shards of glass scattered in all directions. The entire scene transformed dramatically. The glass, akin to some mystical barrier, shattered, and the woman in red sprang to life. A strange smile graced her lips as she gracefully stepped into the painting, moving beside the woman in blue, leaning in to place a kiss on her cheek. What should have been a tender moment between sisters was utterly tainted by the mocking smile of the woman. In the next heartbeat, the woman in red turned and stepped out of the painting. As she did, she gradually morphed into a milky white light, appearing almost ethereal against the dark backdrop. The enigmatic woman, witnessing this, reached out to grasp the luminous essence, melding it into her brow. After a prolonged moment, she opened her eyes. The depths of her gaze were now filled with unwavering confidence, reminiscent of Chen's own demeanor. She settled into her designated throne, crossing her left leg casually, reclining against the chair's backrest. The swirling black portal hovered ominously behind her, resembling a divine halo emanating from a goddess. Her piercing gaze swept over the rows of employees, exuding an air of authority. "Let us commence the meeting." Her cold voice resonated throughout the conference room. Observing this, Chen furrowed his brow. What precisely was this white light the woman had reclaimed from the painting? What hidden schemes lay beneath? Chen began to ponder. But after a lengthy contemplation, he forced himself to abandon such thoughts. These matters were insignificant. They bore no relevance to his objective of escape, and it was unnecessary to squander his mental energy on them. Embracing his carefree disposition, Chen set aside his questions and continued to watch the broadcast from the battlefield reporter. He observed as the employees, upon receiving the director's command, took their seats. The individual at the forefront was animatedly gesturing with his hands, briefing the woman on the latest progress. This week, the patients on the first floor have shown remarkable improvement, with an average of 10 resonances triggered between the masks and the patients. One patient even triggered it 15 times. I believe that under the director's wise guidance, it will not be long before the first floor patients achieve success in awakening. Excellent, the woman inquired with a bright smile. So how long do you estimate it will take to achieve success, given such significant progress? Perhaps half a year, at most no more than a year. It will surely succeed. Is this what you consider not long? She questioned, her smile growing even more radiant. Aye. The man's hands froze in place, unable to articulate a coherent response. Then may I interpret this as you attempting to deceive me? She continued, her smile still unwavering. The man trembled, suddenly rising and dropping to his knees with a thud. No, I would never dare to deceive the director. He began to bow repeatedly, acknowledging his faults. The woman paid him no mind, instead casting her gaze upon the others. As her sharp eyes swept across the room, everyone instinctively stood to attention. Chapter 165. Cat and Mouse, have you forgotten who saved you? Have you also forgotten that the success of the plan does not solely benefit me? Have you even forgotten how you were once oppressed by that scoundrel in your minds? The woman's voice turned cold, radiating an air of chilling authority. We dare not forget. The crowd responded in unison with gestures, their movements synchronized. Dare not forget. Is this how you handle your work? You come forth with flattery and exaggeration. What use is that? If flattering and boasting were truly effective, I would have long since dealt with that foolish woman. Do you think it's easy for me to rely on disintegration each week to obliterate that woman's memory? If so, why don't you accompany me this time for an experience of your own? Upon hearing this, the employees' faces paled, large beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads as their bodies trembled slightly. It was evident that they understood the agonizing nature of that disintegration process. Observing their expressions, the woman let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat appeased. All right, everyone sit properly. Now, report to me thoroughly. Spare me the useless chatter. I seek genuine data and accurate timelines. Yes, the crowd nodded and resumed their seats, beginning to report on their progress. Seeing this, Chen furrowed his brow. The conversation revealed far too much information. For instance, he had now confirmed that their plan was to awaken the doctor's second personalities, which they referred to as spiritual awakening. However, this raised a new question. Why did they not employ the previous method of brain-splitting surgery to awaken the second personalities? Wouldn't that be the most efficient approach when combined with the nether mushroom and other training methods? Why endure such hardship now? Or was the other party's goal not so simple? Chen found it difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, these thoughts were not of primary importance. What mattered was that the woman had confirmed she had, through some means, successfully obliterated the memory of the woman in blue. Coupled with the earlier scene with the drawing board, the conclusion was glaringly evident. Every week, she would seal the memories in the drawing board using a certain technique, then utilize disintegration to destroy both of their memories. When the seventh night arrived, she would retrieve the memories of the past year through the drawing board, leaving the woman in blue trapped in a cycle. This peculiar scheme was indeed quite clever. Chen silently rated the opponent highly. Thus, perhaps tonight would be even more perilous, for Chen raised his arm, gazing at the hair bracelet on his wrist. The memory-lost version of you can no longer protect me. How could the old version of a life-saving token withstand the new version of an imperial sword? With a sigh, Chen could not help but admit that this peculiar entity was truly astute. In fact, there were moments when he could see his own reflection in her demeanor. So strikingly similar. Both were equally intelligent and cunning. Both smiled with their eyes narrowed, and neither hesitated to employ underhanded tactics. She was like a long-lost twin sister. Since the eerie arrival at midnight, this woman had already brought him numerous surprises. The incessant surprises had even impacted his plans significantly. However, it was said that with loss comes gain. The strongest moment for a swordsman is just before they make their move. Now that she had made her move, she had rendered Chen's protective bracelet useless. At the same time, a flaw had emerged. She was afraid to let the woman in blue discover the truth about her amnesia. A smile crept onto Chen's lips as he continued to watch the live feed. At this moment, it was the six-pointed star's turn to report. Due to his inherent lack of fluency in sign language, coupled with the earlier agitation caused by the director's fury, he now presented a fragmented report. As the director's expression grew increasingly grim, the six-pointed star became more flustered, ultimately succumbing to a mental overload and freezing on the spot. Seeing this, the woman slammed her palm down on the table with a resounding thud. Six-pointed star. Do you believe your soul is stable? You don't wear your uniform or your mask. Do you take pride in relying solely on yourself? She said, biting her teeth. I. What do you mean I? After this scare, the six-pointed star felt as though all sign language had evaporated from his mind, and his hands stiffened. Witnessing this scene, the woman was nearly driven to the brink of madness. With a wave of her hand, she sent a dark energy toward the six-pointed star. With a loud bang, the six-pointed star was struck by the dark energy and sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before getting back up. Remarkably, he was unharmed, though he was now enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Now, report to me. If you cannot articulate a coherent explanation, you know the consequences. The woman gritted her teeth and demanded. The six-pointed star opened his mouth, familiarizing himself with the sounds before speaking. Director, it's not that I didn't wear my work uniform, but rather that a kid ambushed and kidnapped me yesterday, stripping me of my work clothes. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly fell into shock. What nonsense! Someone dares to do such a thing? And your clothes were stolen yesterday? Then who was the six-pointed star we encountered these past 2 days? The woman paused, momentarily taken aback by this revelation, before a smile spread across her face. How intriguing. There is someone in this building who dares to emerge. Who is that kid? I don't know. I have never seen him. Oh, There as someone you haven't seen? But what? Speak plainly, don't stammer. If you have something to say, say it. The woman's eyes bore into the six-pointed star. Another entity in my mind seems to recognize that kid. Is that so? The woman was somewhat astonished. After pondering for a moment, she continued. If what you say is true, I deduce that this kid likely knew you before your emergence, and given that your memories do not interconnect, it's only natural that you wouldn't recognize him. That is what I think too. However, that kid is quite amusing. After this meeting, bring him to me. I wish to have a look. An expression of anticipation surfaced on the woman's face. Director, you need not wait. If you wish to see his face, you can read my memory. I don't fear pain, the six-pointed star said, shamelessly. No need. Knowing the answer in advance would strip away the joy of the cat and mouse game. It would be utterly dull to simply devour such an intriguing little mouse at once. As she spoke, the woman's gaze swept over the deeply concealed camera on the six-pointed star's button. She then shifted her focus and said, continue reporting. I am eager to capture this kid. Yes. Under the woman's urging, the speed of the reports surged dramatically. Chapter 166. I dislike being above before long, the report concluded. An excitement danced across the woman's face. All right, since there is a new program today, I shall refrain from scolding you all. Now, go and capture that imposter of the Star of David. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, turning to leave under the guidance of the Star of David. At that moment, the enigmatic woman subtly grasped her palm, and the miniature camera from the Star of David's button swiftly flew into her hand. I'm coming to get you. You better hide well, she said, smiling at the camera. Due to Chen's prolonged exposure to darkness, the audience in Longwa could see nothing. In order to enhance the customer experience, the Rules World had previously adjusted the broadcast to transmit the images from Chen's phone into the live stream. Consequently, the audience in Longwa witnessed this scene. What the hell? This woman had discovered the camera long ago? Why didn't she destroy it from the start? I suspect she is immensely self-assured, believing Chen cannot escape. Hence, she is unconcerned about being seen. That makes sense. But I think she might be trying to toy with Chen, just as she said, like a cat playing with a mouse. If the cat takes it too seriously, the game loses its charm. Such arrogance. I refuse to believe she can capture Chen. I am eagerly awaiting the moment Chen slaps her face. When observing the barrage of comments from the Longwood audience, the international viewers appeared utterly bewildered. Why are they not afraid? They have sent someone to capture their chosen one. How can they still expect Chen to turn the tables? What nonsense are they spewing? Are the people of Longwood so dazed? Expecting Chen to strike back? Have they been drinking fake wine? Indeed, I reckon the Longwa folks are frightened but unwilling to accept a dismal conclusion, so they indulge in daydreams. I have watched the broadcasts of other survivors. Currently, only Chen and the chosen Estelle from Huanghua have triggered the pursuit. The competitors from other nations are safely hiding indoors. If that's the case, Chen's exploration of 701 was indeed a grave misstep, even endangering Estelle and the other chosen ones. Otherwise, with that girl's intellect, clearing the challenge would have been a certainty. The Longwa authorities should apologize to Huanghua and the other nations. You have led them into peril. Exactly. Let Longwa apologize to the competitors who have been wronged. They should not only apologize, but also offer compensation. As the conversation continued, some foolish individuals began to let their emotions dictate their intellect, taking the opportunity to ridicule the Longwa audience. In truth, their motives were simple. Ever since Chen arrived, Longwa had experienced a streak of good fortune, with the populace reaping numerous benefits, even elevating their average wealth. Meanwhile, their own nation faced various misfortunes and punishments, with the economy deteriorating. Thus, witnessing Longwa thrive was more unbearable than death itself. Now, with an opportunity to mock, they could hardly contain themselves. Fools, you know nothing. Can you not keep your mouth shut? Bro, don't be angry. Ignore them. Haven't you noticed the moderators are slacking off? We must be magnanimous towards the disabled. Indeed. Let them prattle on. It matters not. Chen will take action. The slap may be delayed, but it will surely arrive. I hope they can still muster the audacity to speak later. I have a feeling it's about to begin. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, soda, fried chicken, beer, and small barbecues are all ready. Me too. For the sake of the show, I won't be dieting tonight. Before long, the Longwa live stream erupted in merriment, leaving the foreign viewers in a state of confusion. On the other side, upon hearing the enigmatic woman speak to the camera, Chen was initially taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, if such a formidable entity as she could not detect a mere camera, it would be quite embarrassing for her. Thus, Chen decided to activate the microphone. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The woman paused upon hearing the voice emanating from the camera, then burst into laughter. You're not afraid? Oh no, I'm utterly terrified. Could you possibly let me go? Chen replied, feigning a sarcastic tone. Of course not. To let go of such an amusing individual would be my loss, she said, her smile unwavering. What if I exchange information about Zhang Yang? At this, the woman's smile faltered. You know Zhang Yang? I not only know Zhang Yang, but I also know your name is Wang Xian. Surprised? Somewhat, but you are mistaken. I do not go by Wang Xian. That is the name of that foolish woman. Oh, then what is your name? I have no name, and it is irrelevant. What matters is how you came upon this knowledge. The woman's curiosity piqued. Want to know? Let me go, and I will tell you everything, even where Zhang Yang is. Su Chen continued to weave his deception. Enough, enough. Do not try to fool me. That trick won't work on me. At most it might deceive that foolish woman. How do you know I'm not telling the truth? Because, are you trying to bait me into revealing information? I want to tell you. The woman chuckled softly. Oh, because you know where Zhang Yang is going. Su Chen's calm words once again interrupted her laughter. I have genuinely grown curious about you. I am increasingly intrigued by your identity. Curious? Why not come down to meet me in person? Oh, I'm sorry, but you cannot come down. That's all right. My employees will assist in bringing you up here. However, I dislike being above, Su Chen replied with a smile. That's fine, as long as I enjoy it. That's what matters. As the woman's eyes narrowed, a hint of malice flickered within them. This action mirrored Su Chen's own. Unfortunately, no one can compel me to do what I dislike. You may attempt it. You will not escape this building. Is it solely reliant on your incompetent employees? Oh. And don't forget, Moonlight is also your accomplice. But that alone is insufficient. At this, the woman's gaze shifted, clearly taken aback that Su Chen had uncovered Moonlight's secret. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. Since you are aware of Moonlight's secret, you should understand that your options for concealment are limited. As long as you are exposed to the moonlight, I will see you. Or would you prefer to remove the Star of David attire? Oh, doing so would hasten your defeat. What a dilemma. That's all right. Although hiding places are few, they are sufficient. Well then, I shall not waste more words with you. Your lackeys are arriving shortly, and I must go greet them. We shall converse later. With that, without waiting for a response, Su Chen severed the connection on his phone. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the stairwell. While at that moment, the group of employees, guided by the Star of David, stealthily approached 701. Chapter 167. Found you. Through the interpretation of the hexagram. The employees speculated that Su Chen might still be unaware that the hexagram had escaped, remaining at home. Coupled with Su Chen's words at the time, with a bunch of useless fools like you, do you think you can kill me? I'm just at home waiting. Let us see how you plan to kill me. And even if your director comes, I would make him kneel and conquer. Such a brazen individual, even upon realizing that the hexagram had fled, would likely still be at home, waiting for everyone to arrive. Thus, it would be wise to first check room 701 for luck. If they encountered him, it would be fortuitous. If not, they could simply start searching anew. Before long, they arrived at the stairwell on the 7th floor. The hexagram nodded at the group and led the way towards room 701. As they approached the door, he chuckled. The door was ajar. That lad likely hadn't escaped yet. The hexagram turned back, waved to the others, opened the door cautiously, and stepped into 701. His gaze swept around, ultimately resting on the tightly shut bedroom door. He surmised that the target was inside, and urged the others to hurry in and lock the door behind them. This lad was quite agile. They mustn't allow him to slip away amidst the chaos. The hexagram signaled to the others. They nodded in agreement, following his lead and quietly securing the door. 1 step, 2 steps. They drew closer to the bedroom, and the hexagram's body tensed, resembling a spring ready to unleash its energy. In the next moment, he swiftly pressed down on the doorknob with his left hand and burst into the bedroom. The others followed suit, rushing in as a collective. However, what greeted them was an empty room and the cold wind blowing in from the outside. Where is he? The hexagram crouched to look under the bed. No one. He opened the wardrobe to check. Still no one. Behind the curtains, nothing. A look of confusion appeared on the hexagram's face, mirrored by the bewildered expressions of the others. Was this the audacious lad he had described? The one who was supposed to make the director kneel and sing? How could someone so arrogant vanish quicker than a rabbit? Surely he had confronted the director one-on-one. I knew that lad couldn't possibly be as reckless as the hexagram claimed. Let us just start searching from the beginning. The leader signaled for everyone to prepare to leave. Wait, the hexagram stopped them. The group cast puzzled glances in his direction. Could he have escaped through the window? The hexagram pointed at the wide-open window. Have you lost your mind? If he climbed down the wall, he would not only risk being caught by security, but the moonlight alone would be enough to expose him. After saying this, the leader gestured for everyone to leave. Yet, they had not taken more than a few steps when the leader paused upon noticing the marks on the floor by the door. Something's not right. It seems we overlooked a detail. This lad isn't as reckless as the hexagram suggested. He was merely feigning it. But why would he act that way? The leader looked at the others. They exchanged glances, and moments later, someone had an epiphany. The most dangerous place is often the safest. This lad was trying to lure us here, making us believe he wasn't here, leading us to think he had hidden elsewhere to escape. Precisely. And there is something even more crucial. The leader pointed to the footprints at the door. Among the chaotic prints, only 2 were distinct, and they were both leading outwards, each marked with water stains. One pair belonged to the hexagram during his escape, but the other likely belonged to that lad. However, upon inspecting outside, only the hexagram's footprints were visible and none from the lad. Therefore, everyone turned their gaze towards the other rooms. In the next moment, they began rummaging through 701. Before long, they returned with expressions of disbelief. Their looks towards the leader conveyed a clear message. Your deduction was commendable, but please refrain from further theorizing. Just then, someone returned holding a phone. I found this phone wedged in the window frame of the master bedroom, and the display shows something strange. The group leaned in to look, and the hexagram's expression changed. This is my phone. That lad took it earlier. Taking the phone, several people gathered around to inspect it. The screen displayed a video chat window, with the other party filming a computer screen. Upon closer examination, the screen was filled with delivery order information. It was likely the lad's doing, but what was he probing for? Unclear, but suddenly wait. Did anyone see that flicker on the screen just now? Someone's face changed. That was the refresh time for the order list. When it refreshed, all the text disappeared, and since the software's background is pure black, it acted like a mirror, reflecting something. At this, everyone's expression sharpened. Realizing something, they quickly huddled together, intensely focusing on the phone screen while activating the screen recording function. Moments later, the screen flickered and refreshed again. Seeing this, they quickly retrieved the recording, manually adjusted it to the relevant section, and zoomed in. Once they clarified the image, smiles crept onto their faces. The screen revealed a man sitting on the floor, a knife resting on his knees. Next to him lay the hexagram's mask on the floor. We found him. The crowd rejoiced. However, they soon became puzzled as to how this man could lose such an important phone. It seemed the hexagram was right. He must have climbed out the window to escape, but that had occurred earlier when the moonlight was still weak, allowing him to reach the 6th-floor machine room unnoticed. Nevertheless, the moonlight had somewhat affected him, causing him to drop the phone without realizing it. This also explained how he managed to breach the long-locked machine room. Someone ventured a hypothesis. The group nodded in agreement, finding it plausible. Even those who felt something was amiss remained silent. After all, the video had already revealed the individual's silhouette. The specific reasons were now of little importance. As long as they could capture this lad and complete their task, that was all that mattered. Let us hurry to room 613 and apprehend this lad. Hold on, the hexagram cautioned. This lad is quite skilled, and now he has a weapon at his disposal. If we charge him blindly, what if he manages to escape? Good point. So what should we do? Should we contact security? There is no need for that. The security personnel are stationed on the 1st floor, so he won't be able to escape. Instead, I suggest we contact the delivery personnel on the 8th floor and ask for their assistance. These individuals have a history of dealing with dangerous situations and are more than capable of handling this lad. Sounds reasonable. I will reach out immediately. Not long after, the contact with the delivery personnel was established, and the group made their way towards the 6th floor machine room. Chapter 168. Your rules, at my disposal. Shortly after their arrival, the delivery person appeared. Now, apart from a layer of security personnel, all those capable of combat had congregated in the corridor, including the attendees. There were approximately 36 or 7 individuals. They stood in the corridor like silent phantoms, awaiting the chance to devour their unfortunate prey. Open the door, the leader gestured, prompting a delivery person to step forward and unlock the door with a key. Click. The door swung open. A few moments prior, Chen had been putting away his phone with a playful expression, muttering to himself. He hadn't anticipated that among this group there were clever individuals. He had thought that Plan A had failed and was ready to implement Plan B. In his initial conjecture, he assumed these individuals would approach room 701 with a tentative mindset. Upon discovering the empty room and the wide-open window, they would likely murmur to themselves if the person had jumped out. Subsequently, they would investigate the situation, leading them to discover the phone they had inadvertently left behind, along with its contents. The plan was splendid. However, a manic figure, the purple moon, had unexpectedly disrupted Chen's scheme this evening. Fortunately, Chen was known for his composure. Having a backup plan was never excessive. Yet, just as he prepared to execute alternative remedial measures, he was astonished to find that this group had surged towards the 6th floor. Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, reflecting that he must remind that enigmatic woman to reward her astute subordinates adequately. Taking a deep breath, he concealed his smile. With his innate abilities activated, Chen retrieved his prepared tools from the 5th floor's water well. He then pushed open the fire door to the 5th floor stairwell and crouched down to listen intently to the footsteps ascending from above. Before long, the moment arrived. His muscles tensed, and with a swift motion, he dashed up the stairs, evading the moonlight spilling in from the windows. Silently, Chen surged towards the 6th floor. During his sprint, system notifications flashed before his eyes. The chosen one of the Stone Kingdom has perished. The chosen one of the Swamp Kingdom has perished. He understood that these individuals had failed to hide and had met their demise at the hands of the mysterious woman. Each life lost echoed the eerie terror and the difficulty of escape. Nevertheless, Chen remained unfazed. He had faith in himself. A turn ahead revealed the 6th floor stairwell. At this moment, the stairwell was devoid of life, as everyone awaited their chance to storm the machine room and capture Chen. A smile crept onto Chen's lips. He rushed to the fire door of the 6th floor, coiling the iron chain around the doorknob. Then, he retrieved the combination lock he had obtained from Zhang Yang. Click. The lock clicked shut. The trap was set. With these tasks completed, Chen exhaled in relief. Grinning, he pulled out his phone and reconnected to the miniature camera. Hey, I've made my move, just a little reminder for you. Oh, the little mouse hasn't been caught yet? The woman had evidently been waiting, and as soon as Chen spoke, she appeared on the video interface. Apologies, but I've captured all your little kittens. Who can't boast? You should sense it yourself. Where are most of your subordinates? On the 6th floor? Indeed, I've locked the stairwell door. My first move is called Rule 6. The door traverses history. The door bears the regulations. The door is the passage of entry and exit. The door distinguishes factions. People should revere the door and must not breach it. Familiar, isn't it? This is your very own rule, Chen said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened. The purpose of establishing this rule was to prevent those under her control from violently breaking doors during the day to assault patients. Little did she expect that this evening it would be exploited by Chen. You actually know these rules? The woman's eyes glinted with malice. Of course I do. Enough with the hostility. My second move is Rule 2. The divine must remain hidden from the world. The divine must not descend into the mundane. The celestial and the mortal must remain eternally apart. The building shall henceforth be concealed. You and I shall not descend below the 9th floor. You can't even come down. So why the anger? Chen's words dripped with mockery. This rule was also devised by the woman in red, initially intended to prevent complications due to her inherent advantages. However, tonight it became a shackle binding her. Why are you silent now, little kitten? Are you upset because you can't catch this little mouse? I know you're furious, but I advise you to temper your emotions. Excessive anger leads to wrinkles. Surely, you can't just fly into a rage and tear apart the rules, can you? I must warn you to reconsider. If violating the rules awakens the slumbering Wang Xine, and she learns of the amnesia incident, it could be quite disastrous. Chen's face was painted with derision. His words blatantly exposed her vulnerabilities. That night, she certainly would not dare to contravene the rules, fearing that the woman in blue would uncover the plan. The woman in red took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation, and smiled. Don't be so smug. You cannot confine them for long. As long as the security personnel remain on the 1st floor, you shall never escape. The moon is my eye, and the moonlight will guide my employees to capture you. This is merely the beginning. Let us hope so. Otherwise, I might find this rather dull. Well then, enough talk. Your employees are likely to react soon. Now, the little mouse is off to hunt the little kitten. Chen chuckled and severed the connection once more. Meanwhile, the members of the 6-pointed star opened the door to the machine room, only to be met with a medical mannequin dressed in 6-pointed star attire. At this moment, everyone realized they had been deceived. Immediately, the sound of Chen conversing with the dean echoed from the stairwell. They were startled and hurried to investigate, only to find the door locked. As employees, they were well aware of the constraints imposed by the building's rules. Breaking down the door was not permitted. Furthermore, with the dean regaining his memories tonight, breaking the rules would certainly provoke the awakening of the woman in blue. At that moment, Chen's voice rang out from outside. Fools, I'm leaving. I won't play with you anymore. With his words, a series of footsteps ascended. The group was at a loss. What now? This fellow is far too cunning. Damn it, we were too careless. We've been completely outsmarted by this guy. Don't panic. We can take the elevator from another floor to circumvent the locked door. Right, that makes sense. Worst case, we can search for this guy from the beginning. As long as we are cautious, he won't be able to escape. They conversed as they crowded into the elevator and pressed the button. The next moment, a notification from the security personnel arrived. The elevator is ascending. That's fine. It's us using it. All right, then we can relax. At that moment, They noticed that the elevator display screen was malfunctioning. Moreover, it had been deliberately damaged. Who could have done such a vile thing? The group fell silent. Chapter 169. When a great deceiver begins to study military strategy. Meanwhile, Chen rubbed his nose, suppressing the urge to sneeze. Damn, someone insulted me, he muttered, pressing the up button for the elevator on the 5th floor. According to the elevator's operational logic, it was bound to stop at the 5th floor. Moreover, with the 6th floor's display screen damaged and a crowd creating a cacophony of noise, no one would notice that the elevator had indeed stopped. However, even if someone made a connection, it was of little consequence. If necessary, he could always devise another plan. After all, he had plenty of them. Before long, the elevator doors opened. Chen pressed the button for the 1st floor and turned back into the dark corridor. He believed that the group upstairs aimed merely to switch floors and return to the stairwell to open the door to the 6th floor. Furthermore, their second personalities had been suppressed for decades, instilling a natural fear of the claustrophobic environment of elevators. Thus, they would likely choose to ascend to the nearest 7th or 5th floor. Now, having pressed the button for the 1st floor, they would undoubtedly opt for the 5th. The 5th floor was an ideal location, seldom occupied, with burnt-out light bulbs left unattended. It was a perfect ambush site. As the elevator closed and ascended, it picked up 5 employees. However, due to the earlier press of the 1st floor button, it began its descent. The 5 individuals were momentarily bewildered. What is going on? Is the elevator malfunctioning? But the direction in which the elevator moved was of little consequence to them. They quickly pressed the 5th floor button and anxiously awaited the cabin doors to open. Soon enough, the elevator doors slid open, and the 5 rushed out, panting as they entered the corridor. Their fear of the elevator had unsettled them, and transitioning from a brightly lit area to utter darkness made it difficult for their eyes to adjust. Consequently, as they exited the elevator and turned into the corridor, they remained oblivious to the shadowy figure concealed in the opposite direction. Silently, Chen followed them. He raised his right arm high, his muscles tensing. With a swift motion, he struck the last person at the nape of the neck. The individual collapsed, eyes rolling back. Simultaneously, with his left arm extended, Chen thrust a dazzling stun baton directly into the second person's armpit. In an instant, he had incapacitated 2. At that moment, the remaining 3 finally sensed something amiss. Yet, before they could react, the agile shadow lunged forward. Chen ducked to evade the first person's sweeping strike, rolling to the ground to trip one individual and applying the stun baton to the third. Pushing himself off the floor, he sprang up, enduring a blow from the opponent before locking their arm and delivering a crushing punch to the chin. The 4th individual went down. Just then, the 5th person produced a stun baton from his pocket, the pale electric glow illuminating his panicked face. Caught off guard, their fear of the elevator had already left them on edge, and the sudden attack further startled them. With 4 teammates incapacitated in the blink of an eye, it was remarkable he and T collapsed in fear himself. Chen advanced step by step. After dodging the opponent's stun baton, he forcefully collided with him, landing a punch to the abdomen. The man doubled over, resembling a shrimp. Following up with another stun, he too fell unconscious. Within half a minute, all 5 were neutralized. Chen smiled, stripping one of them of their clothing to don himself. He then retrieved binding straps from a maintenance well, securing the 5 like dumplings before selecting a room to confine them. Next, he extracted a mobile phone from one of them, splashing water to awaken the unfortunate soul who had lost his clothes. After unlocking the phone with facial recognition, Chen delivered another shock, sending the man back into unconsciousness. Armed with the confiscated phone, Chen stealthily ascended to the 6th floor. He pretended to jingle the chain on the fire door before snapping a photo to share in a group chat. There's a password lock outside. It won't be opened anytime soon. Also, our 5 have just blocked that kid, but he ran too quickly and dashed upstairs. If things go awry, take the elevator to the 8th floor and start searching from there. Each of us will guard a floor below, reporting any developments immediately. With this, that kid will find escape impossible. Soon, responses flooded in. Understood. Good work. Chen chuckled and returned to the 5th floor elevator lobby, nearly bursting into laughter as he watched the elevator continuously ascend to the 8th floor. How wonderfully smooth. I initially intended to fish a bit more on this floor. Oh well, time to execute the next step. It would be remiss of me to squander this ample opportunity. Gazing at the ceiling, Chen silently declared, and in the next moment, he turned and vanished once more into the shadows. The audience from Dragon Country was utterly captivated. I am astounded. This combination of tactics has left me spellbound. The eerie figures likely never anticipated that Chen, after luring them in, would catch them in their own trap. And the upstairs crowd, you've overlooked the nuances of deception and diversion. The terrifying implications of a great deceiver delving into military strategy are becoming evident. Brothers, you have only witnessed the surface. In truth, Chen has thoroughly comprehended their rules. I have a premonition that this fellow will leverage these rules to orchestrate something monumental. As the upstairs seer fell silent, a scout reported, "Brothers, the neighboring Golden Nation Estelle is performing quite well. We should check it out." All right. Since Chen is currently occupied, let us take a peek. A throng of individuals surged into the Golden Nation's livestream. Unlike Chen, Estelle had not engaged in the bizarre antics. At that moment, she remained unobserved by the strange moonlight. Nevertheless, exhibiting caution, she switched rooms and hid on the opposite side of the building, just out of the moon's reach. Within a room on the 5th floor, she leaned against the window, fixated on the light of room 701, remaining utterly still. She understood that if the hexagram did not attend the meeting, the strange entities would undoubtedly send agents to search for it. At that moment, her plan would commence. Simultaneously, a dozen employees arrived at room 701. The leading individual knocking on the door. A powerful suction force surged forth, rendering him stiff, his hair standing on end as he trembled. The others were taken aback, quickly scattering. Fortunately, one among them acted swiftly, rushing to the stairwell to cut the power, thereby saving his comrades. As the circuit breaker disengaged, the lights in room 701 extinguished. Downstairs, Estelle smiled faintly, aware that her adversaries had arrived. Thus, she began to time her actions silently. Chapter 170. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks. A group of employees, having disconnected the power supply, knocked on the door for an extended period, only to be met with silence. Eventually, in their desperation, they sent someone to the guard station to retrieve a spare key. Upon opening room 701 and carrying the unconscious comrade inside, they quickly spotted the injured Lu Moxing in the work uniform discarded on the sofa. In alarm, they rushed to fetch water to revive Lu Moxing. "What happened? How did you get hurt like this?" they inquired. Lu Moxing gritted his teeth and recounted the events. "What? Such a thing occurred? I shall report this immediately to the dean. After you ascertain the details here, bring that woman to the dean." Some turned and headed back to the 18th floor. "Do you know where that woman ran off to?" one asked. "No idea. I saw her clothes thrown on the sofa. Did she escape without disguising herself?" "Indeed." "Huh. What a fool. All right, you take care of your injuries, and we will soon capture her and avenge you." With that, the group exited, calling out to one another to arrange for the retrieval of keys from each household before proceeding to the 8th floor to conduct a thorough search for Estelle. Minutes later, Estelle ceased her silent counting. Based on her deductions, the group would likely sweep down from the 8th floor, searching each household in succession. After all, the 9th floor was off limits, and the 1st floor was guarded. All these paths were dead ends. Thus, she reasoned that the 7th floor would be relatively safe during their ascent to the 8th. Cautiously, Estelle made her way to room 701. As anticipated, her journey was remarkably smooth. Before long, she retrieved the key and re-entered 701. Inside, Estelle brandished her electric baton and, under Lu Moxing's shocked gaze, incapacitated him once more. She then tore off the bloodied bandages from Lu Moxing and wrapped them around her left leg and corresponding arms. Subsequently, she bound both Lu Moxing and the unconscious segment tightly to prevent their escape. With everything in place, she felt triumphant. The plan was set. Smiling to herself, she feigned a limp and hobbled toward the stairwell. In her strategy, since this group had seen Lu Moxing's work uniform left behind, their immediate assumption would be that he had donned it and emerged. Provided that no unforeseen events transpired, they likely would not suspect that she had returned to strike again. However, this course of action was not without its risks. Yet, without taking risks, she had no other options. Unlike the subordinates of Chen, who had not provoked Lu Moxing, she would surely be pursued relentlessly. Where could she hide? The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were inaccessible without keys. And even if she managed to enter, being searched floor by floor would mean her capture was inevitable. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors were equally unfeasible, with puzzle locks on the doors seemingly designed to ensure her swift demise. As for the 1st floor, it was swarming with security. Thus, the only perilous path lay before her. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks was her only chance of survival. Not long after, Estelle awaited the returning forces from the 8th floor in the stairwell. Lacking proficiency in sign language and to avoid exposure, she first gestured a carefully rehearsed message. "I'm fine, I'll join you in the search. I can't bear the thought of not capturing that woman. So you needn't worry about me. Also, my arm is injured, so moving it is quite painful. Even if you advise me, I will not heed you. We're fine as we are. You should return and rest." No response. "You really are stubborn." No response. "Fine, just keep up." The group proceeded toward room 702. Underneath her mask, Estelle smiled faintly as she limped along. The viewers of the live stream were now utterly captivated by this young girl. Goodness, she can pull this off? I increasingly believe Estelle is a genius. She is undoubtedly the most brilliant chosen one in this instance, aside from Chen. Indeed. Surviving thus far without much aid and even harboring hopes of success, Estelle was undeniably impressive. Amidst the waves of admiration, however, some discordant voices emerged. For a large flock of birds often attracts a variety of opinions. One viewer, proudly displaying their national insignia, initiated a contentious debate. For a frail woman to achieve this much, our Estelle has evidently surpassed Chen's performance. I believe it is only fitting to name Estelle the best of this instance. Are you serious? Don't you know that the stream displays nationalities? You, a representative of the ugly nation, pretending to be a proud citizen of the golden nation? Besides, didn't your people previously label Chen as effeminate? How is it now that you've changed your tune? Such hypocrisy is nauseating. Did Chen eat your ugly nation's rice? Why harbor such animosity toward us? As discussions erupted regarding the ugly nation, a live stream announcement appeared. Viewers from the ugly nation, including J, KRK, YT, and 130 others, have been permanently muted. This serves as a reminder to all viewers to maintain civil discourse while watching our Golden Nation S stream. Avoid disparaging other national competitors, otherwise, permanent muting will be enforced upon discovery. No one anticipated the Golden Nation's sudden intervention, digging up old grievances. While it was normal for online discussions to escalate, this declaration made many keenly aware that something was amiss. The Golden Nation was perhaps preparing to side with the Dragon Nation. The announcement caused an uproar. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's live stream, a surge of viewers from the ugly nation flooded in. So you Dragon Nation have become powerful and are now enforcing hegemony, forcing the Golden Nation to mute us ugly nation users. This is a grave disrespect to our human rights. The Dragon Nation has finally revealed its true colors. They seek to dominate the world. Wake up, everyone. I curse you, Chen. You shall surely fail. In the next instant, this group of users was swiftly banned by the Dragon Nation's moderators, who had been single for 30 years. What is going on? What triggered these fools? It seems the Golden Nation has turned against them, banning a group of ugly nation users, and now they've lost it. Let us ignore them and continue watching the live stream. Chen is about to make a move. In the stream, Chen was seen methodically extracting patients from each unit on the 4th floor. Chapter 171. Unmasking. Chen has nowhere to hide. When confronted with disobedient patients, Chen resorted to a few forceful slaps. It must be said that the rules he previously deemed useless had now proven to be invaluable. Patients are not always compliant. Should they refuse to heed your commands, you may employ force, striking them until they comply. This rule was indeed effective. After a few firm slaps, not a single patient failed to obediently follow Chen out. In no time, all 20 patients from the 4th floor had gathered. In the next moment, Chen led this group, striving to evade the moonlight, towards the 3rd floor. Their light-hearted steps might have given the impression of a leisurely outing, but in truth, Chen felt a heavy pressure within. On the contrary, he experienced a nerve-wracking sensation akin to walking a tightrope. The reason was simple. His actions tonight were not solely aimed at surviving the evening. If that were the case, he could have merely found a chair on the 5th floor, wedged the elevator doors shut, and ensured that the employees remained trapped indefinitely. Wouldn't that prolong their confinement? Instead, he sought something far greater. He aimed to harness the situation, leveraging any opportunity to break free from this towering edifice. However, this endeavor was fraught with difficulty. First, he needed to uncover the peculiar boundaries at play, which explained why the normally composed Chen had repeatedly provoked the enigmatic woman. Secondly, he had to gauge the extent of his provocations. If he pushed too far, it could backfire. Should he incite a significant crisis that forced the mysterious figure into action, he would find himself in dire straits. Conversely, if he refrained from creating chaos, how could he possibly escape this fortress-like building? Thus, he found himself in a precarious balancing act. Lastly, there was another crucial matter at hand. He needed to bring the security personnel into the fray. At the very least, they must be made aware of the turmoil engulfing the building tonight, planting a seed of caution in their minds. Only then could he execute his ultimate plan. Taking a deep breath, Chen suppressed the negative emotion swelling within him. In the next moment, he readied himself, adjusting to the best possible state as he set about capturing the patients on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, numerous employees and delivery personnel, having searched tirelessly on the 8th and 7th floors to no avail, found themselves utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had that fellow simply vanished into thin air? Hadn't their colleague just mentioned he fled upstairs? But where was he now? At that moment, the woman in the red dress abruptly appeared outside the building. Suspended between the 9th and 8th floors, the ethereal figure gazed down at her busy employees, her brow furrowed. In the next instant, she flashed away, reappearing at the junction of the 9th and 8th floors. Summoning an employee, she softly instructed, "Send someone to the 5th floor to investigate why 5 employees remain motionless there." Understood. The individual, upon receiving her directive, hurriedly gathered a team. Before long, he returned, leading 5 battered individuals. "Director, we were ambushed by that fellow the moment we exited the elevator. In our negligence, we fell into his trap," one of them explained. Upon hearing this, the woman's lips twitched slightly. "Where are your clothes?" "He stripped me of them, and he even took my phone. I suspect he is impersonating me." At this revelation, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. They had been utterly deceived. Having scoured the 8th and 7th floors for this rogue, they felt like fools. "Director, don't be upset. We'll go apprehend him at once," someone hastily declared upon noticing her displeasure. "Do you really think that approach will work? Are you prepared to allow him to infiltrate your ranks again, only to be deceived once more?" The woman retorted coldly. Caught off guard, the group fell silent. They understood that this cunning individual could strike at any moment, disarming them and donning a mask to impersonate one of their own. "Will you not remove your masks? Are they glued to your faces?" she exclaimed, exasperation evident in her tone. Had she been able to descend from the 9th floor, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few sharp reprimands to this band of fools. At that moment, a thought occurred to her. Perhaps after capturing that little mouse, she could refrain from punishing him. As long as he complied and contributed ideas to her plans, she might overlook his previous insolence. While she entertained these notions, the others had already removed their masks, embarrassment painted across their faces as they stared at her. "What are you still standing there for? Go and catch that fellow. Remember, I want him alive," she shouted, her voice rising in urgency. "Yes." They promptly turned and rushed down the stairs. The woman watched their retreating figures, pressing her palm to her forehead. This is maddening. She increasingly regarded that little mouse as quite remarkable. Yet, no matter how clever he was still just a mouse. "You cannot escape my grasp," she whispered, her eyes narrowing. On the other side, Chen swept through the wards, soon releasing all the patients from the 2nd floor. By now, nearly 60 patients were following him, huddled together in the corridor, visibly anxious. Noticing this, Chen frowned and promptly retrieved a chair to stand upon. He gestured for silence with his hands. "Everyone, look at me. I have something important to say. First, please remember not to panic and cover your mouths." Seeing everyone comply, he continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am not an employee of this building. I am here at the behest of Barasan to rescue you." This revelation left the crowd momentarily stunned, their bodies trembling in shock. Fortunately, their mouths were covered, preventing any loud outcry. As the commotion below escalated, Chen raised his hand to signal for calm. "Each of you is a hero in Barasan's eyes. He has not forgotten you. I am here to lead you to safety." "Is that really true?" someone asked, astonished. "Of course. If not, why would I risk my life?" Seeing their expressions shift, they began to contemplate the plausibility of his words. With this, excitement surged among the crowd. One individual stepped forward, raising his hand to inquire. "But this building is too fortified. There are security personnel blocking the exits, and even a mysterious woman restraining us. How can we truly escape?" Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, this astute friend has pinpointed our challenges. Thus, escaping cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. We must proceed step by step, and today marks the critical first step." Hearing Chen's insistence on a methodical approach rather than a hasty escape, the group felt reassured. Sensing a glimmer of possibility. Chapter 172, "The moonlight is beautiful tonight. I wish to invite you to enjoy it at this moment," Chen continued. "Today, we have several objectives. The first is to assist as many of our brothers as possible in escaping to the upper floors. We must save whoever we can. I have thoroughly investigated. Due to your identities, that mysterious woman will not dare to obstruct you today. Even if you see her, there is no need for fear. Just close your eyes and charge ahead." Chen's words were not mere fabrications, but were indeed grounded in reality. The fate of these patients being confined to their rooms was directly linked to the success or failure of the woman in the red dress's scheme. If a large number of patients were to escape to the upper levels, the woman in the red dress would be compelled to intervene, awakening the woman in the blue dress. Firstly, if the woman in red were to intervene using her powers, it would be a violation of the rules. Secondly, thwarting the plans of the woman in red aligned perfectly with the desires of the woman in blue. Moreover, even if these patients managed to reach the upper floors, it would not hinder the goals of the woman in blue. After all, they would not be able to escape. There would always be opportunities to eliminate them. Thus, Chen had devised a clever strategy. The woman in red had regained her memory tonight, and she would not dare to let the blue dress awaken. If, by chance, the secret were to be uncovered, all efforts would be in vain. She could not afford to take that risk. Consequently, despite her anguish, the woman in red could not act to impede their escape. At this point, one might wonder why Chen did not charge up the stairs himself. That would be absurd. Chen was not a doctor. His life held no significance for the woman in blue. Was it truly feasible? Some expressed doubt. Of course, I would not risk my life to deceive you. Can you not trust Master Ballison? This is his plan. Upon hearing Chen's assertion, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was not worth risking their lives for a lie. Thus, they were willing to give it a try. Chen then continued using sign language. The second objective is to test the strength of the security personnel. If possible, I even wish to blend in among them, and for this, I will need everyone's assistance. After speaking, Chen looked at the group. Someone stepped forward and asked, "How can we help you?" "I need a dozen robust brothers to pretend to charge out the front door, to test the security strength and lay the groundwork for our future actions. However, this may result in some bruises for those brothers. That is fine. If it's for our escape, we are willing." "Excellent. However, those brothers will not suffer in vain. After taking the initial hits, you will be the second wave to storm the upper floors, with the first group creating a diversion. Your chances of successfully escaping will be greatly enhanced." After explaining, Chen raised his right arm. "Those who wish to charge with me against the security, stand to my right. The rest of you, position yourselves across the corridor." With this command, the group swiftly complied, dividing into two waves. Upon a cursory glance, it seemed that about 20 individuals were willing to take the first hits, aligning well with Chen's requirements. "Now, to better facilitate your escape, I shall provide you with some tips. When you charge up, if anyone tries to stop you, do your best to unmask them. This will diminish their combat effectiveness. Additionally, I have a secret weapon. Turn around, and I shall write something on your backs." "Secret weapon?" The crowd was momentarily baffled, but they complied without hesitation. Chen chuckled as he pulled out a thick marker, inscribing mysterious incantations on their backs. 1-1, 2-2, 3-1. Sometimes, even first-grade math problems can yield miraculous results. Before long, having completed his task, Chen waved his hand. More than 30 individuals charged towards the upper floors with a resounding roar, while the remaining 20 or so cried out as they rushed towards the ground floor. Chen followed closely behind, heading for the first floor. At that moment, the security personnel were lethargically chatting in the corridor. "I heard they're apprehending someone upstairs. It seems quite lively." "Indeed, I'd like to go too. It's dreadfully dull just standing here on the first floor." "Well, it's to prevent anyone from escaping." "Then why did the director lift the barrier at the entrance?" One glanced around and pulled another towards the staircase. "I've heard the director did it to allow his little boyfriend to escape." "What? There is such a story? Please, elaborate." Before he could finish, over 20 men came charging down with a roar, toppling the two security guards in an instant. The surging crowd rushed towards the exit. Having been treated as guinea pigs for a year, these individuals were filled with resentment. This was their chance for revenge, and they fought with reckless abandon against the guards. Moreover, the security personnel had never anticipated that the patients would dare to unite and charge forward. Caught off guard, they suffered minor setbacks. However, soon enough, the tide of battle began to shift with the aid of the rules. Rule 5. Patients are like cats, while doctors are like mice. The natural order suppresses them. When killing, they are shielded by my divine power, transforming the impossible into the possible. Under this natural suppression, the chaos was swiftly quelled. One by one, the patients sat against the wall, bruised and battered. At this moment, Chen arrived late from behind. He scanned the corridor and noted that the security captain had not emerged. He understood that relying on this group to force their way out was nothing short of a fantasy. With a sigh of relief, Chen remarked, "These patients have gone mad. Thank you so much for stopping them." "It's our duty," they replied. "By the way, could one of you assist me in escorting the patients back?" "Of course, we'll accompany you." A few of them pledged boisterously. No, just one will suffice. The situation upstairs is utterly chaotic, with over 30 patients running amok. It would be best for you to remain here to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Chen hurriedly interjected. The group was taken aback. After a moment's consideration, they realized his reasoning was sound. Although the captain was present, it was prudent to exercise caution. "All right, I'll accompany you in escorting these individuals back." One man wearing a mask with a spear pattern stepped forward. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Chen began helping the security personnel tie the patients together. He then followed that man as they ascended the stairs. Before long, they arrived on the second floor. Chen scanned the area, confirming no other security personnel were in sight. With a grin, he retrieved a stun baton from his pocket and tapped the shoulder of the security guard in front of him. Brother, let me show you something amazing. In the next instant, the stun baton struck the guard's neck, and he collapsed. With the guard dealt with, Chen did not hasten to change his clothes. Instead, he first untied the patient's bonds. All right, brothers, you've worked hard. Now, hurry up to the upper floors and escape. Remember, do not mind that strange woman. She will not dare to act. Once you get up, simply plead with your fellow brothers to open the door for you. Thank you. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Chen before turning and charging towards the upper floors in a grand procession. Having accomplished this, Chen let out a long breath. The move had been made. Now it was time to see how the enigmatic woman would respond. Upon reaching the third floor, he selected a window with a lovely view of the moonlight and stepped forward. At the same time, he took out his phone and reconnected to the camera. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. I wish to invite you to enjoy it. Chen smiled as he addressed the mysterious woman. Chapter 173, Madness and Destruction Step by Step. Chen's toes paused at the boundary of the moonlight spilling through the window. Oh, moon gazing? How delightful. No one has ever invited me to admire the moon before. A woman appeared on the video screen with a beaming smile. Zhang Yang truly lacks an understanding of romance. Zhang Yang. Alas, it seems this little mouse knows nothing at all. I had thought you were well informed, but it appears you merely heard gossip from the doctor. What do you mean by that? Why should I tell you? The woman retracted her smile, her voice turning icy. If I accompany you to gaze at the moon, shouldn't you prepare some tales to accompany the drink? In life? Oh no, in deception, one ought not to be so stingy, Chen remarked playfully. Accompany me in moon gazing? Yet I see no trace of you. Is this how you accompany someone? Ah, so you care about that, do you? Then it's simple. Open your eyes wide. I'm coming. With that, Chen turned, stepping away from the window. His broad shoulders bathed in the purple moonlight. He felt a tingling sensation where the light touched his skin, akin to countless ants crawling over him. A most uncomfortable feeling. Fortunately, Chen's mental fortitude was exceptional, allowing him to endure it. On the other side, the woman's expression shifted, her eyes widening as if she beheld something astonishing. In the next moment, she vanished, appearing in midair outside the building. With her fluttering garments and the purple moon behind her, she resembled a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as they fixated on the figure within a certain window below. What do you think? Did you see that? Doesn't my silhouette exude a certain charm? The camera in her palm transmitted Chen's voice once more. Humph. I was just beginning to think you were an interesting and clever person, only to discover you are a pompous fool. Do you realize that the instant I laid eyes on you, there was no escape for you? Aren't you afraid that using divine power will attract Wang Xin's attention? Huh, violate the rules. I told you know nothing. Do you really think you're worthy of being a pawn in the game between Wang Xin and me? Killing you won't draw her interest. And besides, the woman paused, revealing a smile. Who said I intended to use divine power to eliminate you? The moonlight alone is sufficient to numb your body, and the moon's radiance can bind your steps at any moment. If my associates arrive now, you will have nowhere to flee. Chen pursed his lips and sighed. So, you're saying I've walked into a trap? You could say that. Since you are so confident of victory, I shall surrender myself. Now, may I ask for some clarification? Also, could you dim the moonlight a bit? It's quite uncomfortable being illuminated by it. Chen scratched his back, smiling as he spoke. Very well, I am in a splendid mood now. Feel free to inquire about anything. As she spoke, the woman waved her hand, summoning a cloud from the horizon. As the cloud obscured the moon, the purple glow dimmed. Why do I say Zhang Yang knows nothing of romance? Yet you claim I know nothing? As the moonlight faded, Chen sat down on the floor with his back to the window, signaling his lack of flight. Well, how to explain? Simply put, Zhang Yang has nothing to do with me. Or to put it another way, my relationship with Wang Xin is not as you imagine. We are not one being. It would not be an exaggeration to say I am her twin sister. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen was taken aback. It starkly contrasted with what Yang Feng had conveyed. Aren't you the tragic soul residing in Wang Xin's right brain? Indeed, but what of it? Oh, I understand what you are puzzled about. Your thinking is too simplistic. You believe that since Wang Xin and I are born from the left and right hemispheres, we must be one. However, when Wang Xin met Zhang Yang, I was still in a state of ignorance, yet to awaken. Even now that I have awakened, I possess none of my previous memories. How can we be considered one being? Moreover, have you noticed the difference between me and my associates? Why am I divine while they remain mundane? Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow even tighter. This question aligned perfectly with his own confusion. We are all unfortunate souls split in half. Why has this young girl become a being of enigma, while the others remain human? At this moment, the woman continued. Splitting the brain can indeed liberate divinity, But one must understand that divinity is not the same as divine power. These are worlds apart. As for how to acquire divine power, that cannot be explained, nor can it be spoken of. The only thing I can tell you is that their division is not thorough enough. Not thorough enough. Are you implying they still share a body? That is one way to interpret it. Then your division from Wang Xin is also not complete. Su Chen recalled the previous events and asked with curiosity. Foolish. My physical body has been destroyed, and all my memories have been severed. My current form is born of the heavens and earth. Claiming that I and Wang Xin have a twin-like relationship is not an exaggeration at all. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Chen nodded. Different memories, different personalities, different preferences. Even the body is no longer connected to the past. To say they are twins would not be an exaggeration. Therefore, your plan is to take it a step further and completely sever ties with Wang Xin? Su Chen asked with a smile. At that moment, the woman narrowed her eyes and nodded at Su Chen's back. You are indeed clever, although I do not know why you foolishly exposed yourself to the moonlight. That does not diminish my interest in you. Thank you for the compliment. I am flattered. No need for thanks. My patience is running thin, and now you understand my purpose. So please answer me immediately. Will you help me? I can promise not to taint you, nor awaken your second persona. After all, who knows if your second persona would be as intriguing? The woman spoke earnestly. Not interested, let us leave it at that. I am rather lazy. You should put in the effort yourself. By the way, I find your plan quite unreliable. Then you have chosen death. The woman's expression darkened. Su Chen took out his phone to check the time, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he nodded in affirmation. Seeking death. The woman in the air raised her left arm, pointing towards Su Chen's window. Suddenly, the frenzied purple moon in the sky trembled violently, then plummeted from the heavens. In the next moment, a colossal moon appeared outside Su Chen's window. The radiant purple moon flickered, resembling a colossal beast blinking its bloodthirsty gaze. The blazing purple moonlight cascaded onto Su Chen's back, casting him in a beguiling glow. Chapter 174. You can't bear to see me die. Let the bullets fly. For a while witnessing this scene, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast was utterly stunned, left speechless. Meanwhile, the envious viewers from other countries erupted in sheer excitement, feeling more exhilarated than if they had stumbled upon a fortune. Has Su Chen's head been kicked by a donkey? How dare he oppose the bizarre entity? He clearly doesn't know how to write the word death. What a thrill. Finally, a moment of joy. Do you enjoy courting death? Keep it up. This time, Su Chen is doomed. After he's gone, let's see how you Dragon Kingdom people continue to flaunt yourselves. Have you defied us? Excellent. From this moment on, the decline of the Dragon Kingdom is an inevitable fate. Prepare to meet your end. The crowd unleashed their pent-up darkness. The next moment, those foul-mouthed spectators were swiftly banned by the moderators from the Dragon Kingdom. However, spurred by this incident, the concerned fans from the Dragon Kingdom regained their composure. What are you boasting about? No matter what, our Su Chen will outlive your nation's chosen ones. Moreover, he is still alive. We believe Su Chen will surely create a miracle. You foreigners understand nothing. This is just how Su Chen operates. Be careful, or Su Chen might just leave you in awe. Indeed, you dim-witted individuals probably cannot grasp what high-level tactics are. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. I won't reason with you. I lack decorum and cannot endure. I just want to say, you vile fool, shut your wretched mouth. On the other side, within the Dragon Kingdom's Strange Tales department, Elder Chen sat in his wheelchair, his hands trembling as they clutched the armrests tightly. His murky eyes, however, were fixated on Su Chen's face. Why is Su Chen taking such a perilous risk? Wasn't everything going smoothly before? If he had been more cautious, surviving tonight would have been a piece of cake. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, why did Su Chen suddenly provoke that strange woman? Perhaps he has a plan? Yet this seems exceedingly reckless. The crowd buzzed with speculation. At that moment, Shaoli spoke up. Elder Chen, what are your thoughts? Hearing the question, Elder Chen turned to glance at everyone. He replied solemnly, I am uncertain, but I suspect Su Chen's perilous actions may be related to his ulterior motives. Perhaps he is not merely trying to survive the night, but rather intends to escape the building at this opportune moment. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Good heavens. While contestants from other nations are perishing in their quest for survival, he is planning an all-out escape. This is utterly absurd. Even if he wishes to escape, why provoke the bizarre entity? Someone queried, perplexed. I personally speculate that Su Chen might be attempting to engage in psychological warfare. The notion of psychological warfare left the audience even more bewildered. I suspect that Su Chen's survival hinges on the bizarre entity, which is why he is persistently probing its limits. Yet there was no need to put himself in such a precarious situation. This is precisely what I mean by psychological warfare. Consider how to leave a lasting impression on someone, perhaps even instill a psychological shadow. The best way is to deliver a crushing defeat when they are basking in their imminent victory. After Elder Chen's explanation, he ceased speaking and turned his gaze back to Su Chen's resolute demeanor. Simultaneously, Su Chen sensed something unusual behind him. He had attempted to rise, only to find his body unresponsive. The intense moonlight and the numbness coursing through him signaled that the bizarre woman was not jesting. Enough, restrain yourself. I'll show you something, and then you can decide whether to eliminate me. Otherwise, we will both suffer, and do not blame me for not warning you in advance. Do you think you are worthy? The woman mocked coldly. Yet, despite her words, she once again obscured the moonlight. Feeling the shift behind him, Su Chen quickly moved his arms. Soon, he realized he had regained control of his body. A slight smile crossed his face as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the hair bracelet gifted by the blue-clad woman. If you intend to control me with the moonlight, I will resist fiercely, and she will assist me. The red-clad woman glanced at Su Chen's raised wrist, taken aback. In an instant, she understood its significance. How do you possess this? I see now. You were the one hiding in 901 these past few days. Yes, it was me. However, from your tone, it seems you already knew Zhang Yang had left. Can you tell me where he went? Su Chen inquired. It is of no concern to you. Moreover, this cannot protect you, the woman declared icily, her voice brimming with menace. Indeed, it cannot protect me. But if I struggle desperately and deplete the energy of this bracelet, is there not a chance that Wang Xian will awaken? After all, in her eyes, this bracelet was a gift from her beloved, Zhang Yang. Su Chen remarked with a grin. The bizarre woman's breath quickened. She had to concede that Su Chen was correct. If the bracelet were to be damaged, Wang Xian would undoubtedly awaken. In her mind, nothing was more important than Zhang Yang. Yet, if she awakened, he would not survive. He was not Zhang Yang and had deceived her, thus she would kill him. However, his plan would also be exposed. A mischievous smile spread across Su Chen's face. You. The woman was left speechless with rage. Therefore, let us temper that moonlight. Why should we both suffer and allow Wang Xian to benefit? Wouldn't you agree? The woman offered no reply. Yet, Su Chen perceptively noticed that the moonlight behind him had grown dimmer. In the next moment, Su Chen stood up, turned around, and gazed out at the enormous moon and the beautiful maiden in the sky. You promised to let me admire the moon. I must at least take a glance, right? Su Chen said with a smile. The woman trembled at his words and hastily waved her hand, summoning clouds to obscure the luminous moon. Are you so afraid of dying? She gritted through her teeth. This is merely trust in you. You surely cannot bear to see me perish. Besides, to behold a fairy dancing beneath the moonlight, I would die content. Su Chen continued to flatter. The woman glared at the man by the window, her teeth clenched in anger. Suddenly, through the holes in her mask, she vaguely recognized a familiarity in Su Chen's gaze. She momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure. Even without the moonlight, you cannot escape the building. Ultimately, you will fall into the hands of my subordinates. She hissed. Is that so? You are relying on those fools. Are you not concerned that I might once again hide among them? Su Chen chuckled. Huh. They have already removed their masks. Your tricks are of no use now. Upon hearing this, Su Chen paused, then laughed. Oh, is that so? Capturing you is merely a matter of time. How else can you evade? If I told you that having them remove their masks was your gravest mistake tonight, what would you think? Still boasting even at death's door. Do you doubt me? My plan has already been set in motion. Soon you will see why. Ridiculous, I see nothing. Fear not, let the bullets fly for a while. Su Chen replied with a grin. Chapter 175, Patient Uprising versus Employee Rampage. By the way, taking advantage of the last moments, I have another question. Can you perceive whether your employees are experiencing a divine awakening? Su Chen continued to inquire. Indeed. So, you cannot detect that group of patients, can you? Upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow but nodded, confirming the truth of his statement. Then I advise you to stop floating in the clouds and return to the building to see what is happening. At this remark, the woman's frown deepened. In the next instant, she vanished and reappeared at the junction of the 9th floor. As she arrived, she noticed a masked employee anxiously awaiting her. Why are you wearing a mask again? She asked irritably. Director, there has been a disaster. Those patients have gone mad, rushing upstairs in a frenzy. Can't you just stop them? The woman was at a loss for words. Stop them? That is impossible. What? Are you all incompetent? We truly cannot. The brothers have gone berserk, and chaos reigns. If I hadn't sensed something amiss and hurried here, I wouldn't even be able to report to you now. The man was drenched in sweat, frantic with urgency. How could this be? The woman was bewildered. Isn't there a set of rules governing them? How could her own employees fail to control these patients? Rewinding time, the members of the Star of David were preparing to search for Su Chen floor by floor. At that moment, thunderous footsteps echoed from the staircase. In the next instant, a horde of patients surged up, howling as they charged for the upper floors. The members of the Star of David were momentarily stunned. Fortunately, having undergone professional training, they quickly regained their composure. They rushed forward to subdue the throng of patients. As employees, they understood that the director would be unable to restrain these patients from escaping into the upper rooms tonight. Thus, they stood as the only line of defense. Should they fail, the plan would be irrevocably thwarted. With this motivation, the members of the Star of David began to suppress the patients with fervor. Luckily, aided by the rules, their efforts to subdue the patients were instinctively effective. Soon, the situation began to tilt in their favor. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Many noticed the mysterious incantations inscribed on the backs of the patients. 1. 2. Such a simple problem that even those who are typically indifferent to mathematics could solve. 2. 4. Who would be so bored as to write this nonsense behind the patients? The crowd grumbled internally. Initially, they paid little heed, but as time passed and the assaults continued, the power of these mysterious incantations became evident. Rule 9. If someone maintains rational and logical thinking, they shall be shielded by my divine power. You shall not corrupt them. It is noteworthy that the simplicity of these problems was almost disarming. So simple that upon the first glance, one could not help but calculate the answer. It was beyond the realm of conscious control. In an instant, mathematical reasoning seized the high ground of their minds. Unlike more complex equations, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, which would leave one utterly perplexed. Consequently, subtly and gradually, the primary personalities of this group began to awaken. Moreover, it did not end there. As these individuals were not wearing masks, the suppression of their primary personalities was absent, leading to an extraordinarily rapid revival. Last night, the Star of David was the prime example. Without masks, two of their personalities had argued throughout the night. Now, with this group similarly unmasked and stimulated by mathematical reasoning, the resurgence of their primary personalities was alarmingly swift. Yet, this was not the most troubling aspect. The most distressing revelation was that the primary personalities harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the patients, a grudge so intense that they would relish in their annihilation. Thus, the actions of the awakened primary personalities were all too predictable. One member, line segment, seized a patient with the intent to bind them. Just as he prepared to do so, his primary personality awakened. What a fortuitous opportunity. He had been the one earlier that morning, brimming with the audacity to try and open doors. Now, seeing the patient before him, how could he possibly refrain? With a swift motion, line segment lunged at the patient, executing a stranglehold. His muscular arms bulged as he clearly intended to end the patient's life. Ha ha ha, what a divine opportunity. You're finished. Line segment tightened his grip, laughing maniacally. The members of the Star of David, witnessing this, were terrified. Would the director not go mad if they killed a patient? They rushed over to intervene. However, line segment, now frenzied, was beyond restraint. Fortunately, in a moment of clarity, a member of the Star of David cleverly snatched up his mask and placed it over line segment's face. In the next instant, line segment's second personality fought back fiercely, reclaiming control of his body before the patient could be completely subdued. Thank you. Line segment wiped the sweat from his brow, apologizing to his comrade. Yet, the next moment, something was amiss with the Star of David. His facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. With a sudden roar, he shouted, "Beast! I will kill you." He lunged at the poor patient. Line segment, witnessing this, felt a cold sweat break out. What in the world? Just as I regained control, you go mad again? He hurriedly tried to intervene. But alas, the Star of David was also in a frenzy, incapable of stopping himself. He bit down hard on the patient's rear, refusing to relent. The anguished cries of the patient and the fierce howls of the Star of David echoed through the corridor. In that moment, line segment remembered the mask and quickly reached for his waist. Upon touching it, he found nothing. Clearly, in the chaos, the mask had been lost. Ultimately, line segment made a decisive choice, removing his own mask and placing it on the Star of David's face. Before long, the Star of David began to regain his composure. What happened to me? He asked, bewildered. You just went mad. Fortunately, Oh no, I'm back. Quickly. Restrain me. Line segment's expression changed dramatically. This chaos was unfolding across the battlefield. These primary personalities had waited a year for an opportunity like this. Now that it had finally arrived, they would not hesitate to retaliate against their second personalities, seizing the chance to eliminate the patients. Moreover, there was a critical issue. These primary personalities were aware of the mask's powers. Thus, upon awakening, their first instinct was to rip off the masks of those nearby. As a result, The battlefield descended further into chaos, gradually pushing towards the upper floors. Soon, this farce reached the 9th floor. The enigmatic woman, observing the pandemonium, nearly suffered a stroke from rage. At that moment, she recalled Su Chen's earlier words. If I told you that having them remove their masks was the worst decision you made tonight, what would you think? What would I think? I wish I could give myself a couple of slaps. Chapter 176. I adore your defiant countenance. Quickly don the mask. The woman bellowed amidst the chaotic battlefield. Yes, the staff members echoed her call, hastily assisting one another to subdue the dominant personalities. In that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Over 20 patients surged forth from the stairwell. The first act of these frenzied individuals, upon breaching the fray, was to rip the masks from the staff's faces. And it did not end there. Many seized the masks and made their escape, leaving behind backs inscribed with curses, stirring even greater turmoil. The enigmatic woman watched, her expression one of shock, as her blood pressure soared. In the next instant, she deftly leaped back into the air, glaring fiercely at Su Chen, who remained blissfully gazing at the moon. Was this all you're doing? Of course. Do you fancy this gift? Su Chen replied with a smile as he heard her voice through his phone. I'll kill you, she shrieked. Calm down, consider your identity. You certainly lack any semblance of divine grace at the moment. Moreover, those patients haven't broken through the line yet. Your little kitties should be able to hold them back. Su Chen replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, the woman took a deep breath, suppressing her fury. I shall not let this go. Just you wait. She gritted her teeth. I am not one to be intimidated by threats. Do you truly think I fear you? Believe me, I could charge upstairs right now and deliver a few knocks among the chaos. After all, the masks must be in utter disarray by now. After a few strikes, no one would recognize anyone else. And given the ebb and flow, who can say whether the patients will indeed break through in large numbers? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, speaking with a calm demeanor. If my plan fails, I will take your life. Still threatening me? Then let us perish together, Su Chen declared ominously. Simultaneously, he raised his head abruptly, his sharp gaze locking onto the woman's eyes without flinching. You. The woman found herself momentarily speechless at the determination reflected in Su Chen's eyes. In the next moment, he burst into laughter, his fierce gaze softening. Oh dear, little kitty, I was merely trying to frighten you. I am utterly terrified of death. So let us refrain from mutual destruction, shall we? Then you must promise not to cause further trouble tonight. I need to assist the staff in subduing the patients. Very well, let us declare a ceasefire for tonight. Agreed. With that, the woman prepared to return to the building. However, she suddenly recalled something. Let me reiterate. You cannot escape the building. So do not rejoice too soon. In 7 days, I will surely capture you. But I assure you, I shall spare your life. For you have truly piqued my interest. With that, she vanished in the blink of an eye. I adore your defiant countenance, Su Chen murmured to the sky. He then turned and melted back into the shadows. Witnessing this, the audience from Dragon Country was thoroughly captivated by Su Chen's performance. His series of audacious maneuvers had completely taken them by surprise. Is this even possible? The enigmatic one has been outwitted. No wonder they call him Su God. While it was true that Su Chen was quite the trickster, this time, many were reluctant to disagree. They believed Su Chen had confronted the enigma head-on and triumphed. It makes sense. After all, the enigmatic one was rendered speechless by Su Chen's retorts. Who has ever witnessed such a humble side of the enigma? The enigmatic one lamented. Brother Chen, I admit, I spoke too loudly. By the way, where are those who proclaimed Su Chen was doomed? Come out quickly. Did you hear the sound of my slaps? Upon reading this comment, many foreign viewers who had previously mocked Dragon Country felt a sting of shame and quickly exited the live stream. Yet, some remained, enjoying their defiance. Acknowledging the excellence of Dragon Country and Su Chen was, to them, a fate worse than death. What is the matter? Did you not say that Su Chen's goal was to escape the building? He still hasn't managed to do so. Exactly, after all this fuss. The outcome is nearly the same as that of Estelle from Golden Country. What is the point? This behavior epitomized the nature of the people from Dragon Country. They delighted in exaggeration to capture attention, yet in reality, it bore little fruit. The once jubilant audience from Dragon Country, upon encountering these comments, felt their blood pressure rise. Damn it, moderator, don't meddle. If I don't vent my frustrations on them today, I shan't deserve the title of Keyboard Immortal. The Dragon Country livestream was soon overwhelmed by a peak of fervent keyboard warriors. Meanwhile, Estelle, who had received some praise from a few Golden Country fans, was cautiously following the crowd in search of herself. The young girl felt a surge of anxiety, far from the nonchalance described by the audience. The reason was simple. There was still some time before dawn. Yet, the group had already searched up to the 4th floor. At this rate, they would soon uncover something amiss, placing her in a precarious position of suspicion. However, she had not left herself without a backup plan. On the fourth floor, she had set up a maze. Whether she could successfully evade capture depended on this maneuver. Estelle quickened her pace, grasping the sleeve of the person in front of her. Look at this. As the person turned around, she gestured towards the heating well while communicating through sign language. Upon seeing where she pointed, the individual's pupils constricted. The door to the heating well was locked with a combination lock, one that Estelle had acquired from Zhang Yang. The sight of the lock triggered some associations in the individual, prompting them to hastily rush a few steps forward and gather the rest of their colleagues. Before long, everyone had congregated at the heating well. Observing the opportune moment, Estelle moved to the front, pressing her ear against the door as if listening intently. There's a breathing sound. Surely someone is hiding in there. She signaled to everyone. Upon hearing this explanation, the group perked up. Well, we've searched for you all night. Turns out you were hiding here. You won't be able to escape now. Seeing the excitement among her peers, Estelle seized the opportunity to inquire further. But how did you get in there? It is known that the best way to have someone accept your reasoning is to lead them to deduce the conclusion themselves. The group was momentarily perplexed. Indeed, if the lock is outside, how was it locked? However, someone soon arrived at a conclusion. She must have coerced a patient into locking it. That makes sense. It must be so. They all agreed. Thus, they grew increasingly convinced that Estelle was indeed hiding inside. Meanwhile, Estelle couldn't help but smirk quietly. Yet she had to admit, their deductions weren't entirely far-fetched. In fact, there was someone inside the heating well, only it was not Estelle, but rather a patient. Chapter 177. The final arrangement before escape. How do we unlock this door without resorting to brute force? Someone inquired. Let's take turns trying. It's just a 4-digit code, came the reply. Thus, they commenced their methodical attempts, testing each combination at a rate of 1 every 2 seconds, starting from 0000. However, due to Estelle's choice of the code 5111, 2 hours later, the lock remained resolutely unyielding. Estelle, observing from the sidelines, felt her patience wane. In her mind, she had envisioned this group swiftly unlocking the door with a simple twist of the numbers and a tug on the handle. Even if they were to try each number sequentially, she expected at most a second per attempt. To her astonishment, their sensitivity to numbers proved appallingly lacking. Not only did they start slowly, but their pace diminished further as the numbers increased. This unforeseen delay rendered her contingency plans utterly moot. At this rate, it seemed unlikely they would unlock the door before dawn. As time slipped away, the horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from Estelle. They had survived. Meanwhile, Chen and his subordinates also felt their anxiety dissipate. It must be said, Chen's strategy had been remarkably sound. Throughout the night, not a single individual had disturbed them on the 5th floor. With victory in sight, smiles began to spread across their faces. Their affiliated organization was equally exhilarated, as this challenge was essentially the final hurdle of the entire quest. Overcoming it would ensure their nation's ascendancy on the international stage, a substantial leap forward in rankings. The leaders of various nations were resolutely convinced of this notion. Quickly, prepare an exquisite and thoughtful gift to present to Chen upon his return to the real world. Yes, and don't forget another gift for our chosen one when he emerges. Make sure to convey that if the next quest does not separate everyone but keeps them together, he must ensure Chen is pleased. Make it a point to volunteer for any arduous tasks. If he can win Chen's favor, I shall grant his entire family financial freedom. A perceptive leader grasped the essence of the conversation. Understood. Such dialogues unfolded across the globe. Chen's remarkable performance had profoundly impacted the upper echelons of these nations. His potential was undeniably immense and worthy of every conceivable effort to win his favor. Returning to the realm of the strange tales, a few hours prior, after reaching a ceasefire agreement with the enigmatic woman, Chen returned to the 2nd floor. He retrieved the unconscious security guard from the water heater, deftly beginning to strip him of his clothing. Goodness, I've acquired a haphazard array of skills during this quest, from ropes and tape to lockpicking, and now even stripping someone down, Chen internally lamented. Shortly thereafter, he efficiently bound the guard into a cocoon, gagged him, and secured him to a pillar by the water heater. Next, he donned the guard's uniform and mask. As the mask adorned with a blade motif settled onto his face, a familiar distortion of light enveloped him. Moments later, Chen had transformed into the very shape of the security guard he had just incapacitated. After stretching his limbs, he checked his appearance using his phone's camera. Satisfied that there were no oversights, he proceeded to the 1st floor. Back already? How did it go upstairs? Someone asked, eager for gossip. You wouldn't believe it. As soon as I arrived, I encountered a group of deranged patients, and they promptly whisked away the previous batch. Fortunately, They learned their lesson and didn't charge downstairs again, but rather headed back upstairs. What? My goodness, what kind of drugs are they on today to act so wildly? Who knows? Chen's face flushed slightly. Reflecting on the timeline, he mused that it was entirely possible a few of them might have escaped to the upper floors tonight. He could only imagine the director's fury. Upon hearing this, Chen nearly blurted out that he knew precisely how furious the director would be. Ultimately, he refrained from saying anything. It must be quite infuriating. He replied nonchalantly. I heard that this commotion was instigated by a newcomer we've never seen before. I wonder what his true identity is to cause such chaos. Indeed, how can this rascal stir up so much trouble? But I must admit, he truly is impressive. What is so impressive? He only dares to provoke our security team. He is merely a cowardly bully. Chen's heart skipped a beat at this remark, prompting him to scrutinize the security guard closely. Noted. I'll be sure to reward you later, he thought, planning to report the incident to the enigmatic woman, claiming it was this guard who incited him. The nearby guard shivered inexplicably. It's a bit chilly tonight. I think I'll head back for some hot water. Go ahead. You might not find any later. Chen quipped. I mean, on such a cold night, if you go too late, there may not be any hot water left. Good point. I'll take my leave then. After bidding farewell, the guard headed down the corridor. Time continued its relentless march, and the first light of dawn gradually illuminated the east. Chen glanced at his phone. It read 5:55. A smile crept onto his lips. The moment had come. The performance was about to begin. He returned to the fourth floor, surveying the area. The patients had largely been apprehended, which aligned perfectly with Chen's expectations. The dynamics between patients and staff were governed by certain rules, and with the enigmatic woman assisting, it was merely a matter of time before the patients were subdued. As dawn approached, the patients would soon realize their time was running out. If they did not return to their wards, after 6 o'clock, the staff's personas would fully transform, placing their lives in jeopardy. Realizing they could not escape, the patients surrendered, allowing themselves to be bound and returned to their rooms. Chen meandered through the wards and noted one room was entirely vacant. A smile crossed his face. Indeed, some patients had escaped during the night. This was excellent news. Such an event would undoubtedly agitate the enigmatic woman's mind. It would be much easier to manipulate them for his advantage. Chapter 178. The bizarre kidnapping. Chen opened the door to the vacant room, pulled out his phone, and snapped a photograph. He then proceeded to other doors, unlocking them one by one and capturing several more images. After completing this task, he secured the door and turned towards the second floor. Upon reaching the plumbing well where the security guard was bound, Chen checked the time again. It was 5:59, perfect timing. He opened the door to the plumbing well and retrieved a fruit knife from his pocket. Forgive me, my friend, but I require a bit of blood. With that, he made a swift incision on the guard's thigh. In the next moment, blood gushed forth. Given that Chen had previously gagged the guard, he could barely emit a sound, his eyes wide with terror. Do not move, do not resist, simply cooperate with me. I will only strike in safe places. And I assure you, I shall not take your life, Chen gently reassured him. Yet, his tone shifted as he narrowed his eyes, fixing a fierce gaze upon the guard. You must understand, I have already subdued your director. If I were to end your life, she would not dare to utter a word. So, do you comprehend what you must do? The guard, overwhelmed by fear, nodded vigorously, biting his lip in submission. Good boy. Chen patted his head. In the following moment, he began to smear the guard's blood onto his mask and clothing, carefully creating the appearance of being splattered with blood. After delivering a few more cuts to the guard, Chen completed his grim task. He now bore a mask covered in blood, with his attire similarly stained, resembling someone who had just committed murder. Next, he staunched the guard's bleeding and stuffed him into the plumbing well, retrieving his tools from the well. Chen made his way to the security room at the entrance. Simultaneously, he reconnected to the surveillance camera. Hello, lovely lady, what are you up to? How many patients escaped last night? Upon hearing Chen's cheeky voice, the strange woman felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that misfortune was imminent. 3 have escaped, and I will hold you accountable for this. What are you planning now? She inquired, furrowing her brow as her image appeared on the screen. Just a reminder. I noticed that your staff left the door unlocked when they returned the patients. Look, it's nearly 6 o'clock. Are you not worried? Impossible. They would never leave the door unlocked. She retorted firmly. Oh dear, you are indeed difficult to deceive. Let me be frank. I opened the door, Chen confessed. What? You? The woman was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if she had heard the most horrifying news. In the next instant, her expression darkened, her eyes narrowing with a murderous intent. The sky, which had begun to brighten, turned pitch black, and the swirling clouds reflected her impending rage. You are courting death. Oh, I know you are furious, but I advise you to hold your temper. After all, no harm has come to the patients yet. Chen's words prompted the strange woman to take a deep breath, momentarily suppressing her anger. I spared you last night. What more do you want? I warn you. If anything happens to the patients, I will kill you. I am well aware. I am not foolish, Chen replied, feigning exasperation. I contacted you to propose a trade. If you cooperate, the patients will be safe. What trade? Allow me to leave the building. That is impossible. The rules are strict, and the entrance guard can only follow my orders. You need not command him. Just ensure he assists when the time comes. Very well. Preoccupied with the safety of the patients and having encountered numerous surprises from Chen that night, she found him utterly unpredictable. To prevent any further complications, the strange woman reluctantly agreed. Moreover, she believed that Chen's escape from the building was utterly implausible. Her priority was to keep him from harming the patients. Confident that she would have ample opportunity to deal with him later. In that case, let us celebrate our cooperation in advance. Chen chuckled, placing his phone back in his pocket. However, he did not sever the connection. Instead, he allowed the strange woman to hear his every move. Upon arriving on the first floor, Chen's blood-soaked appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone present. What the hell, Miao Dao, what happened? Someone inquired. Chen shot a glance at the person without responding and continued straight to the security room. Moments later, he knocked on the door. The security team leader opened it, his large frame filling the doorway. What is going on? Miao Dao, what have you done? Boss, great news. Many doors on the upper floor were left unlocked. Likely due to the chaos last night, someone must have forgotten to lock them. I seized the opportunity and took out one of them. Then I thought of my brothers. I couldn't keep all the good fortune to myself, so I hurried to bring you the news. Chen feigned a deranged demeanor. What? Such a thing is possible? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Upon hearing this news, the security team leader's demeanor changed as he rushed over. Panting, those people are usually extremely cautious. How could they leave the door unlocked? Are you certain you weren't mistaken? Seeing their reactions, Chen reveled inwardly. I am certain, but your inquiry has sparked a thought. Perhaps that door was left ajar by the troublemaker from last night. And don't doubt me, I even took photos. Chen pulled out his phone, displaying the earlier staged pictures of the unlocked doors for all to see. Goodness, this is incredible. Which floor is this? I must go up there and take care of these beasts. Someone's eyes glinted with excitement, their restless feet itching to move. However, in the next instant, their second personality emerged, swiftly suppressing their impulsive urge. This transitional period between yin and yang left both personalities unstable, capable of sudden shifts. Upon hearing that the doors upstairs were unlocked, the second personality became terrified. Without controlling the dominant personality, they feared the worst. Thus, chaos erupted on the first floor. One individual suddenly slammed their head against the wall, collapsing unconscious, while another knocked out their neighbor with a punch, only to slap themselves unconscious moments later. This was, of course, the second personality at work, desperately trying to prevent anyone from attacking the patients. As the atmosphere escalated, the second personalities of the crowd became aware of the situation. Suingdi also began to manifest. He activated his dual focus ability, swinging his left hand to slap his own face, while his right hand deftly intercepted the blow midair. The two hands engaged in a playful struggle as he began to rant incoherently, attempting to calm the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. Allow me to share a few words. Chapter 179. Newton's second law and the multiplication table. Firstly, since the door is unlocked and the patient is restrained on the bed, we have ample time to exact our revenge. There is no need for such haste. These scoundrels cannot possibly thwart us. Secondly, after enduring so much suffering, do you wish to simply stab those beasts to death, or would you prefer to savor the exquisite pleasure of revenge by torturing them slowly? If we rush in now, due to the constraints of our second persona, we clearly cannot relish the experience. Therefore, our current task should be to stabilize our personalities. Chen's words echoed in the hallway. Upon hearing this, everyone paused in surprise. However, they soon erupted into a chorus of curses. Miao Dao, even at this moment, you're still spouting nonsense, aren't you? Isn't all this just superfluous? Who doesn't know? Damn it. Are we worried about not being able to kill those brutes? What we fear is that the folks upstairs will snatch away our opportunity. Listening to you is like listening to a fool, delaying my important matters. These individuals were quite correct. After all, the door is unlocked, and the patient is bound to the bed. This patient is already like a cooked duck. It's only a matter of time before we can eliminate them. However, the crucial question remains, who will carry out the deed? If those upstairs beat us to it, wouldn't that be a significant loss? Are you all foolish? Since your second persona is fighting desperately, so too is the group upstairs. If we can suppress the disruptive personas before they do, then the spoils will still belong to us. Thus, the focus is on being quicker than them. As Chen animatedly gestured with his hands, he continued his discourse. Isn't this still just nonsense? If I could suppress it, would I need you to tell me? Someone continued to curse. You're all so foolish. Utilize the rules set forth by the director. Rule 9 states that if someone maintains rational and logical thinking, they shall be shielded by my divine power. And you shall not be tainted. Brothers, put on your masks. Then recite Newton's second law with me to suppress these disruptive rascals. Upon hearing Chen's words, everyone suddenly awakened. It made sense. For many years, whenever it came to moments of personality transition, their first instinct had always been to attempt to unlock the word puzzle, taking advantage of the second persona's lingering presence. Not one of them had thought to suppress the second persona. That would be sheer folly. Therefore, when faced with this situation today, they had panicked and failed to consider how to suppress the second persona. It was only when Chen illuminated this point that they finally understood. Damn it, Miao Dao, when did you become so clever? Enough with the chatter. Quickly recite with me. Newton's second. I don't know it. I don't know it either. I've never heard of such a thing. Who is Newton? Can we recite the second method of cooking beef instead? Chen? What kind of brilliance is this? If you cannot recite Newton's second law, then recite the multiplication table. If you can't manage that either, I suggest you simply knock yourself out and not waste our time. Chen shouted in exasperation. Oh, I can recite that. 1. In the next moment, the hallway resonated with the sound of the multiplication table being recited. Anyone unaware would likely think this was a primary school math class. However, it must be said, this method proved remarkably effective. Within 5 minutes, with the collective assistance of the masks, the second personas of the group were entirely subdued. Each security guard's eyes regained their clarity, sparkling with a single emotion, the thrill of impending vengeance. 3 times 7 is 21. Miao Dao, I'm stabilized. Quickly tell us which floor has the unlocked door. I don't want to waste time checking floor by floor. 3 times 8 is 24. Indeed, Miao Dao, the brothers can hardly wait. 7 times 7 is 49. The crowd excitedly surrounded Chen, inquiring. Primarily on the 4th floor, but there's also some on the 3rd. Let us start from the 4th floor. All right. Grab your weapons. Let us go. 6 times 6 is 36. Charge. Upon learning the location, the group surged towards the upper floors. However, due to their recent stabilization, their legs were not yet fully agile, and their pace was not swift. Many stumbled on the stairs. Observing this, Chen intended to mimic their actions and follow suit. But he then noticed that the security captain remained motionless. Boss, aren't you coming along? Chen inquired. I want to be going. Since the brothers aren't here, I must guard the door. If something goes amiss, it won't be easy to explain. The captain waved his hand. What could possibly go wrong? It's fine. Let us go together. This is a rare opportunity. Chen continued to persuade. No, the main entrance can't be left unguarded. The captain firmly refused. Chen's expression darkened. How can there be such a diligent employee? Even capitalists would weep at this. However, Chen did not press further, aware that continuing would raise suspicion. Very well, I shall go enjoy myself with the brothers. When the time comes, I'll eliminate a couple more. And it will be as if I avenged you. All right, go ahead. The captain waved his hand, turning back to the security room. Chen glanced at the closed door, then assessed the security room once more before turning to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Chen took out his phone and turned off the silent mode. The next moment, the sound of the strange woman's curses erupted from the phone. You bastard. Is this what you call a patient that could never come to harm? This group has rushed upstairs. Isn't there still you? What use am I? I can't come down. Besides, right now, this group's primary personas won't heed my commands. You could use divine power to give them a good scare, and they would all obediently listen. Then Wang Xin would awaken. The plan would still fail. Do you think I'm a fool? If you're at a loss, then what shall we do? Chen replied helplessly. Chapter 180. The unsettling mindset crumbles. Time to gather. Upon realizing there was no way out, the woman's composure shattered. What do you truly desire? I promised not to harm you, nor to taint you. Last night, I upheld my vow and did not provoke you. So why must you persist in tormenting me? Why must you destroy what I hold dear? Her voice, tinged with a hint of tears, betrayed her former poise, revealing her as a vulnerable girl wronged. Chen was taken aback by her words. Had he truly caused this young woman's mental state to collapse? Her capacity for psychological endurance was decidedly fragile. Just last night, she had flaunted her domineering persona, declaring, "You have caught my attention, and within 7 days, I shall claim you." How ridiculous. Just then, the earth trembled violently. The security guards, who had just ascended to the 3rd floor, tumbled down like rolling gourds. In the next moment, a fiery dawn began to morph into darkness. The once resplendent purple moon re-emerged in the sky, casting an eerie glow alongside the darkened sun. Let it all be destroyed. The woman's chilling voice emanated from the phone. Chen was utterly shocked. Wait, why is she suddenly resorting to such drastic measures? I merely stated that she had no options left. I never claimed I was powerless. I possessed the means to save your precious patients. He anticipated her mental fragility and, wishing to avert disaster, hurried to reassure her. You still wish to deceive me. I am not deceiving you. Truly, I can save those patients. Chen hastily explained. I do not believe you. Dear lady, now is not the time for melodrama. If you cooperate with me, I can guarantee the safety of your patients. Chen, feeling exasperated, silently vowed never to tease women again. It was far too perilous. Is that true? Absolutely. But we must act swiftly. Any delay could spell disaster. Chen spoke at a rapid pace. What should I do? Follow my instructions and first restore the sky to normalcy. Oh, the woman waved her hand, and the bizarre sky returned to its usual state. Chen exhaled in relief but feared her potential for further madness, so he wasted no time. He retrieved a jar from the water well, plugged his nose with a small piece of paper, and dashed downstairs. Thank goodness I didn't provoke Wang Xin. Otherwise, it would truly be a disaster. He grumbled to himself as he swiftly reached the security room. In the next moment, Chen feigned the emergence of his secondary persona, expressing anguish and gesturing through the glass to the security captain. Boss, save the patients. The plan cannot fail. The captain's expression hardened at the sight. Why has this young man returned? And why is he once again struggling with his identity? Yet he paid little heed, thinking, right now, my primary persona is in control. The patients are of no concern. Suddenly, the captain was stunned. Chen's fist shattered the glass, and he swiftly opened the mysterious jar, pouring a dark powder into the security room. The fine powder, combined with Chen's meticulous technique, soon enveloped the entire security room in a dense black haze. Under the sunlight, the room transformed into a vibrant spectrum of darkness. This was the ghostly mushroom powder Chen had procured from the cafeteria, a remarkable substance for stabilizing his secondary persona and suppressing his primary self. Typically, a small amount mixed into dinner would yield excellent results. However, Chen was unconcerned with moderation. His current quantity could likely overwhelm an elephant. The captain, engulfed in the murky air, began to feel dizzy. Initially, he managed to hold his breath, but within moments, his secondary persona sensed an opportunity. To miss an opportunity is sheer folly. It lunged forward, inhaling deeply, experiencing a wave of relief. With the aid of the supplement, the secondary persona surged forth, overpowering the primary self. The captain could no longer withstand the pressure and staggered to open the door, desperate to escape the mushroom powder-laden environment. However, as the door swung open, Chen sprang into action. He slapped the captain's mask off and, with lightning speed, smeared the ghostly mushroom powder across his face. The repeated stimuli overwhelmed the captain's primary persona, rendering it completely subdued. Captain, quickly save the patients. Only you can salvage the plan. Chen gestured, feigning pain. Understood. I will go immediately. You bring the unconscious brothers into the security room and awaken their personas. The captain signaled before rushing upstairs. But as he took a step, the suppressed primary persona rebelled, forcibly halting him. Seeing this, Chen quickly retrieved a piece of meat from his pocket, leftovers from the previous night. He tore off a small piece and, leaping up, shoved it into the captain's mouth. Eat quickly. The captain nodded, swallowing it whole. In the next moment, Chen pulled out his phone, disregarding any potential exposure, and shouted, now it's up to you. According to Rule 10, if anyone consumes my flesh, let the hidden spirit within them awaken. Hurry and completely awaken the captain's secondary persona. Upon hearing Chen's words, the strange woman paused momentarily before a smile spread across her face. So this is your secret weapon. The earlier antics with the mushroom powder were merely to facilitate the captain's consumption of the meat. Otherwise, given Chen's physical condition, it would be a futile endeavor to force the captain to eat. With the captain having consumed the meat, the rest would naturally unfold with ease. By relying on this rule, stabilizing the captain's secondary persona, even during the day, would be a trivial task. In an instant, the security captain's secondary persona disregarded the time, reclaiming control of the body. Before Chen could utter another word, the strange woman spoke first, her authoritative voice resonating from the phone. Quickly lock the patient's ward. Retrieve all your men at once. Upon hearing the director's voice, the captain's expression sharpened. He nodded and swiftly ascended the stairs, no longer concerned with his previous duties. If the plan fails, what does it matter? Moreover, the director's orders meant that any ensuing chaos wouldn't fall upon him. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Miao Dao. Why was he conversing with the director? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the captain vanished around the bend of the staircase. Chapter 181. Escape from the building. Successful clearance. Bidding farewell to the enigmatic at that moment, a woman's voice emanated from the phone. She hoped he could still prevent everything from unfolding. Otherwise, she would pursue him to the ends of the earth. He was certainly in time. How do you know? She inquired. Because I never even opened the door. I was merely deceiving you. We are both pitiable souls, and I see no reason to sabotage your plans. My haste is largely due to my fear that the security guards might sense something amiss and come rushing down, Chen replied with a smile. You. The woman was momentarily speechless, but the next instant, she burst into laughter. Her smile was radiant, her dimples charming. Chen found himself momentarily entranced. All right, in the end. You have triumphed. You may escape this building, she said resignedly. Are you not going to stop me? He asked. I can't. My staff have all been hoodwinked by you. How could I possibly intervene? Aha, do you know what brings me the most joy right now? Chen inquired playfully. Is it defeating me? Successfully escaping? She guessed. No, it is witnessing the once defiant you now rendered speechless. You. She was once again at a loss for words. May I ask you one more question? After a brief silence, she prompted him to proceed. How can you be sure the security captain won't step outside for some fresh air? I deduced it based on the rules. However, even if he does, it won't matter. I can simply follow him out. In a state of panic, he is unlikely to notice what is happening behind him. The woman pondered for a moment and nodded, conceding, that makes sense. Well, I cannot afford to waste any more time. I must take my leave. I wish you success in your plans, she concluded. Will you not reveal your true face to me before you go? As for my true appearance, it is better left unseen. I fear you might find it unforgettable, he replied, indulging in a bit of vanity. Enough with the self-admiration. Farewell. With that, Chen severed the connection, holding his breath as he stepped into the smoky chaos of the security room. Relying on his memory, he quickened his pace and strode out of the unit. Meanwhile, the woman in the red dress watched this scene unfold from midair. She saw Chen emerge from the unit, wave at her, and even remove his mask. Alas, at that moment, the fog of the rules enveloped him, completely obscuring his figure. The desire to glimpse Chen's true identity would ultimately remain unfulfilled. Rule 2. The divine must remain hidden from the mortal realm. The celestial and the earthly must remain eternally separated. From this moment forth, the building shall vanish, and we shall not descend below the 9th floor. Eternally separated from the celestial. In the end, she lost to the rules. Shaking her head, she turned and soared back into the building. Time was up, and it was time to disintegrate and erase memories. The brief interlude concluded. The plan must continue. On the other side, as Chen stepped out of the unit, the familiar electronic voice echoed from above. Long was chosen one. Chen has successfully cleared the bizarre tail instance and completed the escape route side quest. Comprehensive assessment. Longwa's national fortune increases by 20 points, leaving a total of 110 points. All citizens of Longwa gain a 5-year immunity from diseases. In that instant, Longwa erupted in jubilation. The celebratory messages in the live stream surged like a tidal wave. Awesome. This is exhilarating. Chen is incredible. He truly escaped overnight. I'm overwhelmed. Looking back at Chen's maneuvers tonight is nothing short of legendary. First, he gathered everyone together, then secured the doors and used the elevator to buy time, followed by inciting a riot among the patients and leading the security into a trap. Ultimately, he executed a bold plan, shattering all obstacles. Astounding. Indeed, each step was intricately connected. Had there been any oversight, such an outcome would have been impossible. Brothers, you only see the surface. The most impressive aspect is how Chen manipulated the bizarre with psychological warfare. This exquisite grasp of psychology was the key to success. Damn it. I lack education and cannot analyze this. I am but a simpleton. I just want to say, Chen is awesome. This atmosphere of celebration also permeated the Longwa Bizarre Tales department. Elder Chen, who had endured a night of illness, finally felt relieved. Well done. Chen is truly a blessing for Longwa. Energized by the joyous news, the elder felt as though his illness had significantly improved, and he continuously praised Chen. Indeed, not only has the national fortune surpassed the 100 mark, but the reward of 5 years of disease immunity is simply surreal. Some were flushed with excitement, aware that as sentient beings, the most painful experience is the agony of parting. However, with this reward in place, coupled with the previous lifespan extension, the concept of death could essentially be erased from Longwa for at least 5 years. How could anyone not be thrilled? With the previous lifespan increase, the elimination of diseases, and the acceleration of technological development, If this trend continues, Longwa might even transcend the limits of mortality. Some began to envision a bright future. Indeed, with Su Chen's prowess, I believe that within a year, Longwa will stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. All right, enough boasting. The bizarre tales have reached a conclusion, and I must take a rest. Elder Chen chuckled as he rose to leave. Elder Chen, what are the follow-up arrangements? Any further instructions? None. The follow-up arrangement is for everyone to rest and relax. Enjoy yourselves. The elder waved his hand and exited the door. Simultaneously, several nations worldwide began to harbor their own thoughts. Thus, when they learned of Su Chen's success, they hurriedly congratulated Longwa through online messages and calls, showcasing their attitudes. As a good neighbor of Longwa, we, from Sakura country, congratulate Longwa on successfully clearing the challenge. Our Kimchi country also congratulates our neighbor, Longwa, on their successful clearance. Bear country congratulates our great neighbor on their successful clearance and wishes Longwa further achievements. One by one, nations around the world sent their blessings to Longwa. Even the ugly country, in an attempt to display its dominance, begrudgingly issued a congratulatory message. Ugly country congratulates Longwa on successfully clearing the challenge. The officials of Longwa, upon receiving these congratulatory messages, could barely contain their smiles. Su Chen truly is a blessing for Longwa. This honor, akin to nations coming to pay their respects, has been long awaited. Suddenly, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, someone in the Longwa official circle noticed something amiss. Why hasn't the live stream ended? Why hasn't Su Chen been transported away from the instance? Is this true? What does the Bizarre Tales department say? They've gone on break. They've worked hard. Let us not disturb them for now. Let us see what is happening ourselves. Thus, a group of high-ranking officials gathered to investigate why Su Chen had not yet exited the instance. Meanwhile, Su Chen himself was puzzled, wondering why the Supreme Rules had yet to inquire where he was to be transported. He had already prepared to return to the hotel for a 3-day slumber. Having cleared the instance, even Su Chen, despite his prowess, was exhausted. Perhaps it's just a glitch. I should wait a bit longer, he muttered. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Su Chen noticed something affixed to the wall outside the unit door. Since he was waiting for the Supreme Rules to transport him, he approached out of boredom to take a look. Upon his first glance, Su Chen's body stiffened. It turned out there was a piece of paper affixed to the unit door. The handwriting above is surprisingly flamboyant. Ha ha ha, you truly managed to break free. You are indeed remarkable. Allow me to express my admiration. Now, without further ado, I shall share some thoughts that may leave you bewildered. Chapter 182. Su Chen's revelation and Zhang Yang's invitation. Upon reading this, Su Chen's mind was instantly engulfed in a wave of confusion. Goodness, Zhang Yang again. Is he still haunting me? Having completed the dungeon, why is he still involved? It must be noted that in this instance, Su Chen had unveiled most of the mysteries within the quest. The only enigma that remained was Zhang Yang himself. Su Chen had chosen to selectively ignore this fact. After all, his primary goal was merely to complete the quest. The specifics of Zhang Yang's character bore no relevance to his ultimate objective. Moreover, throughout his journey, Zhang Yang had indeed provided some assistance. Thus, Su Chen preferred to regard him as a mere tool, intricately devised by the Supreme Rules to facilitate the Chosen One's passage. With this mindset, Su Chen had never sought to investigate Zhang Yang in depth. Only at certain moments would he pose a cryptic inquiry to the enigmatic and loquacious figure, attempting to glean information about Zhang Yang. The lack of response from the mysterious entity did not perturb him, for Zhang Yang was inconsequential. However, in retrospect, it appeared that he had gravely miscalculated. In his relentless pursuit of completing the dungeon, he had overlooked numerous elements. The situation was far from simple. Casting aside his identity as a chosen one and adopting a godlike perspective to reflect on the entire process, Zhang Yang seemed more akin to a shadowy puppeteer, subtly manipulating Su Chen to follow the trajectory he had predetermined. This realization left Su Chen profoundly unsettled. After all, no one relishes the notion of being covertly maneuvered by an unseen adversary. Raising his gaze to the distant sky, Su Chen inhaled deeply. His narrowed eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity. Once again, his focus returned to the sheet of paper. Come forth, Zhang Yang. Reveal your true intentions. Su Chen silently urged. Ha ha, you've truly made it out. I must commend your tenacity. Now, let us dispense with pleasantries and delve into matters that may baffle you. Firstly, since you have encountered this letter, it signifies that you have unraveled the truth behind this edifice. This encompasses the divine, the bizarre, barrison, human consciousness, and so forth. For without comprehending these elements, your escape would have been impossible. These narratives must be quite shocking to you. I surmise you find them utterly preposterous, perhaps even shattering your worldview. After all, The notion that one can liberate divinity by severing the head is indeed outrageous. Yet, I must inform you, this merely scratches the surface of our reality. This world is absurdly grotesque, and the true horrors are, well, let's not dwell on that. It's persistently bothersome. Returning to the matter at hand, while this is but a mere fragment of the vast iceberg, your ability to confront this challenge under such unfavorable conditions is indeed commendable. So, are you intrigued by the prospect of undertaking an even greater feat? Do you wish to unveil my veil? Are you curious about my motives? Would you like to discover what lies beyond that dark portal? Are you eager to learn where I have vanished to? Wow. Aren't you curious about why I anticipated your arrival? As a person of your caution, can you truly refrain from action upon realizing someone is scheming behind your back? Based on my understanding of you, I believe you cannot. You would undoubtedly seek out the one orchestrating from the shadows. So, shall we return to the building? Ha ha. Do not curse me. I merely sneezed. I can sense your exasperation. Enough with the banter. Make your choice swiftly. My suggestion is to return promptly. If you resolve to re-enter the building, please tear this paper. The reverse side holds my guidance and a key for you. Furthermore, do not let anyone else see the writing on the back, including, ahem. Do not frown. I know you have your ways. Simply comply, and you shall soon uncover all the truths. Zhang Yang. Upon finishing the entirety of the text, Su Chen felt a throbbing ache at his temples. This Zhang Yang was utterly outrageous. How could he possess such profound insight into his character? You are a person of caution when you discover someone is plotting against you. Can you truly remain inactive? This line resonated within Su Chen, reflecting his innermost thoughts before he had read the letter. Moreover, a more critical revelation emerged from this correspondence. Zhang Yang was aware that he would venture into the realm of strange tales. How could he possibly know? Did Su Chen's traversal have some connection to Zhang Yang? Su Chen felt his mind reeling from this unexpected revelation. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated burying his head in the sand, feigning ignorance of this letter, impatiently awaiting the supreme rules to whisk him away. Yet, that was sheer folly. He could not deceive himself. The notion of Zhang Yang manipulating him lodged like a thorn in Su Chen's throat. A peculiar premonition gnawed at him. If he failed to confront Zhang Yang, he would inevitably suffer significant repercussions in the future. Su Chen's instincts had always been remarkably accurate, and he was inclined to trust this inexplicable intuition. My instincts urge me to return. What say you all? Su Chen quietly inquired into the air. He was acutely aware that the live stream had yet to conclude, and the officials of Longwa were undoubtedly observing him. Though there were no prompts for interaction, Su Chen felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Whether it was to shift blame or alleviate his inner turmoil, the decisions he made would not only affect him but countless citizens of Longwa as well. Should this venture bear no relation to Longwa, Su Chen would have no qualms about re-entering the building. After all, he still possessed an opportunity to be transported to the zoo, a potential lifeline in critical moments. However, Longwa could not be abandoned. If he were to depart, the mission would fail, and Longwa would invariably suffer. This dilemma ensnared him. Meanwhile, within the Longwa Bizarre Tales department, Elder Chen, Shaoli, and others received a notification from higher-ups and promptly returned to the conference room. What is happening? Has there been an unexpected turn of events? After several days of vigilance, many had already retired for the night. Upon hearing of the situation, they hastily returned without even changing out of their pajamas. Zhang Yang was inviting Su Chen to return to the building. What? The group was taken aback and quickly accessed the livestream footage. Before long, expressions of concern adorned the faces of most attendees. Zhang Yang appeared utterly unreliable. This seemed like an outright trap. Moreover, the supreme rules had already declared the quest complete, and rewards had been distributed. There was no need to take further risks. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Yet Su Chen appears to harbor a different perspective. He seems inclined to return for further inquiry. The assembly fell silent. Had it been anyone else suggesting Su Chen return, they would have vehemently contested the idea, armed with data and expectations to counter any arguments. However, since it was Su Chen expressing a desire to return, they found themselves at a loss for words. Not only had he braved the perilous adventure, but the current favorable circumstances for Longwa were also a testament to his efforts. Coupled with Su Chen's remarkable judgment, it seemed he possessed an almost supernatural insight. Each crisis had reaffirmed the accuracy of Su Chen's assessments. With this in mind, what more could they possibly say? Chapter 183. A choice between departure or return. Alas, we in Longwa have no more hints to grasp. With Su Chen's inquiry, we find ourselves at a loss for words. Someone sighed softly. Hearing this, Elder Chen let out a deep breath. After all, Su Chen is still a young man. The weight of such a significant decision must weigh heavily on his heart, perhaps even burdening him with guilt. It is precisely for this reason that he expressed such thoughts to us. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Having witnessed so many events and marvels created by Chen, we had subconsciously come to regard him as a deity. Naturally, we overlooked the fact that he is still a young man, filled with flesh and blood, and rich in emotions. A collective sigh escaped the lips of the crowd. At that moment, Elder Chen rose and cast a glance at Shaoli. The atmosphere in the room felt stifling. Accompany me for a walk outside. Very well. Shaoli stepped forward, supporting the elder as they made their way to the garden below. Once they were away from prying eyes, Shaoli keenly observed the elder's arm trembling more violently. Elder Chen, did you summon me to discuss the matter of the unseen hand? Upon hearing this, Elder Chen did not respond but instead gazed up at the sky. The glaring sunlight compelled him to squint. Indeed, what was once speculation is now nearly confirmed. Chen is undoubtedly connected to the world of eerie tales. Why? Is it because of Zhang Yang? Precisely. The elder nodded and continued. Zhang Yang's schemes, at first glance, appear remarkably fair, seemingly allowing any chosen one to extract information from him. But in reality, is it not otherwise? No. Zhang Yang knows Chen too well, to the extent that he can almost predict Chen's actions. Thus, only Chen would completely fall into Zhang Yang's trap. In other words, Zhang Yang's ploy is tailored specifically for Chen alone. The other chosen ones are mere distractions. This, Shaoli contemplated the elder's reasoning and found himself in a daze. Indeed, if Chen navigates cautiously, executing intricate plans and achieving miraculous escapes, then Zhang Yang resembles a puppeteer, manipulating everything Chen faces with countless strings. Therefore, this letter from Zhang Yang essentially confirms Chen's connection to the eerie world. What should we do now? Will Longwa be drawn into this chaos? Who knows? This situation has surpassed our control. Worrying is futile. The elder sighed again. Should we take action? Perhaps warn Chen? There is no need. Since he expressed a desire to return to the building, it indicates he has sensed something amiss. Chen is remarkably astute. He does not require our misguided guidance. He knows what must be done. So we shall do nothing? After considering Xiao Li's words, the elder replied thoughtfully. When we return, I will inform our superiors that Chen's involvement is essentially confirmed, and advise our brothers in the adjacent department to keep a vigilant eye on this information circulating online to prevent public panic and to guard against. At this point, Elder Chen refrained from elaborating, but Shaoli understood, preventing foreign forces from inciting unrest. In such times, irrational spectators can easily succumb to emotional manipulation, uttering words they ought not to say. Longwa will not permit such a scenario where heroes bleed and weep. The two sighed in unison and continued their walk. Just then, a staff member rushed down. Elder Chen, come quickly. The Supreme Rules have issued a notification. Taken aback, Elder Chen responded, all right, I'm coming. He and Shaoli hurried towards the conference room. Meanwhile, in the eerie world, Chen stared in a daze at the announcement from the Supreme Rules. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden storyline, Zhang Yang's wish. You now have the following two choices. 1. Abandon the hidden storyline challenge. If you choose this option, you may return to the real world or rest at a 5-star hotel. The next eerie copy will commence 3 days after all chosen ones complete the current copy. 2. Return to the building and fulfill Zhang Yang's wish storyline. If you select this option, you will gain the authority to disconnect the live broadcast at any time. Additionally, this copy will not alter the national fortune, possessing only basic rewards and penalties. Moreover, chosen ones may communicate with their country's officials without limit before making a decision. Goodness, the Supreme Rules are truly considerate. Just previously, I casually inquired about the official stance, and now the Supreme Rules have opened a communication channel. Let us converse freely. Since the Supreme Rules are so accommodating, I must inquire once more, what is the stance of our Longwa officials? Should I return? Chen addressed the air. Soon, the decisive Elder Chen provided his response. You shall make the decision. Longwa will support you unconditionally. Regardless of success or failure, it is our official responsibility, not yours. Given that this storyline does not entail national fortune penalties, but only basic rewards and penalties, Longwa can withstand it. Therefore, the greatest danger in returning to the building lies with you. Our officials will not impose their will or moral obligations upon you. Upon hearing such a magnanimous response from Longwa, Chen smiled broadly. No matter the time, such grand declarations from Longwa always bring him comfort. Unbeknownst to him, Longwa's thoughtful response alleviated the guilt that had weighed heavily on his heart. With this burden lifted, Chen's gaze grew resolute. Zhang Yang, this time, I shall surely unearth your true face. After murmuring to himself, Chen approached the unit door. Peering inside, he noticed that the captain had yet to return. The security room was empty, save for the ethereal powder of the ghostly mushroom swirling freely. Seeing this scene, Chen did not rush back. Indeed, how to return to the building now stood as the foremost challenge before him. His previous combination of tactics had successfully deceived all the staff. To waltz back and now would be akin to courting death, not to mention the employees who had spent the night with the patient. Even more so, the security guards he had toyed with. If they were to catch him, wouldn't they tear him limb from limb? A shiver ran down Su Chen's spine at this thought. No, I must devise a reliable plan. Leaning against the wall, Su Chen began to ponder. Moments later, a light flickered in his eyes. How could he have forgotten his best partner, the enigmatic tool, the red-clad specter? Chapter 184. Do not be seen. Seeking help from the strange, Su Chen hastily retrieved his phone, attempting to connect to the camera. To his astonishment, what had previously been a seamless connection was now stuck in an endless loop. What is happening? Su Chen felt a bit bewildered. However, in the next moment, realization struck him. Perhaps it was due to the regulations that he was severed from the building's essence. Coming to this conclusion, Su Chen took a step towards the unit door, intending to return to the building, prepare himself thoroughly, and then accept the hidden side quest. This way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could make a swift escape. At the very least, he needed a fallback plan. Otherwise, if he accepted the quest and was barred from exiting the unit door, he would be left in despair. Yet, in the next instant, Su Chen found himself bewildered once again. He discovered that he could not step forward. It was as if an invisible air barrier was pushing him away from the unit door. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the realm of strange tales. Attention, Chosen One. You are temporarily unable to return to the building. Please prioritize your choice. Upon reading this, Su Chen's expression darkened. This supreme rule is far too cruel. Not even a single bug allows for a loophole. After a few complaints, Su Chen resignedly stated, I choose option 2. Return to the building and fulfill Zhang Yang's wish quest. Received. You may now remove Zhang Yang's letter from the unit door, and the building will grant you access. Seeing this, Su Chen approached the paper, preparing to peel it away. Just as he reached out and had not yet touched the letter, he suddenly noticed a line. If you are determined to return to the building, please tear off this paper. The back contains my guidance for you, along with a key. Also, do not let anyone see the writing on the back, including, cough, cough. Do not frown. I know you have a way. Previously, Su Chen had not given it much thought, merely assuming it meant not to let the staff see it. However, now, in light of the supreme rules regarding his permissions, choosing this option will grant you the ability to disconnect the live broadcast at any time during this quest. This changes everything. Does Zhang Yang know about the live broadcast? Moreover, when he referred to anyone, does that include the viewers in the live stream? If this is true, doesn't it imply that he is aware the supreme rules would allow him to disconnect the broadcast? Who exactly is Zhang Yang? How does he know so much? Su Chen was filled with a chilling dread. Nonetheless, rather than retreating, he felt a surge of fighting spirit within him. The more the other party knows, the more critical their role is. Unraveling Zhang Yang's mystery is imperative. Supreme rules, I demand to disconnect the live broadcast now. Received. The live broadcast has been disconnected. Hearing this, Su Chen took a deep breath and raised his hand to remove Zhang Yang's letter. As he peeled the paper away, a small hole in the wall was revealed, within which lay a key. Su Chen carefully took the key and placed it in his pocket. He then flipped the paper over to read the writing on the back. Congratulations, you have made the most correct choice. I must say, you possess remarkable courage. I find this quite reassuring. Now, to keep it brief. Firstly, the most important point. From now on, do not let anyone see anything I give you. It will not benefit them. Secondly, take this key and proceed to the attic after midnight. Upon entering, walk straight to the end. Then turn right and continue until you reach the end. Search carefully on the wall. There is a hidden door. Once inside, take 7 steps forward and pick up whatever you step on. Do not be surprised. It is indeed what you think it is. Furthermore, this is merely the beginning. Now, turn left, take 3 steps, and you will find a table before you. Feel around. There is a letter on it. Similarly, do not let this letter be seen. Do not let it be seen, especially not by those within. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. After reading the letter, you will understand everything. Upon reading these words, Su Chen furrowed his brows, but soon relaxed again. Fortunately, it seemed that this quest was not too treacherous after all. Although it retained the enigmatic style of riddlers, one could gather that Zhang Yang's temporary goal was simply to provide him with something through a veiled approach. However, one aspect stood out as particularly concerning. Do not let this letter be seen. Do not let it be seen, especially not by those within. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. This line made Su Chen ponder. What does within mean? Who is it referring to? The strange woman? Or perhaps? With this thought, Su Chen cast a glance towards the sky. Subsequently, he discreetly folded the paper and placed it in his pocket. These questions could wait. For now, Successfully returning to the building was the foremost priority. Calming his thoughts, Chen decisively stepped through the unit door and re-entered the security room. Holding his breath, he connected to the camera. Hey, you haven't lost your memory yet, have you? As the video connected, Chen hurriedly shouted into his phone. In the next moment, the bewildered face of a woman in a red dress appeared on the screen. Judging by the background behind her, she was likely in room 901. Upon seeing this, Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Had he arrived too late? At that moment, the woman's voice, filled with confusion, emanated from the phone. Why are you back again? Hearing this, Chen's heart eased. For the first time, he found the strange voice quite pleasant. I can't bear to leave you, so I came back. Chen took the opportunity to flatter her. The woman rolled her eyes, a look of exasperation on her face. Stop with the nonsense. You need to speak more reliably. Even a pig can climb a tree. Now, tell me, what do you want this time? Chen felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly while inwardly complaining. I'm not petty. I bear grudges. What do you mean I don't speak reliably? One day, I'll definitely take you climbing. While Chen was lost in thought, he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, You see, what you just said makes no sense. I genuinely can't bear to leave you, so I returned. I have decided to immerse myself in this grand plan with you. Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback, but soon the corners of her mouth began to curl upward. After all, she had first-hand experience of Chen's capabilities. His creativity was truly unparalleled. Coupled with the fact that he had thoroughly navigated the rules, she believed that Chen would be immensely helpful to their plan. Really? The woman asked excitedly. Absolutely. Then I shall trust you for now. Shall we collaborate happily? Collaborate happily. In the next moment, both fell silent. Ultimately, it was Chen who could no longer hold back and spoke first. By the way, have you overlooked something important? Chapter 185. The trustworthy woman in red. Upon hearing Chen's words, the woman momentarily froze, then broke into a smile. Did I overlook something important? Oh, I understand now. You wish to know the details of the plan, correct? But do not be impatient, as I lack the time to elaborate on it today. How about this? Meet me in the conference room 7 days from now at midnight, and we can discuss it in detail. Chen was rendered speechless. What do I care about the details of your plan? I simply want to return to the building. No, my dear lady, have you not yet realized? How am I supposed to return to the building? I've offended your employees left and right. I dare not go back. If I do, it would be as if you have sent me to my demise 7 days from now. The woman paused, her brows knitting together in irritation. I see. So this is your true intention for seeking me out. You claim to assist me, yet it appears you are merely trying to deceive me. Absurd. How could that be? I, a man of my word, have come to help you. How could you think otherwise? Chen retorted, almost choking on his words. Dongbin. Astonishment flickered across his face. Seizing the opportunity, Chen continued, Consider this. If I am to help you, I must first resolve the issue of how to return. If you do not assist me in this matter, how can I prove my honesty to you? You must grant me the chance to demonstrate my integrity. Otherwise, you would be tarnishing my reputation without cause. Moreover, if I do return, wouldn't I just fall into your hands? Once you regain your memory in 7 days, you could do as you please. Chen's arguments flowed smoothly, and after a series of bewildering exchanges, the woman, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Fine, I will assist you. Delighted, Chen exclaimed. Wonderful. Now, please help me gain access. I cannot assist you with that, she replied matter-of-factly. Why not? I cannot descend at this moment. You know that. Moreover, time is running short, and I cannot recklessly use my powers. I cannot show myself, and thus cannot help you gain entry, she stated, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. But you said you would help me. Were you merely jesting? Chen pressed. Of course not. I agreed to assist you. So, as per our usual arrangement, you devised the plan, and I will lend my support. That has always been our method of cooperation, she replied, with an air of self-righteousness. Chen was at a loss for words, utterly flabbergasted. You, as a director, truly lack any authority. You cannot even manage this small task. Internally, he berated her, but suddenly, he noticed a glint of mischief in her eyes. In that instant, he realized the truth. She was deliberately toying with him. Last night, when he had orchestrated the plan and threatened her, he had repeatedly asserted that he would call the shots. It was clear she was now retaliating. With this revelation, Chen grinned. So you truly intend to follow my lead? The woman hesitated. Her earlier teasing had been a means of venting her frustrations from the previous night. Yet now, as he began to present genuine ideas, especially with a hint of amusement, her heart raced as memories of last night's dread resurfaced. No way. Someone of your esteemed status wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Chen pressed on, taking advantage of the moment. Who would go back on their word? I. I am trustworthy, she stammered, her resolve crumbling under his pressure. This elicited another near laugh from Chen. Suppressing his amusement, he inquired, very well. But before we proceed with the specifics, I must ask, do your words hold any authority over your employees? They do, to an extent. Although Wang Xin is their immediate superior, my words carry some weight. As long as I do not violate the rules too severely, they will show me some respect, she explained after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Chen clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. Now, please wait while I prepare to record this on my phone. You will speak directly to the camera, reciting a few lines. Just say something along the lines of, I am your brother, your dear friend. No one is permitted to harm me or obstruct my way. Organize your thoughts, and we can begin. The woman's face fell at this suggestion. This is far too humiliating. How could that be? Besides, you previously agreed to this. You mustn't backtrack. As a leader, integrity is paramount. If you lose the trust of your employees, who will work hard for you in the future? Chen's relentless chatter only exacerbated her headache. Finally, she slammed her hand on the table. Fine, I will record it. Just stop talking, my head is spinning. Reluctantly surrendering to the absurdity of the situation, she thought to herself, when Liu Bei saw Zhuge Liang, he surely didn't endure such humiliation. Why must I, merely hiring a strategist, suffer through this torment? If you fail to deliver a true talent, I will have my revenge. With her thoughts simmering in frustration, she stoically recorded the video for Chen. Done. A pleasure collaborating, Chen declared, deactivating the recording with a grin. Yes, a pleasure. Now please hang up. I have matters to attend to, she replied dismissively. Until we meet again in 7 days. Indeed, until then. Oh, one moment. I nearly forgot to remind you. Stay outside the building until after 7 o'clock before returning. At this, Chen's expression grew serious. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. At 7 o'clock, a portion of the people in the building would lose their memories and fall into a cycle. Is your memory loss indiscriminate? You cannot control the extent of it? Chen couldn't help but inquire. Aside from the marked employees and patients, everyone else will be affected and will lose their memories. She clarified. Oh, understood. Well then, enough with the chatter. You should go attend to your tasks. Yes. See you in 7 days. After disconnecting the camera feed, Chen exited the unit door and found himself outside the building. Curiosity bubbled within him regarding how the enigmatic woman would proceed. Unfortunately, the camera connection was unreliable. As soon as he stepped outside, the connection would inevitably sever, rendering him unable to spy on her actions. Oh well, if I cannot see, then so be it, he muttered before scanning his surroundings and settling beneath a tree's shade. Wait a minute. What about the supreme rules? Has the live broadcast not yet resumed? Chen suddenly recalled. Live broadcast has resumed. It was reinstated the moment you connected to the camera. Additionally, a reminder for the chosen one. The live broadcast cannot be disconnected for extended periods. Please reserve the disconnection privilege for critical moments. What is this? Chen exclaimed, bewildered. You didn't say this prior to my choice. Is this a deception? Reminder for the chosen one. The ultimate authority in the world of strange tales belongs to the supreme rules. Chen was left speechless, utterly flabbergasted. Are you trying to play tricks on me? What nonsense is this supreme rule? I won't tolerate such behavior. Well explained. I hope you notify me the next time the live broadcast resumes, he said with a forced smile. Received. Understood. Seeing this response, Chen resumed his internal monologue. What a pompous display. Do not afford me the opportunity to retaliate against you in the future. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to impart a lesson, enlightening you on the true essence of rules. With a heart full of grievances, Chen casually plucked a blade of grass from the lawn, idly toying with it to pass the time. Chapter 186. Sending you away on the other side. In the live streams of survivors from various nations, viewers with a God's eye perspective began to anxiously tap their toes. A prime example of this was Gracie, a contestant from the fairyland. He had sought refuge in a room on the 5th floor and had spent the night there, and as the clock struck 6, excitement coursed through him. After experiencing the events of the previous night, he regarded the piece of paper given to him by the woman in blue as a treasured possession, fully believing in its contents. After all, this paper had been his lifeline. How could he harbor any doubt? As he gazed at the last line on the paper, a smile blossomed on his face. Remember to return to 901 after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will find a way to help you escape. My dear, we shall surely prevail. Indeed, victory was assured. Gracie encouraged himself. Before long, he returned to room 901, eagerly retrieving the key to unlock the door. The moment he opened it, he found himself face to face with the eerie woman in red. Gracie's mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving him frozen in place. What was happening? Why was she here? In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, a light bulb went off in Gracie's mind. Since he had been following instructions all along, there was no reason for him to encounter danger. Could it be that she was here to assist him in escaping? With this thought, he managed to force a smile. Are you here to help me escape? He asked, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman was equally perplexed. Who was this person daring to roam in broad daylight? And why was he not afraid of her? Her gaze swept over Gracie until it landed on the hair bracelet adorning his wrist. Her pupils contracted as realization dawned upon her. This was the individual who had previously hidden in 901. Her expression shifted several times before she regained her composure. Never mind, the main objective took precedence. Once the setup was complete and the timing was right, she could easily crush this insignificant ant. Wait here, she coldly instructed Gracie. Upon hearing this, Gracie's excitement surged. He had guessed correctly. She was indeed here to help him escape. All right, I will wait patiently, he replied, nodding enthusiastically. The woman cast him a fleeting glance before turning to enter the next room. After checking the time to ensure everything was in order, she pointed her finger like a blade and sliced open her brow. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, a soft, milky light emanated from beneath the damaged skin. She raised her hand to cradle this luminous orb, then covered it with her other hand. Soon, she withdrew her hand to reveal a white paintbrush. In the next moment, with a flourish of her hand, she conjured an empty canvas and began to paint. Before long, the artwork transformed back into its previous, unfinished state, the woman in blue gazing into a mirror, where the incomplete image of the woman in red reflected back. A twisted smile crept onto her lips as she returned the canvas to its original place. Afterward, she stepped out of the room and surveyed the surroundings of the house. With a graceful wave of her hand, the entire space reverted to its initial layout. Even the original rules reappeared, restored atop the shoe cabinet. Having completed these tasks, she once again pointed her finger like a blade, frowning as she carved a small piece of flesh from her forearm. How annoying. To deceive Wang Xin. I have to endure this pain every week. It's infuriating, she muttered. Next, she brushed her hand over the piece of flesh, which quickly grew larger in the wind. With a flick of her fingertip, she divided it into 7 portions. In an instant, she flipped her hand, sending the 7 pieces soaring into the sky, where they gracefully landed into freezer bags within the refrigerator. On the other side, Gracie watched in a daze as the woman performed her magical feats. Just then, she approached him. Gracie shook his head, striving to regain his composure, and managed to muster a smile. Are you finished? Can you now help me escape? Upon hearing this, the woman's smile widened, as if she had heard the most amusing remark. Of course, she replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Can we go now? Gracie exclaimed with excitement. Yes, we can go now, the woman said, advancing toward Gracie. With a swift motion, she grasped the collar of his shirt and, in a powerful throw akin to launching a shot put, hurled Gracie out of the window. Do you want me to send you away? Very well, she said, chuckling as she watched Gracie soar through the air like a shooting star. This method of awakening Wang Xin is quite intriguing. I hope the next time is just as entertaining. Moments later, a death announcement appeared. Gracie, the chosen one from Fairyland, is deceased. Comprehensive assessment. Fairyland's national fortune reduced by 10 points, leaving a total of 50 points remaining. The probability of high-altitude falling objects occurring across Fairyland has increased by 30. Simultaneously, other nations' live streams also displayed death announcements. Those unknowing of the dangers lurking at 6 o'clock fell into the trap. Grainland's chosen one is deceased. Fruitland's chosen one is deceased. As the death announcements unfolded, speckles of blue began to emerge on the woman in red. With the bracelet gifted by Wang Xin on Gracie's wrist, his death would be immediately known to Wang Xin. To him, it would appear that Zhang Yang had been killed by the woman in red. There was no question of awakening. It was a certainty. Before long, half of the eerie woman's attire was overtaken by blue. What have you done? Where is Zhang Yang? Wang Xin screeched upon awakening, his voice laced with fury. Ha ha ha. This time the plot has finally taken a different turn. How delightful. The woman in red did not respond to Wang Xin's inquiries, but instead spoke to herself. Seeing the woman's indifference, Wang Xin's rage intensified. The right side of his face twisted into a menacing grimace, and his right hand abruptly rose, dark sparks flickering at his fingertips, as though he wielded a sword. I am truly damned. I should not have clung to the hope of returning to the past. I should have killed you sooner, otherwise. How could Zhang Yang have come to harm? Today, we shall perish together, Wang Xin declared vehemently. Upon hearing this, the woman in red was filled with glee. The corner of her mouth twisted upward in a manic grin. How amusing. This time, you are the one initiating the confrontation. Ha ha ha. Let us perish together. She replied with delight. Wang Xian paused, sensing something was amiss. Why was she so eager? You. What about me? Hurry up. I can hardly wait. Seeking vengeance, Wang Xian lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards the left side of her heart. Chapter 187. The Collapse of Memory. Returning to room 901, the woman in red, however, remained unfazed, allowing her adversary to pierce her heart with a single sword strike. Dark energy surged violently within her chest, and ominous black fissures began to spiderweb across her strange body, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Why aren't you dodging? What is your scheme? Wang Xian asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. This was highly unusual. You will find out soon enough, the woman in red replied, stifling the pain in her chest as her left hand pointed to her brow, chanting incantations softly. My body, born of the grave, shall collapse today for its return. I seek only the essence of my true spirit to remain eternal, to endure the cycles of reincarnation and weather the tribulations anew. Upon finishing her incantation, her peculiar form erupted with a dazzling display of black and white light. The intricate fissures widened, bringing her body to the brink of shattering. What is this? Where did you learn such magic? Curious, are we? I shan't divulge that. In the next moment, the woman's entire form disintegrated instantaneously, transforming into countless black and white luminescent fragments that entwined themselves and drifted towards the black portal on the 18th floor. As the dual colors dissipated, two small spheres, one red and the other blue, began to swirl and dance in the air. What are you planning? The blue sphere echoed Wang Xian's voice. Patience. It will be revealed shortly. Before his words could fully fade, a tremendous pressure enveloped the entire building, as invisible ripples surged forth from the portal on the 18th floor. What is happening? Why is my memory collapsing? What have you done? Ha, fool. Have you finally realized? Alas, it is too late. The woman in red laughed heartily. Before long, the ripples gradually subsided, and the red and blue spheres shrank in size. One of the spheres spiraled into a wardrobe, transforming into a red and blue dress. Why are we here? The amnesiac woman in red inquired. How should I know? Perhaps the regulations we established last night were too exhausting. Wang Xian replied coldly. Hearing this, the woman in red recalled the rules she had set, and something flickered in her mind. She smiled and said, that must be it. We both expended considerable energy. And since the rules are already in place, let us first fall into slumber to mend ourselves. Our disputes can wait for another time. Agreed. We shall discuss it later. Silence enveloped the wardrobe, and no further sounds emerged. Meanwhile, Estelle from the Golden Kingdom and Su Chen's subordinates were also affected by the ripples emanating from the black portal, instantly erasing their memories of the past few days. They could only remember that they were the chosen ones tasked with surviving 7 days in this instance. As they returned to the designated checkpoint, they stood before room 901, holding keys in hand. This instance is rather strange. How did I end up at the entrance? And why am I wearing these odd clothes? Never mind. Let's open the door and see if there are any rules within this instance, they collectively decided. One by one, they opened the door and re-entered room 901. Su Chen's subordinates had previously received instructions from him and had prepared numerous plans for the days ahead. However, the peculiar events earlier had wiped all those plans clean. Fortunately, many had captured their daily plans on their phones or even written them on themselves, proving to be an immense help. As for those unfortunate souls who had been idle on the 5th floor the previous night, they had taken the opportunity to refine their strategies, and now they possessed backups. With this stroke of fortune, Su Chen's subordinates successfully navigated through the final hurdle of the instance. As for Estelle and her companions, they were merely victims of circumstance. Yet, the girl and her fellow chosen ones were quite clever, since they had initially survived upon entering the instance. Experiencing amnesia and repeating the process would not pose too great a challenge. However, that was a matter for another time. On the other hand, the audience from Long Nation felt a whirlwind of emotions. Their chosen one had successfully cleared the instance first, and they had been elated. Yet, Su Chen's unexpected comeback raised their anxiety once more. Just as the tension peaked, they learned of the memory loss afflicting the chosen ones from other nations. In stark contrast to Su Chen's bizarrely proactive reminders, the viewers found themselves amused. The audience erupted in laughter when they witnessed Su Chen's return to the building, his head adorned with a phone as he strode confidently through the entrance. Passing the security room, he collided with a group of furious security guards. You scoundrel! How dare you play us for fools? They shouted, fists raised in anger. Unfazed, Su Chen merely pointed to the screen of the phone atop his head. Don't be hasty. Look at this. At that moment, the voice of the woman in red, feigning authority, resonated from his phone. He is acting under my instructions. No one is allowed to blame him. Moreover, henceforth, No one may obstruct his actions. Listening to the director's incessant chatter, the guard's composure crumbled. What is happening? Why is this occurring? Is the director merely toying with us? The captain of the guards whispered to his companion, "Listen closely, do not spread rumors. It appears that has become quite successful and has struck a rapport with the director." What? How do you know this? Tell me more. Here is how it goes. Not long after, the gazes directed at Su Chen brimmed with admiration. They began to concoct their own explanations. This morning's events seemed reminiscent of a farcical play, as sought to amuse the director. They couldn't help but be astounded. Goodness, is exceptionally clever. No wonder he has captured the director's attention. The crowd parted, creating a pathway for Su Chen as he passed through. Many approached him, whispering, "When you rise to greatness, do not forget your brothers." Su Chen? Thus, amidst a chorus of flattery, Su Chen returned to room 901. He opened the door and surveyed the environment within. With a sigh of relief, he sank into the sofa. Finally, I am back. The next step is to wait for nightfall and see what Zhang Yang has prepared for me. Chapter 188. Initial rewards from the system arrive after a brief respite. Su Chen dragged his weary body off the sofa. After a quick wash in the bathroom, he returned to his bedroom and collapsed into bed. Having endured a night of turmoil, he was utterly exhausted. Moreover, he had to venture to the eerie 18th floor tonight. It was imperative to conserve his strength. As time passed, the sun gradually sank in the southwestern sky. In the Dragon Country live stream, the audience found themselves idly bantering with foreign viewers. Despite having completed the levels, they had inexplicably returned, displaying a lack of discernment, foolishness. An audience member from a certain nation expressed his opinion. "What business is it of yours? Our Su Chen possesses strength and simply acts on his whims," retorted a Dragon Country viewer. "Huh, arrogant Dragon Country folk. I await your misfortune and hope you can still maintain your cheerfulness then. I am simply amused. And it vexes you." Amidst this banter, Su Chen finally opened his bleary eyes. He stared at the ceiling in a daze before regaining his senses. Reaching for his phone beside the pillow, he was taken aback to discover it was already 4 in the afternoon. "How did I sleep so long?" he murmured, stretching lazily before rising to head to the kitchen. Having slept the entire day without eating, he was now ravenous. After preparing a simple meal to satiate his hunger, Su Chen slumped onto the sofa, contemplating his agenda for the evening. From Zhang Yang's flamboyant words, there seemed to be little danger involved. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at Su Chen's mind. After all, Zhang Yang had a history of setting traps, and a cautious approach was never unwarranted. Furthermore, aside from Zhang Yang, the ominous black door on the 18th floor unsettled Su Chen. He had encountered that door during his previous entrapment in illusions and eerie contamination, naturally harboring a sense of hostility toward it. Tonight, he would have to confront it up close, which made him feel somewhat queasy. However, there was no turning back now. Having accepted the mission, he was committed to the path ahead. With a sigh, Su Chen acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Indeed, from the moment he accepted the task and returned to the building, the Dragon Country had been placed on the gambling table. He could flee, but the stakes were inextricably tied to him. Thus, even if it meant venturing into the jaws of danger, Su Chen would grit his teeth and press on. Suddenly, he stiffened. Something vital seemed to have slipped his mind. Where had his almost imperceptible system gone? This essential tool for traversers seemed to lack presence in his case. "Hey, system, where are my rewards for completing the levels? Have you kept them for yourself?" Su Chen pondered inwardly. In the next moment, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Due to the involvement of 2 instances, the computation is extensive. Furthermore, as the host exhibits a nonconformist approach, the system is still calculating. However, please rest assured, the rewards will not be compromised. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. "What do you mean by nonconformist? Your words do not inspire confidence. Are you suggesting that the risk of my rewards being compromised is heightened? System, I warn you, if I become any more nonconformist, I will dissect all the rules. If you withhold my rewards, I will fight you." Su Chen exclaimed in frustration. Rest assured, this system is absolutely fair and just. To alleviate the host's concerns, the system will grant the hidden level's completion reward in advance, unlocking the system space. The remaining rewards will be distributed once the calculations are complete. Does the host wish to bind it now? Seeing the floating reward bubble before him, a smile crept onto Su Chen's face. At least this system is understanding. Please enlighten me. What is the purpose of this system space? Understood. The system space, as the name implies, is a private space exclusively for the host. Items within this space can only be perceived by the host. The system space is nearly infinite, allowing the host to store any inanimate objects. When retrieving items, the host need only think of them to summon them from the space. Additionally, I must remind the host that items stored in the space will decay at the same rate as in the real world. So please select stored items judiciously and refrain from hoarding food. After listening to the system's explanation, Chen grasped the concept. It was akin to the spatial rings found in fantasy novels, albeit with a significantly larger capacity. His spirits lifted as he thought, "System, bind me to it." Understood. In the next instant, a stream of information surged into Chen's mind. He felt a connection to a mysterious space. With a mere thought, a rift opened in the void before him, visible only to him. Peering through, he beheld an expansive space shrouded in a gray mist. Feeling a surge of determination, Chen commanded, "Supreme Rule, disconnect the live stream." Understood, the stream has been disconnected. With the live stream cut, Chen swiftly tossed his phone into the space. Moments later, with another thought, the phone reappeared in his hand. Delighted by the system space's functionality, Chen felt a surge of excitement. This will be invaluable. As long as I prepare adequately, no instance will pose a challenge. He even began to contemplate whether he should return to the real world after this level to request some grand fireworks from the Dragon Country officials. When the next instance commenced, he could simply usher in peace, regardless of the peculiarities involved. But that was a matter for another time. For now, he needed to make the most of the disconnection and gather supplies for tonight's endeavor. Chen began rummaging through his room, tossing anything he deemed useful into the system space. Before long, he had finished his preparations. The voice of the Supreme Rule echoed once more. The live stream will resume in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The live stream has resumed. Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled and returned to his bedroom, collapsing onto the bed to start gaming. As the stream resumed, the viewers from the Dragon Country were left dumbfounded. Did a thief come in? Why is everything in the house gone? Where's the sofa? Where's the bed in the secondary bedroom? Goodness, I'm astounded. This place is nearly back to its bare bones. What has Chen been up to? Who knows? I am utterly shocked. Forget it. Chen's actions are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. This must have profound significance. We shall merely observe. Indeed, let us just watch. And so, time progressed until midnight. Chen turned off the game, stowed away his phone and charger, and stretched his stiff neck. Damn it, you're all so incompetent. Even with my innate skills, you can't secure a victory. He fumed inwardly. He rose and walked to the bathroom, splashing water on his face to rouse himself. Afterward, Chen donned his work attire and decisively opened the door to step outside. I seem to have forgotten to release that unfortunate fellow from the system. Oh well, he should survive a day without food, he muttered, striding up the stairs. Chapter 189. The familiar badge before long. Chen, panting heavily, finally ascended to the 18th floor. With the recent rewards, he resolved to enhance his endurance. After making this decision in his mind, Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and pushed open the attic door. As the door creaked open, a dense black mist billowed out, enveloping Chen and causing him to shiver involuntarily. Furrowing his brow, Chen squinted to assess his surroundings within the attic. Upon entering, a left turn revealed a spacious hall. Aside from a massive conference table and several chairs, there was nothing else. At the head of the table sat a chair woven from peculiar plants. Following the plant's intricate veins upwards, he noticed a pitch-black circular portal spinning in the void. Black mist continuously poured forth from the portal, reminiscent of the breath of some monstrous beast, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Seeing this, Chen's frown deepened. Last night, preoccupied with escaping, he had paid little attention to this portal. But now, he recalled Yang Feng's words. Wasn't this black portal previously visible only to individuals like Balison, those whose sanity was questionable? Why was he now able to see it so clearly? Surely, he couldn't have truly lost his mind. A strange sensation welled up within Chen. Taking another deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his chaotic thoughts. His gaze shifted back to the matter at hand. Whatever the case, he needed to focus on the task. The door didn't appear hostile at the moment, and he had not sensed any mental contamination. Thus, it seemed relatively safe for now. In the next moment, Chen stepped forward decisively. Following Zhang Yang's instructions, he walked straight ahead. As he ventured deeper, the mist thickened. Visibility diminished, and even the flashlight's beam barely illuminated an inch, as if the mist were devouring the light itself. Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this black fog emanating from the portal? Why was the area around the portal clear, while the depths of the attic remained so opaque? With no other choice, Chen raised his hand, extending it forward to avoid colliding with any obstacles. Shortly thereafter, his fingertips brushed against something cold. His palm glided over what seemed to be the wall at the end of the attic. Upon realizing this, Chen turned right and followed the wall towards the end. In no time, he touched another wall. By now, the mist felt almost tangible, rendering his vision completely lost. He extended his hands, feeling along the wall like a blind man. Soon enough, his fingers encountered a keyhole. He recognized it as the secret door Zhang Yang had mentioned. In the next instant, he flipped his palm, retrieving the key from his system space. Carefully, he inserted it into the lock and turned it. With a click, the lock sprang open. Su Chen pushed the secret door forcefully, and with a sound akin to a beast's roar, the door swung wide. At that moment, a familiar scent wafted into Su Chen's nostrils, reminiscent of the atmosphere in his home at 901. He stood still, adjusting his state to its peak before stepping inside. 1 step, 2 steps. By the 7th step, Su Chen indeed stepped upon the object described by Zhang Yang. Judging by touch, it felt a bit like a small stone. Su Chen crouched down to pick it up. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a stone at all. It was, roughly speaking, a metal piece and a pin, resembling a badge. Suddenly, an ominous feeling surged within him. Flipping the badge over, he reached out to touch its front. In the next moment, Su Chen's body jolted. He swiftly stashed the badge into his system space and then looked tremblingly into that space. A badge floated there in the void. It was the badge of the zoo's director. How could it be here? Su Chen was taken aback. Clenching his teeth, he steadied his thoughts. In the next instant, his own badge floated out from the system space. The two badges were identical, indistinguishable from one another. Su Chen's fingertips began to chill. How was Zhang Yang connected to the zoo? How did he know Su Chen had been there? Who on earth was this scoundrel? A surge of unnameable fury ignited within Su Chen. This unseen puppet master vexed him greatly. Suddenly, he turned around and, following Zhang Yang's instructions, took 3 steps forward, reaching out to touch the so-called table. Before long, he discovered a letter. As before, Su Chen focused his mind and promptly placed the letter into the system space. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the system space, gazing at the letter. Zhang Yang's handwriting appeared before him once again. First, please remain relaxed. Do not be anxious. The mist is thick here, and it obscures vision. Therefore, you may keep a calm mindset to listen to my story. Upon reading this, Su Chen's brow knitted into a frown. Relax? How absurd. Since Zhang Yang knew the mist was dense and no one could see clearly, how could he ascertain that Su Chen could rely on the system space to see through it? This system space was a reward he had just received that afternoon. Su Chen found it impossible to relax. Gritting his teeth, he continued to read. Did you see that badge? Don't be surprised. You're not mistaken. That is indeed the director's badge from the zoo. I casually took it when I was in the director's office. Oh, you're wondering what happened to the badge later? I forged it, haha. Achu, are you cursing me again? By the way, you didn't think that a lion plush toy could protect the badge, did you? That's ridiculous. It was still my doing. I added another layer of seal. Not only that, I was worried that the mischievous child from the zoo might accidentally destroy the badge. After much thought, I concluded it was better to take it away for safekeeping. Now, the badge has returned to its rightful owner. You can secretly pin it to your chest and see for yourself. The functions of the genuine and the counterfeit are worlds apart. As Su Chen read this, he became increasingly astonished. With Zhang Yang's reminder, he recalled the moment he took the badge at the zoo. At the time, he had not thought much of it. Now, viewing it from a god's perspective, it was indeed as the other had said. How could a lion plush toy scare off a mischievous child from snatching the badge? It was known that the child had even engaged in a scuffle with a white lion. Thus, Zhang Yang's words held merit. However, this only deepened the mystery surrounding Zhang Yang. Not only was he connected to the zoo, but he also possessed some extraordinary ability to confront the bizarre. Who exactly was he? Su Chen took a deep breath and, following Zhang Yang's suggestion, retrieved the badge and pinned it to his chest. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. In some inexplicable way, he sensed the presence of the zoo. He felt as though he could teleport back to the zoo at any moment with this badge. Moreover, ever since leaving the zoo, the work group he had joined had been blocked by some mysterious force. Yet now, his phone, resting in the system space, had received messages from the zoo work group once more. Su Chen opened the group chat and typed a message. How has everyone been lately? In the next moment, a barrage of replies flooded in. Wow, boss, you finally spoke. We missed you so much. That's right. When will the boss come to see us? Our zoo is getting better and better. You have no idea. Our zoo is making a fortune now, and visitors are singing our praises. As he read these messages, Su Chen remained silent for a long while. Ultimately, he replied with a message. Thank you, my brothers, for your hard work. I will return when I have the time. However, I have some matters to attend to now, so I must be on my way. We shall converse again later. Very well. Our leader is a person of great significance. We shall not intrude. Farewell, esteemed leader. Chapter 190. The Letter from Zhang Yang. 1. Upon closing his phone, Su Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. Zhang Yang's assertions were utterly outrageous. A vague suspicion began to stir within Su Chen. Could Zhang Yang be connected to the very essence of this bizarre world? Shaking his head to dispel these unverifiable thoughts, Su Chen carefully stored away the badge. This time, he had achieved a significant gain. Not only had he acquired the badge, but he also gained countless means of preserving his life. As for Zhang Yang, this action seemed to indicate that he bore little animosity towards Su Chen, or at least not much. With this mindset, Su Chen continued to peruse the subsequent text. Have you finished? Are you satisfied? Not angry anymore, are you? Now, let me get to the crux of the matter. Where should I begin? All right, since you've been to the zoo, let us use that as a starting point. You should be aware of the situation with Old Zhou and the others. As you can see, this world is rife with the uncanny. So absurd it makes one want to retch. Yet, there's no escaping it. Humanity must find ways to save themselves in order to survive. This leads to a critical dilemma. Ordinary people are weak. How can mere mortals contend with the heavens? In such a scenario, a group of capable individuals, including Old Zhou, bravely stepped forward, managing to uphold a semblance of safety for humanity. They allowed those unknowing, ordinary folks to lead their blissful lives. They are truly heroes. At this moment, you might be inclined to inquire about my own role. Haha, I am not nearly as noble as they. After years of struggle, my passion has long since faded. My confidence has waned. Yet, my conscience remains intact. Whenever I can no longer bear to watch, I will lend a hand when necessary. If one were to describe me, I could be considered a half-hearted good person. After all, I only engage in what is within my capacity. I've digressed. Let us return to this building. In truth, my arrival here was purely serendipitous. The story begins thus. After years of toil, I suddenly felt weary one day, yearning for a stable life as an ordinary person. Hence, I chose to settle in a small town. Yes, this very city. Here, I experienced the long-forgotten essence of ordinary life. It was so serene, so comfortable, brimming with the warmth of life. To quickly immerse myself into the lives of the common folk, I soon became a distinguished teacher. Quite impressive, right? Hey, don't laugh. My talent is indeed exceptional. Thus, I enjoyed a comfortable year as an ordinary person until I encountered Wang Xian. In that moment, I was genuinely smitten, constantly wondering how a young lady could be so stunning. As the saying goes, one's worldview follows the contours of their appearance. Indeed, I found myself captivated. The details that followed are less significant. Suffice it to say, with my remarkable talents and a face that could charm the stars, I quickly won Wang Xian's heart. Alas, good times are fleeting. I discovered that Wang Xian suffered from epilepsy, and her condition was rather severe. This affliction is notoriously difficult to treat in the realm of ordinary society. After all, it pertains to the brain, and humanity's science has yet to conquer such complexities. Observing Wang Xian's agony during her episodes, I contemplated revealing my abilities to heal her directly. Yet, at the last moment, I hesitated. Would she perceive me as a monster upon discovering my powers? Perhaps, to you, this seems trivial, but that is only because it has happened to you. Imagine if you were Ning Kaichen. Could you truly accept it? If you were Su Xian, could you accept it then? If you assert that you could, I must express my admiration. However, your acceptance is inconsequential. The pivotal question is whether Wang Xian would see me as an anomaly. With this mindset, I continuously delayed revealing my true self, ultimately leading to a tragic outcome. One fateful day, while I was away on business, Wang Xian called me, excitedly sharing that she had heard of a hospital called Fince, which purportedly could cure epilepsy. She had already contacted the doctors there, who claimed they could heal her after reviewing her past medical records. Hearing this, I felt a surge of doubt. Has technology advanced for ordinary people so rapidly? Nevertheless, seeing Wang Xian's joy, I refrained from casting any shadows on her excitement and decided to let her try. Thus, she ventured to that accursed hospital ahead of me. By the time I returned from my business trip, it was too late. It turned out that this so-called cure for epilepsy was merely an outdated procedure known as a split brain surgery. Upon learning this truth, I was nearly driven to madness. Yet, seeing Wang Xian blissfully unaware, I chose to hide the reality. I could save her without burdening her with fear and anxiety. This was my second egregious error. To completely heal Wang Xian, I needed to reclaim a portion of my strength. Therefore, I ventured to the zoo, retrieving a fragment of my power. However, this action weakened the seal on the zoo, causing the inner world to awaken more rapidly. It was at that moment, to prevent the reckless children from destroying the badge, that I resorted to a swap. This maneuver was perilous, and I was fully aware. However, I am a selfish individual, and I simply did not care. Moreover, I believed that I would only temporarily regain my strength. After saving Wang Xian, I would promptly reinforce the seal on the zoo. Surely, no calamity would arise. Alas, fate had other plans. I could not reclaim that power. You must have witnessed the state of that world by now. Remarkably, a year ago, the inner world was merely a quarter of its current size. One can only imagine the impact of the seal. Fortunately, there is still you. I surmise that with your intellect, you have likely alleviated the crisis at the zoo by now. However, I must temper your enthusiasm. This is not the conclusion. This is merely a temporary fix. If the inner world remains unresolved, the zoo will always pose a latent threat. Once you have gained strength, remember to eradicate this trouble. Consider it a means to assuage my guilt. For this, I express my gratitude. Upon reading this, Chen comprehended why, a year ago, the zoo, which had been suppressed by old Zhou, experienced an unexpected deterioration. It turned out this rascal was the culprit. Yet, as he continued reading, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. A temporary fix? It appears that even Zhang Yang lacks foresight. Surely, he could not imagine that I have tamed the zoo thoroughly. I dare say, as long as that mischievous child doesn't tire himself out, the zoo will remain unscathed. Zhang Yang, you know nothing of healing. Nevertheless, considering your relatively amiable demeanor, I shall not hold it against you. Once my strength permits, I shall assist in resolving the inner world. After all, I am now the director. This is my zoo. With a cheerful disposition, Chen thought to himself as he continued to read on. It was time to expand the worldview, lay down some foreshadowing, and prepare for the next adventure. Chapter 191. Zhang Yang's letter. 2. I digress. Let us return to the building. Upon my return from the zoo, I received devastating news. After my departure, Wang Xian's second personality inexplicably began to awaken at an alarming rate. Unable to endure such torment, her dominant persona ultimately chose to take her own life. Hearing this news left me utterly dumbfounded, filled with profound regret. I loathed myself for being such a straightforward man. I resented myself for not healing her from the very beginning. I cursed myself for being aware of the horrors of a split psyche, yet failing to comfort her in advance, to assure her that I could save her. And what I despised even more was my negligence in thoroughly investigating this building. How could I not have discovered that the 18th floor harbored a cemetery? Had I known this, I surely would have noticed the peculiarities of those vile creatures, the Balisons. How could this tragedy have occurred? But alas, it was all too late. No, it is not too late. With the existence of a cemetery, I still have a chance to save Wang Xian. I contemplated the forbidden rule, deification. It depended on. Alas, I cannot divulge that. Ironically, the very outcome the Balisons sought to achieve through their deification methods became my means to rescue Wang Xian. If they were to discover this, I wonder what thoughts would cross their minds. On this note, let me add that the Balisons' attempt to create a deity through the split psyche method, while seemingly futile, is not entirely devoid of merit. Yet, to claim it to be useful would be sheer nonsense. After all, have you ever encountered a deity with a cleaved head? Their so-called awakening of divinity is nothing but a misguided stroke of fortune. It resembles a fervent obsession as depicted in novels. One can easily fall into such an enigmatic state. Therefore, you must not allow your mind to falter and inflict harm upon yourself. Returning to the subject of this forbidden rule, I shall refrain from delving into specific operations. You may understand it as utilizing the Balisons as a medium to locate the cemetery. By harnessing this cemetery, coupled with the sealing power of the rule against returning to the zoo, I can resurrect Wang Xian. As you know, I am a selfish individual. The greater good cannot bind me. For the sake of my beloved, I am indifferent to everything else. Thus, with resolute determination, I struck a deal with Balison, reluctantly sparing his life. Subsequently, I did not hesitate to tear open a corner of the cemetery's seal. Utilizing this cemetery, I resurrected Wang Xian in an unconventional manner. This also resulted in the cemetery's portal, previously visible only to the Balisons, now being visible to all. Fortunately, this cemetery gate is located on the 18th floor of the building, rather than in a bustling area. In this manner, Wang Xian returned to life in another form. However, before I could revel in this triumph, another calamity struck. Wang Xian's other personality, for reasons unknown, also inexplicably revived. This was utterly absurd. It defied all scientific logic. To be frank, it shattered my understanding. At this juncture, I must share my philosophy with you. Perhaps influenced by my personal experiences over the years, my perspective diverges from that of the Balisons. In my view, a human possesses but a single soul. The so-called second personality is merely a mysterious phenomenon observed by science. You see, science emphasizes observation and experimentation. It is precisely this that has led the Balisons to be deceived by appearances, arriving at their flawed conclusions. Their scientific prowess lacks the depth to see beyond the surface. Let me briefly elucidate my perspective. First and foremost, I do not guarantee that my assertions are infallibly correct. However, I must convey that my theory is supported by my own experiences. Alas, the details of those events remain unspoken. Therefore, even if you do not believe me, you must remember this theory. It may one day save your life. Now, without further ado, my conclusion is this. Those second personalities are merely illusions. They are dreams. To put it bluntly, I perceive them as akin to a person dreaming. In dreams, individuals entertain desires that diverge from reality, envisioning alternative ways of life. In dreams, one may not even be human. These discrepancies create a stark contrast with one's true soul, embedding themselves deeply within the mind. Until one day, when confronted with intense stimuli such as a split psyche, the brain suffers damage, resulting in chaos. In an instant, the imaginative right hemisphere begins to dream. This is when the second personality emerges. At this point, you may wonder, is this not akin to the Balison's claims? Not quite. Essentially, the second personality is not a second soul. Ultimately, it is still you. Why do I assert this? The answer is simple. When you awaken, does the dream persist? One day, when their minds cease to be in disarray and comprehend the distinction between reality and dreams, they will naturally awaken. It is for this reason that when I witnessed Wang Xian's second personality resurrecting, my understanding crumbled. To illustrate, it is akin to you dreaming one day, becoming a being that does not exist in another world. Upon awakening, you find a person standing before you. This person is the version of you from your dream. Is that even possible? Absolutely not. Yet, such is the nature of reality. Wang Xian's second personality has sprung to life. She possesses none of Wang Xian's memories. Her character is vastly different. Her thought processes are entirely distinct. To my mind, this bears no relation to Wang Xian whatsoever. Yet, curiously, she is intertwined with Wang Xian's soul, unable to be separated. Forcing them apart would lead to the demise of both. I was utterly perplexed. In my desperation, I could not conceive of a viable solution. Even various forbidden rules yielded no results. Inadvertently, I found myself inadvertently imparting knowledge to that second personality. I was rendered speechless. However, that was not the end of it. Upon her resurrection, Wang Xian, believing herself to be a specter, feared to frighten me with the truth and instead began to conceal matters from me. Meanwhile, her second personality, cunning as a little fox, schemed relentlessly to create chaos. It seemed she had overheard my desperate musings about how perhaps only personal experience could solve such dilemmas. Consequently, this young lady attempted to poison me, hoping to bring forth a second personality in me as well. Witnessing the machinations of these two young women, my blood pressure soared. Thus, nearly a year passed, and I found myself utterly at a loss. Moreover, due to the disruptions in the seals of the zoo and the building, a series of chain reactions ensued. I must now venture to a certain location to suppress the anomalies. Otherwise, a grave situation may arise. After all, this is a mess of my own making. And even in my selfishness, I cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, I have no choice but to enlist your help. Dear friend, I implore you, assist me. I know you possess the means. If all else fails, I shall one day repay your kindness. Chapter 192, 5941. I am you upon reading this. Chen found himself utterly bewildered. The profound occurrences described by Zhang Yang, along with the peculiar theories purported to save his life, shattered Chen's worldview. Is it truly possible for someone in this world to wield the rules, confront the bizarre, and even subdue it? Could the second persona merely be an illusion, a figment of a dream? Moreover, why was the other party so convinced of their ability to resolve this conundrum? In their words, even such a formidable figure as they claimed could not find a solution. Why should this insignificant person be able to succeed where they could not? The only skill he possessed that hinted at the mysterious was the ability to multitask. What use could that possibly have? Was he expected to deceive the bizarre with this? Look, I too suffer from a split personality. Yet, I can achieve harmony within myself. Our personas work in seamless unison. Therefore, you should also reconcile. Wasn't that utterly absurd? Regardless of the bizarre's belief or acceptance, Chen was sure that Zhang Yang would never consent. As he stated, an unfamiliar entity that should not exist had claimed half of his girlfriend's soul. Surely, he could not agree to a compromise. Chen's mind was on the verge of explosion. It was crucial to note that the condition to clear this quest was to fulfill Zhang Yang's desire. How could that wish be accomplished? He felt utterly helpless. With his mindset crumbling, Chen continued to scrutinize the text below. I know you are feeling desperate right now, but I urge you not to despair just yet. Trust me, you will surely devise a solution. After all, you are, ahem. Speaking of which, allow me to perform a little magic trick for you. Now, gently reach over to the left side of the table. There, you will find a small vial. Take it. Pour a bit of the liquid into your hand and apply it to your eyelid. I promise to show you something thrilling. But first, Resist the urge to flip the page for the answer. A sense of suspense makes it all the more enjoyable. Chen frowned, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, he followed the instructions out of curiosity. Cautiously, his hand searched the table. Soon, he discovered the vial Zhang Yang mentioned. He placed it into the system space, carefully poured out some liquid, and shivered involuntarily. It was disgustingly viscous and a ghastly green hue, reminiscent of mucus after a cold. Chen stared at the liquid in the system space, lost in a long silence. Ultimately, he steeled himself and slapped the liquid onto his right eye. He quickly flipped the letter to read Zhang Yang's next words. Have you applied it? Now, it's time for the revelation. You still have the photograph I left with you, right? You may wish to take a look. At this, Chen's body began to tremble. His heartbeat quickened. He had already surmised something. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his focus and retrieved the two torn photographs from the system space. He then closed his left eye and peered through his right. In the next moment, a transparent crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the half-photograph belonging to Zhang Yang. Instantly, the crack shattered, as if fog was dispersing. A familiar smiling face emerged before Chen's eyes. It was unmistakably his own visage. No, more accurately, it appeared more mature than his current self, resembling his countenance from a few years hence. Chen's breath caught in his throat. Why? Why was this happening? He trembled as he glanced at Zhang Yang's subsequent words. Astounded, are we? Ha! Don't deny it. You cannot deceive me. Oh, wait, you cannot deceive yourself. You were correct in your thoughts. You are. No. I am you. To put it more precisely. What? Still in disbelief? Have you considered why I understand you so thoroughly? Why can't you escape my design? Every step you take is within my calculations. It's quite simple. By placing myself in your shoes, I can deduce your judgments. Isn't this outcome delightful? Chen's mental state spiraled deeper into chaos. The reasoning presented by the other seemed disturbingly plausible. After all, why would they know him so well? Moreover, their handwriting was identical to his own when he wrote with his left hand. It was evident that this person had intentionally written with their left hand. At that moment, Chen recalled something. When he had deciphered the password earlier, the answer had been 5941. Translated, it meant I am you. It turned out that the other had left clues all along, only for him to overlook them. In that instant, gazing at the familiar face, Chen wavered. He began to entertain the possibility. Yet, this revelation presented a new dilemma. What was the nature of his relationship with this other self? A parallel universe? Time travel? Or perhaps he was merely the second persona of the other? Chen recalled the moments of contamination when he had briefly glimpsed experiences that did not belong to him. Memories of riding a motorcycle down a mountain road at breakneck speed, of lavishly spending in hopes of winning a smile from a beautiful woman, and even of resolutely stepping into darkness, turning his back on the world. Where had these visions originated? Were they Zhang Yang's memories? Otherwise, why would he possess them? Did this mean he and the other truly held a primary and secondary persona relationship? Chen felt increasingly lost. But no, he was certain his mind was intact. At least, he excelled at drawing and solving mathematical problems. He possessed both rationality and emotion. He was not defective. So what on earth was going on? Was it truly connected to the other's theory of dreams? Was he merely a figment of the other's dream? Chen's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He stood there, eyes closed, in a stupor. After some time, he stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a glint of sharpness in his gaze. No longer was there confusion, only determination remained. Zhang Yang, regardless of your words or deception, I am Chen. I am myself. I am whole and not lacking. You cannot shake my perception. Chen resolutely affirmed within himself. In the next moment, he adopted the mindset of an observer and continued to read the subsequent text. I know you still do not believe, but that is of little consequence. After all, the matter between us reflects the essence of this world, bound by rules. I cannot share it all with you. Your disbelief is entirely normal. All right, let us speak of something else. Did you know that with your face, you could easily navigate this quest? Just stand before Wang Xin when she awakens, and she will not harm you. She will protect you. As for Wang Xin's second persona, she is even less likely to pose a threat. She will probably perceive you as my second persona, seeking your assistance in separating herself from Wang Xin. Haha, regrettable, isn't it? Alas, I understand your character. You, being the dogged person you are, how could you possibly confront the bizarre without prior knowledge? Thus, you will ultimately follow the path I have laid out for you. Now that I've finished my showboating, it's time to soften my approach. Good brother, dear ancestor, please lend me a hand. Separate Wang Xin from her other self. That so-called second persona is far too malevolent. I have no idea who she is. I cannot rest easy until they are apart. Furthermore, I know you can accomplish it. I swear, if we ever meet again, I will bow to you 10 times. Serving you tea, washing clothes, and making beds will be my pleasure. And if you strike me, I will not retaliate. After you slap my left cheek, I will present my right. How does that sound? Is that satisfactory for appeasing your grievances? My little ancestor, please lend a hand. Without further adu, it has arrived. My friend is about to embark on a journey. Zhongyang Chapter 193. Remove the mask and confront the strange after reflecting on the preceding events. Chen once again closed his eyes. He could easily dismiss the theoretical musings and absurd declarations of the other party, treating them as mere bluster. Yet, one matter weighed heavily on his mind, the persistent conundrum. How could he assist in fulfilling the other's wish? It was an insurmountable challenge for him. With this mindset, Chen pondered his options while descending the stairs. On the way, he made a brief stop on the second floor to release the unfortunate individual with the meow knife. Before returning to room 901, lying on the bed, Chen gazed blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wasn't he, the enigmatic woman in red, also researching a way to completely sever ties with Wang Xian? Perhaps he could draw some inspiration from her. After a moment's contemplation, Chen deemed this approach viable. At the very least, it represented his sole avenue of action. It appeared inevitable that he would confront the strange being on the night of the seventh day. Thus, having adeptly grasped all the rules, Chen settled comfortably in room 901. As time sped by, several days later, the remaining chosen ones successfully navigated their challenges. However, unlike Chen's companions, who emerged invigorated, Estelle and her associates appeared utterly disheveled. Nevertheless, surviving independently was an admirable feat. Meanwhile, in an obscure corner of the world, a multitude of bubble-like spaces abruptly vanished, resembling fleeting dreams. Only a solitary, genuine bubble floated at the center. Were someone to witness this spectacle, they might believe the dissipated bubbles were merely reflections of the lone bubble in a mirror. With the mirror removed, the reflection would naturally fade away. As Chen observed the incessant flow of completion notifications, he stretched languidly and immersed himself once more in the game. Days passed again, and today was yet another so-called night of rebirth. Drawing from prior experience, Chen had wisely concealed himself early on. After estimating that the other party had regained their memory, he donned the meow knife mask and ascended to the 18th floor loft. Pushing open the heavy door, Chen was met with a sea of puzzled gazes. With a cheerful grin, he announced, "I have arrived as promised." The woman in the red dress, seated at the head of the table, showed little reaction, merely casting a cold glance in his direction. Like a regal queen, she coolly commanded, "Wait over there." Taken aback, Chen thought, why is she suddenly so haughty? However, he refrained from commenting further, casually taking a seat and observing the reports being delivered by the others. Before long, the presentations concluded. The woman in red waved her hand dismissively, expelling everyone from the room. Once the last person had departed and the door closed, the woman's previous aloofness vanished. In an instant, she materialized before Chen. "Wow, I thought you were merely deceiving me again. I never expected you to actually show up." "Of course, I keep my word." "And what with the sudden change in demeanor?" Chen replied. "I almost believed you hadn't regained your memory." It's just that my subordinates are still present." "Did you not say that a leader should exhibit a leader's demeanor?" Hearing this, Chen was rendered speechless. "Thank goodness you're strange. You possess strength. Otherwise, with your tyrannical attitude, it would be a miracle if your subordinates didn't revolt. To those who don't know, you might as well be cosplaying as Empress Wu Zetian," he quipped. "What are you saying? And be careful how you speak to me. If you provoke me, I'll slap you dead." The woman in red retorted angrily. "Are you threatening me again? Have you not changed?" Chen teased, raising his left hand to reveal two hairpin bracelets wrapped around his wrist. "See this? I now possess two. The last time you nearly killed me, Wang Xian had a slim chance of waking up without realizing the memory loss. But now it's different. She'll surely suspect something upon seeing these." "You." The woman in red was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, I concede. As long as you assist me in devising a plan, I promise not to threaten you again. Now that's the spirit of collaboration." Chen chuckled, pulling out a chair to sit down and gesturing for her to do the same. "By the way, since we're cooperating, could you remove your mask so I can see your true face?" she inquired curiously. "Do you truly wish to see?" Chen replied playfully. "I do. Just be careful not to dazzle me with your handsomeness. Such narcissism. Hurry up, don't dawdle." As she spoke, the woman reached out to remove Chen's mask, and he did not resist. As the mask lifted, his visage was revealed. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment, and the mask slipped from her grasp. She leaped to her feet, rushing to examine Chen's face closely. You, she stammered, unable to articulate her shock. "Well, are you mesmerized by my looks?" Chen grinned innocently. "You are Zhang Yang." "No, You are Zhang Yang's second persona. You've succeeded. She exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, finally regaining her composure. I am not. That is impossible, she insisted, becoming increasingly agitated. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen stood and placed his hands on her shoulders, gently pressing her back into the chair. From his elevated position, he stated firmly, calm down. I truly am not him. Your face. This cannot be explained, but I am not him. I don't believe you. She resolutely shook her head. The two found themselves in a stalemate. Say it again, I am not him. If you cannot accept this fact, there is no need for our collaboration to continue. Su Chen declared with a stern expression. One's perception must not waver. Hearing this, the woman froze momentarily. After a brief contemplation, she nodded. She found herself in a dead end and needed Su Chen's assistance. Furthermore, her belief that Su Chen was Zhang Yang's second persona made her all the more convinced that he could resolve the division dilemma. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. However, Su Chen was no fool. He had already discerned her disbelief in her eyes. What did Zhang Yang say to you before he left? Su Chen inquired. He stated that he had important matters to attend to and instructed me not to impede him. He also vowed that another version of himself would come to assist me in resolving my issues. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt his head throb. Zhang Yang had truly left him in a predicament. With this foundation laid, she was bound to be convinced that he and Zhang Yang were one and the same. Never mind that. Tell me about your plan, Su Chen sighed, changing the subject. The enigmatic woman nodded eagerly. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she continued. You promised to admire the moon with me last time, yet we scarcely enjoyed it. Shall we combine moon gazing with our discussion of the plan this time? Chapter 194. I am now a bit happy. Su Chen cast a puzzled glance at the woman, unsure of her intentions. Nevertheless, he nodded and pulled out a chair, preparing to move towards the window. Seeing Su Chen's agreement, the woman chuckled mischievously. Suddenly, she reached out her small hand and grasped Su Chen's arm. In the next instant, the surroundings around Su Chen distorted abruptly. Upon focusing, he realized he had found himself atop the roof. Standing on the ridge of the slanted roof, the fierce cold wind threatened to send him reeling. At that moment, he felt his arm being steadied by someone. The view is splendid here. How about we enjoy the moon? Also, I forgot to ask you, you don't have a fear of heights, do you? The woman's eyes sparkled with mischief. Su Chen, noticing her gaze, forced himself to calm his racing heart. He lifted his head, attempting to avoid looking at the ground, and feigned nonchalance as he gazed at the purple full moon. Of course, I'm not afraid. This is a nice spot. Let us enjoy the moon. As he spoke, he quickly settled onto the ridge. The woman pouted slightly and sat beside Su Chen. As she did, he noticed that the negative feelings brought on by the moonlight began to dissipate. Now, let me share my plan with you. In my view, the fundamental conflict among these ordinary people's personalities stems from the disconnection between their left and right brains. This lack of communication prevents them from finding a direct and effective method to resolve their issues, ultimately suppressing one personality over the other. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded in agreement. If we want to resolve this issue, it is quite simple. By utilizing my divine power, I can completely restore the neural pathways in their brains, specifically the corpus callosum. However, this raises a new concern. Once restored, how can I ensure that it is the second personality that prevails? Su Chen squinted, as if he had an inkling of the answer. Continue. Well, my situation with Wang Xin is quite similar, yet slightly different. Although our spirits are intertwined, they are not fully connected, which means we are not truly at odds with each other. However, once we are completely linked, one of us must perish. Therefore, I must devise a way to ensure my victory. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart sank. This was a disaster. His objective and the woman's plan were completely at odds. He wished to save Wang Xin and separate the two, while the woman aimed to eliminate Wang Xin once and for all. Is there truly no way to separate you two without resorting to violence? Su Chen inquired. Essentially impossible. If one of us does not die, we cannot resolve this. If we are forcibly separated, we will both perish. Just as with you, Zhang Yang must die for you to return intact. Otherwise, how could you possibly be whole? The woman stated calmly. Su Chen furrowed his brows. Let me reiterate, Zhang Yang and I are not the same person. All right, not the same. The woman replied dismissively. Now, please continue. To address this dilemma, I devised a plan. Since those doctors managed to create our second personalities, once they are in that agonizing state, they should utilize their knowledge to find a way to resolve this dilemma, right? Your goal is to awaken their second personalities. Why not simply and brutally sever their brains? Most of their memories and knowledge reside in the left brain. Without their knowledge, how can they devise solutions? Moreover, without the bridge, how can their personalities fight daily? Even if the second personality loses every day and is suppressed, it doesn't matter. I can awaken them again. So, you intend to support their second personalities through a series of dietary and other measures? That's about the gist of it. The idea is to allow their second personalities to acquire complete knowledge, experience pain, rebel daily, and gather insights. One day, I believe the creative second personality will discover the path to victory. Upon hearing this, Chen sighed. To be frank, I find this endeavor exceedingly difficult to succeed at. I want to delve into the reasons, as I assume you understand. Indeed, I am aware of its challenges. But why persist with this plan? Because, at this point, the woman paused, her bright eyes dimming slightly. She then spoke softly, because, this is my only wish. I cannot give up. Aside from this, I have nothing left. Her mood plummeted instantly. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze to the moon and murmured, I have no memories of the past. No history. One Xian's loved ones belong solely to her. Her experiences are hers alone. Everyone cares for her, yet no one pays me any mind. All believe our second personalities are a menace. Even Zhang Yang is determined to erase me. But what have I done? Why must I endure this? Just because I awakened. I am to be destroyed. Am I destined to remain forever confined in that dark, cold prison, watching Wang Xian live joyfully? Why should everything belong to Wang Xian while I am left with nothing? Her voice grew softer, tinged with the tremor of impending tears. She lowered her head, hugging her legs, resting her chin on her knees, staring blankly at her toes. Since birth, all I have possessed is this life. Am I to surrender this as well to Wang Xian? Her voice became almost inaudible in the night breeze. Chen, moved by her emotions, sighed as well. Indeed, as she stated, her plight was truly tragic. Since awakening, all affection had been directed towards Wang Xian, while animosity fell upon her. Wang Xian's friends and family were her adversaries. As for the employees and subordinates, their motives were similar, driven by shared interests and fear of her power, thus obediently complying. Furthermore, to maintain her leadership and instill confidence in her staff, she could not show a hint of weakness. Otherwise, why would she reveal her innermost thoughts to him tonight? It was precisely because she had no one else to confide in. Until today, she had reached her breaking point. Her grievances poured forth like a flood released from a dam. Enough of this melancholy. I merely remarked that your plan seems unlikely to succeed. Not that I cannot conceive of a better solution. Moreover, while you may lack a past, you possess a future. After all, I am here. I will assist you. Chen offered comfortingly. Upon hearing this, the woman abruptly turned her head to face Chen, gazing intently at his cheek. After a moment, she hoarsely said, You swear you are not deceiving me this time? I swear. Chen replied, locking eyes with her. At his words, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and a delicate dimple emerged on her cheek. I am feeling a bit happy now, she softly remarked. Is it because you have gained an exceptionally brilliant strategist? Chen replied with a smile. Not quite. It is because someone finally cares about me today. I am truly happy. I am no longer devoid of everything. The woman beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 195. The rooftop. Although the other party was smiling joyfully, Chen keenly noticed that her eyes were slightly moist. At that moment, the woman turned back, her body leaning slightly as her delicate head rested gently on Chen's shoulder. May I borrow your shoulder for a while? She asked softly. Chen did not respond verbally, yet he made no attempt to withdraw. The two remained in a profound silence, gazing at the moon. After a long while, the woman in red tugged at Chen's sleeve. Hey, I hope you're not Zhang Yang, she said wistfully. I'm not Zhang Yang. Chen replied. I believe you this time. Can you tell me your name? My name is Chen. Chen, that sounds lovely. Much better than Zhang Yang. That's just bias. I don't care. It's still beautiful. Also, I don't have a name yet. Could you help me come up with one? Oh, I'm terrible at naming. How about this? Since you wear a red dress all the time, let us call your attire. All right. You actually agree? I was just joking. It sounds beautiful, and I still don't have a surname. Aren't you surnamed Wang? I refuse to be. The woman rolled her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, What if I took your surname, Su? You want to take my surname? Su Hongi? That is fine, but that means I'd be your father. Chen said nonchalantly. Su Hongi. Meanwhile, the live chat in the Dragon Kingdom stream erupted. Mom, are they in love? I'm so envious. I feel like a dog on the street suddenly kicked by someone. I'm dying. Chen is so smooth. While the players are in peril in the dungeon, P.S. flirting with a girl. No, we, the Su Bao support team, absolutely do not agree to this union. What are you all yelling about? Is this even flirting? Girl, I want to take your surname. Chen, sure, that makes me your father. Damn, this straight man is going to drive me insane. Although I internally resisted, I couldn't help but smile broadly. What a dilemma. Neither Chen nor the woman was aware of the comments flooding the chat. Su Hongi gently tugged at Chen's sleeve again, hesitantly asking, "Can you swear you're really not Zhang Yang?" "I swear. I'm truly not." "Then where do you come from?" "Oh, that is a bit complicated to explain. Are you trying to deceive me again?" The woman gazed intently into Su Chen's eyes. "I'm not." "Oh, my background is rather absurd. Do you really want to hear?" "Yes. I want to hear about your past." "All right then, let me tell you. The place I came from is called Blue Star. And there's a magnificent country there called the Dragon Kingdom." Su Chen had been in this oppressive world of eerie tales for quite some time. Moreover, due to a prolonged period of isolation, he yearned to share his thoughts. Coupled with Su Hongyi's earlier display of genuine emotion, he found himself unable to resist the urge to divulge his heart. Thus, he selectively recounted his previous experiences. As their conversation deepened, Su Chen gradually relaxed. Inadvertently, he revealed some of Zhang Yang's dream theory. Instantly, Su Chen became aware of his slip. He quickly glanced at the sky, and upon seeing nothing unusual, he sighed in relief, silently reminding himself to be more cautious in the future. At that moment, Su Hongyi was utterly astonished. After a brief pause, she asked softly, "Am I merely a figment of Wang Xin's dreams?" Su Chen shook his head. "Don't worry. I truly believe you are not. I even have a faint feeling that your origins conceal a significant secret." "Well, then I feel reassured." She nodded, naturally leaning back against Su Chen's shoulder. The next moment, Su Hongyi abruptly asked, "If we can't find a way to solve the problem and ultimately, only one of us can survive, would you still help me?" "Of course. I'm not close with Wang Xin." Although I felt delighted by this answer, I realized it would hinder your ability to fulfill Zhang Yang's wish. The Dragon Kingdom you mentioned would also face calamity. I believe you care deeply for the Dragon Kingdom, don't you? Su Hongyi's sparkling eyes fixed on Su Chen's feet. "I don't think it will come to that. I'll find a solution." Su Chen closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. I believe in you." After that, the two fell into silence once more. After a while, amidst the tranquil ambience, a melodious tune suddenly floated from behind them. Su Chen listened closely and realized the song was The Rooftop. Turning around, he saw a phone tossed onto the roof. Scanning the area, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a snake tail, indicating that it must have been the work of an imaginative team leader. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, I turned my feelings into a song and had to go to the rooftop to find another dream. That person is the vague figure in my dreams, and we share the same tacit understanding. Your employees might have conjured something strange." Su Chen remarked as he prepared to rise and turn off the phone. However, Su Hongyi reached out, grasping his hand gently. "It sounds lovely. Let it play." After some contemplation, Su Chen nodded and sat back down. The music continued to play. "On the rooftop, singing your song, with the one I love. Letting the stars adorn the most romantic night. On the rooftop, singing your song, with the one I love, dedicating the yellowing night to the loneliest moon. Dreams are beautiful with you." The two sat on the rooftop, listening to the music and gazing at the twinkling stars in the violet moon. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Until, suddenly, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Su Chen's mind. "Ding. System calculation completed. Based on the current completion rate and dungeon difficulty assessment, rated as SS level, a total of 2,000 points earned. Additionally, note that Zhang Yang's hidden wish has not been included in the calculation. The host will receive generous rewards after clearing the dungeon." Hearing this, Su Chen felt a jolt. At this critical juncture, the rewards had arrived. Moreover, it must be said that this time, the rewards were quite substantial. Previously, the system had granted 1,000 points for triggering the hidden plot, of which he had used 500 points. A few days ago, after a dispute with the system, he had prepaid for a system space. Now, upon completion, he still had 2,000 points left. Honestly, this system wasn't as exploitative as one might think. It was remarkably supportive. Su Chen glanced at Su Hongyi, who was quietly listening to the song with her head resting on his shoulder, then began to ponder discreetly how to utilize the system points to break through the current predicament. After perusing the system store, Su Chen felt a sense of despair. None of the items he could afford would be of any assistance. Ultimately, he let out a sigh. It seemed he would have to gamble on luck. "Let us see if the lottery could yield a miracle. System, draw 4 times for me," he said in his mind. Chapter 196, A Strange Dream. Is the world a tree? Received. The prize pool is now opening. By the way, a reminder to the host. You currently have 2,500 points, which allows you to draw 5 times, thereby enhancing the quality of the prize pool. Keep 500 points. I still have use for them. Received. Starting the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Constitution 2, blue quality. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Stamina 2, blue quality. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mental Power 2, blue quality. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the fundamental rule of the world. Healing, red quality. As Su Chen beheld the 4 floating reward boxes before him, His gaze remained fixated on the red reward. The fundamental rule of the world? What could that possibly mean? System, please elaborate on what this is. Received. As the name suggests, upon receiving the reward, the host will comprehend the rule, healing, which can be established at any time and place by the host. Based on the host's current strength, within the scope of the rule, the host can heal the injuries of any individual. Cooldown time for establishing the rule, 24 hours. Upon hearing this description, Su Chen's heart raced with excitement. He contemplated a possibility. Could this be the means by which Zhang Yang prophesied he would save Wang Xin? System, is this rule effective on spiritual entities? Within the rule's coverage, it is effective on all. A slight tremor coursed through Su Chen's body. Zhang Yang's prophecy had proven correct once again. He truly possessed the means to break the deadlock. At that moment, Su Hongyi sensed something amiss with Su Chen and looked up in surprise, asking, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just felt a bit cold and shivered," Su Chen casually replied. "Oh dear, how careless of me," Su Hongyi said, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. And with a wave of her hand, a transparent shield enveloped them both, dispelling the slightly chilly evening breeze. "Is it better now?" "Yes, it's no longer cold." Su Chen smiled. After this brief interlude, Su Chen hurriedly resumed his internal dialogue with the system. "System, I wish to claim my rewards." Received. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He felt as if he had become weightless, drifting upwards. Startled, he began to struggle violently. However, in the next moment, Su Chen froze in place. He saw himself below, sitting with Su Hongyi on the rooftop. Am I experiencing an out-of-body experience, or merely dreaming? Su Chen was utterly bewildered. System? What is happening? Yet, the ever-responsive system offered no reply at that moment. As panic set in, no matter how hard he fought against it, his body continued to ascend. He soared higher and higher until he penetrated a transparent membrane. With a pop, the entire world before Su Chen transformed. The world morphed into a colossal tree, with myriad fundamental rules intricately woven together to form the trunk. Upon closer inspection, these fundamental rules included the heavens above, the earth below, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The essentials for human survival are food. Humans embody courage and shall never be enslaved, among a series of other rules. However, it appeared that this tree was suffering from some affliction. Many of the words within the fundamental rules had become distorted and dimmed to varying degrees. Consequently, some rules had transformed into humans are food, humans are their slaves, and other grotesque regulations. Simultaneously, the morbid text was continuously oozing out a thick, dark liquid, tainting the other rules, like the decaying sap of this tree. Countless bizarre maggots danced and reveled in this putrid wound, creating a sight both strange and nauseating. Su Chen furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze upwards. As he looked higher, he observed that the branches of the great tree were laden with numerous fruits, each adorned with a multitude of strange rule inscriptions. These fruits were twisted and deformed, resembling malignant tumors, evoking a sense of revulsion. Some were covered in tentacles, others rotted and decayed. There were even fruits shaped like decomposed human faces, protruding long tongues, from which streams of eerie green saliva dripped onto the trunk, further dulling the fundamental rules. At that moment, amongst the grotesque fruits, one relatively appealing fruit flashed with a white light. The radiance caught Su Chen's attention, compelling him to gaze intently. In the next instant, Su Chen was taken aback. The rule inscribed on this fruit was none other than the rules of the zoo. The flickering white light emanated from several words within the fruit. Upon closer examination, these words formed a sentence. The courage to face death is humanity's sword to cleave through darkness. Was this phrase a reflection of Lao Zhou and the others? Su Chen pondered. At that moment, another fruit, less distorted, flashed with a red light, interrupting Su Chen's contemplation. He turned to look and was astonished once more. It seemed he had just emerged from this very fruit. Moreover, the rule inscribed on this fruit was evidently the rule of the current building dungeon. The glowing words within it also formed a sentence. Love is humanity's harbor in times of despair. What could this possibly mean? Su Chen was bewildered. However, regardless of the meaning behind these phrases, the sights he was witnessing were enough to ignite his imagination. This world appeared to be framed by numerous foundational source rules, constructed from countless peculiar worlds inscribed with specific rules, represented as fruits. The dungeons he visited must be contained within these twisted, deformed fruits. Thus, were these two less distorted fruits altered due to his successful completions? Su Chen fixated on these two fruits, lost in thought. Before long, a sudden epiphany struck him. These rules resembled programming code. The distorted rules were akin to code with bugs. Adding to this, the method by which his system awarded him was through the deconstruction of rules. Therefore, Was the system attempting to cultivate him into a programmer? Did it wish for him to rectify the afflictions of this world? As this thought crossed his mind, two brilliant characters suddenly appeared on the trunk of the great tree, healing. In the next moment, a torrent of vast information surged into Su Chen's consciousness, encompassing concepts such as the yin-yang practitioner, the way of heaven and earth, the essence of all things, the progenitors of change, the origins of life and death. In the abode of deities, heaven has 5 elements governing 5 positions, producing cold, heat, dryness, moisture, and wind. Humanity possesses 5 organs transforming 5 breaths, generating joy, anger, thought, worry, and fear. Before long, the influx of information completed its transmission. Suddenly, Su Chen's vision darkened, only to brighten again. He found himself back on the rooftop. "You're awake?" Su Hongyi gently inquired. Chapter 197. Shaped like antennas in love, did I just fall asleep? Su Chen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Indeed, I noticed you sleeping soundly, so I hesitated to wake you," she replied. "I suppose it's just that I've been pulling all-nighters for games lately, and I must have dozed off unintentionally, to avoid revealing the system and the peculiar dream." He casually fabricated an excuse. "Do you need to go back and rest?" The woman's eyes reflected a tinge of reluctance. "No need, I've rested a bit. And now I feel invigorated." Su Chen chuckled softly. "Then will you stay with me a while longer?" "Of course." The two leaned against each other, enveloped in a serene silence. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen began to consult the system in his mind. "System, what just happened?" "Nothing much. The moment I issued the reward, you fell asleep. Was there truly nothing else?" "No, I am merely a system. I do not lie." Taken aback by this, Su Chen contemplated. After prolonged interaction, he perceived the system as a frigid tool devoid of humanity. Surely, it would not deceive him. Could it be that he was simply exhausted, experiencing a dream? After reflecting on the scenes from the dream, Su Chen banished those thoughts from his mind. If he could not comprehend it, then it was best not to dwell on it. The most pressing matter now was to explore the reward he had just acquired. The key lay in perfectly rescuing Su Hongyi and Wang Xin. Closing his eyes, he sought information regarding the rule, healing, within his mind. Before long, a smile began to grace his lips. Just as the system had indicated, as long as he formulated this rule, he could heal any injury of anyone, including Su Hongyi. As for the system's assertion that his current strength only sufficed to save one person, that was inconsequential. Not to mention that the two girls shared a singular entity, equating to the consumption of healing one person. Moreover, considering their divine powers, they would require significantly less effort when they forcibly severed their bond. Only external assistance was needed to sustain their lives, nudging the pointer that had tilted towards death back towards vitality. Consequently, even if he could not completely heal them, their innate strength would suffice to mend the remaining injuries. What a remarkable skill. Objectively speaking, aside from the lengthy cooldown, it was nothing short of divine. Furthermore, the system had neglected to mention another point. Su Chen sensed that as his strength increased, the potency of this rule would also augment, expanding the variety of ailments he could heal. If his power were sufficient, could he truly heal this bizarre world? Who says that studying medicine cannot save the world? Excitement surged within Su Chen's heart. However, before he could revel in this joy for long, he was abruptly reminded of the persistent Zhang Yang. Did this individual truly possess precognitive abilities? Or could he possibly be a future version of himself? Otherwise, how could he predict so accurately? Moreover, it did not end there. A sense of foreboding began to brew within Su Chen. When he acquired the dual focus ability, he had given it little thought. Yet, in the second instance, this skill proved immensely useful. Would the healing ability he now possessed also relate to the next instance? Would the rules be violated, and instead of employing mental contamination, the anomaly would directly strike to kill? If so, the upcoming instance would undoubtedly be far more perilous. The elation that had briefly blossomed within Su Chen's heart quickly dissipated. Shaking his head, he dispelled the feelings of dismay. He refocused himself, determined to remain in optimal condition. What lay ahead was a matter for another day. For now, the most pressing issue was addressing Su Hongyi's situation. Supreme Rule, terminate the broadcast. Received. The broadcast has been terminated. Upon hearing Su Chen's sudden declaration, Su Hongyi gazed at him in astonishment. Don't ask, just listen. Some things are for your ears only. Su Chen interjected, stifling her inquiries. I have a way to save you. Su Hongyi's eyes sparkled with surprise. Huh, what if I told you I could also formulate rules? Would you believe me? Su Chen continued. Su Hongyi was taken aback. Are you joking? Yet, upon witnessing Su Chen's earnest expression, she hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. I believe you. Su Chen thought, wait, I was preparing an entire script to explain this matter, and you just accepted it directly? Well, it's good that you believe. It saves me the trouble of elaborate explanations. That said, even though you believe me, I still need to demonstrate something. Could you simulate the injuries caused by forcibly separating yourself from Wang Xian? Ah, sure. Quick, inflict an injury, and I'll showcase a special skill, Su Chen urged. Su Hongyi hesitated, but ultimately, under Su Chen's steadfast gaze, she gritted her teeth and opened a deep wound on her left arm. Glimmering white light streamed from the injury, drifting away like fleeting stars. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly concentrated his mind, placing his palm over her wound. Rule heal. He faltered as he recalled his intention to mimic the grandiose language the two girls had used when formulating rules. Yet, at that moment, nothing profound came to mind. Noticing the growing skepticism in Su Hongyi's eyes, he steeled himself and declared earnestly, Rule, heal. When one is ill, they must be treated. Simultaneously, he mentally repeated, as long as I am not awkward, the awkwardness belongs to others. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere lingered only for a moment. In the next instant, Su Chen's mental energy waned, and the power of the rule coalesced. A brilliant white light descended from above, illuminating Su Chen's palm. The luminous essence escaping from Su Hongyi's wound swiftly converged, and her injury began to heal rapidly. Within a few breaths, her arm returned to its pristine state, devoid of any scars. This is the power of the rule. How can you formulate rules? Su Hongyi was left dumbfounded. Impressive, right? I wasn't lying. Su Chen beamed with pride. Wait, how? Don't ask. I simply don't know. Just tell me if it works. If you and Wang Xian are forcibly separated, can this rule save you both? Upon hearing this, Su Hongyi fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, she nodded emphatically. It can save us. Then we have devised a plan. Su Chen said with a smile. Shall I awaken Wang Xian now? Su Hongyi inquired. Not yet. I can only use this rule once a day. Let's set it for 7 days from now. This way, even if Wang Xian and I don't reach an agreement or something unexpected occurs, you can still shatter your memories again without complications. All right, I'll follow your lead. Also, make sure to explain things clearly to Wang Xian ahead of time. I don't want to be dragged into explaining that I'm not Zhang Yang. Absolutely. Su Hongyi replied cheerfully. With the issue resolved, Su Chen asked, do you have anything else to do tonight? Not at all. But could you stay with me the entire night? Ah, all right. Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmation, Su Hongyi beamed, leaning her head comfortably on his shoulder. Hey, Su Chen, what is it? Having you here is truly wonderful. Of course. As the night deepened, the understanding moon shifted its angle, casting a gentle glow. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two figures on the rooftop elongated, resembling antennas shaped like love, just as the lyrics described. Chapter 198. Division on the other side, shortly after the live stream resumed. The first image that the audience in Longguo beheld was of two individuals nestled together, forming a shape that conveyed their affection. The crowd erupted in anger. Why was the live stream interrupted? What had they just done? Had they shared a kiss? Oh, why was I not allowed to witness it? I demand a complaint. Quickly, perform it again. Alas, my husband has finally matured and knows how to cherish the cabbage. But this cabbage is not mine. Su Chen, do you not understand what we wish to see? Please, perform for us once more. I am utterly tantalized. In response, I can only remark, a stellar lead couple, a mediocre plot unfolding, subpar live streaming, and a base audience. As the barrage of comments filled with shipper enthusiasm continued, the night swiftly passed. With the arrival of 6 o'clock, Su Chen was once again ushered out of the building by Su Hongyi to prevent any unforeseen amnesia. Soon, 7 o'clock approached. Perhaps it was the moment when yin and yang converged, as two personalities briefly set aside their enmity to share a moment over their dean's affairs. Upon Su Chen's return to the building, he was met with a multitude of admiring gazes. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to dig a pit and bury himself. Goodness, how utterly embarrassing. Thus, Su Chen returned to room 901, resuming his languorous existence. Time flew by, and soon the appointed date arrived once more. That night, Su Chen met Wang Xian for the first time face to face. At that moment, Wang Xian stood timidly in the conference room, awaiting Su Chen's arrival. Upon seeing his countenance, her face was filled with astonishment. Her small mouth opened and closed several times, as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately, no words emerged. Clearly, Su Hongyi had forewarned her that Su Chen was not one to be trifled with, advising her to remain silent. I have arrived. Su Hongyi must have clarified everything to you, Su Chen inquired. Yes, Wang Xian nodded. Very well, that saves me from reiterating. Let us not waste any more time. The sooner we divide, the sooner we can settle this. Please summon Su Hongyi. Okay, Wang Xian nodded once more. In the next moment, the blue of her dress began to shimmer with red. Before long, The entire gown displayed a pattern of red on the left and blue on the right. From her left eye, Su Chen discerned the cunning glimmer unique to Su Hongyi. You both know how this works, so let us dispense with unnecessary words. When you are ready, just signal me, and we shall commence, Su Chen declared confidently. We are prepared, the two voices chimed in unison. Excellent, then. By the highest rule, let us sever the connection. Received, the live stream has been terminated. The audience in Longwo was left bewildered. Why has it been interrupted again? What mischief is Su Chen plotting now? Why are we denied the spectacle? The viewers were in a frenzy. Meanwhile, upon noticing that the live stream had indeed ended, Su Chen gestured to Su Hongyi and Wang Xian, indicating it was time to begin. He had no intention of revealing to the audience the mystical powers he possessed. Such esoteric matters would likely be beyond the comprehension of the average person, and he had no desire to inadvertently create misunderstandings among the people of Longwa. It was far simpler to end the broadcast, sparing everyone the trouble. With that, as Su Chen made a sweeping gesture, a brilliant intertwining light of black and white flashed around the women's forms. In an instant, two identical women, resembling twins, stood before Su Chen. Both women simultaneously pointed their fingers like swords, each channeling a fierce light, one black, the other white. In the next moment, they both struck their skirts with a swift motion, severing a small piece of fabric. Rule 49. This sword cleaves the garment. You and I shall henceforth be divided, never to be linked again. Rule 50. This sword cleaves the garment. You and I shall henceforth be divided, never to be linked again. As the two women simultaneously proclaimed the new rules, a torrent of black mist emanated from Su Hongyi, while white mist swirled around Wang Xian. Soon, the mist dissipated, leaving both women appearing somewhat translucent, as if they were reflections in water, fragile and ready to shatter upon contact. Simultaneously, white fireflies began to drift from Su Hongyi's body, while black light spilled forth from Wang Xian, cascading onto the ground. Observing this, Su Chen, recalling Su Hongyi's earlier explanations, understood that the women had successfully completed their division, leading to their spiritual forms becoming unstable and on the verge of collapse. The moment had come for him to intervene. Raising his right hand, Su Chen directed his focus toward the two women. Rule, healer, intent is key. Under my will, all can be healed. Heal. In the next instant, a robust column of milky white light descended from above, piercing through the ceiling of the loft and enveloping the two women. As it neared their heads, the beam split into two, cascading down upon Su Hongyi and Wang Xian. As the white light enveloped them, their injuries ceased to worsen, and the drifting white fireflies and black light solidified, rushing back into their respective bodies. Before long, the two women began to regain their solidity. Witnessing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. Just as he had anticipated, with his current mental strength, he was more than capable of pulling the two women back from the brink of death. Even if complete healing was not achievable, they would be fine on their own. Thus, time passed incrementally, with the situation steadily improving. However, at that moment, Su Chen suddenly felt a disconcerting sensation wash over him. It was reminiscent of the experience he had when his soul had left his body while asleep. Simultaneously, he sensed that the rules he wielded were in a state of intense turmoil. It was akin to a tree trunk reacting violently to pollution, the foundational rules of his world resisting in a similar fashion. Something was contaminating the fundamental rules he governed. This thought struck Su Chen with alarming clarity. In the next moment, his suspicions were confirmed. The white light that had split to envelop the two women began to oscillate wildly, exhibiting a tendency to merge once more. Su Chen's mind erupted with realization. Under the influence of the rules, he was more attuned to these changes than anyone else. The rules had twisted, transforming the ability to heal either woman into the capacity to heal only one. Worse yet, the world was responding by denying the unity of Su Hongyi and Wang Xian. This meant that he could now only save one of them. He was forced to choose, otherwise, both would perish. In that instant, the memory of their conversation on the rooftop resurfaced in Su Chen's mind. He even faintly recalled the fragrance of the girl's hair during their chat. You said, if we cannot devise a solution, and ultimately one of us must live, would you still assist me? Of course. Chapter 199, The Distorted Rules. The supreme rules have their schemes. The echoes of promises lingered in his ears. Yet, when faced with such a predicament, Su Chen found himself hesitating. Indeed, if he were to save Su Hongyi at the cost of Wang Xian's life, it would spell disaster for Longwa. On one side lay the enchantress, and on the other, the nation. One's significance over the other was self-evident. However, the thought of abandoning the pitiable girl, Su Hongyi, weighed heavily upon him. He could not bring himself to forsake her. Images of her charming visage and laughter haunting him relentlessly. At that moment, He had to admit that the worth of a mere enchantress equated to the weight of his allegiance to his country. No, I shall choose neither. I will save them both. Chen vowed silently. Simultaneously, the two beams of light trembled violently, as if on the verge of merging into one. Consequently, under the influence of the rules, both women's injuries halted their recovery, even threatening to deteriorate further. What is happening? Wang Xin exclaimed in alarm. Chen, what is wrong? Su Hongyi, sensing the abnormality, inquired anxiously. It's nothing. Don't panic, it will be fine soon. Chen gritted his teeth, forcing out those words while desperately channeling his mental energy to restore the distorted rules. Tell me, what exactly is wrong? Su Hongyi, well acquainted with Chen from their previous encounters, perceived the gravity of the situation from his darkening expression. Moreover, she keenly sensed the rapid depletion of his mental energy. The signs were unmistakable. Chen was in trouble. It's truly nothing. You cannot deceive me. Speak. What is wrong? Otherwise, I shall cease my treatment. Nonsense. If you don't treat me now, do you wish to perish? But if this continues, your mental energy will be exhausted, and you too will be in peril. Su Hongyi's face was etched with concern. Be quiet. My mental prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. I do not require your worry. Just wait obediently. Chen barked fiercely. The sudden outburst left Su Hongyi momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her silence, Chen hastily focused on stabilizing his mind, striving to mend the rules. At that critical moment, the voice of the supreme rules echoed in his ears. Reminder to the chosen one. The live broadcast is about to resume. 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast has resumed. Hearing this, Chen's heart trembled again, followed by a surge of unbridled fury. At such a juncture, when he was already in a dire predicament, the supreme rules chose to intervene. If the audience of Longwo were to witness this healing scene, how many complications would arise in the future? How could he not be enraged? Why did you resume it? It has been long, Chen shouted. The authority to explain the duration of the broadcast disconnection belongs to the supreme rules. Very clever. Then I demand that you disconnect the broadcast once more. Due to the recent resumption, it is currently impossible to disconnect the broadcast. Why can't you? What did you say before I entered the instance? Do you speak in jest? Consumed by rage, Chen no longer cared whether he was addressing the supreme rules or not. He let loose a torrent of curses. The frequency of broadcast disconnection explanation rights belong to the supreme rules. Furthermore, a warning to the chosen one. Please show respect to this rule or face annihilation. Explain your nonsense. You refuse to be reasonable and then blame me for my foul language? Come on, annihilate me. I await your annihilation. If you do not annihilate me, you are my grandson. The series of upheavals had already pushed Chen to the brink of explosion. Coupled with the recent distortion of the rules, he had begun to suspect the involvement of the supreme rules. If that were the case, then the supreme rules must have ulterior motives, likely coercing him into choosing between the two women. Thus, he felt no fear of being eliminated by the supreme rules. Why not take this opportunity to vent his frustrations? In the next moment, the supreme rules fell silent, ceasing further communication. Realizing his conjecture was correct, Chen felt a weight descend upon his heart. This indicated that he indeed had to make a choice. On the other hand, Su Hongyi observed Chen's sudden outbursts and his darkened expression. Sensing the continual depletion of his mental energy, she could no longer suppress her concerns, and her previously restrained worry erupted. Without hesitation, she swiftly moved out of the healing light and approached Chen directly, raising her left hand. Her slender fingers pressed against Chen's forehead. I'm sorry, I must read your memories from earlier. As her words fell, a gentle warmth surged into Chen's mind. Startled, he instinctively sought to resist with his mental energy. However, due to his ongoing struggle to mend the rules, he had barely any mental energy left to muster. In an instant, Su Hongyi accessed Chen's recent memories. The next moment, a look of disappointment washed over her face, followed by profound sadness. Yet, she forced a smile for Chen. Who would have thought it would end this way? Nevertheless, I am still content. I have received a response from the world. I am not the same as that foolish woman, and Su Hongyi paused, her smile blooming more brightly. And I never anticipated that you cared for me so deeply. This is the most precious gift I have ever received in my life. She grasped Chen's hand tenderly. Shut up and return. I promised I would save you, and I will. Chen spat out those words with ferocity. Simultaneously, he continued to manipulate the power of the rules, attempting to envelop Su Hongyi once more. Unfortunately, since she had already exited the healing light, it lost its target and, under the influence of the distorted rules, merged with the light surrounding Wang Xin. No matter how Chen exerted himself, he could not separate them again. In the next moment, Wang Xian's injuries began to heal rapidly, while Su Hongyi before Su Chen began to disintegrate, transforming into myriad flickering lights. Chapter 200. I have finally bested you, I command you. Now. Immediately. Return to the realm of rules. Su Chen bellowed fiercely. No, she retorted. In the past, you always triumphed over me, commanding my every move. Now that I have succeeded, I shall no longer heed your orders. Have you lost your mind? Are you willing to sacrifice your life for Wang Xian? What choice do I have? I witnessed your memories. If you forcefully rescue me, all three of us shall perish. If you save only me, your beloved dragon kingdom will face disaster. Zhang Yang's desire is to divide you too. Should you die, I will still fail, Su Chen responded. Stop deluding yourself. His previous attempts on my life serve as proof that Zhang Yang's ultimate wish has always been to save Wang Xian. I am of no significance, she declared. Upon uttering these words, Hong Yi gently took Su Chen's hand and caressed her own cheek. Moreover, the more pressing reason is that I do not wish for you to see me in the future and think, this woman has brought calamity to the Dragon Kingdom. I do not want to be perceived in that light. Forgive my selfishness. I desire to be the perfect woman in your heart, Su Hongyi whispered softly. A cascade of ethereal white light flowed ceaselessly from her being, enveloping Su Chen and her in a dreamlike glow that exuded an exceptional romance. Meanwhile, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was rendered utterly speechless. Upon the resumption of the broadcast, they were almost left in disbelief by the fantastical scene before them. Yet, before they could fully process their astonishment, Su Hongyi's words swiftly clarified the gravity of the situation. Only one of the two women could be saved. If they saved Su Hongyi, the Dragon Kingdom would face calamity, and Su Chen would be engulfed in guilt. Conversely, if they saved Wang Xian, Su Hongyi would perish, leaving Su Chen heartbroken. In this agonizing dilemma, the audience quickly turned their attention away from the magical spectacle. The fact that Su Chen possessed an extraordinary ability to shape the rules became inconsequential. What mattered was that their hero, who had fought valiantly in this bizarre world, seemed poised to lose his beloved. How could this be allowed? The current fortunate circumstances of the Dragon Kingdom were forged by Su Chen's relentless efforts. Why should he alone bear the weight of sorrow in the end? Reaping the benefits of their hero's sacrifices while watching him endure such pain was unacceptable to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen, you must save Su Hongyi. Our Dragon Kingdom has amassed great fortune. Even if there are consequences, they will not be severe. Indeed, the severity of penalties was linked to national fortune. With such high fortunes, they could hardly expect grave repercussions. Do not worry about us. We fear no punishment. Boo-hoo. My Su Bao, my heart aches for you. Hurry and save Su Hongyi. I do not want you to live a life filled with regret. O Supreme Rules. Are you present? I beseech you to grant our Dragon Kingdom a chance for guidance. Please, offer a hint to Su Chen and let him save Su Hongyi. As they witnessed the impending tragedy befalling Su Chen, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom broke down. Indeed, all the burdens of suffering should not rest solely on Su Chen. Moreover, he was still young. It was unconscionable to impose upon him the tragedy of lifelong regret at such an early stage. Yet, no matter how much the audience of the Dragon Kingdom shouted or how loudly they protested, Su Chen in the realm of bizarre tales remained oblivious. I beg you. I concede. Please, listen to me, obediently return to the realm of rules, and I swear I can save both of you. Su Chen's voice grew hoarse, his heart heavy with anguish. No, I have won. I shall be willful, she declared defiantly. Are you out of your mind? Do you not understand when I command you to return? Do you believe I? Su Chen's words faltered as he realized he had no threats left to wield. However, upon hearing Su Chen's harsh tone, Su Hongyi instinctively recoiled, but she soon straightened up, adopting a stance of a victor. Remember this. Once there was a woman who bested you. You speak nonsense. Su Chen's voice grew increasingly hoarse. A proud person like you will surely remember someone who has defeated you for a lifetime, Su Hongyi murmured. I will also remember you for a lifetime. At this, Su Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, and a brief silence enveloped them. Before long, it was Su Hongyi who broke the silence. I may have to bid you farewell. Her head bowed. She spoke timidly. I do not agree. I refuse. But there truly is no other way. I cannot hold on any longer. Furthermore, I am no longer afraid of death. I feel so fulfilled. Su Hongyi lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she managed to force a smile for Su Chen. That same iconic smile, her eyes curving in delightful arcs, was captivatingly sweet. No. There must be a way. With gritted teeth, Su Chen's right hand trembled as he prepared to channel the restorative power of the rules entirely to Su Hongyi. Yet, before he could move his arm, her small hand pressed down on his forearm, rendering him unable to move even the slightest bit. I do not wish to be the bad woman in your heart. Su Hongyi said resolutely. Su Hongyi, I am your father. Release me at once. Su Chen began to lose his composure. In response, Su Hongyi merely shook her head firmly. Wang Xian, help me break these bonds. Su Hongyi cannot hold on much longer. I will stabilize her injuries before saving you. Su Chen shouted at Wang Xian. Though he was aware that this course of action was fraught with peril, Su Chen resolved to try once more, hoping to restore the distorted rules and heal both of them in a cyclical manner. Wang Xian, do not interfere. Su Hongyi screamed. Wang Xian opened his mouth, then said, I am sorry, I want to live. I must wait for Zhanyang. Forgive my selfishness. Wang Xian, do you believe I will sever the power of the rules now? Su Chen roared in fury. Do not listen to him. This rule can only be enacted once a day. Disrupting it will only lead to the death of another, resulting in calamity for the Dragon Kingdom. He would never do such a thing. Su Hongyi cried out urgently. Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned to stare intently at Su Hongyi's face. Are you determined to oppose me? Why yes, I am sorry. Please do not be angry with me. I truly cannot hold on any longer. But I still have some words to share, so could you please refrain from interrupting me? Su Hongyi said, pressing her lips together. As Su Chen observed the increasing disarray of light surrounding her, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 201. I truly adore you seeing this. Su Hongyi smiled gently and inched closer to Su Chen. I am genuinely delighted to have met you. You are the only glimmer of starlight in my pitch-black world. I long to follow this light eternally and walk alongside you. Alas, it seems I can no longer do so. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She raised her hand to wipe her cheeks, and then took another step forward, enveloping Su Chen in her embrace, resting her cheek against his chest, while her arms encircled his waist. I don't want you to see me in this disheveled state, so please, hold me a little longer. I wish to preserve a perfect image of you in my mind. She reminisced. That night on the rooftop was truly the happiest moment of my life. There were people who cared for me, offered me advice, gave me hope, and someone who was always by my side. I yearned to sit on that rooftop again, feeling the evening breeze, gazing at the moon, listening to the sounds of rooftop. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's voice quivered as he replied, It will happen. I will heal you, and we will return to the rooftop to gaze at the moon together. Su Hongyi stepped back, breaking free from Su Chen's embrace. You scoundrel! Even at the end, you still wish to deceive me. However, she paused, lowering her head, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. Then she suddenly lifted her head and continued, But I am truly, truly happy. And, wiping her tears, Su Hongyi revealed a radiant smile, her dimples filled with sweetness. I truly adore you, Su Chen. As her words echoed, her form began to disintegrate rapidly. Below her waist, there was only emptiness. White fireflies danced in the air, obscuring her visage, rendering Su Chen unable to see her clearly. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen's heart ached violently, as though something of utmost importance was slipping away from his life. For the first time, he felt the weight of despair. His mouth opened and trembled, but he could not utter a single syllable. His trembling left hand reached out, traversing the ethereal glow, caressing Su Hongyi's cheek. The delicate sensation incessantly reminded him that soon this girl would vanish entirely from his life. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed through Su Chen's mind, as if a lifeline had descended before him. He desperately pondered, striving to seize that fleeting insight. His earlier hypothesis suggested that healing this rule would prove beneficial in the next instance. Deduced from his dual focus performance in the current scenario, was there a possibility that dual focus was the key to breaking the impasse? Su Chen forcefully steadied his mind. Taking a deep breath, his eyes ignited with brilliance. Innate skill, dual focus, activate. As the skill engaged, Su Chen extended his left arm and stepped forward decisively, embracing the vanishing girl. Rules. At all costs, heal. Su Chen bellowed. In the next instant, his mental energy began to drain rapidly. Simultaneously, a robust white beam of light descended from above, enveloping the two in a soft, milky glow. Meanwhile, Su Hongyi cradled in Su Chen's arms, sensed the power of the rules and abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face filled with astonishment. My body is starting to heal. However, she soon realized that Su Chen's mental energy was depleting at an alarming rate. If this continued, he would collapse before she fully recovered. Stop. If you continue like this, you will die? Su Hongyi urged, gazing at Su Chen's jawline anxiously. If you don't want me to die, then be quiet. I have no surplus mental energy to converse with you. Su Chen managed to force those words out with great difficulty. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyi dared not insist further. Yet, witnessing Su Chen's precarious state filled her with torment. Numerous times, she contemplated knocking him unconscious. However, seeing Wang Xian still struggling against the brink of death, She ultimately could not bring herself to do so. As seconds ticked by, Chen felt his head pounding excruciatingly. The immense pain nearly caused him to faint several times. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. This continued until the moment Wang Xin broke through the threshold of death. Suddenly, Su Hongyi lifted her small hand, preparing to strike Chen unconscious. However, due to Chen's dual-focus state and having concluded Wang Xin's treatment, he immediately detected her subtle movement. If you die, I shall accompany you in death, so cease your antics and listen obediently. Chen forced out those words. Surprised by his declaration, Su Hongyi froze. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, instantly soaking Chen's shirt. All right, I will be obedient. And Chen, you must not die, otherwise. As she spoke, Chen's right hand instinctively moved to cover her mouth. In the next moment, the healing light intensified, the milky glow becoming almost tangible. After completing Wang Xin's treatment, Chen did not ease the drain on his mental energy to catch his breath. Instead, he summoned the rule's power that belonged to Wang Xin, enveloping Su Hongyi entirely. Chen understood that he could not endure for much longer. He was relying solely on his willpower to sustain himself. He might collapse at any moment. So he had to seize the time to heal Su Hongyi with maximum intensity. Fortunately, this time, the distorted rules did not present any unforeseen complications. Unlike before, where there was a discrepancy in healing, the rules had successfully healed Wang Xin, allowing for Su Hongyi's recovery as well. Time gradually passed, and Chen noticed the world around him beginning to warp and twist. He recognized this as a sign that he was nearing his limit. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the girl in his embrace. Regrettably, all he could see was a haze of red, making it impossible to discern her current condition. However, he could feel her body becoming more tangible. If he could just hold on a little longer, Su Hongyi would be saved. As his mental energy continued to be siphoned away, the darkness encroached further upon his vision, as if the world had dimmed its lights. Gradually, he could no longer perceive anything. Yet, he still possessed the sense of touch, feeling Su Hongyi's condition, which was sufficient. Time pressed on, and his hearing and sense of touch gradually faded. Chen lost all connection to the outside world. He could not ascertain the progress of Su Hongyi's healing. So he gritted his teeth and held on. He could not give up. Perhaps she was on the brink of salvation. Chen reassured himself. As fatigue began to seep into his body, he found himself leaning more heavily on the girl to avoid collapsing. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he murmured, "If you die, I will accompany you in death, so please, cross the threshold of death before you knock me out." He could not hear her response. Chapter 202, Awakening. Wishes fulfilled. In the beginning of closure thus, time passed without his awareness. He was uncertain whether he had succumbed to unconsciousness or had been rendered insensible by Su Hongyi. Chen felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, perpetually falling, until a glimmer of light emerged at the end of the void. Struggling against the brilliance, Chen managed to open his eyes. The first sight he beheld were two towering crimson peaks. Through the mountains, he could not discern the figure's features. Turning slightly, he noticed a pair of elegantly long legs resting upon his head. Simultaneously, he sensed a cool touch upon his scalp, gently massaging him. In the next instant, the two peaks suddenly descended, nearly crushing Chen's face. Atop the summits appeared a visage brimming with delight. "You've finally awoken," Su Hongyi exclaimed joyfully. You're all right," Chen croaked, his voice hoarse. "Indeed." As she responded, a single crystalline droplet fell upon Chen's cheek. Observing this, Su Hongyi hurriedly wiped it away. "It's a relief to hear that." Chen exhaled deeply, alleviating his worries. However, the next moment, the agonizing pain akin to a cataclysmic tide surged back into his head. It felt as if his very eyes would burst from the intensity. I have a headache. I need to sleep a bit longer, so do not fret." After uttering this, Chen turned over, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his cheek against her abdomen as though fearing that if he fell asleep, she would vanish. Then, he promptly lost consciousness once more. When he awoke again, Su Hongyi was still tirelessly kneading his head. "How long have I slept?" "Over 2 days. And you sat here the entire time? You could have just thrown me on the bed. I wanted to be the first to see you wake." "Silly. By the way, where's Wang Xin? I thought you were about to awaken, so I asked her to go to the kitchen to prepare a meal." Chen was taken aback. "Have you two become closer?" Not exactly. It's just that there's no need to be at odds like before. Besides, you saved her, and she wishes to express her gratitude in this way," Su Hongyi said, trailing off into silence. "Gratitude for what?" "For not helping me escape your clutches. Fearing I might speak ill of her to Zhang Yang?" "Pretty much," Su Hongyi nodded. "How can you say that? If you hadn't been disobedient and obstructed me, would my injuries have been so severe?" Seizing the opportunity, Chen shifted the blame. "Su Hongyi hesitated before finally saying, "Fine. I'll listen to you from now on." Really? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, I stand by my word. Su Hongyi puffed out her chest, causing a delightful tremor. Then, how about you change into a pair of lettered black stockings for me to admire? Su Chen had harbored this thought for quite some time. He believed the two young ladies had poor fashion sense. With such long legs, not wearing something chic was a waste. Moreover, that little skirt was rather plain. If it weren't for her striking beauty, people would likely mistake her for a country girl. Su Hongyi was rendered speechless. Didn't someone just say they stand by their word? Su Chen pressed on. Fine. Su Hongyi replied, her cheeks flushed. She raised her left hand and snapped her fingers. Instantly, she adorned her long legs with a pair of lettered black stockings. This sight left Su Chen utterly astonished. Well, is this magic? I've struck gold. There's no way I'm letting you profit from my treasure hunting endeavors. With that, Su Chen flipped over and took the opportunity to feel the fabric. Wonderful. This suffering was not in vain. Beside him, Su Hongyi's face grew increasingly red, and finally, unable to contain herself, she seized Su Chen by the collar and threw him onto the bed. He landed in a disoriented heap. Hey, I'm the patient. You're already healed. This is domestic violence. Who says we're family? Who confessed first? You. I'm ignoring you. Su Hongyi's face crimson. She stomped her foot and dashed toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen mused, I must find a way to persuade her to change that little skirt. Not long after, Su Chen and the two ladies gathered at the dining table. Facing Wang Xin's guilty gaze, Su Chen waved his hand. All right. I know what you wish to say. There's no need to voice it. I understand. Moreover, Zhang Yang is undoubtedly fine. That rascal is likely concocting some scheme. Just wait here patiently. He will return to you eventually. Su Chen spoke rapidly. Hearing this, Wang Xin nodded. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Now, without further ado, taste my culinary skills. These dishes used to be Zhang Yang's favorites. Wang Xin smiled. Zhang Yang's preferences have nothing to do with my Su Chen. Su Hongyi muttered under her breath. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin burst into laughter. So quickly, he has become your Su Chen. This caused Su Hongyi to blush anew. As if it's any of your business. With that, she buried her face in her rice bowl. This food is utterly unpalatable. Su Chen, you eat first. Next time, I'll cook for you. I assure you my skills surpass this woman's. Su Hongyi vehemently criticized Wang Xin. Su Chen chuckled, not responding, and began to eat. Soon, they finished their meal. Seizing the moment while Wang Xin was tidying up, Su Chen gestured. Let us discuss something important before you clear away the dishes. What's the matter? Wang Xin paused her actions. What about the patients and your employees? Wang Xin and Su Hongyi exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. I understand one of you harbors resentment towards those doctors while the other feels gratitude. I have an idea regarding this. You see, grievances should be addressed at their source. And all troubles stem from that fellow Barasan. Therefore, why not keep those doctors under your watch while compelling them to contact Barasan, luring him back? In doing so, you can exact your revenge, and Su Hongyi has effectively saved those doctors' lives. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin pondered for a moment and nodded again. I agree. But what about our employees? She inquired. Leave that to me. At an opportune moment, you two should gather them all. I'll persuade. No, I'll counsel them. Su Chen replied with a grin. Is that feasible? Wang Xin asked, skepticism evident in her expression. Absolutely. You have no idea. He could have been swindled back then. Su Hongyi, brimming with excitement, prepared to recount Su Chen's illustrious deeds until she caught sight of his bright gaze and abruptly deflated. I won't say anything else. Don't glare at me. Meanwhile, Su Chen's expression darkened. Goodness. Even before I've crossed the threshold. I'm already being slandered before outsiders. Am I that sort of person? I'm not here to deceive. I'm here to reason. Do you understand? Since Hongyi has agreed, I shall heed your words. Tomorrow, I'll gather the employees in the conference room. Wang Xin concurred, and she resumed tidying up the dishes. On the other side, Su Chen took advantage of the moment to pull Su Hongyi into discussions about clothing coordination. Before long, Su Chen found himself with a nosebleed. Summer truly does ignite one's passions. Time swiftly passes, and with it, the dawn of a new day arrives. As I have matters to attend to this evening, I am sending this in advance. Please do not wait for me tonight. Much love to you all. Chapter 203, a dialogue between two foxes. Are the supreme rules friends or foes? As the morning light streamed through the curtains, Su Chen awoke in the master bedroom, stretching languidly and rolling about in comfort. Notably, he had chosen to sleep alone in the main suite, while the two girls occupied the secondary bedroom. This arrangement was not due to any bashfulness on Su Chen's part, but rather a precaution against any unforeseen live-streaming incidents. At that moment, he lay staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in a daze. Suddenly, the familiar cold voice of the supreme rules echoed in his mind, devoid of any emotion. Congratulations. Chosen 1 Su Chen, for completing the hidden quest. Reward: the right to communicate with the Dragon Nation from within the building. Anyone on the 18th floor may privately converse with the Dragon Nation's officials. Additionally, Chosen 1 Su Chen, your body has fully healed. Please exit this instance as soon as possible. Upon hearing this abrupt notification, Su Chen's heart jolted. This reward was quite significant. The ability to communicate with the Dragon Nation? This was indeed a valuable boon. If utilized wisely, it could yield extraordinary results. Moreover, was the purpose of granting this reward to ensure he could glean information about the building from the Dragon Nation after departing this instance? What ulterior motives did the Supreme Rules harbor? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Supreme Rules, you seem to have made an error. I have yet to fulfill Zhang Yang's wish. Zhang Yang has already been rescued. Why has his wish not been completed? Because Zhang Yang's wish also includes saving those suffering employees. Su Chen fabricated a lie, testing the Supreme Rules. After his words hung in the air, the Supreme Rules fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable time, the chilling electronic voice returned. Upon review, a lapse has occurred in the rules. Please, Chosen 1, complete the remaining wishes of Zhang Yang as soon as possible. Given that this is a fault of the rules, the previously granted reward will not be rescinded. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. Ah, well done, Supreme Rules. Also, I apologize for my earlier brusqueness. That was my folly. Please do not take it to heart. Understandable. It shall not occur again. With that, the dialogue concluded. Su Chen rolled over, burying his face in the pillow. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened. The review had confirmed that Zhang Yang was wary of the Supreme Rules, for he had not intended to rescue the employees. This indicated that the letter he left behind was concealed in a fog. Indeed, the Supreme Rules could not perceive it. This was the reason the Supreme Rules could be so easily misled. But why had Zhang Yang felt the need to guard against the Supreme Rules? Suddenly, Su Chen sprang up, dressed hastily, and rushed out the door, much to the astonishment of Su Hongyi and the others. He made his way to the 18th floor. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the astonishing sight of a massive glass-like screen that had materialized in the loft. This must be the medium through which he could communicate with the Dragon Nation. As he approached the glass, it illuminated with a radiant glow, revealing the figure of Elder Chen. Supreme Rules, disconnect the live stream. Received. The live stream has been terminated. Hello, Su Chen. I am Chen Lin. You can call me Old Chen. I was watching the previous live stream. Do you have something to say? Elder Chen got straight to the point. Greetings, Old Chen. Although this is our first face-to-face meeting, we have long been acquainted in spirit, so I shall dispense with formalities. As for what I wish to say, it is merely to test the reward granted by the Supreme Rules. Su Chen replied with a grin, casting a knowing glance at Elder Chen. The latter's pupils constricted upon noticing this, before he began to nod in understanding. Indeed, we have a mutual understanding, so why bother with pleasantries? Hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of delight. Their mutual understanding was evident. Elder Chen had grasped his hint. This reward is intriguing, I must admit. The recent rewards from the Supreme Rules have been quite impressive. Private, convenient communication. Indeed, after all, it is the Supreme Rules. I believe they hold a certain fondness for our Dragon Nation. Not to mention the rewards are exceptional, and the protection they offer us is deeply moving. Oh, is that so? Pray, tell me more. There is much to share. Let me recount. Elder Chen began narrating the exploits of the Supreme Rules in the real world. It seemed the Supreme Rules were indeed commendable, leading Su Chen to reconsider the sincerity of his previous apology. Supreme Rules, I offer my apologies once more. My earlier outburst was unwarranted. There is no need. It has already been addressed, and it shall not occur again. See? The Supreme Rules are magnanimous. Allow me to share further. The Supreme Rules have previously aided us. Elder Chen continued his tale. The two foxes, old and young, conversed merrily. Before long, as their discussion reached its conclusion, Su Chen suddenly remarked, I must say, this world of strange tales feels quite similar to our reality. I find myself reluctant to return. Ah, but it is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution in the future, even with your strength and hidden cards. Such recklessness is unwise. After all, you are a hero of our Dragon Nation. Understood. I shall heed Old Chen's advice. Thus, the two casually brushed aside the matter of the rules that Su Chen had previously established. I know you harbor secrets. You may choose not to disclose them, and I shall not pry further. Regardless, you will always be our hero. This unspoken understanding lingered between them. As the call ended, the smile on Elder Chen's face vanished instantly. Immediately report to the higher-ups. Demand they organize personnel at once to investigate, regardless of the cost. The connection between our world and the realm of strange tales. Focus on history, geography, climate, culture, and more. No clue shall be overlooked. The others were taken aback. What was going on? After a video call, why was Elder Chen suddenly so agitated? Elder Chen, why the sudden need for investigation? Fools! Can't you discern that Chen has issued a warning? There must be a connection between our world and that of strange tales. The sooner we uncover it, the more control we shall possess. The group was startled into silence, not daring to question further. Before long, the vast machinery of the nation began to enter into action. Meanwhile, Chen pondered the revelations shared by Elder Chen. Although he sensed that the supreme rules had ulterior motives, he could not ignore the fact that they had not dealt him a fatal blow. At times, they even displayed a certain preference for him in the Dragon Nation. In the midst of this contradictory opposition, were they friend or foe? Chen found himself increasingly perplexed. He casually pulled out a chair, propping his feet up on the table, and, taking advantage of the loft's tranquility, began to reflect deeply on the events of the past few days. Previously, due to the incessant rush of events and his recent unconsciousness, he had scarcely found the time to summarize his thoughts. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Chen exhaled deeply. Chapter 204. Does every instance have a core? The final task before leaving the instance in light of recent events. He felt his understanding of this world had deepened. If it were to be said that each bizarre instance resembled a tainted fruit, then the rules governing that fruit were perhaps initially intended to guide the chosen ones in discovering the means to save it. Alas, some unforeseen calamity had occurred. The anomalies within the fruit continuously polluted and distorted these rules, transforming the protections meant for the chosen ones into lethal blades wielded by the bizarre forces. Yet, one undeniable truth remained. Regardless of how these rules became twisted, they would ultimately lead sufficiently astute chosen ones to the core principles that lay at their heart. Take, for example, the fruit of the zoo, stripping away the layers of rules. Its most fundamental tenet was encapsulated in a single phrase: the courage to face death is humanity's sword against the darkness. This phrase was indeed the key to saving the zoo. It was undeniable that his series of reckless maneuvers had wreaked havoc on the zoo. However, it must be acknowledged that without the fearless charge of old Zhou and others, who laid a solid foundation for him, he would have been utterly incapable of resolving the zoo's conundrum. Without question, it was old Zhou and his companions who were the swords cleaving through the dark firmament. Courage was the central theme of the first instance. Viewing the current building instance through this lens, it became apparent that the core rule for saving this world was singular. Love is humanity's harbor amidst despair. Love was both the origin of this anomaly and its conclusion. In the face of adversity, the power of love compelled him to unearth a thread of hope capable of perfectly salvaging this world. Simultaneously, it was irrefutable that from this point onward, regardless of the perils he encountered or the helpless predicaments he faced, he would always possess a sanctuary within his heart. Love was, indeed, the core concept of this instance. Contemplating this, Chen's eyes narrowed. Since the foundational themes of the previous instances revolved around noble human qualities, what might the core of the next instance be? Kindness, unity, loyalty, or perhaps an everlasting optimism filled with hope? The horror instance seemed far less one-dimensional than he had initially perceived, just as Zhang Yang had articulated in his iceberg theory. Beneath the surface of these instances surged tumultuous tides. Taking a deep breath, Chen rose and descended the stairs. If evasion was futile, then it was time to confront it head-on. Upon returning home, after indulging the audience with a few pounds of dog food alongside Su Hongyi, Wang Xian arrived. The employees had all been summoned to the conference room on the 18th floor, so it was time for them to depart. You all go ahead. I need to prepare a few things, and will follow shortly, Chen remarked. I'll accompany you. It will save you some walking, Su Hongyi kindly suggested. No need. You go first. Besides, climbing stairs is great exercise, and I need to enhance my fitness. Chen replied cheerfully. Su Hongyi, what do you need to exercise for? Though the young girl was perplexed, she ultimately complied and, along with Wang Xian, proceeded to the attic to help pave the way for Chen. She planned to give the employees an initial scolding, thus conserving some effort for Chen when he later arrived to persuade them. Once the two girls had vanished in a flash, Chen promptly ended the live stream and opened the system's marketplace. His fingers swiftly scrolled through the list until he found his favorite item. Without hesitation, he spent the reserved 500 points, and the item appeared in his hand, the subconscious amplification device, a small tower that had previously contributed to the zoo's downfall. This device was an indispensable tool for household travel, pyramid schemes, and persuasion. With this item's assistance, even if his deception was outrageous, the other party would subconsciously believe him a little more. Thus, securing the cooperation of these employees would be a certainty. Grinning, Chen made his way to Yang Feng's doorstep and resumed the live stream, leaving the audience with the impression that he had obtained the small tower from Yang Feng. This way, when the audience recalled that during the zoo incident, Su Chun had claimed the small tower was developed by the organization. And knowing that Yang Feng was also part of that organization, it naturally made sense for Su Chen to acquire such a treasure from him. Although he had already exposed the matter of rule formulation, adding a layer of mystique to himself, it was still better to reveal as little as possible. After all, even if Longwa's live broadcast had activated a firewall, it could not prevent countries like Chogwa from obtaining recordings from the public. It was best if his secrets remained known to as few as possible. Having secured the audience's attention, Su Chen swiftly made his way to the conference room. Upon entering, every employee turned their gaze towards Su Chen. From their expressions, he discerned a mix of shock and admiration. Evidently, his recent identity and illustrious deeds had spread far and wide. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Chen approached the head of the table and shamelessly took a seat in the chair that belonged to the dean. "Everyone, no need to stand. Please take a seat," Su Chen announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained motionless, their eyes shifting to the two girls standing beside Su Chen, who lacked seats. If their leader had no place to sit, how could they dare to take a seat? "I said sit, so sit. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" In that moment, Su Hongyi resumed her previous queenly demeanor. Startled, the employees instinctively took their seats. "You may not have flowers on your face, but it must be noted that you look better than any flower," they thought to themselves. How did their second dean suddenly learn to dress so well? Before long, they pieced it together. Their gazes returned to Su Chen, their admiration intensifying. Ignoring their meaningful glances, Su Chen cleared his throat and turned to Wang Xin and the others, saying, "You two, please summon both aspects of their personalities." "All right," the two girls nodded, raising their hands to release beams of light. In the next moment, both aspects of the employees' personalities awakened simultaneously. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and placed the small tower on the table. "Now that everyone is awake, I would like to discuss with you all your thoughts on the future." At his words, the room fell silent, no one daring to speak. Su Chen smiled slightly and turned to Su Hongyi, saying, "You two should leave for now. With you here, they won't feel free to express themselves." "All right," Su Hongyi replied, giving the group a sharp glare. With a sweeping glance, the employees instinctively shrank back. "From now on, Su Chen's words are my words. Pay close attention." "Yes," they all replied in unison. Seeing their compliance, Su Hongyi smiled slightly and said to Su Chen, "Then we shall take our leave." "Good. Just wait for me at home," he responded. In the next instant, Su Hongyi and her companion vanished from sight. Chapter 205. Before offering him a lifeline, he must be driven to despair. As the two women departed, Su Chen turned to the timid crowd and flashed a broad smile. "Do not heed your dean's ramblings, nor concern yourselves with my identity. Today, we shall discuss matters at hand and contemplate our future actions. As you have observed, the two deans have severed ties. Their primary conflict has been resolved, and thus, the rules of the building will surely be amended. This change will have a significant impact on you all. Therefore, do not remain silent. Articulate your demands so that I may consider them." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the crowd exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, the cafeteria matron's secondary personality, utilizing the capabilities of the primary persona, spoke up. "I know you were behind that hexagram, but I find you quite likable, so I harbor no fear. I shall speak candidly. Our demands are simple. Either leave us be to execute our plan, or assist us in eliminating the primary personality." No sooner had she finished speaking than the matron's primary persona erupted in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? This body belongs to me. How dare you, a latecomer? Vie for control? My demands are equally straightforward. Either leave us be to eliminate those vile doctors, or help us rid ourselves of this secondary personality." Upon hearing the matron's declaration, Su Chen gestured for silence and addressed the assembly. "I believe your demands are largely aligned, yes?" Nods of agreement followed. Su Chen continued with a slight smile. "Regrettably, I am unable to fulfill any of those requests, so I must decline." At this, the expressions of the crowd darkened, and both primary and secondary personalities fell into silence. "Are you merely toying with us under the guise of the dean's authority?" exclaimed Miao Dao, who had suffered the most from Su Chen's machinations, gritting his teeth in defiance. "Not at all. To me, both of your personalities are living beings, and I would feel remorse for aiding either side. Thus, I truly cannot comply with your demands," Su Chen replied gently. "Since you cannot comply, then this meeting is adjourned. We shall approach the dean ourselves to request the continuation of the current rules," Miao Dao stated, rising to signal the others to leave. "I advise you to wait a moment. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, henceforth, all matters regarding the building will be under my jurisdiction. With a single word from me, all your hopes will be dashed, so it would be prudent for you to remain seated and listen to what I have to say," Su Chen said with a cheerful demeanor. The crowd was taken aback. The dean would no longer oversee their affairs? Yet upon reflection, It was clear that the dean's objectives had already been fulfilled. Why continue to contend with another dean over these ordinary individuals? Moreover, given Su Chen's demeanor, it seemed their aspirations might never be realized. As they processed this revelation, a look of desolation crept across their faces, their hopes fading into obscurity. Su Chen observed their changing expressions, recognizing that the moment had arrived. These individuals were inherently obstinate, unlikely to heed advice. Otherwise, they would not be so zealously toiling within this building. To manage such individuals, one must extinguish all their hopes with ruthless precision. At the moment of their utmost despair, a glimmer of hope must then be offered, prompting them to reflect upon the merit of his words. Su Chen smiled once more, continuing, "It is quite despairing, is it not? After a year of diligent effort, to have your aspirations obliterated by another's decree." Upon hearing this, Miao Dao's defenses crumbled completely. "What audacity! Do you think I fear you simply because you've become the dean's consort? You're nothing but a parasite. If you have the guts, kill me. After all, I have no hope left in this life." In the next instant, Su Chen stood and deftly kicked Miao Dao to the ground. The onlookers' expressions grew increasingly indignant. Their gazes towards Su Chen filled with a resolute defiance, as if they had accepted the possibility of death. At that moment, Su Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. He had finally managed to pierce through their emotional defenses. The remaining task would now rely on his and Xiao Ta's performances. "I know you feel hopeless, but I advise." "No, I shall refrain from advising. What I wish to convey is this. First, do not interrupt my speech. Second, do not yell at me. Third, yes, I am indeed living off others. Do you have a problem with that? Fourth," Su Chen paused, then revealed a radiant smile. "Fourth, while I cannot meet your demands, I can offer you 2 alternative paths that promise to be 1,000 times better than your current plight." The crowd gasped, their faces reflecting skepticism. "I understand your disbelief, so I shall not waste words. Let me succinctly present the first option. You are aware that I separated your dean, correct? Unfortunately, as mere humans, you cannot replicate this feat. However, I can heal the corpus callosum in your brains, along with any other afflictions, allowing your 2 personalities to engage in a genuine contest. The victor shall claim a perfect body." As Su Chen concluded his statement, a flicker of hope ignited in the previously despondent eyes of the crowd. They were familiar with this method, although previously they had feared that the secondary personality might not triumph over the primary. Consequently, Su Hongyi had not rushed to implement this strategy, instead seeking breakthroughs from the doctors. Regarding the primary personality, they were aware of the method but understood that Wang Xian's powers were predominantly destructive, lacking any healing potential. If Su Chen was indeed willing to offer healing, it presented a viable solution to their predicament. However, the uncertainty of the secondary personality's growth over the past year cast a shadow over this path. Nonetheless, any option was preferable to despair. Su Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, keenly observing their reactions. "What do you think?" he inquired. "I am willing," Miao Dao was the first to assert. Rising from the ground, Su Chen did not respond, but instead directed his question to the rest. "And you?" "I am willing. I do not wish to." The 2 personalities of the hexagram provided contrasting replies. Su Chen raised his hand to silence the remaining voices. "You see, there is no need for me to elucidate the hazards of this path. The hexagram has already offered its answer. The secondary personality is inherently at a disadvantage and may not prevail against the primary. Therefore, consider this carefully. Are you still willing? Do you wish to offer your secondary personality as a mere pawn for the primary?" At this moment, Su Chen turned to Miao Dao. "Does your secondary personality consent to this?" "I do not consent," Miao Dao's secondary personality replied through him. "Precisely. Knowing the odds are stacked against you, why would you choose such a path? To merely facilitate your adversary? It would be far more satisfying to remain unified and torment one another for a lifetime." With that, the glimmer of hope the crowd had briefly entertained was extinguished once more by Su Chen. He recognized that the time had come to guide them. In such dire circumstances, offering them a lifeline would ensure they clung to it desperately. "Ah, do not despair. Did I not mention there are 2 paths to consider? I have yet to reveal the second," Su Chen said with a smile. Chapter 206, Awaken, for the past cannot be reclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed vacantly at Su Chen, harboring not a shred of hope within. "You are quite familiar with this face of mine, are you not? At the very least, your master is well acquainted with it, allowing for a dialogue between you. I am certain that upon first beholding my visage, you harbored some doubts, only to have them dispelled by my subsequent behavior. However, what I must convey to you now is this. I am the second persona of Zhang Yang." Su Chen's words flowed forth, seemingly nonsensical. Nevertheless, the impact of his declaration was profound, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Before their emotions could settle, Su Chen continued, You must be wondering why I do not exhibit the same peculiarities as you. Am I right? The answer is rather simple. Zhang Yang and I have reached an understanding. We alternate control of this body every few days, during which we do not interfere with one another. As he spoke, the crowd's astonishment deepened, yet skepticism also took root. If you doubt my words, allow me to summon Zhang Yang, and you may converse with him. With that, Su Chen engaged in a dual consciousness. In the next moment, he spoke. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while. I am Zhang Yang. Simultaneously, Su Chen began to communicate through sign language. What do you think? Our collaboration is seamless, is it not? The crowd grew increasingly intrigued, with several bold individuals approaching to converse with both Zhang Yang and Su Chen, seeking to discern the truth. Armed with the knowledge acquired from Wang Xin regarding Zhang Yang's deeds and mannerisms, Su Chen's performance was impeccable. After a series of interactions, the employees swiftly came to the realization that these two indeed functioned independently of one another. They were genuinely two distinct personas. They had truly reconciled. At that moment, the second persona of the hexagram inquired, Su Chen, do you not harbor hatred for Zhang Yang? Why do you choose to reconcile with him? Indeed, I feel resentment. Yet what choice do I have? The past is irrevocable. We must gaze towards the future. Su Chen replied, is not a future devoid of Zhang Yang a superior future? Incorrect, utterly mistaken. Su Chen clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Do you truly believe that by suppressing another persona, you can revert to being a normal individual? It is a fallacy. It has already awakened, and even if it is subdued, its subconscious will still conspire against you, leaving your mind in disarray. Imagine a future where your director has restored the building to normalcy, and at that moment, if your second persona prevails, you will finally find your voice only to stutter. You may finally grasp mathematics, yet find yourself being cheated while shopping for groceries. Even if you escape such traps, I assure you, you will struggle to compute the optimal combinations of double 11 and double 12 red envelopes. Furthermore, envision your affinity for romance and music being rendered moot by your stammer, preventing you from ever singing a single song throughout your lifetime. Is that not torment? Yet, that pales in comparison to the greater torment that awaits you. The lack of rationality will render you as easy prey to con artists. Not even an anti-fraud app can save you. Oh, and let us not forget the more pressing issue. Most of your memories reside in the left hemisphere of your brain, leading to forgetfulness and an early experience of dementia. Indeed, your right hand and foot may seem untroubled, yet who can guarantee that when your master persona awakens, it will not deliver a resounding slap? Do you wish to be perceived as monsters in the eyes of others? Will you remain confined within this building, forever estranged from society? Awaken, for the past cannot be reclaimed. As Su Chen concluded his discourse, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, revealing their confusion. Had their previous pursuits all been in vain? If, upon exerting their utmost effort to achieve victory, they were to encounter such an outcome, would it truly hold any significance? Seizing the moment, Su Chen pressed on. Do not rejoice just yet, master personas. Do you believe that after your victory, the second persona will remain dormant? You are gravely mistaken. This entity has endured oppression and suffering, and its spirit of rebellion will only intensify. One day, you may find yourselves unable to recognize the person beside you upon waking. Oh, perhaps for some, that may feel like a reward. So let me offer another example. You will become rigid, impassive, devoid of empathy and creativity, leading lives of monotonous repetitiveness, forever unchanged. Your excessive rationality will convince you that change breeds uncertainty, and uncertainty is synonymous with danger. By the way, Taohua, let me ask you, do you wish for your hexagram brother to become a dull, unromantic individual? Oh, I apologize, perhaps without emotionality. You will never experience love throughout your life. You may remain a perpetual singleton. Furthermore, do not question how I possess such profound understanding. It is because, having restored my corpus callosum, I have personally experienced this. This is also the reason I reconciled with Zhang Yang, Su Chen stated with a smile. At this point, the crowd was thoroughly shaken. They had never contemplated such matters, nor could they verify them. Yet, gazing upon Su Chen's visage and observing his demeanor, coupled with the director's attitudes towards him, a singular conclusion began to form in their minds. Su Chen spoke the truth, otherwise, the logic would fail to hold. If Su Chen were lying and had entirely subdued Zhang Yang's persona, the blue-clad director would undoubtedly have sought to suppress Su Chen rather than obey him so readily. Thus, the terrifying scenarios Su Chen laid out were highly likely to materialize. With the assistance of the Little Tower and Su Chen's psychological assault, the crowd began to waver in their steadfastness. Then, after reconciliation, can you truly suppress the grievances within your heart? Inquired the hexagram. Of course, to be candid, you have all fallen into a misconception, believing that your other persona is your mortal enemy. Yet the truth is, it is merely another facet of yourself. The master persona is unaware of the consciousness residing in the right hemisphere. How can there be oppression? After a year of mutual torment following the awakening of the second persona, a resolution has been reached. If that is the case, why not extend a hand in peace? Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, your experiences are not a burden, but rather a gift bestowed upon you by the heavens. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the crowd found themselves in a state of bewilderment. We endure daily suffering. How can this possibly be a gift from the heavens? Chapter 207, Becoming the Protagonist of a Satisfying Narrative. A Bountiful Harvest in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Su Chen continued, I understand your confusion. But allow me to provide some examples. Since your separation, you must have noticed that the abilities associated with your respective personalities have evolved significantly beyond your previous selves. In your terms, this is referred to as divine awakening. In my words, it signifies that you have harnessed one side of your brain, developing it to an extent far greater than ordinary individuals. By the way, there have been numerous reports about local artists emerging in our city. I suspect that you are the ones responsible for these submissions. Without formal training, you are already being recognized as artists. Doesn't this further corroborate my point? Therefore, if you reconcile and allow me to heal your corpus callosum, enabling seamless communication between your left and right hemispheres, coupled with your already extraordinary brain capabilities, just imagine the heights you could achieve. Would you prefer to remain as monsters in the eyes of others for a lifetime, or aspire to be exceptional individuals? Su Chen's calm words stirred a tempest within the hearts of the crowd. Is it truly possible? Someone questioned. Absolutely. Moreover, you are aware of the rewards from the supreme rules, which allow connections between our world and the Dragon Kingdom. If you agree to this approach, I can arrange for experts from the Dragon Kingdom to provide one-on-one instruction in areas of your interest. Consider this: extraordinary intellect, professional teachers. You could even engage in discussions to address any gaps between your two personalities. This way, you could achieve remarkable prowess in two distinct fields. This is the quintessential setup for a protagonist in a satisfying narrative. You are destined to be the next Dragon Outyin, Su Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd was intrigued. Indeed, what he said made perfect sense. Since returning to the past is impossible and the dilemma of dual personalities remains unresolved, why endure a lifetime of mutual torment? Instead of internal strife, why not shake hands, assist one another, and elevate yourselves to the pinnacle of life? The opportunity to become the protagonist of a satisfying narrative does not come often. Who wouldn't want to be the main character in their own life? Even if one does not desire the spotlight, dedicating the latter half of one's life to a passion is still a commendable pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, the six-pointed star was the first to leap forward. Director Su, I am willing. We have reached an agreement. I am ready. Excellent. You shall be the first individual I treat. Oh, I forgot to mention, I can only treat one person a day. And the order will be based on your registration sequence, first come, first served. As this statement resonated, coupled with the leading effect of the six-pointed star, others could no longer contain themselves. I wish to register. I am second. Me. I'm third. Nonsense. I raised my hand first. I am third. Get lost. Your slow response indicates that your personalities reconciled later than mine. Go to the back of the line. With more individuals registering, the remaining attendees could no longer resist. Previously, they had all endured misfortune together, but witnessing others exuberantly pursuing significant gains was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, the effects of the small tower had also manifested. Subconsciously, Su Chen's words flickered continuously in their minds. After several moments, they could no longer hold back. Director Su, you are like my reborn parents, akin to my biological father. It is not excessive to place me in the 10th position. Grandpa Su, we are related across generations. I should be 10th. The entire loft was filled with a jubilant atmosphere, dispelling any gloom. Once everyone had registered, Su Chen raised his hand to signal for the excited crowd to quiet down. Having resolved the major issue, the next step involves those doctors who have been detained. I have discussed this with your director. We plan to use them as bait to lure out that rascal Barrison. Justice must be served, and once I depart, you can fully cooperate with your director to deal with Barrison and vent your frustrations. This approach will also save these doctors, providing your second personalities with an avenue to back down. Considering that your second personalities hold limited gratitude towards these doctors, primarily viewing them as subjects for experimentation, it is best not to adopt a saintly demeanor at this moment. Shall we use the outcomes concerning these doctors as the first step towards reconciling everyone's personalities? Su Chen inquired. After some contemplation, the crowd quickly nodded in agreement. We trust Director Su. This approach seems quite appropriate. I concur. Once it was evident that there were no objections, Su Chen continued. Now, The final matter at hand is for each of you to jot down the areas of interest you wish to pursue. I will assist in connecting you with reliable instructors, ensuring you are nurtured into the cream of the crop. Even if your interest lies in square dancing, I can help you become the world's foremost square dance performer. Hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of gratitude. Look at Chen. He is so compassionate. A stranger willing to assist us so selflessly. How could such a person possibly deceive us? A person of such virtue deserves to win the director's affection. Thank you, they expressed while writing down their hobbies. After collecting the papers amid expressions of gratitude, Chen bid farewell to the group. He then approached the large glass screen and established a connection with the Dragon Kingdom's officials. The figure of Elder Chen soon appeared on the screen. Elder Chen, as you witnessed earlier, I am in urgent need of numerous reliable experts. The initial level of expertise does not need to be excessively high, but emotional intelligence must be top-notch. In the early stages, we must ensure that their dual personalities experience satisfaction, fulfilling their emotional needs. Once they have tasted the sweetness over time, we can transition to the most specialized experts to train them rigorously. What I told them earlier was not mere flattery. I had Su Hongyi conduct a covert examination of them, and during this period of divine liberation, their brain development has indeed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The reason they cannot demonstrate this currently is their inability to communicate between hemispheres, preventing them from unleashing their potential. Trust me, among this group, many will become invaluable assets to our Dragon Kingdom, Chen stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's expression turned serious, instantly grasping the value of these individuals. In other words, with proper cultivation, it is entirely possible that one of them could emerge as the next Einstein or Tesla. Even if they do not reach such genius levels, it is not far-fetched to envision them dominating their respective fields. Rest assured, everything you mentioned will be meticulously arranged, Elder Chen assured, also hinting that he was already taking action on the warning Chen had previously provided. Good. With you at the helm, I feel at ease. We shall speak no more. I will disconnect now. Indeed, exercise caution in the next scenario. Remember, your safety is paramount. In special circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom can shield you. After all, you are our beacon of hope. Thank you, Elder Chen. Also, I must admit, I am rather greedy. I desire it all, so rest assured. Both the Dragon Kingdom and I will remain unscathed. Chen replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen ended the communication and headed home. All issues pertaining to this scenario had finally been resolved. Chapter 208. Will you accompany me? The dual departure of Su. Thus, with his ability to say but one person a day due to a cooldown, Chen chose to linger within the instance. During this time, the Supreme Rules made an appearance, urging him to enlist Su Hongyi's assistance. However, Chen retorted that Zhang Yang's wish was for him to resolve matters personally. Ultimately, the Supreme Rules fell silent. Whether out of anger or having been outsmarted by Chen remains uncertain. It is worth mentioning that during this period, the organization issued a salary and proclaimed the Zoo initiative to be remarkably effective, awarding Chen a substantial bonus. Feeling somewhat guilty about this windfall, Chen creatively devised a training session for the Zoo staff, emphasizing sustainable development and innovation. He suggested introducing more animals and exploring the potential of unruly children, pondering whether it might be possible to transform polar bears into giant pandas or donkeys into alpacas. You must nurture the unruly, otherwise, they will never become talents. After this enlightening session, the Zoo employees found clarity and began to apply their newfound knowledge in subsequent experiments. As time passed, Chen's life became increasingly comfortable. One day, he reclined on the sofa, resting his head on Su Hongyi's thigh clad in white silk, while engrossed in a video game. Su Hongyi, simultaneously scrolling through her phone, fed him fruit. Observing this scene, the audience from Longhua could no longer contain themselves. Who could remember that this was a horror-themed instance? Surely, this resembled a romantic scenario instead. Goodness, I am truly at a loss for words regarding Chen. This fellow has managed to derail yet another instance and refuses to leave. With a heavy heart, they lamented, I can no longer stomach this dog food. I'm on the verge of becoming a plump dog myself. How foolish I was, shedding tears for them, thinking there was a knife involved. Those tears should have been for myself. Oh, I cannot take it anymore. If they weren't broadcasting live, they might have been more restrained. I cannot fathom how insufferably sweet they must be off camera. It's like something out of a science fiction film. Lu Zixin wouldn't dare to write such a tale. Could you two not be bolder? Just kiss on the live stream already. Do you think I care about your viewership? With a muttered complaint, Chen took a bite of the fruit offered by Su Hongyi and comfortably initiated another game session. As for why he did not invite Su Hongyi to join him, a small episode had unfolded earlier. Previously, the duo had enjoyed sweet cooperative play, with Su Hongyi endowed with divine powers, learning at an astonishing pace and exhibiting reflexes far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. After merely 2 rounds, Chen found himself in charge of strategic maneuvering while Su Hongyi wreaked havoc. Eventually, the skilled yet lonely Su Hongyi began to exhibit her creativity. During one match, as they approached the lane, Chen was taken aback. What hero is this? Is it a new skin I haven't seen before? Oh, I blacked out the game using my divine powers. I created this myself since I grew tired of the existing heroes, Su Hongyi replied. Chen was dumbfounded. You can play like that? What kind of hero did you invent? Chen, can't you even recognize your own creation? After a moment of silence, Chen sighed. Just don't make it too overpowering. It would be boring if you steamroll everything. Rest assured, the skills are quite fitting and balanced, she assured him. Thus, they commenced their duel. Chen soon noticed that the hero's first skill was merely a slow effect with low damage, appearing rather unremarkable. Is this truly fitting? Why would I grant a slow to my opponent? The first skill, Deceitful Lame, was indeed quite reasonable given its context. After a while, Chen realized that this hero seemed to possess only one skill. Is this hero really that useless? Simultaneously, he opened the economic stats, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Why is your economy so high? And why is the enemy's economy so dismal? Oh, that's due to my second skill, selling crutches. If I deceive them into becoming lame, they must pay for the crutches, Su Hongyi proclaimed with pride. Chen was left speechless. During a team fight, Chen's composure shattered. He watched as Su Hongyi flashed into a cluster of 5 opponents, activating a shield. In the next moment, the enemy's marksman, cornered at the back, unleashed a flurry of peak damage onto his teammates, culminating in a self-destructive act. A pentakill was achieved. What just happened? Chen asked, exasperated. You drove them mad with your deceit. In the end, they realized their folly and shamefully took their own lives, Su Hongyi replied matter-of-factly. Following that match, Su Hongyi unexpectedly received 9 reports and was swiftly banned. From that point onward, Chen resolutely refused to play with her, unable to bear the strain on his heart. Blissful moments are fleeting. One day, as Chen prepared to exit the instance, he was surprised to find Su Hongyi had vanished. I'm leaving. And she doesn't even come to send me off? Who knows when I will return? He muttered. At that moment, Su Hongyi suddenly appeared before him, materializing out of nowhere. She produced a black bracelet that appeared to be made of jade but felt otherwise, and without further ado, she placed it on Chen's wrist. What is this? A protective talisman? Chen inquired. Not quite. My source of power lies in the graveyard. After you leave with me, the connection to the graveyard will weaken. This bracelet contains, indescribable objects from the graveyard. Wearing it will enhance my connection to the graveyard, and it has ample space for me to reside within, allowing me to evade the constraints of the world's rules and accompany you outside. Chen was taken aback. What? You wish to come with me? Of course. You mentioned that the future instances would be perilous. Naturally, I must protect you. Although traveling to another's world will impose restrictions, I can still manage to help you escape, Su Hongyi declared confidently. Chen had never contemplated such a notion, always believing that she could not leave this realm. To his surprise, she had bestowed upon him a delightful revelation. Indeed, he found it hard to part with her, and this arrangement seemed quite agreeable. All right then. Let us depart. By the way, I have never inquired about what lies within the graveyard. Why is it referred to as a graveyard? Indescribable. May I take a look? Absolutely not. Very well, I shall not press further. Prepare yourself. We are about to set off. No need for preparation. Su Hongyi raised her left hand and snapped her fingers. Chen froze momentarily, cursing himself for his foolishness. After all the days of teaching her about attire, he had forgotten that she was a grand sorceress. Then let us proceed. With that, Chen strode towards the exit of the building. Chapter 209. Rewards received upon arriving on the first floor. He discovered Wang Xian was there, accompanied by all the employees. Are you here to see me off? He asked. Indeed, Director Su. You have helped us so much. We can't bear to part with you, they replied. It's all right. I'll come back to visit when I have the time, he assured them. We won't keep you any longer. Wish you a safe journey. The 6-pointed star said. Damn it, if you can talk, then speak a bit more. Chen snapped, prompting laughter from the crowd. Then let me wish you a prosperous future. The captain, who loved shipping characters, chimed in with a grin. Well, you certainly know how to talk. And by the way, you really don't need me to handle that tail of yours? No, it looks more majestic this way. Chen replied. All right then, until we meet again. He waved goodbye and walked out. At that moment, Wang Xian approached him. She first dismissed all the employees, then hesitated for a moment before shyly saying, Chen, I know you're not Zhang Yang, but could you give me a hug on his behalf? You resemble him so much, and I miss him dearly. Before Su Chen could respond, Su Hongyi swiftly intervened, separating the two like a protective hen. What are you doing? Back off. I warn you. Su Chen is not Zhang Yang. Stay away from him. Su Hongyi exclaimed anxiously. I'm sorry, I was too forward, Wang Xian replied awkwardly, stepping back. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed and took a couple of steps forward, carefully embracing Wang Xian for a brief moment. I am not him. Trust me, he will return. Thank you. And please take care of Yang Feng for me. Don't let him contact anyone from the outside. Don't let him escape. And certainly don't let him suffer. I will need him later. Of course, no problem. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, consult Longhua. They are very reliable. I know. With that, they took their leave. Su Chen waved his hand and stepped outside, while Su Hongyi quickly slipped into the black bracelet on his wrist. The next moment, as Su Chen exited the building, the familiar electronic voice once again echoed in his ears. Congratulations, Chosen One Su Chen, for completing the level. Would you like to spend the next 3 days in the hotel of the world of eerie tales, or return to reality? After a moment's reflection, Su Chen decided to remain in the world of eerie tales. Previously, he had contemplated whether to ask Longhua for some equipment, enabling him to dominate the world of eerie tales henceforth. However, through subsequent events, his understanding of this realm deepened. The essence of this world revolves around the struggle of rules, akin to a game of chess. At this juncture, if he were to return with a plethora of fireworks, while it might not be discovered in the system space, what if it were? If discovered, it would be akin to claiming victory in a game of Go by asserting he achieved 5 in a row while brandishing a knife. The opponent would certainly flip the board in disbelief. Thus, since he had not yet fallen into a disadvantage, it was unnecessary to provoke the opponent to breach the rules. Within the confines of the rules, Su Chen felt confident he could play a good game. The next moment, Su Chen found himself back in the familiar hotel. Teleportation complete. The live broadcast has been terminated, and this supreme rule will also withdraw. We hope Chosen One Su Chen enjoys the upcoming leisure time, the announcement stated. Noticing this message, Su Chen felt something was amiss, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. At that moment, the system's voice perfectly interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden level. Based on the current completion rate and the difficulty of the instance, you are rated SSS level, earning a total of 1,500 points. Seeing such a generous system settlement, Su Chen couldn't help but smile, momentarily dismissing the Supreme Rule's announcement. So many points. Should he draw directly, or save them for later? After some contemplation, Su Chen decided to make a draw to unlock a higher prize pool, reserving the remaining 1,000 points for future instances. He then glanced at Su Hongyi, who was curiously surveying the hotel. Silently, he said in his heart, System, initiate a draw. Received, drawing now. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Endurance 3, Blue Quality. Since the host has completed 5 draws, the golden quality rewards in the prize pool have been unlocked. Future draws will require 1,000 points. After completing 5 draws, higher quality rewards will be unlocked. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a rush of gambler-esque excitement. Wow! If the red rewards are this impressive, how extraordinary must the gold rewards be? Should he draw again? After much deliberation, Su Chen decided to suppress this urge. Forget it. Let us play it safe. I can draw anytime. This 1,000 points might come in handy in the next instance. System, open the attribute panel. Received, opening attribute panel. Name, Su Chen. Age, 19. Physique, 8. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Endurance, 10. Mental power, 14. Looking at his attributes, Su Chen felt satisfied. Not to mention the increasingly formidable mental power. Achieving an endurance level that surpasses the average person was quite exhilarating. With his current physical quality, to quote a certain superhero, he could last an entire day. At that moment, Su Hongyi approached, and Su Chen hastily concealed the system panel, feigning nonchalance. Just one bed, huh? Su Hongyi remarked. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, don't worry, it's spacious enough. We won't be crowded, Su Chen replied, playing dumb. Are you planning to sleep on the bed? Su Chen? You just hugged Wang Xian. You've already crossed the line, so you'll sleep on the floor. Su Chen? Damn. It seems one cannot offend women. After several exchanges and sincere apologies, that night, Su Chen found himself sleeping on the floor as he had wished. Just before sleep, a cute little head peeked over the edge of the bed. Is it cold? Do you want to come up and sleep? Cold. Super cold. Cold is good. Let us see if you dare to hug others in front of me again. Su Chen. Hey, is it really that cold? Not cold. This hotel has underfloor heating. It's warm. Knowing she was teasing him, Su Chen stubbornly replied, Oh, then that is fine. The little head retreated. Soon after, Su Chen was astonished to feel the temperature in the room plummeting. The floor beneath him was icy. Clearly, a certain jealous woman was up to mischief. Understanding he couldn't continue like this, Chen knew he had to act. With a swift movement, he sprang up. It's too cold in here, move closer. Let us squeeze together for warmth. It's not that I'm afraid of the cold, I just don't want you to freeze. Saying this, he dove onto the bed. Didn't you say you didn't like being up here? I like it. Who said I don't? Only a dog wouldn't like it. The floor is freezing. Whoever wants to lie down can do so. Humph. As the night deepened into silence, Suhongi suddenly said, I just remembered, you confessed first. What are you talking about? You said you like my stubbornness. Su-chun, don't talk nonsense, I just tried it. It's actually quite soft. Another update tomorrow as we embark on a new instance. Love you all. Chapter 210. Su-chun is not truly invincible. During the time that Su-chun lingered in the instance, a tumultuous undercurrent surged among the nations of the real world. Although the previous live broadcast from the Dragon Kingdom had erected a firewall, preventing other nations from promptly discerning Su-chun's circumstances, over the following 2 months, various countries managed to gather fragments of Su-chun's exploits within the instance through diverse channels. Reports emerged detailing Su-chun's mastery of mysterious powers, his transformation of the eerie instance into a talent cultivation base for the Dragon Kingdom, and astonishing claims that he had abducted the uncanny entities from the narratives, sending shockwaves across the globe. While the earlier revelations could be somewhat endured, the latter assertion pushed everyone to their limits. Was this not akin to cheating? The prowess of the crimson-clad woman was witnessed by all. Her ability to manipulate celestial phenomena and perform superhuman feats was beyond comprehension. If such a tactical and combative force as Su-hongi were transferred to other instances, would Su-chun not sweep through them effortlessly? In response, a coalition of nations, spearheaded by the United States, began reporting to the Supreme Rules in the blacked-out live broadcast room. Initially, the Supreme Rules paid them no heed. However, perhaps wearied by their incessant complaints, a notification was finally issued. Each instance possesses its own exclusive world rules. Su-hongi will face significant suppression should she venture to other instances, thus not causing a substantial imbalance. Moreover, Su-hongi was recruited through Su-chun's prowess. Should other nations find this arrangement unfair, they too may encourage their chosen ones to recruit uncanny entities from the instances. In the interest of maintaining fairness among instances, the Supreme Rules hereby disclose that the next instance will be a group instance. Upon reading these announcements, the nations were momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, upon reflection, they understood that Su-chun's ability to recruit was a testament to his exceptional skill, while their own contestants, who failed to do so and were even obliterated, bore the brunt of their own inadequacies. They could not blame anyone else. However, despite this rationalization, they grappled with their inability to accept the situation. After all, if Su-chun continued to grow unchecked, he would likely exploit the eerie instance to its breaking point. As the balance of power shifted, the future did not bode well for them, particularly considering their rapport with the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they attempted to shift their stance and began to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom, their own fate would hardly improve. Ultimately, they would fare no better than the Dragon Kingdom's lesser allies. The thought of being reduced to mere sycophants for the Dragon Kingdom's underlings was almost more unbearable than death. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of the old adage in the Dragon Kingdom, those not of my race will surely have different hearts. They also recognized the unsavory aspects of their own rise to prominence, with the image of traitorous elements deeply ingrained in the minds of the Dragon Kingdom's populace. It was imperative that they not allow themselves to become mere pawns in this unfolding drama. At this juncture, they took note of the Supreme Rule's final statement. A group instance? Everyone together? This presented an opportunity. Su-chun could not be allowed to remain. Without him, the world could be reshuffled, and they might reclaim their standing against the Dragon Kingdom. With this realization, the United States and its allies quickly united, exerting pressure on nations worldwide to side with them in the upcoming instance. They even demanded that smaller nations, at critical moments, allow their chosen ones to shield those of the United States and its allies. They proclaimed that if anything were to befall their chosen ones, they would retaliate against these smaller nations without hesitation, asserting that while confronting the Dragon Kingdom would be arduous, dealing with them would be a mere trifle. Conversely, should these nations lend their genuine support to the United States and its allies, regardless of the punishments they faced, the United States would extend as much assistance as possible. Faced with this carrot-and-stick approach, these countries reluctantly capitulated. In the ensuing period, these nations enacted numerous decrees, showcasing the depths of human depravity. Meanwhile, countries led by the Dragon Kingdom became aware of these developments. Confronted with the United States' threats, the majority chose to turn a blind eye. They placed their faith in Su-chun's strength. Furthermore, based on calculations of national fortune, They believed that as long as they could ride the coattails of the Dragon Kingdom to victory, the United States would inevitably fail. In that case, their national fortunes could surpass those of the United States. Once the fortune disparity widened, they would not fear the United States as much. Thus, two opposing factions began to take shape, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Time flew swiftly. The moment for the new instance to commence had arrived. At this juncture, Chen was basking in the sun on the balcony, propped against the wall with one hand on his waist, while his mind wandered in frustration. Human potential is finite. Even if one's attributes exceed the limits of ordinary individuals, one is still but immortal. It turns out that Wei Xiaobao is not truly invincible. For there exist figures like Ning Kaichen and Su Xian. How foolish I was to previously deride him as utterly useless. He is, in fact, a paragon among men. Over the past 3 days, in order to ensure Su Chen's safety and prevent him from being harmed by the ferocious female uncanny entities in subsequent instances, Su Hongyi had accompanied him for specialized training. Yet, aside from the first round, where Su Chen managed to deceive and ambush her with additional armor-piercing damage, he was thoroughly defeated in all subsequent bouts. In the heat of battle, Su Chen was astonished to discover that even with his stamina level soaring to 10, he could not best Su Hongyi. Clearly, he needed to enhance his training. Lost in thought, the voice of the Supreme Rules suddenly echoed in his mind. Please prepare. Chosen one. The next instance will commence in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen instantly regained his focus. Excellent. The instance is here. The thrilling life he yearned for had finally returned. He then returned to his bedroom, where Su Hongyi was still peacefully asleep. Chuckling softly, he climbed onto the bed and playfully patted her shapely waist beneath the covers. He then lifted one corner of the blanket and pecked her cheek. We must go. The instance is about to begin. Meow, I'm so sleepy. I haven't woken up yet. Su Hongyi emitted a soft, cat-like whine, wrapping her arms around Su Chen's neck, attempting to snuggle closer to continue her slumber. Then you may sleep within my embrace. With that, in the blink of an eye, Su Hongyi, along with the bed, vanished into the confines of his embrace. Before long, the voice of the Supreme Rules resounded once more. Please prepare, chosen one. The teleportation has been initiated. As the voice faded, Su Chen felt a distortion before his vision cleared. He found himself once again in the familiar waiting square. At this moment, many of the chosen ones he had previously aided took notice of him. Under the mandate from their official channels to cling tightly to Su Chen, they understood the urgency of the situation. Protect Su Chen at all costs. Additionally, their gratitude for Su Chen's past assistance compelled them to rush toward him, forming a buzzing crowd around him, showering him with sincere thanks. Chapter 211. Entering the instance, the cruise as everyone was engaged in lively conversation, the live broadcast resumed. The people of Longwo were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Chen's appearance, but quickly understood. Truly, Su Chen had endured so much for our Longwo. Just look at those dark circles under his eyes. One might mistake him for a panda attempting to tackle the instance. It was only today that I grasped the meaning of the phrase, a strong youth leads to a strong nation, a strong girl helps the youth stand tall. The elder upstairs is astute. Our Longwa has become increasingly powerful thanks to Su Chen. Su Chen is not invincible. He is simply overshadowed by Su Hongyi. As the chatter continued, the voice of the Supreme Rule echoed. Previously hinted, this instance is a team instance. Thus, all chosen ones have half an hour to communicate with their respective officials. Now, the exclusive private communication channel is open. In the next moment, a dialogue box appeared before each chosen one, visible only to them. Su Chen was no exception. Regarding the recent international situation, I spoke to you about it in the building, do you remember? Came a message from Elder Chen. I recall. The countries led by the ugly nation are preparing to fight to the death and eliminate me. I know you possess strength and means to protect yourself, but still, exercise caution. I reiterate, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. At critical moments, Longwa can shield you and safeguard your life. The future, relying on individual instances, still belongs to our Longwa. Remember, I utter these words as an official command. I will bear all responsibility. And it has nothing to do with you. Elder Chen, I understand your concern for me, but your position makes such statements rather inappropriate. Who knows if these chat records will be leaked in the future? Let them be leaked. What does it matter? The principle remains. I merely spoke bluntly. At my age, all I can do is take the blame, even if I am etched upon the pillar of shame and reviled by the masses. I still stand by this statement. Adhere to official orders and prioritize survival when circumstances become dire. The old man is quite stubborn. All right, I promise. But you need not worry. With Hongyi here, everything will be fine. While Su Chen was engaged in conversation, the other chosen ones were also receiving earnest instructions from their officials. especially those from the ugly nation, as they had reached a moment of life and death. Their officials were exceptionally stern in their teachings. I have your entire family of 13, plus a dog, in my grasp. Your browser history has been acquired. All your privacy on your phone could be exposed at any moment. After such rigorous training, most chosen ones appeared devoid of luster in their eyes. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the voice of the supreme rule sounded once more. Welcome all new and veteran chosen ones to the world of eerie tales. Please remain calm and cautious. Your actions will influence the fortunes of your respective nations. This time, our eerie instance is the cruise. The condition for clearing this eerie instance: survive until the end. Additionally, the official hint function will not be activated for this instance. We shall commence the teleportation shortly. Please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, Chen was taken aback. Something felt amiss. The condition for clearing was too peculiar. What does survive truly mean? This concept is exceedingly vague. Living for a day counts as surviving. Living for a year does too. Does this mean that unless the supreme rule declares the end, this instance will continue indefinitely? However, Chen believed that even the supreme rule would not engage in such absurdity. There must be something more to this. Therefore, upon entering the instance, he must quickly decipher the true meaning behind these words. That is the crux of the matter. Soon, accompanied by a distortion of light and a profound sense of dizziness, all chosen ones were teleported away. When Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the deck of a vast cruise ship, surrounded by a throng of panicked chosen ones. Just as the supreme rule had indicated, this was indeed a team instance. Everyone had been transported together. Almost immediately, Chen felt the oppressive humidity in the air. Previously, at the hotel, it was winter, so he had dressed warmly. Now, with the sudden temperature change, he was struggling to cope. The other chosen ones were likewise affected, and a large group quickly began shedding their clothing. Before long, Chen managed to adjust his attire. Seizing the opportunity while there were no NPCs attending to him, he began to scrutinize the exterior of the ship. The vessel appeared to be approximately 300 meters long and 40 to 50 meters wide, with 17 decks. A rough calculation suggested that it could accommodate over 4,000 guests. The tourists passing by, displaying expressions of surprise, further confirmed Chen's estimates. The ship had a significant capacity. In such a bustling and vibrant environment, how could it be an eerie instance? This notion was profoundly unsettling to Chen. Moreover, he sensed an underlying sense of discord, though he could not articulate it at that moment. It was only when he glanced at the Western chosen ones that the realization struck him. The cruise ship was entirely Western in design. Yet, peculiarly, it was adorned with countless Oriental elements. Ancient red lanterns hung everywhere, and even in broad daylight, candles flickered. The faint glow cast an eerie red light around. Looking up, most windows were adorned with red paper cuttings and chubby food dolls. When sunlight reflected off their round, beady eyes, it created a dazzling effect, complemented by the adorably cheerful expressions of the food dolls, as if they were offering blessings to the guests. Not far from him, the railing was festooned with a multitude of padlocks. However, these locks were enormous. From a distance, one might mistake them for ancient shackles. Upon closer inspection, the locks were inscribed with tiny characters. Phrases such as, "Only death can sever," and "Those who cannot live and die together cannot be said to have true feelings," were etched on them. Chen stared at these words in silence. Were these wishes for eternal unity, or were they lamenting the lingering feelings of the departed? Why delve into tragic literature? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on these trivial words and continued to observe the incongruous Oriental elements on the ship. He had a vague sense that there was something awry. After all, it was inconceivable for a Western-style cruise ship to be adorned with a plethora of ancient Eastern elements. The contrast was too stark. To claim that there was no issue would be utterly unbelievable. Chapter 212. The red couplets on the guest room door. As Chen and the other chosen ones surveyed their surroundings, several men clad in work uniforms, with distinctly Western features, approached them. The leader of the group scanned all the chosen ones and casually announced, "Congratulations, everyone. You have all successfully passed our final round of interviews. From this moment forth, we shall be colleagues. The specifics of your roles are detailed in your employee manuals, which you will find upon returning to your dormitory. Now, we shall escort you to the employee accommodations. To enhance efficiency, I will call out names, and those mentioned should step forward. Snooky, Estelle, Chen." Despite the language barrier, Chen perceived the essence of the man's words through some mysterious force. Upon hearing his name, he promptly stepped forward, pondering his role in this instance. Was he to be a crew member? Such personnel typically enjoy greater safety than tourists. Why? Then, had the supreme rules orchestrated such an opening? Soon, the group was sorted, and under the guidance of a staff member, they proceeded toward the guest accommodations. As they walked, Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Something felt amiss. How could crew members and tourists be housed in the same area? After much contemplation, unable to unravel the mystery, he strode up to the staff member. Why are we residing in the same area as the tourists? He inquired directly. Oh, that's because you are part of the guest services team. Being close to the tourists makes your work more convenient, the man replied. Chen found this explanation utterly unconvincing, sheer nonsense. However, he refrained from arguing and pressed further. Where do you reside? If issues arise, where can I find you? We live in the living quarters beneath the control deck. If there are problems, you can report them in the work group. There's no need to seek us out. The QR code for the work group is affixed to the last page of your employee manual, and you will see it then. Rest assured, our work is quite light. There should be little need for reporting, he said, flashing a smile at Chen before continuing on his way. Despite his unease, Chen followed the staff member toward the dormitory. After all, without having seen the rules, all his assumptions were mere conjecture. Before long, they arrived at the corridor of guest rooms on the 4th floor. In an instant, Chen's pupils constricted, and a chill swept over him. This was too strange. In the dim and silent hallway, vibrant red couplets adorned either side of each guest room door, with a large character for fortune affixed above, albeit not inverted. Western cruise ship rooms. Yet decorated with red couplets, it was an unsettling juxtaposition. Turning to glance at his fellow chosen ones, he noted their expressions were relatively normal. They seemed only momentarily puzzled by the couplets before redirecting their attention elsewhere. With a sigh, Chen realized that only someone from the Dragon Kingdom could discern the peculiarities within these Eastern elements. After a few steps, the leading staff member began assigning room numbers. Chen soon received his room key, room 0404. Once the staff member departed, the chosen ones exchanged greetings, agreeing to gather later for a discussion, and then proceeded to their respective rooms. Following the signs in the corridor, Chen quickly found his room. Like the others, his door was flanked by a couplet. Travel cautiously, may the road be smooth. When entering, heed the hearts of your family. Safe travels. Upon reading this couplet, Chen's immediate reaction was one of disquiet. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not pinpoint precisely what felt wrong. This inexplicable sensation had shadowed him since boarding the ship. Ultimately, he decided to embrace a time-honored tradition. If it was beyond understanding, then it was best to let it be. Without further thought, he swiped his card and opened the door. Once inside, he surveyed the room and his brow furrowed once more. The stark contrast between Eastern and Western elements reached an extreme. Ignoring the window decorations and fortune dolls for now, the sight of a glaring red altar directly facing the door made him profoundly uncomfortable. He approached to inspect the statue within the altar, which was a dark, poorly carved mass that bore no recognizable form, only discernible limbs, suggesting it might represent a person. Compared to the intricately crafted altar, it was utterly mismatched. In front of the statue stood an incense burner filled with ash, indicating that someone had previously offered devotion. Chen turned around and cast a significant glance at the door opposite the altar before heading toward the bed. Above the headboard hung a wind chime, or more accurately, a copper bell reminiscent of ancient Eastern designs. According to his limited knowledge of feng shui gleaned from novels, copper bells were said to dispel misfortune. Yet why was it not hung at the entrance or on the balcony? Instead, it was positioned above the bed. Was it meant to dispel misfortune or attract spirits? A chill ran down Chen's spine as he walked toward the balcony. Upon opening the balcony door, a damp, salty sea breeze swept in, easing some of his discomfort. However, before he could fully relax, he noticed a bright red lantern hanging on his balcony. Peering outside, he saw that other tourist balconies lacked such adornments. Was this exclusive to the staff's rooms? Pondering this, he approached the lantern for a closer inspection. He discovered it contained a slowly burning white candle. Amidst the wafting smoke, he faintly detected a fishy scent. Whether it emanated from the sea or the candle, he could not tell. Just then, his wristband grew warm, and Su Hongi suddenly materialized. "Did you miss me?" she teased, stretching lazily. However, the next moment, her expression shifted as she frowned. "The suppression in this world is more severe than I anticipated. Someone must be meddling," Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Hongi glanced at the sky and continued, "To conserve energy and maintain peak condition, I may need to remain within the wristband for an extended period. Is the impact that significant?" "Indeed. But do not worry. If danger arises, just call me, and I can help you escape." "Escaping is unnecessary. I have my own means of evasion. My concern is how long you would need to recuperate after using your powers. Simple actions would require a day of rest. If I exert my full strength, I fear I would be forced to hide within the wristband under the world's suppression for an extended time. So, if all is well, do not stir up trouble or provoke any female spirits." "Ugh, don't mention female spirits. Just the thought makes my back ache," Chen grimaced. Such a pity about this environment. If it weren't for the rule suppression, a vacation here would be delightful, Su Hongyi remarked with a smile as she glanced outside. Is that your idea of a vacation? It feels more like boot camp to me. Su Chen quickly changed the subject. Can you help me check for anomalies on the ship? I feel something is off. Chapter 213, the couple's manipulation of the audience after completing the inspection. I must take a day to recuperate. You must be cautious then, Su Hongyi expressed her slight concern. There's no need to worry. We shall recover together for a day. Su Chen replied with a hint of implication. Su Hongyi shot him a glance, closing her eyes. A faint white ripple emanated from her, gradually spreading outwards. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her brow furrowing. This ship is peculiar. The strange aura it emits is indescribable, chaotic, frenzied, yet immensely powerful, pervading everywhere. I cannot fathom it unless I exert my full strength to unearth it. Hearing this, Su Chen let out a quiet sigh. If even Su Hongyi cannot see through it, it is indeed as he suspected. The difficulty level of this instance has escalated considerably. Follow me, he instructed, taking Su Hongyi's hand as they entered a room. Do you find that shrine resembles the eerie aura you sensed? Su Hongyi scrutinized the strange statue for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot quite articulate it. It feels somewhat different, yet bears a slight resemblance. However, I can affirm that the shrine is shrouded in an aura of rules, undoubtedly connected to the regulations. Understood. There's nothing else. You should return and rest, Su Chen nodded, contemplatively stating. Remember to call me at the first sign of danger, she urged. Absolutely. By the way, I took a moment to look around the ship and found some oysters. Make sure to indulge, he added. How can you notice such things in this perilous environment? Su Hongyi teased as she noticed Su Chen's expression darkening. She playfully stuck out her tongue and nestled into his embrace, affectionately nudging his chest with her head. Then, with a daring tiptoe, disregarding the ongoing live stream, she planted a kiss on Su Chen's cheek. Dear viewers, please keep an eye on Su Chen for me. Should he dare to misbehave, remember to report him at the next opportunity. She made a heart gesture towards the air. On the other side, the audience in the Dragon Country's live stream room erupted with excitement. Sweet treats incoming. Sister Hongyi, rest assured, if Su Chen dares to flirt with other girls, we will be the first to jot it down. I declare that from now on, I am part of Sister Hongyi's family. Wait, what are you all so ecstatic about? Surely, you don't think reporting Su Chen will lead to his punishment? He will only receive outrageous rewards. Oh dear, the neighbor's dog barked, and I followed suit. Bro upstairs has realized the truth. To avoid heartache, I choose to embrace my wife while watching. Such absurdity. My defenses are down. In the room, Su Chen heard the chatter, and the lightness on his face from the kiss faded once more. Observing this, Su Hongyi kissed him again. Darling, I must return now. With that, she vanished back into her wristband. Once his beloved had departed, Su Chen exhaled deeply. He then turned towards the air, warning, I advise you to tread carefully. My heart and hands are both dark. Should anyone dare to report me, I shall ensure our browsing histories meet the same fate. Conversely, those who sincerely praise me may find that I can assist in bringing forth some enchanting, enigmatic sisters or dashing, mysterious brothers. Upon uttering this, the Dragon Country livestream room erupted once more. The support group for Su Bao flourished. After issuing his warning to the viewers, Su Chen chuckled resignedly and turned to his desk. With the brief interlude concluded, and after a preliminary examination of the ship and Su Hongyi's findings, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the vessel. Now, it was time to delve into the employee manual to uncover its contents. He picked up the small booklet on the desk and opened the cover. To his astonishment, he discovered that the first page had been torn out. The ragged edges bore witness to this. Continuing to peruse the booklet, he found it merely detailed the ship's area divisions and an introduction to various activities and recreational facilities. Furrowing his brow, he flipped to the last page, where a QR code caught his eye. This ISNT right. Where is the employee code of conduct? Has it been torn out? Who did this? Why remove the employee regulations? Filled with curiosity, Su Chen began rummaging through the room. Soon after, he unearthed a sheet of paper from beneath the bed. Comparing it with the booklet, he noted the tier marks corresponded. This must be the missing page. Having located it, Su Chen temporarily set aside his previous questions and focused on the content of the paper. In the next moment, the indecipherable script on the page transformed into Chinese characters before his eyes. Housekeeping Staff Code of Conduct, congratulations on successfully passing the interview and becoming a housekeeping staff member on this Grand Cruise liner. Our benefits are remarkably generous, and the work is relatively easy, so please take your responsibilities seriously. We do not welcome dishonest employees. Your uniform and badge have been placed in your wardrobe. During working hours, please wear your uniform. Additionally, for your safety and that of the guests, you must adhere to the following codes of conduct during your duties. 1. We uphold the principle of service above all. Guests are our priority. Please strive to meet all guest requests, provided they do not violate any rules. 2. The captain is the supreme commander of the ship, possessing extensive maritime experience. For your safety, you must obey any directives issued by the captain. 3. The captain has a fondness for Eastern culture. Hence, the ship is imbued with Eastern elements. If you find it displeasing, please resolve it discreetly. Be cautious not to let the captain see. Trust me, you wouldn't want to witness his anger. 4. Your assigned area is 0405 to 0415. Each day at 1400 hours, you must go to the linen room to collect fresh towels and bedding, clean each guest room, and deliver the soiled linens to the laundry. Should any guest refuse cleaning, report it immediately in the work group. 5. Nighttime is the most perilous period during our voyage, as staff will be resting. Should a guest fall overboard, we may not notice. Thus, every night at 2250, please check the guest rooms in your area to ensure all guests have returned. If you find any guest missing, report it in the work group and return to your own room promptly. 6. The sea is not always calm. We may encounter unpredictable crises. Therefore, please return to your room by 2300 hours each night. Retrieve candles and incense from your drawer, light the candles in the balcony lantern, and burn 3 sticks of incense at the shrine in your room. The sea god will bless us with smooth sailing. 7. There is no room 444 on this ship. It is considered unlucky. If a guest inquires about it, reassure them and escort them to the medical room on the 8th floor. 8. Do not allow guests to access the lifeboats. They are our sole means of survival in case of emergencies. However, if you encounter a guest in a state of panic, frantically demanding to leave the ship, do not obstruct them. Comply. They are extremely dangerous. 9. Seabirds are bothersome and shamelessly beg for food on the ship, disrupting the guest's enjoyment. Should you see albatrosses, storm petrels, or other seabirds, immediately contact security in the work group. They will handle the removal. 10. Our management is relatively lenient. As long as you ensure the completion of your duties, you may employ any means that do not violate the employee code of conduct. You may even encourage guests to resolve issues on their own. 11. In the course of your professional endeavors, it is not always guaranteed that harmony and joy will prevail. Should you find yourself in a dispute with a colleague, it is imperative to refrain from resorting to violence, as such behavior is strictly prohibited aboard the vessel. Instead, you may seek the assistance of the captain, who is invariably willing to lend a helping hand. 12. We uphold the principles of democracy and freedom. If you find yourself in disagreement with the captain's directives or decisions, you are entitled to request a referendum, wherein the entire crew shall cast their votes to determine the final resolution. 13. The designated dining area for employees is located in the 4th floor staff canteen, which offers sustenance around the clock. It is essential to remember that food is noble and selfless, having given its life to nourish us. Therefore, prior to partaking in a meal, please fill a bowl with rice, place your chopsticks upright in the rice, and await 3 minutes in silent reverence, thereby expressing your respect for the sustenance provided. Chapter 214. Analyzing the rules. Upon reviewing these rules, Chen felt as if his mind was on the verge of exploding. The entire framework of these regulations struck him as utterly awkward, presenting an illusion of logical coherence while being entirely nonsensical, based on past experiences. Even when rules are convoluted and fraught with traps, they typically possess an overarching structure that can hint at potential dangers. However, this time was different. The interconnected rules were rife with chaos, conflicting elements, erroneous assumptions, and disorganized directives. This chaotic amalgamation resulted in a muddled set of regulations. Taking a deep breath, Chen endeavored to dispel his irritation. In moments like these, it was imperative to calm his thoughts and reflect. It is essential to recognize that every rule inherently harbors a concealed purpose, whether it serves as a tool for salvation or a sinister weapon in the hands of the enigmatic. The creators of these regulations could not have simply acted on a whim, idly crafting them without intent. Having reached this understanding, Chen turned his attention back to meticulously dissecting each rule. Even if he could not immediately discern the intentions of the rulemaker, he at least needed to identify the potential hazards and peculiarities within the regulations. These would serve as critical entry points for unraveling the mystery. After another thorough reading of the rules, Chen's brow furrowed deeper. Firstly, Rules 3, 6, and 13 could be examined in conjunction. Each of these rules contained elements rooted in Eastern culture, yet each felt fundamentally off. For instance, the 13th rule stated that placing chopsticks upright in rice is a sign of respect for food, while in Eastern tradition, this act is akin to offering tribute to the deceased, a practice Chen had experienced as a child, often resulting in punishment. Similarly, the 6th rule spoke of lighting incense for strange statues and illuminating red lanterns with white candles. In Eastern customs, white candles are typically reserved for funerals. Although in Western culture, white candles are imbued with sanctity, the captain, who professed a love for Eastern culture, ought to be aware of these nuances. Coupled with the room's layout, wind chimes hanging by the bedside, an altar facing the door, and the eerie combination of red lanterns and white candles on the balcony, Chen's rudimentary knowledge of feng shui suggested a dissonance that was glaringly apparent. Yet, the third rule insisted that the captain adored Eastern culture. Was this admiration the reason he painted a tiger that resembled a dog, or did he harbor ulterior motives? If these Eastern elements posed a threat, what then did it signify when the rules proclaimed that one could resolve such matters independently? Was this a trap or a lifeline? Chen sensed that these Eastern motifs were indeed pivotal to breaking the deadlock and resolved to find a way to test this theory. Next, he examined rules 2, 10, 11, and 12, which shared commonalities that allowed for a logical progression. Beginning with the 10th rule, it subtly suggested that if one wished to avoid work, they could have others do it for them. This could lead to oppression and conflict among the chosen ones. The subsequent rules 11 and 12 stipulated that in the event of disputes, fighting was prohibited, and issues should be brought to the captain for resolution. If one disagreed with the captain's judgment, they could resort to a vote among the staff. This created a contradiction with the second rule, which mandated compliance with the captain's directives. Which of these was true? If the latter held, it could spell disaster, particularly since the group, led by the United States, would possess a numerical advantage. Such a vote could lead to dire consequences. For instance, if the Americans initiated a vote claiming Chen was tainted and should be thrown overboard, and if other non-chosen crew members abstained, this absurd proposal could very well pass. That would indeed be catastrophic. After much contemplation, Chen decided he must explore this possibility in advance to prevent such a dramatic turn of events. Simultaneously, he recalled the couplet on the door, "Take heed of the family's heart upon entry." The individuals from the United States now counted as his colleagues, and could be considered a makeshift family. Was this couplet a caution to be wary of the treachery within one's own ranks? Chen pondered this likelihood. It seemed that the couplet resonated profoundly with his current situation. Perhaps he could also examine the couplets on others' doors for unexpected revelations. Summarizing these two significant points of potential resolution, Chen glanced over the remaining rules. Rules 5 and 6 suggested that the hour of 11 at night was a critical juncture. Rules 7 and 8 indicated that visitors might encounter bizarre occurrences. Considering all this, his prior speculation that staff members might be safer than tourists appeared to hold some validity. This notion warranted further exploration. Aside from these rules, the remaining regulations largely necessitated practical execution to uncover their nuances. There was little more to analyze. However, Rule 9 struck Chen as particularly peculiar. He had heard tales of sailors who believed that albatrosses were the spirits of their ill-fated comrades, and thus killing one would invite calamity. Why would such an experienced captain provoke an albatross? Concurrently, he recalled the inscription he had seen on the heart lock. Those born cannot coexist with the dead. Those dead cannot return to life are devoid of the utmost sentiment. Was there a connection between the legend of the albatross and this phrase? Shaking his head, he dismissed these unresolved enigmas from his mind. Chen resolved to venture out in search of additional clues and to probe the surroundings. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 16:11. It seemed that the cleaning duties for the day were unnecessary. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he decided to inquire in the group chat. Flipping to the last page of the employee manual, he scanned the QR code. After a brief beep, the administrator promptly approved his group entry. As soon as he joined, a flurry of welcoming emojis from fellow chosen ones who had already joined and were friendly with those from the Dragon Nation inundated him. This elicited some displeasure from Ian, a chosen one from the United States, who had not received such a warm welcome upon his own entry. Feeling slighted by the comparison, he tagged Chen, stating, "The superstar has arrived. Would you grace us with your presence tonight for a drink at the restaurant?" Ian suppressed his annoyance, deliberately lowering his stance. In this way, if Chen declined, it would cast him as aloof, jeopardizing his standing with neutral chosen ones. Conversely, if he accepted, it would serve Ian's interests perfectly. Chapter 2:15. Formation of Factions and Strategic Planning. The esteemed overlord of the ugly nation has summoned me. How could I possibly decline? Just give me a time, and I shall certainly attend. Chen responded with a sarcastic tone while secretly eager to engage with Ian, specifically to delve into the camp of the ugly nation. "You flatter me, but how does 7 p.m. sound?" he proposed. "That works. By the way, is there no need for cleaning duties today?" "Indeed, I inquired earlier." Chen dismissed this response as trivial and awaited the replies from others in the group. Before long, Estelle chimed in, confirming that staff had indeed verified this information. As soon as the message was sent, an announcement emerged in the group. Attention all new employees. Today, as guests have just checked in, there is no need for room cleaning. Feel free to explore and familiarize yourselves with the work environment. Our management style is quite relaxed. As long as you fulfill your duties, you can enjoy yourselves aboard the cruise. Moreover, with your uniforms and badges, all activities are free of charge. Upon reading this announcement, many chosen ones felt a surge of excitement, including Ian from the Ugly Nation. They pondered the prospect of shifting their responsibilities onto others, thereby enjoying the benefits while evading the risks. It seemed they needed to scout for a few unfortunate souls to take on the burden. In contrast, Chen furrowed his brow at the announcement. Was this staff member intentionally inciting discord among the chosen ones? What were their true intentions? While he contemplated this, a friend request pinged in. Upon glancing, he saw it was from Bab, a representative from the Iron Bar Nation. After accepting the request, Bab added Chen to a group chat. Noting the group members, he found them primarily to be allies close to the Dragon Nation, including his former subordinates. God. We've established a group, so whenever you have instructions or require assistance, just call on us. We are at your service, Bab messaged. Indeed, God saved our lives twice. I've repaid my debt, so if any danger arises, let me handle it, a participant from the Sevi Nation added. Davari, I might not be clever, but I can fight. Followed a chosen one from the Bear Nation, who had received a stern mandate from their officials. Observing the flood of loyalty declarations, Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was it truly necessary to profess such unwavering allegiance? At that moment, Estelle, a chosen one fully aligned with the Dragon Nation, sent a message. To save time, let's skip the pleasantries and meet face to face. This made Chen chuckle. He had heard of this young lady's previous performance through the Dragon Nation, and she was indeed remarkable. As a perceptive individual, she seemed to have discerned the oddities within the current regulations, prompting her eagerness to consult him. All right, you choose the location, Chen replied. Those nearby can come to my room for 40. Those further away should hold off for now. The space is limited, and we'll convene once we reach a conclusion. Estelle promptly responded, Great, I'll be there. After sending the message, Chen rose decisively, changed into his work uniform, and made his way to Estelle's room. Shortly, he arrived at room 440, noticing the door slightly ajar. He knocked and entered, discovering around a dozen individuals already present, staunch allies of the Dragon Nation, most of whom were familiar faces. Hello, everyone. Chen greeted with a smile. Greetings, God. The group responded excitedly, parting to make way for him. At that moment, Estelle frowned slightly and gestured for Chen to sit on the bed, indicating the limited space. Without hesitation, he plopped down. Suddenly, Estelle seemed to recall something and shifted away slightly, creating some distance. I hope your lady wife doesn't mind this distance, the young lady inquired. Chen was taken aback. It appeared his peculiar relationship had become common knowledge. No, she is quite broad-minded and currently resting, he replied casually. Upon hearing this, Estelle's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly making connections. Noting her reaction, Chen realized she had misinterpreted the situation. Wait, don't get the wrong idea. I'm speaking seriously. Estelle coughed, attempting to regain her composure. Right, let us discuss serious matters. You've seen the rules, haven't you? While I don't perceive much of the peculiarities yet, the human element is somewhat unsettling. Realizing that Estelle's lack of understanding of Eastern nuances had led her to overlook certain oddities, Chen acknowledged the validity of her concern. Are you referring to the voting system? Indeed, if voting occurs, the Ugly Nation holds an absolute advantage. I consider that too. But I believe these rules may not be entirely genuine. Even if they are, there must be limitations. Initiating a vote recklessly could backfire. What are your plans? Asked Estelle. I intend to devise a method to probe the waters. At this, a robust chosen one from the Bear Nation sprang up. How shall we probe? Should I initiate a vote to test it out? No. Just sit back down and refrain from any reckless actions, Chen responded, bemused. Clearly, the number of astute chosen ones was quite limited. Once the brawny figure returned to his seat, Chen addressed the group. We must navigate the storm. But it cannot be us. We must compel the Ugly Nation to take the plunge. Will they comply? Bab inquired. We must devise a strategy to ensure they have no choice but to engage, Chen replied with a mischievous grin. Pausing briefly, he added, by the way, does anyone know photography? Who's adept at Photoshop? I can handle photography, a member from the Sevi Nation declared. And who can edit images? Silence ensued until Estelle raised her hand. Can you edit men? Estelle? I can edit. Would you like me to edit you? No, certainly not me. Then who do you intend to edit? Rather than responding immediately, Chen stood and closed the door, gathering everyone for a hushed discussion on their tasks. Moments later, the room was filled with wide-eyed astonishment as if Su Chen had morphed into some sort of creature. Chapter 216. A new couplet. What are you all looking at? Objectively evaluate this method. Do you think it will work? Su Chen inquired softly. Ah, you are truly remarkable. The crowd unanimously gave a thumbs up. Estelle, however, wore a bewildered expression, her ears gradually turning crimson. To this, she could only say, skill pales in comparison to yours. I concede defeat. Now I finally understand why my performance in the dungeon has always lagged behind yours. She clenched her silver teeth tightly. Oh, what do you mean by that? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Because I am not as good as your dog. Su Chen, are you complimenting me? I shall take it as a compliment. At this moment, the barrage of comments from the Dragon Kingdom went wild. This kid is not a good person. Too cunning. No wonder he managed to deceive the lady in red. Thankfully, our country is benevolent, helping all allied nations establish firewalls. Otherwise, if the audience from other countries saw this, wouldn't their mentality explode? Then they will still explode later, right? Let them enjoy this delightful moment while it lasts. I am immensely relieved that our chosen one is Su Chen, not because he has obliterated the world of horror tales, but because I fear he might just shatter the real world too. In the room, after everyone unanimously approved the plan and assigned tasks, Su Chen began to enlighten them about the peculiar Eastern elements aboard the ship. Before long, terror was etched on their faces. Initially, upon reviewing the rules and considering the supreme hints regarding the completion conditions, they believed the greatest challenge of this dungeon lay in internal strife. However, after Su Chen's analysis, they realized how wildly mistaken they were. The omnipresent Eastern elements might indeed be the true peril. Do we need to remove all these elements? Someone inquired. Not yet. I cannot ascertain the authenticity of these rules at this moment. There are certain doubts I need to verify. Therefore, refrain from acting rashly. It is best to lay low for now. After all, less action means fewer mistakes, Su Chen advised. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. We will heed your counsel and maintain the status quo for now. At this juncture, Estelle furrowed her brow and asked, do you suspect there is a problem with the rules? I cannot yet determine if there is an issue. Primarily, I tend to be skeptical, believing only half of what I see. Is that why you devised a plan for the ugly country to tread on the mines, thereby confirming the authenticity of certain rules? You are partially correct. Oh, Estelle's expression turned perplexed. Testing each rule individually would be a monumental waste of time and exceedingly perilous, easily leading one into a pitfall. What I seek is to devise a method to probe the intentions of the rule makers, the intentions behind the rules. A glimmer flickered in Estelle's eyes, as if she grasped something profound. Precisely. Although we are in a rule-based horror dungeon where rules serve as our guiding beacons, theoretically, if we analyze the rules thoroughly and adhere strictly to them, we should traverse safely. However, that is not the case. Who knows which malevolent entity established those beacons? There could be a vast pitfall ahead. In my view, rules are keys that unlock hidden chambers. Their individual correctness is not what matters. What is essential is to combine them and discern the deeper meanings behind them. Only by understanding the logic behind the rules and the intentions of their creators can one evade all dangers and truly comprehend the rules. That is how rules should be employed. Upon hearing this, Estelle's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding as she gazed at Su Chen with admiration. This is where the disparity between them lay. She realized that she and he were not on the same level. How foolish she had been to think that her inferiority stemmed from him being a dog. Now, it seemed, her naivety was laughable. Embarrassment flooded Estelle's heart. Thank you for your guidance. I have learned a great deal. Do not mention it. I too only comprehended this from my previous experience in the dungeon. I also learned this from the last dungeon. I had my precious one repeating it too often recently, and it slipped out inadvertently. Su Chen quickly coughed to mask his embarrassment. Meanwhile, the others found themselves caught in a bizarre situation, inexplicably inundated with dog food. They wanted to criticize Su Chen for his dog-abusing behavior, but dared not. Ultimately, an awkward atmosphere permeated the room. At this moment, Su Chen sensed the peculiar atmosphere and hastily changed the topic. By the way, which area are you in charge of? He asked Estelle. 441 to 451. Why do you ask? Are you curious about room 444? The young girl responded promptly, instantly grasping his intent. Exactly. Have you checked if room 444 exists? I looked before. Indeed, it is missing. After 443, it jumps directly to 445. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. It appears that the visitors must know some information that I am unaware of. I shall have to find a way to interact with the visitors to glean some insights. Just then, another thought crossed Su Chen's mind. By the way, was the first page of your employee manual torn out? Not at all, Estelle replied, puzzled. Upon receiving this answer, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Why is it different? What about the rest of you? He directed his question at the others. Not me. Mine was not torn out. Nor mine. Chen, are you different from us? Upon hearing these responses, Chen's mind went blank. What is happening? Why is it that only I am different from everyone else? This contradicts the fairness and impartiality that the supreme rules have always touted. Supreme rules. Why am I different from others? Is this not unfair? Chen questioned the air. However, the usually responsive supreme rules remained silent. In response, Chen narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The lack of response from the rules conveyed an important piece of information. The tearing of the first page was deliberately arranged for him or a specific group. Yet, the reasoning behind this action eluded him. Whenever you have the time, help me investigate if there are any other chosen ones whose employee manual's first page has been torn out, Chen instructed. Absolutely. We'll take care of it. Everyone readily agreed. In the time that followed, they continued to discuss the rules and potential sources of danger. Chen provided them with advice for each scenario. Before they knew it, the clock struck 1855, drawing near to the time Chen had arranged to meet Ian from the ugly country. Are you really going to have dinner with him? Estelle asked. Of course, I promised him. Before you joined the group, I observed his manner of speaking, and he seems rather insidious. Going now might lead you into his trap. That's fine. This is the best scenario. If he does not provoke me, how could I have the audacity to strike first? After all, our dragon kingdom values reciprocity, Chen replied with a smile. All right, then let's set off. Good. The group exited Estelle's room, heading toward the employee dining hall. As they stepped outside, Chen paused for a moment, gazing thoughtfully at the couplet on the door. The wise may have 1,000 worries, yet one mistake is inevitable. The foolish may have 1,000 worries, yet one gain is assured. The horizontal inscription read, feigning wisdom while flaunting foolishness. This couplet carries profound significance. The astute Estelle pondered deeply, yet ultimately failed to perceive the malevolence concealed within these Eastern elements. How fitting. It seems that I might take the opportunity to meander through the chambers of other chosen ones. Chapter 217, The Old Fox, Reciprocity Before Long. A group of individuals arrived at the staff cafeteria. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enticing aroma of delectable dishes. A casual glance revealed an array of renowned delicacies from around the globe, affirming the claims made in the employee handbook regarding the generous benefits provided to staff. Indeed, Chen spotted blue lobsters and king crabs among the offerings. At that moment, Ian, the chosen one from the ugly nation, had already gathered a group of followers and was waiting eagerly. Upon noticing Chen and his companions, Ian rushed forward with a bright smile. Approaching them, he spoke in slightly halting Mandarin. Mr. Su, it's an honor to finally meet you. They say seeing is believing. But I never expected you to possess even greater charm than in your live streams. Taken aback by Ian's words, Chen mused that this individual was rather intriguing. You flatter me, brother Ian. I must admit, your Mandarin has truly astonished me. Haha, I only know that one phrase, just learned it. Surprised, aren't you? Since it's our first meeting here, I couldn't prepare a proper gift, so I resorted to this little trick. You are thoughtful, brother Ian. In comparison, I feel somewhat shameless for just showing up without any pretense. Chen replied with a smile. What are you saying? Who are you in this scenario? The bane of odd tales. Being gracious enough to share a drink with you is far superior to any gift, Ian responded with a broad grin. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He didn't trust a single word Ian uttered. It was evident that Ugly Nation had instructed Ian to eliminate him during this mission. Ian's excessive politeness could only signify one thing. He was no fool. This time, Ugly Nation had struck luck, landing a chosen one with a bit of wit. Ian, the smiling tiger, was 1,000 times more capable than the previous fools from his nation. However, this might turn out to be advantageous. A clever adversary would not resort to mockery like the previous dimwits, acting as if they were invincible. Instead, he would operate within the confines of the rules, employing subtle strategies. Facing such an opponent, others might find themselves devoured without a trace. Yet, Chen was unafraid. He had never cowered before anyone in a rules-based confrontation. Even those who crafted the rules would find themselves at a loss. After all, how else would he have secured his wife? In the next moment, Chen revealed a hint of shyness. He decided to engage Ian in a playful manner, curious about the ulterior motives behind Ian's facade. Please, no more flattery. My success has been largely due to luck. I dare say if Ian had been the chosen one from Ugly Nation, our roles would have been reversed by now. I cannot accept such praise. If you keep speaking so, the observant audience from various nations will surely scold me. I am not worthy. Ian feigned a look of trepidation. Haha, let us not continue with the pleasantries. Otherwise, we will be exchanging niceties until dawn, and my stomach is already growling. Oh dear, how rude of me. I talk too much. According to your Dragon Nation's customs, I should drink 2 cups as punishment. Come, follow me. I have arranged for seating. With that, Ian took Su Chen by the arm and led him deeper into the cafeteria. Su Chen, noticing the cue, turned to give Estelle and the others a knowing glance. He then smiled broadly, linking arms with Ian as they walked further in. To an unsuspecting observer, it would appear that the two were the best of friends. Moments later, Estelle, Bab, and Arik from the Bear Nation, having received Su Chen's signal, followed suit. Snooky from Severy Nation simply nodded and moved to the side. Soon, everyone was seated, and while waiting for the dishes to arrive, casual conversations ensued. By the way, I forgot to ask earlier, Mr. Su, isn't your sweetheart joining us? Ian inquired. Oh, she's resting. She was tired, Su Chen replied. Your prowess is impressive, Mr. Su. Just average. Really, basic skills, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. After some trivial pleasantries, the conversation inevitably shifted to the rules. Mr. Su, I presume you have thoroughly grasped the regulations? Allow me to share my perspective. Please correct me if I am mistaken. After all, this is a team mission, and cooperation is essential for success, Ian initiated. Correction is unwarranted. It's merely an exchange of ideas. As you said, cooperation is key, Su Chen casually responded. I believe the remarks made by the staff earlier were somewhat provocative. They seem to suggest internal strife among us. Coupled with the rules, I am certain that the most significant issue lies within the so-called public voting, Ian stated. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Here it was. Ian was beginning to reveal his strategy. After a lengthy preamble, he was subtly hinting at Su Chen. Despite the fact that his wife was a female trickster, she would undoubtedly be constrained by the supreme rules. Thus, within the confines of the rules, he would possess an undeniable advantage in the public voting. Indeed, however, I suspect the crew's intentions may ultimately fall short. After all, we hail from Blue Star, united as one family. How could we possibly engage in internal conflict? Su Chen refrained from retorting, continuing to play the fool. He was not intimidated by Ian's tactics. He merely wished to see what other tricks Ian had up his sleeve. Mr. Su is absolutely right. The supreme rules could never anticipate our solidarity. Moreover, with someone of your caliber assisting us, the supreme rules will undoubtedly miscalculate this mission, Ian asserted earnestly. Once again, Su Chen chuckled inwardly. Ah, another subtle hint. Ian was implying that as long as Su Chen complied and supported him, unity and coexistence would ensue. Otherwise, the implications were clear. It's all just luck, ultimately. It will depend on brother Ian's capabilities to clear the level. Su Chen continued to feign ignorance. Seeing this, Ian smiled, pleased with Su Chen's attitude. At least there was no hostility, indicating that Su Chen had not yet reached his breaking point, allowing him to escalate the pressure further. Before long, with the help of Ian's subordinates, the table was filled with dishes. Ian stood up to pour a drink for Su Chen, then filled his own glass, downing it in one go. This is a self-imposed penalty, he explained, pouring another drink, holding it with both hands. This is a toast to you, Mr. Su. As per Dragon Nation customs. Very kind of you, Su Chen replied, also rising to raise his glass. However, as their glasses clinked, Su Chen discreetly raised his pinky finger, pressing down on the rim of Ian's glass. You're trying to play tricks, are you? Then allow me to embarrass you openly. Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy. Chapter 218. I want to hear you. Big Ian's smile faltered for a moment before he regained his composure and raised his glass to drink. However, he refrained from pouring more wine and leaned back in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at his subordinate. The chosen one from the Taobol Kingdom, witnessing this, hurriedly approached to refill Ian's glass, behaving like a dutiful servant. At that moment, Kels, the chosen one from the Dani Kingdom, spoke up beside Ian. Do your people from the Iron Bar Kingdom lack vision? Can't you see you ought to serve your elder brother? Babu was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly rose to pour the wine. Su Chen smiled slightly at this and snatched the wine bottle, gesturing for Babu to sit back down. You have hands and feet. Why trouble others? Mr. Su is indeed cultured, but I must say, your Iron Bar Kingdom not only lacks vision but also decorum. Have you not noticed who occupies this table? The Ugly Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom, the Dani Kingdom, and the noble lady beside you. How dare you sit here? Kels continued. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. Here it comes again. Is this Ian's next move? To belittle his subordinate in front of him, implying that the Ugly Kingdom and the Iron Bar Kingdom are on the same level. This would provide the other party with an excuse to insult him further. Ignoring it would only diminish his own reputation, leading others to perceive Su Chen as an inadequate leader. Realizing this, Su Chen spoke up. What does it matter where one hails from? We are all brothers of Blue Star. Moreover, our Babu from the Iron Bar Kingdom is quite the talent. Thanks to his efforts, Our national fortune has reached 65 points. With a death counter, Chen subtly hinted at the changing times, suggesting that one should assess their own national fortune before judging others. Mr. Su makes a compelling point. I was indeed short-sighted. By your customs, I shall also drink as punishment. Kells raised his glass and downed it in one go. Just then, a chosen one from the Tao Bowl Kingdom arrived with a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. Ian accepted the bowl and chopsticks, playing with them for a moment before addressing Chen. This is my first time eating this, and using chopsticks too. I must say, the rules seem quite biased towards you Easterners. Not at all, Chen replied. How so? Sticking chopsticks upright in rice is a practice reserved for the deceased in our culture. If one were aware of this custom, they might still enjoy their meal according to the rules. Would you consider that bias? Alas, my curiosity has made it difficult for me to eat now. Ian chuckled, showing little reaction, clearly having been aware of this custom beforehand. Nonetheless, whether one believes or not, let us simply eat, Chen suggested. Has Mr. Su never considered the possibility that these rules might be a deception? Ian inquired. I have, Chen admitted. Then why not test the authenticity of these rules? Ian pressed. Life is precious. I dare not take such risks. Oh, I see. At this point, Ian ceased to engage further, leaning back with a knowing smile. Kells seized the moment to speak again. Babu, since your elder brother is too cautious to test this himself, shouldn't you step up and pave the way for him? Babu hesitated. What do you mean I? Mr. Su has already helped you through 2 dungeons. Now you refuse to assist in this trivial matter. Do you have no conscience? Kells continued his moral coercion. I will test it, Babu finally declared, gritting his teeth. Seeing this, Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. There's no need. The rules are sound. Let us adhere to them. Oh, if Mr. Su says it is fine, then it should be. However, I'm rather suspicious by nature, especially after hearing Mr. Su's account of customs. I am now quite fearful, Ian remarked, a smirk on his face. And what do you propose to do about it? Chen asked. It's simple. Let that chosen one from the Tao Bowl Kingdom come over, take a set of utensils, and test the rules at the next table. The subordinate shivered at this suggestion but complied with Ian's request. Moments later, after 3 minutes of eating heartily, he exhibited no ill effects. This eased the tension among everyone. As it seemed the rules were indeed legitimate. Just as everyone prepared to follow suit, Ian raised a hand to halt them. I remained skeptical. What if adverse reactions are delayed? I cannot quell my doubts until I witness someone breaking the rules suffer consequences. His gaze fixated on Chen. That is your issue. Chen retorted. I hope Mr. Su can alleviate my concerns. Some worries cannot be resolved. With that, an awkward silence enveloped the table. At this moment, Kells chimed in again. Babu, someone has already tested it on our end. Shouldn't you sacrifice a little for your elder brother? Proving the truth of the rules will ensure smoother sailing for him in the future. Babu stammered. Surely, you cannot be the type to lack compassion? Kells continued his emotional manipulation. Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. After engaging in this back and forth, he had gleaned enough about their tactics. He had no interest in playing their irritating games any longer. I said it's unnecessary, Babu. Let us follow the rules together. With that, Chen arranged the utensils as per the rules. Under Chen's stern gaze, Babu complied as well. At this moment, Kells exchanged a glance with the standing chosen one from the Tao Bowl Kingdom, who nodded in understanding. He stepped forward and slapped Babu's chopsticks away. Your elder brother cares for you this much, and this is how you repay him? You truly are an ingrate. We do not welcome ingrates here. Please leave. He feigned outrage. Arik from the Bear Kingdom witnessed this entire scene. Although he did not comprehend the intricacies of their scheming, it was evident to him that they were bullying someone. Thus, he slammed his palm onto the table with such force that it nearly toppled over, then reached for the Tao Bowl Kingdom, chosen one's collar. Seeing this, Chen's heart raced. He quickly stood up and shoulder-checked Arik. With Chen's considerable strength, Arik stumbled, narrowly missing his target. In the next instant, Chen advanced swiftly, grasping Arik's shoulder and forcing him back into his seat. Sit down and behave, Chen commanded sternly. At this moment, he realized that the prolonged game was not aimed at Babu, but rather at the hot-tempered Arik. If Arik had acted just now, he would have violated Rule 11, leading to inevitable punishment, likely from the mysterious captain. Everyone was eager to probe this captain's identity. But the question remained, who would draw him out? For the ugly kingdom, Arik was the perfect candidate. Moreover, the plot extended beyond that. If Arik were punished, as the leader of the opposing faction, would Chen be compelled to initiate a vote against the captain in an attempt to rescue him? It was obvious that Ian would assert, if you initiate a vote, our faction will support you wholeheartedly. Under the guise of moral obligation, Chen and his allies would have no choice but to call for a vote. 2 birds with 1 stone, a test of both rules. Chen's eyes narrowed further as he turned his gaze toward Ian. Do your people always take it upon themselves to speak and act on your behalf? Chen's tone grew frosty. Why do you ask? Ian inquired, his expression shifting. Is there a possibility that? Ian paused, then grinned. They do not act on their own. I do indeed intend for them to. Ian met Chen's gaze head-on, the tension palpable. The showdown had begun. Desiring to test the captain and the referendum, why not state your intentions plainly instead of wasting so much time? I shall speak candidly. Will Mr. Su heed my words? Indeed, he will listen, but I yearn to hear your plea for my assistance. A smile crept across Chen's face. Oh, then I beseech Mr. Su to probe the rules for me. Certainly. Chen's grin widened radiantly. In the next moment, he abruptly turned. With an agility of 9 and a strength of 8, Chen swiftly darted to the contestant from the Tao Bowl Nation. He raised his arm and delivered a powerful slap to the opponent's face. Following this, his right leg shot up, executing a fierce kick. With a resounding thud, the contestant from the Tao Bowl Nation tumbled away like a rolling gourd, toppling a plethora of tables and chairs in his wake. Observing this, Chen did not relent but accelerated once more, catching up to his adversary and seizing him by the collar, unleashing a flurry of slaps. Once the opponent's face was thoroughly swollen, Chen hoisted the unconscious body and advanced towards Ian. Subsequently, he forcefully slammed the individual onto the dining table. As per your request, I have dealt with him. I have breached the rules. You may now proceed to report to the captain. Chen leaned closer to Ian, fixing him with a chilling gaze. Chapter 219. Your machinations are impressive. I choose to flip the table. Nearby, Ian's underlings were rendered speechless as they witnessed Chen mercilessly assaulting the chosen one from the Tao Bowl country. It took them a moment to process the spectacle before a wave of exhilaration washed over them. They hastily retrieved their phones, eager to report Chen's breach of rules, all the while muttering to themselves about how naive Chen was, easily baited by Ian's taunts. However, in the next instant, Ian bellowed. No one is allowed to report. The crowd froze, confusion etched on their faces. Although they were uncertain why their leader had changed his mind, they obediently set their phones aside. Ian's intervention was not born out of fear of Chen's apparent confidence or concern that Chen might spring a trap, but rather because he sensed a lethal intent in Chen's gaze. This typically mischievous trickster was now displaying a deadly seriousness. Oh, why don't you report me? Isn't that what you desire? Chen inquired, looking down upon Ian. Are you planning to utilize your precious female trickster? He added, indeed. I am one to rely on others. If I am wronged, I must tell my wife. Mr. Su, you jest. You are hardly a man of leisure. Your wife is firmly under your thumb, Ian retorted. I am not jesting, Chen replied solemnly. Ian's smile faltered. The words he was about to utter caught in his throat. Do you believe that a touch of kindness and a bit of sunshine will make you flourish? Were you not watching the live stream when I played the grass-cutting game at the zoo? If you enjoy underhanded tactics, should I assist you by sending you all to the underworld? Oh, you mean hell. With a gentle pat on Ian's cheek, Chen smiled. He then rolled up his sleeves, revealing a black wristband. I have been listening to you prattle on about public votes and polling. It truly makes me chuckle. Do you know why? He asked, slapping Ian's cheek lightly. Ian's gaze flickered to the wristband, and he nodded in understanding. Ah, not foolish after all. Indeed. I possess a veto power. Oh, no. It's better termed as a power to clear the field. Chen's grin widened. You are attempting to deceive me. That female trickster will undoubtedly be constrained by the supreme rules, Ian mused after a lengthy silence. Yes, there are restrictions. I will be frank, she can only intervene once. But that will suffice to annihilate you all, Chen declared, casting a glance at Ian's underlings. A chill swept through them as they recalled the group's previous antics at the zoo. Without her assistance, the dangers in your subsequent quests will significantly escalate. Ian stated flatly. Dangers? Was I not able to traverse the prior quest solo? Are you implying I should be afraid? Chen grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Moreover, I have concluded that without you, I shall be far safer. Ian nodded in agreement. Your reasoning holds merit. You have convinced me. Therefore, provide me with a compelling reason to allow you to remain. Too many deaths would surely displease the captain, for capitalists require labor. Chen replied coolly. Logical, continue, Ian urged. There is a high probability that our tasks will be assigned to you, thus heightening your peril, Chen pressed on. I am nearly persuaded. Intensify your argument. You require fools to tread on landmines. Excellent. Well said. Furthermore, we all hail from Blue Star. We are one family. In the face of group quests, we must maintain unity. We cannot allow the anomalies to mock our humanity. At this proclamation, Chen burst into laughter but quickly suppressed his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor. He then patted Ian on the shoulder. Good brother. Well said. If you had expressed this sooner, we would have had no discord. In the next moment, Ian chuckled. What discord? The previous tension was merely a rehearsed performance. How did I do? Quite well, though I believe my portrayal of indignation was more adept, Chen bantered, indulging in the exchange. Mr. Su's acting prowess could earn him the title of best actor upon returning to reality, Ian flattered. Flattery, flattery, Chen replied, as the two reconciled. The atmosphere among the crowd began to warm. Soon, under the diligent efforts of Ian's underlings, they had new meals before them at the table. While the earlier confrontation was indeed a performance, not informing Mr. Su in advance was my error. Therefore, I would like to present Mr. Su with another gift. If you please, Ian said with a grin. I eagerly awaited. I heard that a contestant from Pickled Vegetable Nation, formerly known as Chang'an, had avenged a fallen compatriot from Dragon Nation. Indeed, that incident occurred prior to the zoo escapade, but I later exacted my revenge personally. I understand that in Dragon Nation, there is a saying, a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain. You've misused that saying. However, I comprehend your intent, Chen acknowledged. Very well, Mr. Su, please observe, Ian commanded, clapping his hands. At his signal, a burly chosen one from Beer Nation stood up and approached the contestant from Pickled Vegetable Nation, delivering a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground. He then hoisted the dazed contestant and unceremoniously tossed him onto a nearby seat. Do not use chopsticks. Eat directly and sample every dish on the table, the giant ordered. Instantly, the contestant from Pickled Vegetable Nation complied, eating obediently. Chan's eyes narrowed in realization. This had evidently been prearranged. Otherwise, how could the contestant have so readily acquiesced? Clearly, he had been thoroughly subdued. This was also Ian's way of returning the favor, ensnaring his opponents within a trap. My men strike first and compel others to violate the rules. Will you report this? Yet, Chen had no intention of reporting. The rules remained ambiguous, and he harbored growing suspicions. He did not wish to be the scapegoat. This minor trap, though simplistic in design, was one that Chen would undoubtedly avoid. However, its underlying implications were disconcerting. It indicated that Ian was aware of Chen's willingness to retaliate and understood that Chen would hesitate to unleash his female trickster. With a silent sigh, Chen contemplated the encounter. Though it appeared he had triumphed over all foes, in reality, he and Ian were evenly matched. Ian had discerned his boundaries, and future tactics would dance upon that line. Furthermore, through the incident with Pickled Vegetable Nation, Ian had signaled that he was willing to turn against even his own. Ian, without limits. Nevertheless, Chen remained undeterred. He had navigated Ian's meticulously crafted plan with commendable skill, and now, after the feast, the true drama awaited. For it was time for him to make his move. One must reciprocate when kindness is extended. Chapter 220. Treating the enemy as merchandise and selling them off as time slowly passed. 10 minutes later, there were no unusual occurrences among the participants from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. The expressions of terror on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief and joy at having escaped danger. Observing this, Ian waved his hand, signaling that the individual could leave. The representative from the Pickled Vegetable Nation quickly got up and dashed away. It appeared that the rules this time were rather peculiar, as neither participant encountered any problems. Ian remarked to Chen. Indeed, however, I still recommend adhering to the rules. It is wise to heed Mr. Su's advice. After saying this, Ian instructed the setup of bowls and chopsticks, first placing his chopsticks upright in the rice bowl and sitting quietly. Seeing this, Chen and the others followed suit, placing their chopsticks in their bowls as required by the rules. As seconds ticked by, there were no abnormalities at the dining table or in the restaurant. It wasn't until nearly 3 minutes had passed that Chen's heart skipped a beat. Under the influence of his innate passive ability, he noticed a subtle anomaly. A minuscule portion of the food on the table had inexplicably vanished. Chen discreetly shifted his gaze, using his peripheral vision and innate passive skill to observe the expressions of those around him. However, everyone maintained their previous demeanor, showing no signs of disturbance. Clearly, no one else had detected this minute change. After all, if not for Chen's innate skills, no one would have been able to perceive such a subtle variation. Thus, he hurriedly composed himself, feigning a normal expression while pondering silently. What does this signify? You offer me sustenance. I consume your food. Thus I bestow my protection upon you? Lost in thought, the 3-minute mark arrived. Suddenly, the chopsticks in everyone's bowls toppled over. This startled everyone, leaving them feeling somewhat uneasy. During the previous trial by the Ceramic Bowl Nation, such an incident had not occurred. Why was this different? After a prolonged silence, Estelle spoke first. Perhaps it is because he only placed a bowl of rice earlier, without any other food on the table. That makes sense. Perhaps he simply does not favor plain rice, Chen replied. With the insights of these two astute individuals, the group's doubts were somewhat alleviated. Subsequently, under Chen's guidance, everyone began to eat. The meal concluded amidst a fade of intrigue and pretense, leaving all satisfied. Upon returning to Estelle's room, several chosen allies from other nations awaited their arrival. How did it go? Were you able to gather the information? Chen inquired. From the list provided by Snowkey, we've identified the responsible regions of 14 chosen ones. Is that sufficient? A representative from a rather daft nation, Choi Jong-hoon, said while handing over a sheet of paper. That will do. Chen glanced at the text and nodded. What about the phone numbers? Chen continued. We no longer require phone numbers. We consulted with the visitors, and they have the contact numbers of the respective service personnel in their rooms. That certainly simplifies things, Chen chuckled. Seeing this, Estelle discreetly distanced himself from Chen, as if fearing that proximity would lead to his own downfall. At that moment, Snowkey from the Sevian nation returned. Not waiting for Chen to inquire, he simply gave an okay hand gesture upon seeing everyone present. Chen's smile broadened uncontrollably at this sight. Very well then, the rest of you wait here. Snowkey and Estelle, accompany me to the esports room to utilize their computers. Understood, everyone agreed. Following this, Chen recalled the route noted in the employee manual and took the lead. Estelle sighed softly and followed closely behind him. Before long, the trio arrived at the esports area. Utilizing their employee identities, they seamlessly blended in. After surveying their surroundings, Chen chose a secluded corner to sit down. Now, since you mentioned that you have never encountered this before, and given that my previous explanation was rather vague, you might still be unclear on the key points. Allow me to elaborate on how this works. Essentially, this item is akin to a promotional flyer, but our product is the chosen ones. There is no need for a full page. A small card will suffice. Furthermore, this item primarily targets the psychological vulnerabilities of individuals. When selling a product, it is imperative to evoke desire in the customer. To achieve this effect, we must accomplish the following. First, the cover of the flyer must be eye-catching, immediately capturing the attention of the viewer. After all, if your product is substandard, how can you expect customers to be interested? Therefore, the visuals must be appealing, handsome men, beautiful women with well-defined abs and alluring curves. Second, the text is crucial. You must articulate the advantages of your product. However, you cannot reveal everything. It must be subtly implied. For instance, references to a song of ice and fire or dragon's breath should be included. You must allow customers to fill in the blanks. After all, human beings are most fearful of speculation. Once they start imagining, our business is set. Likewise, the wording should reflect a high level of difficulty. Phrases like 2.5 hours of continuous push-ups or backflipping acrobats are ideal. Ultimately, our goal is to ensnare those chosen ones. If they can easily accomplish it, how can we ensnare them? The final step, and the most critical, is to directly inform the customer that this is a unique service of our cruise ship, performed personally by service staff at no additional charge. Moreover, our cruise ship's philosophy is that the customer is king, meaning service personnel cannot refuse any requests made by guests. If assistance is needed, just make a call. With this, the plan is successfully laid out. Upon finishing his speech, Snowkey and Estelle were left astounded. Initially, they had thought Chen's previous plan was audacious enough. However, after his explanation, they realized they had underestimated Chen's cleverness. At this moment, Snowkey timidly uploaded the photos he had secretly taken onto the computer. This individual from the ugly nation holds a significant grudge against us, yet possesses an appealing appearance. What do you think? He inquired of Chen. Chen glanced at the images and nodded. Not bad. We can work with this. After receiving Chen's approval, Snowkey moved aside, casting a sympathetic glance at Estelle. The remaining photo editing is your responsibility, he said, his voice trembling. Estelle numbly nodded and sat down at the computer, opening the Photoshop software with a cold expression. With Chen's continuous guidance and careful instruction, Estelle began the editing process. Before long, after completing the edits, Estelle tossed the mouse aside. You handle the text. I can't do it. I said, you translate it. Very well. A lengthy promotional text. The young girl worked swiftly, and according to Chen's instructions, a multitude of promotional flyers were completed in no time. After finalizing these, the trio hurriedly located a printer to begin printing. When they returned to room 440, each of them held a substantial stack of promotional cards. All set. Brothers, distribute these. Each person is responsible for a specific area to slip these cards through the tourist doors, Chen said with a cheerful grin. Chapter 221. The collapse of the enemy's mindset. Are they stuffing every room in their designated area? Someone inquired. Absolutely not. Focus on the rooms occupied by the elderly, the unattractive, the unkempt, and those who appear rather revolting. We must not lower our standards for the charming, Chen declared. This strategy was crafted with the first rule in mind. We adhere to the principle of service above all. Tourists are our gods. Please endeavor to meet all demands made by guests, provided they do not contravene the rules. Chen was confident that with his promotional cards, guests would be tempted to request extravagant services, such as a night of acrobatics. The chosen ones, under the weight of the rules, typically did not dare to oppose such demands, unless, of course, their mindset crumbled. This was precisely why Chen insisted on distributing flyers to the less appealing rooms. Otherwise, upon opening the door, guests might resemble the handsome Chen or the beautiful Estelle, or even the readers themselves. That would merely be a giveaway. Only those guests whose appearance crossed an inner threshold would truly be vulnerable to such tactics. All right, let us await good news. A group of excited individuals received their promotional cards and rushed upstairs. Meanwhile, the audience from Longhua could barely contain their anticipation. What a clever tactic it was to wield a metaphorical knife of allure. What a disaster. It had barely been moments since entering the dungeon, and I sensed that Chen was on the brink of ruining it. I am utterly impressed by this cunning individual. How does he possess so many ingenious ideas? My heart goes out to Chen's opponents. What were they thinking in provoking this harbinger of chaos? Humanity never learns from its mistakes. They will surely stumble into Chen's traps again. Brothers, I relinquish my humanity. I simply wish to witness what calamities befall this unfortunate lot. As the audience from Longhua anticipated, Chen's little brothers finally completed their preliminary tasks. Time ticked away, and many guests noticed the little cards distributed by Chen and his team. They were instantly captivated by the exquisite promotional phrases. Goodness, this cruise is reliable. Exceptional service. One can enjoy performances without even stepping outside, and there are delightful acrobatics to boot. How splendid. Consequently, numerous tourists dialed the designated room service numbers. On the other side, the contestants from Taiwan country were cursing while applying ice to their swollen faces. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call from the room they were responsible for, they were puzzled. What could this be about? They wondered, answering the phone. Hello, how may I assist you? Yes, please come to my room. Understood. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, the chosen one furrowed their brow and walked toward the corresponding room. They knocked on the door, which opened almost immediately. In the next moment, a portly middle-aged man stepped out. Upon seeing the contestant's swollen face, the man froze for a moment. Then a look of anger surged across his features. You are defrauding consumers, he shouted, delivering a slap to the contestant's face. Caught off guard, the contestant from Taiwan country was unprepared and received a hefty blow, staggering and collapsing into the hallway. Almost immediately, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. What is happening? Why did the guest call me to be a human punching bag? The contestant was utterly confused, shakily getting back to their feet and making their way back to their own room. Not long after, the phone rang again. The voice on the other end was similar to the previous one, requesting the contestant to come to the room. Half curious and half apprehensive, they proceeded to the second room. Upon opening the door, they were confronted by a towering, muscular man. Upon seeing the contestant's face, the man's expression shifted. You dare to deceive me, he bellowed, swinging a hand toward the contestant. Having learned from the earlier experience, the contestant swiftly dodged the blow. Yet before they could rejoice, the man, filled with rage, roared, You dare to evade. In the next instant, a fist, the size of a sandbag, struck the contestant's left eye. The contestant felt a ringing in their ears, as if their brain had been shaken. Then, with another loud bang, the door was forcefully slammed shut once more. What is going on? Why do I get hit as soon as I open the door? They were on the verge of tears. In their despair, the phone rang again. Trembling, they answered, only to hear the same request as before. Seriously? More? Tears were welling up in their eyes. They approached the door, opened it, and prepared to be struck again. The process flowed seamlessly, except this time, the assailant was a woman, and she was even more brutal. Before long, the contestant from Taiwan country lay crumpled on the ground, trembling as they pulled out their phone. This is too terrifying. I must warn Ian. Rule number 1 is the most dangerous. What they did not realize, however, was that having their face swollen by Chen had, in fact, saved them. They were, in a sense, the lucky one. Their companions faced a far grimmer fate. Indeed, Takakura Yoko from Sakura country also received a call from the guest room. Hello. How may I assist you? Please come to my room. Understood. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Takakura Yoko cheerfully made her way to the designated room. She knocked on the door, which opened swiftly. A plump middle-aged woman emerged. Upon seeing Takakura Yoko's appearance, the woman's eyes lit up, and an expression of excitement crossed her face. Oh my, how wonderful. Come in, dear. Auntie adores pretty girls like you. With that, The woman reached out her chubby hand and pulled Takakura Yoko inside. What's happening? Takakura Yoko thought. You must be working hard on the ship. And he feels for you. Don't worry, I'll give you a tip later. The woman said warmly. A tip? No, there is no need. We have excellent benefits on the ship. What service do you require? Takakura Yoko inquired. What a good child you are. Auntie likes you even more. But you must accept the tip, after all. Those who work in this line of business often need money. Takakura Yoko was utterly bewildered. She remained in a daze until she was pulled into the shower room and spotted the promotional card on the sink. Suddenly, she realized the truth. In the next moment, her mindset shattered. No way. Which scoundrel devised this? However, soon, out of fear of the rules, she tearfully acquiesced. As a result, a torrent of viewers flooded into the Sakura Country livestream. That night, the name Sakura echoed globally. Merry Christmas, everyone. I genuinely appreciate the core essence of this dungeon and do not wish to write it poorly. Thus, I will organize the outline and refrain from adding more. I aim to accumulate enough to provide additional content during the Spring Festival. Love you all. Chapter 222. Chaos in the Ugly Nation Camp. Captain speaks at the same moment. Apart from a select few fortunate chosen ones whose luck shone brightly, the accommodations they managed were either double rooms or family suites. The tourists who stumbled upon the mysterious cards possessed the intent of thievery but lacked the courage to act upon it. They caused no harm to others. However, a significant number of chosen ones, who had been schemed against by Chen, received inexplicable phone calls. Initially, they dismissed the calls, much like Takaki and Sakura, cheerfully heading towards the guest rooms. Upon arrival, however, the tourists began to act inappropriately, uttering nonsensical phrases. Soon after, they discovered the mysterious cards clutched in the tourists' hands. At that moment, everyone's composure shattered. How could they accept such a demand? Was this some kind of joke? Furthermore, it was being broadcast live. Alas, due to their reverence and fear of the rules, many wrestled with their conscience for a long time, but the desire to survive ultimately overpowered their dignity. In the end, they acquiesced in tears. Yet, not all surrendered. Some chose death over submission. For instance, there was Rusko, the player from the Bobo Nation, who was struck at the onset of the game. As he opened the door, a wealthy woman, resembling a square-shaped orb, squeezed through the doorway. Her ample figure nearly knocked Rusko off his feet. Upon seeing his face, the woman beamed with delight and unceremoniously dragged him inside. Once inside, the door closed behind them, and a generous sum of tips was flung at Rusko's face, followed by a vigorous assault on his clothing while she exclaimed, "Let me feel those abdominal muscles." At this, Rusko was left dumbfounded and hastily began to resist. The tourist responded with a slap. Was he to play the victim while being subjugated? Rusko? No, that's not me. You misunderstand. What misunderstanding? Isn't this your cruise's promotional card? The wealthy woman flung the card at Rusko's face. Upon realizing the content of the card, he nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage from rage. Madam, allow me to explain. This card has nothing to do with me. Nonsense. Isn't that your face? I see now. You are discriminating against my appearance. I shall report you. Rusko's mind went blank, unable to utter a single word. All that flashed through his mind was a singular thought. Refusing would violate the rules, yet complying could lead to his demise. Was there even a choice to be made? In the next moment, Rusko dashed out the door without a second thought, leaving behind an irate wealthy woman cursing him. In contrast to Rusko's misfortune, Kells from the Ingwa suffered a far greater calamity. Upon opening the door, he was met by a man. After a struggle, Kells, relying on the rampant culture of his country, pinched his nose and complied to save his life. However, after much toil, he was reported for not meeting the tourist expectations. The accuser claimed he did not perform 2.5 hours of push-ups, nor did he deliver an eloquent performance. Moreover, he could not sing the Song of Ice and Fire. Thus, as the clock neared 10, due to the tourist's frantic reporting, the enigmatic captain finally sent out the first message in the workgroup, due to Kells and Rusko being reported by tourists for failing to meet their demands. They have violated the code of conduct for service personnel. They are hereby dismissed and deprived of all related benefits. Furthermore, shortly, staff will be sent to escort you two to the tourist accommodations. Please cooperate. Upon receiving this announcement, Ian, who had been inundated with perplexing calls from numerous subordinates, suddenly regained his composure. He now understood who was orchestrating this chaos. Chen. He intended to ensnare his opponent into violating the 11th rule, while the latter employed a dimensional strike to directly compel his subordinates to breach the first rule, simultaneously drawing out the captain. Not only that, but now the ball was back in his court. Your subordinate is in trouble. Kells from the Ingwa is still your capable assistant, your right-hand man. Will you not initiate a vote to save him? If you do not intervene, the morale of your team will surely dissipate. Ian felt his blood pressure rising, and in a fit of rage, he shattered the wine glass in his hand. In the next moment, he tagged the unfortunate representative from the Kimchi Nation in the internal group to initiate a vote to test the waters. Soon enough, the beleaguered representative from the Kimchi Nation sent a message in the workgroup. Captain, someone is plotting against us. Can we retract the order? Are you questioning me? The captain replied in a voice message. I dare not. I merely feel this situation is somewhat unfair, as it stems from another's actions. The captain continued, if that's the case, may I apply to initiate a vote? A vote? Certainly, the captain coldly stated. Just then, Ian sent a message to the representative from the Kimchi Nation, abandon the vote, now. The representative was taken aback, but complied obediently. My apologies, Captain, I was mistaken. I will not initiate the vote. Good. Does anyone else have objections? Silence ensued. Since there are no objections, let us focus on our tasks. With that, the captain ceased all responses. Meanwhile, Chen was closely monitoring every action within the group, particularly after the representative from the Kimchi Nation suggested initiating a vote. The captain's voice had unmistakably revealed his anger, even a hint of frostiness, akin to speaking to the deceased. Clearly, there were restrictions surrounding the voting process. The specific circumstances under which a vote could be initiated remained uncertain. A reckless vote would only invite calamity. Moreover, from the captain's previous directives, Chen inferred certain conclusions. The status of being an employee evidently held significance. Otherwise, why were Kel's and Rusko's punishments centered around the revocation of their identities? Furthermore, why the need to change accommodations? It appeared that the employee status was superior to that of tourists, perhaps serving as a lifeline. However, Chen was not yet certain. Everything awaited the unfolding of the night to reveal what would transpire. Would these two unfortunate souls, stripped of their identities, witness the dawn of a new day? And would the tourists encounter any peril that night? If both the tourists and the two unfortunate souls faced anomalies, then this hypothesis could indeed hold water. At that moment, Chen's phone chimed with a message notification. Upon checking, it was a message from Ian. Mr. Su, your methods remain as incisive and elusive as ever. I am truly in awe. As for reciprocation, you have bestowed upon me so many gifts, I feel somewhat indebted. After all, we of the Dragon Nation value reciprocity. A gift of such magnitude may seem excessive, no? It's acceptable. We are merely reciprocating. Mr. Su, your standards seem to have lowered. Yours, Haven T? I learned it from you. Besides, the concept of standards pertains to one's own people. To enemies, being overly considerate is tantamount to courting disaster. I have been enlightened, but are we truly enemies? That depends on your choice. Mr. Su, I apologize. I was at fault before. Please forgive me. I hope in the future, considering our shared identity as Blue Star citizens, we can coexist harmoniously. Oh, is that sincere? My heart is as genuine as diamonds. Very well. The conversation reached its conclusion. Chapter 223. Ian's Machinations, Chen's perilous experiment. At this moment, as the Dragon Kingdom audience watched the live broadcast, most failed to discern the intricate scheming at play. They were merely delighted to witness the first instance of the American contender conceding. Although Chen's audacious maneuvers were somewhat jarring to the eye, the sight of the Americans yielding was immensely gratifying. Indeed, those Americans had ridiculed the Dragon Kingdom with such brazen arrogance. Yet they were now left with nothing but empty bravado. Would they dare to speak so defiantly again? When they entered the dungeon, their disdain was palpable, openly proclaiming their intent to unite against Chen. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, all their conspiracies were rendered inconsequential. Before the cunning of Chen, all adversaries appeared as mere paper tigers. Well said. I suspect that after tonight, this group will carry a lifetime of psychological scars. On the other hand, Chen did not share the same elation as the audience in the broadcast room. He set his phone down with a wry smile. The chosen one from the Americans was indeed rather formidable, knowing when to submit. His tactic of invoking the greater good of Blue Star, retreating strategically, was quite ingenious. If he continued to apply pressure on them, it might feel somewhat disconcerting, portraying himself as tyrannical and merciless. However, Chen remained unconcerned, for he was certain that not a single word spoken by that individual was truthful. Coexistence? What a farce. Undoubtedly, a counterattack from him would come by tomorrow. His words were merely a moral affront aimed at unsettling Chen. Simultaneously, Ian's expression darkened as he set down his phone, his malevolent demeanor now clouded with frustration. After kicking a chair in anger, he typed a message into the work group. Tomorrow, following Chen's approach, they would create small cards to slip into the rooms of tourists within his jurisdiction. With that face of his, he wouldn't have a moment's peace tomorrow. Boss, why don't we target Chen's lackeys? Targeting them is pointless. Do you not understand the principle of capturing the king before the pawns? Besides, if we deal with them and not Su Chen, will we not be inviting chaos? If we plot against Su Chen, wouldn't he also retaliate? Can you not think for a moment? His identity as a staff member is evidently a safeguard. Once deprived of that identity and placed in a tourist room, would he dare to squander the one opportunity his girlfriend has to act? Upon reading Ian's message, many of his subordinates suddenly comprehended. The boss is right. However, a new concern arose. But what if Su Chen shamelessly agrees? Impossible. The Dragon Kingdom people hold face and dignity in the highest regard. Even if you were to kill Su Chen, he would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. With this reassurance, all were relieved. After all, provoking the formidable Su Chen instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Fortunately, the boss's explanation dispelled their fears. Rest assured, we will ensure that Su Chen cannot escape unscathed. The group responded with enthusiasm. At that moment, Ian sent another message. Kaisers, Rusko, have you swapped rooms? Done. The two replied. What is the difference between the tourist rooms and staff rooms? Essentially the same, except the table lacks the small eastern house, wind chimes, and red lanterns. And the statues differ. Upon hearing this, Ian requested them to take a photo and share it in the group. He scrutinized the image for some time but failed to glean any insights. Eventually, he closed the photo and continued his inquiries in the group. Are there any tourist regulations? None. Ian's expression darkened further. The absence of tourist regulations was peculiar. After pondering for a moment, he messaged, try to inquire with other tourists when you have the chance. And be cautious tonight. Prioritize your safety. Understood. Thank you for your concern, boss. Setting down his phone, Ian stepped onto the balcony to breathe in the sea breeze. Gazing at the pitch-black ocean, he contemplated the information he had previously obtained. It appeared that while the identity of a staff member should provide some safety, the crucial information lay with the tourists. Thus, if he could successfully maneuver Su Chen into the tourist ranks, Su Chen's prowess would undoubtedly unveil a sliver of the secrets aboard this cruise ship, simultaneously placing him in peril. At that juncture, his girlfriend would clash with the strange occurrences aboard, providing him with an opportunity. Su Chen, you say I enjoy underhanded tactics. This time, I shall employ a bold and straightforward strategy. How will you counter it? Ian chuckled to himself as he returned to his room. Meanwhile, Su Chen was likewise contemplating his subsequent strategies. He had surmised the methods Ian might employ, and he felt no fear. His thoughts drifted instead to the tourists. According to rules 4 and 5, you are required to collect fresh towels and linens from the linen room by 1400 hours each day, clean each guest room individually, and send the used linens to the laundry room. Please note, if any guests refuse the cleaning, report it immediately in the work group. By 2250 each day, please check the guest rooms in your assigned area and ensure guests have returned. If you discover any guests missing, report it in the work group and immediately return to your own room. Why would the guests refuse cleaning? What did they know? What would transpire if they declined cleaning? Furthermore, why would they not return to their rooms on time? Did this suggest they were in trouble? Had these unfortunate tourists encountered something sinister? Reflecting on this, Su Chen recalled an earlier incident during dinner when, following the prescribed ritual for appeasing spirits, a portion of the food had inexplicably vanished. Had it been consumed by the entity or by the so-called sea god mentioned in the rules? Considering the rules stipulations, Su Chen speculated two possibilities. The first, it was a means to appease the entity, devouring the food in exchange for sparing him tonight. The second, the sea god had partaken of the offerings, promising to protect him that night. However, this was contingent upon the rules being sound. Should there be any flaws in the rules, all reasoning would be in vain. And even the food might harbor grave issues. As for why Su Chen was untroubled by potential rule discrepancies and dared to consume the food in the dining hall, it stemmed from his previous experiences in dungeons. Problematic food typically manifested at particular moments, employing psychological pollution. Presently, his mental fortitude was exceptionally high, bolstered by the mastery of rules that could even heal the soul. Additionally, with the red-clad figure nearby, peacefully slumbering and regaining strength, he felt no apprehension regarding mishaps. Hence, he was willing to take the risk. As for Babu and the others, he was unperturbed. As soon as they stepped outside, he instructed Babu and Alec to visit the restroom to clear their throats. The clever little girl, Estelle, was especially astute. She expertly wiped her mouth with a napkin after each morsel, ensuring she swallowed not a single bite. Thus, it was only Su Chen who truly embarked on this perilous adventure. Would he exhibit any abnormalities from consuming the food? The answers to all his conjectures would reveal themselves tonight. Chapter 224. Eerie Frequencies and the Fear of Sudden Mishaps. Reflecting on this, Su Chen glanced at the time on his phone, 22:30, as he noted that there was still some time before the room inspection. His gaze fell upon the wind chime at the head of the bed. No matter how he looked at it, he found it rather unappealing. In his understanding, such a wind chime was an invitation for the supernatural. Coupled with the shrine statue that faced the main door, the entire room felt rather disconcerting. Since he intended to test the waters this evening, relying on the healing rules and the presence of the red-clad figure, he decided to rectify the feng shui as well. He aimed to clarify the rules once and for all. Without further ado, Chen swiftly relocated the table that housed the shrine. The copper bell was also hung at the entrance. Having completed these tasks, he realized it was nearly time for the room inspection. He briefly informed his subordinates in the internal group about the situations to be vigilant about that night, then proceeded to the guest room area he was responsible for. Arriving at room 405, he knocked on the door. "Hello, for your safety, may I ask if you have returned?" "Yes, I have," came the response. Chen did not linger, moving on to the next room, 406, 407, until he reached the last room, 415. He knocked and inquired, but received no reply. Frowning, Chen peered through the door crack, discovering the interior was shrouded in darkness, with no lights turned on. It seemed that indeed there was a guest who had not returned on time. He reported this room number to the work group, while silently noting it down for investigation the following morning. Curious if any unusual occurrences would arise with this guest. After checking all the guest rooms, the clock approached 2300 hours. Chen did not linger outside, but obediently returned to his room as per the rules. Closing the door, he recalled the sixth rule. Sailing on the sea is not always smooth. We may encounter unpredictable crises. Therefore, please return to your room before 2300 hours each night. Retrieve the candles and incense from the drawer, light the candle in the balcony lantern, and burn 3 sticks of incense before the shrine in the room. The sea god will bless us for a smooth journey. From the drawer, Chen took out a white candle, incense, and a lighter. He first stepped onto the balcony, tiptoeing to retrieve the now dim red lantern. Upon holding the lantern, Chen frowned. It was not made of paper, but rather a material that felt quite elastic to the touch. If one had to describe it, it resembled the texture of a balloon, albeit more refined and smooth. With his curiosity piqued, he retrieved the candle holder and lit the white candle. As the flame flickered to life, a wisp of blue smoke gracefully rose. At that moment, Chen caught a whiff of that familiar fishy scent laced with a hint of sweet fragrance. It appeared that the aroma he sensed during the day was not the smell of the sea, but rather emanated from this candle. What could be mixed into it? His brow furrowed deeper in confusion, but soon he dismissed these thoughts. Without any clues, pondering further would yield no answers. Resolutely, he placed the candle into the lantern. The next instant, the crimson lantern ignited, the candlelight casting an enchanting red glow through the soft, delicate exterior of the lantern, illuminating Chen's face in a sanguine hue. Instinctively, he squinted, taking a long look at the red lantern before hanging it back on the balcony. Returning to his room, Chen cast another glance at the lantern through the transparent glass door. The glass rendered his view somewhat hazy. In this moment, the lantern appeared akin to a monstrous eye opening in the pitch-black night sky. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, causing the lantern to sway. The flickering light resembled a creature winking, creating an eerie and surreal atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Chen averted his gaze, suppressing the unease within as he approached the shrine. Standing before the statue, he could not help but scrutinize it closely. The statue possessed disproportionately large eyes, roughly the size of a fist when scaled to human proportions. Below the eyes, the mouth and nose jutted out prominently, resembling a pig's snout or an alligator's maw. Flanking the mouth were elongated, whisker-like appendages that flowed towards its back. Looking further down, the carving became increasingly crude, yet it still bore semblance to a human form, with discernible limbs and hands. Considering the overall appearance in conjunction with the Eastern Shrine, Chen had a conjecture. This resembled the legendary Dragon King figure. However, there was one notable difference. The statue bore no horns. Was this the so-called image of the sea god mentioned in the rules? The Western concept of a sea god utilized an Eastern Dragon King statue, and according to climatic indications, the cruise ship was currently still in the southern hemisphere. Everything felt off. The sense of dissonance surged within Chen once more. After staring for a while, without reaching any conclusions, he shook his head and picked up the 3 sticks of incense that he had placed on the table, bringing them closer to the flame of the lighter. In the next moment, an oddity occurred. The 3 sticks of incense refused to ignite. Frowning, Chen touched the incense, finding it dry. Bringing it to his nose, he detected only an ordinary fragrance, nothing unusual. Yet, why wouldn't they light? Faced with this bizarre situation, Chen retrieved his phone, intending to inquire with his subordinates if they had encountered similar circumstances. However, upon pulling out his phone, he realized there was no signal. A wave of unease washed over him. Indeed, the hour of 2300 hours bore significant issues. with no means of communication. Chen once again took the 3 unlit sticks of incense and brought them to the flame. Time passed, and just as the lighter became unbearably hot, a chilling breeze brushed against the nape of Chen's neck, sending goosebumps cascading down his arms. The copper bell hanging on the door suddenly chimed with a clear sound. In the stillness of the night, the unexpected noise sent a shiver down Chen's spine. He quickly turned to face the door. Yet, upon inspection, everything appeared normal. The door remained closed. Only the bell swayed back and forth, producing that sharp sound as if an invisible entity were playfully toying with it. He stood there, entranced. Just then, the lighter grew too hot to hold, and the burning sensation on his thumb jolted Chen back to reality. He quickly dropped the lighter and turned to blow on his throbbing thumb. However, just as he began to cool his finger, his eyes widened in shock. His left hand, which held the incense, had mysteriously ignited. Unaware of when it had caught fire, the increasing strangeness compelled Chen to act swiftly. The incense was now lit, allowing him to fulfill the requirements of the rules. He hurriedly bowed to the Dragon King statue and placed the 3 sticks of incense into the incense burner before retreating to his bed. After all, the comfort of the blankets often imbued a sense of security. As time trickled by, the swaying wind chime gradually stilled. No further peculiar occurrences transpired within the room, allowing Chen's anxious heart to finally relax. Exhaling, he began to ponder the earlier events. Was it due to the meal he consumed at the restaurant? Or was it the result of his unwarranted alteration of the room's feng shui? Or perhaps this was all a normal occurrence. After much deliberation, Chen leaned towards the belief that altering the feng shui layout was the more significant factor. Yet, he remained uncertain and resolved to exchange information with his subordinates the following day to corroborate his conclusions. As Chen's gaze inadvertently swept across the altar, a sudden jolt coursed through his heart, prompting him to swiftly turn his head towards the incense burner. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Something was amiss. Typically, the 3 incense sticks would burn uniformly, yet at this moment, they exhibited an irregularity in length. In Longhua, there exists a common saying: 1 fears 3 long and 2 short. Incense dreads 2 short and 1 long. The phrase 3 long and 2 short is often associated with coffins in folklore, subtly alluding to death. Conversely, the warning against 2 short and 1 long signifies a lack of sincerity in one's heart, suggesting that the divine may not heed one's supplications, or worse, that even the gods cannot offer salvation. At this moment, before the altar, the incense in the burner indeed burned in the ominous pattern of 2 short and 1 long. Chapter 225. The Severed Incense and the Midnight Call. Chen gazed at the slowly burning incense, a shiver running down his spine. How eerie it was. Was this a warning from the divine, indicating that danger lurked tonight? If so, from where would this peril arise? He cast a glance at the firmly shut door and shook his head. Turning his attention to the balcony outside, he noticed the peculiar crimson lantern swaying in the wind, its red glow shimmering and occasionally illuminating the frosted patterns on the glass and the auspicious doll perched nearby. The doll's eyes flickered, as if winking at Chen. A sense of foreboding settled deeper within him. The atmosphere felt stifling, unlike previous scenarios. The source of danger this time seemed to be shrouded in mystery from the very onset of the voyage. Even the rules were veiled in ambiguity, leaving one utterly defenseless. Though Chen was aware of his numerous trump cards, sufficient to safeguard his life, the tightening grip of anxiety persisted. Suddenly, a soft snap echoed from the shrine, a sound so faint yet resonant in the oppressive silence. Chen turned promptly to investigate. As his gaze shifted, he witnessed the longest stick of incense among the 3 unexpectedly break and tumble onto the table. Alarm coursed through him, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Another anomaly had emerged. In folklore, a broken incense stick is perceived as a severance of spiritual ties. However, this notion transcends mere implications of lineage. It signifies various circumstances. Firstly, it made a note insincerity or disrespect towards the divine, a warning issued by the deity. Secondly, it could signify the cessation of spiritual offerings. Thirdly, it might foretell impending calamities, a divine reminder of what is to come. A severed incense implies a severed head. Chen's hollow gaze fixated on the incense burner, his mind racing through possibilities. Disrespect towards the divine? That seemed unlikely, as he had committed no transgressions. The only potential misstep was rearranging the bizarre feng shui of the room. If such actions had angered the deity, he felt it was unjustified. The notion of spiritual ties being severed was equally unfounded, for he had no descendants. Was the divine alluding to Hongyi? This thought led him astray. After all, Su Hongyi was a spirit. Despite her corporeal semblance, could she conceive? Was the divine truly so meddlesome? He shook his head, dispelling these errant thoughts. This theory seemed implausible and utterly absurd. Thus, it appeared that the most probable scenario was the last one, impending disaster, the threat of decapitation. With this realization, Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he inhaled deeply. Upon recognizing that calamity was indeed approaching, an unexpected calm washed over him. The panic within him was swiftly subdued. At his core, Su Chen exemplified the quintessential spirit of a Dragon Kingdom citizen. In their culture, revered ancestors and great benefactors are regarded as deities, fostering a profound reverence towards the divine. This gratitude is rooted in their achievements. Likewise, when faced with calamity, they do not succumb to despair or blindly beseech the divine for aid. Instead, they awaken their inner valor, firmly believing that human determination can triumph over fate. Without divine protection, they resolve to become their own gods. Su Chen mirrored this sentiment, confronted with the enchanting lantern and the sealed door. A flicker of excitement ignited within him, accompanied by a burgeoning fighting spirit. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Kales, stripped of his identity and relegated to a guest room, sat idly on the bed, boredom enveloping him. The room bore no shrine or incense burner, nor did the balcony boast any lanterns. Even if he wished to adhere to the rules, he found himself powerless to act. Lying on the bed, as no peculiarities had yet manifested, he found his gaze fixed on the ceiling, slowly succumbing to drowsiness. As the clock approached midnight, a jarring ring pierced the quietude emanating from the bedside phone. The abrupt sound startled Kales awake, prompting him to roll over to the opposite side of the bed. Peeking over the edge, he fixed his gaze on the incessantly ringing phone. Though uncertain of the situation, tales of ominous midnight calls loomed in his mind, warning him that this phone was ill-fated. With the hour in mind, a singular thought consumed him. He must not answer the phone. Seconds dragged on, each tick of the clock feeling like an eternity. The ringing showed no signs of cessation, and Kales felt his heart race, anxiety spreading like wildfire within him. In his nervousness, he even forgot to breathe, only realizing his predicament when his face turned crimson from the lack of air. Gasping for breath, he was nevertheless haunted by the relentless ringing. In a moment of desperation, he reached for his phone, hoping to contact Ian for assistance. However, upon noticing the no-signal icon on his screen, despair washed over him. With no means of help and the incessant ringing tormenting his fragile psyche, a thought flickered in his mind. Would disconnecting the phone line be effective? Gazing at the phone just a bed's width away, he hesitated, daunted by the prospect of approaching it. As time crawled by, the relentless ringing finally shattered his resolve. Kales steeled himself, lunging towards the phone and yanking the line free. In an instant, the ringing ceased, as if silenced by a chokehold. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kales retreated to the far side of the bed, convinced that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he had successfully survived. In stark contrast to Kale's cautious demeanor, Rusko from Bobo Country was far more reckless. With a carefree disposition, he had no qualms about defying rules, even going so far as to reject the advances of a wealthy woman. When the phone rang, he instinctively answered without a second thought. "Who is this? What do you want?" He barked, annoyance coloring his tone. In response, rapid, labored breathing echoed through the receiver. "Who are you? Speak," he demanded, irritation mounting. The sound of metallic clinks mingled with the breathy gasps, provoking his ire. "What is wrong with you? Speak up." Yet, the same nonsensical sounds persisted. "You lunatic. Perverse creep." Rusko slammed the phone down in frustration. "I swear, there is not a sane person on this ship. Each one more twisted than the last," he grumbled. Reclining on the bed, envisioning Su Chen's expression when the tourists made unreasonable demands the following day. "That little brat will probably be neighbors tomorrow," he muttered. Just then, the phone rang again. Rusko frowned, seizing the receiver and unleashing a tirade of curses without even hearing the caller. "Get lost, you perverted thing. Harass me again, and I'll skin you alive." After venting his pent-up frustrations from the night, he hung up forcefully, glancing at the phone line before yanking it out with determination. "I'll show you how to annoy me." With that, Rusko settled back down, and before long, his bold heart succumbed to slumber.